Beep, beep, beep. The shrill sound exploded by his ear. Hao Changgeng sleepily turned over, mumbling incoherently. Godfathers, remember to sign in for me. Yet the beeping not only failed to stop, it grew even sharper. Irritated, he sat up, eyes still shut, and cursed. Damn it. Whose damned alarm is that? Turn it off, already you're ruining your father's sweet dreams. Before he could finish, his entire body froze. Cold. A bone-piercing cold. He snapped, fully awake. Everywhere he looked was a barren expanse of desert and gravel. Red sand and stones stretched to the horizon, with a few bare mountain ranges etched in the distance, and overhead hung a single purple sun. Hao Changgeng was utterly dumbfounded. Where the hell have I ended up? Is this even still back on Blue Star? He remembered clearly that last night he had stayed up reading a novel on his phone. He had been binging a book titled Universal Alien Survival. Everyone starts with a small spaceship, until the latter half of the night, then shoved his phone under his pillow and closed his eyes to sleep. How had he ended up here? He instinctively reached for his phone only to grab at empty air. He lowered his head and froze. Not a single stitch of clothing. He was sitting stark naked in the wasteland, skin dusted with fine sand. As the wind swept past, goosebumps prickled over his body. What the a? He scrambled to his feet, hands instinctively shielding his vital parts, and looked around in panic. All around was emptiness. There was nothing and no one. Only his right wrist now bore something new. It was an object that resembled a watch. Its entire body was silver gray without a dial, only a ring of fine flowing light patterns giving it an intensely futuristic feel. The urgent beeping from before was coming from this thing. Hao Changgeng dug his fingernails into it, trying to pry it off. It did not budge in the slightest, as if it had grown into his flesh. What is going on? Did I transmigrate? Or am I still dreaming? A gust of wind swept past, and he shivered again. This was no dream. While he was still stunned, the watch suddenly fired out a beam of light, unfolding a semi-transparent holographic screen before him. On the screen appeared a face, a man with a visage full of brutal, heavy features. A hideous scar slashed across the man's forehead, yet his eyes were an eerie dark red. He spoke, uttering a string of sounds Hao Changgeng could not understand at all. Yet miraculously neat lines of standard Chinese appeared simultaneously at the bottom of the screen. Greetings, natives of Blue Star. You may address your lordship as Lan Xie, the Blue Scorpion. Speaking of which, you should actually be grateful to me. I have expended a precious spatial teleportation device to bring you away from that uncivilized planet, and even injected you with a rare source energy awakening serum. Hao Changgeng's mind buzzed blankly. Had he been kidnapped by a trafficker from outer space? In a moment, your bodies will begin to experience pain. Do not panic. This is a normal reaction. If you endure it, then congratulations. You will awaken as source energy warriors. From then on, you will be able to absorb the omnipresent source energy of the universe to cultivate. The man grinned, revealing a mouthful of stark white teeth. But the efficiency of that method is outrageously slow. The best way is to absorb source crystals. Over the coming year, we will periodically drop various equipment, source crystals, and other cultivation supplies. Remember, the drops will be limited in quantity and completely random. The optical brain on your hand will show you the refresh locations. Yes, that little trinket you can't pry off. He paused meaningfully. This means you will have to keep fighting and killing one another. Only in this way can you advance quickly. Within 1 year, you must ascend to level 9. Only then will you have a chance to escape this desolate planet and step into the vast universe. Otherwise, you will rot and die here. Good luck, natives. The holographic screen snapped off with a pop. Hao Changgeng still stood there in a daze, trying to digest this absurd revelation, when suddenly a surge of heat exploded from his chest. No, this was not mere heat. It was fire. It felt as though molten lava had been poured into his veins, rushing into his limbs and bones, burning every single cell. This pain was not merely physical. It erupted from the level of his genes, searing straight into his very soul. Aya! Hao Changgeng let out a miserable scream as his body convulsed beyond his control. He clenched his teeth so hard his jaw creaked, his vision going black at the edges. He could even see faint blue light patterns flickering and coursing beneath his skin. He did not know how long it lasted. Perhaps only a few seconds, perhaps several centuries. At last, the tidal wave of agony ebbed away. Gasping for breath, Hao Changgeng collapsed limply onto the ground. Suddenly, he felt power. A sense of strength unlike anything he had ever known surged through his body. He lowered his head to look at his arms. The scrawny, stick-thin frame from before had vanished completely. In its place was a body packed with full, powerful muscles. He got to his feet, admiring this newly forged form. 8 sharply defined abdominal muscles. Clean, sculpted lines across his chest. Shoulders and back strong and rounded with power. Hao Changgeng stared blankly for a moment, subconsciously muttering, "Damn, with a body like this, if I went back to Blue Star to be a model, I'd be clearing tens of thousands a month." Then he threw a punch. Whoosh. The fist tore through the air, producing a faint explosive crack. He had a fierce intuition that if this punch landed on someone like Tyson, it could send the man straight to his god. So this was a source energy warrior. He forced himself to calm down and carefully sensed the changes within his body. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual deep within his consciousness. It was a space. A hazy mist-shrouded space floating in the depths of his awareness. He could feel its existence, yet could neither touch it nor enter it. What was this? Before he could think it through, the optical brain on his right wrist lit up again. A holographic screen popped up displaying several lines of information. Galactic calendar year 4723, January 22nd, 211733. Beneath that, a three-dimensional map appeared, clearly rendering the surrounding terrain, mountain ranges, gravel deserts, and distant marshlands. Scattered across the map were over 100 blue light dots, each marked with the word supply. One of those light points was less than 2 kilometers from him. Hao Changgeng recalled what the man had said. Supplies. Source crystals. Competition. There was no time to be afraid, no time to hesitate. He drew a deep breath and sprinted madly toward that direction. The wind roared past his ears. His speed was far greater than he had imagined. The 2-kilometer distance took him less than a minute. When he arrived, he was not even slightly out of breath. The supply crate lay right ahead. It was a metal box about 1 meter to his side, resting quietly atop a slab of red rock, its surface reflecting a cold gleam under the purple sunlight. Hao Changgeng cast a wary glance around, and after confirming no one else was nearby, dashed forward. He heaved the lid open. Inside lay 5 fist-sized blue crystals, clear as glass, with faint halos of light swirling within. Beside them rested a black dagger, its edge glinting with a cold sheen. Only clothing was absent. Without a word, Hao Changgeng snatched up the source crystals, and the dagger then spun around and bolted. On the distant horizon, several vague figures could already be seen racing toward this location. He ran desperately, sprinting for over 10 minutes, until he discovered a secluded cave. Using his dagger, he chipped away several stones to seal the entrance before finally collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. After regaining his composure, he picked up a Yuanjing crystal. In that instant, a gentle warmth surged from his palm, winding its way through his meridians to permeate his entire body. He clearly felt that the Yuan energy inside him had found its kin, exultantly merging with the influx of power. It was effective. Joy welled within him, yet he soon recognized a problem. The absorption rate was excruciatingly slow. At that pace, it would take no less than 8 to 9 hours to fully absorb a single crystal. He set the Yuanjing crystal aside and began examining the light-brain device on his wrist. The screen offered only 4 options: personal, map, communication, and gongfa. He tapped on personal. Name: Hao Changgeng. Age 18. Race: human, hunter, rotational arm subspecies. Yuan energy level 1. Yuan energy attribute: spatial rare. Status: healthy. Potential assessment: awakening rare spatial Yuan energy, initially exhibiting spatial affinity. Grown to its theoretical limit, capable of perceiving the laws of space. Survival probability assessment: extremely low based on current environment and resources. Hao Changgeng was momentarily stunned. Spatial. Rare. He stared intently at the line, denoting spatial affinity, deep in thought. Then he tapped on gongfa. Inside lay only one basic martial art titled Yuanqingju. Following the instructions, he attempted to channel the Yuan energy within him, discovering that he could slowly draw in energy from the surrounding space. But the pace. He glanced at the Yuanjing crystal in his hand and sensed the ambient Yuan energy concentration. Silently, he concluded that the process was agonizingly slow, hundreds, perhaps thousands of times inferior to direct crystal absorption. Finally, he tapped on communication. The screen flashed, transitioning into an interface resembling a chat room where messages raced by in a frenetic stream. What is this place? Take me back. I want to go home. Damn, I just found a box and it's completely empty. Where are the supplies? The weapons? Help. I am a geological surveyor. The terrain and atmospheric composition here are nothing like Blue Star. We must accept reality and prioritize survival and resource acquisition. Brothers of Longwa. Is anyone from Longwa here? I have awakened. I can command lightning. Although for now I can muster only a modest spark. Anyone up for a team-up? Private message me your coordinates. Lightning Master. Please lead the way. I'm in the Eastern Rift Zone. How do I find you? Flame. I have awakened Flame. Haha. I just incinerated a monstrous bug that lunged at me. Damn, who swooped in so fast to loot? I dashed to the supply drop only to find an empty box. Which bastard did that? Care to share what was inside, if anything lethal? Share. And why should I? If you lack the skill to snatch it, who's to blame? Survival of the fittest, didn't you understand? Quiet. Another drop has been released. Check the map. This time there appears to be a box marked with a weapon icon. Hao Changgeng attempted to send a message in search of his roommate. However, his message was instantly drowned in the torrent of communications, barely making a ripple. He muttered under his breath, "What a bunch of fools." Then he turned off the communication. In this place, aside from his few trusted friends, no one else could be trusted. But with no one around, he had no choice but to look after himself. His gaze fell upon the 5 Yuanjing crystals. To grow stronger. Only through strength could he survive. Sitting cross-legged in accordance with the Yuan Ju, he began absorbing the Yuanjing crystals. Minutes flowed by, and when he next opened his eyes 2 days had already passed. All 5 Yuanjing crystals were completely absorbed, leaving behind transparent husks that shattered into dust at the slightest touch. Meanwhile, the Yuan energy within him multiplied several times over. A premonition stirred within him. If he absorbed 5 more crystals, he could break through to level 2. More importantly, the once hazy space within his mind now appeared somewhat clearer. He faintly sensed that within that inner space lay a special ability, though it had not yet been unlocked. He also discovered that as a Yuan energy warrior, he no longer required food. The Yuan energy alone was sufficient to sustain life. He stretched his limbs, and the exhilarating surge of power drew a grin across his face. Then he glanced down at himself, accompanied by clattering sounds and a disheveled appearance far from graceful. Using his dagger, he cut a large patch of leaves and fashioned a makeshift apron to barely cover his vulnerable parts. Once done, he reopened the map. Less than an hour remained until the next supply drop. He waited in silence. At the moment the countdown hit 0, countless new blue light dots suddenly appeared on the map. Hao Changgeng's eyes lit up. A supply box lay less than 6 kilometers away. At his current speed, it would take merely 2 to 3 minutes to reach it. He burst out of the cave and sprinted in that direction. 2 minutes later, he spotted the box. It rested in the center of an open field surrounded by emptiness, with no sign of life. Overjoyed, Hao Changgeng was about to charge forward, when in the distance 2 figures soared through the air. Leading them was a bald man accompanied by a tall, slim youth, both clad in full combat attire. The two were momentarily dumbfounded upon seeing the naked Hao Changgeng. Then the bald man's expression changed as he shouted, "Lao Si, hurry." Without a moment's hesitation, Hao Changgeng charged toward the box at full speed, flung open its lid, revealing 6 Yuanjing crystals inside. He snatched them up and sprinted away. "You brat! Stop right there!" The bald man's furious shout rang out from behind, followed by a surge of searing heat barreling forward. Instinctively, Hao Changgeng dove sideways. A fireball grazed his shoulder as it whizzed past, crashing into a nearby rock with a resounding blast that shattered it into fragments. Breaking into a cold sweat, he scrambled to his feet and continued running. Mid-stride, his waist loosened and his leafy apron fell off. But he had no time to care. Bare naked, he sprinted for his life. Behind him, the tall, skinny youth known as Lao Si conjured a fireball. Together with the bald man's fireball approaching from opposite angles, they converged in their attack. "Thief! Hand over the Yuanjing crystals, and you might live," roared the bald man as he pursued. "Keep running, and if I catch you, I'll dismember you to feed the worms." As the 2 fireballs neared, Hao Changgeng could feel the searing heat on his back, with his skin beginning to prick in pain. With his current strength, even a single hit would be fatal. Was this the end? No. He refused to succumb. He had only just arrived here, without finding the way home, without reuniting with his trusted companions. Despair, defiance, and anger erupted within him. At that critical moment of life and death, the hazy space in his mind seemed to flicker. Immediately with him at its center, the surrounding space began to ripple. Like a stone cast into water, ripples visibly spread out. He felt as if he were merging with that space, his body growing light and ethereal, as though on the verge of dissolving. Then 2 fireballs whistled toward him. Yet the moment they touched his body, they passed straight through, as if he were merely an illusion. The bald man stood dumbfounded. Lao Si was also stunned. What on earth is happening? The scene left the 2 onlookers staring blankly in confusion. Lao Si too was struck silent by the impossible sight. What the hell is going on? Only the 2 figures remained, their faces blank with bewilderment. At this moment, Hao Changgeng found himself in a state he could not begin to comprehend. The instant those 2 fireballs touched his body, the surrounding space began to twist, not merely blurring his vision, but as if some invisible giant hand were wringing the entire world into a twisted rope. Immediately after, a violent tearing sensation surged at him from every direction. He was stretched, compressed, torn apart, only to be reassembled again in the very next instant. Before his eyes, bizarre, iridescent colors flickered madly, hues unlike anything he had ever known, more like the primordial chaos at the birth of the universe, the original tableau before light and darkness were yet divided. Suddenly, everything went dark. All sensations vanished. There was no wind, no temperature, no gravity, not even the feeling of his own body. He did not know whether he was standing, lying down, or floating. Stillness. Boundless, infinite stillness. Where is this place? He muttered to himself, yet his voice could not travel through this absolute darkness, as though something devoured every sound. Could this be the world after death? Just as that thought arose, his gaze was drawn to a faint glimmer deep within the darkness. The point of light was exceedingly weak, like a lone star observed across billions of light years. Yet within this absolute darkness, it was strikingly conspicuous. He instinctively tried to draw closer. Then he realized that with a mere flicker of thought, he drifted toward it. The distance seemed very near, yet at the same time immeasurably far. In this strange dark expanse, the very notions of time and space grew blurred. He had no idea how long he drifted, perhaps only a few seconds, perhaps several centuries. The light point finally drew nearer and clearer. When he at last saw what it was, he was stunned. A mecha. It was an enormous mecha floating in the void, over 100 meters tall, its entire form silver-white, with a streamlined torso reminiscent of a deity. Two pairs of vast wings unfurled behind it. No, not wings of light, but wing-like structures composed of countless thin amethyst-like crystal shards. Each crystal shard quivered faintly, refracting hazy halos of light. The mecha's entire body was veined with orange-red lines like arteries spread across its frame, pulsing slowly in some mysterious rhythm. At its chest lay a rhombus-shaped energy core, currently emitting a dim orange glow, flickering on and off like a faint heartbeat or the labored breathing of the dying. Yet Hao Changgeng could tell that something was gravely wrong with this mecha. The damage upon it was severe. On its left shoulder armor, a massive tear nearly cleaved through the entire shoulder. There was a clear molten hole across its waist and abdomen. The crystalline wings at its back were also incomplete, several sections reduced to bare frameworks. This had once been a war machine that had endured a brutal battle. Now it floated quietly in this void. Hao Changgeng stared wide-eyed, his mind utterly blank. How had he ended up here? What in the world was happening? While he was still steeped in confusion, the orange light at the mecha's chest flickered once. In the next instant, that light abruptly expanded, swallowing Hao Changgeng's entire field of vision in a flash. A tremendous suction force arose as the mecha's outline twisted and spun before his eyes, a wave of violent vertigo crashing over him. When he finally steadied himself, he found he was already in an unfamiliar space. It was an enclosed chamber roughly 10 meters square. He was still suspended in midair, feeling no trace of gravity. All around him, countless holographic screens were densely arrayed in layered tiers, streams of data he could not comprehend cascading across them. One screen was particularly prominent, displaying a three-dimensional structural model of the mecha from before. Beside it were various cross-sectional analysis diagrams, so complex they made one's head spin. The place was eerily quiet, like a futuristic command center locked in slumber. Could this be? Inside the mecha, suddenly countless tiny points of light began precipitating from the holographic screens. Like fireflies, they drifted into the air and started to converge. In the blink of an eye, a miniature mecha, only a dozen centimeters tall, appeared out of thin air. Its form was identical to that colossal behemoth. Same coloration, the same crystalline wings, the same orange-red patterns. It was simply reduced countless times in scale, exquisite like a piece of art. The only difference was that it possessed no physical substance. Its entire body was made of light, bearing a semi-transparent texture. The miniature mecha floated in the air, quietly regarding Hao Changgeng. He held his breath, not daring to move. This thing was actually alive. At that moment, the miniature mecha spoke, uttering a string of words in a language he could not understand. Yet from its cadence and phonetics, he was instantly reminded of someone, the reedied man who called himself Lan Xia. It was actually the same language. The mecha seemed to notice something amiss. Two thin beams of light shot from its eyes, striking directly at the light-brain device on Hao Changgeng's wrist. The beams skated over the light-brain's surface as though reading its data. In less than 2 seconds, the beams retracted. The miniature mecha spoke again, this time in standard Daxia tongue, every word clear and precise. So a human from Blue Star, carbon-based life, standard human life characteristics fitting the common indigenous template of the Orion arm. Hao Changgeng's eyes widened. This thing had mastered Blue Star's language in an instant. Not daring to be negligent, he hurried to explain, I meant no intrusion. Please forgive my trespass. The miniature mecha said nothing, merely staring at him in silence. Its gaze held no warmth, yet seemed able to pierce through everything. Hao Changgeng felt as though he were being scanned by X-rays over and over, with not a single secret left hidden from inside out. After a long moment, the miniature mecha finally spoke. So a rare spatial type source energy. No wonder you managed to intrude into this extra-dimensional space. Hao Changgeng froze. Spatial type source energy. He recalled the personal information he had seen on his light brain earlier. Could it be related to this? Before he could ask, the miniature mecha continued. Do you wish to know why you came to this planet? Hao Changgeng was utterly confused. He truly could not make sense of it. What were those people scheming, going to such lengths to abduct him from Blue Star? He was just a broke university student. How much could he possibly be worth? Yes, he replied. Good. The desire for knowledge is the foundation upon which the fire of civilization endures, the miniature mecha said flatly. Based on the invasive analysis of the light brain, you carry, it appears you were captured by star pirates and then deposited here. Star pirates. The term was unfamiliar to Hao Changgeng. Predators of the cosmos, slave traders, dark organizations that skirt the edges of galactic federation law, the mecha explained. They typically operate on indigenous planets whose civilizations are at relatively low levels, capturing the local population and transmitting them here. Here you are forced to fight over scarce resources in extreme environments. In life and death struggles, your potential is catalyzed, the weak are culled, and those with the greatest aptitude for combat are selected. In the end, those who manage to reach level 9 and above are recaptured, as commodities, it's said, then sold to major clans, large corporations, and even the gray departments of official institutions. They are used to explore unknown star regions, undertake high-risk death missions, serve as private armed forces, or become experimental subjects, until every last drop of value is squeezed from them and they die. Merchandise, slaves, consumables. These words struck Hao Changgeng's chest like heavy hammers. So this was the truth. In the eyes of these star pirates, they were nothing more than mass-produced goods. So all his previous effort, struggle, and desperate scramble for source crystals had been nothing more than a way to make himself more valuable. A surge of fury rose in his chest, and he asked unwillingly, "For organizations this dark and vile, is there truly no one to restrain them?" These star pirates usually dwell in remote star regions drifting outside the main territories of the Galactic Federation. The mini-mech's voice remained calm, as though merely stating a simple fact. "And your blue star has yet to be formally registered in the Galactic Federation's records, thus it is not protected by federal law. Moreover, certain high-ranking figures within the Federation secretly maintain vested interests with these groups. This low-cost method of screening for high-quality potential combat power is in their eyes something to be tacitly approved of, even encouraged." Hao Changgeng fell silent. A profound sense of powerlessness seized him. So the laws of the universe were this cruel. To be weak in oneself was an original sin. If that was the case, then was Blue Star nothing more than a pen full of sheep to be slaughtered at will? The tens of billions of residents received not even the slightest protection. In that instant, a powerful sense of defeat washed over him. He wanted to give up. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape this miserable fate. No matter how he thrashed, in the end, he would merely be sold like livestock. Just then the voice of the mini-mech sounded again. Only this time, within that calm tone, there was a hint of something different. "Do you wish to break free from this miserable fate? Do you wish to protect your planet, your homeland?" Hearing this, light flared in Hao Changgeng's eyes. "I do." The mini-mech heard the answer it desired and inclined its head slightly. "You may call me Lai Xing. This mech's code name is Lai Xing Arbiter, and I am the intelligent life inhabiting this mech. Back then, because of a supreme treasure, my master fell here. I too slumbered within this extra-dimensional space for an unknown number of years. Now I can offer you an opportunity." There was a trace of temptation in his voice. "An opportunity to completely rewrite your fate. An opportunity to roam unimpeded across the sea of stars." Hao Changgeng held his breath. "As you can see, this mech has suffered irreversible damage and can no longer be repaired." "Irreparable?" Hao Changgeng looked at it in confusion. "Correct. But irreparable does not mean unusable." In Lai Xing's voice there was a certain deeper meaning. "I can manipulate the core to reshape it, restoring the mech to its most primordial form. But this requires descending into the depths of the planetary core and using the terrifying heat there to accomplish it. At the same time, you must raise your source energy to level 3 and stabilize that region of space within your consciousness, receive me into it, then carry me down to the planet's core to complete the final reshaping." Hao Changgeng was left somewhat dazed. The depths of the core, would that not mean tens of thousands of degrees? He asked cautiously, "The deep core, roughly what temperature is it?" "The deepest part of this planet's core has a temperature of about 65,000 degrees. "How much? What did you just say?" Hao Changgeng nearly jumped to his feet. "Big brother, you must be joking with me. With this frail little body of mine, I'd turned to ash before I even got close. That is something you need not worry about." Lai Xing's tone remained calm. "You need only receive me into your inner space, and at the instant you enter the planet's core, release me. At that moment, I will activate the ultimate binding program and draw you into the mech's internal dimensional space. In this way, you will avoid harm while the core's heat will be used to facilitate the mech's reshaping." Though Lai Xing spoke lightly, Hao Changgeng listened with his heart pounding wildly. A single misstep, and he would be reduced to nothing. As though seeing through his hesitation, Lai Xing's voice carried a hint of encouragement. "This is my only chance. Likewise, it is your only chance. Do you wish to watch the rest of your life spent in bondage? To watch your planet become a slave world? You must understand, indigenous planets like Blue Star number in the hundreds of billions across the galaxy. On those worlds, generation after generation live as slaves, harvested, cultivated, and sold off to every corner of the cosmos. Unless a supreme powerhouse arises from their planet, they can never escape this fate." These words were like a torch, completely igniting the hot blood in Hao Changgeng's chest. He thought of those few dependable brothers in his dormitory. He thought of his parents, his relatives, and his friends. He thought of that seemingly ordinary, yet only homeland of his, the Azure planet. Damn it, he would risk everything. "Very well," he said through clenched teeth. "I agree. Good. In the future, you will be grateful for the choice you made today. Enough. I must send you back to the main space. During this period, you must raise your level as quickly as possible and then return to find me." Hao Changgeng suddenly remembered something and spoke up somewhat embarrassed. Do you have any clothing here?" Lai Xing seemed to pause for a moment, though that face woven of light betrayed no expression. When the traffickers abducted me, they did not even give me a single set of clothes. Everyone else arrived wearing matching combat suits, but I. Hao Changgeng glanced down at himself and felt even more embarrassed. I came here completely bare. Lai Xing fell silent for a second. All that remains here is the combat suit on my late master's corpse. If you do not mind, you may wear it for now. Hao Changgeng was somewhat superstitious and felt that wearing a dead man's clothes would bring misfortune. Forget it. I have left a coordinate within your mind. When you rise to level 3, you need only trigger that coordinate and you will arrive here. Lai Xing's voice grew more and more distant. Now I will send you out. The surrounding space began to ripple. A wave of weightlessness washed over him. Light flickered wildly before his eyes, and Hao Changgeng felt himself being torn apart and reassembled once more. When he opened his eyes again, he was already standing in a vast red desert. A violet sun still hung in the sky. The wind blew past, carrying a faint chill. Hao Changgeng looked down at himself. He was still naked, yet in his hand he still clutched those 6 source crystals tightly. Around his waist, that black dagger was still strapped. There was no time for self-consciousness. He lifted his gaze toward the distance where a chain of mountains stretched across the horizon. He drew in a deep breath, tightened his grip on the crystals, and sprinted madly in that direction. He needed to find a place to hide. First, he had to absorb all these source crystals. The wind howled past his ears. Half an hour later, he entered that mountain range. It was even more deathly silent than the desert, filled only with bare rocks and cracked ravines. He searched everywhere and finally discovered a cave hidden in a secluded corner. The entrance was narrow and blocked by several boulders. Without careful inspection, it would have been impossible to find. He squeezed inside. The cave was not deep, but it was concealed enough. He used all his strength to move several stones, sealing the entrance as tightly as he could. Only after finishing all this did he finally exhale in relief. He sat down cross-legged and gazed at the 6 crystalline source crystals in his hands, sensing the energy contained within. 6. After absorbing these 6, he should be able to break through to level 2, right? How far would he still be from level 3? He did not know, but he knew this was his only hope. He clasped one source crystal in his palm, closed his eyes, and began to circulate the origin star art, starting the absorption. Warm energy flowed from his palm, coursing along his meridians through his entire body. Deep within his mind, that hazy region of space seemed to tremble faintly, as though responding to something. Outside the cave, the wind moaned. And within this silent darkness, a youth began the first true cultivation of his life. He did not know what awaited him ahead, but he knew he had no path of retreat left. Hao Changgeng maintained a steady rhythm, absorbing source crystals one after another. Time slipped quietly through the silent cave as he immersed himself entirely in the process. He felt warm energy flow from his palms into his body, coursing along his meridians before converging into the gradually swelling sea of source energy within him. With each crystal absorbed, he could distinctly sense his strength increasing, a sensation so intoxicating it bordered on addiction. When he picked up the final source crystal and gripped it tightly, he began circulating the source star art. As usual, source energy surged into his body and traced the simple cultivation pathway, then halted abruptly. The inflowing energy seemed to strike an invisible barrier within him. It circled several times inside his body before seeping out through his pores, vanishing into the air without a trace. Hao Changgeng paused, stunned. He tightened his grip on the crystal and reinitiated the art. Energy flowed and circulated, coiled, then dissipated once more. He tried again and again. No matter how he refined the art, not a single thread of energy would remain within him. A bottleneck, he murmured to himself. So each tier brings its own barrier. He slapped his thigh in frustration. Damn, I should have asked Lai Xing. That sentient AI undoubtedly possessed such fundamental knowledge. Yet in his euphoria, his mind had been consumed by grand visions of traversing the star seas, leaving the most critical details of cultivation utterly unasked. Now he was stuck at tier 1. Helplessly, he turned his hopes toward his neural interface. Perhaps other trial participants had encountered the same impasse, and perhaps solutions already existed. He activated his neural interface and opened the communications channel. A holographic screen unfolded before him, still flooded with chaotic data streams. But this time the discourse had shifted. No longer dominated by panic or curses, the chatter now coalesced around a single keyword: core crystals. Esteemed seniors, could anyone please describe what a beast core looks like? I just slew one, but have no idea where to search. Check inside the beast's skull. The glowing ones are cores. I did. Found nothing but mush. Then it simply has none. Condolences. Anyone forming a hunting party for beasts? We have 3 members. Just need 1 more. Priority given to those awakened with combat-type source energy and exceptional speed. Coordinates: Western Swamp Region. Spotted alone, Tier 2, Iron Scale Crocodile. Join me. I can't take it alone. Hao Changgeng scrolled rapidly, filtering out the noise, until one repeatedly posted trade listing caught his attention. Selling 1, Tier 2, Sandscorpion Beast Core. Effect contains refined life energy and faint earth attribute source energy, capable of aiding Tier 1 source energy warriors in breaking through bottlenecks and slightly enhancing affinity with earth attribute energy. Exchange price 20 source crystals. In person only. Black market double-crossers will be dealt with severely. Beneath the post bloomed numerous replies, some questioning authenticity, others requesting location, even a few issuing veiled threats. Yet the seller remained cautious, communicating privately only with buyers who demonstrated genuine intent. Hao Changgeng studied the exchanges, piecing together the situation. This planet teemed with native fauna collectively termed beasts. Slaying beasts yielded core crystals, crystalline formations infused with unique energies that aided trial participants in surmounting cultivation bottlenecks. Higher-tier beasts produced more potent cores, moreover matching attributes could enhance source energy affinity. Hao Changgeng furrowed his brow. A probabilistic drop, meaning uncertainty. It demanded relentless hunting and reliance on sheer luck. But trading 20 source crystals for a single core. He instinctively shook his head. Not only did he lack that many crystals, he doubted he'd survive the exchange. In this lawless environment, betrayal was all but guaranteed. He was barefoot, armed only with a dagger, hardly a figure inspiring confidence. Carrying 20 source crystals would make him prey long before he ever laid eyes on the seller. Here there were no police officers to call upon. He closed the comms interface and pondered in silence. Hunting himself was the only path forward. He opened the terrain map and began scanning for beast concentrations. The moment he toggled, the layered dense clusters of crimson points bloomed across the display. Each point represented a native creature. Brightness and size indicated power level. The dimmest denoted Tier 1. Slightly brighter ones marked Tier 2, greater luminosity, and scale signaled higher tiers. Scrolling swiftly, Hao Changgeng locked onto the faintest point. It lay roughly 5 kilometers away on a relatively flat expanse of gravel desert. Weak, ideal for a first hunt. A chance to test his instincts. He shifted aside the stones blocking the cave entrance, confirmed his bearing, and sprinted naked into the open. 5 kilometers vanished in under 2 minutes. Yet within 100 meters of his target he slowed. Ahead sprawled a field of jagged boulders, perfect natural cover. Crouching low, he advanced silently behind the rocks until he settled into concealment behind a pile of rubble, then cautiously raised his head to observe his quarry. He fell silent. It was a cat, napping lazily atop a sun-warmed stone. Yet it measured over a meter in length, its golden pelt streaked with dark bands. Curled into a compact mound, its tail draped indolently over the rock's edge, flicking occasionally. Was this truly a cat? Back home, his neighbor's golden retriever looked modest in comparison. On Earth, this creature would reign undisputed as mountain sovereign. With no time for reflection, he tapped the matching red dot on his map. His neural interface instantly identified it. Target: gold thread, cat, stage juvenile, Tier 1 threat level, low traits, timid, swift, adept runner. Hao Changgeng drew a slow, steadying breath and unbuckled his dagger. He regulated his breathing, forcing calm. This was his first kill. On Earth, he hadn't even slaughtered a chicken. But retreat was no longer an option, to hunt or be eliminated. Silently, he emerged from behind the boulder, using scattered debris to inch forward unseen. 10 meters. 8. 5. The gold thread cat twitched an ear, sensing something. Then its eyes snapped open, their gazes locked. And the great feline bolted. Hao Changgeng seized the moment, launching himself forward like a cannonball, feet driving hard against the ground. His enhanced physiology shone brilliantly. 5 meters vanished in a blink. Before the cat managed more than a few frantic strides, he was already upon it. His dagger plunged deep into its nape. Crimson blood erupted, splattering hot across his skin. A shrill, agonized shriek tore from the beast as it staggered 3 or 4 meters farther, then collapsed, convulsing violently before falling still. Hao Changgeng stood frozen, gasping. He stared at his hands, slick with warm, dripping blood. His gaze dropped to the corpse. Dark red blood welled steadily from the wound, staining the stone beneath. His stomach churned. He bent over and retched dryly. His first act of killing, even if only a large cat, still struck visceral terror into his bones. The blades bite into living flesh. The iron-rich stench flooding his senses triggered profound physical revulsion. Gritting his teeth, he knelt and began dissecting. He searched again. Nothing. He examined the skull, thorax, and abdomen meticulously. Nothing. His first hunt ended in utter failure. Hao Changgeng sighed and rose to his feet. Gazing at the golden yellow fur, inspiration struck. With meticulous care, he used his dagger to cut out a flawless patch of pelt, then extracted the cat's sinews. He hurried to a nearby stream and began rinsing it clean. Blood washed away, revealing soft, supple fur. After minimal processing, he wrapped the pelt around his waist. Crude, yet far preferable to standing bare. Once finished, he sprinted toward the next red marker. His second hunt yielded a level 1 demonic beast resembling a cheetah, still no core. On his third attempt, he encountered a level 2 demonic beast, a stone boar, its hide thick and leathery, armored entirely in hardened keratin. It took immense effort before he seized an opening, driving his dagger deep into one of its eyes to end the beast. Though unscathed, he was utterly drained after 3 consecutive battles. Especially the boar. He had grappled with it for over 10 minutes, narrowly avoiding its razor-sharp tusks on multiple occasions. Worst of all, after half a day's grueling labor, not a single trace of a core had appeared. He glanced at his holographic interface, checking the time. Less than 10 hours remained until the next supply drop. Should he loot the fallen first? He hesitated, then shook his head. No, he was stuck at a bottleneck. Absorbing even vast quantities of origin crystals would not trigger breakthrough. What he needed now was a core, not origin crystals. He scanned the comms channel again. Teams hunting demonic beasts were already complaining about abysmal core drop rates. This drop rate is unbearable. 5 kills, 0 cores. Pure luck. Our squad killed 10 and got only 1. Count yourselves lucky. Ours has slain 15, still empty-handed. Some get 1 on their very first kill. There's simply no predicting it. Hao Changgeng sighed. Sigh. It truly comes down to fortune alone. Just as he prepared to rise and seek his next target, a distant clash of battle reached his ears. Alert, he pricked up his ears. Sound emanated from the east, a sparse forest. He immediately pulled up his map, zooming in on that region. And there it was, a crimson beacon pulsing rapidly within the woods. Its luminosity, at least level 3. He fixed his gaze upon the flickering point, mind racing. Were hunters besieging a demonic beast? Judging by its erratic trajectory, the combat was fierce. A level 3 demonic beast. If he could slip in and scavenge its core, fortune would be his. Such a core would command a value dwarfing those of levels 1 and 2. Yet the peril was immense. The combatant's strength remained unknown. Rushing and recklessly risked being drawn into the fray and losing his life. To go, or not to go. After a moment's silence, his eyes hardened. Fortune favors the bold. He resolved to become the unseen watcher, the hidden sparrow, the silent opportunist. Rising swiftly, he bolted eastward. 30 kilometers vanished in mere minutes. But he did not charge blindly into the fray. Instead, he slowed, dropped low, and crept forward, using thick underbrush for cover, inching ever closer. As distance narrowed, battle sounds sharpened. Clang, clang. The sharp ring of clashing weapons, and intermittently crisp feminine battle cries. At last, less than 100 meters from the battlefield, he found the perfect vantage, a dense thicket offering both concealment and unobstructed sight lines. He slipped silently inside, steadied his breath, and suppressed his presence to near nothingness. Then, parting the leaves before him, he peered toward the fray. A small clearing. 6 young women surrounded a creature, a dragonfly. Hao Changgeng blinked in disbelief, for this dragonfly stood 10 meters tall. 2 colossal iridescent wings unfurled like miniature helicopters hovering midair. Their silvery white surface shimmered with faint stardust with every beat. Yet its condition was dire. Jagged rents marred its translucent wings, and its stardust fell in broken, uneven bursts. Its flight had grown stiff, sluggish, no longer agile. The 6 women fought with astonishing synchrony. 5 wielded varied arms, short staves, long blades, and short spears, constantly maneuvering on the ground to draw and distract the dragonfly. Each time it lunged toward an opening, they instantly repositioned, cutting off escape, forcing it back. Farther back stood the 6th woman, their leader. Strangely, she did not engage. She stood apart, eyes locked unwaveringly on the dragonfly. 7-colored light pulsed softly within her gaze, flickering, waxing, and waning, as if channeling some rare ability. Hao Changgeng discreetly activated his interface, targeting the giant dragonfly. Instant recognition flashed. Target: Lingshu dragonfly stage, adult, tier level 3, affinity, spatial traits, mastery of short-range spatial blinking, capable of emitting faint spatial rift ripples, weakness, low defensive resilience, high stamina cost. Hao Changgeng's eyes flared with sudden intensity. Spatial affinity, identical to his own. A level 3 spatial demonic beast. Its core would contain spatial energy of unparalleled purity. Securing that core wouldn't just guarantee his ascension to level 2. It could catalyze a quantum leap in his own spatial abilities. He stared, breath quickening, then forced himself calm. 6 women. Their coordination spoke of seasoned teamwork. And their leader, her 7-hued gaze signaled a unique power actively deployed. None were to be underestimated. Hao Changgeng drew a slow, steady breath and studied the battlefield intently. Though wounded, the Lingshu dragonfly remained formidable, a rare level 3 spatial beast not easily subdued. It darted unpredictably, vanishing from the east only to reappear in the west, evading the 5 women's coordinated strikes time and again. Yet each blink sapped its speed further, clearly taxing its reserves. Though unable to land decisive blows, the 5 women displayed extraordinary patience. They abandoned reckless assaults, opting instead for methodical tightening of their formation. As for the leader, Hao Changgeng noticed that whenever the dragonfly prepared to blink, her 7-hued eyes would flare, and the dragonfly's blink would stutter, delayed by a fleeting instant. She was disrupting it. Not halting it entirely, but that fractional delay allowed the 5 to anticipate and intercept. At this pace, the dragonfly would inevitably be worn down. Hao Changgeng's mind raced. He needed a flawless plan, one ensuring his safety while securing the core. Silently, he adjusted his position deeper into the thicket, eyes never leaving the battlefield, tracking every stance, every motion, every habitual gesture. He waited for the right moment, for the perfect opportunity to strike as the unseen opportunist. At the center of the clearing, the Lingshu dragonfly shrieked, a piercing metallic cry, as its silver-white wings thrummed violently, scattering starlight like rain. The 5 women stepped back in unison, weapons raised in vigilant readiness. From the thicket, Hao Changgeng's eyes narrowed, calculating, poised, ready. At the center of the battlefield, the Lingshu Ting began to beat its wings frantically. With each furious stroke, countless star-like sparks peeled from its feathers, coalescing into slender needles of energy that shot out in every direction. Watch out! The 5 women, expecting danger, staggered back to evade. Yet the needles were too dense. 3 of them failed to fully escape and were pierced in the shoulder or arm. With a muffled groan, they retreated from the fighting ring and tended to their wounds at the edge of the fray. After releasing that volley, the Lingshu Ting's aura noticeably waned. In that instant, the leader's eyes flared and 2 beam-like shafts of light tore forth, striking straight into the Lingshu Ting's head. The enormous beast hung motionless in midair. "Quick!" the leader barked. The 2 uninjured women seized the rare opening and leaped high. Their long blades traced twin cold flashes, plunging viciously into the creature's body. The Lingshu Ting emitted a piercing, agonized screech and at last broke free of its rigid paralysis. It writhed wildly, flinging the 2 women to the ground. The wounds the blades left were deep to the bone. A silver-white ichor welled and flowed from the rents. "Put more force into it. It's almost finished," the leader urged. Though the light in her eyes had dimmed, she held her gaze locked on the Lingshu Ting. Another 10 minutes of brutal struggle ensued. At last, the Lingshu Ting could no longer sustain itself. Its dreamlike silver wings drooped inertly, and the scattered starlight faded. The massive body swayed in the air before collapsing with a thunderous crash that sent dust billowing up. The battle was over. They breathed out and collapsed, their bodies mottled with bleeding wounds. Yet each of them wore the wry smile of those who had survived a calamity. "Finally, we won." The light in the leader's eyes dissipated entirely as she rubbed her aching temples, but did not immediately step forward. She remained where she stood for a few more seconds. Only after confirming the Lingshu Ting had utterly lost the ability to resist did she slowly approach the corpse. From her waist, she drew a short knife and with practiced hands split open the creature's head, raking through the blood-slicked skull cavity. Soon she carefully withdrew an object from within. It was a fist-sized crystal bathed in a dreamlike silver-white glow. It was not a regular geometric shape. Its surface bore innumerable delicate facets, each refracting a faint gleam. Most astonishingly, a nebula seemed to flow slowly within the crystal's depths. It was pure spatial energy imprisoned within that tiny space. Even with a smear of viscous fluid upon its surface, nothing could diminish its peerless beauty. The instant the crystal was drawn out, Hao Changgeng, sheltering 100 meters away, felt something stir within him. He perceived it. A tremor from the depths of his soul. The pull of a same origin, a tribute, a longing carved into his very genes. The void within him shuddered wildly, as if crying out his name. "Get it. We must get it." One of the women cried in excitement. "It's really space attribute. Amazing." The leader finally relaxed. She wiped the grime from the crystal with her sleeve, cradled it in her palm, and admired the hard-won spoils. The 5 women clustered around her. Though wounded, their faces shone with elation. Sister Ching were set for life this time. A 3rd-rank spatial crystal core. Exchange it for source crystals, and we could get at least 50, one suggested. "Why sell? Keep it for ourselves. Anyone with a spatial affinity would skyrocket using it." They chattered eagerly, completely immersed in their triumph. Their guard was at its lowest in that moment. Opportunity. From the underbrush, Hao Changgeng's eyes flashed cold. Without a moment's hesitation, he tensed his right arm and hurled his dagger with all his strength. The dagger did not fly straight. It traced an uncanny arc through the air. He had practiced this trick countless times, using the blade's shape and spin to forge an erratic, unpredictable path. The apparent target was the leader's leg, a feint to force a guard. The true gambit was elsewhere. At the moment the dagger left his hand, Hao Changgeng poured every last drop of his source energy into his legs. The violent surge of power erupted, and his body shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. Then a ripping sound split the air. The crude beast-skin apron pinned about his waist was caught on a thicket, and at the instant he sprang, it was torn clean away, left snagged among the brambles. He was suddenly naked from the waist down, but there was no time to care. The 6 women heard the commotion and turned as one. They froze. Before them was a man of impossibly perfect form, naked, hurtling toward them with astonishing speed. The fluid musculature, the explosive grace of his movement. Several of the women went blank. The leader reacted fastest, instinctively whipping her short knife upward to parry. Clang! Her blade struck the flying dagger's side with a shower of sparks. Hao Changgeng had thrown with great force. The dagger's path shifted slightly, and her body involuntarily lurched. Even so, the altered trajectory still carved a shallow gash along the outside of her thigh. "Ah," she cried. In that flash, Hao Changgeng was already upon her. She had no time to respond. The crystal core that still bore her warmth was gone from her palm. It had changed possession. "Pervert! Sex thief! Stop right there!" The 5 women snapped back to fury and lashed out with their weapons. But Hao Changgeng had been set to this moment. His speed had reached its limit, and the flashing blades fell behind him. He did not look back, only called out a single sentence. "Thanks." Then naked he vanished among the jagged rocks. "Pursue him. Quick!" Sister Qing clutched her bleeding thigh, fury burning in her eyes. Their prize, snatched by a nude man, and she injured in the process. The humiliation was unbearable, a wound to their pride. The 5 women howled in fury and gave chase. "Sex thief! Stop! Pervert, don't run! Sisters, catch him! Make him pay!" The angry shouts pursued him, and Hao Changgeng felt a murderous intent aimed squarely at his groin. It spurred him to an even greater burst of speed. He exploited his agility to the full, choosing the most tortuous ground, rubble-strewn slopes, thorny thickets, gullies that cleaved the mountainside. The 5 women, already bloodied and spent, had exhausted most of their source energy. With injuries slowing them, they could not match his full-flight pace. In under 3 minutes, the curses and pursuit had faded entirely. Yet Hao Changgeng dared not relax. He looped through the cragged ranges several times more to be sure he was not followed, and only when certain he was untracked did he slip toward his concealed cave. Once inside the familiar hollow, and after carefully sealing the entrance, his taut nerves eased a little, and his heart pounded wildly in his chest. The hand that held the crystal was slick with sweat. That was so thrilling, he panted, a crooked grin spreading across his face. No wonder so many on launching enjoyed streaking naked. It truly lent a sense of untamed freedom. He steadied his breath and lowered his head to examine the crystal core. Even in the dim cave, it still radiated a dazzling starlight. The countless facets refracted light, illuminating the entire cave in a dreamlike manner. What excited him even more was that the space within him was now trembling violently. A series of intense pulsations echoed. This was desire and eagerness that could not be contained. There was no time to admire the beautiful scenery, nor to consider how furious the women would be. Hao Changgeng sat cross-legged, placing the crystal core in his palm and closing his eyes. He activated the Yuan Qingju, attempting to communicate with the surging and pure spatial energy within the core. Whether he could break through the bottleneck hinged on this moment. Meanwhile, on the open ground, 6 women gathered together again, the atmosphere becoming oppressive to the extreme. Sister Qing's wound had been urgently treated, tightly wrapped with cloth, yet blood continued to seep through. Her face was ashen, staring fiercely in the direction where Hao Changgeng had vanished without uttering a word. "Sister Qing, your injury?" a woman cautiously inquired. "It's just a superficial wound, nothing serious." Her voice was extremely cold. "That despicable pervert, I will remember him. It's infuriating. After all our hard work, we ended up making a wedding dress for that lecherous scoundrel. When I catch him, I will definitely castrate him." The women cursed in unison. Sister Qing took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within her. "This time we were careless, thinking this place was remote and would not attract anyone. Next time we must leave someone on guard outside and absolutely cannot make the same mistake again." "Right." She paused and continued. "Immediately offer a bounty for that pervert's location on the communication channel. Reward 3, no 6 source crystals. We must teach this pervert a lesson." "Sister Qing, I was just about to take a photo of the crystal core with my light brain when that pervert rushed over." A woman suddenly spoke up. "I captured his appearance." She opened the light brain on her wrist, pulling up a video. As the holographic projection unfolded, Hao Changgeng's naked figure was clearly presented from various angles, his muscles tense while running smooth lines, and that handsome face. The women looked at the image, all turning red. After all, they were young women in their 20s, and this scene was indeed quite shocking. Sister Qing cleared her throat. "All right, let's post this. We must capture that pervert." The woman nodded, sending the captured photo and a text to the communication channel. "Everyone come and see this despicable pervert. As a grown man, he actually stole from us weak women and injured our eldest sister. Everyone judge for yourselves. If anyone sees this pervert, please inform us of his location. We will provide a generous reward." She thought for a moment, and then added a lengthy piece of moralistic prose portraying herself as a pitiful victim. She expected these people to side with her just as they did back on Blue Star. She wanted to use public pressure to make that pervert nowhere to hide. However, the tone of the communication channel was completely different from what she had imagined. "Damn, this guy is quite the character. I must say this style is fantastic. Damn, tomorrow I will go naked too. I feel like wearing clothes will affect my combat power." Naked Runner makes his debut. Respect. Birdwalker. Forever the Birdwalker. Weak women. Can you 6 weak women defeat a 3rd-tier monster? If you truly are weak women, I will live stream myself castrating. Laughing to death 6 against 1, and still being counter-killed can't you play? Soon a crowd began to cheer, giving Hao Changgeng various nicknames. Naked Runner, Birdwalker, Big Kuan, the Wind-like, Man, the Galaxy's strongest man. And the pile of small essays she posted was completely ignored. Instead, in this tense survival atmosphere, the images of Hao Changgeng running naked became a rare source of entertainment, slightly easing everyone's frayed nerves. The woman exploded with rage. You see, back on Blue Star, she had hundreds of fans as a streamer, often stirring up gender opposition and guiding public opinion. She never expected that here no one would care about her. Enraged and embarrassed, she began to post another lengthy essay. You filthy men, why can't you respect women? We weak women have already been harmed by him, why do you still support him? You are all the same. A bunch of perverts. Well, this completely stirred up a hornet's nest. Her original intention was to disguise herself as a pitiful victim to invoke the protective instincts of men. But she forgot that everyone here was struggling desperately for survival. Who had the leisure to indulge her? This is outer space, not Blue Star. Stop pretending to be pitiful here. Where did this green tea come from? Who brought green tea here? Polluting the environment. Weak women. Will you say once more that you are weak women? Did you drown third-tier monsters with your tears? Assessment complete, pure green tea. This woman was also hot-tempered and immediately retorted. What do you shameless people understand? You should let us level up first and leave here. Adding fuel to the fire. Onaji, completely igniting everyone's fury. Come on, send the location, I will go and deal with you now. Brothers, let's team up, who's going? I want to see how thick this woman's skin is. Brothers, I have a cleanliness obsession, can I go first? Seeing the public opinion completely turning against her, the woman finally panicked. In this lawless place, if these men surrounded them, the consequences would be unimaginable. She fumbled to turn off the light-brain communication. On the open ground, there was a deathly silence. After a long while, a woman weakly spoke. Xiao Yi, were you a bit too impulsive just now? The girl called Xiao Yi's face was pale and flushed, opening her mouth, but unable to say a word. Sister Qing rubbed her forehead, tiredly sighing. From now on, you shut up and don't post anything else. At the same time, in a distant forest, two men were resting against a giant tree. One of them was boredly scrolling through the communication channel when he suddenly burst out laughing. What the hell, Lao Air? The other man leaned over. What's going on? Look, the holographic projection unfolded, showing Hao Changgeng's naked figure from various angles in front of the two. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter at the same time. This kid. Always so ostentatious wherever he goes. The speaker was Wang Lei, Hao Changgeng's roommate, nicknamed Lei Go. The other, named Zhang Hong, was also a close friend from the same dormitory. He laughed. Should we move closer to Lao Air's direction and give him some support? Wang Lei shook his head. It's still uncertain where he is specifically. Looking at the terrain, he should be quite far from us. Let's level up first. With Lao Air's brain, he should be able to get through this crisis. Zhang Hong nodded, glancing at the holographic image again, unable to help but smile. But seriously, when did this kid build this physique? Wasn't he always lying in bed reading novels in the dormitory? Who knows? Wang Lei put away the light brain and stood up. Let's go continue farming monsters, we can't be left behind, while Lao Air takes off. The two figures disappeared into the depths of the forest. At this moment, Hao Changgeng was still in the cave, making his final breakthrough. He was completely unaware of the public opinion swirling outside. He was even unaware that he had become the top trending internet celebrity in the entire communication channel. The crystal core in his palm was slightly warm, and the space within him was trembling wildly. The invisible bottleneck was being struck time and again. The breakthrough was right before him. Hao Changgeng was currently in a mystical state. His source energy had reached its limit, resembling a balloon on the verge of bursting. The silver-white crystal core in his palm was continuously releasing pure spatial power, resonating and merging with the source energy within him, repeatedly battering against an invisible barrier. Once, twice, thrice, pop. Deep within it seemed that something had broken. In that instant, all the source energy surged forth like a flood, breaching a dam, wildly circulating through his meridians before finally converging into that mysterious space. His entire perception and power were rising at an astonishing speed. Hao Changgeng opened his eyes. A glimmer of silver-white starlight flashed fleetingly in the depths of his pupils. He moved his body, feeling the surging power within him, at least several times stronger than before. He even had the illusion that he could withstand a shot from a Barrett without a scratch. Is this what it means to be at level 2? He murmured to himself, clenching his fist. What delighted him even more was the space in his mind. At this moment, it was no longer that hazy mist, but had solidified significantly. He could vaguely discern that it was a closed, independent space of about 3 to 4 cubic meters. He could clearly sense its existence. His mind stirred. A massive rock in the cave vanished into thin air. In the next second, it reappeared in its original position. Hao Changgeng smiled. As expected, he could control this space. Although he could only store some smaller items for now, he knew that 100 turtle mech would definitely not fit inside, but this was enough to excite him. He repeated the experiment several times, suddenly realizing, where was the dagger? He had thrown it like a dart and hadn't had time to pick it up while running. Forget it, I'll worry about it later. He pushed aside the massive rock blocking the cave entrance and stepped out. Taking a deep breath to stretch, he then sprinted off into the distance. He wanted to test how fast he could run at level 2. The wind howled past his ears as the gravel underfoot flew backward. He felt as though he had transformed into a fleeting shadow. Then a thought struck him. While running, he tapped into a trace of weak spatial perception. Instantly, the surrounding space trembled. His body became ethereal for a moment, as if he had merged with this space. In the next second, he shifted several meters away, appearing in a different location. Hao Changgeng was stunned. Then he was overjoyed. Teleportation. Although the distance was short, only 5 or 6 meters, it was true teleportation. With this divine skill, who would be able to catch him in the future? He continuously teleported several times in the desert until most of his source energy was consumed, then reluctantly stopped. At that moment, a gentle breeze brushed past, leaving him feeling a chill. I need to get a skirt first. He opened his holographic computer and checked the time. This breakthrough had taken a full 3 days. The communication channel was still buzzing with activity. He casually clicked on it to see what recent news there was. Then his expression darkened. Has the naked running guy logged in today? The naked running guy hasn't appeared for 3 days. Has he been caught and made a bandit husband? What do you think those 6 women would do if they caught the naked running guy? Steam him or braise him? I bet they would likely castrate him. Laughing to death. Alongside these jests, his naked running figure was repeatedly spammed on the screen from various angles in high definition. Hao Changgeng's face turned red. It was definitely those girls doing. So they took photos secretly, but couldn't they keep them to themselves? Why post them online? However, he looked at those photos and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, quite wild. After tidying up, he opened his holographic computer again. Next resupply drop in less than 3 hours. The urgent task at hand was to make a skirt. He couldn't keep hanging like this. Moreover, he also wanted to test his combat power at level 2 just in time to find a monster to practice on. On the map, there was a slightly brighter red dot about 20 kilometers away. A level 2 monster. This was it. Hao Changgeng gathered his strength and sprinted towards that direction. 20 kilometers in less than 2 minutes. This speed was terrifying. Soon he spotted his target, an animal resembling a leopard. It was over 3 meters long, covered in golden fur with black spots. It was lying on a rock, soaking up the sun, lazily flicking its tail. With the dagger gone, Hao Changgeng could only rely on hand-to-hand combat. But he felt no fear. He wanted to see if he could take down a level 2 monster with his bare hands. Taking a deep breath, he lunged forward. The leopard immediately sensed him, and instead of fleeing, let out a low growl, digging its claws into the ground and pouncing towards him. This monster had quite the temper. As man and leopard crossed paths in the air, just as the leopard's claws were about to touch him, Hao Changgeng's figure flickered and appeared behind it. Teleportation. He swung his fist and struck fiercely at the leopard's back. Bang! The dull sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed. The leopard yelped in pain and turned around, pouncing again. Hao Changgeng didn't dodge and engaged it directly in hand-to-hand combat. The sensation of fists connecting with flesh ignited a strange thrill within him. The leopard's explosive power was formidable and it was fast, but its stamina was clearly lacking. Initially, it could trade blows with him, but after 5 minutes its movements noticeably slowed and its strength diminished considerably. In contrast, Hao Changgeng grew more and more invigorated, his fists covered in blood, some from the leopard, some from himself. He seemed tireless, relentlessly hammering the leopard's head. Finally, the leopard let out a mournful cry and collapsed. Hao Changgeng rode on it, delivering a few more punches to ensure it was completely dead before standing up panting. He looked at his achievement, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Without a dagger, he had used sheer brute force to tear the leopard's skin off and extracted its tendons. He then found a nearby stream to clean the fur, and after simple processing, wrapped it around his waist. A brand new leopard print skirt was freshly made. He looked into the stream and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, quite wild. After finishing up, he opened his holographic computer again. Next resupply drop in less than 3 hours. The urgent task was to find a hiding spot and wait. 3 hours passed quickly. The resupply point refreshed. This time luck didn't seem to be on his side. The nearest resupply point was over 200 kilometers away. However, 200 kilometers was just a 10-minute matter for him now. He got up and sprinted towards that direction. When he was about 50 kilometers away from the target, he faintly heard the sounds of battle. Clearly someone had discovered the supply crate in advance, and both sides were vying for it. Hao Changgeng's eyes brightened. Could there be another opportunity for a good catch? He wore a mischievous smile, slowing down and stealthily approaching the source of the noise. As he got closer, he parted the bushes and focused his gaze. At the center of the battlefield, a man was being surrounded by 2 others looking utterly helpless with several wounds on him. Though both sides were at level 1, the unknown clearly put him at a disadvantage. Was that the man being attacked, Lao Si? Hao Changgeng's eyes widened. Indeed, it was his dorm mate, the 4th in rank, Li Ming. Thief! Hao Changgeng shouted, leaping from his hiding place. Don't harm my son. The loud shout stunned the 3 men. They looked up to see a man with a bare upper body wearing a leopard print skirt around his waist charging towards them with astonishing speed. That aura, level 2. It was definitely level 2. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Li Ming's expression instantly shifted from shock to joy as he shouted, "Second brother, hurry and save me." The two attackers exchanged glances and then looked at the imposing Hao Changgeng. Without hesitation, they turned and ran. The gap between level 2 and level 1 cannot be compensated by numbers. Besides, this guy looked fierce, oh why would they wait to get beaten? Hao Changgeng did not pursue, but landed beside Li Ming smiling as he looked at him. "If it weren't for me arriving in time today, you would have been done for." They usually referred to each other as father and son, joking around. Li Ming panted heavily, wiping the blood off his face. "Damn it, I did it for you." "For me?" "Yeah. A couple of days ago those girls put a bounty on you. I was worried you couldn't handle it alone, so I've been searching this direction for several days." Hao Changgeng felt warmth in his heart. Though they often insulted each other, these brothers were truly reliable in critical moments. "Alright, enough chit-chat." He walked towards the supply box. "Let's grab the stuff and get out of here." The supply box was opened, revealing 8 source crystals lying quietly inside. There was also a black and shiny wolf fang staff covered in sharp spikes, looking extremely fierce. Hao Changgeng's eyes lit up as he stored the source crystals and the wolf fang staff into his storage space. "Let's go." He pulled Li Ming and sprinted away. The supply box was too conspicuous and others would come quickly. They couldn't stay long. The two ran frantically until they entered a complex mountainous area, finally finding a hidden cave to stop. Hao Changgeng sealed the cave entrance and looked at Li Ming. "Do you have contact with the first and third?" Li Ming shook his head. "I sent a few messages, but there were too many notifications. I don't know if they saw them, and those two don't know where they ran off to." Hao Changgeng frowned slightly, but had no way to solve it. "Are you at the level 1 bottleneck now?" "I've been there for a while," Li Ming sighed. "But I can't find the crystal core. I originally wanted to gather more source crystals to exchange for one, but you know this thing is valuable, but hard to come by." Hao Changgeng pondered for a moment and stood up. "Let's go first get you a crystal core so you can advance to level 2. Li Ming's eyes lit up. "Great. Where are we going?" "First we need to find a beast." "What attribute of source energy did you awaken?" Li Ming's face fell. "I don't have any attributes, I'm a blank slate." "Damn, how unfair." Hao Changgeng smiled and said, "That makes it easier. We'll look for a beast with an attribute and see if we can induce a mutation in your source energy." "Mutation?" Li Ming perked up. "Then I want lightning power." "That would be so cool." Hao Changgeng slapped him on the back of the head. "Are you being picky now? Where do you expect me to find a lightning-type beast?" "Whatever we encounter, let's go." The two exited the cave, and Hao Changgeng opened the map, starting to search for nearby beasts. After half a day, they had hunted down 8 level 2 beasts. Hao Changgeng wielded the wolf fang staff, fiercely looking like a wild man in that leopard print skirt. Li Ming assisted from the side. Though his combat power was not as strong, he did contribute. 8 beasts, yet they had nothing to show for it. "This drop rate is too pitiful." Li Ming couldn't help but complain. "Shut up, keep going." The 9th one was a wind wolf. This wind wolf was extremely fast and could control wind blades to attack, causing quite a bit of trouble for the two. But Hao Changgeng's strength had surged dramatically, and with his teleportation ability, he relentlessly pursued it, striking it down with over a dozen blows before finally killing it. At the moment he split its skull, a cyan blue crystal rolled out. A crystal core. The two exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of joy. Hao Changgeng picked up the crystal core and examined it carefully. This crystal core was entirely cyan blue, and inside it seemed to be a miniature tornado slowly swirling with faint wind traces flowing. "Wind attribute." He handed the crystal core to Li Ming. "Though it's not lightning, it will do. Wind attributes are fast and have strong survival capabilities, not a loss at all." Li Ming took the crystal core, grinning from ear to ear. "It will do, it's quite satisfactory. Let's go back to the cave." The two returned to the hidden cave where Hao Changgeng had been. "Fourth brother, you stay here and focus on your cultivation. I'll go collect some more source crystals." He patted Li Ming's shoulder. "Don't rush, take your time." Li Ming nodded, sitting cross-legged, tightly gripping the crystal core as he began to absorb it. Hao Changgeng glanced at him, then crawled out and sealed the cave entrance again. He opened the map again to check the nearest supply point. Luck was on his side. There was a refresh point about 100 kilometers away. Hao Changgeng immediately sprinted towards the supply point. Meanwhile, another group had also discovered this target, racing towards it with great urgency. However, by the time Hao Changgeng arrived, there was already a person standing in front of the supply box. It was a burly man towering at nearly 2 meters with arms that looked intimidatingly strong. He had evidently just arrived and was preparing to collect the supplies. Without a word, Hao Changgeng picked up the wolf fang staff and struck. The man reacted extremely quickly, flipping his hands to reveal a yellowish glow in his palms. The next second, his hands seemed to turn to rock, firmly blocking the incoming wolf fang staff. Clang! The immense sound of metal colliding echoed, shaking the surrounding air. Both men took a step back, their gazes becoming serious. Level 2. This man was also level 2. Moreover, he had awakened Earth-type source energy, focusing primarily on strength and defense. The man sized up Hao Changgeng, his gaze falling on the leopard print skirt around his waist, and his mouth twitched. "You're that bird-walking hero." Hao Changgeng's face darkened. "Let's talk, take this." The man was also quick-tempered, and as his fists collided, a dull sound rang out. "Let me see how strong you are." The two clashed again. The wolf fang staff and the rocky fists collided fiercely, with each exchange erupting in a thunderous roar. The man's strength was indeed terrifying. Each punch could shatter stone, but Hao Changgeng quickly discovered his weakness. His speed was too slow. Earth-type source energy enhanced strength and defense, but sacrificed agility. Though the man was immensely powerful, he couldn't even touch the hem of Hao Changgeng's clothing. Relying on his speed advantage, Hao Changgeng struck from all angles, leaving the man in disarray. In less than 5 minutes, the man could no longer endure. "Stop, stop, stop." He retreated, repeatedly gasping for breath as he shouted, "Cohen bro, stop." "I concede." Hao Changgeng lowered the wolf fang staff, looking at him with a smirk. The man pointed at the supply box and said, "There are 10 source crystals inside. I didn't take a single one, they're all yours." I'm going, is that enough?" With that, he ran off without looking back. Hao Changgeng did not pursue, but opened the supply box, and sure enough, there lay 10 source crystals. He happily stored them in his space. Adding to the previous 8, he now had a total of 18 source crystals. Just as he prepared to retreat, a strong sense of crisis surged from the depths of his heart. Instinctively, he sidestepped, and an arrow grazed his cheek, nailing itself into the rock. Behind him, the arrow tail buzzing and trembling. If he hadn't reacted quickly, that arrow would have pierced his head. Hao Changgeng turned to look. He saw 6 figures lined up on a nearby boulder. The leading woman, Lu Qing, was coldly staring at him, her short blade glinting with a cold light. Beside her, another woman held a longbow, clearly the one who had shot that arrow. "You guys again?" Hao Changgeng smiled broadly. "Thanks to you ladies for your previous sponsorship, I was able to smoothly advance to level 2. The conditions here are simple, so I won't entertain you. I'll take my leave first." With that, he turned and ran. However, the woman with the bow was evidently unwilling when another arrow was shot. This arrow was faster and had a more cunning angle, and Hao Changgeng had his back to her, making it impossible to dodge. The arrow sliced through the air, aimed at his back. Just as it was about to hit, Hao Changgeng's figure suddenly became illusory, as if blending into the surrounding space. The arrow passed through his body as if it had gone through an illusion, shooting off into the distance. The next second, his figure solidified again, and without looking back, he vanished into the rubble, leaving only one phrase behind: "Until we meet again." The 6 women stood still, no one chased after him. After reaching level 2, Hao Changgeng's speed was too fast for them to catch up. The woman with the bow looked at her hand, murmuring, "I clearly aimed. Why did it go through? Is his speed already fast enough to leave an afterimage?" Lu Qing's eyes gradually dimmed. She was silent for a moment before softly saying, "It's not speed." In that instant, his body became ethereal. Though it was only for a moment, it indeed dodged your arrow. The others exchanged glances. "Damn, he has gotten stronger again," one woman said resentfully. Lu Qing did not speak again, but gazed in the direction where Hao Changgeng had disappeared, her expression complex. The man in the leopard print skirt wielding the wolf fang staff lingered in her mind. Though it infuriated her, deep within her heart something seemed to be quietly changing. When Hao Changgeng returned to the cave with 18 source crystals, Li Ming was still sitting cross-legged in place, eyes tightly closed. However, the glow of the wind attribute crystal core in his palm had already dimmed considerably. He did not disturb him, simply sitting quietly at the side, and began to absorb the source crystals. Since advancing to the 2nd level, his absorption speed had increased to more than double. Previously, it took 8 or 9 hours to absorb one, but now it could be done in 3 or 4 hours. All 18 source crystals were absorbed in less than 3 days. During these 3 days, Li Ming maintained that posture, remaining completely still. His condition was somewhat strange. His brow occasionally furrowed, and then relaxed, while a faint azure glow sometimes flickered around him, quickly dissipating. Hao Changgeng knew that he was diligently trying to perceive the wind attribute power within the crystal core, attempting to fuse and mutate his own source energy with it. After all, his original source energy had no attributes, which was both a disadvantage and an advantage. Without a fixed attribute, it meant infinite possibilities. 3 days later, Hao Changgeng's source energy had reached a new height. He closed his eyes to sense it silently calculating in his heart. It took about 10 source crystals to advance from the 1st to the 2nd level. From the 2nd to the 3rd level, it would take approximately 20. Having absorbed these 18 crystals, he had reached the late stage of the 2nd level, just a step away from breaking through. According to this pattern, it would require 40 crystals to advance from the 3rd to the 4th level, 80 from the 4th to the 5th. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. His current goal was singular: advance to the 3rd level as quickly as possible and then find Li Xing. He glanced at Li Ming, who was still immersed in his cultivation. He quietly stood up, moved aside the large rock at the cave entrance, sealed it up again, and set off on his journey to collect source crystals once more. However, this time the situation changed. As time passed, more and more old acquaintances from Blue Star began to contact each other, forming small groups. The communication channel was filled with messages like team up in XX area and XX University Alumni Association. This made it somewhat difficult for Hao Changgeng, who preferred to go solo. No matter how strong he was, he could not withstand the sheer number of opponents. Often, just as he fixed his gaze on a lone target, the person would shout for help and a crowd would emerge. Now he only hoped for Li Ming to break through soon. If the two of them acted together, their efficiency would be much higher. Fortunately, hard work pays off. One day, he discovered 3 isolated targets on a stretch of gravel plain. 3 people all at the first level. Without hesitation, Hao Changgeng charged at them with his wolf-tooth club. The 3 were resting behind a rock. Suddenly, they saw a man wearing a leopard print skirt wielding a wolf-tooth club descending from the sky, instantly scaring them out of their wits. Once they recognized his face, they were even more terrified. The naked brother. Almost no one on this planet did not recognize that face. Although he had been robbing everywhere recently, one thing was known to all. This guy only robbed and did not kill. As long as they obediently handed over their source crystals, at most, they would just suffer a beating. However, the embarrassing part was that the 3 were speaking in Sakura language. Hao Changgeng listened to them babbling away, but he could not understand a single word. But their bowing and scraping posture along with their fearful expressions was clearly begging for mercy. The 3 trembled as they took out their meager 6 source crystals, offering them with both hands while mumbling something incessantly. Hao Changgeng glanced at them. From Sakura country, huh? He raised his wolf-tooth club and delivered a flurry of punches. The cries echoed across the gravel plain. 5 minutes later, Hao Changgeng left with 6 source crystals in hand. Only 3 bruised Sakura men were left limping as they helped each other to find a place to recover. They could only resign themselves to their bad luck for encountering this notorious character. In the next 2 days, Hao Changgeng continued to collect some source crystals. Some were stolen, and some were found in supply boxes totaling up to 12. He estimated that Li Ming should be on the verge of breakthrough, so he returned to the cave. Indeed, Li Ming had awakened. As soon as Hao Changgeng moved the large rock, he saw a face filled with excitement. Second brother. Li Ming rushed over and grabbed his shoulder. My source energy has mutated. It really has mutated. Hao Changgeng felt dizzy from his shaking. All right, I got it. Let's go out and try it out. The 2 came outside the cave. Li Ming took a deep breath, focused his energy, and waved his right hand forward. A blue source energy shot out from his palm, coalescing into a palm-sized wind blade in midair, whistling as it flew towards a small tree with a trunk the size of a bowl. Crack! The trunk snapped in response, the cut smooth as a mirror. Hao Changgeng's eyes lit up. Not bad. Li Ming retracted his hand, his face filled with pride. How about it? Isn't it cool, eh? Cool. Hao Changgeng patted his shoulder. Then he took out 10 source crystals and handed them to him. I just need to absorb 2 more to reach the peak of the 2nd level. After I break through, we can hunt some demon beasts together. Li Ming accepted the source crystals and nodded. The 2 sealed the cave entrance again. After a brief retreat, Hao Changgeng smoothly reached the peak of the 2nd level. His source energy had filled to the limit, and he just needed a suitable crystal core to break through to the 3rd level. He woke Li Ming, who was still absorbing source crystals. Let's go find some demon beasts first. Wait until we find a suitable one, then you can continue absorbing. The 2 stepped out of the cave, and Hao Changgeng opened the map to begin searching for the slightly brighter red dots. In the following 2 days, they nearly scoured an area of several thousand kilometers. However, the rarity of spatial attribute demon beasts exceeded Hao Changgeng's imagination. They had encountered fire-type, ice-type, and lightning-type demon beasts. They even encountered a rare psychic demon fox, but not a single spatial type. The only thing remotely related was a 2nd-level void rat. It was only slightly larger than an ordinary rat, and had almost no combat power except for a brief ability to disappear. Hao Changgeng looked at the trembling void rat, feeling a bit downcast. What if? Li Ming suggested tentatively. Should we keep searching? Hao Changgeng sighed. Let's go. His intention was to find a 4th-level spatial attribute demon beast. The higher the level of the crystal core, the purer the energy it contained, and the greater the harvest after the breakthrough. But reality was staring them in the face. Finding a 3rd-level one would be considered a stroke of luck. 2 days of continuous running had left both of them somewhat exhausted. They found a massive ancient tree, climbed to the top, and concealed themselves among its lush branches and leaves. Here the view was open, and they could rest while planning their next steps. Li Ming leaned against the trunk and suddenly said, what if? We post a bounty in the communication channel. See if anyone knows the whereabouts of spatial attribute demon beasts. Hao Changgeng shook his head. Not very appropriate. In places like this, trust among people is basically non-existent. What if it's a trap? Li Ming fell silent. Indeed, on this planet where even laws did not exist, trust was the most extravagant thing. While they were in silence, Li Ming suddenly tensed up and sat up straight. Someone is coming this way. He squinted into the distance, running very fast. Looks like a woman. Hao Changgeng followed his gaze. In the distance, a graceful figure was sprinting across the gravel plain. It was a young woman with obvious injuries, her clothes torn, exposing large patches of snow-white skin. Her steps were staggered clearly at her limit. She was still at the second level. Looking further back, 3 figures were closely pursuing her. The leading person was also at the second level, followed by 2 first-level lackeys. The distance was closing in. The leading man shouted something while chasing, but it was too far to hear clearly. However, the lewdness in his tone could be felt from a distance. The woman did not look back, desperately running. But with occasional thrown spears from behind, she had to divert her attention to dodge, causing her speed to slow down. Li Ming looked at Hao Changgeng. "Second brother, what should we do?" Hao Changgeng remained silent. Such things were already common occurrences on this planet. Without legal constraints, everyone was starting from scratch. Grudges and hatred from their previous lives on Blue Star would explode tenfold here. Murder, robbery, and bullying the weak. These played out every day. He was no saint and did not want to meddle. Forget it. He shook his head. We just need to take care of ourselves. However, things did not go as planned. The direction in which the woman was fleeing happened to lead to the ancient tree where they were hiding. Damn it, Hao Changgeng cursed. It can't be this coincidental, right? What he did not know was that this woman had awakened a special source energy, perception. Although it possessed no offensive power, the perception was remarkably strong. She sensed 2 powerful auras on the tree from a distance. She had no choice but to take a gamble. If she fell into the hands of those behind her, she would rather die. As the distance closed, Hao Changgeng's expression grew serious as he exchanged a glance with Li Ming. The tacit understanding developed over many years allowed a single look to convey 1,000 words. Li Ming nodded slightly. Hao Changgeng took a deep breath and leaped down from the tree. His sudden appearance stunned everyone. Upon seeing the newcomer, the woman's eyes instantly ignited with a glimmer of hope as she staggered over. "Naked brother, save me." Hao Changgeng's face darkened. What the hell, that sounded quite smooth. This girl really doesn't understand the situation. Can't she be a bit sweeter when asking for help? The 3 pursuers also stopped. The leading man narrowed his eyes slightly upon recognizing Hao Changgeng's unique attire, but quickly regained his fierce expression. "Naked brother," he said with a forced smile. "I know you're quite strong, but just you alone can't stop the 3 of us, can you? I advise you to mind your own business and scram." This girl was the first one we set our eyes on. That amused Hao Changgeng. Oh dear, my little temper. Without saying another word, he grabbed his wolf-tooth club and swung it at the man. Although the man appeared tough, he was actually panicking inside. His reputation preceded him. Hao Changgeng had been robbing everywhere and was already infamous. Ordinary people would avoid him, but with 2 little brothers at his side, he steeled himself and drew a long knife to confront Hao Changgeng. "You don't know what's good for you. Do you think you can be a hero and save the damsel? Today I'll make you a bear." The wolf-tooth club collided with the long knife. Clang! With a loud bang, the man was knocked back 5 or 6 steps, his hands numb, and nearly losing his knife. Second-tier peak. His face changed dramatically. At that moment, his 2 little brothers attempted to sneak attack from the sides. 2 green wind blades shot down from the tree, whistling towards the 2 men. The 2 hurriedly dodged. Although they avoided a fatal strike, their faces were still slashed, blood gushing out. The man's expression changed drastically. Naked brother has accomplices. He made a snap decision and turned to run, not even caring about his 2 little brothers. Hao Changgeng watched dumbfounded. With such courage, he can be a boss. The 2 little brothers were even more terrified, raising their hands and standing frozen in place. They had no idea how many more people were hiding in the shadows. If the 2 wind blades had aimed at their throats, they would have been dead. Hao Changgeng cast a disdainful glance at them. "Leave the source crystals and scram." The 2, as if granted amnesty, tremblingly pulled out 5 source crystals from their bodies and placed them on the ground before fleeing without looking back. Hao Changgeng stored the source crystals and turned to look at the woman. At this moment, she was leaning against the tree, panting heavily. When she saw him looking over, her body visibly trembled, her eyes filled with both gratitude and fear. Hao Changgeng remained silent, his expression one of playful curiosity as he studied her. The woman felt uneasy under his gaze. Her eyes started to dart away, unwilling to meet his. After a long time, she finally mustered her courage to speak softly. "Tish, thank you, naked brother, for saving my life." Hao Changgeng still did not speak, merely raising an eyebrow slightly. This woman was not very old, seemingly in her early 20s, and quite attractive. Although she was currently covered in wounds and dirty, her features were still striking. Being stared at like this made the woman uneasy. What does naked brother want to do? She instinctively took a step back, her eyes beginning to evade. Hao Changgeng suddenly questioned, "It seems you knew we were here all along." The woman's body stiffened slightly. "The direction you fled just now had several escape routes that were clearly better." Hao Changgeng pointed into the distance. "To the east is a rocky area easy to hide. To the west is a ravine area where you could use the terrain to maneuver. Yet you specifically chose this path, heading straight to where we were hiding." He stepped forward, his tone taking on a playful note. "I wonder if you could give me an explanation." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ming jumped down from the tree, landing behind her. The 2 men flanked her, trapping her in the middle. The woman clearly panicked. Instinctively, she used her tattered clothing to cover her exposed fair skin, but could not block the two scrutinizing gazes. She stammered, I am Su Xiaoya, 19 years old. The man from earlier was someone who pursued me back on Blue Star. I didn't agree who knew he would come here too. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. As for how I was able to find you, it's because after awakening my source energy, my perception became exceptionally strong. From very far away, I sensed two strong auras. So I took a gamble and ran this way. Exceptionally strong perception. Hao Changgeng and Li Ming exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Isn't this a human radar? Hao Changgeng's playful expression instantly transformed into a warm and friendly smile. He stepped forward and patted Su Xiaoya's shoulder. Xiaoya. Su Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback by his sudden affectionate address. Look at this place, there are so many bad people, Hao Changgeng said seriously with a heartfelt tone. And with your looks you will definitely attract even more attention. You have no ability to protect yourself, and if you fall into their hands, just think about how terrifying that would be. Su Xiaoya's expression changed unpredictably. She knew very well that Hao Changgeng spoke the truth. In this place, a beautiful woman without self-defense capabilities is like a walking piece of meat. Today she encounters those three, and tomorrow she'll encounter another three. Escaping once does not mean escaping for a lifetime. She originally wanted to seek refuge with Lu Qing. After all, Lu Qing's team was all women and relatively safer. But she dared not say it out loud because everyone on the planet knew that Naked Brother and Lu Qing's group were at odds. Yet she knew even more that she definitely couldn't leave now. Hao Changgeng patted her shoulder again, this time with a lighter touch appearing especially sincere. Xiaoya, I really can't bear to let you endure those perverted harassments alone here. How about this? I will generously take you along. In case of danger, I can protect you well. Though he said this, the wolf-tooth club in his hand kept poking the ground. The meaning was all too clear. Su Xiaoya felt a bitter taste in her heart. She had no choice. Oh, isn't this just stepping out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth? But thinking about it again, at least Naked Brother, based on his previous behavior, seemed somewhat reliable. He only robbed and didn't hurt people, and she hadn't heard of him doing anything outrageous to women. She gritted her teeth and nodded. Okay, then I will trouble you, Naked Brother. Hao Changgeng's face darkened. From now on, call me Brother Gong. All right, Brother Gong. Li Ming stifled a laugh from the side. The three of them took a brief rest before embarking on a new journey. Su Xiaoya's perception ability was even more powerful than they had imagined. She could clearly sense all the auras within 100 kilometers. How many source crystals, how many people, what levels they were, and even their approximate locations. She was practically a walking live radar. With her joining, the efficiency of the three of them increased significantly. The current situation was completely different from when they first started. As time went on, more and more acquaintances from Blue Star gathered together, forming groups of various sizes. Some were small with 3 to 5 people, while others were large with dozens, and there were even rumors of organizations with over 100 members. However, the resources deployed by the Star Thieves were limited. This led to a shift from a collection model to a competition model. The number of casualties skyrocketed. Every time they opened the communication channel, they could see people calling for help, cursing and mourning their fallen companions. The Red Death notices flooded the screen one after another. Under Su Xiaoya's sensing ability, Hao Changgeng and the others perfectly avoided all large-scale conflicts and focused on searching for spatial beasts. However, spatial beasts were harder to find than they had imagined. After 2 days, they had found nothing. Instead, they stumbled upon something else. It was a butterfly about 7 or 8 meters long, radiating a rainbow of glimmering light. As it flapped its wings, tiny specks of light scattered. It quietly perched on a withered tree, beautiful to the point of being unreal. Su Xiaoya stared at the butterfly, her eyes fixated. Hao Changgeng noticed her unusual reaction and opened his light brain to identify it. Target: illusory butterfly. Stage: adult. Level: tier 3. Attribute: mental with slight spatial fluctuations. Characteristics: skilled at creating mirror illusions, possessing extremely strong mental power. Weakness: relatively weak attack power and defense. Hao Changgeng was taken aback and looked at Su Xiaoya. Su Xiaoya lowered her head a bit awkwardly, saying, "Gidge. I didn't mean to. This beast does indeed have a hint of spatial fluctuation." Hao Changgeng remained silent, pausing for a moment. Li Ming beside them also wore a serious expression. The three of them knew what this meant. A tier 3 beast almost certainly dropped a crystal core. And the attribute of this illusory butterfly, mental, was simply tailor-made for Su Xiaoya. But the problem was, what if Su Xiaoya absorbed this crystal core? There was a high probability that she would directly advance to tier 3, and she might even gain mental attack capabilities. Would she still be willing to follow them then? Would she still obey? Hao Changgeng pondered for a moment and suddenly spoke. Xiaoya, we can help you kill this beast. Su Xiaoya's eyes lit up. Based on past experience, tier 3 beasts almost always drop crystal cores. And this kind of mental attribute should be what you need. He changed his tone. However, Su Xiaoya's heart raced. This crystal core, Gidge, will keep it for you first, and when the time is right, he'll give it to you. Su Xiaoya was a smart person. She immediately understood Hao Changgeng's intention. He was being cautious of her. After all, no one knew what changes would occur after advancing to Tier 3. According to the theory of star shattering, each tier was a threshold where the body would undergo significant transformation. Hao Changgeng could not afford to let his guard down against her. She nodded and obediently said, "All right, Gij, I will listen to you." Hao Changgeng patted her shoulder with satisfaction, saying Xiaoya really understands. The battle began. Hao Changgeng charged forward first. The illusory butterfly instantly became alert, its massive compound eyes turning towards him, its rainbow light swirling. In the next second, Hao Changgeng's vision blurred. The butterfly transformed into 3 or 4 identical ones in front of him, indistinguishable from the real one. The illusion was activated. He grabbed his wolf-tooth club and swung it hard at one of them. The club passed through the illusion and hit nothing but air. At the same time, a fierce gust of wind struck from the side. One of the illusions suddenly flapped its wings and struck him hard. Bang! Hao Changgeng was knocked back 6 or 7 meters, rolling on the ground before getting up covered in dirt. Li Ming in the distance was also busy continuously launching wind blades. But all the wind blades hit only illusions. Minggu, the third one on the right, is the real body. Su Xiaoya's voice suddenly rang out. Li Ming immediately gathered 3 wind blades and shot them in that direction. The real body hurriedly dodged, and although it avoided the wind blades, it exposed its position. Hao Changgeng seized the opportunity, holding the wolf-tooth club to charge again. This time he hit the target. Crack! The club smashed down on one of the illusory butterfly's wings. The wing instantly drooped, shattering into several pieces. The illusory butterfly already had weak defenses, and this blow caused it to lose balance and fall from the sky. Meanwhile, Li Ming condensed a giant wind blade the size of a basin, slicing into the body of the illusory butterfly. Hiss! The illusory butterfly let out a piercing scream, flapping a few times before falling completely silent. The 3 of them approached. Li Ming once again gathered a wind blade and cut open the head of the illusory butterfly, extracting a fist-sized crystal from within. The rainbow light flowed within the crystal as if countless tiny stars were dancing. It was pure and exquisite mental power. Su Xiaoya's eyes revealed longing, but she remained silent, simply watching quietly. Hao Changgeng took the crystal core, placed it in his internal space, and then smiled as he patted her head. "Xiaoya, don't worry, Gij will keep it for you first. This thing is too advanced, you won't be able to control it." Su Xiaoya nodded obediently. "All right, Gij." The 3 of them quickly left the scene. This was the experience they had summarized during this period. The light brain map would display the locations of all beasts. If a certain light point flickered for a long time, it indicated that someone was fighting. This would attract nearby people. Unless it was a particularly large group, they had to flee immediately after the fight without a moment's delay. However, Hao Changgeng and the others were not too worried about this. With Su Xiaoya as their human radar, no aura within 100 kilometers could escape her perception. Thinking of ambushing them. Not a chance. In the next 3 days, they continued searching for spatial beasts. Still, they found nothing. Hao Changgeng felt somewhat discouraged. He even considered having Su Xiaoya absorb that mental crystal core to advance to Tier 3. After Tier 3, her perception ability would certainly be stronger, and perhaps she could find even higher-level spatial beasts. But he was hesitant. What if Su Xiaoya broke free from control after advancing to Tier 3? Hearts are inscrutable. In this place, trust was the most extravagant thing. That day, the 3 rested behind a massive rock. Hao Changgeng and Li Ming closed their eyes to recover their source energy. Su Xiaoya was bored scrolling through the communication channel. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. "There's a situation 100 kilometers away." Hao Changgeng asked, "What kind of situation?" "Many auras. Particularly chaotic." Su Xiaoya closed her eyes to sense at least a dozen people are fighting. Hao Changgeng's eyes lit up. What did this represent? At this moment, Lu Qing was fiercely battling against 6 or 7 men with her 5 sisters. However, there were no supply boxes or corpses of beasts on the scene. Clearly, the other side was simply. Hao Changgeng squinted, looking at the few men. Their eyes, when they looked at Lu Qing and the others, were filled with lewdness. Su Xiaoya whispered, "They are from the 7 Stars Gang." 7 Stars Gang, a criminal organization from Blue Star. Su Xiaoya had obviously received a lot of information through the communication channel. It is said that they have gathered over 100 people here and their influence is significant. This should only be a small squad. She paused and added, "Given our current strength, it's best not to provoke them." Li Ming scoffed, "Damn, am I supposed to avoid their sharpness?" Hao Changgeng frowned. "Over 100 people. This isn't a joke. Xiaoya, can you sense how many source crystals they have?" Su Xiaoya closed her eyes and sensed for a moment. The leader of the 7 Stars Gang has about 18 on him. Lu Qing has about 16. The other team members each have 2 or 3 at most. Hao Changgeng fell silent, weighing the situation. Is it worth taking this risk? It's not about fear. It's about whether it's worth it. The battle below grew increasingly intense. The leader of the 7 Stars Gang had awakened a poison attribute. His palms emitted a strange black aura, and every strike was accompanied by a nauseating stench. Lu Qing was clearly poisoned. Her lips began to turn purple, her face pale, and her movements gradually slowed. But Lu Qing was not defenseless. Her awakened source energy was akin to a mental type. Not the perceptive type like Su Zioya's, but one that could directly attack the soul. Whenever that man got close, a rainbow light would flash in her eyes, causing him to momentarily freeze, allowing her to push him back. Yet her condition was deteriorating. The poison was spreading. Her lips had turned black, cold sweat dripped from her forehead, and her hand gripping the knife trembled slightly. "You all surrender obediently." The man leered as he spoke, his Mandarin clumsy, but his meaning was unmistakable. "So you won't suffer the pain of flesh and skin." Lu Qing snorted coldly. "Even if we die, we will drag you down with us." Unappreciative. The man's black aura surged, launching himself at her again. Hao Changgeng stared at the battlefield below, his mind racing. The two sides were evenly matched, but Lu Qing was too deeply poisoned to last much longer. Once she fell, the remaining 5 women would definitely be unable to withstand these wolves. He suddenly turned to Li Ming. "Old Four, can you deal a heavy blow to that guy with the stick with a full force strike?" Li Ming focused on the poison attribute man, estimated the distance and angle, and nodded. "If it's a sneak attack, it should be possible." "Good." Hao Changgeng began to formulate a strategy. "Old Four, you focus on sneaking up on the leader while I take on another second-tier guy. Xiaoya, stay up top and keep sensing the surroundings. Notify us immediately if there's any situation." "Understood." The 3 were ready. Hao Changgeng took a deep breath. In the next moment, he charged out. Boom. He fell from the sky into the center of the battlefield, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone was stunned. Lu Qing's expression changed drastically upon seeing the newcomer. Is it him? The guy who stole her crystal core and left her humiliated. He has come to take advantage of the situation. The poison attribute man was momentarily stunned upon seeing Hao Changgeng, then a wild joy spread across his face. He certainly knew about the enmity between Hao Changgeng and Lu Qing. This matter had spread throughout the communication channel. "Friend," he shouted loudly. "Lend a hand. Get rid of this trouble, and he'll give you half the spoils." Hao Changgeng ignored him. He shifted his form and lunged at another second-tier man. The man hadn't reacted yet when a wolf-toothed club came crashing down on him. He hurriedly raised his knife to block, but was shaken by the immense force, stumbling back repeatedly. Everyone was baffled. He was attacking the 7 Stars gang. At the same time, a green wind blade howled down from the mountaintop, targeting the back of the poison attribute man's heart. The man was highly alert and sidestepped at the last moment. Puff. The wind blade failed to hit his heart, but deeply sliced into his thigh. Blood erupted, revealing the bone beneath. "Ah!" He let out a tragic scream and knelt on one knee. Meanwhile, Lu Qing could no longer hold on. The poison had invaded her lungs, and her vision blurred. She took one last look at Hao Changgeng, the figure who was currently swinging the wolf-toothed club, locked in battle with the enemy. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. Then she fell straight down. In her final moment, before losing consciousness, her heart was filled with complex emotions. Is he here to save me? But regardless, she saw Hao Changgeng attacking the enemy. In that instant, an indescribable emotion took root deep within her. Then her consciousness plunged into darkness. The battle continued in the valley. However, with the strong intervention of Hao Changgeng and Li Ming, the situation shifted instantly, and the 7 Stars gang began to collapse. The poison attribute man at the forefront stumbled to the ground after Li Ming's wind blade severed most of his calf. He looked around in panic. His brothers lay dead or injured. Another second-tier man had been knocked unconscious by Hao Changgeng and was currently being held down by several women for a finishing blow. And he was isolated and helpless. He looked at Hao Changgeng, who was approaching him with the wolf-toothed club, his face pale with fear, yet he still forced himself to threaten. Good. I remember you, naked running guy." He gritted his teeth and shouted in broken Mandarin, "Don't think that just because you have a bit of fame you can go against our 7 Stars gang. When I get back, I will definitely report to the leader and have your bodies torn apart." Hao Changgeng was momentarily stunned. This guy clearly hadn't experienced the harshness of society when he was on Blue Star. In a place like this, the consequence of threatening others was only one: dying faster. Stop. He panicked, completely waving his hands wildly. "Do you think you can still go back?" Only then did the man realize how foolish his earlier words were. In a place like this, the consequence of threatening others was only one: dying faster. Stop. He panicked, completely waving his hands wildly. "Don't hit me anymore. As long as you let me go, our 7 Stars gang will definitely reward you. This matter will be forgiven. I guarantee it." As he spoke, he quietly began to gather poison energy in his palm. That mass of black energy slowly coalesced beside him. As long as Hao Changgeng came a little closer, he would be able to. Whoosh. A wind blade shot through the air. The man's scream echoed through the valley. His right arm was severed at the root, flying 3 to 4 meters away. The poison energy that had just coalesced fell to the ground, with his severed arm rapidly dissipating. Ah! He rolled on the ground, clutching his severed arm, his cries as piercing as a butchered pig. In the distance, Li Ming spoke expressionlessly, "Do you think I'm blind?" Hao Changgeng looked down at this completely broken man and shook his head. Even at this point, he still dared to play tricks. Meanwhile, the 5 women had also finished their battle. Hao Changgeng's peripheral vision swept over them, and his heart sank slightly. The seemingly frail women showed no mercy when they struck. One man was struck in the face by the woman wielding a long knife. His entire head was nearly split in half, blood and brains splattering everywhere. This was the same weak woman who had been playing the victim online just 2 days ago. Indeed, there were no good people left on this planet who had survived to this day. Soon only the leading man of the 7 Stars gang remained. He lay on the ground, blood pouring from his severed arm, and the wound on his thigh was deep enough to see bone. He could not even stand, rolling on the ground in pain. Feeling death closing in, he finally broke down. "No, please don't kill me." Tears streaming down his face, he used his last bit of strength to plead for mercy. "My cousin is Jin Guxian, the leader of the 7 Stars gang. If you let me go, I can let it go. We have over 100 people in the 7 Stars gang. You can't afford to provoke us." Hao Changgeng said nothing. He stepped forward, raising the Wolf Fang Club high. The man's pupils constricted, desperately twisting his body in an attempt to avoid it. Bang! The world fell silent. Hao Changgeng shook off the blood from the Wolf Fang Club and crouched down, beginning to search the body with practiced skill. Dozens of source crystals and a few miscellaneous crystal cores were all gathered into his bag. He stood up, glanced at his spoils, and nodded in satisfaction. However, unbeknownst to him, just moments ago the man had sent a message using his light brain before dying. Meanwhile, on the other side of the planet, in a vast swamp, Jin Guxian was leading over 30 gang members in a siege against a massive giant python. The giant python was over 20 meters long, its body covered in dark green scales, and with each lash of its tail, it could snap a tree as thick as a man's embrace in half. It opened its gaping maw, spewing out a foul-smelling toxic mist that withered all vegetation within 100 meters. Toxic attribute, level 4 demon beast. Jin Guxian stood at the forefront, his palms enveloped in black mist, directly countering the giant python's toxic fog. His face was pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet excitement flickered in his eyes. Almost there. Just a little more. The giant python's poison was nearly completely suppressed. He just needed to hold on a moment longer, when suddenly his light brain vibrated. He looked down, his pupils constricting. As the holographic screen unfolded, a brief video began to play. His cousin's distorted face appeared on the screen, the background a chaotic valley, severed arms and blood. And there was that man with the Wolf Fang Club and a leopard print skirt around his waist. "Cousin, save me." The video abruptly cut off. Jin Guxian's expression darkened instantly. "Leader." The strategist beside him, a woman with narrow eyes, sensed something was amiss and hurriedly approached. Jin Guxian stared intensely at the video, his chest heaving violently. After a long moment, he took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the rage within. "Continue the attack." "Leader, this." "I said continue the attack." He struck out with his palm, the dense black mist pushing the giant python's toxic fog back 3 meters. The strategist dared not say more and quickly called the gang members to continue the assault. After several minutes, the giant python finally collapsed with a thunderous crash. Jin Guxian personally opened its skull and retrieved a fist-sized dark green crystal core. Inside the crystal core, a viscous poison seemed to flow, emitting a chilling aura. He held the crystal core, gazing at the face of the man in the video. "Naked running brother." His voice was low and cold, as if squeezed from between his teeth. The strategist cautiously said, "Leader, you need to break through to level 4. That is the most important thing." According to reliable information, that martial fanatic from the Dragon Kingdom, as well as the leader of the Beautiful Nations Mafia, are both striving for a level 4 breakthrough. Whoever breaks through first will seize control of this planet. She paused before continuing. "As for that naked running brother, he's just a clown. Once you break through to level 4, the entire planet will be yours. At that point, you can crush him however you like." Jin Guxian was silent for a moment before nodding slowly. "You're right." He tightened his grip on the crystal core, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Then let him live a few more days. When I reach level 4, he'll be the first to establish my authority. Let everyone see the fate of those who dare to disturb the 7 Stars gang." At this moment in the valley, Hao Changgeng had finished searching the man's corpse and naturally turned his gaze to the unconscious Lu Qing nearby. The 5 women were panting heavily, clearly exhausted from the recent battle. Upon seeing Hao Changgeng approach Lu Qing, they immediately tensed up and tightened their grips on their weapons. Hao Changgeng quickly waved his hands. Don't misunderstand. I mean no harm." He looked sincere. "I genuinely want to compensate you for the losses from last time, which is why I rushed to provide support. You all quickly rest. You don't need to worry about me. My family has 3 generations of traditional medicine experience. Let me treat her." He spoke without a hint of embarrassment. The 5 women exchanged glances, unsure whether to trust him. Meanwhile, Hao Changgeng had already crouched beside Lu Qing, beginning his diagnosis. His technique appeared very professional, at least on the surface. He first checked her breathing, flipped her eyelids, and then his large hands began to roam over Lu Qing's body. The poison has entered the lungs. There's a bit of blockage here. This area also needs to be cleared. He spoke seriously, spouting nonsense while his hands did not stop moving. Meanwhile, his other hand quietly reached toward the place where Lu Qing was hiding the source crystals. Dozens of source crystals were quickly gathered into his bag. But Lu Qing had hidden a few quite deep in her underwear. Hao Changgeng, having been a confirmed single dog before, had never dated and had no experience with women's underwear. The complicated structure left him perplexed. After studying it for half a day, he still couldn't find a way to get it open. Finally, he gritted his teeth. He tore it. After all, no one was watching. He quietly stuffed the torn pieces of underwear into his pocket, took out the few source crystals, and continued the diagnosis as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, his hand inadvertently brushed against something soft. Hao Changgeng felt as if he had been electrocuted, and his hand instinctively recoiled as if it had been scalded. His face turned bright red. Fortunately, Lu Qing was unconscious and could not see his embarrassment. He cleared his throat, stood up facing away from the others, and said with a straight face, "All right, I have finished treating her. You all hurry up and continue your treatment." After saying this, he ran off in the direction he came from without looking back, leaving the 5 women exchanging glances. They immediately surrounded Lu Qing, starting to check her injuries. A woman who had awakened water attribute source energy took charge of the treatment. Water attribute was the most suitable for healing. When they removed Lu Qing's outer clothing, everyone was stunned. None of the inner garments were intact. The pieces were scattered everywhere, clearly torn apart violently. Not a single source crystal remained hidden on Lu Qing. The worst part was that several clear handprints were left on her snow-white skin, evidently from the earlier treatment. After a brief silence, one woman erupted in anger. "That lecher! I thought he had turned over a new leaf. I didn't expect him to harbor such wickedness. Next time I see him, there can be no hesitation. Castrate him directly. Castration would be letting him off easy. He should be diced into pieces." They cursed yet dared not linger. Others could arrive at any moment. The woman with water attribute quickly treated Lu Qing's wounds, and the 5 of them lifted her and swiftly left the valley. Hundreds of kilometers away in a hidden cave, Hao Changgeng and the others were dividing the spoils. "Here, this is yours." Hao Changgeng tossed 8 source crystals to Li Ming. "This is yours." He threw another 8 to Su Xiaoya. "The rest belong to me." Li Ming accepted the source crystals and began to absorb them without a word. However, Su Xiaoya did not absorb them immediately. Instead, she looked at Hao Changgeng. "Brother Geng, I saw some news on the communication channel just now. Go on. More and more teams are forming, and several leaders of those big factions are on the verge of breaking through to level 4. She paused, her expression somewhat grave. "The leader of the 7 Stars gang, Jin Guxian, is among them. We have thoroughly offended them today. Our life might not be easy from now on." Li Ming opened his eyes and disdainfully scoffed. "A bunch of fools, why should we be afraid of them?" Hao Changgeng remained silent. Of course, he wasn't afraid of the 7 Stars gang. As long as he advanced to level 3 and obtained that mech, these insignificant beings were nothing more than obstacles in his path. But the problem was he was still stuck at level 2. Where on earth was the spatial beast? "Xiaoya," he suddenly spoke. "Let's change the plan. Focus on sensing the level 3 wind attribute beasts." Su Xiaoya was taken aback. Li Ming also looked over and quickly understood Hao Changgeng's intention. First, let him advance to level 3. Once he had the strength to protect himself, then let Su Xiaoya advance to level 3 as well. By then, he wouldn't have to worry about her breaking free of control. And once Su Xiaoya advanced to level 3, her sensing ability would undoubtedly leap in quality. At that time, finding spatial beasts would be much easier than now. A win-win situation. Su Xiaoya was a smart person, as she instantly grasped the key and nodded obediently. "All right, Brother Geng." The 3 took a moment to rest before leaving the cave. Su Xiaoya began to sense again, searching for wind attribute beasts within 100 miles. With the help of the beast markers on the map, the efficiency was astonishing, able to precisely lock onto attributes while avoiding other hunters. Soon she opened her eyes. 100 kilometers away, there is a level 3 beast. "Let's go." The 3 rushed off. From a distance, they saw a huge Qinghuan circling in the sky. The Qinghuan was at least 10 meters long. Its body was covered in azure feathers, and each flap of its wings generated a howling wind. It circled high in the sky, its gaze sharp, clearly patrolling its territory. Hao Changgeng frowned. How could they attack something that was always in the air? Just as he was preparing to give up and look for another target, Su Xiaoya suddenly said, "Wait, there seems to be source crystals on it." "What?" "About 3 or 4 nestled among its feathers." Hao Changgeng and Li Ming exchanged glances, both surprised. Li Ming pondered, could it be that beasts also need source crystals to enhance their strength? That's very likely. After a moment of contemplation, Hao Changgeng suddenly had an idea. "In that case, we can try using source crystals as bait." He took out 5 or 6 source crystals from his storage and threw them toward a nearby forest. The trees in that forest were dense, providing ample cover. Moreover, leveraging the height of the canopy, they could jump higher, having a chance to attack the descending Qingyuan. The source crystals fell into the woods, emitting alluring energy fluctuations. Sure enough, the Qingyuan in the sky was attracted. It circled several times, seemingly confirming whether there was any danger. Moments later, it could no longer hold back, folding its wings and diving down. Now's the time. Hao Changgeng hid in the crown of a giant tree, gripping his wolf-toothed club and holding his breath. The Qingyuan grew closer and closer. Just as it was about to land and grab the source crystals, Hao Changgeng leaped down from the tree. The wolf-toothed club, accompanied by a howling wind, struck fiercely on the left wing of the Qingyuan. Crack! The sound of shattering bones was distinctly audible. At the same time, two wind blades from Li Ming shot in from another direction, precisely slashing at the other wing of the Qingyuan. They didn't need to kill it. They just needed to break its wings so it couldn't fly. The Qingyuan let out a mournful cry and crashed heavily to the ground. It struggled to get up, but with both wings broken, it could only flop around on the ground. A bird that cannot fly is nothing more than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Hao Changgeng approached with the wolf-tooth club in hand, launching a direct assault. Though the Qingyuan was injured, its ferocity was undiminished as it retaliated wildly with its sharp beak and claws. Li Ming, meanwhile, hid at the back, constantly using wind blades to harass it. The two coordinated seamlessly, and in less than 10 minutes the Qingyuan completely lost its ability to resist. Just as it crashed to the ground, Su Xiaoya suddenly changed her expression. Someone is coming. A dozen presences are approaching this way. About 40 kilometers away, there are 4 at level 2. Hao Changgeng and Li Ming exchanged a glance, and without another word they rushed toward the corpse of the Qingyuan. Li Ming used a wind blade to split open its head and retrieved a blue-green crystal core from inside. Inside, it seemed like a storm was swirling. It was indeed a wind attribute crystal core. Let's go. The three quickly disappeared deep into the forest. The map on the light brain could only display the locations of beasts, not humans. As long as they left this area far enough, others would not be able to find them, unless the other party also had sensing abilities like Su Xiaoya. They traversed through the dense forest for over half an hour. After confirming safety, they found a giant ancient tree. Li Ming condensed a wind blade and carved out a spacious hole in the trunk. The three crawled in, and Li Ming sealed the entrance with the bark he had cut off. Inside the tree hollow, the light was dim, but it was sufficiently concealed. Li Ming took out the blue crystal core, first sat cross-legged, and began to absorb it. Hao Changgeng watched him in silence for a moment. Suddenly, he took out the colorful mental energy crystal core from his storage and handed it to Su Xiaoya. Here. Wait, Brother Gong, this. Su Xiaoya was taken aback. I originally planned to wait until the fourth brother reached level 3 before giving it to you, Hao Changgeng said. But now time is of the essence. You reaching level 3 should significantly enhance your sensing ability, and when it comes to finding spatial beasts, it will depend on you. Su Xiaoya accepted the crystal core, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She naturally understood why Hao Changgeng hadn't given it to her earlier. One must always guard against others. But now that he was willing to give it to her early, it indicated that he had started to trust her. Thank you, Brother Gong, she said solemnly. Hurry and absorb it. He'll protect you. Su Xiaoya nodded, gripping the crystal core tightly and closing her eyes. Inside the tree hollow, the two were immersed in absorption. Hao Changgeng leaned against the entrance of the hollow, paying attention to the movements outside, while quietly recalling the battles of this time. He repeatedly rehearsed his techniques for exerting force, the timing of his teleportation, and the trajectory of the wolf-tooth club in his mind. He needed to become stronger to survive. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in a secret cave, Lu Qing slowly opened her eyes. Sister Qing, you're awake. Several women gathered around, all with expressions of joy. Lu Qing struggled to sit up, her body still a bit weak. She looked around, but didn't see that familiar figure, unable to help but ask, was it that guy who saved us back then? The women exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat strange. Ultimately, it was Xiao Yi who spoke, to be precise, yes. Without him, we would have all been in trouble back then. Lu Qing felt a slight relief in her heart. But that lecherous scoundrel definitely had ulterior motives. Xiao Yi gritted her teeth, recounting the situation from back then. As Lu Qing listened, her expression grew redder and more displeased. She glanced down at her clothes. Her outer garment was still there, but underneath, it was completely empty. She reached for the spot where she had originally hidden source crystals, but there wasn't a single one left. She looked down at her body. Those clear handprints stood out starkly against her snowy skin. A wave of shame and anger surged up to her head. The faint, good impression she had painstakingly developed towards Hao Changgeng before losing consciousness vanished in an instant. In its place was boundless fury. That lecherous scoundrel. She gritted her teeth, speaking each word slowly. I will not let him go. At this moment, the man who made her seethe with anger was leaning against a tree hollow, boredly picking at his nails. Suddenly he sneezed. Who is cursing me? He rubbed his nose and continued picking at his nails. Outside the tree hollow, night fell. 2 crystal cores were being slowly absorbed. A new breakthrough was about to come. 3 days later at noon, the source energy fluctuations in the tree hollow suddenly intensified. Hao Changgeng opened his eyes and looked at Su Xiaoya. At this moment her aura was rapidly ascending, and an invisible pressure spread outward like a tide. Tiny source energy particles spiraled around her, forming a visible vortex. She was about to break through. Hao Changgeng held his breath, staring intently, afraid to make the slightest sound. Su Xiaoya furrowed her brows, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The crystal core in her palm vibrated violently, with energy continuously surging into her body. This process lasted for about a quarter of an hour. Then everything returned to tranquility. Su Xiaoya slowly opened her eyes. In that instant, a flash of colorful light flickered deep within her pupils. Though fleeting, it was exceptionally brilliant. After reaching level 3, her body underwent a slight reshaping. Her already delicate features became even more refined, her skin as smooth as jade, and her overall demeanor elevated significantly. Su Xiaoya looked down at her hands, moved her body a bit, and smiled with satisfaction. "Gijp! I've broken through," she exclaimed excitedly. "Moreover, my sensing ability is several times stronger than before. Now I can easily sense auras within a radius of 500 kilometers. 500 kilometers. Hao Changgeng's eyes lit up. This was far beyond what she could do before. Unfortunately, she still hadn't developed any offensive capabilities. Her mental source energy seemed to lean more towards support, but that was enough. In certain aspects, this sensing ability was more precious than offensive prowess. Just as the two were filled with joy, a wind suddenly swept through the tree hollow. It wasn't a real wind, but a miniature cyclone formed from condensed source energy. Li Ming's aura also began to surge violently. The green wind blades swirled around him, growing faster and denser. Eventually, it formed a cocoon of wind that enveloped him entirely. Hao Changgeng and Su Xiaoya exchanged a glance and tacitly retreated to a corner, leaving space for him. The wind cocoon lasted for nearly half an hour. Then, boom! A violent gust exploded, shaking the tree hollow. Li Ming opened his eyes, and a series of cracking sounds echoed from his bones. His figure became taller and more slender, his previously sharp features now even more defined. He took a deep breath, flipped his right hand. A wind blade coalesced in his palm, no longer the faint green of before, but nearly transparent, with edges flickering with cold light. That sharp aura, even from a few steps away, made Hao Changgeng's skin prickle slightly. Level 3, Li Ming grinned. "I feel incredible. All right, don't gloat." He stood up. "Xiaoya, get to work." Su Xiaoya nodded, closed her eyes, and expanded her sensing to the maximum range. 500 kilometers. From their position as the center, all life auras within a radius of 500 kilometers flooded into her mind. Those numerous auras varied. Some weak, some strong, some ordinary, some special. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. "Gij, I found it." Her voice carried a hint of excitement. Due north about 420 kilometers away, there are intense spatial fluctuations. Conservatively estimated to be a level 3 monster. "Let's go." The three did not hesitate, rushing out of the tree hollow, sprinting northward. For them now, 420 kilometers would take just half an hour. There lay an endless expanse of grassland. The grass was waist-high, rolling in green waves in the wind. The sky was azure with clouds drifting lazily, how everything appeared tranquil and harmonious. Only a solitary horse grazed in the depths of the grassland. That horse. No, it couldn't be called a horse. It stood a towering 15 meters tall, seeming even larger than the giraffe's back on Blue Star. Its entire body was covered in silvery white fur, with faint stripes barely visible upon closer inspection. The most striking feature was the single horn in the middle of its forehead, about a meter long, wholly crystalline. It seemed as if sculpted from pure crystal, with starlight faintly swirling within. Hao Changgeng opened his light brain, aiming it at the giant horse. Target: Void Steed, Stage Juvenile, Level 3. Attribute: Spatial characteristics. The horn on its head can release spatial piercing attacks with extreme penetrating power. Highly aggressive with relatively high defense. Weakness: its back is its attack blind spot, and the defense on its back is relatively weak. Juvenile. Level 3. Hao Changgeng felt somewhat disappointed. He had originally hoped to encounter a level 4 monster, but this void steed was still in its juvenile stage. Even if he killed it now, he would only obtain a level 3 crystal core. The problem was that level 4 spatial monsters were exceedingly difficult to find. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately decided, first take it down, then worry about getting the crystal core. If he could find a higher level 1 later, he would use that. If not, at least he would have a backup. Old 4, get ready to attack. He whispered, "Xiaoya, stay back and keep watch." Su Xiaoya nodded and retreated behind a large rock in the distance. Hao Changgeng and Li Ming exchanged glances. In previous tactics, Hao Changgeng would lead the charge, with Li Ming following behind for sneak attacks. But today Li Ming had reached level 3. "Shall we go together?" Together. As soon as the words left their mouths, the two charged out simultaneously. Li Ming, now at level 3, burst forth with incredible speed. Empowered by the wind attribute source energy, he transformed into a blue shadow racing ahead of Hao Changgeng to reach the void steed. With a wave of his right hand, a massive wind blade howled out aimed directly at the void steed's neck. The horse, previously grazing leisurely, sensed danger and suddenly raised its head. Its silvery eyes flashed with disdain, and the horn on its forehead glimmered. A silvery beam shot forth from the tip of the horn, colliding head-on with the wind blade. There was no explosion, no thunderous roar. The wind blade, as if made of paper, was directly pierced by the silvery beam, dissipating into tiny blue lights in the air. The silvery beam surged forward without losing momentum, shooting toward Li Ming. Li Ming's expression changed as he retreated, narrowly avoiding it. Meanwhile, Hao Changgeng had already charged in front of the void steed. He gripped his wolf fang club tightly, using all his strength to smash down on that horn. The void steed let out a shriek, its front hooves raised high before crashing down. Those hooves were larger than wash basins, accompanied by a roaring wind as they stomped down on Hao Changgeng. With no time to evade, Hao Changgeng could only block with the club. Bang! With a muffled thud, he was sent flying several meters away, crashing hard onto the grass. Thankfully, the grassland was soft, and he didn't sustain serious injuries. He got up, shaking his numbed arms, secretly astonished. Though both were level 3 monsters, this void steed's combat power was more than double that of the previous Lingshu dragonfly. Different species, yet their combat abilities were worlds apart. But despite his astonishment, a smile appeared on his face. The stronger the monster, the higher the quality of the crystal core. Old four, get on its back. Li Ming understood, his figure flashing as he leaped onto the back of the void steed. He firmly grasped its mane, continuously gathering wind blades, aiming for its nape. That position was the void steed's attack blind spot. No matter how it twisted or shook, it could not attack Li Ming on its back. The void steed roared in fury, galloping wildly across the grassland, attempting to shake off the annoying little bug on its back. Yet Li Ming clung to it, as if glued, remaining steadfast despite the creature's frenzied efforts. The wind blades struck one after another, cutting through its skin and exposing the crimson flesh beneath. The void steed cried out in pain, its screams growing increasingly agonizing. Hao Changgeng seized the opportunity and charged forward once more. He circled to the side, and while the void steed was focused on Li Ming on its back, struck its right front leg with a club. The spikes of the wolf-tooth club sank deep into its flesh, causing the void steed to stumble and nearly fall. It turned its head to glare at Hao Changgeng, its single horn glowing fiercely. A silver beam shot forth. Hao Changgeng was prepared. Just as the beam was about to hit him, he instantly transformed into a shadow. The beam passed through his illusion and shot off into the distance. In the next moment, his figure reappeared on the back of the void steed, side by side with Li Ming. The two rode atop this 15-meter-tall beast, one wielding wind blades, and the other a wolf-tooth club, attacking its nape with wild abandon. No matter how powerful that single horn was, it couldn't reach its own back. The void steed was utterly at a loss. It galloped frantically across the grassland, trying to shake off the two bugs on its back. But those two stayed as if they were part of it, remaining unyielding regardless of its struggles. The wound on its nape grew larger, the blood staining its silver-white fur. Finally, the void steed let out a mournful cry, and its massive body collapsed to the ground. It struggled a few times before falling completely silent. Hao Changgeng and Li Ming jumped down from its back, both panting heavily. This was the strongest demon beast they had ever encountered. If it weren't for their seamless cooperation and for seizing the weakness on its back, the outcome today could have been uncertain. Li Ming gathered a wind blade and cleaved open the void steed's skull. A crystal the size of a fist rolled out. The crystal was entirely silver-white, its surface adorned with countless fine facets. Each facet refracted a faint light, emitting a subtle spatial fluctuation. Hao Changgeng took the crystal core, holding it in his palm and feeling the familiar pulse. A level 3 spatial crystal core. Unfortunately, it was not level 4. He stored the crystal core in his spatial storage and called out to the two, "Let's go, we need to retreat." The three swiftly left the grassland and headed towards a distant mountain range. The previous battle had taken a heavy toll, and they needed to find a place to recuperate. Over the next few days, they continued their search for level 4 spatial demon beasts. But after searching for 5 whole days, they found nothing. During this time, they even encountered level 5 and 6 demon beasts. Yet there was not a single level 4 spatial demon beast. On this day, the three rested on a branch of a gigantic ancient tree. Su Xiaoya furrowed her brow and spoke first. "Brother Geng, I feel something is off." "What do you mean?" "Even if spatial demon beasts are rare, there shouldn't be a single level 4 among them." She counted on her fingers. "In the past 5 days, we've traveled at least thousands of kilometers and encountered no fewer than 800 demon beasts. Yet not a single level 4 spatial beast." Hao Changgeng fell silent. He had noticed this issue too. Level 2 and 3 spatial demon beasts were indeed scarce, but they could still be found. But those above level 4 seemed to have vanished into thin air. After contemplating for a moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. What if? He began slowly. What if level 4 spatial demon beasts don't exist in this current plane? Li Ming was taken aback. What do you mean? They might be hiding in independently open spaces. That's why their traces can't be shown on the map. The three exchanged glances. After a moment, Li Ming slapped his thigh. Isn't that useless then? Where can we find them if they're hiding in their own spaces? Su Xiaoya, however, had a different opinion. Minggu, that's not right. What do you mean it's not right? Our current search method relies on the map, she explained. First we look for highlighted points on the map, then I sense the attributes. But if those level 4 spatial demon beasts aren't in the main plane, the map won't show them. So we need to change our strategy. No more looking at the map, just sensing the spatial fluctuations. Hao Changgeng nodded. That makes sense. Although level 4 spatial demon beasts hide in their own spaces, those spaces must connect to the main plane somewhere. As long as we find that connection point, we can locate them. Then what are we waiting for? Li Ming jumped down from the tree. Let's go. Over the next few days, the three changed their strategy. They no longer relied on the map. Instead, whenever they entered a new area, Su Xiaoya would put all her effort into sensing the spatial fluctuations within a 500-kilometer radius. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. They climbed mountains, crossed deserts, traversed forests, and stepped into swamps. Finally, on the 4th day, they arrived at the extreme north ice field. This was a snow-covered world of ice and snow. As far as the eye could see, it was nothing but pristine white snow and eternal ice. Su Xiaoya closed her eyes, her brows tightly knitted. After a moment, she opened her eyes and pointed to the distance over there. There are spatial fluctuations. The three rushed toward that direction. Eventually, they stopped in front of a pond. This pond was about 100 meters square, quietly nestled in the ice and snow. Strangely, in this frigid land, it had not frozen over. Steam rose gently from the surface of the water, as if there was a volcano hidden beneath. Right above the pond was the origin of the spatial fluctuations. Hao Changgeng stared at the void above, his brow furrowing. He could sense that something was indeed wrong with that space. There was a faint sense of distortion. It felt as though an invisible door connected two worlds. But the problem was he could not penetrate that spatial barrier to see what was happening inside. Su Xiaoya shook her head as well. I can only sense the fluctuations. I can't discern the specific level of the demon beasts inside. But one thing is certain, they are definitely above level 3, possibly even level 4 or 5. Its aura is very strange, she added, it seems to be sleeping. Sleeping? Hao Changgeng pondered. It made sense for spatial demon beasts to sleep in their own extra-dimensional spaces. The issue was that without knowing the enemy's strength, rashly attacking could easily alert them. The three then dug a cave in a nearby snow mountain to discuss their strategy. Li Ming scratched his head. If only Boss and Third were here. With the four of us attacking together, we would have a much better chance. Hao Changgeng thought the same. But the problem was that they had been unable to contact those two and had no idea where they were now. At that moment, Su Xiaoya suddenly spoke up. Brother Geng, I have a plan. What is it? We can seek outside help. Hao Changgeng was a bit worried. Outside help is good, but what about reliability? In a place like this, there are bound to be backstabbers. Su Xiaoya patted her ample chest and said, I'm always in the chat channels, so I have knowledge of various factions. There's a pair of siblings who are absolutely trustworthy. Everyone calls them the Ice Blue Twins. They are from the Blue Star country, both awakened to ice attribute source energy. The brother's name is Andre, and he is level 3. The sister is named Anna, level 2. Together, they can unleash tremendous combat power, which is why many people like to hire them. They mainly operate in the extreme north, and their reputation has always been excellent. This is also their home turf, so if we can invite them, our success rate will be much higher. Hao Changgeng pondered for a moment. What about the payment? About 50 source crystals, Su Xiaoya replied. If we trade our level 3 spatial crystal core, it should at least be worth 50 crystals. Hao Changgeng quickly calculated in his mind. With him and Li Ming as the main fighters plus the Ice Blue Twins assisting, he felt confident he could handle any sudden moves from the enemy. Alright, he nodded. Xiaoya, this matter will be entrusted to you. Contact them as soon as possible. Su Xiaoya opened the light brain, found the communication channel of the Ice Blue Twins, and sent a private message. There is a task, will you take it? Assist in hunting a demon beast. The other party replied quickly. Task target. Location. Suspected level 4 spatial demon beast. Location, the extreme north. There was a moment of silence on the other side. 60 source crystals. The market price is 50. The target's level is uncertain, risk unknown, add 10 crystals. Su Xiaoya looked at Hao Changgeng. Hao Changgeng nodded. Deal, I will send you the coordinates. After sending the coordinates, Su Xiaoya closed the communication and made an okay gesture to the two. Next, they just needed to wait for the brother and sister to arrive. Hao Changgeng leaned against the cave wall, gazing at the snowstorm outside, silently calculating in his mind. Level 4 spatial core, mecha, and those enemies lurking nearby. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. No matter what lay ahead, this battle must be won. 3 hours later, in the distance on the ice field, two figures rushed over. A man and a woman, both with golden hair, stood out vividly in the snowstorm. The man was about 25 or 26 years old with a strong build and a stern face, exuding an aura that suggested others should stay away. The woman was in her early 20s with delicate features and a pair of ice-blue eyes that also carried a hint of aloofness. The ice-blue twins. Hao Changgeng assessed the two and nodded secretly. From their aura, Andre was indeed at level 3 and had a solid foundation, clearly having endured significant training in the extreme cold. Anna was at the peak of level 2, just a step away from breaking through. Surprisingly, the sister could actually speak Chinese. Hello. Anna's voice was cold, but very standard. I am Anna, this is my brother Andre. He doesn't speak Chinese, so I will translate. Hao Changgeng nodded. Thank you both. I am Hao Changgeng, this is Li Ming and Su Xiaoya. After a brief introduction, Hao Changgeng began to formulate a battle plan. Due to the uncertainty of this target, we must be extremely cautious. He pointed to the distant steaming pool of water. That demon beast is hiding in an independent space. I will first disturb the space to force it out. If its strength exceeds our expectations, for example level 5 or higher, we will abandon the mission and retreat immediately. He paused and continued. Based on current estimates, it is most likely level 4 and shouldn't be too high, because we wouldn't be able to detect a demon beast of higher levels with our sensing abilities. Xiaoya, you will keep watch outside, and once you notice anyone approaching, notify us immediately. Su Xiaoya nodded seriously. We four will take the main offensive. Hao Changgeng looked at the ice-blue twins. The environment here is advantageous for you. We will surround from 4 directions and support each other. Any problems? Anna translated his words to Andre. After listening, Andre nodded expressionlessly. Then let's move. The 4 scattered and surrounded the pool of water. Hao Changgeng stood to the south of the pool, taking a deep breath, drawing on the spatial source energy within his body. The invisible force surged from him, reaching towards the space above the pool. He could clearly sense that there was a thin barrier there. Beyond the barrier lay the entrance to another world. He began to disturb the space. The spatial source energy rippled outward in waves, crashing against the barrier. With each impact, the barrier trembled slightly. Once, twice, 3 times. Suddenly, behind the barrier, a violent aura began to slowly awaken from its slumber. Hao Changgeng's expression changed. The intensity of that aura far exceeded his expectations. Be careful, it's coming out. Before he finished speaking, the space above the pool began to twist. Immediately after, a silver glimmering scorpion appeared out of thin air. The scorpion was not large, only a little over 1 meter long. Its body shimmered with silver light as if forged from the purest metal. Its body was covered with mysterious silver patterns that flickered slightly with its breathing. What was most alarming was the poisonous stinger at its tail, which made one's scalp tingle just by looking at it. At the same time, the light brains on the wrists of the 4 vibrated simultaneously, automatically scanning the target information. Target: cracked sky scorpion. Stage: juvenile body. Level: peak level 4, suspected to be in the breakthrough stage. Attribute: spatial. Characteristics: extreme attack strength. Pincers possess strong tearing ability. Tail stinger can easily tear space. Body shell has extremely strong defense. Weakness not yet determined. Peak level 4. About to break through to level 5. No weaknesses. The expressions of the 4 changed drastically. No wonder it was hiding in an independent space, sleeping. This was its breakthrough, and they had just interrupted its advancement. The cracked sky scorpion's ruby-like eyes slowly scanned the 4 small insects around. That gaze held no anger, only a sense of aloof indifference, as if looking at 4 ants unaware of their impending doom. In the next moment, it moved. Fast. So fast that the naked eye could hardly capture it. It instantly appeared before Andre, its pincers raised high, carrying the momentum to tear space as it struck down fiercely. Andre was taken aback, hurriedly pushing both hands forward, causing a half-meter thick ice shield to instantly form. Boom. Ice shards flew everywhere. That ice shield was enough to withstand a full-force attack from a level 3 demon beast. Yet under the cracked sky scorpion's pincers, it was like paper instantly shattering into pieces. But that brief moment of obstruction had already given Andre the chance to evade. He rolled back, awkwardly, barely dodging the second strike that followed closely. Meanwhile, Li Ming's attack arrived. Dozens of wind blades whistled, inaccurately striking the cracked sky scorpion's back shell. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing were incessant. Those wind blades left only faint white marks on the shell before dissipating into nothingness. The cracked sky scorpion didn't even turn to look at Li Ming. That level of attack was not even enough to give it a scratch. Anna made her move. She brought her hands together, gathering a ball of deep blue cold air in her palms, and pushed it toward the cracked sky scorpion. The cold air spread, instantly covering the scorpion with a thin layer of white frost. The cracked sky scorpion's movements slightly stalled. Effective. Although that layer of white frost was quickly shattered by it, that momentary delay was enough. Hao Changgeng's figure flickered, appearing on the cracked sky scorpion's back in the next second. He raised the Wolf Fang club high, pouring source energy into it madly, using all his strength to bring it down. Clang. A fine crack appeared on the shell of the cracked sky scorpion's back. Although it was shallow, it was indeed a crack. The cracked sky scorpion felt pain and its poisonous stinger transformed into a shadow sweeping towards Hao Changgeng's back. That speed was extreme. Almost in the instant it swung, the stinger was already before Hao Changgeng. Hao Changgeng had long been prepared, his figure flickering again, disappearing just a second before the stinger struck. In the initial clash, the four retreated, their expressions grave to the extreme. This scorpion was even more terrifying than they had imagined. The defensive power of its shell was simply despairing. Li Ming's wind blades and Hao Changgeng's wolf fang club could inflict no substantial damage. Only Anna's cold air could slightly delay its movements, but even that was minimal. What to do? At that moment, Andre and Anna exchanged glances. Years of sibling tacit understanding allowed them to instantly grasp each other's thoughts. The two simultaneously raised their hands, palms facing each other. Two streams of ice blue light surged from within them, converging and merging in the air. The light transformed from light blue to dark blue, then from dark blue to an almost transparent, ghostly blue. The surrounding temperature dropped by several degrees. Even the breath they exhaled crystallized into frost. The fused light shot towards the cracked sky scorpion with lightning speed. The cracked sky scorpion attempted to dodge, but the beam was too fast. It could only slightly shift its body. The beam struck its side abdomen. Instantly, a layer of white frost spread from the point of impact. That white frost grew thicker and denser. In the blink of an eye, it completely enveloped the cracked sky scorpion, turning it into a massive ice block. Frozen. Hurry! Anna barked sharply. Once again, the siblings joined forces. Midair, a jagged ice spear over a meter long coalesced, its surface a deep glacial blue, its tip shimmering with lethal frost, as though forged from compressed millennia-old ice. The ice entrapment held the sky-rending scorpion for only 2 seconds. Then countless fissures spiderwebbed across its surface, before exploding outward in a thunderous shatter. The scorpion broke free, its crimson eyes blazing with apocalyptic fury. And in that very instant, the ice spear struck. With no time to evade, the scorpion twisted its body, bracing its thickest dorsal carapace to absorb the blow. Boom! A deafening detonation echoed across the frozen expanse. The impact hurled the sky-rending scorpion backward across the ice, sending it tumbling dozens of meters before grinding to a halt. The ice spear remained embedded in its armored back, penetrating nearly 5 centimeters, yet lodged there, unable to advance even a millimeter further. But the assault was far from over. Li Ming had already prepared his second wave. Dozens of razor-edged wind blades no longer slashed at random. They converged into a dense, interlocking net of cutting force. It enveloped the scorpion entirely, carving frenzied, searing gashes across every inch of its chitinous shell. Meanwhile, Hao Changgeng launched himself forward, driving off the ground with explosive force, and soared skyward. Gripping his spiked mace with both hands, he became a plummeting meteor, channeling all his momentum and strength into a single devastating focal point. Crunch! The mace crashed down upon the scorpion's skull with cataclysmic force. Dazed by the relentless barrage, the creature staggered upright, shaking its head dizzily. Yet when the four comrades finally assessed the results, their hearts sank. That massive ice spear had pierced only 5 centimeters, then stalled, arrested by the sheer density of its carapace. Li Ming's wind blade net left nothing but faint white scars across its entire body, no deeper. And Hao Changgeng's full power strike had carved only a shallow dent upon its hardened cranium. The defensive might of a level 4 apex beast, truly terrifying. The four exchanged grim glances, each reading the weight of resolve and apprehension in the other's eyes. They refrained from launching another reckless charge. That explosive opening salvo had drained them all significantly. They needed a moment to catch their breath. Even the sky-rending scorpion seemed to require respite. It stood motionless at a distance, its unblinking gaze locked upon them. Its tail swayed subtly, reassessing the threat posed by these seemingly insignificant insects. Then Su Xiaoya's voice cut through the silence. Brother Gong, Brother Ming, strike its third abdominal plate. That is its weakness. All turned toward her voice. Instinctively, the scorpion curled inward, shielding its underbelly. Yet Li Ming's earlier barrage had left marks across its entire form. And on that unassuming abdominal plate, the scars ran deeper, denser, more numerous than anywhere else. There lay its vulnerability. A flicker of panic flashed across the scorpion's compound eyes. It had never imagined these insects could discern that hidden flaw. That wound dated back to an ancient territorial battle against another formidable spirit beast. Though new armor had since grown over it, the scar never fully healed. It was the sole imperfection in its otherwise impenetrable physiology. Yet the sky-rending scorpion was no brute, it was cunning. Knowing its weakness exposed, it guarded its abdomen with heightened vigilance. No feint, no diversion, not even the most elaborate bait, could coax it into exposing that vulnerable zone. The battle devolved into a stalemate. Another dozen minutes of grueling skirmish followed. Each combatant's source energy dwindling, their attacks growing slower, less frequent. They could delay no longer. Hao Changgeng gritted his teeth and roared, "Fourth brother, unleash your ultimate technique." Li Ming withdrew from the fray, closing his eyes. He hovered midair, and around him spiraled swirling currents of azure energy. Those vortices spun faster, tighter, until coalescing into a miniature tornado over 2 meters tall. Within its roaring vortex, countless wind blades shrieked, each forged from purified wind element source energy. Simultaneously, Anna and Andre exchanged a silent glance and began weaving their own ultimate artifice. Each drew forth a sapphire blue crystal core, their final trump card capable of temporarily amplifying ice element source energy to staggering intensity. They rapidly absorbed the core's essence, hands weaving intricate seals, until a half-meter-long ice needle manifested above them, slowly taking shape. It continued shrinking, halving in length, then halving again, contracting from 50 centimeters to 40, then 30, finally stabilizing at roughly 20 centimeters. Yet that 20-centimeter needle blazed with an eerie cobalt luminescence, its tip concentrating light so intense it seared the eyes. All pressure now rested squarely upon Hao Changgeng. He alone had to hold the sky-rending scorpion at bay, buying precious seconds for the others. But could one possibly stall a level 4 apex predator? Its speed defied perception, its stinger, a spatial cleaver capable of rending reality itself. Hao Changgeng evaded only through desperate instantaneous teleports, each escape narrowly avoiding annihilation. More than once that venomous barb sliced past his skin, its passage warping space so violently that the ripples scorched his flesh. Yet he endured, teleport after teleport after teleport, his source energy bleeding away his face, paling, his movements growing sluggish and labored. Just as his reserves neared collapse. "It's ready." Li Ming erupted in a thunderous shout. The Tumter-high tornado surged forward, engulfing the scorpion in its furious vortex. The scorpion thrashed wildly, but inside the tornado, wind blades lacerated its hide relentlessly, while centrifugal force wrenched it off balance. It tumbled, spun, and, just for an instant, exposed its underbelly upward. Its vulnerability laid bare. An opportunity. Anna and Andre struck as one. The ice needle vanished into thin air, reappearing as a streak of sapphire light plunging deep into the scorpion's fragile abdominal plate. Uft! The sickening sound of ice-piercing flesh rang with chilling clarity across the silent ice field. The scorpion shrieked, a guttural, agonized howl, as its entire body convulsed violently. The tornado hurled it skyward, then slammed it down onto the ice with earth-shaking force, carving a colossal crater. The assault concluded. The four gasped ragged breaths, sweat dripping from their brows, yet none dared step closer. The scorpion still lived. True to expectation, within 10 seconds it staggered upright. Its abdominal wound gaped grotesquely, viridian blood oozing steadily, hissing as it corroded the ice beneath. Its aura dimmed markedly, stripped of its former ferocity. Yet its crimson eyes now burned, not with rage alone, but with something far more dangerous, incandescent wrath. It fixed its gaze upon the four, then slowly raised its tail. Suddenly, it lashed sideways. A silver-white spatial blade materialized from nowhere, hurtling straight toward Anna and Andre. Too fast, impossibly fast. A meter-long crescent of warped space edged with ghostly luminescence bent reality in its wake. A direct hit would have severed them clean in two. At the very brink, Hao Changgeng appeared before them like a phantom. He tackled both to the ground in one fluid motion, the three collapsing into a tangled heap. The spatial blade screamed overhead, shearing off several golden strands of Anna's hair, then continued onward. Crockham. In the distance, 100-meter glacier was bisected cleanly at its midpoint. Its upper half slid silently downward, crashing onto the ice plain in a cataclysmic explosion of snow and mist. The three rose shakily, staring at the severed mountain, cold sweat drenching their spines. Such raw destructive power was beyond terrifying. It was sublime. Anna's face was pale, yet she offered Hao Changgeng a quiet, respectful nod. "Thank you." Hao Changgeng had no time for pleasantries. He urged urgently, "Brothers, any life-saving techniques you possess, deploy them now. I'll add 10 source crystals to your reward, immediately." Hao Changgeng gazed toward the distant Qielong scorpion, struggling desperately, his expression taut with urgency. But delay would surely invite calamity. Such a tremendous commotion could not possibly go unnoticed. Anna translated his words for Andre. Andre paused in silence for a heartbeat, then withdrew another ice-blue core from his robe, a core purer and more potent than the last. The siblings exchanged a glance, then clasped the core together and began absorbing its energy with frantic intensity. An ethereal cobalt radiance surged around them, thickening moment by moment. The surrounding temperature plummeted once more, so sharply that even the air seemed to freeze solid. The Qielong scorpion sensed mortal peril. It sought to flee. Dragging its wounded body, it whirled and bolted toward the horizon. "Think you can run?" Hao Changgeng blinked into existence before it, and brought his wolf-tooth mace crashing down upon its skull. Enraged, the scorpion lashed out with both pincers, attempting to drive away this maddening insect. Yet Hao Changgeng refused direct confrontation. relying solely on instantaneous teleportation to harass and entangle it. When the enemy advanced, he retreated. When the enemy retreated, he pursued. When the enemy faltered, he struck. Though he could not wound the Chelong scorpion, he succeeded utterly in halting its escape. With each teleportation, his face grew paler, draining his vitality. His internal source energy was nearly exhausted, his very life force burning away in sacrifice. Yet he clenched his teeth and held on. At that instant, Li Ming's assault descended once more. An azure cobalt vortex lifted the Chelong scorpion skyward once again, exposing its vulnerable underbelly. And Anna and Andre had completed their final convergence. A glacial spear, not an ordinary one, but forged from the siblings' entire reservoir of source energy, combined with every ounce of power contained within the core, the ultimate strike. The spear gleamed with deep abyssal blue, its tip warping the very fabric of space, a phenomenon born of absolute zero. Go! The glacial spear pierced the air, vanishing instantly into the fractured carapace of the Chelong scorpion's abdomen. Flipped. It tore straight through, emerging from its back before driving deep into the frozen earth, pinning it fast. The Chelong scorpion shrieked in agony, its body convulsing violently. Its tail barb thrashed wildly, carving intersecting spatial slashes across the surrounding void. The four had already leapt far back, daring not draw near. Even a 100-legged creature, though mortally wounded, does not die quietly. A beast of this caliber in its death throes delivers the deadliest counterstrike of all. The Chelong scorpion writhed and shrieked, its life force bleeding away at terrifying speed. It strained to rise, only to collapse again and again. It tried to strike, yet its tail barb grew feebler with every tremor. It struggled for 3 or 4 long minutes, then finally stilled. Its crimson eyes dimmed, slowly fading into vacant stillness. Dead. All four collapsed onto the ice, gasping raggedly, too spent even to lift themselves. This battle had teetered on the knife edge of annihilation. Had Xiaoyan not uncovered its weakness, had the Ice Blue twins not unleashed their ultimate technique, had Hao Changgeng not sacrificed himself to stall it, they would now lie dead upon the ice. Hao Changgeng stared at the Chelong scorpion's corpse in the distance, the fourth-tier apex spatial core gleaming where it lay awaiting him. He strained to rise. When Su Xiaoya's cry shattered the silence, no. Multiple powerful presences are converging, fast. Roughly 300 kilometers away, they'll arrive in minutes. What? The four recoiled in shock. In their current state, they lacked strength even to flee, let alone fight again. If discovered now, not only would their prey be lost, they themselves might be doomed. No hesitation could be afforded in crisis. Hao Changgeng dashed toward the scorpion's corpse. He raised his wolf-toothed mace, and with his last ounce of strength brought it down upon the beast's skull. Crack! 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 3 blows in rapid succession, splattering gore and bone. At last the silvery, radiant core emerged, and he seized it in his fist. Within the core pulsed a miniature realm. Countless luminous motes swirling slowly, exuding pure spatial essence. Simultaneously, the spatial fragment within his own body stirred, quivering with resonance. He drew a sharp breath, forcibly suppressing the surge, and sealed the core into his spatial domain. Go! All 5 turned northward and fled. Wind and snow howling past their ears, the frozen plain receding beneath their feet. Yet their speed was but a shadow of its former self. The battle had drained every drop of source energy from each of them. Less than 10 minutes into their flight, Su Xiaoya's face blanched. They're under 20 kilometers now. They're closing too fast. Hao Changgeng glanced back. The distant horizon shimmered with dark, speeding silhouettes. Judging by the intensity of those auras, at least 3 were Tier 3 cultivators. At this pace, they would soon be surrounded. He halted abruptly. Brother Gong. Su Xiaoya froze in surprise. Hao Changgeng ignored her and turned instead to Anna. You two are ice-affiliated. You must have a means of escape. Anna hesitated, then nodded. Without another word, Hao Changgeng retrieved the Tier 3 spatial core and 38 source crystals from his spatial domain. Every asset he possessed, he thrust the entire cache into Anna's hands. Take them and go now. What? Anna stared stunned. I'll hold them off. Brother 2. Li Ming exploded, grabbing Hao Changgeng's collar in a white-knuckled grip. What do you mean? We leave together, or die together. Hao Changgeng placed a firm hand over Li Ming's, meeting his gaze with unshakable calm. Brother 4, listen to me. I won't listen. Li Ming's eyes burned crimson. After everything I've endured to find you, you expect me to abandon you and run. Am I even human anymore? Li Ming. Hao Changgeng's voice cracked like thunder. These nameless stragglers, they're beneath my concern. He clapped Li Ming's shoulder, his tone softening. I have my own method of escape. Your presence here would only hinder me. What method? Don't think you can fool me. I can slip into a parallel dimensional space, one only I may enter. Your staying behind would only obstruct me. Li Ming opened his mouth, but no words came forth. He knew Hao Changgeng spoke truth. His master's uncanny spatial mastery truly offered a path to survival. Yet knowing and accepting were two different things. Go now, Hao Changgeng urged, shoving him gently. Once clear, take Xiaoya and contact elder brother and third brother immediately. Await my return. Your father is seeking a great destiny. Perhaps for some time I shall be gone. He grinned faintly. Remember this, live well, for your father. Li Ming locked eyes with him, his gaze raw, his eyes glistening. Finally he nodded. All right, stay safe. Su Xiaoya, tears brimming, whispered, Brother Gong, take care. Hao Changgeng waved dismissively, refusing to look back. Anna and Andre shared a glance, then simultaneously drew forth an ice blue core. Hand in hand they unleashed a deep, cerulean luminescence that welled from their bodies and enveloped all four. The light intensified, growing colder, brighter, and in the next instant the ice beneath their feet shattered. They plunged downward as if sinking into water, vanishing without trace beneath the frozen surface. The fissured ice sealed itself seamlessly, leaving no sign it had ever broken. Ice submersion, a forbidden escape art of the Ice Blue twins, granting seamless passage beneath glacial plains. Hao Changgeng watched the spot where they'd vanished, and released a long, slow breath. Now he stood alone. He turned, facing the direction from which the pursuers came. Through wind and blizzard, dark figures raced ever closer. Soon those people surrounded him completely. There were actually two groups. The one on the left was led by a man with a profound aura, level 4. Behind him were a dozen individuals, among whom one woman was level 3, while the rest were level 1 and 2. The man's gaze was sinister, indicating he was not to be trifled with. The leader of the 7 Stars gang, Jin Gu Xian, Hao Changgeng understood in his heart. The group on the right was led by a loli, about 1.5 meters tall, with a round baby face and big eyes that blinked innocently, looking harmless. Yet her figure was exceptionally alluring, with curves that created a stark contrast to her baby face. Level 3. Behind her were a dozen people, all level 2. However, the state of those individuals was quite strange. Hao Changgeng scanned the crowd, his heart alarmed. Those dozen or so people had vacant eyes and expressionless faces, as if they had lost their minds. They stood neatly behind the lowly, motionless like a group of puppets. Interesting. The woman beside Jin Gu Xian stepped forward and sneered. Naked Running Brother, this is our leader. The leader's cousin died at your hands. Have you ever thought about today? Jin Gu Xian babbled something incoherent, but Hao Changgeng couldn't understand a word. The woman translated, Naked Running Brother, if you surrender obediently, our leader promises to give you a quick end. Hao Changgeng chuckled. He crossed his arms, looking at the group with amusement. You are so sure you can capture me? Naked Running Brother, we've already investigated you and know you possess rare spatial energy, which is indeed troublesome. But we have come fully prepared today. You cannot escape your doom. Hao Changgeng raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting to the loli. The loli spoke, her voice soft and sweet, yet perfectly Mandarin. Hello, Naked Running Brother, my name is Li Hua Meizi. Do you mind if we get to know each other? Hao Changgeng was momentarily stunned. What the hell? What's going on? He asked with great interest. So you are the helper that this man invited to capture me? No. Li Hua Meizi shook her head repeatedly, smiling innocently. I don't know him very well. I just heard he wanted to capture you, so I pretended to cooperate with him. Actually, I'm here to save you. Hao Changgeng looked puzzled. We are strangers. Why would you save me? Li Hua Meizi blinked her big eyes, her face slightly flushed. Because I also hate this group from the 7 Stars Gang Plus. She lowered her head, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes, her voice growing softer. I feel you have a strong masculine charm, and I really like you. That's why I wanted to come and save you. Hao Changgeng felt a surge of joy in his heart. What? My charm is already this great. Can I shine even in this place? He almost couldn't help but check his reflection in the ice surface to see how handsome he looked now. Li Hua Meizi looked up, her expression serious. In a moment, when I count to 3, you hurry and run. He'll stay back to hold them off for you. Although Hao Changgeng felt this was strange, he had no other choice at the moment. He nodded, secretly gathering strength, ready to bolt at any moment. Li Hua Meizi took a deep breath and began to count down. 3. Her voice was prolonged. 2. It was even longer, making one feel drowsy. Hao Changgeng suddenly felt his eyelids grow heavy, his mind becoming foggy, as if he could fall asleep at any moment. Just then, a sharp pain jolted through his mind. It was the coordinate left by the Starbreaker, a mark leading to another dimension. At this moment, the mark burned hot, like a needle piercing deep into his consciousness. Hao Changgeng jolted awake. Everything before him shattered like a dream. Where was Li Hua Meizi? She was already less than 10 meters away from him. In her big eyes, a strange multicolored light flickered. The light rippled outwards like hypnotic waves, threatening to completely consume his consciousness. Illusion. This little loli had awakened illusion-based powers. Hao Changgeng's back instantly soaked in cold sweat. He looked at the dozen or so puppets. What strange state was this? They were clearly slaves, completely controlled by her. Help her. Save me. Like him. All lies. Her true goal was to control him with her illusions, turning him into her new puppet. With that, what spatial abilities and teleportation would be of no use. Those who are controlled, no matter how strong, become her tools. That was close. Just a little more. If she had been within 2 more meters, if that illusion had been a bit stronger, he would have already turned into a soulless husk. Hao Changgeng took a deep breath, his gaze towards Li Hua. Mei Zi completely changed. The lowly was stunned as well. The multicolored light in her eyes flickered wildly, clearly exerting her full strength to activate the illusion. But no matter how hard she tried, Hao Changgeng's eyes remained clear, showing no signs of being controlled. How is this possible? No one has ever been able to break free from her illusions. Level 2 won't work, even a peak level 2 won't work. This naked running brother is clearly a peak level 2, so why? Attack! Jin Guxian shouted violently, and the dozen or so people acted simultaneously. Various energy attacks came flooding in. Fireballs, ice blades, lightning strikes, poison fog. They were dense, sealing off all escape routes. Yet Hao Changgeng did not dodge or evade. His figure began to blur. Li Hua Mei's face changed dramatically. He's going to run. Block him. Jin Guxian panicked, shouting frantically, rushing forward himself, trying to seal off the space with poison fog. But that blurred figure seemed to exist in another dimension, and his poison fog couldn't touch him at all. Just as Hao Changgeng was about to disappear, he suddenly appeared right in front of Li Hua Mei. The face was so close, wearing a wicked smile. Little sister, if you want to control your brother Geng, you need to take some real action. Before Li Hua Mei could react, she felt a strange sensation on her chest. Hao Changgeng had pinched her hard. Ah! Li Hua Mei let out a scream, her little face instantly flushed, both embarrassed and angry. By the time she reacted, there was no one in front of her. Hao Changgeng had completely disappeared. The scene fell into silence. Jin Guxian stared blankly at the empty space, his face pale. The woman beside him opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. Li Hua Mei clutched her chest, trembling all over. Not because of pain, but because of grievance. Ever since she awakened her illusion powers, she had never missed, regardless of age or gender. So many people tried to curry favor with her, yet she couldn't be bothered. Today she personally took action to cast illusions on a man, already giving him plenty of face. And what happened? The illusion failed, and she was touched by him. She looked down at her chest where the sensation still lingered. Damn it. She gritted her teeth, tears welling up in her eyes, wishing to tear that bastard into pieces. Find him, she shouted sharply. He definitely hasn't run far. We must find him, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Jin Guxian's people exchanged glances, unsure what had gotten into this little lady. But seeing her expression that looked like she wanted to eat someone, no one dared to ask further, and they all dispersed to search. At this moment, Hao Changgeng was no longer in this dimension. The familiar sensation of weightlessness. The familiar sensation of being torn apart. When everything returned to calm, he found himself once again in that boundless darkness. Surrounded by pitch blackness, there was no direction, no sound, no gravity. Only a faint glimmer of light in the distance guiding the way. Hao Changgeng's mind stirred, and he floated toward that direction. He didn't know how long he had been drifting, but he finally approached that point of light. The massive mech still quietly hovered there. Towering at a height of 100 meters, with a pair of broken crystal wings at its back and a core on its chest flickering with light. In the next moment, a force of attraction emerged. Hao Changgeng's vision blurred, and he reappeared in that 10-meter square space. Surrounding him were still countless holographic screens displaying streams of data he could not comprehend. Quickly, the point of light coalesced. A mini-mech, just a dozen centimeters tall, appeared out of thin air, floating in front of him. The voice of Lai Xing sounded still devoid of emotion. Didn't we agree to wait until level 3 to come back? Your current consciousness space can't accommodate this mech at all. Hao Changgeng chuckled. Something happened outside, so I came in to hide. Lai Xing remained silent for a moment before saying, there's a level 4 spatial fluctuation on you. Hao Changgeng retrieved the crystal core from his space, tossing it lightly in his hand. The core emitted a brilliant silver light, and a vast aura of space instantly enveloped him. Lai Xing stared at the crystal core for a few seconds, and rare praise escaped his lips. Not bad. Hao Changgeng no longer wasted words, placing the crystal core in his palm and closing his eyes. He activated the Yuanqing Ju. He began to absorb. Pure spatial energy surged into his body, coursing through his meridians. That feeling was 100 times more intense than absorbing a source crystal. Every strand of energy washed over his body, his consciousness, and that piece of space. Time passed in silence. Meanwhile, outside, 2 groups of people were still searching around the icy plains. The people from Jin Guxian searched all around for miles, finding not even a single hair. Tachibana Yumizi was sensing inch by inch, attempting to capture any anomalies with her mental strength. But no matter how hard they searched, it was as if Hao Changgeng had evaporated from the world, completely vanished. In the end, Jin Guxian cursed loudly and led the group away. Tachibana Yumizi stood in place, gazing at the spot where Hao Changgeng had disappeared, biting her lip. After a moment, she turned to leave, but not before leaving a remark. Naked brother, I'll remember you. Next time we meet, I'll make sure you pay. A few hundred kilometers away in a hidden cave beneath an iceberg, Li Ming, Su, Xiaya, Anna, and Andre hid inside, not daring to breathe. Xiaya had been keeping an eye on the communication channel, seeing that the bounty for Hao Changgeng was still constantly being updated, which finally eased her mind a bit. He hasn't been caught, she said. Brother Geng should have escaped. Li Ming leaned against the ice wall, closing his eyes. That kid had better not keep me waiting too long. Anna glanced at him, but said nothing. Outside the cave, snow and wind howled. Inside the cave, the four waited silently. Meanwhile, Hao Changgeng was immersed in the absorption process. That level 4 spatial crystal core was gradually merging with his body. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Hao Changgeng sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by a faint silver light. At this moment, the crystal core had completely turned to dust, all the spatial energy fully integrated into his body. Mysterious silver patterns began to appear on his skin. Those patterns spread beneath his skin, extending from his chest to his limbs, then converging at his brow. Each line emitted a faint glow, as if outlining some mysterious runes. And his figure began to grow ethereal. It was not the deliberate fading that occurred during teleportation, but a natural blending, as if he had become one with the void. His outline alternated between clarity and blurriness, as if he might completely vanish at any moment. Simultaneously, the space deep within his consciousness was swirling wildly. The originally small space of only 2 or 3 meters began to rapidly expand. 5 meters, 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 80 meters. When it expanded to 100 meters, it finally stopped. The walls of the space became solid, no longer the previous hazy mist. Instead, they transformed into true, stable spatial barriers. At the moment the space stabilized completely, Hao Changgeng's aura suddenly surged. Level 3. He had broken through. Immediately afterward, his body began to undergo changes. Crack. A series of crisp sounds erupted from within him, as if his cells were evolving. Every muscle trembled, every pore expanded. The entire essence of his life was leaping forward at a visible speed. Not knowing how long had passed, everything returned to calm. Hao Changgeng slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, 2 silver lights flickered and vanished. He looked down at his hands and clenched his fists. That feeling of fullness of strength made him unable to help but smile broadly. Level 3. He muttered. If level 1 was the starting point of leaving the mortal body and level 2 was the first leap of power, then level 3 was a complete metamorphosis. At this moment, he even had the confidence to withstand a missile from Blue Star with his physical body without a scratch. That feeling of becoming stronger was absolutely exhilarating. Not bad. The voice of Li Xing rang out, rare praise lacing his tone. Your spatial talent is indeed quite remarkable. As long as you don't fall from the path, you will surely achieve great things in the future. Hao Changgeng chuckled eagerly, asking, so what are we waiting for? Let's reshape the mech right now. He was unable to contain his excitement at mastering that colossal machine. But Li Xing shook his head. Now is not the time. Why not? 3 more days are needed, Li Xing replied. In 3 days, the distance between this planet and the star will reach its closest point. At that time, changes will occur in the Earth's core, and the temperature will be significantly higher than usual. That will be the best time for reshaping. 3 days. Hao Changgeng nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation. In these 3 days, you can familiarize yourself with your new abilities. Li Xing said. Hao Changgeng focused his mind, plunging his consciousness into that 100-meter space. Indeed, with the current size of the space, accommodating that mech would be more than sufficient. Moreover, he could clearly feel that his control over space had more than doubled. If he were to encounter that cracked sky scorpion again, now he was confident he could face it head-on without having to flee as he did before. By the way, he suddenly remembered something and looked at Li Xing. You mentioned before that the mech fell because of a treasure. Li Xing fell silent for a moment. The light in his eyes flickered as if he was lost in distant memories. After a long while, he slowly spoke. My master was originally just a nameless pawn. He was a mech soldier on the battlefield outside the Milky Way, awakening the most ordinary fire-type source energy. With an average talent and ordinary qualifications, he only reached the 3rd tier of star soldiers in his entire life. Hao Changgeng listened intently and suddenly asked, wait, what exactly are star warriors? Li Xing, unfazed by the interruption, patiently explained. The stage you are currently in is called the trial period in the universe, ranging from level 1 to level 9. Beyond level 9 lies the Star Warrior rank, also divided into 9 tiers. As trial period beings, you are still the most basic carbon-based life, forms unable to battle in the vacuum of space or harsh cosmic environments. When you advance to Star Warriors, a miniature star core will form within you. That is the source of energy for a Star Warrior. With it, you can withstand harsh cosmic conditions and move freely in space. Hao Changgeng pondered this. Li Xing continued. That group of Star Raiders went to great lengths to capture you in order to train you to level 9, then implant slave chips. They will continue to train you to break through to the Star Warrior rank, ultimately selling you as commodities to various families' enterprises or the gray departments of government institutions. Star Warriors. The breakthrough probability is 1 in 10,000. On some ordinary planets, they are already considered a dominant presence. Unfortunately, on the battlefield beyond the realms, they are merely the lowest-level cannon fodder. Hao Changgeng listened silently, gaining a deeper understanding of the universe's cruelty. Liexing withdrew into thought. Although the master's talent is mediocre, the gifts of fate often come without warning. In a secret realm on the battlefield beyond the realms, he unexpectedly obtained the supreme treasure of the ancient elf clan, the sacred codex of all spirits. Elves. Hao Changgeng was taken aback. The universe we are in is called the Zhangqiong universe, Liexing continued to explain. The Zhangqiong universe is divided into 5 major star systems. Our Milky Way system is primarily known for its technological civilization. The elf clan's Lingyue star system reveres nature and elemental powers. The cultivation civilization's Qingxian star system focuses on the path of cultivation. The Beastman clan's Kangmang star system believes in achieving sanctity through the physical body. And there's the Winged clan's Lingyu star system, which possesses powerful soul forces. Each of the 5 major star systems has a different cultivation system with different level names. In our Milky Way system, the cultivation levels start from the trial period, followed by Star Warrior, Star General, Star Sovereign. Each level is divided into 9 tiers. The unified levels commonly used in the universe are Star Core level, Planet level, Star level, though those are still too far from you. Hao Changgeng felt a surge of emotions. So the universe is indeed vast. At the time the master obtained it, he only had a fragment of the sacred codex of all spirits. Yet just that single fragment allowed his fire-type source energy to soar rapidly. Soon he received recognition from the fundamental laws of fire, effortlessly breaking through to the Star General level. From then on, we began adventuring in various star systems, searching for the whereabouts of other fragments. Liexing's voice grew somber. In the end, we found clues to another fragment in the cultivation civilization's Qingxian star system. It was located in the ancestral grounds of an ancient family, essentially a grand tomb. Hao Changgeng thought to himself, doesn't that mean we're robbing graves? But he didn't dare to voice it. Opportunities often come with dangers. Liexing continued. The moment we entered that secret realm, we completely enraged that family. They dispatched over 100 powerful cultivators to hunt us down. We fled all the way, but ultimately a powerful individual caught up with us. That person's cultivation was at least at the Star Sovereign level. However, the mecha was crafted from countless top-tier rare metals, providing extremely strong defense. The person's attack couldn't breach the defenses for a time, only leaving behind numerous injuries on us. Though we were battered, the core was unharmed. However, Liexing's voice paused. Eventually, that person launched a divine sense attack. The divine sense attack penetrated the mecha's defenses and directly shattered the master's divine sense. In a critical moment, the master activated the ultimate escape program, tearing through space and entering this dimension. This saved the mecha from total destruction, and I was able to survive. Liexing finished speaking and fell into a long silence. Hao Changgeng was also silent. After a while, he softly asked, "Did you manage to seize that fragment?" Liexing shook his head. No. The two of them were left speechless. Hao Changgeng silently cursed in his heart. Wasn't this just a case of losing the chicken and the rice? No one survived. The mecha was ruined and nothing was obtained. Just then the space around them rippled. An ancient piece of paper appeared out of thin air before Hao Changgeng. It was a piece that looked extremely ancient with ragged edges and a faint golden hue overall. There were no words or patterns on the paper, only a weak flame quietly burning within. The flame was pale gold, flickering in and out. It seemed as if it could extinguish at any moment, yet it contained a power that made one's heart race. This is the fragment obtained initially, Liexing said. Inside it lies a spark of fire containing the ultimate power of the rules. That is a power that transcends the power of the rules. The master relied on it to achieve the subsequent brilliance. Hao Changgeng stared at the fragment, feeling shocked. Just this torn piece of paper actually created a Star General level powerhouse. Our reconstruction also cannot do without it, Liexing said. We need to harness the terrifying heat of the Earth's core to restore vitality to this fragment, and then use that spark of fire within the fragment to completely reshape the mecha. He looked at Hao Changgeng. At that time, you must also draw on that spark of fire to comprehend the power of the fire element. Hao Changgeng was taken aback. Isn't it true that everyone can only have one type of elemental source energy? Not necessarily, Liexing explained. In theory, one can comprehend countless elemental properties, but most people only specialize in one, as one cannot chew too much at once. But our situation is special. Having this treasure before us will allow comprehension to far exceed that of others. Moreover, when cultivation reaches the final stages, one must grasp multiple powers of the rules to advance. It's just that this is still too far from you, so for now don't consider it. Hao Changgeng nodded. Our immediate goal is to reshape the mecha. Then you should quickly elevate to level 6 and see if you can escape this planet early. Level 6. Hao Changgeng was puzzled. We have mechas now, are we still afraid of those Star Raiders? If it were during the peak period, naturally we wouldn't be afraid. But after the reshaping, everything will start anew. The leader of those Star Raiders is at least at the Star General level. We simply cannot compete with them. Moreover, resources here are scarce. Only by entering the vast universe can you find better opportunities for development. Hao Changgeng nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, with Lieshing as his lucky charm, his vision should extend further. This planet is merely the starting point of his journey. All right, familiarize yourself with your new abilities, he said. We will set off in 3 days. He transformed into a speck of light and vanished, the surrounding holographic screens dimming. Hao Changgeng floated alone in that space, closed his eyes, and began to carefully sense the changes within his body. In his consciousness space, 100 meters square, it was vast and stable. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. It's time to set off, came the voice of Lieshing. Hao Changgeng slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of silver flashing in his gaze. At this moment, he had mastered the third-level abilities to perfection. More importantly, his connection with the space within his consciousness had grown increasingly close, as if it were an extension of his own body. Are you ready? Lieshing asked. Hao Changgeng took a deep breath, suppressing his inner excitement, and nodded solemnly. I'm ready. The space shifted. In the next moment, he found himself outside the mecha. That colossal machine continued to float silently. The silver armor glimmered faintly in the darkness, and the damaged crystal wings on its back trembled slightly. The diamond-shaped energy core in his chest was slowly pulsing. Hao Changgeng hesitated, no longer channeling his consciousness to envelop the mecha. A silvery light surged from his brow, like an invisible hand wrapping around the entire mecha. Collect. The light flashed. The giant machine vanished into thin air, only to appear within his consciousness space. The once empty space was instantly filled to the brim. The mecha floated quietly, occupying nearly half of the area. Let's leave this place first, Liexing's voice echoed in his mind as a coordinate was imprinted. Hao Changgeng activated the coordinate. The familiar sensation of being torn apart struck him once more. The bizarre colors flashed wildly before his eyes, as if his body were being ripped apart and reassembled. When everything settled down, he had returned to the main space. A purple star hung high in the sky, the familiar desert coming into view. South from here, 8,650 kilometers, Liexing's voice rang out. There's an island there with a volcano that reaches down to the Earth's core. Let's go. Hao Changgeng wasted no time sprinting southward. After reaching the third level, his speed had undergone a qualitative leap. The ground beneath him flew backward rapidly, and he appeared like a silver streak across the wasteland. Over 8,000 kilometers. He arrived in just half a day. In the distance, a vast blue came into view on the horizon. The ocean. Hao Changgeng stood at the edge of the coast, gazing at the boundless sea before him, his mood lightening significantly. Keep swimming forward. Lieshing said, I will remain vigilant of our surroundings. Hao Changgeng dove into the sea, swimming forward with all his might. The icy seawater enveloped his entire body, and the resistance was countless times greater than on land. But his current physical prowess was extraordinarily strong, and with each stroke of his arms he moved through the waves like a torpedo. As he swam, he suddenly felt something loosen on his body. Looking down, the leather skirt was gone again. The rushing sea had washed away that simple leopard print skirt without a trace. Hao Changgeng looked helplessly at the vast ocean, forced to continue swimming bare. Fortunately, there was no one around for hundreds of kilometers, otherwise the nickname Naked Brother would echo through the communication channels again. After swimming for over half an hour, an island finally appeared ahead. The island spanned over 1,000 acres, lush and densely vegetated. The most striking feature was the towering volcano in the center of the island. The volcano soared into the clouds, its peak piercing through the layers of clouds, completely invisible. Thick smoke billowed from the volcano, mingling with dark red sparks, illuminating the surrounding clouds in a fiery hue. Even from tens of kilometers away, Hao Changgeng could feel the intense heat wafting towards him. He quickened his pace, dashing up the island's shore, racing towards the summit. The closer he got to the volcano, the higher the temperature became. The surrounding vegetation gradually disappeared. In its place were scorched rocks and rivers of flowing magma. The air was so hot it felt as if it might ignite, with every breath feeling like his lungs were on fire. Finally, he stood at the edge of the volcano. Below him was a roiling sea of magma. The scorching heat waves shot up into the sky, instantly evaporating the moisture from his body. With his third-level physique, he could still feel a stinging sensation on his skin. This was merely the volcano's lip. How terrifying must the temperature be deep within the Earth's core? In a moment you will jump down. Liexing's voice became serious. The instant you leap, you must immediately summon the mecha beneath you to shield you from that momentary high temperature. Then I will initiate the reshaping program while pulling you into the mecha's internal dimensional space. Hao Changgeng took a deep breath, looking down at the surging magma. Take a risk. A bicycle can become a motorcycle. He leaped down. His body plummeted rapidly and the temperature around him soared. 1,000 degrees, 2,000, 3,000 degrees. His skin began to redden. His hair started to curl and his consciousness began to blur. Just as his thoughts were on the verge of chaos, he gritted his teeth and activated his consciousness space. A flash of silver light. The 100-meter mecha appeared out of thin air, interposing itself between him and the magma. Boom. The mecha plunged into the magma, creating towering waves. Hao Changgeng followed closely behind on the verge of being engulfed by the magma. In a moment of peril, the diamond core on the mecha's chest lit up. A pulling force emanated. Hao Changgeng's vision blurred, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in that familiar space. All the holographic screens lit up, displaying data from the outside. He looked down at himself. All his hair had been burned away, his skin charred and wrinkled. He looked as though he had just crawled out of a fire. If he had been even half a second late, he would have completely turned into smoke. That was close. He gasped. The current temperature is 68000 degrees. Lixing's voice echoed. But it's still not enough. We need to go deeper. On the holographic screen, the external image was rapidly descending. The mecha carrying him continued to plunge deeper into the Earth's core. The temperature rose higher and higher. 7000 degrees. 75000 degrees. 8000 degrees. Finally, with a muffled roar, the mecha fell into the deepest part of the Earth's core. Here was no longer a normal magma layer, but a layer of liquid metal. All around were scorching streams of molten metal, glowing a crimson hue, the terrifying heat sufficient to melt everything. Even more deadly was the overwhelming pressure. The screen displayed that the pressure here had reached 80 million times that of the surface. Yet in such an environment, the mecha remained utterly still. There was not a hint of melting on its armor, nor even a sign of deformation. The terrifying temperatures and pressures that could annihilate everything seemed to be non-existent before it. Hao Changgeng felt a surge of excitement. This was the defense power of a top-tier mecha. At that moment, an ancient tattered page flew out from the core of the mecha. It was precisely the fragment of the sacred codex of all beings. As it flew out, the surrounding terrifying heat seemed to encounter a king, beginning to slowly diminish. No, it was not diminishing. It was being devoured. A faint golden spark within the fragment suddenly ignited. Like a hungry beast, it opened its mouth wide, beginning to ravenously consume the surrounding heat. The temperature around him dropped at a visible rate. All the heat surged towards that spark like rivers flowing into the sea. And that spark was visibly growing larger. What was once just a flicker of weak light, now it grew brighter and more intense, gradually transforming into a golden flame the size of a fist. Meanwhile, the planet's surface underwent cataclysmic transformation. Volcanoes erupted first, every single one across the globe all at once. Thick roiling smoke blotted out the sky as molten lava surged forth, obliterating everything in its path. Then came the earthquakes, violent convulsive tremors that fractured the earth, splitting open chasms so deep they vanished into darkness. Mountains crumbled, canyons collapsed. The entire planet groaned in agony. Next, the tsunamis rose, towering waves tens of thousands of feet high, surging from the ocean's abyss and crashing onto land with apocalyptic fury. Coastal regions were swallowed whole. Countless demonic beasts were swept into the abyssal depths, leaving not even bones behind. Hurricanes, thunderstorms, hailstorms, every conceivable natural disaster descended simultaneously as if the end of the world had arrived. The cultivators undergoing trials on the surface plunged into utter chaos. Communication channels flooded with frantic transmissions. What the hell is happening? Is this the apocalypse? Damn it. Someone tell me what's going on. Shit. Those space pirates never mentioned earthquakes. I nearly got buried alive. Tsunami. The tsunami's here, run. Help. I'm trapped in a fissure. Anyone please rescue me. Amidst the pandemonium, the self-proclaimed geological expert reappeared. Everyone stay calm. Based on my observations, such gaseous giant planets occasionally undergo this phenomenon. It's likely caused by internal energy fluctuations triggering seismic upheaval. Prioritize safety. Seek shelter in a stable location. This should subside in due time. In due time. By then I'll be dead. Shut up, expert. Last time we trusted you, we almost died. Look, countless demonic beasts are emerging. High-rank ones. All of them high-rank. Indeed, the calamity had forced countless demonic beasts, long hidden deep beneath the crust, to flee to the surface. Frenzied and feral, they slaughtered indiscriminately and shattered everything in sight. Cultivators now faced not only cataclysmic natural disasters, but also these rampaging beasts. Casualties mounted rapidly. Hao Changgeng, the unwitting architect of it all, remained utterly unaware. He stared intently at the holographic display, watching the golden spark voraciously devour the planet's core heat. Current temperature 43000 degrees. The figure on screen continued to fall. 4000 degrees. 35000 degrees. 3000 degrees. Over half the core's thermal energy had already been consumed. Hao Changgeng couldn't help but ask, by absorbing so much of the planet's core heat, What impact will this have on the world? Lai Xing replied coolly, it will accelerate the planet's demise. We will drain over half its thermal energy. Once the core fully cools, the planet will gradually descend into a glacial epoch, its lifespan shortened by at least 2 billion years. Surface-level natural disasters will persist for an extended duration. Hao Changgeng fell silent. 2 billion years. A 12 billion-year reduction in lifespan. A complex wave of emotion washed over him. At that very moment, the golden flame swelled to its absolute zenith. It exploded outward, and from its heart shot a searing beam of golden light piercing straight down toward the mecha below. This radiance embodied the ultimate flame sovereignty, a force transcending mere laws operating on a higher, more fundamental plane. Under its illumination, the mecha, previously impervious even to temperatures exceeding tens of thousands of degrees, began to melt. Armor plating, skeletal frame, core, matrix, light wings, all liquefied like wax before a furnace. Silvery metallic fluid flowed across the core's surface, yet remained bound by unseen forces refusing to scatter. Soon only a massive sphere of molten metal remained. Hao Changgeng's pocket dimension remained untouched. He watched the screen tense and breathless, observing the glowing metallic orb. Then 10,000 slender beams of light erupted from the molten mass. Thousands of palm-sized micro-robots, each resembling an exquisitely engineered mechanical spider with 8 delicate manipulator arms. They hovered silently around the molten sphere, awaiting command. Initiate reconstruction. Lai Xing's voice resonated. Instantly, the micro-robots surged forward. Some drew liquid metal, others shaped the endoskeleton, some forged armor plates, others refined intricate details. Each assigned a precise role, their coordination flawless and seamless. Under their concerted effort, the molten sphere began to reshape itself. First, the skeleton emerged, silvery and elegant. Then joints, actuation systems, and energy conduits formed in sequence, followed by armor plating. One by one, armor segments locked into place, perfectly aligned, seamless, unified. Next, the power core, a crystalline rhombus, was sculpted separately and re-embedded into the chest cavity. Finally, the light wings. Countless minuscule crystal wafers were carved and assembled layer upon layer, reconstructing that ethereal pair of luminous wings. Time slipped away unmeasured. After an indeterminate span, a new mecha stood within the planetary core, its silhouette familiar, yet halved in scale, just 50 meters tall. Its silvery armor bore delicate golden traceries, imprints of the flame's sovereignty. Its light wings had transformed too, not pure violet crystal anymore, but shimmering with a soft gold-red luster like wings tempered in sacred fire. Reconstruction complete. In that very instant, Lai Xing dissolved into a streak of light and plunged directly into Hao Changgeng's forehead. Initiate ultimate consciousness binding protocol. Hao Changgeng's vision blacked out. He collapsed into unconsciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself immersed in an endless sea of flame. All around stretched, boundless fire, golden, pale gold crimson, flames burning, dancing, rejoicing. Floating serenely within the inferno's heart was the ancient, weathered fragment of parchment. There the tiny spark had grown into a radiant golden flame, quietly blazing upon the page. He tried to move, but his body felt impossibly heavy, as though shackled by invisible bonds. He strained with every fiber of his being, yet could not lift even a single finger. Do not resist, Lai Xing murmured beside him. Relax and feel. Hao Changgeng stilled his mind and surrendered to stillness. He began to feel the warmth of flame, its pulse, its breath. Gradually movement returned. First his fingers. He slowly bent his index finger, and the mecha's finger bent in perfect synchrony. Then his wrist, arm, shoulder, leg. Each motion practiced deliberately, step by step, until familiarity bloomed. Starting with the simplest gestures, advancing to complex limb coordination. Before long, he commanded the mecha with effortless fluency. The sensation was extraordinary. The mecha was no longer external machinery, but an extension of his own flesh and bone, he its sovereign consciousness. External temperature, pressure, tactile feedback, all streamed vividly into his awareness. He sensed molten metal flowing through armored channels. He felt crushing pressure compressing the hull, and even the gentle warmth emanating from the ancient parchment before him. This mecha was originally forged with fire attribute resonance as its foundation, Lai Xing explained. To unleash its full potential, you must comprehend the source energy of fire. Remain fused for these days. Immerse yourself in the mecha while using the golden spark to cultivate your attunement to elemental fire. Hao Changgeng nodded. An overwhelming intuition surged within him. If he returned to the surface now, none on this planet would stand against him. Yet he did not rush to depart. Deep within the planetary core he remained, in mecha form, quietly cultivating, surrounded by infinite fire. Before him the supreme golden flame. He closed his eyes and began to grasp the true essence of fire. At this moment, deep within the Earth's core, Hao Changgeng had already immersed himself in this searing world. The golden spark floated before him, each flicker imbued with the most profound rules of flame. He quietly contemplated resonating his consciousness with the flames, merging his mind with the spark. Initially, he could only sense the heat. That was the most superficial characteristic of fire, temperature. Gradually, he began to touch upon deeper layers. The life of fire, devouring everything, yet also nurturing all. Without the flames of the Earth's core, there would be no vitality on this planet. The extinction of fire, it incinerates all, turning everything to ash. Yet within the ashes, new possibilities are born. The transformation of fire, it takes on myriad forms, sometimes ferocious, sometimes gentle. It can be the sharpest sword or the sturdiest shield. The constancy of fire, from ancient times to eternity, fire has always burned. It is one of the most primordial forces that constitute the universe, never extinguished. 1 month. In just 1 month, he comprehended the source energy of fire. At this moment, he possessed 2 completely different source energies, space and fire. One ethereal and elusive, the other blazing and violent. At this moment, he possessed 2 completely different source energies, space and fire. One ethereal and elusive, the other blazing and violent. At this moment, the silver-golden mecha within the terrifying high temperature and pressure of the Earth's core moved like a nimble fish, freely weaving, rolling, and spinning through the liquid metal layer. Every turn was incredibly smooth, and every movement was precise. The voice of Lieshing rang in his mind, carrying a rare note of approval. Not bad to have grasped the fire attribute in just a month. Your comprehension is better than I expected. At this moment, Hao Changgeng's confidence soared. He couldn't help but ask, Lieshing, where are the weapons for the mecha? There are no weapons. Huh. Everything relies on your consciousness to control. Lieshing replied nonchalantly. The mecha itself is your weapon. You can transform it into any form of weapon according to the needs of battle. Hao Changgeng's eyes brightened. He focused his mind. Instantly, the armor on his right arm came to life. The silver-gold metal began to flow and reorganize. In the blink of an eye, a 6-barreled Gatling gun appeared in his right hand. The shape, size, and rugged beauty completely matched his memories from playing games on Blue Star. Fire! Hao Changgeng pulled the trigger. Boom, 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 boom. The 6-gun barrels whirled wildly, unleashing fist-sized fireballs from the muzzle. Those fireballs contained the ultimate power of flames. In the depths of the earth, they exploded, scattering the surrounding liquid metal. Hao Changgeng grinned broadly. Now this is a fire god Gatling. With another thought, the Gatling instantly melted and reformed into a flaming long sword. The blade was entirely crimson, with golden flames flowing along the edge. With a casual swing, he cleaved a deep ravine in the liquid metal. Transforming again, the long sword became a massive shield with golden patterns flowing across its surface, emanating a scorching aura. Transforming again, the shield morphed into a pair of twin guns, flames spitting from the barrels. Awesome. Hao Changgeng was having the time of his life. Just then Liexing's voice rang out. It's time to get serious. Hao Changgeng hurriedly composed himself. Once we go out, our primary task is to help you quickly level up. Secondly, we need to collect a large number of spatial attribute beast cores. Why do we need to collect cores? Hao Changgeng asked. To leave this planet. Lieshing paused and explained, currently the mecha is in its initial state and cannot achieve long-distance spatial jumps. The nearest life planet is 18000 light-years away. Do you understand what that concept means? Hao Changgeng fell silent. Even light would take 18,000 years to travel. So we need a large number of spatial attribute beast cores. I will construct a temporary transition channel. Based on the current situation, it will take about 6 months. By then you should also be around level 6, and we can leave directly heading to the core area of the Galactic Federation. 6 months. Hao Changgeng nodded. However, Liexing's tone suddenly turned serious. During this time, you must not expose the existence of the mecha too ostentatiously. Why, oi? That group of star thieves captured you to cultivate you for only one reason, profit. And the value of a star commander level mecha far exceeds that of you lab rats. Once discovered by the star thieves, they will never let you go. Hao Changgeng felt a chill run down his back. He glanced at the light brain on his wrist. Is this thing okay? It's fine. When you first met me, I had already hacked into its system. Lieshing paused. But you don't need to worry too much. Although the mecha has been reset to its initial state, its foundation is at the pinnacle of star commander level. I can shield all signals within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. Those light brains are just scrap metal in front of us. Just keep a low profile. There's no need to make a big fuss. Hao Changgeng suddenly asked, so will I go out and fight in this form? No need. Just as the words fell, the 50-meter high mecha began to shrink rapidly. The silver-golden light began to converge. Hao Changgeng's figure reappeared suspended in the depths of the earth. The mecha disappeared, but he now wore a stylish combat suit on his bare body. It was a form-fitting combat suit entirely in silver white with smooth lines that hugged his form. Key areas like shoulders, arms, and legs were covered with light golden armor plates. At the chest, there was a micro-diamond energy core radiating a soft glow. Liexing's voice echoed. The mecha can be stored in your consciousness space while also using the mecha's energy to create a simple combat suit. This way others won't discover it, and it can shield you from lethal damage in case of danger. Although the defensive power of this combat suit is far inferior to that of the mecha itself on this planet, no one should be able to harm you. Hao Changgeng looked down at himself, nodding in satisfaction. Oh, by the way, Liashing added, you can also adjust the optical visual effect to change your appearance. Hao Changgeng's eyes lit up. Isn't this a perfect opportunity for a little mischief? He was already somewhat impatient. Let's go. With a thought, he activated, whoosh, a pair of enormous light wings unfurled behind him. Those were the mecha's light wings, but at this moment they seemed to be a part of him. The two pairs of light wings spread out behind him, each feather composed of pure energy, exuding a dreamy glow. He gently flapped his wings, his entire being transformed into a streak of flowing light soaring into the sky. The surrounding liquid metal rushed backward, the lava layer, the crust layer, the rock layer. In the blink of an eye, he burst forth from the volcano, soaring high above in the blue sky. Ha ha ha. Hao Changgeng laughed loudly, his mood reaching an exhilarating peak. The purple sun shone overhead, below was the boundless blue ocean, and behind him were those stunning light wings. He freely soared in the air, sometimes diving, sometimes climbing, sometimes flipping. This feeling of freedom in flight was absolutely exhilarating. Liashing, what speed am I going now? About 100 times the speed of sound. 100 times the speed of sound. To his astonishment, such terrifying speed produced no sonic boom. As he flapped his wings, the silence was as soothing as a gentle breeze. Enough, cease flying for now, Liashing reminded. Check your comms. It was only then that Hao Changgeng recalled for over a month, deep within the planet's core, all communications had been severed. He hurriedly activated his optical computer. A torrent of messages flooded the screen. Most were from Li Ming and Su Xiaoya. Brother 2, where the hell have you vanished to? Over a month. Brother 2, are you even alive? If so, make a sound. Brother Gung, are you well? Please reply as soon as you see this. Damn it. Hao Changgeng, if you're dead, at least send us a dream. I'm half mad with worry. Brother Gung, we've regrouped. Hurry and join us. Every message brimmed with anxious concern. A warmth stirred in Hao Changgeng's chest. He immediately replied to Li Ming. Your father is perfectly well. Do not fret. Li Ming responded almost instantly. Damn it. How long did you disappear for? Coordinates, we've already linked up with elder brother Wang and third brother Zhang. Get here now. Hao Changgeng glanced at the coordinates, approximately 23,000 kilometers from his current position. A grin spread across his face as he typed back. Wait a moment. I shall arrive shortly. Then, unfurling his luminous wings, he surged forward toward that distant point. 100 times the speed of sound. 23,000 kilometers. 10 minutes, and he would be there. As he flew, he asked, Liashing, will anyone detect us en route? Rest easy. I've masked all signals across a radius of 10,000 kilometers. Your optical computer displays a falsified location. No one can track you. Hao Changgeng breathed deeply, utterly reassured. A dozen minutes later, he arrived near the designated coordinates. From afar, he beheld his destination, a colossal towering mountain. Yet after circling its perimeter, he found no trace of Li Ming's group. How thoroughly concealed they were. He retracted his luminous wings and descended to the ground. Then he sprinted headlong toward the mountain, roaring as he ran. Your father has arrived. Come forth and greet me. No sooner had the words left his lips. A lightning blade over a meter long materialized out of thin air, crackling with blinding arcs of electricity, slashing down at him with lethal precision. Its speed was astonishing, and its proximity, so close that it struck the instant his shout ended. Liashing detected the assault, instantly triggering a sharp alarm within Hao Changgeng's mind. Yet he remained utterly unruffled, because he sensed clearly, though fierce in form, the lightning blade carried no intent to kill. It was a test. He could easily have evaded it using spatial flickering, but chose not to. He wished to gauge the defensive capacity of his combat suit. Boom! The lightning blade struck squarely against his chest. Electricity exploded outward in violent arcs. Searing light flared across his frame. Yet Hao Changgeng stood immovable. Not a single mark marred the silver-white surface of his suit. Every iota of the blade's energy dissipated upon contact, absorbed entirely by the suit, leaving only faint fading wisps of static shimmering into the air. Inside the cavern, several figures who'd been tense with worry now stood utterly dumbfounded. Especially Zhang Hong, the third brother, who stood frozen in place, slack-jawed. That lightning blade had been his absolute peak strike. A full-power assault from a level 4 source energy warrior. Even a level 5 warrior taking it head-in would sustain injury. Hao Changgeng was only level 3. He'd assumed the boy would dodge instinctively given his legendary mastery of instantaneous teleportation. So what happened? He absorbed the blow, unscathed. Not a thread torn, not a scorch mark left. What in the... Zhang Hong murmured, dazed. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Hao Changgeng himself now grasped the terrifying potency of his suit. Though merely a simplified version forged from mecha-grade energy, its defensive capability ranked among the very highest on this planet. In a flash, he vanished from sight. The next instant, he reappeared inside the cavern. It was vast, clearly man-made, spanning over 1,000 square meters partitioned into several rudimentary stone chambers. At its center lay a broad stone hall already filled with over a dozen people. Hao Changgeng swept his gaze across them. Li Ming, Su Xiaoya, elder brother Wang Lei, third brother Zhang Heng, and 6 or 7 others whose faces were familiar, all alumni from their former academy. Clearly, during Hao Changgeng's month-long absence, Wang Lei had successfully gathered scattered classmates from across the planet. Brother 2, Wang Lei lunged forward, first landing a heavy punch on Hao Changgeng's shoulder. Its force unmistakable, backed by level 5 strength. Hao Changgeng didn't budge an inch, yet Wang Lei recoiled half a step from the counter-recoil. Fine lad. Wang Lei appraised him up and down. You've grown remarkably strong, haven't you? Brother 2, how did you withstand my lightning blade just now? Even a level 5 warrior would take damage absorbing that strike, and you're only level 3. Not a single fiber of your suit was breached. Zhang Heng circled him, eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on Hao Changgeng's sleek, silver-white combat suit. Hao Changgeng smiled enigmatically, classified, for now. When the time is right, I'll tell you all. Li Ming stepped forward, punching Hao Changgeng squarely in the chest. You scared the living hell out of me, he growled. No contact for a whole month. I thought you'd actually kick the bucket. Hao Changgeng threw his head back and laughed heartily. Don't worry. Your father's lifespan is far from over. For a while the group bantered and jostled, laughter filling the cavern. Once calm settled, elder brother Wang Lei grew solemn and spoke. Brother 2, much has transpired during your month-long absence. You're currently level 3, falling significantly behind. You must advance swiftly. Hao Changgeng nodded gravely. Wang Lei continued. Our team is now known as the Anai Tai Mei Squad. Hao Changgeng's brow twitched. Seriously, they'd been abducted to an alien world and still clung to that absurd name. Yet he held his tongue. It was their old gaming squad name from Blue Planet, laden with youthful nostalgia. Though admittedly it did sound rather unbecoming now. Well, enough. Most members have now reached level 3, though virtually none remain at level 2. Wang Lei began outlining the team's current status. I myself am level 5. Third brother and fourth brother are both level 4. Su Xiaoya has also attained level 4. The rest of our brothers range mostly between levels 3 and 4. Level 5. Hao Changgeng studied Wang Lei carefully and gave a quiet inward nod. Indeed, elder brother was elder brother. He truly possessed extraordinary prowess. And that Korean rival of yours, Kim Go-hyen. Wang Lei's tone turned grave. Rumors say he's recently attempting to break through to level 6. Moreover, he's been actively searching for you. Level 6. Hao Changgeng's gaze sharpened imperceptibly. Also, Su Xiaoya interjected suddenly. Lu Qing and Tachibana Yumiko, their all-female squads have formally allied. They've named their coalition the Sha Gung Society. She paused, then glanced meaningfully at Hao Changgeng. Sha Gung Society. A chill traced Hao Changgeng's nape. What the hell is that? The Sha Gung Society, Su Xiaoya repeated calmly. They've already assembled over 100 members, making them one of the largest organized forces on this planet. Hao Changgeng opened his mouth, then fell silent at a loss for words. Lu Qing, he understood. After all, he'd seized her crystal core and torn off her undergarments. Any sane person would hold a grudge. But Tachibana Yumiko, he'd merely pinched her cheek. Was that really grounds for forming an entire anti-Hao society? How did they even learn my name? He asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. Su Xiaoya sighed. Brother Gong, the number of survivors dwindles daily. Among your former relatives and classmates, someone inevitably recognized you. The moment your image was circulated, bounty hunters came forward, revealing every detail of your identity. Hao Changgeng fell silent for a long moment. Then he drew a slow, deep breath. Very well. If everyone already knew, there was no point hiding anymore. Understood. I know now. He rose to his feet and surveyed the group. Elder brother, third brother, fourth brother Xiaoya. You continue training the others. I need to attend to some personal matters. Bringing you along would be inconvenient. With that he turned to leave. Damn it. Zhang Heng grabbed his arm. Brother 2, you've barely returned and already you're off again. Can't we handle whatever it is together? Your enemies multiply by the day. Can you truly manage alone? Hao Changgeng turned back, his expression confident, unwavering. Rest assured, no one on this planet possesses the power to harm me. Then in a blur of motion, he vanished from the cavern. Only stunned silence remained. Zhang Heng stared blankly for a long while, then turned to Wang Lei. Elder brother, was that statement just now perhaps a bit arrogant? Arrogance aside, Wang Lei mused quietly before shaking his head. He just endured your full-strength lightning blade without a scratch, not even a scorch mark. Whatever transpired during that month must have been extraordinary beyond measure. Li Ming nodded firmly. Elder brother speaks true. He never boasts idly. If he says no one can harm him, then no one can. Wang Lei clapped his hands once decisively. Enough, let him be. We have our own affairs to settle. His gaze swept across the group, keen, resolute. 2 days ago, the 7-Star Gang, those Korean bastards, dared to provoke us. That debt won't go unpaid. Zhang Heng grinned fiercely. Elder brother, we've been waiting for those very words. Li Ming chuckled darkly as well. Su Xiaoya sighed. These men were each more trouble-prone than the last. Yet she immediately began scanning their surroundings. Within 500 kilometers, no seven-star gang members are present, but their recent activity centers around the eastern marshlands. They huddled closely, strategizing their next move. Meanwhile, Hao Changgeng soared high above the clouds, suspended in the thin air, gazing down upon this desolate ancient world. Golden luminous wings beat slowly behind him. Violet sunlight bathed his silver-white combat suit, casting a soft, radiant golden sheen across its surface. Lai Xing, moi, what are our objectives for the next 6 months? First, elevate your cultivation level to at least level 6. Second, collect spatial-type crystals, every one you can find. Third, Lai Xing paused deliberately. Stay alive. Hao Changgeng smiled. Don't worry, I won't die. He folded his luminous wings and shot forward like a streak of light, vanishing into the distance. Behind him, the setting sun bled crimson across the sky. Ahead, peril lurked in every shadow. Yet what of it? He was a man destined to command the starry seas. At this moment, the mech had returned to its initial state, yet its fundamental functions remained intact, especially the radar sensing system. Those beasts hiding in the extra-dimensional space were completely exposed under the scan of the Liexing. As Hao Changgeng soared above the clouds, the voice of Liexing suddenly echoed in his mind. At 3 o'clock, approximately 6,800 kilometers from here, in the deepest part of that lake, there is an extra-dimensional space harboring a 5th-grade spatial beast. Hao Changgeng's eyes lit up. A 5th-grade beast. This was a formidable opponent. It was just the right opportunity to test the combat power of the mech. Let's go. With a flap of his light wings, he changed direction and sped towards that location. 6,800 kilometers was merely a matter of minutes. Soon a lake appeared in his sight. The lake was small, surrounded by lush green trees and the fragrance of flowers. Who would have thought that such a place would conceal a 5th-grade beast? Hao Changgeng flew around the lake, his brow slightly furrowed. He still sensed nothing unusual. Liexing, are you sure it's here? Absolutely. High-level spatial beasts have an exceptionally strong ability to shield themselves. Given your current perception abilities, it's normal that you cannot detect them. Hao Changgeng nodded, no longer hesitating. He dove headfirst into the lake. He kept descending. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. The surface of the lake seemed small, but was absurdly deep. The deeper he went, the greater the water pressure and the darker the light became. Eventually, it was pitch black all around, and he couldn't see his own hand. Finally, at the very bottom of the lake, he sensed something unusual. The spatial fluctuations here seemed to be artificially suppressed, vague, and indistinct. Release the mech, Liexing instructed. Hao Changgeng complied. In the next moment, the mech fused with him. A 50-meter-tall silver-golden giant appeared at the bottom of the lake, 2 pairs of light wings slightly unfurling in the water. The surrounding lake water was pushed away by an invisible force, forming a vacuum zone. Hao Changgeng took a deep breath, drawing upon the spatial source energy, and tore forward with both hands. The void before him was ripped open like a curtain. Behind the rift was a completely different space. He stepped inside. Darkness. Boundless darkness. This was an independently opened extra-dimensional space, roughly a kilometer in diameter, completely empty. In the center of this space, a silver-white giant python coiled in the void. The giant python was about 30 meters long, as thick as a water barrel covered in shimmering silver scales. It coiled up, its head held high. Its vertical pupils emitted a cold glow, vigilantly staring at the uninvited guest that had intruded. Before Hao Changgeng's eyes, lines of data instantly appeared. This was the scanning function of the mech itself. Target: Shuli Python, stage adult, level 5th grade, attribute spatial characteristics, can tear through the void with its tail for ambushes, scales possess extremely strong defensive power. The giant python was about 30 meters long, as thick as a water barrel covered in shimmering silver scales. It coiled up, its head held high. 5th grade adult. Hao Changgeng assessed the giant python, feeling secretly excited. Meanwhile, the Shuli python was also sizing him up. To be precise, it was sizing up the 50-meter-tall mech. In its vertical pupils, caution mingled with a hint of fear. 5th-grade beasts had attained a high level of intelligence. It could clearly sense that this massive entity before it was not something it could provoke. But Hao Changgeng could no longer contain himself. This was his first time engaging in combat, while fused with the mech. The 50-meter-tall mech felt not an ounce clumsy. Instead, it was as agile as a second layer of skin. Human and machine as one. Perfectly harmonious. Let's test the speed. With a slight flutter of his wings, he was already in front of the Shuli python. The giant python didn't even have time to react before it was seized by a massive mechanical hand at its vital spot. The mech's arms were about 10 meters long, and each finger was as thick as a beam. At this moment, those metallic hands were tightly gripping the python's neck. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape in the slightest. Hao Changgeng even had the feeling that with just a little more force, he could crush this giant slippery creature. This feeling of controlling life and death made him somewhat infatuated. Don't rush to kill it, Li Xing's voice rang out. This is a great training target. You can use it to hone your combat skills. Hao Changgeng nodded. He casually tossed the Shuli python. The 30-meter-long giant was thrown far away, rolling several times in the void before stabilizing its form. Meanwhile, the mech rapidly shrank, turning into a silver flash that merged into his consciousness space. Hao Changgeng's original body reappeared floating in the void. He was wearing a silver-white combat suit with his wings slightly fluttering behind him. The Shuli python stabilized, its form momentarily stunned. The terrifying giant had vanished. In its place was a tiny human. A hint of confusion flashed in its vertical pupils, quickly replaced by fury. No matter. Time to kill. The Shuli python's tail suddenly whipped. That silver-white tail tore through the void at an odd angle, almost instantaneously appearing before Hao Changgeng. Too fast. The attacks of spatial beasts were already elusive, and the Shuli python was among the best. That tail strike, infused with the power to tear apart space, was so swift that Hao Changgeng had no time to react. Bang! He was sent flying. It felt as if he had been struck head-on by a speeding truck, his body transforming into a silver flash, tumbling dozens of times in the void before barely stabilizing. But it didn't hurt. The combat suit absorbed all the impact of that strike. He didn't even feel the slightest tremor. Hao Changgeng looked down at the combat suit on his chest, not a single mark left. This defensive power, he exclaimed in admiration. Li Xing, how strong of an attack can this combat suit withstand? Attacks from 5th-grade beasts can be completely immune, while 7th and 8th-grade beasts might feel a bit. That's enough. Hao Changgeng interrupted him, staring at the furious giant python in the distance, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. 5th grade is just right. He extended his right hand, silver light gathering in his palm. A 3-meter-long silver-white spear appeared out of thin air. The spear was slender with smooth lines, and the tip glowed faintly with fire. That was a trace of fire source energy he infused. Although weak, it added a certain sharpness to the spear. With a flutter of his wings, he charged up again. A flash of cold light found its mark. Then the spear shot forth like a dragon. The tip aimed directly at the Shuli python's vital spot. Clang! Sparks flew. The spear tip struck against the silver scales, only producing a shower of sparks, not even leaving a mark. The Shuli python couldn't even be bothered to dodge, its tail sweeping again. Bang! Hao Changgeng was sent flying once more. He got up, patted the combat suit, deep in thought. Li Xing, I'm clearly using all my strength. Why can't I break through the defense? Your method of exerting force is too outdated, Li Xing bluntly assessed. Your current attacks rely solely on brute strength and the sharpness of your weapon, but you've forgotten. You still have source energy. Concentrate the fire source energy at the tip of the spear. Don't let it disperse. Compress it to the utmost. Hao Changgeng contemplated. He began to feel the fire source energy within him. That golden flame seed quietly burned inside him, emanating a searing power. He cautiously drew upon a trace of fire source energy, flowing it down his arm to the spear. Ultimately, it gathered at the tip. A small flicker of flame danced at the spear's tip, forming a golden point the size of a needle. That's it, Li Xing said. Go. Hao Changgeng opened his eyes, wings fluttering, and charged towards the Shuli python once more. This time the spear tip pierced the scales. Sizzle. The scales were pierced, creating a small hole about 2 to 3 centimeters deep. But for the massive body of the Shuli python, this wound barely counted as a scratch. Still too shallow, Li Xing remarked. Continue to compress. Make your source energy more solid and concentrated. Hao Changgeng nodded and charged again. The Shuli python, enraged from being pierced, turned its tail, fangs, and even its entire body into weapons, frantically attacking this annoying little insect. But Hao Changgeng didn't care. He charged again and again, thrusting with his spear time after time. Each thrust improved, from initially piercing 2 to 3 centimeters, to 4 to 5 centimeters, and then to 7 to 8 centimeters. More than half an hour had passed. A thin layer of golden flame now coalesced upon the tip of his spear, dense, nearly solid, and searing. With his final thrust, the blade pierced over 10 centimeters deep into the Su-Li serpent's body. SSSSS. The Su-Li serpent shrieked in agony. Silvery blood welled from the wound, coalescing midair into glistening crimson beads. It was afraid. Though this tiny insect seemed pitifully small, its silvery carapace was impossibly hard. Every strike it launched rebounded, as if striking solid iron. And yet the opponent's attacks grew increasingly excruciating. It could not continue this battle. A flash of cunning gleamed within the serpent's vertical pupils. It opened its maw wide, and a torrent of dense, inky malevolence erupted from its core. That malevolence condensed into a bolt of black light, streaking unerringly toward Hao Changgeng's forehead. Hao Changgeng had no time to evade. The black light vanished into his consciousness. Instantly his eyes flared crimson. A surge of savage, ravenous fury rose from the depths of his soul. Kill. Kill everything. Kill everyone. His awareness blurred, his body locked, rigid, motionless. Triumph flickered in the Su-Li serpent's gaze. It whirled to flee. its tail slashing open a rift in space ready to vanish within. Boom. A blazing crimson orb erupted from a newly formed emitter on Hao Changgeng's shoulder, exploding before the serpent and unfurling into a colossal net of fire that ensnared it utterly. The net burned with unbearable intensity. Each filament seared the serpent's scales with sizzling, acrid fury. The Su-Li serpent thrashed wildly, yet the more it struggled, the tighter the net constricted. It was Lai Xing. At the critical moment, he had seized partial control of the mecha systems. Meanwhile, Hao Changgeng fought the invading malevolence deep within his own mind. Within those crimson eyes, reason slowly rekindled. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. He exhaled deeply, the crimson haze receding from his gaze like mist before dawn. He had suppressed the malevolence by sheer force of will. That was close, he murmured, wiping cold sweat from his brow. This beast's psychic assault nearly broke me. Your willpower remains too weak, Lai Xing observed. You'll suffer greatly against opponents with formidable mental strength. I know. Hao Changgeng glanced at the Su-Li serpent bound tight in the fiery net. His eyes hardened with cold resolve. Let's finish it. Instantly, the mecha remerged with him. A 50-meter silver and gold giant reappeared in the void. Its right armor flowed and reconfigured, coalescing into a colossal flame blade 5 to 6 meters long. The blade blazed crimson throughout, its edge shimmering with molten gold fire radiating heat so intense it made the air itself shudder. Hao Changgeng gripped it with both hands and raised it high. Cut! The blade cleaved the void, descending with cataclysmic force. Even the serpent's legendary scale armor crumbled like parchment before the mecha's overwhelming power. The blade sliced through its vital 7th-inch point and burst forth from its tail, bisecting the 30-meter-long leviathan cleanly in two. Silvery blood erupted, condensing midair into a vast, drifting crimson mist. The two severed halves convulsed violently, life force draining away at terrifying speed. Moments later, all movement ceased. The mecha dissolved, and Hao Changgeng stood once more alone. With his right hand, he forged a razor-sharp dagger and split open the serpent's skull, extracting a fist-sized crystalline core. This core differed from any he had seen before. It remained silvery white, but within its depths a swirling black mist churned, restless and ancient. This was the accumulated malevolence the Su-Li serpent had gathered over centuries, now sealed entirely within the core. Not bad, Lai Xing remarked. A 5th-tier spatial core, exceptional quality. Though that malevolent essence must be purified first, otherwise absorption would corrode the mind. Hao Changgeng stored the core within his consciousness space, then asked quietly, Lai Xing, do you know of any cultivation arts designed to strengthen the soul and will? Such arts are exceedingly rare, Lai Xing replied. Few in our galaxy practice them. The winged race of Lingyu star system are renowned for soul-based cultivation. Their secret techniques have seeded much of what exists today. Once we depart, secure one for yourself. Otherwise, you'll remain dangerously vulnerable against psychically adept foes. Hao Changgeng nodded, committing the matter to memory. Then he tore open a spatial rift and returned to the lake bed. Water rushed in from all sides, enveloping him completely. He unfurled radiant wings and shot upward, bursting through the lake's surface and soaring into the heavens. High above the clouds, he hovered silently, calculating his next move. He was currently at level 3. To reach level 3's apex, he required 40 origin crystals. Yet earlier, to cover his retreat, he had surrendered every last resource to the Ice Blue twins. Now he was penniless, desperate for resources. Lai Xing, can you scan for origin crystals? Yes. Basic mecha functionality. Lai Xing activated the scan and moments later reported. At 2 o'clock, approximately 2300 kilometers distant, there is a human, carrying 26 origin crystals. Hao Changgeng's eyes lit up. 26. Let's go. Wings flaring, he shot forward like a comet. From afar, he already glimpsed the figure, a lone traveler crossing a desolate wasteland. Hao Changgeng did not rush in. He descended silently onto the dunes, retracted his wings, and advanced on foot. As a seasoned tactician, he knew one immutable truth. Ambush always outperforms frontal assault. His combat suit had shifted its optical camouflage, now rendering him in unremarkable gray attire. Crouching low, he moved from rock to rock, inching ever closer under cover. 100 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. Who's there? The man whirled around sharply. Hao Changgeng blinked, impressive vigilance. But 20 meters was already well within killing range. The man reacted instantly, palms flipping upward, twin orbs of black energy coalescing in his hands. Poison affinity. Hao Changgeng smiled. A 7-star gang enforcer. Then courtesy was unnecessary. Suddenly the man's face paled. Naked, run, brother. Indeed, your father. Hao Changgeng drove a fist straight into his face. Crack. The man collapsed backward, blood gushing from his nose. He writhed, trying to rise, only to feel Hao Changgeng's boot pressed down hard upon his chest. Hand over the origin crystals. Trembling, the man fumbled inside his robes and offered up a handful of crystals with both hands. Hao Changgeng counted them. 26, not one short. Satisfied, he nodded, then searched the man thoroughly, ensuring no hidden reserves, before finally releasing his foot. Get lost. The man scrambled away, tumbling headlong, only daring to turn and shout once he'd fled far enough. You'll pay for this naked run, brother. Our sovereign won't let this pass. Hao Changgeng ignored him, stowing the crystals into his consciousness space before turning toward his next target. 26 secured, 14 more needed. At this pace, he'd reach level 3's apex within days. He opened his photonic interface and checked the comms channel. The Killgung bounty remained active, and the reward had risen again. Hanafumiko had somehow acquired a fresh cache of origin crystals, raising the bounty to 80, alive. Hao Changgeng studied his own wanted poster, chuckling softly. 80 origin crystals, even I'm tempted. He closed the interface and resumed his hunt. Behind him, the sun sank low, painting the horizon in molten gold. Far across the sky, several silhouettes approached, swift and purposeful. The 7-star gang's patrol squad. Hao Changgeng paid them no mind. On this planet, nothing, not even gods, could threaten him now. For the next 3 days centered around Hao Changgeng, the beasts within 1,000 miles were almost completely exterminated. He was utterly immersed in frenzied cultivation, hunting beasts and collecting crystal cores during the day, while at night, he comprehended the essence of fire attribute source energy. In 3 days, his control over fire attribute had reached a remarkably high level. At this moment, every fireball he conjured with the Gatling gun was imbued with supreme fire source energy. These fireballs were no longer mere energy entities, they had transformed into lethal weapons containing the embryonic form of fire loss. Upon striking a target, they would explode into a golden spark, reducing everything to ashes. The efficiency was astonishing. Within a few days, the nearby beasts were thoroughly cleansed. Not bad, not bad. The voice of Liesheng echoed in his mind. At this rate, you'll soon gain recognition from the laws of fire origin. Hao Changgeng asked in confusion, what does it mean to gain recognition from the laws of fire origin? What you are currently comprehending in fire attribute source energy 1 level higher is the origin laws. Only by gaining the recognition of the origin laws can one advance to the Star Soldier level. If you do not gain recognition, you'll remain forever stuck in the trial phase regardless of how many resources you possess. And to gain the recognition of the origin laws, there are no shortcuts. You must continuously fight and kill, breaking through your limits on the edge of life and death. Without experience, you will never be able to surpass that hurdle. You are now able to skillfully attach fire attribute source energy to your attacks, whether ranged or melee, which itself is a form of the embryonic law. Maintain this momentum, and the laws of fire origin will not be far from you. Hao Changgeng nodded, a fighting spirit igniting within him. All right, let us break through first. Liesheng said, the source crystals collected over the past few days are already sufficient. Hao Changgeng spread his light wings and found a secluded cave nearby. After confirming the surroundings were safe, he took out 40 source crystals from his consciousness space, neatly stacking them before him, and sat cross-legged. Just as he prepared to operate the source star art to begin absorption, Liesheng's voice rang out again. Wait, do not run that low-level technique anymore. As soon as the words were spoken, a massive stream of information surged into Hao Changgeng's mind. It was an extremely complex cultivation technique. Every character seemed to contain a certain profound meaning, instantly revealing its extraordinary nature. The technique, soul-devouring scripture. Liesheng began to explain, this is a top-tier cultivation technique exchanged at a great cost by the previous master, with an absorption efficiency of source crystals that surpasses that of the source star art by more than 100 times. Hao Changgeng was overjoyed upon hearing this. He immediately began cultivating according to the methods of the soul-devouring scripture. Indeed, those 40 source crystals would have taken at least 3 to 4 days to absorb completely at the pace of the source star art. However, under the operation of the soul-devouring scripture, a single source crystal was drained in just a few minutes. In half a day's time, all 40 source crystals had turned to dust. The source energy within Hao Changgeng surged violently, quickly reaching the threshold of level 3. Next, he only needed to absorb the spatial crystal core to break through to level 4. He took out the crystal core of the Shuli Python from his consciousness space. The silver-white crystal, about the size of a fist, was stunningly beautiful. However, the dark, malevolent energy within it continued to churn like a venomous snake lurking in the dark. Directly absorbing it would be harmful to your body, Liesheng said. It must be purified first. The figure of the mini mecha materialized in front of Hao Changgeng. Liesheng extended his mechanical hand and gently beckoned. An ancient page of the Universal Saint Canon appeared out of thin air. On the page, a flicker of golden fire seed quietly burned. Though weak, it contained the aura of supreme fire laws. In front of him, any flame would have to bow down. Liesheng guided the crystal core to hover above the page. The golden glow of the fire seed enveloped the crystal core. The effect was immediate. The dark, malevolent energy within the core melted away rapidly, as if it were ice being scorched by fierce flames. One after another, the black mist was expelled from the core, emitting hissing sounds in the golden flame. In a moment, more than half of the malevolent energy within the core had been purified. Only the final trace remained. Yet that trace of malevolent energy was exceptionally stubborn, like a black thread firmly embedded in the deepest part of the crystal core. The golden light of the fire seed tried several times to expel it, but it remained unmoved, as if it had merged with the crystal core. Liesheng pondered for a moment. This trace of malevolent energy is incredibly stubborn. Even the fire seed cannot completely purify it. If not, just one trace, it's not a big deal. Hao Changgeng waved his hand. My willpower is so strong, I can't possibly be broken by just one trace of malevolent energy, can I? Seeing his insistence, Liesheng said nothing more. He retracted the page, and the mini mecha dissipated into light spots. In the cave, only Hao Changgeng and the crystal core, which had been more than half purified, remained. Let's begin the breakthrough. Liesheng's voice echoed in his mind. Fire attribute source energy can be comprehended through the fire seed, but spatial attribute relies solely on you. During the breakthrough, you must deeply understand the essence of spatial attribute source energy. The spatial attribute is immensely powerful, and the difficulty of comprehension far exceeds that of fire attribute, but there's no need to rush, just break through first. Hao Changgeng nodded all right. He closed his eyes and operated the soul-devouring scripture, beginning to absorb the spatial power within the crystal core. The extremely pure spatial energy surged into his body, cleansing his meridians, dantian, and consciousness space. At the same time, he concentrated on comprehending the essence of the spatial attribute, the expansion and folding of space, the stability and collapse of space, the creation and destruction of space. As the absorption deepened, his understanding of space gradually deepened as well. He did not know how long it had been, but the crystal core finally turned to dust, dissipating into the air. No one noticed. At the moment the crystal core shattered, that trace of malevolent energy, which could not be purified, quietly seeped into the depths of Hao Changgeng's consciousness. Like a seed, it lay dormant in silence. The effects of the soul-devouring scripture were extraordinarily powerful. The speed of cultivation was not only astonishingly fast, but the entire process was smooth and without any sense of stagnation. The third-level threshold was soon broken through. Level 4. Hao Changgeng slowly opened his eyes. The aura emanating from him was several times more violent than before, an invisible sense of oppression radiating from him. In his gaze, a fleeting glimpse of hidden malevolence flashed by. Too fast. So fast that even he himself had not noticed. Level 4. He stood up, stretching his limbs, feeling the surging power within him. Liesheng continued searching for spatial attribute beasts. We need to accelerate our collection speed. Alright. In the following 10 days, there was almost incessant fighting. The mecha radar system was extremely powerful, detecting one beast after another hidden in the dimensional space, which Hao Changgeng then slaughtered. Level 3, Level 4, even Level 5. Crystal cores were collected one after another. And during this relentless battle, Hao Changgeng's combat skills rapidly improved. He became increasingly adept at controlling fire source energy and more skillful in the application of spatial source energy. However, Liesheng noticed one thing. After this breakthrough, Hao Changgeng's combat style had changed. In the past, he favored range suppression. Gatling gun barrages, fireball bombardments, exhausting enemies before moving in for the kill. But now he leaned more towards melee combat. Long spears, fire blades, even barehanded tearing. He increasingly enjoyed that visceral, bloody style of fighting. Moreover, after each beast kill, a strange glint would flicker in his eyes. It was not the joy of victory, but a deeper, almost frenzied sense of satisfaction. Liesheng felt a hidden worry in his heart. That trace of unpurified malevolence was quietly influencing Hao Changgeng's mind. He understood the dangers of this. If this continued, it could lead to a twisted personality that craved slaughter, or worse, fall into madness and be irretrievable. But he did not point it out immediately. He needed to find the right moment. One day later, Hao Changgeng ripped a level 4 spatial beast apart with his bare hands, his body soaked in blood, yet a trace of a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. That smile looked disturbingly out of place to Liesheng. Enough, Liesheng said, his tone several degrees sterner than usual. Put the recent combat drills on hold. Hao Changgeng froze. Why? Aren't we supposed to hurry and collect enough crystal cores to leave this planet? The path of cultivation is not walked in a day, Liesheng replied. Foundation is crucial, and so is the mind. Your temperament matters as much as your root. There have been enough battles lately. You need time to settle, to relax a little. Hao Changgeng frowned, reluctant. Liesheng shifted his tone. Besides, isn't that Sha Gung Hui still searching for you everywhere? Don't you want to pay them a visit? Or, his voice took on a suggestive edge. Alter your appearance with optical camouflage and approach them under another identity. At those words, Hao Changgeng's eyes finally lit up. The killing impulse that had risen from his savagery was eclipsed by a more primitive delight, the prospect of playing the trickster. He stretched his limbs and grinned. All right, 2 days leave then. They'll go meet those little vixens. Can you lock onto their position? Bearing 9 o'clock, 18,000 kilometers away. About 120 people gathered in a valley. Let's go. Wings of light unfurled, and Hao Changgeng shot into the sky. As he flew, his combat suit began to alter. Optical camouflage activated, the silver-white battle armor gradually faded into ordinary gray-black. His height compressed a few centimeters, his sharp facial planes softened into a round, honest face, and his hair shifted from black to brown. Within seconds, a completely unfamiliar young man hovered in the air. Plain looks unremarkable, bearing the kind lost instantly in a crowd. At that very moment, in a valley 18,000 kilometers away, the Changgeng Hui camp had begun to take shape. Over 100 people gathered there, most of them women. Some were cultivating, some patrolling, others tidying supplies. At the center of the camp stood a huge stone hall they had carved out as a council chamber. Inside the hall, two women sat opposite each other. Lu Qing wore her long hair bound up, her brows and gaze exuded fierce dignity. Her aura was deep and solid, clearly a fifth-level cultivator. Li Huameizi still wore that lowly guise, about 1.5 meters tall, a round doll-like face that seemed harmless. Yet her aura was equally unfathomable, also fifth level. A simple stone table sat before them. On it lay a makeshift sand map marked with symbols of various colors. A sixth-level dreamwing butterfly, Lu Qing said, pointing to a red marker on the sand map. It nests in the deepest part of this mist forest. Its spirit-type crystal core will be invaluable to both of us. Li Huameizi nodded, her voice soft and silky. I've sensed it. It's sleeping. The surrounding illusion barriers are strong, but if we join forces, we should be able to break through. Lu Qing pondered a moment. How many people will we need? Numbers want help. Li Huameizi shook her head. In psychic confrontations, quality outweighs quantity. You and I together will suffice. At most, bring a few to create distractions. Fine, Lu Qing decided. It's settled. We depart in 3 days. Li Huameizi agreed, then frowned as if recalling something. By the way, any news of that streaker fellow? Lu Qing's expression chilled instantly. None. That man vanished as if from the world, over a month without a trace. Li Huameizi bit her lip and pressed a small hand to her chest unconsciously. She still remembered clearly the moment that scoundrel had seized her. If I catch him, she muttered, he won't fare well. Lu Qing glanced at her, but said nothing. In her heart, she felt much the same. That bastard had not only stolen her crystal core, but ripped her undergarments and groped her. This grievance would not go unavenged. As they spoke, a commotion rose outside. Who goes there? Halt. This is Changgeng Hui's camp. No outsiders allowed. A young man's voice sounded awkward and a little sheepish. Please, sisters, don't misunderstand. I don't mean trouble. I'm here to join Changgeng Hui. Lu Qing and Li Huameizi exchanged a glance, and both frowned. Join Changgeng Hui. From its founding, the group's sole purpose had been kill Hao Changgeng. Since when did it become a refuge? Go see, Lu Qing said, standing and walking out. Li Huameizi followed, curiosity flashing in her eyes. At the camp entrance, a brown-haired, brown-eyed young man of plainly average appearance was being blocked by several female members. He raised both hands in surrender, wearing an innocent expression. I really mean no harm, the man pled earnestly. I heard this Changgeng Hui targets that streaker fellow. I have a grudge against him too, so I want to join. Lu Qing stepped forward and sized him up. Level 3. Average strength, average looks, average bearing. Utterly ordinary, nothing remarkable. What grudge do you have against him? She asked. The man's face contorted with righteous anger. That bastard. He stole my source crystal. He stripped me naked and made me run across the desert for 3 days and nights. Lu Qing. Li Huameizi. The nearby members exchanged looks. A few couldn't help but snicker. The man's indignation grew. Sisters, don't laugh. You don't know how awful that streaker is. He not only steals, he also. He trailed off, his face flushing red, as if embarrassed to continue. Li Huameizi blinked, suddenly intrigued. Also what? The man gritted his teeth. He harassed me. Silence fell for a beat, then the camp erupted in laughter. Lu Qing's mouth twitched as she fought to suppress a smile, waving her hand. All right, let him in. The man rejoiced, thanking them profusely as he trotted into the camp behind her. No one noticed that as he passed Li Huameizi, a flash of cunning gleamed in his eyes, gone in an instant, replaced by a look of guileless honesty. Perfect. Hao Changgeng silently gave himself a mental thumbs up. Changgeng Hui, is this all? Watch how I turn your nest upside down. He followed behind Lu Qing, letting his gaze casually sweep across the camp. A little over 100 people, women, making up more than half. Only Lu Qing and Li Huameizi were 5th level, perhaps a dozen were 4th level, the rest were 3rd level. Their strength was not weak, but to him, they were merely so-so. What's your name? Lu Qing asked without turning her head. Hao Changgeng had his alias ready. My name is Li Gooden. Lu Qing paused. Li Huameizi froze for a heartbeat. Li Gooden. Lu Qing turned back, her expression unreadable as she looked at him. Yes. Hao Changgeng replied with earnest sincerity. My mother says a humble name brings a long life. Lu Qing fell silent for 3 seconds, then resumed walking. Very well, Li Gooden. From today you are a member of Changgeng Hui. First collect a set of gear, then report to Xiao Yi. She will assign you lodgings. Got it. Thanks, Sister Qing. Hao Changgeng answered as smoothly as can be. He turned toward the supplies area, unable to suppress the curl at the corner of his mouth. Sha Genghui. From today this would be his merry home. Meanwhile, Lu Qing and Li Huameizi were still entirely unaware that the enemy they had been hunting had just swaggered into their stronghold. Everything was only just beginning. In the following 2 days, Hao Changgeng fully immersed himself in the Killing Gung society. Disguised as Li Godin, he relied on his honest and simple face, sweet-talking everyone with a constant sister here and there. Before long, he was thriving in this team of over 100 people. The composition of the Killing Gung society was quite interesting. Out of more than 120 members, there were only about 10 men, and they were all conscripted to do the hard labor. Every morning, the main force would go out to fight for supply boxes and hunt magical beasts, leaving only a few people to guard the camp. Hao Changgeng voluntarily applied to stay behind. I have low strength only at the 3rd level, so I would only be a burden if I went out, he said sincerely to the task allocator Xiaoyi. How about I stay in the camp to handle logistics? I'm a hereditary traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and I specialize in massage and bone setting. If any of the sisters are injured, they can come find me. Xiaoyi looked him up and down, noticing his honest demeanor and straightforward speech, and nodded in agreement. Thus, from that day on, Li Godin became the exclusive masseur of the Killing Gung society. Every evening, the female warriors returning from battle would come back, with varying degrees of injury. Surface wounds could be handled easily, but the deep aches and muscle strains were much more troublesome. At this time, Godin would cheerfully approach, saying, "Sister, let little brother help you with a massage." Initially, some were shy, but unable to resist his fiery enthusiasm, they tried it out half-heartedly, only to find it truly delightful. This guy's technique was simply remarkable. It looked like a casual massage, yet after each session the sore spots felt as if they had been thoroughly washed, leaving one feeling incredibly comfortable. There was a sister who had been suffering from a back injury for over half a month. After just 2 sessions with him, she was actually lively enough to go back out to fight. In no time, the title of Godin, the healer, spread throughout the Killing Gung society. The way the female warriors looked at him changed from initial wariness to warmth. Then it transformed into a kind of dependence that made Hao Changgeng feel quite on cloud 9. Godin, come help sister with my shoulders. Godin, my legs are a bit sore. Godin, my back. Hurry, help me with my back. Hao Changgeng was busy every day, grinning from ear to ear. Of course, he was not a hereditary traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. It was just that the powerful scanning function of the mech allowed him to easily see through the human body and locate every point of injury. Wherever there were muscle strains, skeletal misalignments, or blockages of qi and blood, everything was crystal clear to him. As for the massage techniques, to be honest, he was just casually kneading. However, thanks to the mech's precise scanning and targeting, each press landed exactly on the problem areas, and the results were naturally immediate. As for whether that thin layer of clothing could block the scanning, of course it could not. While massaging, Hao Changgeng silently chanted in his heart, "I am an upright gentleman, I am an upright gentleman, I am an upright gentleman." As he chanted, blood began to flow from his nose. That evening, a sudden commotion erupted outside the camp. Sister Maisie is back. Sister Qing is back too. Make way. Hao Changgeng peeked out to see Lu Qing and Tachibana Maisie leading a few attendants back into the camp. Both of them bore the marks of battle, their robes covered in dust and unknown fluids, yet their spirits seemed quite good. Especially Tachibana Maisie, although her aura was somewhat weak and her eyes sparkled with excitement. The crowd surrounded the two of them as they entered the camp, showering them with congratulations. Hao Changgeng stood at the periphery of the crowd, his gaze resting on Tachibana Maisie. The scanning results from the mech were vividly displayed before him. Her injuries were not light. On the surface, nothing seemed amiss, but mentally she had suffered significant impact. That level 6 dream butterfly had launched a mental backlash before its death. Tachibana Maisie had endured it, and although she won, she had also damaged her foundation. If not treated promptly, the consequences could range from cultivation stagnation to permanent hidden injuries. Hao Changgeng hesitated for a moment, then squeezed his way forward. "Sister Maisie," he called out with a sincere expression. "You don't look well. Have you been injured? Let little brother help you with a massage." Tachibana Maisie glanced down at him. Her impression of the newcomer Li Godin was not deep. She only remembered him as a simple-minded guy who could massage. "No need, will be fine after resting a bit." "Come on, Sister Maisie," Hao Changgeng said earnestly. "My grandfather always said that injuries should not be delayed. The longer you wait, the worse it gets. Just let me give it a try. If you feel uncomfortable, you can stop me at any time." A few female warriors chimed in. "Sister Maisie, just let him try. This kid's technique is really good. Yeah, last time I had a back injury, he fixed it in one go." Unable to resist the crowd's persuasion, Tachibana Maisie finally nodded. "All right then." The camp had specifically prepared a stone chamber for healing. The stone bed was covered with thick beast skins, making it quite comfortable. Tachibana Maisie lay on the stone bed, turning her face to the side, exposing a section of her fair neck. Hao Changgeng took a deep breath, clearing his mind of distractions. Mech scanning at full power. The internal injuries of Tachibana Maisie were clearly presented before him. He pretended to stretch out his hand and placed it on her shoulder. Sister Maisie, I'm starting now. MHM. He gently began to massage. The mech precisely guided his fingers to each area that needed repair. He did not dare to apply too much force, using only an extremely gentle technique. Combined with the gentle vibrations of the source energy, he gradually smoothed out the cracks. As he massaged, his gaze involuntarily shifted downward. Then, his nose felt warm. Little brother Godin. Tachibana Maisie felt his fingers pause and turned her head to look at him. What's wrong? Hao Changgeng came back to his senses, hurriedly wiping his nose. Nothing. He coughed twice to cover his embarrassment. It's winter and the weather is dry, so I'm a bit overheated. It's nothing at all. Tachibana Maisie gave him a suspicious glance, but did not ask further, lying back down. Hao Changgeng continued his movements. About half an hour later, he withdrew his hand. All right, Sister Maisie. You can feel it now. Tachibana Maisie sat up and moved her shoulders. After closing her eyes to sense her condition again, she revealed an expression of surprise. Really? It feels much better. Her gaze towards Hao Changgeng changed, now filled with genuine gratitude. Thank you, Godin. Sister Maisie is being too polite. Hao Changgeng scratched his head with an honest smile. This is what I should do. Tachibana Maisie stood up and patted his shoulder. I will be entering closed-door cultivation for a few days to absorb that crystal core. You work hard, and when I come out you will certainly be rewarded. All right. Wishing Sister Maisie a successful breakthrough. After Tachibana Maisie left, Hao Changgeng continued to stroll around the camp. The past 2 days had been extraordinarily comfortable. Every day he was surrounded by a group of fragrant young ladies, all calling him Godin. This treatment was 1,000 times better than when he was a shooting back on Blue Star. What surprised him even more was that although there had been no battles these past few days, the relaxation of his mindset had instead deepened his understanding of the laws. The aggression brought on by previous intense battles had dissipated significantly over these 2 days. He felt that his comprehension of fire attribute source energy had improved further, and his understanding of spatial source energy had also become much clearer. Starbreaker was right, he silently nodded. Balancing work and rest is indeed very important. Godin. A crisp voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned around to see a round-faced female warrior waving at him. Come help sister with my waist. I fought a steel-armored beast these past 2 days, and my waist is about to break. Coming. Hao Changgeng ran over with a smile. Sister, just lie down, little brother will take care of you. The next day at noon, a powerful wave emanated from the stone chamber where Tachibana Miko was in seclusion. The wave swept through the entire camp, causing everyone to stop their actions and look in that direction. Level 6. The breakthrough was successful. Hao Changgeng stood among the crowd, feeling the overwhelming aura and quietly comparing it in his heart. The gap between level 6 and level 5 was like heaven and earth. If level 5 is a small river, then level 6 is a surging river completely on a different scale. The voice of Lieshing echoed in his mind. Level 6 is a watershed. When one reaches level 6, the embryonic form of a star core will appear within the body. As the level continues to rise, this embryonic form will gradually develop into a complete star core. On the day the star core becomes complete, one can step into the level 9 bottleneck. After the breakthrough, one will become a star soldier. At that point, one can withstand the harsh cosmic environment outside and fight freely in space. Hao Changgeng's heart surged with excitement. The star core's embryonic form. He couldn't help but feel a bit eager, wanting to test just how great the gap was between himself and level 6. At that moment, Lixing's voice suddenly turned serious. Something's wrong. Hao Changgeng asked in confusion. What's wrong? There are 10 powerful auras rapidly approaching in this direction. Lixing's voice was low. They are about 6,000 kilometers away and are expected to arrive in about 10 minutes. Hao Changgeng's expression changed slightly. What level of strength? Let me scan carefully. After a brief silence, Lixing's voice rang out again. 1 level 7, 3 level 6s, and 6 level 5s. Level 7. The highest known level on this planet was level 6, Jin Guxian. And Tachibana Miko had just broken through. Where did this level 7 come from? They should be the last batch of challengers. Lieshing provided the answer. Because they couldn't reach level 9, they were abandoned by the star thieves on this planet. Hao Changgeng frowned. Are they still alive? Of course they are alive. Although the trial period doesn't extend life as dramatically as being a star soldier, every level increase adds about 100 years to one's lifespan. For those at level 6 or 7, living to 6 or 700 years old is quite normal. The Star Thieves trials are conducted approximately every 100 years, so there are still quite a few failures from the last batch, or even the batch before that on this planet. Then why are they looking for Miko? Hao Changgeng asked in confusion. Even if they need source crystals, they wouldn't need to mobilize so many people, right? Lieshing fell silent for a moment, and then provided an answer that sent chills down Hao Changgeng's spine. They are not here for source crystals. They are here for the star core. Star core. After reaching level 6, the embryonic form of a star core will appear within the body, and in the universe there exists an extremely evil method. Lixing's voice turned cold. that allows one to excavate the embryonic star core of those with high talent and absorb it to enhance their own talent. Hao Changgeng was stunned. What you mean is, those whose talents have been exhausted and can no longer advance will set their sights on those who are more talented. Liashing enunciated each word, excavating their embryonic star cores, refining and absorbing them, thereby breaking their own talent shackles. Hao Changgeng felt a chill run down his spine. He knew the universe was cruel, but he never expected it to be this brutal. Excavating people's star cores. What difference was that from cannibalism? That level 7 must be one of the failures from the last batch of challengers. Liashing continued to analyze. He has been stuck at level 7 for an unknown number of years. His talent has already been exhausted, and he can no longer advance. But now a genius who has just broken through to level 6 has appeared. As long as he excavates her embryonic star core, he will have the chance to break through his bottleneck and even reach higher levels. Hao Changgeng fell silent. His gaze fell on the distant stone chamber. Tachibana Miko had just broken through and should be consolidating her realm, completely unaware of the impending danger. He then looked towards another stone chamber. Lu Qing was handling matters there, equally oblivious. That situation was something he couldn't handle alone. Unless he exposed his mecha. But if he exposed his mecha, it would attract the attention of the star thieves, leading to even graver consequences. Hao Changgeng thought for a moment, and then quickly walked towards Lu Qing's stone chamber. Sister Qing. Lu Qing looked up casually and replied, "Dog egg, what's wrong?" Hao Changgeng rubbed his hands, wearing an honest expression. Sister Qing, I learned a bit about deduction techniques from my grandfather back home. I was just idly calculating and felt a killing intent coming from the northeast towards us. It's quite urgent. Should we hide for a bit? Lu Qing was momentarily stunned. Then she laughed. She reached out and ruffled his hair. You little rascal, always talking about mysterious things. All right, go back and rest now. Clearly she didn't take it seriously at all. Hao Changgeng opened his mouth wanting to say something more, but swallowed it back. If he said more, he would expose himself. He could only exit the stone chamber, reluctantly, quietly calculating in his heart. A few minutes later, Lu Qing was arranging tomorrow's patrol tasks when she suddenly felt a pang of anxiety and looked towards the northeast. She was a psychic source energy user. Though she was offensive in nature, her perception ability was also far beyond that of ordinary people. At this moment, she clearly sensed several powerful auras were approaching at an incredible speed, especially the one at the forefront, overwhelming, heavy with a suffocating sense of oppression. Level 7. Lu Qing's face instantly turned pale. She suddenly recalled what Dog Egg had just said. There was a killing intent coming towards us. Should we hide for a bit? That guy. How did he know? What deduction technique? It was all a lie. He must have sensed the danger in advance and came to warn us. But how could a level 3 little soldier possibly sense danger further away than her, a level 5 psychic? This thought flashed through Lu Qing's mind, but there was no time to ponder it further. She rushed out of the stone chamber and shouted sternly, "Everyone assemble. Enemy attack. Immediately enter combat mode." The entire camp instantly erupted. Female warriors surged out from various stone chambers, some gripping weapons, some gathering source energy, and some rushing to their respective battle positions. Though it was chaotic under Lu Qing's command, they quickly formed a defensive formation. Tachibana Miko also awoke from her seclusion, rushing out of the stone chamber and landing beside Lu Qing. "What's going on?" she asked. 10 people, Lu Qing said solemnly. 1 level 7, 3 level 6s, 6 level 5s. Tachibana Miko's expression also changed. The gap between level 6 and level 7 was even larger than that between level 5 and level 6. She had just broken through to level 6. Her realm was still unstable, and facing a level 7 powerhouse, her chances of winning were almost non-existent. Moreover, the enemy also had 3 level 6s and 6 level 5s. This was a battle that was impossible to win. "Can we run?" Tachibana Miko asked quietly. Lu Qing shook her head. "There's no time. Their speed is too fast, and with so many of us, we won't be able to escape." Tachibana Miko gritted her teeth. "Then let's fight." She turned to face everyone, her voice clear and resolute. "Sisters, someone is coming to cause trouble. I'm not hiding it from you. The opponent is very strong. There's 1 level 7, 3 level 6s, and 6 level 5s. The camp fell into dead silence. Over 100 people, most of whom were only level 3 or 4. Facing such a lineup was hardly different from going to their deaths. But Tachibana Miko's voice rose slightly. "We, the Killing Gang, have never been afraid of death. If they want to fight, then let's fight." After a brief silence, a synchronized shout erupted from the crowd. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" Over 100 voices converged, echoing through the valley. Lu Qing and Tachibana Miko exchanged a glance, both seeing determination in each other's eyes. The two stood side by side at the forefront of the group. Everyone was ready for battle. No one noticed that at the back of the crowd, an unassuming brown-haired youth was quietly observing all of this. Hao Changgeng's fists clenched and relaxed and clenched. He was hesitating. Exposing the mecha meant attracting the star thieves, leading to endless troubles. Not exposing the mecha meant that these people in front of him were very likely not going to survive today. Hao Changgeng took a deep breath, about to make a decision. On the horizon to the northeast, 10 figures broke through the void. Their aura was unrestrained, like 10 meteors crashing straight down on the killing gang's camp. The figure at the front was entirely shrouded in dark red source energy, wild, domineering, and incomparably arrogant. The oppressive feeling of level 7 came crashing down like a tangible force. Hao Changgeng stood at the back of the crowd, watching those 10 figures draw nearer and nearer. 10 figures broke through the air. The foremost man was enveloped in a dark red glow. He hovered in midair, looking down at the more than 100 people below, his gaze filled with the playful amusement of a cat teasing a mouse. Behind him, 3 6th-level powerhouses stood in a line. One was a bald man with a face full of muscle, and the other was a voluptuous woman holding a short knife. There was also a tall, pale man with a sinister gaze. Further back, 6 5th-level members spread out, sealing off all possible escape routes. Liashing, how can they float in midair? Hao Changgeng observed silently among the crowd. After initially condensing the star core, it can offset some of the planetary gravity. Liashing explained. Although true flight isn't possible, gliding short distances and hovering within the atmosphere is certainly manageable. Hao Changgeng nodded slightly, then looked at the 7th-level man. That man's gaze swept over the crowd below, finally landing on Luhua Maisie, his eyes revealing unabashed greed. Luhua Maisie stiffened, feeling very uncomfortable under that gaze. It seemed as if the man's eyes penetrated her body, directly locking onto the nascent star core forming within her. Not bad. The man spoke, his voice hoarse and deep. The quality of this batch is much better than the last one. After all, the trial had only just begun over 2 months ago, and most people were still struggling at the 3rd or 4th level. Those who could break through to the 6th level at this point were all top-tier talents. And talent was precisely what this group of failures craved the most. He did not say another word. In the next second, his figure vanished from the spot. The speed was too fast. Luhua Maisie barely had time to raise her arms to block. A terrifying force crashed down on her arms, sending her flying as if struck by a heavy blow. She was hurled back hundreds of meters and crashed heavily against the stone wall. The stone wall cracked and debris flew everywhere. Luhua Maisie slid down the wall, kneeling on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood that stained the shattered stones in front of her. Her arms trembled violently, although her bones were not broken, they had developed fine cracks. Just one punch. In her 6th level, she was utterly powerless to fight back. Sister Maisie. Sister Maisie. The crowd gasped, and several nearby female warriors instinctively wanted to rush over. But just as they took a step, they were locked in by the 3 6th-level powerhouses. Don't move, the bald man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. If you watch quietly, you might live a bit longer. Kill. A sudden roar exploded. The dozen or so men from the Shagging Association moved suddenly. Their eyes glowed with a strange light, their expressions blank, rushing out like marionettes. A dozen men ranging from 3rd to 4th level erupted with an aura far beyond their level, because they were not afraid of death. Those controlled by Luhua Maisie's illusion were fiercely unafraid of death. They charged at the 7th-level man, some wielding knives, some clenching their fists, and some even opening their arms to try to embrace him. Oh, interesting. The man raised an eyebrow, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He didn't even need to act himself. The fiery woman with the short knife stepped forward. A flash of the knife, so fast it was breathtaking. Dozens of heads flew into the sky, blood gushing from the necks of the beheaded. The corpses maintained their charging stance for a few steps before falling one after another. One strike, dozens of lives. The woman licked the blood from the blade, a sickly excitement in her eyes. Who else wants to try? The crowd felt as though they had fallen into an ice cave. Out of more than 100 people, not a single one dared to move. That level of disparity was no longer something numbers could compensate for. The man no longer paid them any mind and stepped toward Luhua Maisie. With each step, he took, her complexion paled further. She struggled to stand, but the injury from that punch had been too severe. Her arms were powerless, and the source energy within her was in chaos like boiling water. She couldn't move. The man approached her, crouching down and drawing a gleaming dagger from his waist. Don't be afraid, he said gently, as if coaxing a child. It will be quick, and it won't hurt at all. The dagger slowly rose. The tip of the dagger was aimed at Luhua Maisie's chest, where the nascent star core was located. No. Lu Qing's eyes erupted with dazzling 7-colored light, 2 streams of mental energy, transforming into swords piercing straight at the back of the man's head. At the same time, nearly 100 female warriors from the Shagging Association struck simultaneously. Fireballs, ice blades, lightning, wind blades. Various source energy attacks poured down like a torrential rain toward the group, but the 3 6th-level powerhouses moved. The bald man swung his arms, and a massive earthen wall rose from the ground, intercepting most of the attacks. The tall, thin man formed seals with his hands, creating an invisible mental barrier that enveloped a radius of 100 meters, nullifying Lu Qing's mental attack. As for the woman with the knife, she charged into the crowd. The blade flashed like snow. With each strike, a person fell. The sounds of screams, cries, and clashing weapons intertwined, and blood stained the ground. The Shagging Association suffered heavy casualties, yet no one took a step back. Sister Ching, quickly take Sister Maisie away. Sisters, hold the line. Let's fight these beasts. But the chasm of levels could not be bridged by mere courage. The woman with the knife moved through the crowd, as if in an uninhabited land, each strike precisely reaping a life. A sickly smile was always on her lips, as if this was not slaughter, but a game. Meanwhile, the seventh-level man didn't even turn his head. His attention was solely on Luhua Maisie. The tip of the dagger was now only 3 inches from her chest. Whoosh. A sound of air being split exploded. The man's brow furrowed slightly, and he flipped the dagger in his hand. Clang. A dagger was precisely deflected by him, embedding itself in a distant stone wall. But immediately after, a second dagger followed closely. This one did not fly toward him, but was aimed at a 5th-level member behind him. The angle of the attack was exceptionally tricky, precisely in that person's blind spot. That man was focused on the slaughter and had not noticed the lethal threat behind him. Puffed. The dagger pierced through his back, exiting his chest. That man looked down at the blade protruding from his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. He wanted to turn around, but his body was already unresponsive, falling straight forward. A single strike, and he was dead. The crowd was momentarily stunned, then erupted in cheers. Good job, Dog Dan. That's Dog Dan. Lu Qing turned to look at the unremarkable brown-haired youth, who was now standing at the back of the crowd, maintaining a throwing posture. She was taken aback. The dagger was infused with fire source energy, and the density of that flame was certainly not something a 3rd level could achieve. This kid is indeed extraordinary. The 7th-level man finally turned to look at Hao Changgeng. For the first time, a serious expression appeared on his face. Because of the fire source energy attached to that dagger, the density and pure aura had already touched the edge of the loss. How could a 3rd-level kid accomplish this? Interesting, he murmured. At this moment, Hao Changgeng had already charged out. He rushed through the chaotic battlefield, quickly reaching Luhua Maisie's side. Sister Maisie. He grabbed Luhua Maisie and turned to run. Dog Dan. Luhua Maisie weakly opened her eyes. Put me down. Save yourself. You won't be able to escape with me. Sister Maisie, don't worry. Hao Changgeng tightened his grip on her, feeling the softness in his arms. With a serious face, he said, Don't worry with me here, no one can harm you. Before his voice even faded, his speed surged again. The 7th-level man was momentarily stunned. This speed was too fast. Just that instant of distraction, Hao Changgeng had already carried Luhua Maisie several kilometers away. Chase. The 7th-level man ordered coldly, his figure shooting out first. The 3 6th-level powerhouses followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Hao Changgeng was sprinting through the mountains with Luhua Maisie in his arms. His speed was increasing quickly, putting some distance between him and the 4. But he knew he couldn't escape. The 7th-level strength was a given. Even if he erupted with all his power, he would eventually be caught. Thus, he was not running. He aimed to lead these 4 to a secluded place somewhere no one would see, then eliminate them all. Only in this way could he avoid exposing the mecha. At this moment, Tachibana Maisie stared at him in a daze. This unremarkable Dog Dan had an expression in his eyes that resembled another person. No, it's impossible. That big jerk is of the space element, while Dog Dan is of the fire element. She shook her head, casting this absurd thought out of her mind. The pursuers behind were drawing closer. Hao Changgeng's speed surged once again. Minutes later, he dashed into a secluded canyon. The canyon was deep with towering cliffs on both sides and only a narrow entrance. The space inside was ample enough for him to unleash his abilities. Hao Changgeng found a flat area deep in the canyon and gently laid her down. Tachibana Maisie struggled to sit up, but was struck by Hao Changgeng's palm on the back of her neck. She let out a muffled groan and fainted softly. Take a nap, he whispered. When you wake up, everything will be fine. Then he turned around, facing the canyon entrance. 4 figures appeared successively at the mouth of the canyon. A level 7 man led the way, followed by 3 level 6 individuals. A bald man, a knife-wielding woman, and a tall, thin guy. The knife-wielding woman licked the blood off her blade and smiled at Hao Changgeng. Little brother is being naughty. Why are you running? Come here, let sister take good care of you. Her voice was sickeningly sweet, but combined with the blood dripping from the blade, it was chilling. Hao Changgeng glanced at her and slowly walked to the center of the canyon. He raised his head, a naive smile on his face, and said, Then I won't run. Sister, could you let me go? The knife-wielding woman smiled, even sweeter. Of course, I can come here. Let sister take good care of you. She extended her other hand, beckoning Hao Changgeng with her fingers. Hao Changgeng took steps toward her. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. His face remained adorned with that harmless smile, looking like a scared little creature. The smile in the knife-wielding woman's eyes grew more pronounced as she slightly raised her short knife. 5 steps, 6 steps. Hao Changgeng suddenly laughed. That smile was completely different from before. It was no longer naive or timid, but rather a hunter's smile when seeing prey fall into a trap, filled with determination. The knife-wielding woman sensed something was off. She instinctively wanted to retreat. Her chest felt cold. She looked down, incredulous, at her chest. A silver-white spear had pierced through her back and protruded from her chest. You. She struggled to lift her head, watching the figure of Hao Changgeng slowly dissipate. It was an afterimage. The real Hao Changgeng had, unbeknownst to her, teleported behind her. Sister, you were too slow. Hao Changgeng pulled out the spear, and the knife-wielding woman's body fell forward. With a thud, she collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from her wound. Unwilling to close her eyes, the canyon was dead silent. The remaining three turned pale, instinctively retreating a few steps, creating distance from Hao Changgeng. The level 7 man frowned tightly. He had not detected any spatial fluctuations at all. No, wait, there was a fluctuation. But it was too weak, so faint that even he, a level 7 powerhouse, nearly overlooked it. Space element. This kid is actually a space element user. Moreover, the proficiency of that teleportation was not something a level 3 or 4 could achieve. The bald man was the first to lose his composure. Playing tricks. He roared, his right arm instantly petrifying and becoming as hard as granite. His legs exerted force as he charged at Hao Changgeng. Bang! A punch landed squarely on Hao Changgeng's chest. Hao Changgeng was sent flying, crashing into the canyon wall, creating a human-shaped dent. Debris fell with a clatter, raising a cloud of dust. The bald man shook his fist and scoffed disdainfully. Is that all? Daring to act so tough in front of me? His voice suddenly stopped. As the dust settled, Hao Changgeng brushed off the dust from his clothes, completely unscathed. Not a single wrinkle on that combat suit. The bald man was left in disbelief. His punch was strong enough to collapse a small mountain. Even a level 6 powerhouse taking that hit would be severely injured, if not dead. This kid, how is it possible? Is that all? Hao Changgeng tilted his head, returning the bald man's words verbatim. Daring to act tough in front of your father. A flicker of dark red light flashed in his eyes. That trace of malice. Fighting, blood, and slaughter. These elements awakened the dormant malice within him. The previously suppressed brutality began to stir once more. Hao Changgeng felt the exhilarating rush of blood. Battle. Star Splitter. I've changed my mind. You want to use them as practice? Exactly. A battle intent ignited in Hao Changgeng's eyes. Since they can't hurt me, I might as well take this opportunity to hone my combat skills. After battling beasts for quite some time, it's time for a change of pace. Star Splitter fell silent for a moment. Be careful to control your emotions. That was all he said. Hao Changgeng did not reply. He looked at the three, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You three, as long as you can defeat me, you might live to leave. The bald man raged, you're seeking death. He charged again, his petrified arms swinging down like heavy hammers. Hao Changgeng did not use teleportation. He raised his arms to take the blow. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch was heavy and forceful enough to shatter rocks. But striking Hao Changgeng felt like hitting an immovable iron plate. The bald man grew increasingly alarmed. What kind of monster is this kid? Have you had enough? Hao Changgeng suddenly spoke. His right hand flipped, and a long knife materialized out of thin air. The blade was enveloped in solid golden flames, radiating a scorching heat. Now it's my turn. A flash of the knife. The bald man hurriedly retreated, but it was too late. The fiery long knife grazed his chest, leaving a scorched mark on the thick stone armor. Ah! The bald man screamed, a burning smell wafting from his scorched flesh. That slash, although it did not break through the stone armor, the terrifying heat penetrated the layers, searing his skin. So hot. So hot. He retreated repeatedly. Hao Changgeng did not pursue. He stood still, gazing thoughtfully at the fiery long knife in his hand. Then his gaze fell on the level 7 man and the tall, thin guy behind. You two come at me together. Together. The level 7 man spoke in a deep voice. This kid is suspicious, don't hold back. The three moved at once. The bald man charged heat-in, while the tall, thin guy used mental energy to interfere. As for the level 7 man, he vanished. Not teleportation, but moving too fast for the naked eye to capture. The next second he appeared above Hao Changgeng. With palms clasped, dark red source energy coalesced into a massive war hammer, crashing down overhead. A three-pronged assault. There was no escape. Hao Changgeng did not evade. The fiery long knife dissipated, replaced by a massive shield. Golden patterns flowed on the shield, radiating a scorching aura. Boom. The attacks from the three landed simultaneously on the shield. A terrifying shockwave spread in all directions, cracking the canyon walls. The expressions of the three turned grim. They felt that their attacks had been blocked. As the dust settled, Hao Changgeng stood firm, the shield held steady in front of him, unmoving. Is that all? He retracted the shield and stretched his neck. You're too weak. If this continues, I won't make any progress. The three turned ashen. How about? Hao Changgeng's gaze fell on the bald man. I'll kill you first to motivate them. His tone was casual, but the light in his eyes sent a chill down the bald man's back. Malice surged in his gaze, the dark red light growing stronger. Hao Changgeng suddenly laughed. Forget it, let's continue practicing. The battle in the canyon erupted once more. At this moment, Lu Qing, along with the remaining sisters, engaged in a fierce battle against the 5 powerful adversaries. Without the suppression of the level 7 man, their numerical advantage finally came into play. Though the casualties were still heavy, at least, It was no longer a one-sided slaughter. Lu Qing fought while occasionally glancing towards the direction where Hao Changgeng had disappeared. Who exactly is that guy who calls himself Dog Egg? Meanwhile, the battle within the canyon continued. It was less of a battle and more like a one-sided beating. The bald man's stone fist struck Hao Changgeng like meteorites, pounding him mercilessly and sending him flying in all directions. The dark red source energy of the level 7 man morphed into various fatal attacks. The slender and tall individual's psychic attacks were the most bothersome, formless, and intangible. They could penetrate the armor's defenses and pierce into his mind, causing Hao Changgeng to experience bouts of dizziness. The battle suit formed from the mech absorbed all physical and energy attacks, resembling an indestructible turtle shell. Although the slender tall man's psychic attacks could penetrate, they only caused brief, stinging sensations, far from enough to defeat him. Instead, Hao Changgeng gradually began to regain his senses amidst the onslaught. His fiery long knife became increasingly solid, with the golden flames enveloping the blade, thickening from a mere thin layer to a half-inch of blazing fire. Each swing left a searing trail in the air. His agility grew as well. From initially being overwhelmed by 3 attackers, he could now deftly evade most assaults, showing visible improvement. Among the 3, the most irritating was the slender tall man. That guy had been lurking in the back, occasionally launching psychic attacks. The attacks were not painful, but as annoying as mosquitoes. Just when he was in the heat of battle, a sudden buzzing in his head would slow his movements. Once or twice could be excused, but after 10 or 8 times, the malice in Hao Changgeng's eyes began to surge. He licked his lips, his gaze firmly locked onto the slender tall man at the back. "You are quite bothersome." Before he could finish speaking, the bald man sent him flying with a punch. Bang! He crashed against the canyon wall, kicking up a cloud of dust. The 3 subconsciously halted, exchanging glances filled with confusion. What kind of monster is this guy? They had been fighting for almost half an hour, employing various tactics, yet that kid bore no marks at all. A full-force strike from a level 7 would be enough to obliterate any level 6 warrior outside, yet hitting him felt like a mud cow sinking into the sea. This kid is peculiar. The bald man gasped for breath, sweat pouring from his forehead. Damn it, we can't break through. The level 7 man was already contemplating retreat. Though it would be embarrassing, it was better than losing his life here. Suddenly, a gigantic mechanical arm extended from the dust. The arm was over 10 meters long, entirely silver gray, with faint golden patterns flowing across it. Blue energy light bands circulated at the joints, creating a sci-fi yet terrifying appearance. Its speed was astonishing. Before the 3 could react, the mechanical giant hand had bypassed the bald man and the level 7 warrior, heading straight for the slender tall man. The slender tall man's face changed dramatically. He instinctively tried to dodge, but his physical abilities were already weak. Just as he took a step, the giant hand had already grasped him in its palm. "Ah!" The slender tall man screamed in agony, completely trapped, unable to move. He could feel the metal fingers tightening, each one containing the power to crush him. As the dust settled, the 3 finally saw the scene within the haze. Hao Changgeng stood amidst the rubble, his right arm completely transformed. Starting from his shoulder, the silver-gray mech expanded outward layer by layer, enveloping his entire right arm. It then continued to extend and enlarge, ultimately forming a giant mechanical arm several meters long. And in his palm, he held the slender tall man. The bald man and the level 7 warrior stood frozen in shock. What on earth is this thing? The slender tall man struggled desperately, continuously releasing psychic attacks in an attempt to disrupt Hao Changgeng's will. Those attacks were like invisible blades, striking wave after wave into Hao Changgeng's mind, causing him to frown in pain. The surge of malevolence, spurred by the excruciating pain, heightened the dark red glow in his eyes. "Please, let me go. He'll do anything. I can be your subordinate." "I can." Hao Changgeng tilted his head, observing the little person struggling in his palm. A strange sense of pleasure rose from deep within him. Suddenly, he felt that this feeling of controlling someone's life and death was truly exhilarating. "Weren't you all enjoying yourselves just now?" His voice was soft, as if he were talking to himself. "It's too late to beg for mercy now." He slowly tightened his fingers. The slender tall man's pleas transformed into screams, which in turn morphed into the sounds of cracking bones. Puff! Blood mist erupted from between his fingers. Hao Changgeng released his grip, a vague mass of flesh sliding from his palm, crashing to the ground, unrecognizable as human. He looked at the pile of blood and flesh, an odd emotion swelling within him. The canyon fell into a deep silence. The bald man's legs trembled. He had lived for over 200 years, experienced countless battles, yet had never felt such fear as he did now. The level 7 warrior said nothing, but his face had turned even paler. The aura emanating from the mechanical arm made his star core tremble. This was not merely a suppression of levels, but a crushing of life itself. Escape. He had to escape. The level 7 man's gaze swept through the depths of the canyon. Li Hua Meizi lay unconscious behind that rock. As long as he captured her as a hostage, he would have leverage for negotiation. His source energy surged wildly, reaching peak speed, getting closer. Closer still. The rock was right in front of him, Li Huamai's pale face becoming clearer. Bang. The massive mechanical hand descended, slamming him into the ground, as if swatting a fly. The formidable computational power of the mech had already analyzed all his movements and predicted every trajectory of his actions. Debris flew, and the ground cracked. A pit several meters wide appeared in the canyon. The man lay at the bottom of the pit, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The dark red source energy flickered frantically, but could not break free from the mechanical hand's grip. Hao Changgeng slowly approached the edge of the pit, looking down at the man below. The man struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with terror. Master. His voice was hoarse, tinged with a sob. I was blind and angered the master. Please spare me. I beg you to let me go. Hao Changgeng crouched down, regarding him with an amused expression. Did I not just say, as long as you practice with me, I will let you go? He sighed, a hint of regret in his tone. Who would have thought you wouldn't cooperate? I will cooperate. I will cooperate. The man grasped at straws. You can practice however you want. It's too late. As the mechanical hand slowly tightened. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones shattering echoed. The man's screams reverberated through the canyon, gradually weakening, and finally fell silent. When Hao Changgeng finally released his grip, only a mangled mass of blood and flesh remained at the bottom of the pit. He glanced down briefly, then turned his gaze toward the bald, burly man standing not far away. Your turn, Hao Changgeng said. The bald man's trousers, soaked through with fear, despair, flooded his eyes. No, don't kill me. Hao Changgeng retracted his mechanized arm, flipped his right palm upward, and summoned a blazing spear of flame into existence. Here's a proposal, he said. Defeat me, face to face, and I'll spare your life. A flicker of desperate hope ignited in the bald man's eyes. Defeat him. Just moments ago, 3 against 1 had ended in utter failure. Now he stood utterly alone. Yet Hao Changgeng was only level 4, formidable in defense, but nothing more. If only he could find an opening. The bald man gritted his teeth, rose to his feet, and encased his body once more in thick stony armor. Fine. With a roar, he lunged at Hao Changgeng. His stone-forged fist descended like a falling boulder. Hao Changgeng sidestepped fluidly, sweeping his flaming spear horizontally. Though the bald man possessed immense strength and near impenetrable defense, his speed was painfully sluggish. Without the distraction and pressure of his 2 fallen comrades, he couldn't even graze Hao Changgeng's hem. Meanwhile, each thrust of Hao Changgeng's spear grew sharper, more precise, more lethal. The flame energy coalescing upon the spearhead grew denser, shifting from a faint translucent veil to a vibrant, dancing golden flame. The first strike left only a pale, scorched mark upon the stony armor. By the 10th strike, the spear pierced 1 inch deep. By the 30th, 5 inches, blood welling forth. At the 50th, the spear pierced clean through the stony armor, erupting from his back. The bald man stared down at the wound, piercing his chest, mouth agape, as if to speak, only to vomit a gush of crimson. Then he collapsed, thunderous and final. Hao Changgeng stood motionless, gazing silently at the carnage strewn across the ground. After a long pause, he murmured, Lishan, moi, have I changed lately? Lishan paused for a beat. Yes. For better, or worse? Unclear. Hao Changgeng asked no further. He drew a slow, deep breath, suppressing the churning malevolence within. The dark crimson glow receding from his irises, his eyes clearing once more, calm, lucid, unclouded. Turning, he strode toward where Henan Miko lay unconscious. The Kilgung sect's battle should be over, Lieshan's voice echoed. Lu Qing is approaching with over a dozen survivors, 10 minutes at most. Prepare yourself. Hao Changgeng nodded and began tidying the battlefield. He gathered the scattered remains into a single pile. With a flick of his right hand, a sphere of golden flame descended upon them. The fire burned soundlessly, consuming every trace, reducing all to ash. Then he knelt beside Henan Miko and lifted her gently, cradling her close against his chest. Leaning against a boulder, he closed his eyes, feigning unconsciousness. That was his specialty. Less than 10 minutes later, ragged footsteps echoed from beyond the canyon's mouth. Over here. They're over here. Lu Qing burst into the canyon, first followed closely by a dozen wounded but still standing members. Blood streaked their clothes, wounds oozed, but not a single soul had fallen behind. Lu Qing's gaze locked instantly on Hao Changgeng, and Henan Miko slumped against the boulder. Go Dan. Miko. She rushed forward, dropped to her knees, and checked Miko's pulse. Relief washed over her. Just unconscious. Then she shook Hao Changgeng's shoulder. Go Dan. Wake up. Go Dan. He stirred groggily, mumbling incoherently. My coach, run. I'll hold them off. That frail yet unwavering tone. The image of loyalty etched even in delirium. Truth be told, the performance was so convincing, even he almost believed it. Go Dan. Wake up. It's us. Lu Qing slapped his cheek lightly. Hao Changgeng slowly opened his eyes, dazed, disoriented, scanning the surroundings. Finally, his gaze settled on Lu Qing's face and broke into a simple, guileless smile. Qingjia, you're here? What happened? Lu Qing stared at his earnest, open expression, momentarily speechless. What happened after you ran off here, she asked. Hao Changgeng feigned careful recollection, then launched into a masterfully improvised account, with solemn conviction. I brought my coach here, and those men caught up. I thought I was done for. Then, he paused, letting just the right measure of awe shimmer in his eyes. Then a supreme expert appeared, incredibly powerful. All I saw was a flash of light, and then nothing. When I woke, those villains were gone. He scratched his head, bewildered. Qingjia, was it your reinforcement? Was that expert sent by you? How formidable that expert must be. Did he drive them all away? Lu Qing held his gaze for a long, searching moment, so long it made Hao Changgeng's pulse quicken slightly. Yet his expression remained unchanged, warm, honest, tinged with survivor's relief, not a single fissure of deceit. Let's go, she said, rising. Back to camp. Hao Changgeng struggled upright, then tenderly lifted the still unconscious Henin Amiko and fell into step behind her. The group made their slow return to camp. Hao Changgeng walked among them, cradling the soft, fragrant Henin Amiko in his arms, his face still wearing that gentle, unassuming smile. No one noticed the faint ember of crimson deep within his eyes, still smoldering, not extinguished, merely dormant, like a venomous serpent coiled in shadow waiting for its next awakening. Inside the camp, the Kilgung sect had suffered a devastating blow. Of the original 120 members, barely 70 or 80 remained. Every survivor bore wounds, several were critically injured. Whether they would survive remained uncertain. The air hung thick with suffocating silence. In the stone hall, Lu Qing sat upon the central dais, listening impassively to casualty reports. Her face remained composed, but her hands clenched unconsciously into fists. Henin Amiko had regained consciousness, leaning weakly against a nearby stone chair. Her complexion still pallid, her injuries not yet fully healed, yet mobility restored. That savior, she murmured. Was he truly that powerful? Lu Qing shook her head. Godan says so, I can't verify it. But those men vanished without a trace. Not one returned. Henin Amiko fell silent for a moment. What do you think of Godan? Lu Qing did not answer immediately. She recalled how he'd warned her, before the ambush, of imminent danger. She remembered his astonishing speed as he carried Miko through the wilderness, and how though unconscious in the canyon, he bore no injury whatsoever. He's extraordinary. That was all she said. Henin Amiko nodded. No further questions asked. In the days that followed, Hao Changgeng continued his quiet infiltration, living as Li Godan within the Kilgung sect. Each day he bantered light-heartedly with the women, tossing out playful, cheeky anecdotes. Strangely, this relaxed rhythm proved profoundly beneficial to his cultivation. It felt like a lake violently churned by gale-force winds, finally settling into stillness, revealing at last the truth lying undisturbed at its depths. Slowly, Hao Changgeng began to perceive the essence of the flames. It was not about temperature, color, or form. Rather, it was something much deeper. This realization was vague, like viewing a landscape through a thin veil. It was not clear, yet it undeniably existed. Not bad, the voice of Lieshing echoed in his mind. This is the threshold of the laws. If you continue on this path, it won't be long before you can touch the edge of the fire source law. Hao Changgeng nodded, but deep within his eyes a glimmer of dark red light flickered occasionally. The following days were the most leisurely he had experienced since arriving on this planet. Every day, he gave massages to the young ladies, and he could do so without any guilt. It was incredibly enjoyable. Even more surprisingly, in this relaxed state, his understanding of fire attribute source energy deepened increasingly. Lieshing observed the recent changes in his condition with satisfaction. At this rate, you will soon gain the recognition of the source law. At that time, breaking through to the Star Soldier level will be much smoother. Hao Changgeng nodded, just about to say something, when his wrist communicator vibrated. Looking down, he saw a private message from Xiaya. Gijminga has been missing for half a day, and we can't reach him. Hao Changgeng frowned, and replied, what happened? Weren't you with the boss? Xiaya replied quickly, Minga was tracking a level 6 monster. We dispersed to search, and then we lost contact. The boss searched for half a day and found nothing. A level 6 monster. Li Ming is now also level 5, he should be fine. Hao Changgeng suppressed the unease in his heart, and replied, got it, I'll go look for him. Lieshing checked the location of the fourth brother. When they first gathered with the Ni Tai Mei team, Lieshing had silently implanted a backdoor into everyone's communicators. Hao Changgeng had told no one about this. It was not a matter of distrust towards his brothers. Rather, some secrets are safer the fewer people know. Lieshing was silent for a few seconds before quickly providing the result. 2 o'clock direction, 23,000 kilometers away. 23,000 kilometers. Hao Changgeng was stunned. How could Li Ming tracking a level 6 monster end up so far away? A sense of ominous foreboding surged within him. Meanwhile, 23,000 kilometers away, Li Ming was tied up tightly to a withered tree in a desolate valley. His body was covered in wounds, his clothes torn to shreds, revealing bloodied skin. But the most shocking sight was his right arm already severed at the root. The stump was hastily wrapped in a tattered cloth, blood still seeping out, staining half his body a dark red. Yet he did not plead for mercy. "Damn you bastards," he yelled at the figure of Jin Guxian before him. "If you have the guts, let me go, and let's fight unknown. If I don't beat you into submission, consider it your luck." Jin Guxian didn't understand what he was cursing, but after the female assistant translated, his expression grew increasingly gloomy. "What did he say?" he said. The female assistant hesitated. "He said he wants to fight you unknown, and that he will beat you into submission." Jin Guxian's face darkened. He slowly walked up to Li Ming, drawing a glinting dagger from his waist. "Stubborn," he said in broken Mandarin. "Let's see how long you can hold on." The knife flashed, and a new bloody cut was added to Li Ming's chest. He let out a muffled groan, gritting his teeth and refusing to cry out. Once the wave of agony subsided, he looked up and spat a mouthful of blood at Jin Guxian. "Is that all? Are you just tickling me?" Jin Guxian's face fell completely. He turned to the female assistant and said a few words. She nodded, raised her communicator, and aimed it at Li Ming. Then Jin Guxian struck again. Another deep cut appeared at the stump of Li Ming's right shoulder. He could no longer hold it in and let out a scream. Jin Guxian stepped back, watching the female assistant capture this scene, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Post it to the public channel," he said. "Let that naked running brother see the consequences of opposing us." "Boss, should we expose our location?" "No need." Jin Guxian shook his head. "Let him panic. Let him go crazy. Let him search around like a headless fly. Then one by one we will send his brothers to him." He looked down at the barely breathing Li Ming and tapped his face with the dagger. "Will your brother come to save you?" Li Ming raised his head, bloodied but smiling. "You're finished." His voice was weak, yet it carried a certain certainty. "When my brother arrives, none of you will escape." Jin Guxian scoffed and turned away. He did not believe it. This place was desolate, and no tracking means could locate it. Even if Hao Changgeng had immense abilities, it was impossible. The public channel exploded. A photograph was posted in the most conspicuous spot. In the photo, Li Ming was tied to a withered tree, bloodied, with his right arm severed. His face was as pale as paper, yet his gaze remained fierce. The caption was written by Jin Guxian's female assistant, brimming with pride. "Naked running brother, this is the consequence of opposing our 7-star gang. Are you anxious? It's no use, you won't find us. I will slowly carve off his flesh, capturing it in photos for your gradual appreciation." The comment section instantly erupted. "Li Ming, he is from the NI Tai Mei team, right? Can we reach their boss Wang, lay the level 5-1? Hao Changgeng stared at that photograph, fixated on Li Ming's severed right arm, on the pale face that still held a defiant gaze. Deep within his pupils, dark red light began to surge. The anger that had barely subsided surged back to life at that moment. It was as if a beast that had been caged for too long finally broke free from its chains. "Gidge." Xiaoya sent another message. "Gidge, did you see?" "Minga." Hao Changgeng did not reply. "Liexing." His voice was calm, eerily so. "Lock in the location." "It's already locked in." Liexing's voice was somewhat grave. He stood up and walked out of the stone chamber. In the camp, several female warriors were chatting. When they saw him emerge, they greeted him with smiles. "Gooden. Come here." Hao Changgeng ignored them. He walked to the edge of the camp, confirming no one was paying attention to him. Then he shot up into the sky. Golden light wings unfurled behind him, transforming him into a shooting star, tearing through the air as he sped toward that direction. Sonic boom. No. The soundproof technology of the light wings rendered all noise non-existent. His speed of flight was astonishing, 100 times the speed of sound. 2,000 kilometers per minute. 10 minutes. He only needed 10 minutes to arrive. Liexing fell silent. He stared into the swirling dark red light, and Hao Changgeng's eyes, feeling a sense of helplessness rise within him. The emotions he had finally stabilized in the past few days were all shattered. That thread of resentment was like a seed already taking root deep in Hao Changgeng's heart. It could be suppressed and ignored in normal times, but would erupt with sufficient provocation. When it did erupt, it would be increasingly violent. Liexing wanted to remind Hao Changgeng to control his emotions, but he knew that saying anything now would be futile. At this moment, 30,000 kilometers away in a valley, Jin Guxian was still savoring the joy of victory. More than 200 members of the 7-star gang gathered in the valley, throwing a grand celebration feast. The leader is brilliant. A burly man at level 5 wore a sycophantic smile. Jin Guxian sat in the main seat, smiling modestly. He glanced at Li Ming, bound to a tree. The kid had already passed out, his face pale from excessive blood loss. "Don't let him die," Jin Guxian said to those around him. "If he dies, it won't be fun anymore." "Yes, leader." A member skilled in healing stepped forward to quickly treat Li Ming's wounds, ensuring he wouldn't suddenly stop breathing. Although Hao Changgeng was difficult to deal with, he was only at level 3. No, he might be at level 4 now. But what of it? Jin Guxian was already at level 6. He still had over 200 brothers, with more than a dozen at level 5 and countless at level 4. What could a single Hao Changgeng do? Could he fight 10 of them or 100? "Leader." A female assistant suddenly approached with a strange expression. On the public channel, someone sent a message. "What message?" The female assistant handed over her holographic device. Jin Guxian looked down to see the message contained only one sentence. The sender's ID was a jumble of characters, but the content was crystal clear. I know where you are, clean your neck and wait. Jin Guxian frowned slightly and said to the female assistant, get the brothers to stay alert and strengthen defenses to prevent the naked runner from sneaking in to rescue anyone. No need to be overly nervous. Even if he finds this place alone, it's just walking into a trap. The female assistant nodded and turned to relay the orders. Jin Guxian cautiously looked around. Suddenly, he noticed a light point appearing in the sky. It was small and distant like an unnoticeable star. But that star was rapidly growing larger, becoming brighter and more dazzling. Jin Guxian shouted, enemy attack. Before his voice could fade, the light point had already hovered above the valley. Golden wings slowly flapped, and the silver-white combat suit reflected a cold glimmer. Hao Changgeng floated in midair, looking down at the more than 200 people in the valley, his gaze like that of a deity overlooking ants. The female assistant beside Jin Guxian was the first to react, and she screamed, Leader, it's the naked runner. The members of the seven-star gang erupted into chaos. More than 200 people stood up in unison, some gripped their weapons, some gathered source energy, while others looked around in panic. But soon they calmed down, because they realized there was only one person in the sky. One person, alone, daring to storm into a camp of over 200. Ha! A level 5 burly man was the first to laugh, the naked runner. Just him alone. Who does he think he is? Laughter spread like a plague. More than 200 people burst into laughter, some whistled, and others jeered. Some had already begun to roll up their sleeves, eager for a fight. Jin Guxian laughed as well. He looked up at Hao Changgeng hovering in the air and shouted, Naked runner, your brother is in my hands. To spare his life, you must willingly come down to meet your death. The female assistant hastily translated his words into Mandarin and shouted them out loud. Hao Changgeng did not respond. His gaze passed over the more than 200 people and fell upon the gnarled tree at the deepest part of the valley. Li Ming was bound there, covered in blood, his right arm severed, and he had already passed out. The dark red light in his eyes deepened. Naked runner, Jin Guxian shouted again. I give you 3 seconds to consider. 3. His voice abruptly halted, because on Hao Changgeng's shoulder something suddenly appeared. It was a diamond-shaped orange crystal the size of a fist, magnificent. The crystal floated above his shoulders, slowly rotating. Each facet refracted the sunlight, emitting a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. Jin Guxian's pupils constricted slightly. He did not know what that object was, but he could sense the aura of death. Lieshing. Hao Changgeng's voice was soft. What are you doing? Helping you. Lieshing replied calmly. Why? Because your current state is not very good. Hao Changgeng fell silent. Meanwhile, the diamond crystal had begun to spin. It spun faster and faster, growing brighter. Orange light erupted from the crystal. Subsequently, more than 200 thin beams of light shot towards every individual in the valley. Those beams moved too quickly, so fast that no one could react, too fast for anyone to dodge. Fast enough that some people still wore smiles on their faces when the beams pierced through their bodies. Then they vanished. No screams, no blood, no struggle. More than 200 people turned to ashes the moment they were touched by the light. Their bodies vanished silently into the air like dew evaporated by the sun, leaving not a single speck of dust. This is the annihilation ray of a mech. The crystallization of top-tier technology in the galaxy, a weapon that completely destroys targets on a molecular level. In the valley of more than 200 people, in the blink of an eye, only 2 remained. Jin Guxian and his female assistant. The 2 stood dumbfounded in place, surrounded by emptiness. The camp that had just been bustling with activity was now reduced to scorched earth. They had not even reacted to what had happened. Leader. The female assistant's voice trembled, her teeth chattering. They. Jin Guxian remained silent. He stared at Hao Changgeng, who hovered in the air, fixated on the still slowly rotating orange crystal on his shoulder, the color draining from his face. He finally understood one thing. This naked runner was never someone he could provoke. Hao Changgeng landed on the ground and walked towards them. His pace was slow, but each step felt like a stomp on Jin Guxian's heart. The female assistant collapsed, first kneeling on the ground, her voice changing pitch. Naked runner, spare my life. It's a misunderstanding. It was all Jin Guxian's idea. It has nothing to do with me. Please spare me. A flash of light from a blade. The female assistant's voice was cut off. Her head flew far away, rolling several times on the ground, her expression frozen in the moment of pleading. The headless corpse stood for 2 seconds before toppling over. Hao Changgeng sheathed his blade and turned to Jin Guxian. Jin Guxian's face was pale, but he did not collapse. A leader who could reach level 6 and command hundreds of people was ultimately not worthless. His right palm quietly darkened. That was his ultimate poison source, energy capable of corroding everything. Die. He slammed his palm against Hao Changgeng's chest. Poison surged wildly towards Hao Changgeng, and Jin Guxian's face revealed a hint of mad glee. What does it matter how strong you are? Poison can erode the body from within, and no defense can withstand it. Then his smile froze. Hao Changgeng stood motionless, his poison failing to stir any ripples. The energy barrier of his combat suit kept the toxins at bay, not allowing a single trace to seep through. Are you done? Hao Changgeng looked down at him, his tone remarkably calm. The blade flashed once more. Jean Guxian's right arm was severed at the root, flying far away. He clutched his wound and let out a wretched scream. Stumbling backward, blood gushed from the severed stump. You. His voice trembled to fear in his eyes, overwhelming everything else. What exactly are you? Jean Guxian babbled incoherently, but Hao Changgeng understood not a word. Holding the long blade, he advanced step by step. With each step he took, Jean Guxian retreated until his back hit the stone wall with no escape left. Please don't kill me. Jean Guxian finally broke down, tears streaming down his face. I beg you, don't kill me. They'll give you whatever you want. Source crystals, crystal cores, women. Anything. Hao Changgeng looked at him, the dark red glow in his eyes roiling. He wanted to turn this guy into minced meat. Bit by bit, cut by cut, making him experience every ounce of pain that Li Ming had endured. The voice of Li Xing suddenly rang out. Enough, quickly dispose of him and go treat that kid. Hao Changgeng's hand froze. He looked down at his hand. The hand holding the blade trembled slightly. The urge to tear everything apart was overwhelming, so intense it felt almost uncontrollable. He took a deep breath. The dark red glow in his eyes gradually faded somewhat. All right. The blade fell. Jean Guxian's head rolled onto the ground, his expression frozen in terror. Thus the Seven Stars gang was completely annihilated. Hao Changgeng sheathed his blade and quickly walked to the withered tree. Li Ming was tightly bound to the trunk, bloodied, his right arm severed at the root, and he had already fainted. He crouched down to check for breath. There was still a faint one, but he was alive. Li Xing. I'm already preparing. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light surrounded him, and 12 fist-sized spider-shaped robots appeared. Their bodies were silvery gray with 8 mechanical legs slightly bent and a blue energy core on their heads flickering gently. This was the core repair unit of the mech. Under Li Xing's control, the 12 robots had clearly defined roles. 2 cut the ropes, placing Li Ming gently on the ground. 4 surrounded the severed arm, using energy threads to connect the arm to the wound. 6 scurried over his entire body, using hair-thin energy beams to stitch every wound. Those energy threads stitched together the torn muscles, severed blood vessels, and broken skin. Each stitch was precise to the cellular level, and each connection was flawless. Li Ming woke up in pain during the treatment, glanced at Hao Changgeng standing nearby, and weakly cursed, "You damn. Took your time." Then his head lolled to the side, and he fainted again. Hao Changgeng twitched the corner of his mouth, but said nothing. After a dozen minutes, the 12 robots finished their work simultaneously. All of Li Ming's wounds had been stitched up and his severed arm reattached. Though he had not yet awakened, his breathing had stabilized significantly, and there was color returning to his face. Don't worry, Li Xing said. This level of injury is too common in the universe. With his physique, a good sleep will fix it, and there will be no lasting effects. Hao Changgeng nodded, crouched down, and carried Li Ming on his back. The combat suit automatically extended several tether beams, securely fastening Li Ming in place. He took one last look at this valley. Scorched earth, ashes, scattered weapons. Over 200 people just like that disappeared. Li Xing. Moi. Earlier. Thank you. Li Xing fell silent for a moment. Next time I may not be able to stop you. Hao Changgeng said nothing. He spread his light wings, and his entire being soared into the sky, flying toward the Mud Time A-team. Behind him, the valley returned to silence. The wind blew, scattering the last traces of ashes. It was as if nothing had ever happened. At this moment, the light wings sliced through the air, with Hao Changgeng carrying Li Ming soaring above the clouds. Li Ming lay on his back, deeply asleep. Hao Changgeng glanced at him and murmured, "This guy has a strong will to live." Li Xing's voice suddenly rang in his mind, more solemn than usual. Moi. We need to prepare to leave here soon. Hao Changgeng was taken aback, his flight speed unconsciously slowing down. Wasn't it decided to stay until level 6? The situation has changed a bit. Li Xing said. This planet no longer serves any purpose for your training. Hao Changgeng frowned, not quite understanding. Li Xing explained, due to the existence of the mech, you no longer feel any sense of crisis on this planet. Whether it's advanced demon beasts or the siege of hundreds of people, before you they are all like chickens and dogs. Continuing like this won't benefit your growth. Hao Changgeng fell silent for a moment. Indeed, ever since the mech was reforged, all threats on this planet had become a joke. Those demon beasts that made other trial takers face life and death, those forces that made countless people tremble in fear, had no qualifications to resist before him. Without a sense of crisis, there is no pressure. Without pressure, there is no growth. So when are we leaving? In a couple of days. Li Xing said, there is another important matter that needs to be completed. What matter? Li Xing fell silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. You need to find a way to completely eliminate that trace of hostility in your consciousness. Hao Changgen's heart tightened. You should be able to feel it too, right? Li Xing's voice softened. Ever since absorbing the crystal core of that Su-Li python, your state of mind has changed. In recent times, you've become a bit bloodthirsty. Hao Changgeng said nothing. He certainly knew. That day when he crushed the thin, tall figure in the canyon, that feeling surging from the depths of his bones. And just now facing Jin Guxian, that impulse to chop him into minced meat piece by piece. That trace of hostility that had seeped into the depths of his consciousness from the crystal core was gradually changing him. This needs to be dealt with in advance. Li Xing's tone grew serious, or it will lead to disaster later on. How to solve it? For now, it's a secret. Li Xing rarely kept secrets. Once we return Li Ming, you can go back to the Killing Gung Society, and at that time, just follow my arrangements. Hao Changgeng opened his mouth wanting to ask something, but ultimately remained silent. Li Xing never did things without confidence. Since he said he could solve it, then he surely could. He accelerated again, flying towards the distance. The camp of the Time A team was hidden deep within a dense forest, its location extremely concealed. When Hao Changgeng returned, the atmosphere in the camp was still tense. Wang Lei was gathered around a stone table with several brothers studying a map in an attempt to find the whereabouts of the Seven Stars gang. Xiaoya closed her eyes, sensing the surrounding aura, her face filled with anxiety. Second brother. Wang Lei was the first to spot him and stood up. Where's fourth brother? What happened to him? Hao Changgeng placed Li Ming down from his back and laid him flat on a beast's skin. Several brothers immediately surrounded them, bombarding him with questions. Everyone move aside, let me take a look. Zhang Heng squeezed to the front, reached out to check Li Ming's pulse, and lifted his eyelid, exhaling a sigh of relief. It's nothing, just excessive blood loss. He'll be fine after some rest. The crowd finally relaxed. Second brother, what happened? Wang Lei turned his head, asking with a heavy expression. Hao Changgeng surveyed the area and saw that all the core members of the Time A team were present. Wang Lei, Zhang Heng, Xiaoya, and a few former schoolmates. Everyone's gaze fell upon him, waiting for an answer. He spoke. I found the old nest of the Seven Stars gang. The camp fell silent in an instant. The Seven Stars gang was one of the top powers on this planet. Over 200 people, with Jin Guxian himself being a level 6 and many level 5 and 4 experts under his command. Compared to them, the Time A team was merely a guerrilla group. Zhang Heng asked, with so many people in the Seven Stars gang, how did you manage to rescue fourth brother? Hao Changgeng replied calmly, I wiped out the Seven Stars gang. Silence. An eerie silence. Everyone stared at him wide-eyed, as if looking at a madman. Second brother. Wang Lei swallowed hard. You mean to say you wiped out the Seven Stars gang? The one with over 200 people? Yes. Just you alone. Just me alone. Zhang Heng reached out to feel Hao Changgeng's forehead, saying, You're not feverish, are you? Are you talking nonsense? You'll find out in a couple of days. He stood up, smiling. I have other matters to attend to and need to leave for a few more days. Stay safe and notify me at the first sign of trouble. You're leaving again. Wang Lei frowned. You just got back. I have some personal matters to handle. Hao Changgeng glanced back at them. After saying that, he vanished into the forest. The others exchanged glances. Boss. Zhang Heng leaned closer to Wang Lei, lowering his voice. What second brother said? Is it true? Did he really wipe out the Seven Stars gang all by himself? Wang Lei remained silent for a long time. With so many experts in the Seven Stars gang, how do you think he managed to rescue him? Zhang Heng fell silent. Wang Lei glanced again at the incredible wounds on Li Ming, saying, And who has seen medical skills like this? The camp fell into silence. Everyone realized one thing. Hao Changgeng must have had an immense opportunity during the month he was gone. The Killing Gang camp. Hao Changgeng descended silently, just about to sneak back to his stone room. When he looked up, Lu Qing and Tachibana Meizi were standing right in front of him. The two blocked his path, one on the left and one on the right. Lu Qing's gaze was icy, and although Tachibana Meizi wore a smile, there was a hint of something else in that smile. Hao Changgeng felt a bit guilty under their gaze, but he quickly put on a naive smile. Sister Mei, Sister Qing. He rubbed his hands together, a face full of surprise. What are you doing here? Not sleeping at this late hour? Were you waiting for me? Lu Qing did not engage with his banter, her eyes still fixed intently on him. Dog egg, what have you been up to all this time? Hao Changgeng felt a bit uneasy, but still pretended to be calm. I sensed the aura of a level 6 mental type demon beast. He lowered his voice, a mysterious look on his face. I thought Sister Qing was stuck at the peak of level 5, just a level 6 crystal core away from breaking through. So I chased that aura for quite a while, trying to confirm its location. He patted his chest, wearing a proud expression. Hard work pays off. I really found it. Lu Qing and Tachibana Meizi exchanged glances. This explanation was somewhat plausible, but it was too coincidental. Hao Changgeng's good friend Li Ming had just run into trouble when Dog Egg disappeared. By the time Dog Egg returned, Li Ming had already been rescued, and the infamous Seven Stars gang was reportedly uprooted. The timeline matched perfectly, but they had no evidence, and a level 6 mental type demon beast. Lu Qing's voice held a hint of urgency. Did you really find it? Hao Changgeng saw a chance and quickly nodded. Absolutely. It's located in a cave 6,000 miles away, at least level 6. I felt it personally. Lu Qing's heart raced a bit faster. She had been stuck at the peak of level 5 for over half a month, unable to find a suitable mental crystal core. Seeing Maisie break through to level 6, she didn't say it out loud, but she was more anxious than anyone else. Take us there. She made the decision immediately. Hao Changgeng was taken aback. Now, Lu Qing's attitude brooked no argument. You lead the way, and if we can really get a level 6 crystal core, the credit will be yours. Hao Changgeng scratched his head, looking troubled. But that place is quite far. Tachibana Maisie also became interested. Level 6 mental-type demon beasts are rare. If we miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. Hao Changgeng helplessly nodded. All right then. The three set off into the night. 6,000 miles at their speed would take at least 2 hours. But Hao Changgeng knew that without Liesheng, he would never find that place. Everything was arranged by Liesheng. As he ran, he asked in his mind, Liesheng, what exactly are you plotting? You'll know when you arrive, Liesheng replied calmly. Don't worry, it will only bring you benefits, not drawbacks. Hao Changgeng was skeptical. 2 hours later, the three arrived at a massive mountain range. The mountain's undulated peaks towering and ancient giant trees obscured the sky. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, and the occasional chirping of insects came from the depths. This is the place. Hao Changgeng pointed to a hidden cave halfway up the mountain. The cave is inside there. Lu Qing closed her eyes, extending her mental energy into the cave. After a moment, she opened her eyes, her face revealing joy. It's really there. She looked at Tachibana Maisie. At least level 6, the mental energy fluctuations are very strong. Tachibana Maisie also sensed it and nodded. The three of them silently slipped into the cave. The cave was deep, becoming wider as they ventured further in. The walls were covered in a type of glowing moss, emitting a faint bluish-green light, illuminating the entire cave like a dream. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, they suddenly entered a vast space. It was a gigantic natural cave. The cave measured several hundred meters square, with a ceiling towering several dozen meters high and countless stalactites hanging down. In the center of the cave, a massive stone slab resembled a natural altar, flat and smooth. On top of the slab coiled a dragon. The dragon exhibited a dreamlike iridescent sheen, each scale resembling polished gemstones refracting mesmerizing colors in the dim light. It was about 7 to 8 meters long, as thick as a barrel, its body coiled in a circle, its head resting in the center of its body, with its eyes tightly closed. A pair of dragon horns resembling carved crystal adorned its head, emitting faint iridescent light. It was the illusory dream dragon, a level 6 mental-type demon beast. Lu Qing's eyes blazed with barely suppressed excitement. She tightened her grip on the short dagger in her hand and fixed her gaze upon Tachibana Yumiko. Yumiko gave a slight nod, their signal, and her eyes began to shimmer, gathering the power of illusionary art. Yet at that very moment, the dream serpent slowly opened its eyes. Its amber pupils swirled as if containing distant stars. It gazed upon the three uninvited intruders before it, its expression laced with quiet disdain. Suddenly, the pair of crystalline dragon horns atop its head flared with light. A beam of prismatic radiance shot forth, swift as lightning, aimed directly at Hao Changgeng. Damn it! Hao Changgeng cursed inwardly. Why the hell target me? Instinctively, he nearly activated spatial teleportation to evade, but caught himself just in time. To do so would have betrayed his true cultivation level. Lu Qing struck first. Her spiritual energy coalesced into a translucent membrane before him, intercepting the radiant beam. It has singled you out. Don't move, stand behind me, Lu Qing commanded sharply. Silently, Hao Changgeng stepped forward, shielding both women with his body. He understood now. The serpent's perception marked him as the weakest among them, and thus the easiest prey. Alas, this fruit was far harder to crush than it appeared. Tachibana Yumiko launched her attack. Her eyes erupted with an uncanny 7-hued luminescence, mirroring the serpent's own dragon horns across the chamber. The two currents of illusionary power collided midair. A silent, invisible battle waged entirely within the realm of spirit and mind, perilous beyond measure. The dream serpent's pupils began to unfocus. Its vision shifted. The cavern vanished. The stone dais dissolved. Even the three figures before it faded from sight. It found itself adrift in an endless sea of blossoms, sunlight, warm breeze, gentle, all things serene and perfect. It forgot combat entirely, only wished to slumber forever in that floral paradise. Tachibana Yumiko's illusion had ensnared it completely. Qingjiet. Now, Lu Qing had been waiting. She condensed her spiritual energy into a needle-thin filament, finer than a strand of hair. Go! An invisible spiritual spike pierced deep into the dream serpent's mind. SSSSS. The serpent shrieked, its massive body convulsing violently. Its tail lashed wildly against the stone dais, sending shards flying in all directions. It sought to retaliate, but remained trapped within Yumiko's fabricated bliss, unable even to discern where its enemies stood. The two women fought in flawless synchrony, one binding, one striking. The dream serpent writhed and tumbled within the illusion, yet could not break free. Its spiritual sea was pierced 1,000 times over by Lu Qing's needle, its life force bled away with terrifying speed. Within less than a quarter of an hour, the sixth-rank demonic beast lay utterly still. Lu Qing stepped forward, drew her short dagger from her waist, and deftly sliced open the serpent's skull. Empty. She frowned, then carved deeper. Still empty. Strange. She murmured, widening the incision. Her blade traced downward, from skull to neck, then from neck to thorax. Found it. She withdrew an object from deep within the serpent's chest cavity. It was a fleshy orb the size of a human head, pink, smooth, faintly translucent, within which drifted a soft, rose-hued vapor. At its core, half buried in pulsing tissue, glowed a fist-sized prismatic crystal, radiating gentle ripples of spiritual energy. What is this? Yumekaji leaned in curiously, tilting her head to examine it. Hao Changgeng joined her, equally intrigued. 3 heads huddled close, observing the strange orb in unison. Yumiko reached out and poked it gently. Soft, springy. Its texture resembled jelly. Such a peculiar thing. She murmured and poked again. This time she pressed harder. Puff! The orb burst. A thick rose-colored mist erupted from the rupture, instantly enveloping all 3 in its haze. Cough, cough, cough. Caught completely off guard, each inhaled deeply. The mist arrived swiftly and dissipated just as fast. Within seconds, the pink vapor vanished, revealing the crystal at its center. Lu Qing paid no heed to the mist's origin. She swiftly tucked the crystal into her robe with reverent care. Excellent. She exhaled relief, softening her features into a tender smile. Then, suddenly, heat surged through her. Not ordinary warmth, but a deep, restless fever rising from her marrow, uncontainable, insistent. Her cheeks flushed, her pulse quickened, her breath grew ragged. She lifted her gaze toward Yumiko. Yumiko's face burned crimson, like a ripe apple. Her eyes glazed, lips parted slightly as though yearning for something unnamed. Their eyes met, and both turned to Hao Changgeng. His spiritual foundation was weakest, his condition far more severe. His irises burned an unnatural scarlet, his breathing came in hoarse, labored gasps, veins throbbed violently along his temples. Go Dan. Lu Qing's voice trembled. You? Before she could finish, Hao Changgeng lost control. He lunged forward and pulled her tightly into his arms. Her body burned against his chest, their heartbeats thundered in unison, frantic and wild. She tried to resist, to push him away, but her limbs refused to obey. Instead, instinct drew her closer, tighter. Yumiko stood motionless beside them, watching the embrace with hazy, dreamlike eyes, neither retreating nor approaching. Her cheeks flushed deep red, her breath shallow and quick, her whole frame trembling faintly. Hao Changgeng extended his other arm and drew her in. In that instant, all 3 minds surrendered wholly to desire. In the cavern, the bioluminescent blue moss pulsed softly, its eerie glow flickering like a primal rhythm beneath their frenzy. Garments slid from the stone dais, piling together in a tangled heap, indistinguishable, inseparable. Moonlight slipped through a narrow fissure at the cavern mouth, casting their entwined silhouettes onto the walls, merging, twisting, becoming one. The air hung thick with the cloying sweetness of residual pink mist, mingled with the salt of sweat, the low timbre of ragged breath, and the muffled, breathless sighs. Time lost meaning within that cavern. No one knew how long passed, until suddenly Hao Changgeng's spirit-devouring scripture stirred of its own accord. Not summoned by will, activated autonomously. It began drawing in the spiritual resonance radiating from Lu Qing and Yumiko, the pure, unfiltered surge of spiritual energy unleashed at the apex of desire. That energy flowed into the scripture, refined, purified, forged, then fused deep within Hao Changgeng's consciousness. His spiritual sea expanded. It strengthened. It transformed. And all of it unfolded unconsciously. Lai Xing observed silently and gave a faint approving nod. This had been his design. Use the serpent's lust sac mist to ignite their carnal urges. Use those urges to catalyze spiritual resonance. Use resonance to awaken the hidden ability of the spirit-devouring scripture to amplify one's spiritual power through profound mind-to-mind communion. And formidable spiritual strength, that alone held the key to expelling the malevolent qi. Yet, Lai Xing glanced once more at the 3 entwined forms, and quietly averted his gaze. As for the process itself, he would not observe further. In the cavern, the ghostly blue light continued to pulse. The moon shifted, stretching their joined shadows impossibly long across the walls. This night would be long, indeed unforgettable. This night was bound to be mad. Yet for Hao Changgeng, it was the sweetest slumber he had had in 2 months. Since he first fell naked onto this barren planet, he had scarcely slept a single peaceful hour. Every day had been fighting or rushing toward a fight. His nerves were perpetually taut. But tonight was different. He held Maisie and Lu Qing in his arms, breathed in the steady cadence of their sleep, and tasted the lingering sweetness in the air. He slept so deep, he drifted into a dream that seemed to last forever. In it, he returned to launching. The dormitory still smelled of instant noodles. Wang lay snored on the top bunk, Zhang hung on the opposite bed tossed, and turned fingers flicking at his phone. Li Ming clattered at the keyboard shouting, "Hurry, hurry, push the lane, push the tower." He lay there clutching his phone, the novel half read on the screen. His days of languor felt justified, even comfortable. Yet in the dream, he sensed something amiss. He looked down at his hands, hands that had once wielded a wolf-tooth club, a flaming blade, a long spear. Hands that had torn open space, crushed formidable foes, and pulled brothers back from the brink. And now they merely scrolled the screen without end. "This doesn't feel like the life I want," he murmured in the dream, then jolted awake. Maisie was curled on his left, her small head pillowed on his arm, breath light and lashes trembling. Lu Qing lay to his right, facing his chest. He remembered everything from last night. The burst of pink smoke, the fever that surged from his core, the uncontrollable madness. Gently, he withdrew his arm from beneath them. Hao Changgeng sat up and took several deep breaths before his heart slowed. "Awake!" Lai Xing's voice rang suddenly inside his mind. Hao flinched. You've been watching." "I don't need to sleep," Lai Xing replied matter-of-factly. "Don't worry, I didn't look where I shouldn't. But your mental strength has grown considerably. That streak of violent rage has been completely dispelled. Indeed, the savage impulses, the bloodlust, they had all vanished as if they had never been. In their place lay a clear crystalline sea of mind, several times broader than before, several times more profound. "This was your plan, eh?" he asked inwardly. "What, you don't like it?" Lai Xing countered. Hao Changgeng couldn't help the small thrill in his chest and mumbled hazily, "It's all right." Lai Xing did not expose him, then said, "Prepare to leave. Now. They woke earlier than you did." Lai Xing continued, "I've been monitoring their brainwaves. Their heart rates are far above normal sleep. So they are feigning sleep, have been all along." Hao Changgeng paused and looked at Lu Qing, then at Maisie. Lu Qing's breathing was even, but her lashes trembled unconsciously. Maisie's cheeks were flushed a deep rose, the tips of her ears burned as if they might bleed. They were pretending to sleep. They didn't know how to face him. Or rather, they had guessed who the so-called Gooden was. The time they'd spent together, the small slips, the oddities, and last night's events. Anyone but a fool could piece it together. That simple, honestly Gooden was in truth the Hao Changgeng they had grown to hate. And in this moment, they did not know how to confront that truth. Hate him. But last night. Forgive him. But he had deceived them for so long. Hao Changgeng inhaled deeply. He had no idea how to handle the situation. On launching, he had been Xiao Chunan, a boy who had never even held a girl's hand. Reading updates, gaming, trading barbs with roommates. This was the sum of his romantic experience. He opened his mouth to say something and found himself at a loss. What could he possibly say in this moment? Sorry. Too hypocritical. They'll take responsibility. Too trite. Shall the three of us muddle along? Too farcical. He wrestled with himself for a long moment and thought, what should I do? Leave at once, Lai Xing answered crisply. Just leave? Won't I be a cad? Run off and deny them once I pull up my trousers? In the universe, it is common for the strong to have multiple companions, Lai Xing said calmly. The Inha Lianbong officially even encourages this. Offspring of the mighty are likelier to inherit extraordinary gifts, which benefits the Federation as a whole. Hearing that, Hao Changgeng's curiosity piqued. You mean, in the galaxy the strong may marry many wives, he asked. Not may. It's encouraged, Lai Xing corrected. Of course the premise is that you are strong enough. Hao fell silent for 3 seconds. He mentally gave the Inha Lianbong a quiet thumbs up. Though the cosmos was brutal, its institutions could be in strange ways humane. What about them? When we leave, can we take them with us? He asked. Impossible, Lai Xing answered without hesitation. Right now we can only construct a temporary jump channel by harvesting spatial beast crystal cores. Sending you alone is already the limit. Add another person and the passage will collapse. Hao Changgeng fell silent. Then Lai Xing's tone shifted. You can go first. Once we secure our footing in the galaxy, we'll find a way to return for them. Including your brothers, you can bring them then. Hao considered it and saw no better option, though the thought of leaving felt unfair. Lai Xing, do you have anything nice? I want to leave them something to remember me by. Lai Xing was silent for a few seconds. Then 2 orange halos manifested before Hao Changgeng. They were about the size of a palm, suffused with warm orange light, their surfaces etched with innumerable fine flowing patterns. They hovered and turned slowly, radiating a faint, energetic hum. Ion shields, Lai Xing explained. Loot from the mech warehouse, likely captured on an extramural battlefield. Star Soul Deer grade standard issue. When infused with source energy, they generate an ion barrier. Without Star General rank, you cannot break that defense. On this planet, to those still in the trial phase, such a defense is effectively invincible. Hao Changgeng watched the rotating halos, his heart stirred. He cupped the halos in his palms and slipped one onto the left wrist of each of the 2 sleeping girls. The instant they touched skin, they began to contract and reshape. They melded to the contours of the wrist, transforming into a ring of delicate orange filigree that fused with the skin. The patterns shimmered and vanished like living circuitry, utterly futuristic. Hao Changgeng gently placed the hands of the two individuals and looked back reluctantly one last time. A faint blush lingered on both their faces. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately just let out a soft sigh. He'll be back. He silently vowed this in his heart before standing up. A silver-white combat suit instantly covered his body and light wings silently unfurled behind him. Then, without looking back, he left. Only two people remained in the cave. It was quiet for a long time. He's gone. Mei Zi was the first to speak. Lu Qing did not respond. She sat up and looked at the faint orange patterns on her left wrist, gently stroking them with her fingertips. The patterns sensed the fluctuations of the source energy and immediately lit up. A semi-transparent spherical shield unfolded around her, enveloping her entirely. Countless intricate energy patterns flowed on the shield, exhibiting a stunning sci-fi beauty. Lu Qing stared at the shield for a long time. "This big bastard," she said softly. Mei Zi also sat up, looked down at the patterns on her wrist, then raised her head to glance at Lu Qing, suddenly bursting into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Lu Qing glared at her. "Nothing." Mei Zi shook her head, but the smile on her face couldn't be suppressed. "I just feel this big bastard doesn't seem so annoying anymore." Lu Qing did not reply. Then the two hurriedly put on their clothes and walked out of the cave together. The mountains in the early morning were shrouded in a thin mist. "Qing Jia," Mei Zi suddenly spoke. "Moi, do you think he will come back?" Lu Qing paused for a moment. She glanced at the patterns on her wrist, fell silent for a while, then said, "He will." Her voice was soft, but very firm. "Why are you so sure?" Mei Zi tilted her head to look at her. Lu Qing did not answer. She gazed in the direction where Hao Changgeng had disappeared, the corners of her mouth curving into a slight smile. Intuition. The two walked down the mountainside side by side, heading back towards the camp. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Hao Changgeng found a secluded cave and sat cross-legged. From his consciousness space, he retrieved the 6th-level spatial crystal core he had collected earlier. The crystal core was about the size of his fist, radiating overwhelming spatial fluctuations. "Let's begin," Lieshing said. "After breaking through to the 5th level, we will hunt that Star Soldier-level spatial beast." Hao Changgeng nodded and closed his eyes. The devouring spirit scripture began to operate. The power of space within the crystal core surged into his body, more vigorous than any previous occasion. The source energy within him grew wildly, and the consciousness space expanded rapidly. It swelled from 100 square meters to 150, 200, 250. When the space expanded to 300 square meters, the inflow of energy finally stopped. The crystal core turned to dust in his palm, dissipating with the wind. 5th level. Hao Changgeng opened his eyes, feeling the more surging power within him. His mental strength was also broader than before, and his perception of space became more acute. He could even see the tiny creases in the surrounding space, a realm he had never been able to touch before. "Not bad," Lieshing said. "Now we need to prepare some supplies." Hao Changgeng stood up and asked, "What do we need?" "A Star Soldier-level spatial beast crystal core as the core for a temporary jump channel." Lieshing paused. "Additionally, we need to hunt as many high-level beasts as possible to extract their crystal cores." "Why? Don't we only need spatial ones?" "Because we have no money," Lieshing replied, his tone unusually tinged with helplessness. "After temporarily jumping to a nearby life planet, we need to take a Stargate to reach the core area of the Galactic Federation, but taking the Stargate costs money." At the moment of the old master's demise, he ordered that all funds in the account be transferred to his family. "We currently have not a single cent, only some scattered crystal cores in the warehouse, which is far from enough." "What should we do then?" Hao Changgeng frowned. "First, we need to find the old master's family and borrow some funds," Lieshing said. "Then we can hire a starship to come back and rescue your brothers and them. It's been so long, will they still recognize you?" Hao Changgeng asked with some concern. Lieshing was silent for a moment. "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, this is the only path available." Hao Changgeng nodded again and asked, "Can I defeat a Star Soldier-level beast?" "No, you cannot," Lieshing answered succinctly. "Then what's the point?" "You can't defeat it, but we can," Lieshing said, a hint of pride in his voice. "The mech might only be in its initial state, but the foundation is still there. I will fight alongside you, letting you witness the power of technology." Hao Changgeng's eyes lit up. "Let's go," Lieshing said. "I have already discovered its hiding place." Hao Changgeng stepped out of the cave, his light wings unfurling behind him. With a gentle flap, he shot into the sky. He hovered high above, gazing down at the desolate planet beneath him. Deserts, mountains, forests, oceans. 2 months ago, he arrived here in the nude, having nothing at that time. Now, not only did he have attachments, but he also had a way to the vast seas of stars. "Lieshing," he said. "Moi. When we return, I want to take everyone away." Lieshing fell silent for a moment. "That will require a lot of money." "Then we'll earn it." Hao Changgeng's gaze pierced through the clouds, landing in the distance. "We'll earn a lot of money." Then he fully spread his wings and flew swiftly in the direction indicated by Lieshing. "Lieshing, how far is it?" Just below this ocean at the deepest part of that trench, there's an alternate dimension. Lieshing's voice echoed in his mind, his tone more serious than usual. The beast is hiding inside. Hao Changgeng's spirit lifted. What level is it? Star Soldier, 2nd tier. Hao Changgeng's flying speed unconsciously slowed down. Star Soldier level 2nd tier. He swallowed hard, isn't that? Far beyond the trial period existence. Exactly in the formal ranking in the universe, it is already a Star Corps 2nd tier powerhouse. Although it's merely the lowest tier compared to you trial period ants, it's like a chasm. Hao Changgeng fell silent for a moment. He was only at the 5th level now. Trial 5th level against Star Soldier 2nd tier, there were several minor levels of separation, not to mention a great realm gap. Are you sure we can defeat it? Are you questioning me? I'm questioning myself. Lieshing unusually didn't retort him, but calmly explained. This beast is the target I selected after meticulous calculations. Its attack power is insufficient to cause substantial damage to our mech, while our attacks, empowered by technology, can undoubtedly breach its defenses. So you mean, it can't kill us, but we can outlast it? You can understand it that way. Hao Changgeng took a deep breath, the fighting spirit rekindling in his eyes. Then let's do it. He retracted his wings and plunged into the sea. Hao Changgeng began to dive rapidly, feeling the pressure around him intensifying and the light diminishing. From light blue to deep blue, from deep blue to pitch black. When the last ray of light was swallowed by darkness, he had already descended tens of thousands of meters. At the seabed, he found himself in a desolate world. There were no corals, no schools of fish, not a trace of life. Only black silt accumulated on the seabed. Yet in the deepest part of this ocean floor, Hao Changgeng sensed a strange spatial fluctuation. The fluctuation was extremely faint, but he could perceive it clearly. This is the place. He immediately activated the spatial energy within him, and his figure flickered. Teleportation. In the next moment, he found himself in another world. This was a vast, independent, extra-dimensional space broader than any he had ever encountered. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless darkness. In that darkness, faint starlight flickered, light refracted from the crystalline walls of space. At the center of this space, a massive being floated. It was a whale, a gigantic whale that glimmered with a silvery blue light. Its length exceeded 1,000 meters, resembling a mountain adrift in the void. Silver blue scales covered its body, each as large as a grinding wheel, reflecting a dreamlike sheen under the starlight. Each breath it took caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly, as if this space were its nest, and it the master of this realm. Hao Changgeng stared dumbfounded. This was not like the dozens of meters-long beasts he had hunted before. This was a true behemoth, a ruler at the top of the food chain on this planet. 2nd-tier star beast. Yuan whale. Not daring to be careless, he focused his mind. Mech suit activated. A silvery golden light surged from within him, instantly enveloping his entire being. The armor spread, restructured, and solidified on his body. In the blink of an eye, a 50-meter-tall, silvery golden giant appeared in the void. 50 meters. For mortals, that was already a colossal being. But before this 1,000-meter whale, 50 meters was merely a slightly larger toy. Wings unfurled behind him as Hao Changgeng floated in the void, facing the sleeping giant whale from a distance. The mesh scanning system activated completely. Rows of data streamed before his eyes. Target Yuan whale, stage adult, level 2nd tier, star beast 2nd tier, star core, attribute, spatial characteristics, extremely strong defense, immense strength. The tail can deliver spatial shock attacks with high penetration. Weakness to be analyzed. 2nd tier star beast. Hao Changgeng took a deep breath. Suddenly the giant whale opened its eyes. It looked at the uninvited guest before it, its gaze devoid of anger or fear, only a condescending scrutiny. A star beast of this level already possessed considerable intelligence. It was assessing the threat level of this intruder. After a few seconds, it reached the conclusion. This little thing was not worth fearing. So it closed its eyes again and continued to sleep. Hao Changgeng. Was he being looked down upon? The voice of Lieshing echoed in his mind, tinged with amusement. It thinks you are too weak to warrant its attention. Perfect. Take this opportunity to gather data first. How do I gather it? Just attack normally. Use all your means to strike it. No longer hesitating, Hao Changgeng activated his mech's right arm armor, which flowed and reformed. A massive Gatling gun took shape. 6 barrels, each as thick as a bucket, with golden flame patterns flowing along the gun body. Let's give you a bath first. Fire. Boom, 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 boom. The 6 barrels spun wildly, unleashing fireballs the size of washbasins from their mouths. Those fireballs trailed long tails of flame, raining down upon the sleeping giant whale. The fireballs hit. Explosions. Golden flames erupted on the whale's body. However, when the smoke cleared, the giant whale remained utterly unmoved. Those fireballs, capable of flattening a small mountain, struck its scales, leaving not even a mark. It didn't even open its eyes, merely flicking its tail slightly, as if shooing away an annoying fly. Hao Changgeng's face darkened. Lieshing, this is too demoralizing. Normal. Liexing's tone was calm. Your comprehension of the fire attribute laws is still at the attachment stage, not even reaching fusion. Such an attack level wouldn't even scratch it. What should I do then? Keep attacking. I need more data to establish a model. Hao Changgeng gritted his teeth, the Gatling gun dissipating, replaced by a massive flaming spear. The tip was condensed with extreme golden flames, leaving a scorching trail in the void. He gripped the spear with both hands, the wings behind him flaring as the mech transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the giant whale. The spear thrust out. The tip pierced into the scales of the whale's abdomen. Ding! Sparks flew. It penetrated less than 2 centimeters. For a 1,000-meter giant whale, this was hardly even a skin wound. The giant whale paid no heed, flicking its tail lightly. Bang! The mech was swatted away, tumbling through the void for dozens of spins before stabilizing. Fortunately, the mech was unscathed, but in terms of face, it couldn't hold up. He charged again. Stab. Swat away. Stab again. Swat away. A third time. A fourth time. A fifth time. When Hao Changgeng was swatted away for the 13th time, the giant whale finally opened its eyes. It was annoyed. This little bug, though it couldn't hurt, it was simply too bothersome. Buzzing around, stabbing and stabbing, unable to be shooed away or killed. Its tail rose high, silvery blue light gathering on the tail fin, the power of spatial shock. Be careful. Lixing's voice rang out. This strike is different. Just as the words left his mouth, the giant whale's tail came crashing down, not aimed at the mech, but at the void. At the moment the tail fin descended, a visible ripple of space spread out from the point of impact. Wherever that ripple passed, space shattered like broken glass, revealing countless fine cracks. Hao Changgeng had no time to evade and was affected by the ripples. The mech shook violently, and red warnings flashed before Hao Changgeng's eyes. Then he was swept away by an irresistible force, tumbling for dozens of spins before barely stabilizing. Fortunately, the mech remained intact, not even a dent. Hao Changgeng breathed a sigh of relief. Yet the giant whale was stunned. That strike could have reduced a mountain to dust. To hit this iron lump and receive no reaction. A serious expression appeared in its eyes for the first time. At that moment, Lixing's voice echoed in Hao Changgeng's mind, carrying a hint of satisfaction. Data collection complete, motion capture finished, model established successfully. Suddenly the scene before Hao Changgeng changed. In his vision, the body of the giant whale was outlined by countless beams of light. Its skeletal structure, muscle orientation, and energy flow trajectory were all laid bare. And at its edge, a continuously changing number appeared. Predicted accuracy 99.7. That meant every movement of the giant whale would be anticipated by the system before it even made a move. Next, Lixing's voice took on a hint of coldness. It's our turn. Hao Changgeng grinned widely. Then let's get started. The giant whale moved. Its form suddenly vanished from its original position. Space punctured. The signature skill of the Yuan whale utilizes spatial folding to achieve instantaneous ambush. In the past, Hao Changgeng would not have had time to react. But now, the predictive line before him had already marked its landing point. 30 degrees to the left, above 200 meters away. Hao Changgeng didn't even have time to react before Lixing had taken over some of the mech's permissions. On the mech's legs, 2 massive vector thrusters instantly took shape, spewing out blazing energy flames. Boom! The mech was forcibly lifted 100 meters, narrowly evading the giant whale's ambush. The 1,000-meter giant whale swept past beneath him, creating ripples in space that caused the mech to sway slightly. The giant whale missed, a hint of confusion flashing in its eyes. Coincidence? It refused to believe it and launched another ambush. This time faster, with a more cunning angle. The predictive line lit up again. The mech easily dodged. Third time, fourth time, fifth time, all of the whale's attacks missed. It finally realized something was amiss. This iron lump seemed to be able to see through its every move in advance. Yet it still didn't believe it. Because it had another advantage: defense. Hao Changgeng grinned widely. Then let's get started. The giant whale moved. Its form suddenly vanished from its original position. Space punctured. His flame spear felt like a mere tickle against the giant whale. No matter how precise the prediction, if it couldn't make an impact, it simply couldn't. Lixing, I can't hit it. Who said you can't hit it? Lixing's voice carried a hint of amusement. Now let me show you the technological style. The mech reformed the flame spear in its hand. It looked no different from before. The same length, the same shape, the same golden flames. Then Lixing began to exert force, embedding rings of mini vector thrusters along the spear shaft. Those thrusters were arranged along the shaft, layer upon layer, from the tail to the tip, densely packed. These vector thrusters will ignite simultaneously at the moment the spear tip contacts the target, Lixing explained. The thrust they generate will amplify your attack 1,000-fold. 1,000-fold? Hao Changgeng's eyes lit up. Then what are we waiting for? He gripped the spear tightly, his light wings flaring as he charged towards the giant whale. The giant whale saw the little bug charging over again, a hint of disdain flashing in its eyes. It was even too lazy to dodge. After all, it couldn't break through its defenses. The spear thrust forward. The spear tip pierced the belly scales of the giant whale. Boom! The rings of vector thrusters ignited simultaneously on the spear shaft. Over 1,000 times the thrust exploded in an instant. The spear effortlessly pierced through the whale's scales, skin, and muscles, 10 meters deep. It pierced a full 10 meters deep. Silver-blue blood gushed from the wound, forming enormous droplets in the void. The giant whale let out a shriek. It could hardly believe. This little bug actually injured it. We did it, Hao Changgeng shouted excitedly. But the excitement lasted only a second. In pain, the giant tail swept towards him. That tail carried all its strength, tearing the space into black fissures. In a hurry, Hao Changgeng could only swing the mech's right fist to brace for the blow. Liesheng understood. Rings of vector thrusters also appeared on the mech's right arm. From shoulder to wrist, 20 rings of halos lit up simultaneously. Boom! The fist met the tail. A terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions, causing this dimensional space to hum loudly. The mech remained unmoved. The giant whale's massive tail was forcibly halted. They locked eyes. The purple giant eye of the whale showed a hint of gravity for the first time. In Hao Changgeng's eyes, however, a fierce battle intent burned. Liesheng, did we have the upper hand with that last punch? No, Liesheng answered honestly. It was evenly matched. Its strength is still above ours, only offset by the thrust of the vector thrusters. So what now? Let's take a breather, Liesheng said. It also needs a moment to catch its breath. A battle of this level cannot be decided in an instant. The Yuan whale indeed did not continue its attack. It retreated a distance, its purple giant eyes fixed on the mech. Its tail swayed slightly, as if reassessing this opponent. Hao Changgeng did not pursue. He hovered in the void, gazing at the colossal creature before him, a wave of unprecedented excitement surging in his heart. This is what battle is. This is the battle he desired. Not crushing, not slaughtering, but a thrilling contest against a worthy opponent. At this moment, the Yuan whale's eyes flickered with light as it contemplated. After fighting for so long, it had discovered the key issue. It wasn't that it couldn't hit, but that it simply couldn't connect. This iron lump, though pitifully small, always managed to evade its attacks in an utterly astonishing way right before they landed. It wasn't about speed, but rather prediction. It seemed to be able to see through all its moves in advance, responding even before it struck. After a moment's thought, the giant whale made its decision. It slowly sank down, its massive tail beginning to gather power. Then it slapped directly at the void, sending ripples spreading out. That was a shockwave of space itself, silent, yet containing extreme, penetrating power spreading rapidly in all directions. Hao Changgeng saw it. The mech scanning system also detected it. But it was too late. The ripple spread too quickly. So fast that even the mech's predictive system couldn't analyze it before it affected the entire mech. The entire mech emitted a visible ripples appearing on its outer shell. That resonant force penetrated the outer armor, reaching the inner workings of the mech, affecting Hao Changgeng's body. Hao Changgeng felt his organs tremble, his head buzzing, and the scene before him swaying. What kind of attack is this? He gritted his teeth and cursed. Spatial resonance. Liesheng's voice remained calm, but his speed was slightly faster than usual. It's the Yuan whale's trump card with extremely strong penetration, specifically designed to counter heavy armored units. Can it withstand it? Yes, the mech's 3S grade alloy is no joke, but you will feel a bit uncomfortable. Uncomfortable doesn't even begin to describe it. Hao Changgeng felt as though he had been stuffed inside a large bell with someone outside pounding furiously. But it was just like that. Uncomfortable as it was, it wouldn't cause fundamental harm. The ripple lasted about 3 seconds before dissipating into nothingness. The giant whale hovered at a distance, staring intently at the mech, awaiting its results. However, the mech remained motionless, not even a scratch on its shell. The giant whale's pupils slightly constricted. Its final trump card, its proudest technique. A spatial resonance that even similarly ranked beasts wouldn't dare face directly. Couldn't even break through its opponent's defenses. Run. This thought instantly seized its entire consciousness. It had lost before, but had never encountered such a foe. Unable to hit, unable to connect, and even its ultimate technique was ineffective. Continuing to fight would be courting death. The giant whale's massive body charged towards the boundary of the dimensional space. It was going to tear through space and escape back to the depths of the ocean. Trying to escape. Hao Changgeng had finally regained his composure. After such a long fight, how could he let a worthy opponent slip away? Star Splitter. Understood. The armor on the right shoulder of the mech instantly flowed and reformed. A massive cannon barrel extended from the shoulder. An orange glow gathered at the muzzle, growing brighter and more intense. Binding shell launch. An orange fireball shot out from the cannon, trailing a long tail. The mech's prediction system calculated all the escape routes of the giant whale. No matter which way it ran, the fireball would hit precisely. The giant whale had nowhere to hide. Boom! The fireball exploded in front of the giant whale, engulfing it in a massive orange flame. The flames wrapped around it, firmly trapping it in place. Now's my chance. Hao Changgeng understood the signal. He abandoned his spear. Although that weapon could pierce into the giant whale for about 10 meters to its thousands of meters of body, it was merely a superficial wound. To take down this giant whale, a heavier, fiercer, and more violent weapon was needed. The mech's hands grasped empty air as a gigantic war hammer formed in his palm. The hammer was at least 30 meters long, and its head was unimaginably massive. The entire hammer was silver-white with golden flame patterns flowing over its surface. The most terrifying part was the hammer's handle, 24 vector thrusters. Full power. All 24 thrusters ignited simultaneously. Flames surged from each thruster, amplifying the thrust. The speed of the war hammer was instantly pushed to an unfathomable level, 10,000 times the speed of sound. The war hammer transformed into a silver-white streak of light, smashing down on the giant whale's head almost as soon as it was released. Bang! The terrifying impact reverberated through the void, the shockwave tearing the surrounding darkness to shreds. The giant whale let out a shriek, its massive head tilting back, a momentary daze flashing in its eyes. It was stunned by the blow, yet it had not fallen. Again, Hao Changgeng's fighting spirit soared. The war hammer dissipated in his hand, and another larger war hammer began to form. This time the number of vector thrusters on the handle doubled, 48. The 48 rings lit up simultaneously and golden flames burst forth from the thrusters, pushing the war hammer's speed to 50,000 times the speed of sound. Boom! The war hammer struck the giant whale's head, silver blue scales shattered, and splintered blood gushed from the wound. The giant whale's eyes rolled back, its enormous body convulsing violently in the void, then slowly sinking. It was dazed, completely dazed. Its 1,000-meter body descended like a silent mountain, slowly drifting through the void. Still not dead, Hao Changgeng's eyes widened. This vitality is just too absurd. Star Soldier-level monsters have a vitality that far exceeds your imagination. The voice of Star Splitter became urgent. Quick, while it's unconscious, cut open its head and take the core. Otherwise, once it wakes up, it will be another fierce battle. Hao Changgeng dared not hesitate. The mech's right arm instantly transformed. A massive flame battle axe coalesced in his hand. The blade flowed with golden flames, and the axe body was also equipped with vector thrusters. He gripped the axe with both hands and raised it high. The 48 thrusters ignited simultaneously. The axe blade fell as if splitting heaven and earth. Thud. The giant whale's so-called indestructible skull finally cracked under this axe strike. Golden flames surged from the wound, incinerating the flesh and blood along the way. 1 axe. 2 axes. 3 axes. Hao Changgeng swung the battle axe, mechanically pouring all his strength into each strike. The giant whale's skull shattered piece by piece before him, finally revealing the thing inside. It was a sphere the size of a wash basin, radiating silver blue light. Its surface was covered in dense markings, imprints of the laws themselves. Most astonishingly, within the sphere seemed to contain a miniature world. If one looked closely, they could even see tiny points of light rotating, colliding, and merging inside the sphere, resembling a galaxy in gestation. This is not a core. This is a star core. A unique source of power for Star Soldier-level beings, a symbol of transcending life levels. Hao Changgeng carefully stored it in his consciousness space. Let's go. He took one last look at the giant whale. Its body was still slightly rising and falling. Its breathing, though weak, showed it was still alive. The vitality of a Star Soldier truly is terrifying. However, even if it was alive, having lost its star core, it was no longer a Star Soldier. It would slowly degenerate, eventually becoming an ordinary monster, spending the rest of its life in this other-dimensional space. Hao Changgeng teleported, leaving this space. The seawater surged from all directions, enveloping him. He spread his light wings, giving a gentle flap, and shot straight up from the depths of the sea, 10,000 meters deep. Boom! He broke through the ocean's surface, soaring into the clouds. He floated in the high sky, gazing down at the boundless blue ocean, unable to help but laugh heartily. Ha ha ha! So exhilarating. This battle was fought with great vigor. Truly a contest of equals, a battle of wits and courage. The warhammer's 10,000 times the speed of sound made his blood boil. He even felt as though he stood at the pinnacle of the world. How was it? Star Splitter's voice held a hint of pride. Isn't our mech technology impressive? Impressive. So impressive. Hao Changgeng praised sincerely. You have no idea, the feeling of that one hammer strike was 1,000 times more exhilarating than playing games. This is just the beginning. Star Splitter's tone grew increasingly proud. This was when we were fleeing back, then having exhausted all the standard missiles. Otherwise, let alone this mere Star Soldier-level monster, even that Star Commander-level space pirate leader would be a one-shot affair. Hao Changgeng instantly became interested in standard missiles. What standard missiles? Mass destruction weapons produced by the Mechanical Clan. Star Splitter explained. They are divided into 3 levels, S-Level, 2 S-Level, O, and 3 S-Level, corresponding to the 3 major realms of Star Soldier, Star Commander, and Star Sovereign. Including individual combat equipment, such as the 3 S-Level Super String Pulse Laser Cannon, which can inflict fatal damage on Star Sovereign-level beings. Back when my old master and I were being chased in the Qingxian star system, the top-tier pursuers were the pseudo-immortal beings of the cultivation civilization. Converted, that roughly equates to the peak of Star Sovereign level. With our Star Commander level strength, we managed to escape from the Qingxian star system to the galactic border, relying entirely on those technological weapons. Star Splitter's voice held a hint of nostalgia. That 3-level laser cannon almost took that old monster out in one shot. Unfortunately, the charging time was too long. He seized the opportunity and destroyed the cannon. Otherwise, it left the rest unspoken. But Hao Changgeng could sense the regret in that tone. His heart burned with excitement, unable to help asking, "How much does this thing cost?" "Expensive," Star Splitter replied without hesitation. According to the market, over 10,000 years ago, a 2-level resonance disintegration cannon, if calculated in terms of slaves, could trade for about 10,000 level 9 slaves, while the 3-level would be 10,000 times more expensive. Hao Changgeng was stunned. 10,000 level 9 slaves. The technological equipment of the galactic system is immensely powerful, but its cost is equally high. Star Splitter continued explaining. Most people cannot afford to buy them, and can only rely on slowly developing them themselves, but that requires a massive investment of time and resources. Just like our mech, to possess that level of attack power, a vast amount of rare metals must be invested to generate weapon modules. The Gatling guns, spears, and battle axes you can currently coalesce are, to put it plainly, indigenous weapons from your blue star. In the universe, such things are completely worthless. Of course, with our mech's current level, we are also unable to produce high-end equipment. Hao Changgeng felt an irresistible itch in his heart. Although he had never seen the legendary laser cannon, just imagining it made his blood boil. "The problem is I've never even seen it," he said with a hint of regret. "What's the rush?" Lai Xing replied calmly. "Once you reach the core area of the Galactic Federation, there will be plenty of opportunities to witness it. Now, it changed the subject. It's time to get to work. Still need to fight. Let's collect a few more as travel expenses." Hao Changgeng rubbed his chest, which still ached. He had not fully recovered from the space resonance aftermath caused by the giant whale. However, the thought of soon stepping into the vast universe instantly dispelled his fatigue. "Let's go. Where's the next one?" Lai Xing fell silent for a moment, and the scanning system was fully activated. Southeast, 12,000 kilometers away. Deep within a volcano, there lies a fire attribute demon beast of Star Soldier level 1. Fire attribute. Hao Changgeng's eyes lit up. His current understanding of the fire attribute laws was stuck at a bottleneck. If he could battle a powerful fire attribute demon beast, it would greatly aid his breakthrough. "Let's go." With a flap of his light wings, he transformed into a streak of light and sped toward the southeast. Meanwhile, deep within the volcano, a demon beast that had been asleep for countless years was about to face the greatest challenge of its life. 12,000 kilometers would take only 5 or 6 minutes at 100 times the speed of sound. From a distance, he could see a majestic volcano standing tall. It was even larger than the one he had reshaped the mecha around earlier. The mountain body was pitch black, and the diameter of the volcanic crater at the summit was several kilometers. Thick smoke billowed from the crater, dyeing half the sky a dark red. Even from over 100 kilometers away, he could feel the scorching heat rushing toward him. "This is the place," Lai Xing's voice echoed in his mind. "It should be in a state of slumber just below the magma layer." Hao Changgeng nodded, not hesitating. "Mecha, engage." Silver golden light surged from within him, and a 50-meter-tall giant appeared out of thin air. It then plunged straight into the volcanic crater. The magma surged toward him. The extreme heat capable of melting steel was nothing in front of the mecha. The outer armor showed no change in color. Instead, the orange-earred patterns flowing across the surface of the mecha became even more vibrant. Hao Changgeng was a bit surprised. "I feel more comfortable here." "It's normal," Lai Xing explained. "Our mecha's energy core is a fragment of the sacred text of all spirits. That fragment contains the supreme power of fire rule. It governs all fire element rules, and in this environment, the mecha's performance will actually be enhanced." "Got it." Hao Changgeng lowered his gaze to the swirling sea of magma beneath him. Then, Gatling condense. 6 thick gun barrels formed on the right arm of the mecha, each one flowing with golden flame patterns. "Let's greet it first." The 6 barrels spun in unison, launching fireballs. Boom, 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 boom. Each fireball the size of a basin shot into the magma, exploding into bursts of golden sparks. The magma exploded and splattered everywhere, causing the entire interior of the volcano to tremble slightly. Beneath the magma, the dormant aura began to stir restlessly. The magma began to boil and churn, and a massive figure slowly emerged from the depths of the magma. It was a monkey, a fire ape entirely crimson and covered in magma armor. Its size was comparable to the mecha, about 50 meters tall, with every inch of its skin flowing with dark red flames. Its eyes were like 2 burning fires, glaring fiercely at the uninvited guest before it. The mecha's scanning system activated instantly, and data appeared before Hao Changgeng's eyes. Target: Flame Soul Ape Stage Adult Level Star Soldier Level 1 Attribute Fire Attribute approved by the Origin of Fire Rule Characteristics: Exceptional Flame Control Ability, can unleash flame soul fire that incinerates all strong close combat capability high agility. Weakness ice attribute water attribute source energy etc. Hao Changgeng looked at the weaknesses listed and sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, he had neither of those. The flame soul ape did not attack immediately. It hovered above the magma, cautiously observing the mecha before it. As a simian demon beast, its intelligence was far superior to ordinary demons. It could sense a faint aura emanating from this metal lump that made it feel a sense of fear. However, the aura was so weak that it made it think it was just an illusion. Li Xing, same old rules. Hao Changgeng asked in his mind. Same old rules, Li Xing replied. First collect data and establish a dynamic model. Hao Changgeng stopped wasting time. Long spear condense. A 30-meter-long flame spear took shape in the mecha's hand. He flapped his light wings, and the mecha transformed into a streak of light lunging toward the flame soul ape. The flame soul ape moved. Its speed was incredibly fast. With its 50-meter body, it possessed agility that was completely unmatched for its size. It sidestepped the spear, grazing its shoulder, leaving only a shallow groove on the magma armor. At the same time, its right fist had already swung out. That punch was enveloped in scorching flames, and wherever the punch wind passed, the air ignited. Hao Changgeng had no time to retract the spear and could only brace himself to block. Bang! The mecha was sent staggering back several dozen meters, carving a long trajectory in the magma. It didn't hurt, but it was embarrassing. Hao Changgeng steadied himself and charged again. The long spear stabbed, swept, thrust, and smashed. The fire ape dodged, evaded, blocked, and parried. The fire ape's close combat ability was extraordinarily impressive, neutralizing Hao Changgen's attacks one by one. Its counterattacks were swift and brutal. Hao Changgeng gradually discovered a problem. This creature was much more agile than the previous giant whale. Although the giant whale had terrifying strength, its massive size made its movements relatively slow. In contrast, the flame soul ape was comparable in size to the mecha and even surpassed it in agility. His spear simply couldn't hit it. Instead, he was being pummeled by its fists, leaving him in a daze. Li Xing, how much data has been collected? Hao Changgeng asked while taking hits. 67. Can you speed it up? What's the rush? Building a model requires a substantial amount of data support. Hao Changgeng was speechless. In the following minutes, he completely became a human punching bag. The flame soul ape's fists fell like rain on the mecha, each punch carrying scorching flames that sent magma splattering everywhere. However, the mecha's defense was simply too strong. Those fists, capable of shattering mountains, left no mark on its shell. The more the flame soul ape struck, the more alarmed it became. It clearly felt that this iron lump was inferior to itself in power, yet no matter how hard it tried, it could not break through that layer of shell. Although the opponent's counterattacks were clumsy, the stinging sensation from the hits grew more pronounced. Data collection complete. Li Xing's voice rang out. Hao Changgeng's field of vision began to change. The body of the flame soul ape was decomposed into countless nodes, each node's movement trajectory clearly marked. Its next move, its habitual evasion direction, its attack rhythm, all were under the control of the data model. It's my turn now. Hao Changgeng was suddenly filled with confidence. As the spear lanced forward, Yin Hun ape instinctively twisted its body to evade. Just as it had countless times before, supremely confident it could slip past this thrust. Yet this time the spear altered its trajectory midair. It was not a last-moment adjustment by Hao Changgeng, but a micro-adjustment executed the instant the thrust began. Orchestrated by miniature vector thrusters embedded along the spear shaft, precisely calibrated by the onboard system. The ape's evasion path had already been predicted and locked in, and no matter which direction it dodged, the spear tip would find it with unerring precision. Steel pierced its shoulder, igniting golden flames upon the wound. The Yin Hun ape roared in pain and staggered backward. Refusing to believe its misfortune, it lunged again. Hao Changgeng sidestepped its fist, its trajectory already overlaid in his vision by the predictive system. A slight tilt of his body was all it took for the blow to graze his shoulder. Simultaneously, he swept the spear horizontally, the shaft crashing heavily against the ape's flank. The beast was hurled through the air, tumbling violently across the molten lava before finally regaining its footing. Its eyes widened, fixed in rigid disbelief upon the ironclad figure before it. In that rapid exchange, it sensed something uncanny, as if its opponent had become an entirely different being. All prior clumsiness had vanished, replaced by an eerie preternatural fluency. Every strike landed with flawless timing, every evasion was measured to the very millimeter, as though it could see through every one of its movements. The Yin Hun ape leapt backward onto a jagged outcrop of volcanic rock looming over the mecha from above, its gaze sharp with wary vigilance. It knew this was no ordinary adversary. It's about to unleash its ultimate technique, Li Xing suddenly said. Hao Changgeng felt it too. The aura radiating from the ape was shifting, its scorching fluctuations growing ever more intense, ever more volatile. Guided by its will, the molten lava below began to churn and boil. Rivers of magma surged upward, weaving and merging in midair until coalescing into a colossal fire dragon. The dragon stretched over 1,000 meters long, its scaled body etched with dense, intricate Tao patterns. Each pattern glowed with a deep crimson light, each pulsing with the primordial essence of fire itself. Empowered by those patterns, the dragon's aura surged anew. Its temperature soared from thousands to tens of thousands of degrees, warping the very fabric of space around it. With a single sweeping coil, the dragon sealed off every possible escape route. Its massive serpentine body formed an impenetrable cage, trapping the mecha at its center. Then, jaws agape, the dragon dove straight toward the mecha. Lai Xing. Hao Changgeng's voice cracked with alarm. "Don't panic," came Lai Xing's voice, calm as still water. "Let it come." The fire dragon struck the mecha in an instant. Hao Changgeng braced himself for cataclysmic impact. And then the impossible unfolded. At the moment of contact, the orange-earth circuitry across the mecha's hull flared brilliantly, not passively absorbing, but actively devouring, siphoning the dragon's searing energy into its core with ravenous intensity. The dragon writhed in desperate resistance, twisting its colossal form in futile attempts to break free from that inexorable pull. But the suction was absolute, beyond defiance. Tens of thousands of degrees of heat, vast torrents of fire tribute energy, even the Tao patterns themselves, all were consumed utterly. Within seconds, the apocalyptic fire dragon dissolved into nothingness. The diamond-shaped core on the mecha's chest pulsed violently, as if digesting the stolen power. Moments later, a beam of golden crimson light erupted from its heart. The beam moved at incomprehensible speed, and carried within it a whisper of supreme cosmic law. The Yanhun ape had no time to react. Before it could blink, the beam pierced straight through its chest. It stared down at the gaping bull's-eyed wound, eyes wide with utter disbelief. Then its colossal frame collapsed lifelessly, crashing into the molten sea and unleashing a towering geyser of flame. Hao Changgeng stood frozen. Everything had transpired too swiftly. He hadn't even registered it. Just like that, it was over. That was the power of the fragment. Lai Xing's voice resonated calmly. "Don't stand there. Retrieve the star core." Hao Changgeng snapped back to awareness. A razor-sharp flame dagger coalesced from his mecha's right arm. He dove downward, cleaving open the Yanhun ape's skull, and extracted the gleaming star core within. This core was utterly unlike the previous one. The Yuan whale's core shimmered silver blue, containing within it a microcosmic galaxy. This one burned crimson. Within its depths, a miniature star blazed and pulsed with rhythmic living fire. Held in his palm, it radiated a steady, inexhaustible warmth. "Keep this core," Lai Xing advised. "With it, your attunement to the primordial fire Tao will accelerate dramatically." "But can't I comprehend the Tao through the flame seed inscribed on the fragment?" Hao Changgeng asked, puzzled. "That flame seed embodies pure cosmic law. Its tier is far too exalted." Lai Xing explained. "At your current level, grasping it is like asking a child to solve calculus. Not impossible, but profoundly inefficient. This star core is different. It carries the Tao insights of a star battle class entity, precisely aligned with your present cultivation stage. Meditating with it will yield tenfold returns." Hao Changgeng nodded and sealed the core into his consciousness space. With one final glance at the Yanhun ape sinking into the lava, he unfurled his light wings and shot skyward, bursting from the volcano's maw. "By the way," Lai Xing added abruptly, "before we depart, you'll spend 3 hours daily studying Universal Galactic Tongue with me." Universal Galactic Tongue. Hao Changgeng blinked. "Why learn it?" "The cosmos teems with countless species," Lai Xing replied. "Even within the Milky Way alone, regional dialects number in the hundreds of millions. Translation systems exist, but many obscure tongues elude precise rendering. Moreover, fluency in the universal tongue is essential for true integration into galactic society." "Don't worry," it added reassuringly. "With your current spiritual strength, mastery will come swiftly." Hao Changgeng simply nodded, saying nothing more. For the next several days, Hao Changgeng settled into a disciplined rhythm, hunting star battle class beasts by day, collecting star cores, resting by night, and studying Universal Galactic Tongue with Lai Xing. Lai Xing had been right. His formidable spiritual strength made language acquisition astonishingly swift. Complex grammar, arcane vocabulary, all crystallized before his mind with photographic clarity. Within mere days, he could already manage basic daily conversation. "Your learning pace exceeds my expectations," Lai Xing remarked. "Rare praise indeed. At this rate, by the time we reach the Galactic Federation's core territories, your fluency should be near native." Hao Changgeng grinned wryly. His hunting progress was equally smooth. Under the mecha's radar scan, star battle class beasts were pinpointed one after another. Drawing on experience from the first 2 encounters, his combat instincts grew sharper, more intuitive. Data acquisition, model construction, predictive targeting. The entire sequence flowed like water. In 5 days, he secured 3 more star cores. Combined with the earlier 2, he now held 5 in total. "Enough." At dusk on the 5th day, Lai Xing declared abruptly. Hao Changgeng, resting inside a mountain cave, looked up. Enough. The temporary quantum jump conduit device is complete. A note of profound relief colored Li Xing's tone. We may depart at any moment. Hao Changgeng fell silent for a long moment. Departure. Those two words had haunted him since the moment he first set foot on this planet. Yet now, standing at its threshold, an indescribable emotion welled within him. This world was a prison, a coliseum, a mass grave for countless blue star humans. Yet it also bore the imprint of his footsteps, his battles, and his bonds. I'll say goodbye to them first, Hao Changgeng said, rising and stepping out of the cave. The setting sun bathed the land in violet twilight, gilding everything in ethereal dreamlike hues. He unfurled his light wings and soared into the distance. Li Xing. Moi. After we leave, what becomes of them? Li Xing paused, then replied. Once you reach the Galactic Federation's core and locate your master's ancestral clan, secure funding, and charter a starship to return for them. How long will that take? Uncertain. Optimally days. But unforeseen complications could stretch it to years. Complications? Hao Changgeng said nothing more. He ignited his light wings fully, accelerating faster, higher, farther. First he'd visit the Ni Tai Mei squad's camp to check on those fools. Then he'd go to Shagong Association to see the two of them. Behind him the sun sank slowly beyond the horizon, stretching his shadow infinitely long. Ahead lay farewell, and beyond that, stars and the boundless sea of the cosmos. The light wings folded as Hao Changgeng descended into the center of the Ni Tai Mei team's camp. This time he made no effort to conceal himself, boldly appearing before everyone. Everyone was left in a state of shock. Zhang Heng, who was practicing with his thunderblade, trembled and nearly severed his own finger. Xiaoya, who was closed-eyed in meditation, suddenly opened her eyes, her mouth forming an O. There were a total of 16 people, all looking at him in disbelief. You. Wang Lei swallowed hard. He pointed at the light wings behind Hao Changgeng. What is that? Hao Changgeng retracted his wings and landed before everyone, his expression grave. Brothers, what I am about to say may be hard to accept. The others could see from his demeanor that the situation was serious. Everyone quieted down, patiently waiting for him to speak. All of us were captured by the Star Pirates to participate in the trial. He slowly began to recount everything the Starbreaker had revealed to him, detailing it all. The purpose of the Star Pirates, the truth of the trial, the fate after reaching level 9, the horrors of the slave chip. As he spoke, the expressions of the crowd shifted from confusion to shock, then from shock to anger, and finally from anger to fear. Those Star Pirates treat us like livestock. Hao Changgeng's voice was low. They provide resources, making us slaughter each other to quickly level up. Once we reach level 9, they will return, implant slave chips in our brains, and sell us as commodities. Sold to large families as cannon fodder, sold to corporations as test subjects, sold to gray organizations for missions that are certain to end in death, until they squeeze out the last ounce of our value. Silence. The camp was filled with silence. No one spoke, no one could speak. They recalled their companions who had died in the struggle, remembered the brothers torn apart by beasts. It turned out that all of this was a meticulously designed trap. They thought it was survival, but it was actually farming. They thought it was battle, but it was actually selection. They thought it was freedom, but it was a cage. Wang Lei's voice was a bit hoarse. How did you know all this? Hao Changgeng fell silent for a moment. You must have guessed some of it right. He raised his head, looking calmly at everyone. I have inherited alien technology. He raised his right hand palm up. A silvery light gathered in his palm, transforming into a small mecha phantom hovering before everyone. Though small, the phantom was exquisitely detailed. Every joint, every piece of armor was clearly visible. The crowd stared at the phantom, speechless for a long time. I came to say goodbye to everyone. What a... Li Ming was the first to explode, jumping up. Where the hell are you going this time? I am going to the inner planets of the galaxy to find a way to get help and rescue all of you. Hao Changgeng looked at Li Ming, his tone calm yet firm. Listen to me. I won't listen. Li Ming's eyes were red. Are you running off alone again? Last time you were gone for over a month. How long will you be gone this time? It was precisely because I was gone for over a month that I found the mecha and discovered these truths. Hao Changgeng pressed his hand on Li Ming's shoulder. If I don't run, who will save you? Li Ming opened his mouth, unable to speak. Hao Changgeng turned to the others. So what you need to do next is wait. Wait for me to come back. During this time, level up to at most level 7. Level 6 or 7, the Star Pirates won't pay much attention. But reaching level 8 is risky, and reaching level 9 is certain doom, so you must control your level and not level up too high. When I return, we will step into the vast universe together. Remember, once the slave chip is implanted, it's all over. Wang Lei was the first to stand up. He walked up to Hao Changgeng, extended his hand, and patted him heavily on the shoulder. I believe in you. His voice was not loud. No matter how long it takes, we will be here waiting for you. Zhang Heng also stood up, grinning widely. Damn, it's just waiting, right? I'm fine with waiting. Just don't forget to come back from your adventures. Li Ming's eyes were red as he punched Hao Changgeng's chest. If you dare not come back, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Xiaoyu stood up, her eyes reddening, her lips moving slightly. In the end, she just softly said, "Gung Gu, take care of yourself." The others also stood up one after another to bid farewell. "Take care. Come back early. Don't be reckless. Take care." Hao Changgeng took a deep breath, suppressing the warmth that welled up in his eyes. "Starbreaker," he called out in his mind, "how much equipment is left in the warehouse?" Starbreaker was silent for a moment. "There are 7 or 8 defensive items, all spoils captured from the outer battlefield. The quality isn't too high, but on this planet it's a dimensional strike. Take them all out." In a flash of light, 7 or 8 pieces of various equipment appeared before everyone. There were bracers, chest plates, belts, and armors. Each piece radiated a faint energy fluctuation, with patterns shimmering with a sci-fi luster. "You all can divide this equipment," Hao Changgeng said. "The defensive power is strong, at least on this planet no one can hurt you." Wang Lei did not refuse. He understood that this equipment was the guarantee of survival for the brothers. Hao Changgeng embraced each person to bid farewell. When it was Li Ming's turn, the two embraced for a long time. No one spoke, but they could hear each other's heartbeats clearly. "I'm leaving." Hao Changgeng released his grip and took 2 steps back. The light wings unfurled behind him, illuminating the entire camp. He took one last look at everyone, engraving each face deep in his memory. Then he soared into the sky. In the camp behind him, everyone looked up, watching as that streak of light vanished into the horizon. "Boss." Zhang Heng suddenly spoke. "Do you think air can really succeed?" Wang Lei said nothing. He merely gazed in the direction where Hao Changgeng had disappeared. "He can. That kid has never let anyone down." The light wings tore through the air. Hao Changgeng turned to another direction. The camp of the Killing Gung Society. Night had fallen, and the campfire flickered with countless stars. The female warriors sat in small groups around the fire, some cleaning weapons, others whispering. In the distance, the occasional howl of a beast could be heard, quickly drowned out by the sound of the wind. Hao Changgeng did not disturb anyone. He deftly made his way through the camp, arriving at the deepest stone chamber. Lu Qing's stone chamber. He walked straight in. Lu Qing was sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, with azure energy swirling around her. Her aura was thicker than before. The 6th-level crystal core had absorbed most of its energy, leaving her just a step away from level 6. Hearing the noise, she slowly opened her eyes. At the moment she saw him, her body stiffened slightly. "Dog egg." Her voice carried a hint of uncertainty. But soon she denied that title. "No. You are Hao Changgeng." Hao Changgeng did not deny it. His combat suit had returned to its original silver color, and the optical disguise on his face had long been removed. Standing before her now was the same person who had stolen her crystal core, torn her clothes, and groped her, the Streaker. He was also the bastard who had disguised himself as Dog Egg, lurking beside her for over half a month, giving her massages and saving her life. Lu Qing's complexion changed erratically as she wanted to explode in anger to question the bastard before her. Yet the words that nearly escaped her lips turned into a dry, "You dare come back to find me." Her tone was firm, but her ears had already turned bright red. Hao Changgeng said nothing. He walked over, sat beside her, and unceremoniously pulled her into his embrace. Lu Qing's body instantly stiffened, instinctively wanting to struggle. Yet his hands wrapped around her waist, tight and strong, but not painful. She could feel his body warmth, hear his heartbeat, and smell the faint scent emanating from him. Her struggles grew weaker and weaker until she ultimately gave in completely. "You?" Her voice muffled against his chest. "What exactly do you want?" "I'm leaving." Hao Changgeng's voice came from above, low and gentle. "I came to say goodbye to you." Lu Qing lifted her head, the blush on her face fading to a significant degree, replaced by worry. "Leaving? Where to?" Hao Changgeng told her everything about the Star Pirates' trials and slave ships. As Lu Qing listened, her expression grew increasingly grave. "So, we are all just merchandise," Hao Changgeng said. "Once fattened up, we'll be slaughtered." Lu Qing fell silent. Her body trembled slightly, not from cold, but from fear. "What about Maisie?" Hao Changgeng suddenly asked. Lu Qing came to her senses. "She went out with a team to hunt beasts. She should be back tomorrow. What are you missing her?" Her tone carried a hint of indescribable jealousy. Hao Changgeng did not respond. He looked down at her eyes, which contained stubbornness, worry, and reluctance. There was also something in her gaze that he couldn't quite comprehend. He kissed her. Lu Qing's eyes widened in shock, her body stiffening again. But this time the stiffness lasted only a second. Her hands, unbidden, wrapped around his neck, responding clumsily. After a long while, their lips parted. Their foreheads touched, breaths intermingling. "Wait for me to return." Hao Changgeng's voice was a bit hoarse. "Before I come back, be sure not to reach level 8. Keep it below level 7. Do you hear me?" Lu Qing's eyes reddened, but she bit her lip and stubbornly nodded. "I hear you." Hao Changgeng looked at her delicate, dependent appearance, a surge of impulse rising within him. He kissed her again, this time more passionately, more tenderly. Lu Qing's response was no longer awkward. She was like a flower finally blooming, pouring all her emotions into that kiss. The temperature in the stone chamber rose. The light of the source energy flickered, casting the entwined figures onto the stone wall. Clothes fell away one by one, and the heavy sounds of breathing echoed in the stone chamber. Intermingling with the laughter from afar by the bonfire, it felt like two different worlds. 2 hours later, Lu Qing nestled in Hao Changgeng's arms, her hair disheveled like a lazy cat. "We'll wait for your return," she said softly. "Be careful out there in the universe." Hao Changgeng tightened his embrace, resting his chin on the top of her head. "Don't worry for you all, I will be careful." Lu Qing fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "Aren't you waiting for Mei Zi to come back?" Hao Changgeng thought for a while and shook his head. "Not waiting. I need to hurry. The sooner I leave, the sooner I can return." He released her and stood up, his combat suit automatically covering him. Lu Qing also sat up, staring at him in a daze. Hao Changgeng walked to the door and paused. He turned around and took one last look at Lu Qing. In that glance there were farewells, promises, and countless unspoken words. "Wait for me." With wings of light unfurling, he shot into the sky, disappearing into the night. In the stone chamber, Lu Qing gazed at the direction he had vanished for a long time. "They'll wait for you," she whispered. The night breeze blew in from the entrance, bringing a slight chill. In the distance, the bonfire still burned, and the female warriors continued to laugh and chat. No one knew that their Qing Jie had just experienced a farewell. No one knew that the guy named Dog Egg had left forever. Meanwhile, Hao Changgeng had already flown to a desolate land. It was a barren Gobi desert, devoid of monsters, trials, or even wind. The purple moonlight spilled onto the earth, casting everything in an unusual hue. In the distance, the bonfire still burned, and the female warriors continued to laugh and chat. No one knew that their Qing Jie had just experienced a farewell. "Ready." Liling ceased speaking. The space before Hao Changgeng began to ripple, waves expanding from the void. At the center of the ripples, a silver-white device appeared out of thin air. Its design was highly sci-fi. At the center was a fist-sized star core emitting a silvery blue glow. Surrounding it were dozens of ordinary spatial crystal cores centered around the star core. They spun slowly in an invisible force field like planets orbiting a star. The crystals spun faster and faster, glowing brighter. The spatial power they released was absorbed, compressed, and transformed by the star core, finally condensing into a point in front of the device. The point began to expand. 1 centimeter, 10 centimeters, 1 meter. When it expanded to about 2 meters, it came to a halt. It was a rift leading to the unknown. Inside the rift was not darkness, but a kaleidoscope of colors. Purple, blue, gold, and silver light intertwined like a pathway paved with auroras. A warp jump channel. Liling's voice carried a hint of nostalgia. "Over 10,000 years ago, my old master and I escaped here through such a means. I never expected to use it again, and everything has changed." Hao Changgeng said nothing. He donned the mech, a 50-meter-tall, silver-golden giant appearing out of thin air. Then, with a thought, the mech began to shrink. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. Finally, the mech shrank to about 2 meters in height, just matching the entrance of the jump channel. This was the size calculated by Liling, ensuring the mech's defensive capability while allowing it to pass through the channel smoothly. "Once inside, do not move around and do not panic," Liling instructed. "The sensation of time-space travel might be a bit uncomfortable, dizziness, nausea, wanting to vomit. All of these are normal. But don't attempt to resist with source energy, and don't make any unnecessary movements. If the jump channel is disturbed, causing time-space turbulence, we might end up in an unknown world or even be torn apart in the folds of time and space." Hao Changgeng nodded, taking a deep breath. "Let's go." He plunged into the jump channel. In an instant, Hao Changgeng felt himself enveloped by an invisible force, as if he had plunged into a raging river. The scenery around him changed rapidly, not because he was moving, but because the passage itself was flowing. The fantastical colors swept past him like being immersed in an eternal aurora spectacle. Occasionally, he could glimpse through the walls of the passage, seeing the outside world, a massive spiral galaxy slowly drifting by, resembling a series of spinning windmills. At times, a star would pass by at close range, its blazing light nearly piercing through the walls of the passage, only to be quickly cast behind. Beautiful, yet it also left one feeling dizzy. The sensation was akin to riding an infinitely accelerating roller coaster with no end in sight. Hao Chang gritted his teeth, suppressing the rising nausea, not daring to move. Almost there, the voice of Liesheng echoed in his mind, "Hold on." It was hard to tell how much time had passed, perhaps a few minutes, or maybe several hours. In this twisted passage, time had lost all meaning. Suddenly, a point of light appeared at the end of the passage. The light grew larger, brighter, and more blinding. "Prepare?" Hao Chang closed his eyes. In the next moment, he felt himself being forcefully thrown out. Weightlessness, spinning, and then his feet touched solid ground. He opened his eyes to find himself standing on unfamiliar land. On the distant horizon, 2 stars were slowly setting in the west. One large, one small, one golden, one red, painting the entire sky in a splendid warm hue. The air was filled with a fresh, slightly sweet fragrance. Taking a deep breath, he felt invigorated. This place. Hao Changgeng murmured. Lingmu's star. The voice of Lieshing resonated in his mind, carrying a hint of long-lost ease. Approximately 18,000 light-years from that trial planet. 18,000 light-years. Hao Changgeng glanced behind him. There was nothing there, only an empty expanse of wilderness. The transition passage had closed as if it had never existed. So if we don't use the transition passage, even light would take 18,000 years to travel. Exactly, Lieshing replied. So we have no way back. Hao Changgeng took a deep breath, suppressing the hint of parting sorrow. He raised his head, looking toward the horizon. There, illuminated by the afterglow, the outline of a city was faintly visible. Lingmu's star. The voice of Lieshing carried a touch of sentiment. This star can be considered one of the more prosperous ones in this star domain, ruled by a powerful Star Lord. Star Lord level. Hao Changgeng silently repeated these 3 words, a level he could not currently aspire to. Let's go, Lieshing said. It's quite safe here, at least 1,000,000 times safer than that trial planet. Hao Changgeng nodded, fully retracting his mech into his consciousness, and walked toward the city. As night fell, the lights of the city shone even brighter. Hao Changgeng walked on this unfamiliar land, feeling a strange sensation rise within him. Months ago, he was just an ordinary student on Blue Star. His greatest worry was what to eat the next day. Now he found himself on a distant alien planet with brothers and a woman he had just bid farewell to. Before him lay the vast, unknown galaxy. All of this felt like a dream. Yet the solid ground beneath his feet reminded him, this was not a dream. This is real. Hao Changgeng had truly arrived on an alien planet. Ahead, the outline of the city grew clearer. He needed to exchange source crystals to understand this world and to find a way to locate the family of his mentor Lieshing. The road ahead was long, but he was not afraid, because he was no longer the student who only read novels in the dormitory. He was a source energy warrior. Even more so, he was the master of a super mech. Let's go. He quickened his pace, heading toward the brightly lit city. But when Hao Changgeng reached the city's edge, he was utterly stunned. He had imagined what an alien city would look like. Flying saucers everywhere, aliens with bizarre shapes. Buildings twisted and turned, filled with incomprehensible writing and languages. That's how sci-fi movies on Blue Star depicted it. But the scene before him was completely different from his imagination. There was indeed a sense of science fiction, and it was overwhelmingly strong. Countless silver-white flying vehicles darted among the buildings, moving at an astonishing speed, yet orderly. The distances between them measured down to the millimeter, but they would never collide. Each building was connected by pathways of light. The buildings themselves exuded a strong sense of technology. The streamlined outer walls were covered in flowing light. Holographic projections intertwined between the buildings, forming massive images. There were advertisements for products, news updates, and interstellar maps, painting the entire city in vibrant colors. But what surprised him the most were the people on the streets. He had expected to see aliens with green skin, pointed ears, and 4 eyes. But in reality, the people walking on the streets were not much different from ordinary people on Blue Star. Their skin colors varied slightly. Some were bluish, some purplish, and others had a faint metallic sheen. Their hair colors were also diverse, even featuring gradient hues. But their facial features, body types, and limb structures were almost identical. If it weren't for those differences in skin and hair color, he might have thought he was still in some ultramodern city on Blue Star. Lieshing, he asked in his mind. Why do aliens look so much like people from Blue Star? Lieshing seemed to have anticipated his question and explained. Within the entire galaxy, the human branches share very similar forms. After all, we all originate from the same root, descendants of humans who spread throughout the galaxy from ancient times. The differences in skin color, hair color, and eye color are primarily due to natural evolution caused by different planetary environments. What about other star systems? Other star systems are different, Lieshing said. In the Changgeng star system, the beast men have forms that differ greatly from ours. Beast heads on human bodies or human heads on beast bodies, incredibly diverse. In the Lingyu star system, the winged people have wings on their backs, a trait they are born with, not the technology-concentrated light wings like ours. The elves in the Lingwest star system are quite similar to humans, but they tend to be leaner and taller with long pointed ears and extremely long lifespans. As for the Qingxian star system, Lieshing paused. The cultivators from the cultivation civilization, there share many similarities with you, the same black hair and yellow skin. Hao Changgeng was taken aback. What a coincidence. It may not be a coincidence. It's highly likely that powerful cultivators from that planet have visited and left behind some heritage. Otherwise, with Blue Star's ecological environment, it wouldn't be possible for such a human race to evolve naturally. Hao Changgeng nodded thoughtfully, not probing further. He took a step forward and entered the city. Hao Changgeng walked down the street, growing increasingly astonished with each step. The security on the street was surprisingly good. Every few meters, a hovering drone could be seen patrolling. They were entirely silver, about the size of a basin, with blue indicator lights flashing on their bodies. Quietly hovering in midair, they slowly scanned everything around. Whenever a dispute arose, the drones would arrive at the scene within seconds. They projected a barrier to separate the two parties. The entire process was efficient and calm, hardly drawing anyone's attention. Lieshing introduced these are security drones produced by the mechanical clan, equipped with an independent artificial intelligence system capable of autonomously judging and handling the vast majority of security incidents. Mechanical clan. Hao Changgeng found the term somewhat unfamiliar. They are a powerful force within the galaxy. Our galaxy ranks second overall among the 5 major star systems, thanks to our supreme technology. The mechanical clan represents the pinnacle of technological achievement in the galaxy. They are highly advanced intelligent beings, far surpassing any other race in their understanding and application of technology. Hao Changgeng nodded and continued walking forward. The shops along the street were dazzling, selling everything: weapons and equipment, energy crystals, interstellar maps, and exotic products from other planets. There were even small spacecraft on display right at the storefront, glimmering in silver, looking 1,000 times cooler than the supercars on Blue Planet. Hao Changgeng felt like Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden. Everything seemed fresh, and he wanted to touch and look at everything. Several times, he found himself rooted in front of shop windows, only reluctantly leaving after being urged by Lieshing. "Stop looking," Lieshing said helplessly. "We have important matters to attend to. First, we need to exchange the star crystals, then head to the mechanical clan Star Leap group to take the Stargate to Linyu Star." "All right." Hao Changgeng reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Following Lieshing's guidance, he crossed several streets and arrived in front of a relatively large shop. The storefront was quite large, and a holographic sign displayed several lines of the universal language he had just learned, roughly meaning Star Source Trading Company. Through the glass, he could see various star crystals and equipment displayed inside. The shelves were neatly arranged, and the lighting was soft, giving a very professional feeling. Hao Changgeng pushed the door open. "Welcome." A pure-looking young woman greeted him. Her skin was a pale blue, her hair a silver color styled into a neat bun, and she wore a well-tailored uniform. Hao Changgeng spoke in somewhat halting universal language. "I want to sell a few star crystals." She politely bowed, saying, "Please follow me, customer." She led Hao Changgeng into a quiet room deep within the shop. This room was much quieter than the outside, with silver metallic rings embedded in circles along the walls. "Please place the star crystals on the table," the woman said with a smile. "The system will automatically assess their value." Hao Changgeng nodded, took out the few star crystals from his consciousness space, and gently placed them on the table. The star crystals were lined up on the table, each emitting different colors of light. Each of these star crystals was produced by a star soldier-level demon beast. Above the table, a scanning light wave swept over the star crystals. A few seconds later, a line of numbers appeared above the table. Estimated value 5860 standard crystals. The woman smiled at Hao Changgeng, saying, "Customer, this is our quoted price. Please check if you wish to sell." Lieshing's voice echoed in Hao Changgeng's mind. "That's about right. The market price for star crystals has been very stable, and this quote is fair." Hao Changgeng nodded. "Sell them." The woman's smile grew a little more sincere. She asked, "Would you like cash or a transfer?" "Cash." "All right, please wait a moment." The woman slightly bowed and exited the private room. Moments later, she returned with a middle-aged man. The man was not tall, slightly plump, wearing a silver bracelet, a type of spatial storage device similar to Hao Changgeng's consciousness space, but with a completely different technical principle. "Hello, customer. I am the financial supervisor of this shop." The middle-aged man greeted politely, then aimed the bracelet at the star crystals on the table. A light wave shot out from the bracelet, enveloping the star crystals. Amidst the flickering light, the star crystals were drawn into the bracelet. Immediately after, the middle-aged man took out a large pile of crystal coins from the bracelet. These crystal coins were completely different from the source crystals Hao Changgeng had seen on the trial planet. They were not fist-sized crystals, but uniformly sized hexagonal thin plates about the size of a fingernail, translucent with a faint golden glow circulating within. "These are the standard crystals of the Galactic Federation," Lieshing explained. "Uniform in specifications, uniform in purity, they can be circulated anywhere in the galaxy. The source crystals you saw before were just unprocessed raw ores. Their value is incomparable to these standard crystals." The middle-aged man neatly arranged the crystals on the table, then took out a small scanner to verify the quantity one by one. 5860 quantity is correct. He pushed the crystals forward. "Please check, customer." Hao Changgeng glanced over, nodded, and stored all the crystals in his consciousness space. "Thank you for your patronage. Welcome next time." The middle-aged man and the woman bowed simultaneously, escorting Hao Changgeng out of the shop. Once outside, Hao Changgeng continued walking forward under Lieshing's guidance. After crossing several bustling commercial streets and turning around a massive holographic projection square, he finally saw his destination, the Star Leap Group. It was an extraordinarily spectacular building. Unlike the towering structures around it, it sprawled horizontally, occupying an entire block. The outer wall of the building was covered with a layer of flowing liquid metal, which slowly flowed over the surface. It sometimes coalesced into complex geometric patterns and at other times dispersed into a starry brilliance. Above the main entrance of the building was a massive holographic logo, a silver circular ring with a rotating planet at its center surrounded by concentric circles of light. The Star Leap Group, controlled by the mechanical clan Lieshing, introduced. They possessed the most advanced space traversal technology in the galaxy, nearly monopolizing the entire interstellar travel business. To get to Lingyu Star, we will need to rely on their Stargate. Hao Changgeng took a deep breath and stepped into the Star Leap Group. The space inside the door appeared much larger than it looked outside. This was a form of spatial folding technology, appearing as an ordinary facade, but inside was a huge hall measuring several thousand square meters. The hall was bustling with people, some wearing standardized uniforms, others carrying bags as interstellar travelers, and some mysterious figures whose identities he could not discern. Various languages intertwined in the hall, some in the universal language he had learned, others in dialects he could not understand. There were also some languages that sounded completely unlike any human voice. Those were the mother tongues of special races. As Hao Changgeng stepped into the hall, a spherical robot floated over to him. The robot measured about half a meter in diameter, entirely silver, without any extraneous parts. Its eyes were a circular blue light band that slowly rotated at the center of the sphere. "Dear guest, hello." The spherical robot's voice was crisp and pleasant. "Do you require interstellar travel?" Hao Changgeng nodded and stated the destination as instructed by the Rift Star, Lingyu Star. The robot's eyes flickered for a moment. It was checking the flight route and calculating the cost. After a moment, it respectfully said, "The cost for this travel is 520 standard crystal cores. Do you confirm?" Hao Changgeng's heart bled. 5200 cores. He had just sold star cores and received a total of 5860 cores. Now 5200 cores were gone, leaving him with only 660. But he had no choice. Without using the Stargate, the distance of tens of thousands of light years would likely take a lifetime to traverse. "Confirm," he gritted his teeth and said. Hao Changgeng retrieved 5200 crystal cores from his consciousness space. He twitched his lips, suppressing the pain in his heart and refraining from cursing. After the payment was successfully made, a round card detached from the spherical robot and floated in front of Hao Changgeng. The card was entirely silver with faint blue light at the edges, and its surface displayed a complex, ever-changing pattern. Hao Changgeng reached out to catch it. The card felt cool to the touch, resembling a special type of metal. "This is your travel voucher," said the spherical robot. "Please proceed to Stargate No. 3 and deposit the voucher in the verification slot. Have a pleasant journey." With that, it floated away to attend to the next guest. Hao Changgeng looked down at the card in his hand, then gazed at the towering Stargates deep within the hall and began to walk toward them. Stargate. It was a sight he had never seen before. A massive circular structure stood at the end of the hall, towering several dozen meters high. The ring was made of silver metal with intricate energy patterns densely covering its surface. The heart of the ring was a deep, dark void, an enigmatic color that seemed to lead to another dimension. Occasionally, travelers stepped into the heart of the ring, their forms instantly swallowed by the darkness. Hao Changgeng found Stargate No. 3 and deposited the round card into the verification slot. The moment the card entered the slot, the ring of the Stargate lit up. The energy patterns ignited like fuses, arcs of light swiftly spreading along the ring. Moments later, the entire Stargate was illuminated. The silver light flowed across the ring. The darkness at the heart of the ring began to swirl, gradually forming a stable vortex. "Step inside," said the Rift Star. "The mechanical race's spatial technology is quite advanced. You will feel no discomfort." Hao Changgeng nodded and stepped into the Stargate. The instant he entered the heart of the ring, he felt his body enveloped by an invisible force. There was no sensation of tearing, no dizziness, not even any feeling at all. It was as if he were merely standing still with nothing happening. But in reality, he was no longer in the same place. In the next moment, light reappeared. He stood before another Stargate. The ring was still the same ring, and the hall was still the same hall. Yet Hao Changgeng could sense that everything here was different from before. The energy fluctuations in the air were different, the flow of people in the hall was different, and even the view of the city outside the gate was entirely different. "This place," he murmured. "Lingyu Star," the voice of the Rift Star echoed in his mind, tinged with an unmistakable excitement. "We have arrived. The distance to the previous planet is over 50,000 light years." 50,000 light years. A few seconds' time. Hao Changgeng suppressed the shock within his heart and walked out of the Star Leap Group's entrance, where the cityscape of Lingyu Star unfolded before him. He was stunned. If the city on the previous planet felt sci-fi, then the city of Lingyu Star was the pinnacle of sci-fi. The buildings here were taller, denser, and more spectacular. The entire city resembled a metallic forest with countless skyscrapers rising abruptly, piercing the clouds. The buildings were interconnected by luminous lines, forming a three-dimensional transportation network. Holographic projections were ubiquitous in the sky between buildings, and even on the ground, moving images were everywhere. What shocked him even more were the bizarre forms of the human race. He saw orcs nearly 3 meters tall, their bodies muscular and powerful. Some had lion-like heads, some sported horns, and others were covered in scales, each emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression. He also spotted winged beings, some with feathered wings and others with membranous wings. They soared through the sky, occasionally landing on the platforms of tall buildings, folding their wings and entering the structures. He even saw a few slender beings with pointed ears, their skin emitting a faint glow, looking as if they were creatures from a painting. This planet is already considered a higher-level planet within the Galactic Federation. The voice of the Rift Star resonated in his mind. It is extremely prosperous with a vast amount of interstellar trade, attracting people from other star systems for commerce. For example, orcs from the Changgeng star system, winged beings from the Lingyu star system, elves from the Lingwei star system, and even the occasional cultivator from the Qingxian star system. Hao Changgeng's eyes were almost overwhelmed. He wanted to see more, but the Rift Star urged, "We must focus on business first. Let's gather information about the Rand family." Hao Changgeng nodded, retracting his gaze, and followed the guidance of the Rift Star through winding streets. After several turns, they arrived in front of a massive trading company. The company's facade was extremely grand. The holographic sign displayed the 4 characters, Rand Trading, the universal language which Hao Changgeng could now understand. Hao Changgeng pushed the door open and approached the front desk. A tall woman greeted him. Her skin was a light golden hue, her hair deep brown, and her features were exquisitely refined. She wore a professional smile and politely asked, "Hello, how can I assist you?" Hao Changgeng asked as instructed by the Rift Star, "Hello, is this the Rand family?" The woman's smile faltered slightly. She looked Hao Changgeng up and down, seemingly assessing his identity and intentions. After a moment, she politely said, "Please wait a moment." She turned and walked into the office behind her, returning shortly with a middle-aged man. The man was somewhat portly, dressed in a dark formal suit. His hair was meticulously styled, and he wore a more advanced spatial wristband than the previous financial officer. He approached Hao Changgeng, curiously sizing him up before slowly speaking. "The Rand family sold this trading company 6,000 years ago." "What?" Hao Changgeng was momentarily taken aback. The man continued, "They mismanaged their operations, accrued a massive debt, and ultimately had to sell the company. Now this company is a subsidiary of our Xingyuan group." Hao Changgeng felt a chill in his heart. He had thought that by finding the Rand family's trading company, he could trace the Rand family. He planned to acquire funds and hire a starship to rescue people. But 6,000 years ago, this company had already ceased to belong to the Rand family. 6,000 years. The world had changed beyond recognition. "Do you know where the Rand family is now?" Hao Changgeng asked. The middle-aged man shook his head. "I'm not sure. After they sold the company 6,000 years ago, they never contacted this site again. However," he pondered, "you could check the city archives. The Rand family was a prestigious clan on Lingyu Star and should have left some records." "Thank you." Hao Changgeng turned to leave the trading company. "Liexing," he called out in his mind. "I'm here." "An accident has indeed occurred." Liexing fell silent for a moment, his voice tinged with a hint of unnoticeable bitterness. "Don't panic just yet. The old master left them with considerable funds. Even with mismanagement, they shouldn't have gone completely bankrupt. Let's first check the archives and see if they are still on Lingyu Star." Hao Changgeng nodded and followed Liexing's guidance to the city archives. The archive building was an ancient structure out of place amidst the surrounding sci-fi style. Constructed from a kind of dark gray stone, it bore no holographic projections, only a line of ancient words carved above the entrance. Hao Changgeng entered and with the help of the staff retrieved records related to the Rand family. The records indicated that after selling the trading company, the Rand family moved away from the central urban area of Lingyu Star to a manor in the outskirts. For thousands of years thereafter, they never returned to the commercial stage and gradually faded from memory. "They are still on this planet." Liexing's voice carried a hint of relief. "Go look in the outskirts." Hao Changgeng exited the archives, his light wings unfurling as he soared into the sky. He flew over the bustling urban area past towering buildings. The city behind him grew more distant and smaller, ultimately transforming into a halo on the horizon. The ground beneath began to change, from dense buildings to sparse houses, from sparse houses to vast fields. Exotic crops shimmered vibrantly under the sun's rays. Occasionally a few robots could be seen working in the fields. The more he flew, the colder his heart felt. The once prominent Rand family had fallen to such a place. Finally, he saw his destination. It was a grand manor, not small in size, with walls stretching for miles and several ancient buildings inside. But the overall impression was one of age. Some of the stone bricks of the walls were cracked, overrun with climbing vines. The outer walls of the buildings were mottled and evidently had not been renovated for a long time. The vegetation in the courtyard was lush but unkempt, appearing somewhat chaotic. Yet at least someone still lived here. Hao Changgeng landed in front of the gate and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened. An old man with white hair greeted him. He wore a simple gray robe and looked like an ordinary rural elder, completely unlike a member of a once glorious family. The elder looked at Hao Changgeng with confusion, sizing him up and asking in a common tongue, "Who are you looking for?" Hao Changgeng took a deep breath. "May I ask, is this the Rand family?" The elder's expression changed. He scrutinized Hao Changgeng again, this time more carefully. "Yes." His voice was a bit hoarse. "Who are you looking for?" As Hao Changgeng was about to speak, he suddenly felt warmth on his shoulder. Light gathered on his shoulder. Liashing appeared out of thin air, hovering over him. His eyes glimmered with a faint golden light, quietly observing the elder before him. The elder's eyes widened in shock, and he froze in place. This is... His voice trembled. The Liashing arbiter. He certainly recognized that mech. As the heir of the Rand family, he had seen the image of that mech in the family's texts since childhood. Its silver body, orange patterns, 2 pairs of crystal wings, and the diamond energy core on its chest. That was the ancestor's mech, the most glorious symbol in the history of the Rand family. And the ancestor had been missing for over 10,000 years. The elder's eyes turned red as he grasped Hao Changgeng's arm, his voice trembling as he said, "Please, come in. Quickly, please come in." He led Hao Changgeng into the manor. The interior of the manor appeared somewhat tidier than the exterior, but still bore the weight of time. The elder ushered Hao Changgeng into the main hall, arranged for him to sit, and then personally went to brew tea. The tea was of good quality, but Hao Changgeng was not in the mood to savor it. Liashing floated before the elder, slowly beginning to recount the great battle from 10,000 years ago. The pursuit by the top experts of the cultivation civilization, the divine sense attacks, the masters, demise, the heavy damage to the mech. Fleeing into another dimension, laying dormant for 10,000 years. The elder listened quietly, his expression somber. When Liashing finished the last line, the elder remained silent for a long time. "This is how the universe is," he sighed. "In times of great crisis, everything changes in an instant. We had a foreboding about the ancestors' fall, but hearing this news still..." He shook his head, unable to continue. "We, the younger generations, are unfilial." The elder continued. "We did not manage the inheritance left by our ancestor well, mismanaged it, fell into debt, and ultimately had to sell the company and move here." He bitterly smiled. Now the entire Rand family consists of only a few dozen people, barely surviving on this little farmland. Compared to the glory of the past, it's a world apart. Hao Changgeng remained silent, unsure of what to say. The elder raised his head, looking at Hao Changgeng with a hint of complex emotion in his gaze. "You are the heir of the ancestor," he stated. "In a sense, you are also part of our Rand family. If you don't mind, please stay with our family. Although we are no longer as glorious as in the past, we can still provide you with much assistance." Hao Changgeng opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the words caught in his throat. His purpose for this trip was to borrow funds and then hire a starship to rescue people. But looking at the elderly man before him and the dilapidated manor, he found it hard to voice those words. Borrow. They were barely making ends meet themselves. "Then, I'll be a bother," Hao Changgeng finally said. The elder's face broke into a relieved smile. He stood up and personally led Hao Changgeng to the guest room. The room was not large, but it was clean and tidy, with a view of the manor's backyard. Hao Changgeng stood by the window, gazing at the scenery outside, his feelings complex. Lixing's voice echoed in his mind, "Let's stay for now, or we can discuss other matters later." Hao Changgeng nodded. He lay on the unfamiliar bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, familiar faces surfacing in his mind. Li Mingwang, Lei Zhongheng, Xiao Ye, Lu Qing, and Tachibana Meizi. Everyone was still waiting for him. Outside, the sun slowly set in the west. The first night on Lingyu star had arrived. Hao Changgeng lay on his bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. The guest room was quiet, with only the occasional chirp of insects outside. Moonlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, casting a silvery line on the floor. The bed prepared for him by the elder of the manor was very soft, with a faint scent of herbs and plants on the bedding. Everything was conducive to sleep. Yet at this moment his mind was a chaotic mess, replaying the scenes of farewell with Lu Qing nestled in his embrace. And then there were Wang Lei, Li Ming, and the others who had unconditionally trusted him. They were all waiting. But now he could do nothing. The current state of the Land family left him feeling cold inside. Once a glorious noble clan, it was now reduced to a dilapidated manor and a few clan members barely scraping by. Borrow money. He felt embarrassed to even ask. But if he didn't speak up, how could he go back to save them? Liashing, he called out in his mind. Moi, are there any good ways to make money in the universe? Liashing fell silent for a moment, seemingly filtering the information. Then he spoke. Most cultivators go to the Adventurers Guild to take on missions. There are tasks like hunting monsters, gathering resources, escorting merchant convoys, and exploring ruins. There are all kinds of tasks. The rewards depend on the difficulty of the task. Some are high and some are low. Then let's go take some. Hao Changgeng's spirits lifted. The minimum requirement for a mission is Star Soldier level. Liashing calmly poured cold water on his enthusiasm. You are only at 5th level now, and you haven't even graduated from the trial period. The Adventurers Guild won't assign you any tasks. Hao Changgeng's expression fell. Star Soldier level. That was something to consider after reaching 9th level. He was currently only at 5th level, far from 9th, let alone Star Soldier. What should I do then? He asked unwillingly. Just wait like this. They are still on that planet, still waiting for me to return. There is another way. What way? Liesheng remained silent for a long time. Wait, he said, wait for 9 years. Hao Changgeng was stunned. 9 years. Galactic Standard Years, Liesheng explained. Converted to your blue star time, that would be about 18 years. Hao Changgeng fell completely silent. He was 18 this year. After 18 years, he would be 36. Could those waiting for him on the trial planet, Li Mingwang, Lei Zhang, Heng Xiao, Ye Luqing, and Tachibana Meizi, wait 18 years? The trials on that planet cycle every 100 years. 18 years and the star thieves should not come again. They could wait until he returned. But 18 years was too long. What can we do in 9 years? He asked, his voice a bit hoarse. Liesheng seemed to have expected him to ask this, explaining calmly. Every 9 standard years, the Galactic Federation holds an elite selection competition that sweeps across the entire galaxy. Elite selection competition. Yes. The age limit for participants is under 18 years, Galactic Standard Years, which translates to about 36 years in your blue star time, so you still have a chance. Hao Changgeng frowned tightly. 36. Are you saying I should wait 9 years to participate in this competition? Exactly. According to Galactic Standard Time, you still meet the eligibility criteria. Hao Changgeng remained silent for a moment. Can this competition make money? Liexing's tone changed, becoming serious. Not just money. Achieving a high rank in the elite selection competition will come with huge rewards. More importantly, those superpowers will notice you and take you under their wing for training. Superpowers? There are 5 major superpowers in the galaxy. Liesheng began to list them. The top 2 are controlled by the Galactic Federation government. One is the federal military, and the other is the mercenary alliance. Superpowers? There are 5 major superpowers in the galaxy. Liesheng began to list them. The top 2 are controlled by the Galactic Federation government. One is the federal military, and the other is the mercenary alliance. The third is the mechanical clan, which controls the mechanized technology. The mechanical clan is at the pinnacle of technology in our galaxy, overseeing nearly all tech companies. Stargate, travel, high-tech, equipment manufacturing, virtual worlds, artificial intelligence research. Everything related to technology falls under their domain. Hao Changgeng's eyes brightened. As a mecha engineer, mechanized technology sounded like the perfect fit for him. The fourth is the Galactic Bank, composed of various families in the galaxy. They control the economic lifeline of the entire galaxy and various interstellar trade systems. In terms of wealth, they are the richest among the 5 major powers. The last one is the Adventurers Guild. This is formed by some ancient cultivators covering a wide range of fields. They can issue and accept tasks and have some interstellar trade. They are the most loosely organized among the 5 major powers. After Liesheng finished speaking, he paused for a moment to give Hao Changgeng time to digest the information. Hao Changgeng's heart raced. 5 major superpowers. The Federal Military Mercenary Alliance, Mechanized Technology, Galactic Bank, Adventurers Guild. Each one was a massive entity, each holding resources beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. So which one should we join, he asked. You are a mecha engineer, Liesheng said. Cultivators of the technology faction are best suited to join mechanized technology. Only there can you obtain the most advanced technological skills. It will be most beneficial for your growth, and mechanized technology is quite united. Although there is competition internally, they present a united front externally. However, Liesheng shifted the topic. These are all later discussions. What you need to consider now is not which faction to join, but whether you can gain entry. Why? Because the threshold for the elite selection competition requires you to achieve a top ranking in this contest to be noticed by these powers. The top 10, or the top 100, only these geniuses are qualified to be directly recruited by the 5 major powers. Hao Changgeng took a deep breath. The top 100. In the entire galaxy, there are probably hundreds of millions, even billions of participants. But in the end, only 100 can get that entry ticket. Wait a minute. He suddenly realized a problem. You just said it happens every 9 years. When is the next one? In 3 months. Hao Changgeng suddenly sat up. In 3 months. Then why wait 9 years? We can participate in 3 months. Calm down. Liexing's tone remained calm. It would be meaningless for you to participate now. Why? Because the average strength of participants is Star Soldier level. Hao Changgeng opened his mouth, then closed it again. Star Soldier level. That was a major realm after the trial period, a leap in the level of life. He was currently at 5th level, not even graduated from the trial period. The gap between him and Star Soldier level was not a small difference, but an insurmountable chasm. The elite selection competition is composed of the finest talents nurtured by various factions, Liesheng continued. They have access to the best resources, the most excellent mentors, and the most advanced training environments. Most participants have already reached the 2nd or even 3rd stage of the Star Soldier level by the time they compete. If you go now, you won't even pass the preliminary round. Hao Changgeng clenched his teeth in reluctance. What if I can improve to around level 8 in 3 months and gain recognition from the fire source laws? Liesheng fell silent for a moment. The odds of winning are still very low, but it's not zero. What about the space source laws? Lai Xing's voice held a hint of surprise. If you can gain recognition from the space source laws during the trial period, even if you don't perform well, in the end you will be sought after by those major factions. Why? Because the laws of time and space are the hardest to comprehend. In the entire history of the galaxy, the number of geniuses who gained recognition from these two laws during the trial period is extremely rare. Every single one eventually became a star sovereign-level powerhouse. Hao Changgeng's eyes lit up. So if I can comprehend the space source laws within these 3 months, impossible. Lai Xing interrupted him without hesitation. Why? Because the disciples of those top families have resources that far exceed yours, and even they wouldn't dare to touch the space laws during the trial period. Do you think you are stronger than them? Hao Changgeng opened his mouth, but could not find the words. Lai Xing continued, the difficulty of comprehending the space laws far exceeds your imagination. The reason you possess spatial energy during the trial period is due to innate talent, not acquired comprehension. But talent is one thing and laws are another. To transition from possessing to comprehending is like crossing a chasm. Those innate spatial geniuses will first comprehend another law with the help of their families. For instance, fire, water, lightning, wind, etc. They will comprehend the space laws after reaching the star general level. No one would attempt to comprehend the space laws during the trial period because that is nearly impossible. Moreover, participants in the selection competition are not only geniuses from the galaxy, but also individuals from the other 4-star systems. What? Hao Changgeng was taken aback. Isn't this a competition exclusive to the galaxy? Why can people from other star systems participate? Because we have the money. Lai Xing's tone held a complex meaning. The galaxy is the most technologically advanced and economically prosperous among the 5-star systems. Those geniuses who are struggling in other star systems will come to the galaxy to try their luck. The elite selection competition is their best springboard. If they achieve a good rank in the competition, they will be recruited by the superpowers of the galaxy, allowing them to soar to great heights. Therefore, you will not only face the geniuses of the galaxy, but also the elemental mages of the elf race, the powerful beasts of the orc race, and the mentalists of the winged race, as well as those peculiar cultivators from the cultivation civilization. Although they meet the age requirement, their training duration may be dozens of times longer than yours. The pressure is immense. Hao Changgeng fell silent for a moment before asking, what about the fire attribute? In 3 months, can I gain recognition from the fire source laws? Is that possible? Lai Xing did not answer immediately. He was calculating, analyzing, and weighing the options. It is possible, he finally said, but it's difficult. What makes it difficult? Extreme battle. Comprehending it while on the brink of life and death. Where can I engage in such battles? In the virtual world. Lai Xing's voice became formal, as if introducing important information. The virtual world is a fully immersive space created by the mechanical race. In that world, you can do anything you want. Learn, fight, play games, entertain. As long as you can afford the cost, almost anything is possible. More importantly, in that world, you will sometimes cannot distinguish between the virtual and the real. Because the battles, injuries, and even death you experience there feel 100% real. Such extreme experiences of life and death can awaken your deepest potential. If you can engage in life and death struggles with fire attribute beasts in the virtual world, teetering on the edge of death repeatedly, your speed of comprehending the fire source laws will greatly accelerate. Hao Changgeng's breathing began to quicken. What makes it difficult? Extreme battle. Comprehending it while on the brink of life and death. Where can I engage in such battles? In the virtual world. It's too late now, I will take you tomorrow. Hao Changgeng lay back on the bed staring at the ceiling. 3 months. He needs to level up from 5 to around 8, while gaining recognition from the fire source laws. Then he will participate in the elite selection competition that gathers geniuses from the entire galaxy and even other star systems. Target top 100. It sounds like a fairy tale, but for some reason his heart raced. It was not fear but excitement. He recalled every day on that trial planet, competing for supplies, hunting beasts, being chased, counterattacking, breaking through, reshaping his mech, killing star soldier-level beasts. Each step was taken against impossible odds. This time will be no different. Lai Xing. You said those descendants of the big families have the best resources, best mentors, and best environments. That's right. But what they don't have, I do. What? You? Lai Xing fell silent. Hao Changgeng grinned and closed his eyes. Sleepiness surged like waves. Just before his consciousness plunged into darkness, he seemed to see a scene. On a grand arena, countless people were cheering. He stood at the highest point holding a trophy with representatives from the 5 major factions extending olive branches behind him. Li Ming waved his fist in the crowd. Wang Lei was laughing. Zhang Hong was whistling, and Xiao Yu was wiping her tears. Lu Qing and Tachibana Meizi stood together looking up at him with pride in their eyes. First place. He smiled in his dream. That night, he slept soundly. No tossing, no turning. The cheers, applause, and shouts in his dream were like an exhilarating war song sending him into the deepest slumber. Outside the window, twin moons rose, and the silvery moonlight spilled over the manor courtyard, stretching the shadows of the fruit trees long. In the distance, the city was brightly lit. Skyscrapers stood tall, and holographic projections intertwined in the night sky, forming flowing paintings. Meanwhile, in this quiet manor, a young man from Blue Star was dreaming of his glorious future. He did not know what would happen tomorrow, but he knew that no matter what happened, he would move forward, for those who were waiting for him to return, and for himself. The next morning, Hao Changgeng sat up, rubbing his eyes. The beautiful dream of winning last night still lingered in his mind, causing a smile to unconsciously grace his lips. He quickly washed up and stepped out of his guest room. The elderly man from the manor was already in the courtyard. Dressed in a coarse gray robe, he was watering the fruit trees in the yard. Seeing Hao Changgeng come out, he put down the watering can and nodded with a smile. "Did you sleep well?" "Very well, thank you for your hospitality." The old man waved his hand, indicating that he need not be so polite. Then he pulled out a cloth bag from his bosom and handed it to Hao Changgeng. "What is this?" Hao Changgeng took it and opened it to find a small pile of standard crystal cores, about 100 of them. "Just a little pocket money," the old man said. "It's not much, but it should be enough for you for a while." Hao Changgeng was taken aback. He opened his mouth to say something, but was stopped by the old man's raised hand. "You have inherited the legacy of your ancestors," the old man spoke calmly. "Though our Rand family has fallen, we can still provide this much. You do not refuse it." Hao Changgeng held the cloth bag, feeling warmth in his palms. "Thank you." Aside from those two words, he did not know what else to say. The old man smiled and turned back to continue watering the plants, no longer speaking. Hao Changgeng stored the cloth bag in his consciousness space and stepped out of the manor. His wings of light spread out as he flew towards the city. The branch of the Virtual World Company was located on a bustling street in the center of Linyu Star. The storefront was not large, but the decor was extremely sci-fi. The entire outer wall was made of flowing liquid metal, constantly changing colors and patterns. At times it converged into the company's logo, and at times it scattered into a sea of starlight. Through the transparent door wall, one could see the simple, yet technologically rich furnishings inside. Hao Changgeng pushed the door open. "Welcome," a woman approached him. Her skin was a pale silver color, while her hair was deep blue, tied up in a high ponytail. Hao Changgeng spoke fluently in the common tongue. "I would like to open an account." The woman gave him a careful look. "All right, please follow me." She led Hao Changgeng deeper into the shop and pushed open a metal door that led to a private room. The room was small, about 10 square meters, entirely made of silver gray metal. The walls, ceiling, and floor were all made of the same material, without any decorations or furniture. However, Hao Changgeng noticed that the surface of the metal was covered in intricate patterns, dense and intricate, extending from the walls to the ceiling and from the ceiling to the floor. It enveloped the entire room in a massive web of veins. "This is the consciousness collection room," the woman explained. "Each person's virtual world account is unique and requires the collection of their own consciousness fluctuations as identity proof, similar to fingerprint collection on your planet, but more complex." Hao Changgeng paused for a moment. He knew the technology in the galaxy was advanced, but he didn't expect that even his origins could be traced. The woman seemed to notice his confusion and added with a smile. "The room's scanning system will automatically recognize your race and home planet to ensure user safety. Please rest assured that all information will be kept strictly confidential." Hao Changgeng nodded, not asking further questions. "Please stand in the center of the room," the woman instructed. "The system will guide you to inject your mental power into the patterns on the wall. Once all the patterns are illuminated, the consciousness collection will be complete. This process may consume some mental energy, so please be prepared." The woman exited the room, and the metal door closed silently. Hao Changgeng stood in the center of the room, taking a deep breath. A few seconds later, the system's prompt sound echoed in the room. "The consciousness collection is about to begin. Please place your palm on the wall, release your mental power, and let it spread along the patterns." Hao Changgeng extended his right hand and pressed it against the metal wall in front of him. A cold sensation transmitted from his palm. He closed his eyes and began to release his mental power. The silver gray patterns seemed to come to life, illuminating one by one under the infusion of his mental power. At first it was quick, but as the mental power deepened, the speed gradually slowed. The patterns resembled a labyrinth in a spider's web, intricate and complex. Each illuminated line branched out into more. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. His mental power was depleting rapidly. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Half an hour later, when the last pattern was illuminated, Hao Changgeng felt as if his mind had been emptied. He swayed slightly, grasping the wall to prevent himself from collapsing. The system's prompt sound rang out again. "Consciousness collection complete. Your virtual world account has been successfully opened. Welcome to the virtual world, guiding you through your first login." Before the words finished, the scene before Hao Changgeng changed. The silver gray metal wall vanished, and he found himself standing on a bustling street. On both sides of the street were buildings of various styles, some with a technological feel, some natural, some classical, and even some exotic styles he could not name. People were coming and going on the street, a myriad of races. Many he had never seen before, coexisting harmoniously on this street. The sunlight poured down from above, warm and real. He could feel the wind brushing against his skin, smell the aroma of food wafting through the air, and even hear the distant melodies of street performers. Everything felt so real, unlike a virtual world. "This is the virtual world," a voice from his shoulder spoke. Hao Changgeng turned to look, and Liexing had somehow appeared on his shoulder, her eyes shimmering with a faint light. "After your first successful login, your consciousness will descend here," Liexing explained. "Everything you are feeling now, sunlight, wind, sense, sounds, is simulated by the system. But your brain cannot distinguish between the virtual and the real, so your sensations are 100% real." Hao Changgeng squatted down and reached out to touch the ground beneath his feet. The stone surface was rough, cool, and even had slight undulations. "This is amazing," he murmured. "Let's go, we should exit first," Liexing said. "After successfully opening an account, you can enter the virtual world anytime and anywhere and go back to train." Hao Changgeng nodded, his consciousness returning. The silver-gray metal wall reappeared before him. The illuminated patterns had dimmed, and the room returned to its original state. The system's prompt sound rang out again. "First login completed. Your account enjoys a 1-month free trial period. After the trial period ends, a usage fee of 200 standard crystal cores will be required monthly. Thank you for choosing the virtual world. We wish you a pleasant experience." Hao Changgeng pushed open the metal door and stepped out of the room. The silver-skinned woman was still waiting outside, smiling and nodding as she saw him come out. "The account has been successfully opened. Is there anything else you need, dear guest?" "Nothing else, thank you." Hao Changgeng exited the virtual world. Company wings of light spread wide as he flew back towards the manor. Returning to the manor, he eagerly returned to his room and sat cross-legged on the bed. With a single thought, he re-entered the virtual world. He found himself once again on a bustling street, exactly where he had logged in the first time. The flow of people on the street came and went with no one noticing his arrival. Liexing, where to next? The training ground. Guided by Liexing, Hao Changgeng crossed several streets and arrived in front of a massive building. The building's exterior resembled an ancient temple, but the holographic projection at the entrance exuded a strong sense of technology. Two entirely different styles perfectly fused here. He pushed the door open. Inside was a spacious hall with rows of metal doors lining the walls, each marked with different numbers. In the center of the hall stood a gigantic holographic sand table displaying various terrains and scenes. "The training ground requires a fee to use," Liexing said. "But the price is not high. With our current financial situation, we can afford it completely." Hao Changgeng approached the holographic sand table in the center of the hall and began to swipe his finger across it. The sand table immediately responded, displaying lines of options. Terrain type: volcano, ice field, desert, ocean, jungle. Opponent race: monster, human, beast, winged elf. Opponent level: trial phase, level 1 to 9, star soldier, level 1 to 9. Opponent attribute: fire, water, wind, thunder, earth, space. Hao Changgeng began to make selections according to Liexing's recommendations. Terrain type: volcano. Opponent race: monster. Opponent level: trial phase, level 8. Opponent attribute: fire. Opponent type: flame lizard. The moment he confirmed his selection, the scene before him abruptly changed. The hall vanished, the sand table disappeared, and everything around him rapidly reconfigured. The ground beneath him cracked open and scorching magma surged from the fissures, gathering into a rolling sea of fire at his feet. The sky above was shrouded in thick smoke, with flames occasionally striking down from the clouds. The temperature was soaring. Hao Changgeng could clearly feel the heat wave hitting him, smell the acrid scent of sulfur in the air, and even sense the sweat trickling down his forehead. "This is too real," he murmured. "This is the terrifying aspect of the virtual world," Liexing said. "Only by fighting in such extreme environments can you maximize your potential." Hao Changgeng took a deep breath, the heat wave filling his lungs, causing him to cough twice involuntarily. "Where's the mech?" he asked. Just as he finished speaking, a black mech appeared from thin air, attaching itself to him. The mech's design was not particularly imposing, even somewhat plain. Entirely black with simple lines and no unnecessary patterns or decorations. Compared to Liexing's silver gold mech, it was like the difference between a luxury sports car and a tractor. "This is a prototype mech," Liexing explained. "It is mainly used for beginner training, lacking a motion capture system, unable to predict opponents, and unable to condense weapons. All you can rely on are your own reaction speed and strength." Hao Changgeng clenched his fist. The mech's hand followed suit, its mechanical joints emitting a faint clicking sound, and the grip felt quite decent. "Are you ready?" "I'm ready." As soon as he spoke, a ripple appeared in the void. A massive lizard materialized out of nowhere. The lizard was over 100 meters long, covered in dark red scales. Between the scales, magma flowed, emitting a blazing red glow. Its limbs were robust, and its claws sharp, with a massive mouth slightly ajar, revealing rows of serrated teeth with magma even dripping between them. Flame Lizard. Trial Phase Level 8. An opponent 3 levels above Hao Changgeng. The moment the flame lizard appeared, its slit pupils locked onto the small black figure before it. Its mouth opened and a fierce red light shone from deep within its throat. Be careful. Lixing's warning was not finished when a torrent of searing flames erupted from the flame lizard's mouth. The flames moved at an astonishing speed, nearly reaching Hao Changgeng the instant the flame lizard opened its mouth. He had no time to react, instinctively raising his arms to block. Bang! The scorching flames engulfed the entire mech. The terrifying heat penetrated through the mech's exterior, conducting to Hao Changgeng's body. It felt like being thrown into a steel furnace, with every inch of skin burning and each breath feeling like inhaling flames. Pain. It hurt like hell. Lixing's voice echoed amidst the flames, yet it was eerily calm. Although all of this is virtual, your feelings are 100% real. The sensation of being burned by flames is no different from being truly burned. As the flames dissipated, the mech's exterior was charred, but its overall structure remained intact. After all, it was a mech, and it still had some defensive capability. However, Hao Changgeng's condition was not ideal. His breathing was rapid, his heart racing, and his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. The lingering fear of being engulfed by flames remained in his body, making his fingers tremble slightly. Adjust your state, Lixing said. Prepare for battle. This prototype mech has no weapon system, so you should try close combat first. The difference in your levels is not significant. There is still a chance of victory. Hao Changgeng gritted his teeth, suppressing the fear. He exerted force in his legs, and the mech transformed into a black shadow, charging toward the flame lizard. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. He leaped up, swinging the mech's right fist down toward the flame lizard's head. Bang! His fist struck the top of the flame lizard's head with a dull thud. The flame lizard's head sank slightly for a moment, but that was it. Those dark red scales showed not a single crack. Hao Changgeng felt as if his fist had struck an iron mountain, the rebound force causing his entire arm to go numb. The flame lizard was enraged by this punch, and its tail whipped around fiercely. The flaming hammer-shaped tail tip, accompanied by a whistling sound, struck the mech with a thud. Bang! The mech was sent flying by the tail, tumbling several times in the lava, splashing up waves of fire. Hao Changgeng crawled up from the lava, the mech's exterior covered in scorching magma, causing him to grimace. Come again, he gritted his teeth and charged once more. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. Each strike landed on the flame lizard, each one felt like striking an iron mountain. And each of the flame lizard's counterattacks left him in agony. In previous battles, there had been Lixing's data analysis, the mech prediction system, and the violent boost from the vector thruster. He had grown accustomed to fighting in an overpowered state, used to crushing his opponents and achieving victory. Only now, stripped of those external aids, did he realize he was not a genius after all. He was just an ordinary person. An ordinary person who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation, who had not even touched the threshold of the laws. The burning flame lizard seemed weary of this monotonous entanglement. Its mouth opened once more and magma surged from all directions, coalescing into a massive fireball. The fireball grew larger and brighter, emanating a terrifying heat. Hao Changgeng wanted to evade. Yet the burning flame lizard's eyes locked onto him, the sense of oppression palpable, making it difficult for him to even move a finger. The fireball erupted. The entire space was enveloped in flames, leaving Hao Changgeng with no escape. The flames devoured the mech. This time it was even more ferocious than before. The exterior of the mech began to melt under the extreme heat. The black metal transformed into a dark red, then to a bright red, and then shattered. Hao Changgeng felt the terror of death. His skin was burning, his blood boiling, his bones melting. He wanted to scream, but no sound would come. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. He wanted to wake up, but he couldn't. In that final moment, he felt as if he had turned to ashes in the flames. Then, Hao Changgeng abruptly opened his eyes. He was still sitting on the bed in the guest room. He was drenched in sweat as if he had just been pulled from water. His breath was rapid and his heart was racing. The room was very quiet. Outside, the sun shone brightly with no magma, no flames, and no burning flame lizard. This was reality. He had returned. The voice of Lixing echoed in his mind. How do you feel? Hao Changgeng gasped for air, taking a long time to calm down. Very real, his voice came out hoarsely. In that last moment, I even thought I was really going to be burned to death. Then what? Then? A glimmer of light flickered in Hao Changgeng's eyes. In that endless sea of flames, I seemed to sense something different. Lixing fell silent for a moment. That was the embryonic form of a law, he said. Only on the brink of life and death can one touch such things. Hao Changgeng looked down at his hands. Sweat still lingered on his palms, and his fingertips trembled slightly. Yet that fleeting essence he glimpsed through the flames remained deep within his consciousness, like a seed waiting to sprout. The horror of the virtual world lies in its ability to convince both your body and consciousness that you're truly fighting, truly facing death. Lixing continued, time and again challenging yourself, teetering on the edge of death and being reborn from the flames. Only by experiencing these can one grow rapidly and break through swiftly. Hao Changgeng took a deep breath, suppressing the lingering fear. Continue, he said. Aren't you going to take a break? No breaks. He stood up, walked to the window, and took a breath. I have no time to rest. Outside sunlight bathed the courtyard, and the leaves of the fruit trees swayed gently in the breeze. The distant city skyline was faintly visible on the horizon, with skyscrapers standing tall, holographic projections dazzling in light. This was a strange world. But he was gradually adapting. Lieshing, moi. 3 months from now, can I really stand on that arena? Lieshing did not answer immediately. I don't know, he said. But if you don't even try, you definitely won't make it. Hao Changgeng smiled. You're right. He turned around, sat cross-legged back on the bed, and closed his eyes. With a thought, he re-entered the virtual world. The sea of magma. The burning flame lizard. A new round of battle. This time he lasted longer. Not because the mech was stronger, nor because the burning flame lizard was weaker, but because he was growing. His reactions were quickening, his strikes were more precise, and his dodges were improving. Although ultimately he was still consumed by flames, this time at the moment of death, he saw something different again. That essence was clearer than before. Time and again. Over and over. He did not know how many times he would fail, nor how many times he would be burned to death. But he knew that with each failure, he was one step closer to success. A faint glow of fire was circulating around him. So weak, so faint that it was almost invisible. Yet it existed. That was the seed of the law beginning to sprout. 1 month. For a whole month, Hao Changgeng was like an indefatigable warrior, splitting himself in two. Half of the time, he was immersed in the sea of magma in the virtual world, engaging in endless battles with the level 8 burning flame lizard. Each time he was consumed by flames, each time he lingered on the brink of death, made that faint flame essence clearer. The other half of the time he sat cross-legged on the bed, his consciousness sinking into that ancient tattered page, gazing at the golden spark. Though small, that spark contained the supreme rules of fire. That was a power that transcended the laws themselves, the ultimate mystery of flames. He could not comprehend it, but he could feel it. That feeling could not be described in words. Like an infant who does not understand what light is, yet instinctively looks towards the source of brightness. He did not know what it was, but he knew it was the direction he needed to head towards. The dual insights accelerated his progress. On this day, in the virtual world, the sea of magma, a black experimental mech floated above the roiling magma, facing the burning flame lizard that had accompanied him for a month. It still bore the same appearance, 100-meter-long body, magma flowing through the gaps in its scales, its vertical pupils filled with brutality. Hao Changgeng had confronted it countless times, defeated countless times, burned countless times, devoured by death countless times. But this time it was different. Deep within Hao Changgeng's brow, something was coalescing. A point of golden firelight, from nothing to being, from small to large, from blurry to clear. It slowly took shape in the center of his brow, like a seed breaking through the soil. The recognition of the source law of fire. In that instant, Hao Changgeng felt as if the entire world had changed. He no longer merely felt the flames, he understood the flames. The temperature of the flames, the form of the flames, the breath of the flames, the will of the flames. Everything became so clear, so transparent, as if the flames were a part of his body, and he was the flames themselves. Recognition of the law. He finally obtained the ticket to a higher level. At that moment, the black experimental mech underwent a dramatic transformation. Crimson and gold flame patterns spread out from the core of the mech. Like veins, they extended along the seams of the armor to the limbs, torso, and head. Those patterns emitted a blazing light, depicting intricate designs on the surface of the black mech. The mech's eyes lit up, not in cold blue, but in fierce golden red. The burning flame lizard seemed to sense something. Its vertical pupils slightly contracted, instinctively retreating half a step. Hao Changgeng rushed forward. Without any flashy technique, he simply threw a punch. Golden red flames ignited on his fist. Boom! That punch struck the head of the flame lizard, erupting in a muffled thud. The flame lizard's head snapped back, and its massive body retreated several meters under the force of the blow. It was stunned. With a furious roar, it swung its massive tail, attempting to force back this suddenly empowered opponent. Hao Changgeng did not retreat. He pressed forward with a second punch, a third punch, and a fourth punch. Each hit landed squarely on the flame lizard's head, neck, and joints. Golden red sparks erupted from his fist, exploding into blooming flames upon the flame lizard's scales. These flames were not ordinary. They contained the power of the laws. The proud defenses of the flame lizard crumbled like paper before these flames. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. When the 10th punch landed, the flame lizard's head could no longer withstand the impact. The dark red scales shattered and magma-like blood surged from the cracks. Its massive body collapsed with a thud, plunging into the magma and splashing up a towering wave of fire. It was dead. An 8th-level flame lizard was beaten to death by his relentless punches. Hao Changgeng hovered above the magma, looking down at his own fist. On the black mech shell, the golden red flame patterns were slowly dimming, but they had already proven their power. He exited the virtual world. In the moment of returning to consciousness, he felt an unprecedented surge of power flowing within him. It was the embryonic form of the star core coalescing. In the deepest part of his consciousness space, a tiny point of light was taking shape. It spun slowly, emitting a soft glow like a newly born star. With each rotation, pure source energy was released, flowing through his meridians throughout his body. The mark of 6th level, embryonic star core. Hao Changgeng opened his eyes and lifted his right hand palm facing up. Without activating any source energy, he simply relaxed his body, and then he floated up. His body left the bed suspended in midair. The gravitational pull of the planet still existed, but the energy field generated by the embryonic star core counteracted part of the gravity, allowing him to float freely. Flying, though it was still rough and the speed was far inferior to the light wings. But this was true flight, relying solely on his own power without any external force. He slowly descended back to the bed, a satisfied smile creeping up his lips. Not bad. The voice of the Starbreaker echoed in his mind, carrying a rare note of approval. Hao Changgeng opened his eyes and lifted his right hand palm facing up. Without activating any source energy, he simply relaxed his body, and then he floated up. That point of light rotated slowly, its glow weak. Yet it resembled an inexhaustible spring, continuously supplying source energy outward. He could distinctly feel that the star core itself had no specific attribute. The released source energy was neutral and could be transformed into any attribute. Starbreaker. He opened his eyes and asked, somewhat puzzled, "The star core seems to lack any special attributes." "That's right," Starbreaker explained. "The star core is the foundation of your source energy, and all the various laws you comprehend in the future will be derived from it. You can imagine the source energy released by the star core as a blank energy that can be transformed into any attribute. To convert it into the corresponding attribute, you must have a profound understanding of that attribute. This is the recognition of the source law." Hao Changgeng nodded thoughtfully. "In fact, all level advancements come with bottlenecks." Starbreaker continued. "In the early stages, breakthroughs can be achieved by absorbing the crystal cores of demon beasts, because the crystal cores contain the demon beast's comprehension of the laws. But this method essentially borrows others' comprehension rather than possessing one's own. The offspring of those top families would never begin by absorbing demon beast crystal cores." Hao Changgeng was taken aback. "Then how do they improve?" "Just like you comprehend the spark of fire on that torn page," Starbreaker replied. "Those major families possess similar treasures for their younger generations to observe and comprehend. The effect is far superior to absorbing demon beast crystal cores, because that is pure untainted source of the law. Absorbing demon beast crystal cores is essentially observing the cultivation source of the demon beasts, but the comprehension of the demon beasts is after all their own, carrying the impurities and limitations of the demon beasts themselves. Thus true geniuses disdain to use such methods." Hao Changgeng fell silent. He recalled how many demon beast crystal cores he had absorbed on his journey: 3rd level, 4th level, 5th level, and even star soldier level. Each absorption made him stronger, but each absorption also left a trace of impurity in his foundation. "Then how will I comprehend my spatial attribute in the future?" he asked with some concern. Starbreaker was silent for a long time. "Let's talk about it later," he finally said. "For example, the Heart of Dimensions, a supreme treasure of the spatial system, can help you easily comprehend the laws of space." Hao Changgeng's eyes lit up. "Is that thing expensive?" Starbreaker's tone was rather flat. "It could be exchanged for about 10,000 star soldier level slaves." Hao Changgeng's face darkened. 10,000 star soldier level slaves. He couldn't even defeat 1 star soldier level now. "Then you might as well say an egg." He couldn't help but curse. Starbreaker paid no heed to his foul language, maintaining a calm tone. "This is why even the descendants of those top families would not begin to comprehend the laws of space. It's too difficult, so difficult that even they shy away." Hao Changgeng took a deep breath, suppressing the frustration. "What do we plan to do next?" "Continue to improve." Starbreaker said. "Strive to raise your level to 9th within the next 2 months. If it doesn't work, 8th is also acceptable. Only then will there be a chance to pass the preliminary round. Otherwise..." He paused. "If we can't even get past the preliminary round, that would be too embarrassing." Hao Changgeng nodded, the light in his eyes rekindling. 2 months. He had 2 months left. In the following 2 months, Hao Changgeng entered an even more frenzied training mode. During the day, he battled in the virtual world, and at night, he observed the spark of fire on the torn page. His level rose from 6th to 7th, from 7th to 8th. Each breakthrough was accompanied by countless near-death experiences. He had been burned in magma, frozen in glaciers, torn apart in storms, and turned to charcoal in the sea of thunder. Each death felt incredibly real, and each rebirth deepened his understanding of fire. His mastery over the fire attribute laws grew stronger. On the black experimental mech, the golden-red flame patterns multiplied and brightened. He went from barely defeating the 8th level flame lizard at first to effortlessly crushing it, and finally, he could shatter a 9th level fire attribute demon beast with a single punch. Yet he still had not broken through to the 9th level. At the peak of 8th level, he was just a step away from 9th level. But that threshold loomed like a mountain immovable before him. No rush, said Lieshing. The 9th level's bottleneck is not so easily broken. You have already done very well. 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. At this moment, only 3 days remained until the deadline for the preliminary registration. All right, Liexing's voice echoed in Hao Changgeng's mind. Let's put the cultivation on hold for now and go register. If we delay, we will miss the chance. Hao Changgeng stood up from his bed. Compared to 2 months ago, his appearance had not changed much. However, deep within his brow, there was a flickering golden flame. It was the mark of the fire elemental law's acknowledgement, like a brand etched deep into his soul. He walked out of the guest room and greeted the elder of the manor. The elder looked at the flame on his brow, a gleam of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. You are leaving? Yes, I am. Take care. I will. With his wings of light unfurled, Hao Changgeng soared into the sky, heading towards the registration point. The registration point was located in a colossal building at the heart of the city. The exterior of the building resembled a massive silver sphere hovering in midair, surrounded by rings of light. This was a hallmark design of the mechanized technology, perfectly blending science and art, leaving a lasting impression. Hao Changgeng descended onto the square in front of the building and followed the crowd inside. The moment he entered, he was astonished by the scene before him. From the outside, while the building was enormous, it was only several kilometers in size. But once inside, the space suddenly expanded. Not just expanded. The entire space had transformed into another world. It was an endless grassland. The sky was a deep blue dotted with fluffy white clouds, and a gentle breeze brushed against him. In the distance, there were rolling mountains, and nearby flowed a clear stream, everything looking so real and natural. This is spatial overlay technology, Liexing's voice rang out. Otherwise, such a vast area could not accommodate so many people. Hao Changgeng looked around. The crowd was dense, filled with people. Beastmen, winged beings, elves, and races he could not name. He roughly estimated there were at least over 100 million people, over 100 million contestants, talents from the galaxy, and even other star systems. Moreover, there were hundreds of such preliminary venues in the galaxy. Hao Changgeng carefully observed the contestants around him. The vast majority were of the human race, the mainstream race of the galaxy. Their auras were stable, most having already reached the Star Soldier level. Star Soldier 1st, 2nd, 3rd rank. Occasionally, he could see the existence of a Star Soldier of the 4th rank, a height he needed to look up to. Only a very few like him were still in the trial phase, 8th or 9th level, scattered here and there. Among the crowd, a few figures stood out. In the distance, a young woman stood atop a brilliantly glowing flying sword hovering above the crowd. She wore a blue robe, her features picturesque, surrounded by a faint sword intent. That sword intent was sharp and fierce, as if it could cut through anything. From the Qingshu galaxy, a civilization of cultivation. The fluctuations around her were exceptionally strong, already at the peak of foundation establishment. Converted, she was at least at the 3rd rank of Star Soldier. Her gaze swept across the crowd, cold and distant, like a fairy overlooking the mundane world. On another side, a beast man with a wolf's head caught Hao Changgeng's attention. He was nearly 3 meters tall, his muscles taut like a moving hill. His fur was deep gray, and his eyes were amber, radiating a wild glow. His hands were enormous, and his sharp claws glistened with a cold light under the sun. From the Kangmang galaxy of the Beastmen tribe, his aura was equally fierce, at least at the 3rd rank of Star Soldier. Such strong beings were everywhere. Standing among the crowd, his 8th level strength felt like a drop of water in the ocean, making not even a ripple. But he did not flinch. His gaze pierced through the crowd, looking towards the sky above the center of the grassland. There a figure was materializing. Light gathered from the void, ultimately condensing into a human form. It was a middle-aged man with a sturdy build and a resolute face, unfolding a pair of green wings of light behind him. The color of the wings represented the attributes of the source energy, life, nature, wind, or some attribute he could not identify. The man's appearance silenced the entire grassland. The gazes of over 100 million people fell upon him simultaneously. His voice resonated throughout the space, clear and distinct to every individual. Attention, all contestants. This competition is organized by the Galactic Federation government, and there are only 2 requirements for the contestants. First, the age must be within 18 galactic standard years with specific details verified by the system. Second, during the competition, no contestant is allowed to use standardized equipment. The specific rules can be referred to in the contestant handbook. Any violation will result in disqualification from the competition. Alright, next the system will scan each contestant's bone age. Once the scan is complete, registration will end. As his words fell, a wave of blue light spread through the void. The wave of light was silent but covered the entire grassland. It swept over each individual like an invisible wind. It carried no oppressive feeling, yet everyone felt as if they were being seen through. In just a few seconds, the blue light wave dissipated. Immediately after, countless red light dots shot out from the void, accurately marking thousands of people. Those marked individuals changed their expressions greatly, Some shouted in anger, while others tried to argue. But the Star General level expert did not give them a chance, simply waving his hand coldly. In the void, countless beams of guiding light shot out, lifting the marked individuals one by one and throwing them out of this space. Clean and decisive with no hesitation. The crowd erupted into a murmur. Some were dissatisfied, some cursed, but more were silent. Those who were expelled had clearly exceeded the age limit. Under the system's skin, all disguises were futile. Once the scene quieted down, the strong man spoke again. You have all successfully registered, and the preliminary competition is next. The preliminary competition starts in 3 days right here. No waiting for those who are late. His words were few, his tone cold, with no unnecessary explanations. After speaking, his figure began to dissipate, turning into specks of light that merged into the void. On the grassland, over 100 million contestants began to leave in an orderly fashion. Different exits led to various directions in the city, gradually dispersing. Hao Changgeng followed the crowd out of the building, unfurling his wings of light as he flew towards the manor. On the way back, he couldn't help but ask Liexing, was that a Star General level expert? Indeed, Liexing's voice replied. Star General level experts can traverse star systems and freely explore between different galaxies. Hao Changgeng's heart was filled with yearning. Star Soldier, Star General, Star Lord. Those were levels he had never even imagined. But at this moment, he was taking steps towards that direction. Let's go, said Liexing. We need to go back and prepare. There are some important points I need to clarify with you. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if you violate the rules later. Hao Changgeng nodded, quickening his pace as he flew towards the manor. 3 days later, the preliminary competition. And he, an 8th level trialist, would compete alongside countless Star Soldier level geniuses. It sounded like a joke, but he did not find it funny. He would make everyone know. Being at the 8th level is also strong. When he returned to the manor, the old man was waiting for him at the door. Seeing Hao Changgeng descend from the sky, a mysterious smile appeared on the old man's face. Come, come, come. He tugged at Hao Changgeng's sleeve and jogged through the courtyard, winding around several fruit trees to a stone chamber deep within the manor. The stone chamber appeared ancient, with vines crawling up its walls. The heavy stone door was engraved with patterns that Hao Changgeng could not understand. The old man pulled an ancient key from his pocket, inserted it into the lock, and turned it several times. The stone door slowly opened. Inside, the chamber was spacious, with a massive safe placed in the center. The safe was entirely silver-white, with no decorations on its surface, but it emitted a faint glow in the darkness, clearly not an ordinary object. The old man stepped forward and placed his palm on the door of the safe. A wave of light swept out from the door, gliding over his palm. Click! The door opened. Inside was only a piece of metal. The metal was approximately 1 meter square, displaying a strange dark golden color, with fine patterns slowly flowing across its surface. The glow was soft, as if seeping from within the metal, making it hard for one to look away. What is this? Hao Changgeng asked, somewhat puzzled. The old man chuckled, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. This is the super meta metal, flame sequence alloy, that I secretly kept when the company went bankrupt. He gently stroked the surface of the metal, as if caressing a long-buried memory. Originally, I intended to wait for my ancestor to return and use it to upgrade the weapon module. Now it is entrusted to you. He did not know what this piece of metal signified, but the old man's gaze told him it was something extraordinary. Tear Star, he called out in his mind. Quick, bring it into the consciousness space. Tear Star's tone was clearly excited. With Hao Changgeng's guidance, the dark golden metal vanished in an instant. It then appeared deep within his consciousness, suspended before the mech. The old man's smile deepened. Go ahead. He patted Hao Changgeng on the shoulder. I believe you will achieve great results. After bidding farewell to the old man, Hao Changgeng hurried back to his guest room. Tear Star, what exactly is that thing? He asked eagerly. Tear Star's voice still held a hint of excitement. It's a 3S level super meta metal, flame sequence alloy. This piece is worth over 1 million standard crystal cores. Hao Changgeng's breath stopped for a moment. Over 1 million. A thought suddenly arose. Sell it. Hire a starship, go back to save people. As soon as that thought emerged, it was ruthlessly snuffed out by Tear Star. Stop it. Tear Star's voice turned cold. I know what you're thinking. This metal is the last remaining foundation of the Rand family. The old man spent countless efforts to preserve it. Would you be worthy of them if you sold it now? Hao Changgeng fell silent. Tear Star was right. The old man gave it to him out of trust and expectation. He could not let down this sentiment. Use it to upgrade the weapon module of the mech. Tear Star continued. With this flame sequence alloy, the mech can condense a burning core ion cannon. Coupled with your current understanding of the fire source law, a single shot could definitely severely injure those Star Soldier level 1 or 2 opponents. Hao Changgeng's eyes brightened. But soon he frowned again. Isn't the organizer prohibiting the use of standard equipment? This is not standard equipment, Tear Star explained. This is equipment condensed and parsed by the mech itself, essentially a part of the mech. To unleash its maximum power, the driver's understanding of the laws is still required. If the understanding of the laws is insufficient, the power will be limited. What is officially prohibited are those large-scale destructive weapons that can be activated without any understanding, like the disintegration ray gun ion pulse cannon and the like. Such things can cause tremendous damage even in the hands of someone who is utterly incapable. The weapons condensed by the mech are different. They fundamentally require the driver's comprehension of the laws to operate. The deeper your comprehension of the laws, the greater its power. Hao Changgeng pondered. Star continued, let me give you a simple example, like the magical treasures of the cultivation civilization. The organizers would not restrict them because no matter how powerful a magical treasure is, if you lack sufficient cultivation, you cannot unleash its power. However, they prohibit consumables like talismans. Those things can cause large-scale damage without requiring cultivation. Similarly, you can attack using the weapons condensed by the mech, but you cannot use standardized large-scale destructive weapons. Hao Changgeng fully understood. So according to you, doesn't that mean I now have the capital to challenge those Star Soldier-level contestants? Exactly, Star said. Don't forget the core of our mech is the fragment of the universal holy code, which will provide us with endless fire source energy. As long as your understanding of the laws is sufficient, you can continuously unleash high-intensity attacks. Hao Changgeng took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. All right, take it easy for the next couple of days, Star said. I need to quickly integrate this metal into the weapon module. In the consciousness space, thousands of fist-sized spider-like robots surged out of the mech. They instantly surrounded the dark golden flame sequence alloy, their slender mechanical arms extending simultaneously, beginning to cut and decompose it bit by bit. The metal was decomposed into countless tiny particles transported by the robots to the mech's right arm, where it was recombined, condensed, and forged. Hao Changgeng could not comprehend those processes, but he could feel that the right arm of the mech was undergoing some subtle changes. The energy fluctuations grew stronger and more substantial, like a sleeping giant beast slowly awakening. He spent 2 days waiting. During those 2 days, he did not engage in battles in the virtual world. Star was right, he needed to relax, allowing his nerves, which had been tense for over 2 months, to ease. He sat in the courtyard of the manor, watching the old man busy among the fruit trees, seeing the sunlight sprinkled down through the gaps in the leaves. His mind was calm, and the source energy became even more active. The golden fire point deep within his brow flickered in and out, radiating a warm glow. 2 days later, the weapon module of the mech was finally upgraded. Hao Changgeng could not wait to arrive at a clearing outside the manor. With a thought, the mech manifested. The silver golden giant appeared out of thin air, its 50-meter figure casting a massive shadow in the sunlight. From the outside, the mech seemed no different than before. Still sleek armor, still golden red patterns, still those dreamlike wings of light. But the right arm was different. Star, can you show it? Star did not respond, but the mech's right arm began to transform. The armor flowed, restructured, and shrank. This process resembled liquid solidifying or a sculpture taking form. In the blink of an eye, a strange cannon appeared on the right arm of the mech. The cannon's design was extremely complex, covered with swirling golden spiral rings. Each ring rotated slowly, each in a different direction. Between the rings, blue arcs of electricity danced, emitting faint crackling sounds. At the cannon's mouth, a point of golden red light coalesced, flickering like a beating heart. Hao Changgeng did not activate it, but he could feel the terrifying energy within. It was a destructive power compressed to the extreme, ready to explode at any moment. Phoenix Core Ion Cannon, Li Xing announced with a trace of satisfaction, insisting that though it was only the rudimentary model, it would suffice against Star Soldier opponents of the first or second rank. Hao Changgeng wanted to test its power, but glanced around. A single blast might level half the manor. He decided to wait and try it in the arena. He stowed the mecha. The old man, who had somehow moved to the manor gate, watched him from afar with a pleased smile and a faint, barely noticeable moisture in his eyes. Go, the elder said, I believe you will succeed. Hao Changgeng nodded, said nothing more, unfolded his light wings, and soared toward the selection arena. A vast silver sphere floated in midair, encircled by rings of luminous halos. The plaza was sparsely populated, and now and then participants descended from the sky and drifted into the buildings in small groups. Hao Changgeng did not hurry inside. He stood at the plaza's edge, watching the silver orb, a peculiar sensation welling within him. Li Xing. Yes, Hao asked, how many such selection sites exist across the galaxy? Hundreds, Li Xing replied. Each site selects candidates who then proceed to Linglan Star for subsequent rounds. The number of advancement slots at each site is not fixed, depending on the number and caliber of participants. But one thing is certain, Li Xing added, only the very top tier will reach the end. Hundreds of sites meant hundreds of billions of contestants. Only the top 100 slots were at stake. Hao Changgeng inhaled deeply and stepped into the building. The same boundless grassland stretched out before him, but he had no mood to admire the view. He took a corner and waited in silence. Contestants arrived in waves. The crowd swelled from hundreds of thousands to millions, from millions to tens of millions. There were even several presences he could not fathom. Those people stood within the throng and naturally formed a vacuum around them, so no one dared approach. Time ticked by. At last the figure reappeared. Green light wings unfolded in the void as a star general rank powerhouse descended from the sky and hovered above the crowd. His gaze swept the assembly like a deity surveying ants. The clamor fell silent. The contest will begin presently, he announced, his voice soft, yet unmistakable, in every ear. Before we begin, he continued, I will announce the rules of this election. The hall held its breath. Shortly, each of you will receive a token. He waved, and countless motes of light manifested, drifting precisely toward each person. Hao Changgeng reached out and caught a palm-sized silver-white token. It felt cool to the touch, its surface engraved with intricate energy patterns, and a single digit sat at its center. 1. Each token represents 1 point. The powerful voice continued, the rule was simple, collect 10,000 tokens to advance. Those who advanced would gain the qualification to travel to Linglan Star for subsequent contests. The selection would last 1 month. Anyone unable to amass the required tokens by then would be eliminated, he declared, pausing as his gaze sharpened. There were no other provisions. Deliberate killing was forbidden, he added, but if someone could not restrain themselves and perished, that was their own consequence. A murmur ran through the crowd. If you encountered danger, you could call to withdraw and be extracted. Yet withdrawal meant forfeiting your qualification. Very well, he said with a cold curl to his mouth, the selection begins now. At his words, the space began to tremble wildly. It was not an earthquake, but the quiver of space itself. Hao Changgeng recognized the sensation as the precursor to spatial transfer. He had felt something similar in jump corridors before, but this time the scale far exceeded any prior experience. Hundreds of millions of people were being transferred at once. Light swallowed everything. When Hao Changgeng could see clearly again, he was no longer on the grassland. He stood among rolling mountain ranges. Beneath his feet lay solid rock, and overhead a gray, hazy sky. Snow-capped peaks loomed faintly through the clouds in the distance, and the air carried a cold, dry bite. All around was silent. There were no other people. Lai Xing Hao whispered, what place is this? Selection Arena, Lai Xing replied calmly. It was a modified planet. Spatial transfer technology would randomly scatter contestants across its surface. Our position is roughly a mountain region in the southern hemisphere, Lai Xing said. Hao scanned his surroundings and fixed his gaze on a concealed mountainside. There was a small cave entrance partially hidden by rocks, almost impossible to notice at a glance. Hide first, Lai Xing advised, and observe the situation. Hao Changgeng hurried to the opening and slipped inside. The cavern was compact, but large enough for one. He blocked the mouth with stones, leaving only a narrow slit for watching the outside. This selection, Lai Xing's voice echoed in his mind, is essentially a great free-for-all. Each person starts with 1 token and must amass 10,000 to advance. That meant at least 9,999 people would lose their tokens, in other words, be eliminated. Hao listened in silence. At the beginning, most would choose to hide, Lai Xing continued. There was a month, as time wore on, tokens would concentrate, and collecting would become more efficient. Revealing yourself too early only made you a target. What then? Hao asked. Wait, Lai Xing replied. Do not simply sit idle, Lai Xing added. The mecha scanning system can cover tens of thousands of kilometers. From here we will observe which regions erupt in conflict, and which remain relatively safe. West 800 kilometers, a single faint signature, likely wounded. 3 figures are moving toward him. This is not coincidence, but a deliberate encirclement. The scanning system activated. Terrain, life signatures, and energy fluctuations across tens of thousands of kilometers unfolded in his awareness. He deftly filtered the valuable information. Far off, several points displayed unusually violent energy fluctuations. East 1,200 kilometers, Lai Xing marked. There is combat, Lai Xing reported. 2-star soldier rank 1 combatants show nearly identical energy signatures. They are likely locked in a struggle. West 800 kilometers, a single faint signature, likely wounded. 3 figures are moving toward him. This is not coincidence, but a deliberate encirclement. North. Lai Xing continued to relay the scan results, which Hao committed to memory. Distant explosions echoed through the mountain valleys. Those sounds were the noise of battle. People had already begun to clash. Hao leaned against the cave wall and closed his eyes. He did not need to act now. There was time, and the prey was not yet fat. Wait. Wait until tokens coalesced into the hands of a few. Wait until the strong wore themselves down and showed openings. Wait for the perfect moment to strike. He was not one for direct confrontation. He preferred to play the opportunist. Outside, beneath the gray sky, flashes of light occasionally pierced the mountains from distant energy collisions. Those were the brilliant flares born of power clashes, painfully bright against the barren planet. 1 month, 10,000 tokens. Hao Changgeng opened his eyes, peered through the stone slit toward the distance, and let the corner of his mouth lift in a faint, knowing smile. The show had only just begun. 6 o'clock direction. The voice of Lai Xing echoed in his mind, tinged with excitement. The female cultivator from the cultivation civilization is engaged in battle with someone. Hao Changgeng instantly became alert. His understanding of the cultivation civilization was still based on the descriptions found in the cultivation novels from Blue Star. Flying swords, magical treasures, golden cores, nascent souls. The things he used to binge read about in bed were now actually present in this world. Let's go take a look, he said eagerly. The one fighting her is from our mecha faction, Lai Xing continued. The energy fluctuations of both are easy to identify, especially that female cultivators. The fluctuations from the cultivation civilization, which they call spiritual power, are completely different from our source energy. Hao Changgeng had already started to move his arms and legs. Let's see if there's a chance to be a bystander. Let's go. The optical concealment system on his combat suit was activated. The silver-white surface began to ripple, changing colors and patterns in real time according to the surrounding environment. Hao Changgeng flew out of the cave, unfolding his light wings. Under the disguise of the optical concealment system, he appeared from a distance like an ordinary flying beast. This speed and size would not attract anyone's attention. The sounds of battle grew closer. From afar, he could hear the booming sounds of source energy colliding, shaking the air. That terrifying power created a vacuum around the battlefield. Within a radius of several kilometers, there was no trace of other contestants. It's not that they didn't want to get close, but that they dared not. The aftershocks of such a battle could severely injure an ordinary first-level star soldier. Hao Changgeng landed on a peak on one side of the valley, crouching behind a large rock, exposing only half of his head. The scene before him stirred his blood. The valley was wide with steep rock walls on both sides, and the bottom was filled with rubble and sparse vegetation. At this moment, the valley floor had been churned into a mess by the battle between the two. Huge pits, charred marks, and rocks shredded by energy were scattered everywhere. The two sides in battle hovered at the ends of the valley. One side was the blue mecha. It exhibited a deep blue color with silver energy patterns flowing on the surface of the armor, resembling lightning. The mecha was much smaller than Lai Xing, measuring only about 30 meters with elongated lines that exuded a sharp beauty. However, what truly made Hao Changgeng envious were the two floating devices on either side of the mecha, each about 5 to 6 meters long. They resembled enlarged drones, entirely silver-white, with blue flames shooting from their bottoms. They floated beside the mecha, autonomously moving, aiming, and attacking. Hao Changgeng's eyes turned red with envy. Lai Xing, what is that? Independent mobile attack modules. Lai Xing's voice carried a hint of complexity. Controlled by the mecha's intelligent life, they can attack autonomously or be remotely commanded by the pilot, significantly enhancing the mecha's firepower, coverage, and attack density. The two turrets were continuously firing blue ionic lightning, each shot accurately aimed at the opposing female cultivator. Their attack frequency was extremely high, almost alternating fire, leaving the opponent no breathing room. Meanwhile, the blue mecha itself wielded an ionic blade. The blade was composed of compressed lightning roughly 10 meters long. Every swing was accompanied by blinding flashes of electricity and deafening thunder. However, even such fierce firepower could not suppress the opposing female cultivator. She floated in the void, standing on a resplendent fairy sword surrounded by a faint azure glow. Her long hair danced in the wind, her garments fluttered, resembling a fairy descending from the heavens. What shocked Hao Changgeng the most was the extraordinary phenomena she evoked. Behind her, ethereal petals drifted down, green bamboo shadows swayed, and clear streams flowed. These were not real objects, but rather the manifestations of her spiritual power. Birdsong and fragrant flowers, picturesque mountains and rivers, as if she herself was a small world. These phenomena were not only beautiful, but also powerful. Each falling petal could block a bolt of ionic lightning. The swaying bamboo shadows could deflect any attack aimed at her. Her fairy sword was razor-sharp, at times transforming into streams of light to pierce through, and at other times into a sword curtain for defense, neutralizing the blue mecha's attacks one by one. Moreover, judging by her stance, she seemed to have the upper hand. Why do the two mobile turrets sometimes fire at empty space? Hao Changgeng noticed a detail. The two turrets occasionally fired in directions where there was no one, clearly not where the female cultivator was. Lai Xing's voice carried a hint of helplessness. There's nothing we can do. Many things about the cultivators of the cultivation civilization cannot be explained by science, especially their escape techniques. There are no spatial fluctuations, no energy traces, yet they can appear in another location instantaneously. The dynamic capture system of the mecha has only about a 45% recognition rate for them. Thus, the intelligent life of the mecha can only adopt probability shooting, attacking the remaining possible positions in advance, forcing her into the optimal defensive position. Hao Changgeng nodded, somewhat understanding. He gazed at the two mobile turrets, his eyes filled with envy. When can we have such attack modules? Generally, mobile attack modules are only equipped when mechas reach the Star General level, Lai Xing said. If something like this is developed at the Star Soldier level, there must be a superpower behind it. Are they expensive? Under normal circumstances, very expensive, Lai Xing replied flatly. The estimated cost of these two mobile attack modules could be in the tens of millions of standard crystal cores. Hao Changgeng was left dumbfounded. Tens of millions. He was already pinching pennies for a few hundred. Sigh. Li Xing sighed. Although our mecha faction has always ranked among the top in combat power within the same tier, a large amount of funding is required for development. Countless rare metals need to be collected to complete upgrades. The later it gets, the more expensive it becomes. This is also why the profession of mecha master is jokingly referred to as a walking money-eating beast. Just as the two were talking, the situation on the battlefield changed. Although the blue mecha's firepower was fierce, it gradually showed signs of fatigue in a prolonged battle. The attack frequency of the mobile turrets was decreasing and the glow of the ionic blade was dimming. Meanwhile, the female cultivator grew more courageous with each battle, her phenomena becoming more solid and her attacks more formidable. She seemed to have grown weary of this entanglement. She pushed the blue mecha back with a sword, her figure floating back several hundred meters, her hands clasped together, hovering in the void. The fairy sword flew up from beneath her feet, hovering before her. Then it began to split apart. One sword became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. In the blink of an eye, dozens of sword phantoms appeared around her. They formed a huge circle, slowly rotating. Each sword shadow radiated a fierce sword intent, their tips all aimed at the blue mecha. The female cultivator pointed forward with both hands. Dozens of sword shadows instantly merged into one, transforming into a giant sword phantom over 1,000 meters long. The giant sword was entirely azure, its blade adorned with patterns of mountains and rivers, with the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars emanating a terrifying aura capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. The sword fell, like a heavenly punishment. Hao Changgeng looked at the giant sword, feeling a chill run down his back. If this sword were to strike down at him, he feared he would not be able to withstand it. The blue mecha clearly sensed the threat. A hidden compartment in its leg popped open and 6 blue spheres about 1 meter in size flew out. The 6 spheres quickly floated around the mecha, beginning to rotate in a complex trajectory. With each circle, the blue arcs between them grew denser. In the blink of an eye, a spherical energy shield enveloped the entire mech. Blue currents surged across the surface of the shield, exhibiting an astonishing energy density. Matrix defense module. There was a hint of surprise in Li Xing's voice. This is an equipment only equipped on Star Admiral mechs, which means the owner of this mech is most likely a direct descendant of a prominent family. Hao Changgeng gazed at the blue energy shield, filled with envy. He sighed, noting that the disparity between people in this universe was even greater than that between humans and dogs. The giant sword descended. At the moment of collision between the energy shield and the sword shadow, a blinding light erupted. A terrifying shockwave spread outward, cracking the rocky walls of the valley, causing countless fragments to rain down. Hao Changgeng lay on the mountain peak, nearly unable to open his eyes due to the shockwave. Should we lend a hand to that mech? He squinted as he asked. After all, we are all from the mech faction, so we count as being on the same side, right? Now is not the time, Li Xing said. Moreover, that mech has already detected us. What a... Absolutely. Do you think their scanning system is just for show? Li Xing's tone was calm. But there's no need to worry. They don't see us as a threat, so they can't be bothered. Let's wait for an opportunity to ambush that female cultivator. Ambush? Yes. All our mechs will most likely eventually join the Shiyuan technology, so establishing a good relationship with the daughters of such high-ranking families will benefit us in the future. Hao Changgeng nodded and continued to lie down. The battle below was still ongoing. The Matrix defense module was indeed formidable, having withstood that sword strike. However, after enduring it, the brilliance of the 6 blue spheres had visibly dimmed significantly, showing a massive energy consumption. And that female cultivator seemed to have anticipated this outcome long ago. She did not give the blue mech a chance to catch its breath. The celestial sword transformed into a stream of light, attacking the blue mech with even greater speed and more cunning angles. Some of those attacks were blocked by the energy shield, while others were dodged by the mech. Yet occasionally 1 or 2 strikes penetrated the defenses, hitting the outer armor. Although they did not breach the armor, the terrifying sword intent penetrated through, affecting the driver inside. The movements of the blue mech began to lag, not due to the mech itself, but because the driver was injured by the sword intent. Minutes passed. The blue mech became increasingly passive, with 1 moving turret destroyed and another heavily damaged. The light of the energy shield had nearly faded completely, with 3 of the 6 blue spheres having stopped operating. Meanwhile, that female cultivator continued her relentless assault. An opportunity has arisen, Li Xing's voice suddenly rang out. Prepare to fire. Hao Changgeng took a deep breath, his mind focused. Mech fusion. Silver golden light surged forth from within, and a 50-meter-tall giant appeared out of thin air. He made no unnecessary movements, merely standing steadily on the mountain peak as his right arm began to transform. The armor flowed, reassembled, and contracted. The flame core ion cannon formed on his right arm. The barrel was short, but the golden spiral rings on the surface began to glow, slowly rotating. At the barrel, a point of golden red light was condensing. It grew larger and brighter, as if a small sun was coalescing at the muzzle. Hao Changgeng further urged the flame's source law to its peak. The small golden flame at the center of his brow flickered violently, continuously injecting a torrent of lawful power into the cannon. The golden spiral rings spun ever faster while blue arcs of electricity danced across the surface of the cannon. The female cultivator sensed the danger. She abruptly turned to look in the direction of the mountain peak. She saw a silver-golden giant, saw the cannon barrel charging, and saw the increasingly bright golden-red orb at the muzzle. Her pupils narrowed slightly. Suddenly, a golden-red beam about half a meter in diameter shot out from the muzzle, moving so fast that it was beyond the capacity of the naked eye to capture. Surrounding the beam, a circle of golden halos spiraled around. This was the flame source law that Hao Changgeng had condensed, compressing the destructive power of the flames to its utmost limit. The female cultivator reacted swiftly. The hairpin atop her head, which seemed neither jade nor gold, flew out automatically to meet the golden-red beam. In an instant, the hairpin transformed into an ancient green shield upon which ancient runes flowed. The beam struck the shield. Half a second, just half a second, that shield, capable of withstanding a full strike from a Foundation establishment cultivator, began to crack under the bombardment of the flame core ion cannon. But the time it bought was already enough. The female cultivator sidestepped. The beam grazed her shoulder and vanished into the distant horizon. The terrifying high temperature instantly vaporized the fabric of her robe at the shoulder, leaving a charred burn on her fair skin. She glanced down at her shoulder, then raised her head, locking her gaze directly on the mech atop the mountain. Those eyes were beautiful, their ripples resembling the clear springs of the mountains. Yet at this moment that spring was ablaze with fury. She glared fiercely at Hao Changgeng. However, paired with her stunning beauty, that expression did not seem like anger. Instead, it appeared as if she were pouting. Hao Changgeng was momentarily stunned. The female cultivator did not linger for battle. She stepped onto her flying sword, transforming into a streak of azure light, disappearing into the horizon without looking back. She ran away. Hao Changgeng retracted the flame core ion cannon and piloted the mech to descend into the valley. The blue mech also retracted the remaining moving turret, while the ion blade dissipated into points of light. The two mechs stood face to face, one large and one small, one silver and one blue. Moments later, both sides retracted their mechs. Hao Changgeng's combat suit reappeared, and across from him, a short-haired woman emerged. Her hair was blue, shimmering slightly in the sunlight. Her skin was fair, her features delicate, and she wore a deep blue combat suit. She appeared clean and neat, exuding an air of a refined young lady. She walked over to Hao Changgeng, extending her hand with a sincere smile on her face. "Thank you for your help." Her voice was crisp and carried a hint of brightness. "I've never fought against a cultivator from a spiritual civilization before. I just wanted to try it out on a whim, but I didn't expect you to be so strong, almost getting me eliminated." Hao Changgeng shook her hand. Her hand was soft, yet her grip was strong. "My name is Mu Qinglin." Hao Changgeng. Hao Changgeng. Mu Qinglin blinked, seemingly trying to recall this unfamiliar name, but evidently could not remember. She did not pursue the matter further, only smiling as she said, "In any case, thank you today. Oh, I'll remember this favor." "No need for courtesy." Hao Changgeng waved his hand, pretending to be relaxed. "We mech should stand united against external threats." Mu Qinglin smiled, her smile genuine. "All right, I need to go collect tokens now. I only have a few, and I'm far from the 10,000 required. If fate allows, we shall meet again." With that, the blue light wings unfolded behind her, and she soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Hao Changgeng stood still, watching the blue streak of light vanish in the distance, lost in thought. "Liexing, do you know who she is?" "I can make a rough guess," Liexing's voice sounded. "Among the prominent families in the Xinghe Bank, the leading one is the Mu family. She is undoubtedly a direct descendant of the Mu family, otherwise she wouldn't be so extravagant. Moving turrets, matrix defense modules, those things are not something an ordinary mech master can afford." "All right, enough thinking about her," Liexing urged. "At the 9 o'clock direction, there's a contestant with a relatively weak aura, probably around level 9. Let's go over and collect tokens." Hao Changgeng withdrew his thoughts, spread his wings of light, and flew towards the 9 o'clock direction. In the valley, only the ground ravaged by battle remained. And thus Hao Changgeng's journey to collect tokens had just begun. Hao Changgeng followed the guidance of the Star Splitter and arrived at a sparse forest. The target was not far ahead, a gigantic ancient tree with a dense crown where a human silhouette could be faintly seen among the branches. The person crouched on a tree branch, vigilantly observing the surroundings, yet completely unaware that his position had already been exposed. A level 9 source energy warrior. Fire type. However, what surprised Hao Changgeng was that although this person's aura reached level 9, there was no resonance with the loss. His fire source energy was pure, but lacked a certain spirituality, a critical distinction in acknowledgement by the primordial laws. Normal. The voice of the Star Splitter echoed in his mind. Many people have been stuck at level 9 for years before gaining the recognition of the primordial laws. Without recognition, one cannot break through to the Star Soldier level, Such individuals are not a challenge for you. Hao Changgeng nodded, no longer hiding. He directly descended from the air, landing on a clear patch of ground opposite the ancient tree. The level 9 warrior instantly became alert and jumped down from the tree branch. He was short with dark skin, wearing a tattered combat uniform. In his hand was a plasma sword with traces of battle still evident on the blade. Upon seeing Hao Changgeng, the plasma sword illuminated with a blinding blue light, and he lunged forward, thrusting the blade directly at Hao Changgeng's throat. This strike was both swift and fierce, clearly a killing move honed through countless real battles. Hao Changgeng did not move. He did not even summon his mech. He simply raised his right hand and clenched his fist. Golden red flame patterns emerged from thin air on the surface of his fist, radiating intense heat. The sword came. The fist struck. At the moment of collision between the fist and the plasma sword, the level 9 warrior felt an unstoppable immense force traveling along the sword. His tiger mouth cracked, and the plasma sword flew out of his hand, spinning through the air and embedding itself into the distant soil. Following closely, that force continued unabated. It flipped him over onto the ground, a surge of discomfort in his chest, nearly robbing him of breath. He struggled to get up, but upon raising his head, he saw Hao Changgeng already standing in front of him. "Big brother, spare me." He decisively raised both hands, his expression shifting from fierce to fawning in an instant. "Don't make a move, don't make a move, I'll surrender, I will surrender everything." Hao Changgeng was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. This person was indeed sensible. He took out a token from his waist and presented it to Hao Changgeng with both hands. Hao Changgeng received the token, and his own token flashed briefly. Its number changed from 1 to 4. He looked down at the token in his hand, somewhat surprised. 3 points. This meant that this seemingly unremarkable level 9 warrior had already taken down 2 people. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. Not bad. Hao Changgeng put the token away and glanced at the man. The man nodded repeatedly, and after Hao Changgeng flew away, he plopped down onto the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. In the following days, Hao Changgeng continued to search for contestants below the Star Soldier level. He was very cautious. Before every action, he had Star Splitter scan the area for thousands of kilometers to ensure there were no ambushes or traps before he would act. His targets were clear: level 9, level 8, and occasionally level 7, whom he would not let slip away. These individuals had a limited number of tokens. Some had only 1 or 2 points, while others had 3 to 5 points, with the maximum being only 12 points. But safety was paramount. After several days, the number of tokens in his hand increased from 4 points to over 900 points. Over 900 strikes meant that over 900 contestants had been eliminated by him. This figure sounded exaggerated, but in the context of over 100 million people, it was merely a drop in the ocean. However, problems arose. Hao Changgeng hid in a secluded cave, leaning against the stone wall, counting with his fingers. 900 points, taking 4 days' time. At this rate, to gather a total of 10,000 points, it would take at least over 40 days. But the selection contest only lasts a month. "This cannot continue," he said to Star Splitter. "Searching for those low-level contestants is too inefficient. Each person only has a few points. No matter how hard I try, I won't be able to gather 10,000. Star Splitter fell silent for a moment, and then spoke. "Based on the current trend, as long as you don't provoke those Tier 3 Star Soldier contestants, it should not be a big issue. Cultivators from the Cultivation Civilization need to be especially cautious. Their methods are strange, and the identification rate of mechs against them is low. Apart from those high-tier contestants, even if you can't defeat them, you can still escape." "You mean, go find strong opponents," Star Splitter said. "Currently, the number of tokens each person has is increasing. Those powerful contestants might have hundreds or even thousands of tokens. Defeating one is worth defeating 100 weak ones." Hao Changgeng stood up and stretched his muscles. "Then let's go find strong opponents." Just as he was about to exit the cave, Star Splitter's voice suddenly changed. It became urgent. "Wait, what is it?" "We have been discovered." Hao Changgeng was startled. The mech scanning system had been running continuously. The life signs within a radius of several thousand kilometers were under monitoring, and he had not received any alerts. "Who? Where?" "In the Lingyu star system, the winged race." Star Splitter's voice was grave. "Tier 2 Star Soldiers, their telekinesis can shield their own energy fluctuations, making the mech scanning system less sensitive to them. It's not that they can't be detected, but it requires a closer distance. And by the time they enter this distance, it's already sufficient to launch an attack." Hao Changgeng felt a chill run down his spine. Tier 2 Star Soldiers, the winged race. The Lingyu star system was renowned for its mental power, and the winged race were born masters of telekinesis and soul manipulation. Their attacks are formless and intangible, making them one of the most troublesome opponents for the mech faction. "Where is he now?" "Outside the mountain, 300 meters away, gathering power." Hao Changgeng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Outside the mountain, a winged being hovered in the air, slowly flapping its wings. Its appearance was very close to that of a human, but its wings were silvery white, with each feather shimmering with a metallic sheen. Its ears were slightly pointed compared to humans, and its pupils were a pale golden color exuding an inhuman indifference. Before it, a circular blade disc floated. The disc was about half a meter in diameter, entirely silver, formed by countless tiny blades tightly arranged. Each blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, with edges sharp enough to reflect the sunlight in a spectrum of colors. This was its telekinetic weapon. Under its telekinetic control, the blade disc began to change. Those tiny blades were, as if manipulated by an invisible hand, separating from the disc, reorganizing and aggregating. In the blink of an eye, a spiral drill took shape before it. The drill slowly rotated, gaining speed. On its surface, golden patterns began to appear. These were the patterns of the law of gold, granting this attack extreme, penetrating power. The penetrating power of gold is the strongest among all laws. Its target was the human hiding within the mountain. Level 8, recognized by the fire law. To it, this was merely a slightly stronger ant. The drill launched out, silent, without a trace, as swift as lightning. The solid granite mountain was penetrated like tofu before the drill. Rock fragments did not even have time to splatter, swept away by the vortex created by the high-speed rotation of the drill. Inside the mountain, Hao Changgeng finally sensed at the moment the drill penetrated the mountain. Star Splitter reacted a step ahead of him. Possession. Silver golden light surged from Hao Changgeng's body, and a 50-meter-tall mech appeared out of nowhere, completely enveloping his body. The mech's arms crossed over its chest, blocking the drill's path. The drill struck the mech's arms. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted within the mountain, sending the entire mountain peak flying. Debris scattered in all directions, and smoke covered the sky, enveloping the area within hundreds of meters in a gray mist. The winged figure hovered in the air, its silver-white wings gently flapping, shielding itself from the encroaching dust and smoke. The drill before him had reassembled into blades, quietly floating in front of him. He gazed at the swirling dust, his golden pupils reflecting no hint of emotion. He did not believe that the level 8 ant could survive. As the dust slowly dispersed, a silver-golden mech appeared in his line of sight. The mech stood immobile with its arms crossed, not a scratch to be found on its silver-white armor. However, inside the cockpit, Hao Changgeng was not faring well. The physical attack from the drill had been completely blocked by the 3S grade alloy armor, yet that penetrating force remained. The ultimate penetrating power granted by the law of gold still seeped through the armor, impacting his core. He felt as if a heavy hammer had struck his chest. He tasted blood in his throat and spat it out. Lieshing. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice slightly weak. Star Soldier Level 2 Winged Clan. Liexing's voice was calm. His attack cannot penetrate the armor, but the power of the laws can. You need to be cautious. Hao Changgeng took a breath, a wave of fear washing over him. Fortunately, Lieshing reacted quickly. If it were solely his flesh, he would have likely been ground to dust by that drill. The dust finally cleared. The 50-meter-tall silver-golden mech hovered in the air, its light wings slowly unfurling, radiating a dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. The mech was perfectly intact. The winged figure's golden pupils narrowed slightly. He did not expect that this level 8 ant could withstand his full-force attack. But the surprise lasted only a moment. His mental energy surged again, and the blade disc in front of him began to change once more. This time, all the blades coalesced into a massive cone, larger, faster, and more lethal than the previous drill. The cone shot out, reaching an extreme speed. Hao Changgeng was already prepared. The light wings behind him trembled, and the mech transformed into a silver-golden streak, narrowly dodging the incoming cone. The cone flew past the side of the mech, the gust it created tearing through the surrounding air. But it did not fly far. It made a sharp turn in midair, as if it had eyes, and chased after the mech again. This is a mental energy weapon, Liexing's voice sounded. Under his control, it can turn and pursue infinitely. Unless you destroy it or defeat the controller, it will keep chasing you. Hao Changgeng gritted his teeth. He no longer dodged. The mech's left arm began to transform. The silver-golden armor flowed and reconfigured, forming a Gatling gun on his left arm. Unlike before, this time, every shell fired from the Gatling bore swirling golden patterns of law. That was the enhancement of the law of fire. 6 barrels spun wildly. Boom, 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 boom. The fireballs poured out like a torrential rain, each trailing a golden-red flame raining down upon the winged figure. The power of these fireballs had increased 100-fold. They were no longer just pure source energy condensed, but attacks infused with the power of laws. The winged figure's expression shifted slightly. The diamond-shaped shield before him quickly expanded, decomposing into 6 pieces. It formed a rotating barrier in front of him, blocking each incoming fireball. Each fireball that exploded sent ripples of golden red across the barrier. The 6 shield pieces spun rapidly under mental energy control, dispersing and counteracting the force of the explosions. But the fireballs were too dense. To withstand this barrage, he had to devote most of his mental energy to maintaining the shields. Meanwhile, the pursuing cone slowed down noticeably. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Changgeng distanced himself, and the mech's right arm began to transform. This time, the speed of the transformation was faster than ever before. The nuclear fire ion cannon. It took shape on his right arm. The barrel was short, and the circles of golden spiral rings on its surface lit up and began to slowly spin. At the muzzle, a point of golden red light was coalescing, growing larger and brighter. The winged figure sensed the terrifying energy fluctuation, a grave look appearing in his golden pupils. He made a quick decision, retracting the pursuing cone. All the blades recombined into the blade disc floating before him, forming a complete defensive system along with the 6 shields. Then a strange light erupted in his eyes. Hao Changgeng suddenly felt a strong wave of dizziness wash over him. It was not ordinary lightheadedness, but an overwhelming drowsiness that surged from the depths of his soul. His eyelids grew heavier, his thoughts sluggish, his fingers becoming weak. A spiritual attack. The innate ability of the winged clan, directly assaulting the target's soul, causing it to drown in illusions or simply lose consciousness. This was exactly what the mech feared. No matter how strong the physical defense, it could not block attacks on the soul level. The winged figure, seeing Hao Changgeng's movements begin to lag, felt a sense of relief. He planned to trap his opponent with a mental attack and leave leisurely. This iron lump was too tough, and he did not want to continue the entanglement. But he made a mistake. He lacked experience in battling against mecha types. While the pilot was in distress, the mech's intelligent life remained completely unaffected. Liesheng instantly took over the mech. The charging of the nuclear fire ion cannon did not halt. The golden red light at the muzzle grew brighter and more intense. The winged figure felt the deadly threat and turned to flee. Fire! A golden red beam about half a meter in diameter shot out from the muzzle. This time the beam's outer edge lacked the circles of golden halos. Hao Changgeng had lost consciousness and could not bestow the power of laws upon the shot. Yet even so, the power of the nuclear fire ion cannon was still lethal. The beam struck the winged figure's shield. 2 of the 6 shields shattered upon impact, while the remaining 4 quickly became riddled with cracks under the sustained assault of the beam. The beam pierced through the shield, striking him directly. His right shoulder was penetrated and his right wing bone was pierced through. Silver-white feathers carbonized instantly under the high-temperature charred flesh rolled away, revealing the stark white of his bones beneath. The winged figure let out a cry of anguish, plummeting from the sky. In that moment of falling, he exerted his last bit of strength to shout, "I surrender." A flash of silver light passed, and his body vanished from the spot. The safety mechanism of the selection competition activated, teleporting him out of the battlefield. He survived, but the token he left behind fell to the ground. Hao Changgeng regained his senses from the dizziness, feeling his head still slightly heavy, akin to waking from a hangover. He rubbed his temples, stowed away the mech, and walked over to the token, bending down to pick it up. The number on the token stunned him. 2,341. A token worth 2,341 points. This winged figure had collected over 2,000 points by himself. Hao Changgeng stored the token, and his points jumped from over 900 to more than 3,000. He did not linger, spreading his light wings and swiftly leaving the completely destroyed hilltop. He needed to find a more concealed location. This battle made him realize that the brutality of the selection competition far exceeded his imagination. If it were not for the mech's sturdy armor, if it were not for Liexing's quick reactions, the one dead could have been him. This is not a virtual world. Dying here means truly dying. Time quietly flows by. On the 15th day of the selection competition, Hao Changgeng hides in a deep mountain gorge, gazing through the cracks in the rocks at the overcast sky, silently calculating the situation in his heart. Out of over 100 million participants, fewer than 10 million remain. 90% have already been eliminated. Those lacking strength, misfortune, or overly reckless have been eliminated in the past half-month. Now those who can still remain on this planet are not easy opponents. Among the contestants in the trial period, almost all have vanished except for Hao Changgeng. However, out of 10 million, only about 10,000 will advance to the next stage. In other words, 999,000 must still be eliminated from these 10 million. The total number of tokens is fixed. With 10,000 tokens for advancement, it means there are only 10,000 spots available in the end. And the tokens in everyone's hands are continuously accumulating with the passage of time. The further it goes, the more brutal the competition becomes. Hao Changgeng lowered his head to look at his own token. There were 5,328. After half a month, over 5,000 points. This score is already considered good among most, but he is still half 1,000 points away from 10,000. The next 5,000 points will be 10 times more difficult than the previous 5,000. Because those still in the arena are all powerhouses. The weak have been eliminated, and each remaining person is not easy to deal with, each holding a large amount of token points. What's more troublesome is that the landscape of this competition arena has already changed. There is no more room to hide. The intensity of battle is rising sharply. Once a battle erupts in a certain area, the energy fluctuations will attract nearby powerhouses like a beacon. Within minutes, it could evolve from a duel into a chaotic battle, and from chaos into a meat grinder. In the past few days, Hao Changgeng has witnessed several such battles. The most brutal one involved over 10-star soldier-level contestants battling for over half an hour on a plane, with only 2 surviving in the end. Leaning against the stone wall, he closed his eyes, allowing the mesh scanning system to cover the surrounding thousands of kilometers. Vital signs emerged in his consciousness like candle flames in the dark. Some bright, some dim, some moving, some lurking. Just then a grand voice resonated from the heavens, echoing across the entire arena. Contestant from the Qingxian star system, Ling Xuanxue has completed the preliminary selection. A special reward of 100,000 standard crystal nuclei is granted. Other contestants must seize the time to complete the preliminary selection quickly. The voice was a broadcast from the selection system, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Hao Changgeng opened his eyes and immediately thought of the female sword practitioner he had ambushed. She has actually gathered 10,000 tokens, becoming the first contestant to advance. 100,000 crystal nuclei as a reward. Hao Changgeng was momentarily stunned, then asked in his mind, "Liexing, is there a bonus for the preliminary selection?" Special commendation. Liexing's voice was calm, but carried a hint of emotion. Those who can complete the preliminary selection within 15 days are all top-tier contestants. Such speed indicates not only strong ability, but also extremely high combat efficiency. The organizers will offer additional rewards to such contestants, both as recognition and to motivate other contestants. Hao Changgeng felt a twinge of regret. 100,000 crystal nuclei. If he had that strength to complete the preliminary selection in 15 days, that 100,000 crystal nuclei would be his. But he quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought from his mind. With his current strength, it is already a stroke of luck to pass the preliminary selection. Advancing in 15 days. That is something only top-tier powerhouses can accomplish. Don't think about it anymore, Liexing said. Everyone has their own path. There's no point in comparison, you just need to focus on doing your best. Hao Changgeng nodded, about to say something, when Liexing's voice suddenly changed. Wait, something is approaching this way. Hao Changgeng instantly became alert. What is it? A mech fire attribute. Very fast, about 12,000 kilometers away from us. The energy level is very high. The pilot is at least a second-tier star soldier. Is it friend or foe? Unknown. Liexing's tone was serious. But at this stage, appearing at this distance is highly unlikely to be coming to make friends. Without hesitation, Hao Changgeng dashed out of the gorge, wings of light, unfurling, mech merging with him. The silver-gold giant hovered in the air, wings of light spread behind him, and golden-red flame patterns flowed slowly along the surface of the armor. He locked onto the direction marked by Liexing, and the incineration ion cannon in his right arm had already begun to warm up. In the distance, a crimson light spot appeared on the horizon. The spot rapidly grew larger, transforming in a matter of seconds from a tiny dot into a clear figure. It was a fired mech. Its shape resembled a blazing flame, entirely crimson. Dark red patterns flowed across its surface like magma. The lines of the mech were sharp and flamboyant, every edge exuding a wild aura. The most eye-catching feature was its shoulders. Each had a cannon barrel from which a dim red light flickered. This mech was more ostentatious than any he had seen before. If Mu Qinglin's blue mech was an elegant aristocrat, then this one was a violent warrior. The fired mech stopped a few hundred meters away from Hao Changgeng. The two mechs hovered in the air, one silver and one red, facing each other. Hao Changgeng remained silent. He did not know the opponent's intentions, but the energy fluctuations radiating from the opponent instinctively made him feel danger. Second-tier star soldier. Moreover, not just any second-tier star soldier. The fluctuations of the fire law were extremely solid, indicating a much deeper understanding of the fundamental laws of fire than he possessed. The red mech moved first, directly raising its right arm. The cannon barrel aimed at Hao Changgeng. A crimson beam shot from the cannon, moving so fast that Hao Changgeng had no time to react. This beam was not an ordinary high-energy ray, but rather magma condensed to the extreme. Scorching, viscous, with dark red law patterns, it was like a fiery pillar erupting from the Earth's core. Boom. The magma shell exploded in front of Hao Changgeng, the terrifying shockwave, sending the mech hurtling hundreds of meters away. Hao Changgeng rolled through the air several times before stabilizing his form, a surge of anger rising within him. What the hell? Opening fire without a word. But soon he realized he was uninjured. The high temperature of the magma shell was completely absorbed the moment it touched the armor, thanks to the orange-red patterns. His mech core was a fragment of the sacred text of all spirits, containing supreme fire rules. Before the rules did all flames have to submit. The high temperature was ineffective, but the shockwave from the explosion could not be absorbed. That terrifying force transmitted through the armor, causing his blood to surge and his chest to feel tight. Liexing, what's the background of this person? Unclear, but his mech energy level is very high and his firepower system is stronger than ours. Liexing's voice was calm. Be careful, he's moving. The red mech launched another attack. This time it was not a single shot, but both shoulder cannons fired simultaneously. Two crimson beams crisscrossed toward him, sealing off Hao Changgeng's escape routes to the left and right. Hao Changgeng flapped his wings of light, pulling up and narrowly avoiding the crossfire. But just as he ascended, the red mech had already predicted his movement. A magma shell appeared in his ascent trajectory, seemingly waiting for him to crash into it. Boom. Another explosion. Hao Changgeng was sent rolling through the air, his armor splattered with scorching magma. The magma was quickly absorbed by the orange-earth patterns, but the shockwave once again shook his internal organs. I can't keep being passive and taking hits. Hao Changgeng gritted his teeth, his left arm's Gatling gun condensing. 6 barrels spun wildly, unleashing a torrent of golden-red fireballs targeting the red mech, but the opponent's motion capture system was equally formidable. The red mech dodged nimbly in the air, its speed astonishing. Most of the fireballs whizzed past its armor with only a few hitting. However, those that did hit only caused a few sparks to fly off the armor and did not inflict any substantial damage. The opponent's fire resistance was also exceptionally high. Lieshing, what's the hit rate? Hao Changgeng asked while evading the opponent's counterattacks. 23, Lieshing replied. The opponent's prediction system is very advanced if our trajectories were calculated in advance. 23. That means only 2 out of 10 fireballs hit. And the opponent's attack has at least a hit rate of 40 or more. The cannon barrels on the red mech's shoulders lit up again, but this time it wasn't magma shells, instead a barrage of dense crimson beams poured forth. Particle pulse beams. With the mech's prediction system fully activated, a series of evasion routes appeared before Hao Changgeng. He maneuvered the mech through the gaps in the beams, dodging, sidestepping, and rolling, but the beams were too dense. Some beams predicted to hit were indeed dodged. However, about 40 still struck the mech. Each beam that hit exploded into a crimson spark on the armor. The high temperature was absorbed, but the shockwave repeatedly coursed through the armor, affecting Hao Changgeng's body. He could tolerate 1 or 2, but after 10 or 20 it began to become unbearable. Hao Changgeng felt as if his internal organs were being hammered painfully. This won't do. Liexing's voice was serious. The opponent's firepower is stronger than ours, their level is higher, and their prediction system is no worse than ours. If we clash heat in with firepower, we will be at a disadvantage. Then what to do? Charge in for close combat. It might work. Melee combat can offset the opponent's firepower advantage. Hao Changgeng fully activated his wings of light, and the mech transformed into a silver-gold streak, charging toward the red mech. He aimed to close the distance and speak with his fists, but just as he made a move, the opponent's prediction system had already analyzed his intentions. The shoulder cannons adjusted their aim, and a barrage of beams poured toward his charging route, forcing him back. He attempted to cut in from the left, only to be repelled by the beams. He tried to cut in from the right, but was pushed back by the beams. He dove from above, only to be blasted back by a magma shell. No matter how he tried, the opponent's firepower always managed to seal off his routes in advance. It felt like a trapped beast thrashing about in a cage, unable to break through that wall of fire. After a few minutes of intense battle, Hao Changgeng was panting, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Although the opponent's flame attacks could not damage the mecha, the shockwaves penetrated the armor, inflicting considerable harm to his body, which was only at level 8. Each explosion felt like a heavy hammer striking him, accumulating to the point where his internal organs began to ache. Meanwhile, the pilot in the red mecha looked somewhat surprised. His name was Yin Lai, a scion of a high-ranking official from the heavens+Technology, a second-tier star soldier deeply recognized by the laws of fire. He wasn't here to compete. Given his strength, advancing was a foregone conclusion. He came to find someone. A few days ago, he had heard from Mu Qinglin that a mecha master named Hao Changgeng had saved her. When Mu Qinglin mentioned this, her tone was casual, as if she were discussing something trivial. But upon hearing this, Yin Lai felt as if something had pricked his heart. He had pursued Mu Qinglin for many years and had never received more than a passing glance from her. And this Hao Changgeng, who appeared out of nowhere, could actually make her mention him. He used the back end of heavens+Technology to lock onto the energy fluctuations of Hao Changgeng's mecha. Then he tracked him down to this location. He wanted to teach this ignorant kid a lesson. Yin Lai originally thought that with his strength, dealing with an 8th level trialist would be a piece of cake. A slight lesson would suffice to make the opponent retreat. But once they engaged, he realized things were not that simple. The opponent's mecha could actually absorb his flame attacks. The magma projectiles and particle pulse beams hit the opponent's armor like water, merging into the ocean, instantly disappearing without a trace. Only the shockwaves could inflict some damage. The opponent's counterattacks, although not highly accurate, left shallow marks on his armor where the fireballs adorned with golden law patterns struck. A mere initial mecha could actually injure his star soldier level mecha. A sense of gravity settled in Yin Lai's heart. He decided he would no longer hold back. The cannons on his shoulders retracted, and the armor on the back of the red mecha opened, releasing 6 crimson spheres that flew out. These spheres hovered around the mecha, their surfaces swirling with dark red patterns, emanating a terrifying energy fluctuation. Mobile artillery. Hao Changgeng's expression changed upon seeing the 6 spheres. The very thing he feared had happened, a mobile attack module, and it launched all 6 at once. The 6 spheres illuminated simultaneously, and 6 beams of crimson light shot towards Hao Changgeng from different angles. The beams did not follow a straight line. Instead, they traced bizarre arcs in the air, attacking from 6 directions: up, down, left, right, front, and back. There was no escape. The mecha's prediction system was in overdrive, but the angles of the opponent's attacks were too crafty. Hao Changgeng barely dodged 3 of them, while the remaining 3 struck his mecha solidly. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions occurred almost simultaneously, the overlapping shockwaves sending his mecha flying. Inside the cockpit, Hao Changgeng was shaken to the point of disorientation, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Li Xing, let's retreat. He gritted his teeth and said, "Are you sure? The opponent clearly isn't trying to kill me." Hao Changgeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "If he truly wanted to kill me with all 6 cannons firing at once, I estimate I would already be out of the game." "Why? I don't know, but I don't want to fight him here. I can't win." Li Xing was silent for a moment. All right. Hao Changgeng was prepared to retreat, but he still felt a twinge of unwillingness. Would he just leave like this? To be beaten without the ability to fight back, to run away in disgrace. His eyes hardened. "If I can't defeat you, I will at least make you wipe your nose on me." He gathered energy into his right arm to form a round shield. The shield was adorned with circles of golden law patterns radiating a blazing glow. He charged through the opponent's dense firepower, pushing forward hard. The beams rained down, and while the shield blocked most of them, a few still got through and struck his mecha. Shockwaves shook his body again, and blood continued to seep from the corner of his mouth. The distance was closing. 500 meters. 300 meters. 100 meters. He swung his left fist. A circle of vector thrusters gathered on the left fist of the mecha, illuminating. This time bolstered by the law of fire, the flames spewing from the thrusters were no longer blue, but a pure gold. Speed surged, power skyrocketed. This punch contained all of his rage and unwillingness. The red mecha did not dodge. His right fist also lit up with a circle of vector thrusters, and more bigger and brighter than Hao Changgeng's. The 2 fists collided. Boom! The terrifying shockwaves spread out in all directions, shattering the rocks within hundreds of meters. The silver-golden mecha was sent flying by this punch, rolling in the air for several rotations before barely stabilizing. Meanwhile, the red mecha only staggered back a few steps. Blood dripped from the corner of Hao Changgeng's mouth in the cockpit, but he still did not fall. He hovered in the air, staring intently at the red mecha. The red mecha did not attack again. He remained suspended in place, silent for a moment, before a cold voice emanated from the mecha. "A toad wants to eat swan meat." The voice was young and arrogant, laced with condescension. "I don't care what your intentions are next time you see Miss Moo walk around her. This time I'm just giving you a minor lesson. Next time, this mecha of yours can be melted down and rebuilt." As the words fell, the red mecha turned, and the light wings behind it unfolded. Transforming into a streak of crimson light, it vanished into the horizon. Hao Changgeng hovered in the air, watching that streak of light fade away, his chest heaving violently. Blood stained the corner of his mouth, his body trembled, and his internal organs felt like they had been turned inside out. Yet he did not yield. Instead, a fierce fire ignited in his eyes. Mu Qinglin. So it was that woman's lapdog. He had helped Mu Qinglin only to receive a beating from this lapdog. Li Xing. His voice was calm. "Moi. When can we take down that mecha?" Li Xing was silent for a moment. For a mecha to unleash greater combat power, it relies on the driver's grasp of the laws, and the mecha itself absorbing various rare metals to upgrade. Our mecha has been reshaped and returned to its original level, requiring it to consume a large amount of metal to restore to Star Soldier level. The opponent's energy fluctuations have already reached Star Soldier level. Moreover, those 6 mobile artillery pieces indicate that his mecha has absorbed a vast amount of rare metals. Given our current situation, we are temporarily unable to defeat him. Temporarily. Hao Changgeng echoed those words. Yes, temporarily. He took a deep breath, retracting the mecha into his body, the combat suit recovering him. He slowly descended to the ground, finding a concealed corner to sit against a rock. His chest still ached faintly, and he could hardly lift his left arm. He retrieved a standard crystal core from his consciousness space, holding it in his hand. He let the gentle source energy flow slowly into his body, repairing his damaged meridians and organs. With his eyes closed, he replayed the battle in his mind. The opponent's firepower suppression, the opponent's prediction system, that punch from the opponent. Every frame of the scene played in slow motion in his mind. Every detail was chewed over repeatedly. The gap. Not just a small gap, but a comprehensive gap. Level equipment firepower. He was at a disadvantage in almost every aspect. But so what? He raised his head, gazing at the gray sky. In the distance, flashes of battle light flickered through the clouds. That was other contestants fighting for tokens. Li Xing. Moi. I remember that red mecha. I know. One day I will dismantle those 6 artillery pieces one by one. Li Xing did not respond. But he knew that Hao Changgeng was not just venting frustration. He was serious. Hao Changgeng closed his eyes and continued to heal. The selection competition was still ongoing. He needed to collect 5,000 more points. He had no time for self-pity, no time to hate anyone. He needed to grow stronger and quickly gather 10,000 tokens. He needed to advance and go to Linglan Star to participate in the subsequent competitions. Only then would he have the opportunity to go back and save someone. Everything else could wait. But he made a note of the score. In the following days, Hao Changgeng was completely engulfed in a frenzied competition. Time waits for no one. The deadline for the selection competition was looming closer by the day, and every participant on the field was fighting desperately. The frequency of battles increased their intensity, growing stronger. Sometimes within a single day, he would encounter 3 or 4 waves of enemies, finishing one battle without a moment to catch his breath before the next would arrive. Danger lurked everywhere. Several times he clawed his way back from the brink of death. Surrounded by 3 first-tier star soldiers, he was nearly forced to withdraw from the selection competition. He also faced a cultivator whose flying sword was unpredictable, managing to scratch the outer shell of his mech. On another occasion, he was caught midair by a telekinetic practitioner of the winged race. If it weren't for Liesheng taking over the mech to forcefully break through, he might have already been eliminated. But he persevered. The 26th day, Hao Changgeng hid in an abandoned mine, checking his token. 7,361 points. He still needed 2,639 points. At this moment, there were fewer than 50,000 people left in the entire arena. Those with insufficient strength had already been eliminated. Every remaining contestant here was a powerhouse among powerhouses. 2,639 points. It may not sound like much, but obtaining these points at this stage is several times more difficult than before. Everyone had a lot of points, but everyone was strong. 12 o'clock direction, approximately 1,800 kilometers away. Suddenly Liexing's voice rang out. There are 2 intense energy fluctuations engaging in battle. What level? Both are second-tier star soldiers, one from the orc race and one from the elf race. Second-tier star soldiers. 20 days ago, he wouldn't have dared to approach battles of this level. But now, after more than 20 days of combat, he was no longer the level 8 novice he once was. His combat experience, application of laws and control over the mech had rapidly developed through real battles. Let's go take a look. He stood up, unfurling his wings of light, and sped towards that direction. 1,800 kilometers was nothing for his current speed. It was merely a matter of minutes. From a distance, he could see the 2 sides engaged in combat. The battlefield was an expansive plain, flat and devoid of any cover. This was extremely rare in the selection competition. Most contestants would choose to fight in mountainous jungle or canyon terrains to utilize the landscape for cover. Those daring to fight in the open were either overly confident or forced by circumstances. Clearly, these 2 belonged to the former. The orc powerhouse was a warrior with a tiger head and a human body. He stood nearly 3 meters tall, his body muscular with tiger stripes clearly visible on his bronze skin. He was bare-chested, wearing only a beast hide skirt around his waist, exposing strange patterns across his chest. These patterns were dark golden, flowing slowly across his skin, glowing brightly whenever he exerted himself, emitting a chilling aura. These were the unique battle tattoos of the orc race. Unlike humans who comprehend the laws of elements, the orcs mastered special physical laws, such as the law of shock, the law of strength, and the law of control. Battle tattoos manifest the laws at the physical level. His opponent was a male elf. The elf had a tall and slender build, taller than a human by half a head, yet much leaner. His skin was a pale silvery color, shimmering faintly under the sunlight. His ears were long and pointed, protruding from his silvery long hair, and his features were exquisitely close to perfection. Yet his combat style was anything but gentle. As he swung his arms, waves of azure wind blades coalesced from the void, rushing towards the tiger warrior. Each wind blade was over a meter long, moving at incredible speed, densely packed, pouring down like a torrential storm. The elf race from the Lingwest star system. They do not cultivate source energy, nor do they cultivate spiritual power, but instead manipulate the elemental forces of nature. However, in this battle, the elf was clearly at a disadvantage. The orc warrior faced the onslaught of wind blades with almost no need to dodge. He merely tilted his body, slightly lowered his head, and raised his hand to absorb the attacks with the non-lethal parts of his body. The wind blade struck against his battle tattoos, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Most of the force was dispelled by the tattoos, leaving only shallow white marks on his skin. Occasionally 1 or 2 wind blades struck at odd angles, cutting through his skin and causing a few drops of blood to seep out. But for the rugged orc, even superficial injuries were negligible. In contrast, the orc warrior's counterattacks put the elf in peril. His speed was no match for the elf. The elf's mobility was among the top in the 5 major star systems, and the enhancement of wind magic made them incredibly agile. Of the orc warrior's 10 attacks, 8 or 9 would miss. But with just 1 hit, it was enough to make the elf cough up blood. One punch landed on the elf's shoulder, sending the elf flying like a kite, with a broken string tumbling several times in the air before stabilizing. His left arm hung limply at his side, clearly unable to exert any strength. The reasoning was simple. The orcs could afford countless mistakes. Their physical bodies were resilient, and their recovery abilities astonishing. As long as it wasn't a fatal wound, they could quickly bounce back. But the elves could not. Their bodies were relatively fragile, and a single mistake could determine the outcome. Sure enough, just a few seconds later the elf made a misstep in his positioning, providing the orc warrior with an opportunity. The orc warrior pushed off the ground, causing cracks to form. He propelled himself forward like a cannonball, instantly appearing before the elf. That massive fist imbued with the wave of the law of shock smashed into the elf's face. Blood splattered. The elf's body was knocked back heavily to the ground. He struggled to get up, but the orc warrior had already leaped into the air, fists clenched, crashing down. That punch landed squarely on the elf's chest. Crack. The sound of bone shattering was distinctly audible. The elf spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Without hesitation, he used the last of his strength to shout, "I withdraw." A flash of white light. The safety mechanism of the selection competition activated, teleporting the elf out of the battlefield. He survived, but his token remained behind. That token lay quietly on the shattered ground left by the battle, the numbers clearly visible in the sunlight. 3,428 points. Hao Changgeng's breath caught for a moment. Adding it to his own, it would just exceed 10,000 points. This meant that as long as he could obtain that token, he could advance directly. The orc warrior bent down, extending his hand. His movement paused for a moment. He sensed the presence nearby, that lurking aura watching from afar. He straightened up, turning to look in the direction where Hao Changgeng was hiding. In his amber tiger eyes, there was no anger, no vigilance, only a sense of detached superiority. At this stage, once a battle exceeded 5 minutes, someone would soon arrive to pick up the scraps. He had long known that someone was watching from the side, but he did not care. He held extreme confidence in himself. Hao Changgeng did not hesitate. The mech activated. A giant 50 meters tall appeared out of thin air, bathed in silver and gold light. Wings of light unfurled behind him, fiery red patterns flowed wildly across the surface of the armor. His right arm transformed. The Inferno ion cannon formed in less than half a second. The golden red light at the cannon's mouth suddenly flared up, with circles of golden halos spiraling around the beam's perimeter. This was the ultimate compression of the law of fire, the destructive power of flames. Fire. A half-meter-wide golden red beam shot out from the cannon, moving so fast that it was nearly impossible for the naked eye to capture. The beam tore through the air, bearing the might to annihilate everything, directly aimed at the orc warrior. The orc warrior sensed a hint of crisis. His combat instincts reacted far before his thoughts could catch up. His body twisted sideways, narrowly avoiding the beam as it grazed his shoulder. It scorched a patch of the tiger's stripes on his shoulder, landing on the distant ground and exploding into a massive crater. He did not obtain the token. The direction from which the beam came was perfectly aligned with the direction he intended to retrieve the token. He dodged the beam, but lost the best opportunity to seize the token. At this moment, that token lay quietly on the ground between the two combatants, approximately 200 meters from Hao Changgeng and about 150 meters from the orc warrior. Silence. The wind swept across the plain, stirring up tiny stones that pattered against the mech shell, producing a faint crackling sound. Two pairs of eyes, separated by that patch of ground, stared intently at each other. The scanning system within the mech was also firmly locking onto the opponent. Neither of them moved first. The silence lasted only 2 seconds. The powerful warrior of the Tiger clan suddenly exerted force with his legs, causing the ground to explode into 2 large pits as he charged straight towards Hao Changgeng. He was well aware of the advantages of the mech faction: long-range firepower suppression. When fighting against a mech, one must not create distance, but must engage in close combat. Once he got close, the mech's firepower advantage would be reduced significantly, while his melee superiority would be pushed to its limits. This was a strategy of open confrontation. Hao Changgeng did not retreat. At the moment the Tiger Clan warrior erupted, the mech's motion capture system was already operating at full speed. The body of the Tiger Clan warrior was decomposed into countless nodes before Hao Changgeng's eyes, with each node's trajectory of movement clearly marked. His speed, direction, force application, and attack intentions, all were under the control of the data model. Even the possible paths he might take to change direction midway were calculated by the system in advance. Dodge to the left, 32 degrees, vector thrusters ready, the voice of Liesheng calmly instructed. Hao Changgeng maneuvered the mech to tilt left, igniting 2 circles of blue vector thrusters on his leg armor, forcefully propelling the massive mech's body several dozen meters to the side. The Tiger Clan warrior missed. His sharp claws sliced past the side of the mech, creating 5 sharp sounds of the wind. He zipped past the mech, and due to his excessive speed, he couldn't stop in time and was sent flying far away. And his back was now exposed to the mech's firepower. Hao Changgeng showed no hesitation. His left arm's Gatling gun charged, and the 6 barrels spun wildly. At the same time, the armor on the right shoulder of the mech opened. An orange diamond-shaped crystal emerged, which was the annihilation ray emitter controlled by Liesheng. The diamond-shaped crystal lit up first, shooting out fine orange beams as thin as hair, each one precisely targeting the back of the Tiger Clan warrior. Although those beams lacked the enhancement of the fire source law from Hao Changgeng as a basic weapon of the mech, they were still enough to inflict some damage on the orc's flesh. Immediately after the Gatling gun opened fire. Boom, 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 boom. The golden-red fireballs rained down like a storm. Every fireball was inscribed with golden patterns of the fire's source law, a testament to Hao Changgen's arduous training over the past month. He compressed the power of the law to its extreme, attaching it to every attack. The back of the Tiger Clan warrior was instantly engulfed by a sea of fire. His battle tattoos glowed, forming a faint golden light on the surface of his skin to withstand most of the damage. But the fireballs were too dense, with a firing rate of over 10,000 per minute. Even if each one only caused a bit of damage, the cumulative effect was enough to instill fear in any creature. Moreover, the fireballs enhanced by the law were several magnitudes hotter than regular fireballs. The Tiger Clan warrior felt as if his back were being seared with a branding iron. Although the battle tattoos blocked most of the damage, the heat still seeped through his skin and into his muscles. He gritted his teeth and did not look back. He knew he couldn't turn back. Turning back would slow him down, and slowing down would mean taking more hits. The only thing he could do now was to quickly turn around and face this annoying metal lump again. He sharply turned his body, forcibly changing direction to face the mech. Hao Changgeng did not give him a moment's respite. The fire of the Gatling gun continued to pour out, and the annihilation ray showed no signs of stopping. The Tiger Clan warrior was still fast, desperately dodging in the gaps of the firestorm. But the mech's prediction system had already calculated all his movements. When he dodged left, fireballs appeared on the left in advance. When he dodged right, fireballs appeared on the right in advance. If he tried to accelerate to charge, in a series of fireballs would greet him heat-in. The Gatling gun's hit rate reached an astonishing 86. This meant that out of every 100 fireballs, only 14 missed. At this moment, the Tiger Clan warrior's body was already covered in charred marks. His battle tattoos were still operating at full capacity, blocking most of the damage. But the heat and impact had already caused a trickle of blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. He was a second-tier warrior of the Star Soldier level, strong in body and possessing incredible recovery ability. However, he was still flesh and blood, not steel. Under the relentless bombardment of high-energy fireballs, even he couldn't withstand it. Moreover, Hao Changgeng didn't give him any chance to get close. Whenever he tried to close the distance, his opponent would exploit his speed advantage to create distance while maintaining firepower. He chased, and his opponent retreated. He retreated, and his opponent chased, always remaining within optimal firing range. This was the classic tactic of the mech faction, the kite strategy. Hao Changgeng knew where his advantages lay and also understood the strengths of his opponent. Thus, he was not greedy. He did not seek a one-hit kill, but aimed for sustained output, gradually wearing down his opponent's health and patience. The Tiger Clan warrior grew increasingly frustrated as he realized that this approach wouldn't work. The opponent's firepower was too fierce and their ability for sustained output too strong, while he couldn't even land a single hit. He had to change his strategy. His gaze swept across the battlefield and landed on that token. If he obtained it, he would level up and escape. He didn't need to defeat this metal lump, he just needed to grab the token. He took a deep breath and then moved. This time he charged not towards Hao Changgeng, but towards that token. His speed exploded to its peak, turning him into a blur as he drew a straight line across the plain. Fireballs from the Gatling gun struck him, but he didn't care. The annihilation ray cut into his skin, but he remained unfazed. His battle tattoos were operating beyond their limits, causing his skin to crack and blood to seep out. He ignored it all. His eyes were fixed solely on that token. Hao Changgen's expression changed. He could continue shooting, but the Gatling gun lacked the power to take down this orc in a short time. And the opponent's speed was too fast. He was getting closer to the token. With this speed, he would reach it in 2 seconds. Hao Changgeng could not gather the burning core ion cannon in time. That required charging time, and the opponent wouldn't grant him that. But he could intercept. The light wings activated to their fullest, and the mech transformed into a silver-golden stream, charging towards the token. He aimed to block that path before the Tiger Clan warrior could reach it. A smug smile crept onto the Tiger Clan warrior's lips. This was exactly what he wanted. The orc was the top melee fighter across the 5-star systems. As long as this metal lump dared to get close, he was confident he could end the battle within a few punches. 2 figures charged simultaneously towards that small token. The distance was rapidly closing. The token was getting nearer. 200 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. Hao Changgen's mech positioned itself between the Tiger Clan warrior and the token. The Tiger Clan warrior laughed. His right fist clenched tightly, and the battle tattoos on his fist flickered wildly, condensing the power of the shock law to its utmost. This punch was enough to shatter opponents of the same level. His figure accelerated suddenly less than 100 meters from the mech, and he threw a punch. 100 meters was no different from face-to-face for a Star Soldier level warrior. The mech's prediction system captured that punch. The data model unfolded before Hao Changgen's eyes, marking the trajectory, speed, and peak force of the punch. All information was clear at a glance. But seeing it didn't mean he could dodge. It was too fast. The Tiger Clan warrior's fist, like a shooting star, instantly crossed the 100-meter distance and struck the mech's waist. Boom! A strange shockwave penetrated the 3S alloy armor, directly impacting Hao Changgeng's body. In that moment, he felt as if his heart had stopped. A mouthful of blood spewed out, but his movements did not cease. With Lixing's assistance, the right arm of the mech had already gathered rings of vector thrusters. This time, the flames emitted from the thrusters were golden. This was the ultimate compression of the fire's source law, the strongest strike that Hao Changgeng could muster. The fist came crashing down. The mech's massive fist, several meters in size, carried the terrifying thrust of golden flames and vector thrusters akin to a falling meteor heading for the top of the Tiger Clan warrior's head. The Tiger Clan warrior had just thrown a punch. His old power was spent and new power had yet to build up. He had no time to dodge and could only cross his arms over his head to take the hit. Boom! At the moment of impact, the air was shaken into visible ripples. The Tiger Clan warrior felt as if his arms were crushed under a mountain, his bones creaking and muscles violently trembling. The force of that punch passed through his body and into the ground, creating a pit several meters deep beneath his feet. He also coughed up a mouthful of blood. That pure physical shockwave had injured his internal organs. Both sides retreated simultaneously. The mech backed up several dozen meters, stabilizing its form in the air. Hao Changgeng coughed violently in the cockpit, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth onto his battle suit. The Tiger Clan warrior stepped back a few paces, shattering the ground beneath his feet to steady himself. His arms trembled slightly, his tiger's mouth cracked, and blood dripped down his fingers. Both were injured. The battle fell into a brief stalemate. The two men stared intensely at each other across the ravaged ground. The token still lay quietly between them. In the sunlight, the numbers on it were clearly visible. 3,428 points. Whoever obtained it would level up, and the other side would undoubtedly do everything to stop them. The Tiger Clan warrior's chest heaved violently, his breaths heavy. His body was covered in charred marks and numerous wounds, blood and sweat mingling as they flowed down his bronze skin. But his eyes remained fierce. Hao Changgeng was not in a much better state, his entire body trembling slightly. Yet he did not retreat. The wind had stopped. The entire world seemed to have come to a standstill. Only that token lay quietly there. After a brief silence, the Tiger Clan warrior surged again. He had already seen through the bottom line of this game. If he charged towards the token, that mecha would have no choice but to engage him in close combat. Hao Changgeng felt somewhat helpless. He certainly did not want to engage in close combat with a warrior from the Beast Clan. But the token was right there, and if the opponent rushed for it, he had to stop him. This was a blatant Sunny scheme with no room for cunning. The mecha under his control also charged towards the opponent, yet at this moment his heart was unusually heavy. The attacks from the Tiger Clan warrior were too strange. The force of the vibration law could actually penetrate the 3S alloy armor, directly affecting him. That previous punch had already injured his internal organs. In his current state, he could barely withstand one more punch. With two punches, he feared he wouldn't even be able to stand. Starbreaker, is there any way to counter this strange vibration wave? He shouted anxiously. Starbreaker fell silent for a moment. It's impossible to completely avoid it. The characteristic of the vibration law is penetration. No material defense can completely block it. The only way is to use a damping structure to weaken some of it. As soon as he finished speaking, the armor on the right arm of the mecha began to flow and reorganize. A hexagonal shield took shape, its surface shimmering with a silvery hue and a faint blue glow at the edges. At the same time, the size of the mecha began to shrink dramatically. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, finally stabilizing at about 5 meters. The mecha size is too large, making it an easy target at this distance for the opponent to seize an opportunity, Starbreaker explained. By reducing to 5 meters, it maintains enough sense of power, while greatly enhancing agility. The upcoming battle will rely on evasion, not brute force. The shield also completed its formation at the same moment. Hao Changgeng noticed that the shield was somewhat special. It was actually double-layered. The two layers of the shield were not connected, with a gap of about 3 centimeters in between, only a series of blue magnetic arcs jumping between the two layers. These two shield layers are connected by particle magnetic energy. Without direct contact, Starbreaker's voice rang out. When the opponent's vibration wave is transmitted, it first passes through the outer shield, then is buffered through this layer of magnetic energy before reaching the inner shield. The particle magnetic energy itself has damping properties and should be able to absorb some of the oscillation energy. But you must try to use the shield's front to block, relying on it to absorb and buffer the damage. Hao Changgeng nodded. The mecha's scanning system was fully activated, its dynamic capture system working at its limit, locking every action node of the Tiger Clan warrior into the data model. But even so, he still felt uncertain in his heart. At close range, the Beast Clan's explosive speed was something he couldn't react to. The The Tiger Clan warrior's fist was like a cannonball instantly smashing in front of the mecha, but at that moment the mecha was 10 times smaller than before with greatly enhanced agility. With the assistance of the vector thrusters, the mecha narrowly avoided the direct trajectory of the fist. At the same time, the hexagonal shield moved forward. Boom! The fist slammed against the shield, producing a dull thud. A strange vibration wave began to transmit inward along the shield. The violent oscillation force was first blocked by the outer shield, then crashed into the particle magnetic energy layer. The blue magnetic arcs compressed in that instant, absorbing and dispersing the energy of the vibration wave layer by layer. Although the remaining energy still reached the inside of the mecha, acting on Hao Changgen's body, causing him to spurt out another mouthful of blood. Yet he could feel, this time the damage was at least half lighter than before. With this weakened attack intensity, he could at least withstand 3 to 5 more punches. This is the opportunity. The Tiger Clan warrior was momentarily taken aback. He had previously fought against the mecha faction and had some basic understanding of their combat style. But he had never seen such a strange thing, a shield that could actually absorb his vibration law. That moment of distraction was captured by Hao Changgeng. The left fist of the mecha began to transform. But this time what formed was neither a Gatling gun nor a nuclear ion cannon, but something completely unfamiliar, a gigantic drill. The drill was about 20 to 30 centimeters in diameter, exuding a cold silvery sheen with a sharp tip that seemed capable of piercing anything. The surface of the drill was adorned with swirling golden patterns of the original law. At the base of the drill, a series of vector thrusters lit up simultaneously, spewing forth pure golden flames. This was the mecha's mining equipment, a high-frequency cutting drill. Designed specifically to break through hard rare minerals, its penetration power was unrivaled among equipment of the same level. Although the Tiger Clan warrior's body was enhanced with battle patterns facing this thing specifically designed to pierce armor, a look of seriousness finally appeared in his eyes. The sound of the drill's rotation buzzed, sending chills down people's spines. Hao Changgeng did not hesitate, thrusting his left arm forward. The drill plunged straight towards the Tiger Clan warrior's chest. The Tiger Clan warrior snapped back to reality, attempting to dodge, but the distance was too close. He could only push the battle patterns on his chest to their limits, the dark golden patterns flashing frantically, maximizing his defense. The drill pressed against his chest. A harsh screeching sound erupted. At the moment of contact between the battle patterns and the drill, sparks flew. The tip of the drill spun wildly against the surface of the battle patterns, slowly pushing inward. The dark golden patterns began to crack under the continuous impact of the drill. 1 millimeter, 2 millimeters, 3 millimeters. Finally, a gap appeared in the battle patterns. The drill penetrated inside. Blood gushed from the wound, and for the first time, a pained expression appeared on the Tiger Clan warrior's face. But just as the drill penetrated 2 to 3 centimeters deep, deeper battle patterns within him were activated. Those were his core defenses, far more resilient than the surface patterns. The drill got stuck. The Tiger Clan warrior seized the opportunity to break free, retreating, creating a distance of several hundred meters from the mecha. He glanced down at his chest, where a blood hole the size of 20 to 30 centimeters had appeared. Though it had only penetrated 2 to 3 centimeters, blood was gushing from the wound. He looked up at the silver-golden mecha, his expression no longer indifferent, but filled with anger. Pure primal beastly rage. Hao Changgeng was also somewhat dazed. He hadn't expected that this drill would have such a remarkable effect. He had initially only intended to use the drill to push the opponent back, buying himself a slim chance. But now it seemed this strike exceeded all expectations. However, his relief only lasted a second. The battle patterns on the Tiger Clan warrior began to flicker. With each flicker, the blood hole on his chest visibly shrank. 3 seconds. In just 3 seconds, that still bleeding wound had completely healed, and at that moment his aura surged. His speed was faster than before, and his strength surpassed it. In his tiger eyes, rationality was fading, replaced by an almost frenzied, killing intent. He was thoroughly enraged. "This is bad," Starbreaker said with a serious tone. The Tiger Clan warrior moved. His figure was so fast, it was almost untraceable, appearing before the mecha in an instant. A punch descended like thunder. Hao Changgeng raised his shield to block. Boom! The vibration wave passed through the shield, through the magnetic buffer reaching inside him. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The second punch followed suit. Boom! Another mouthful of blood. The third punch, fourth punch, fifth punch. The attacks of the Tiger Clan warrior were like a torrential storm, each fist faster and heavier than the last. Hao Changgeng had no time to catch his breath, mechanically raising his shield, blocking spitting blood, and raising the shield again. The particle magnetic energy layer of the shield was operating at overload, the blue magnetic arcs becoming intermittent. Starbreaker's damping design was indeed effective, but even the best dampeners had their limits. And the opponent's attacks seemed to have no limits at all. 6 punches, 7 punches, 8 punches. Hao Changgeng felt his internal organs were being shaken out of place. Blood was seeping from the corners of his mouth, nostrils, and even his ears. His vision began to blur, and his consciousness started to scatter. If this continued with just 2 more punches, he would be shaken to death in the cockpit. Starbreaker. His voice was barely audible. I have a solution. Starbreaker's voice was unusually calm. The Tiger Clan warrior's 9th punch came crashing down, but this time the shield did not endure as before. At the moment of contact between the fist and the shield, the right arm of the mecha along with that shield detached from the main body. The detached mecha parts did not fall, but instantly transformed under Starbreaker's control. The silver-golden armor expanded and enveloped. In the blink of an eye, a massive metal barrel-shaped structure enveloped the Tiger Clan warrior. The barrel wall was thick and a profusion of energy patterns lit up on the inner surface, firmly binding the rampaging beast inside. Following that, a series of vector thrusters formed on its exterior. Blue flames erupted, propelling this temporary cage through the sky, flying far away. All of this happened too quickly. The Tiger Clan warrior had not even had time to react before he found himself trapped in a completely sealed metal container, rapidly distancing himself from the battlefield. Hao Changgeng was also stunned. Don't be dazed. Starbreaker's voice thundered in his mind. Quick, grab the token. Hao Changgeng snapped back to reality. He strained his nearly falling apart body, maneuvering the mecha's remaining left arm to scoop up the token lying on the ground. At the moment he grasped it, his token count instantly exceeded 10,000. A warm light enveloped him. In the distance, the Tiger Clan warrior finally broke free from the temporary metal cage and was madly pursuing him. His speed was astonishing, crossing tens of thousands of meters in an instant. That punch carried all his anger and humiliation, wielding enough power to shatter everything, smashing towards the mecha. Suddenly the light engulfed everything. The fist passed through the void. The mecha disappeared. Along with the right arm that had flown out, it vanished on this plane. The Tiger Clan warrior's fist smashed into empty space, creating a deep pit several dozen meters wide. He stood at the edge of the pit, his chest heaving violently. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger, but more so a sense of frustration. This battle had been incredibly vexing for him. His vibration law, his close combat advantage, his proud combat power. In this battle, he had hardly been able to showcase his true abilities. The opponent had not given him a chance for a direct confrontation, always using strange high-tech means to dissolve his attacks. Very well, he gritted his teeth, his voice low. I hope to meet you again in the next arena. In the distance, several auras were approaching him. These were opportunists attracted by the battle fluctuations, wanting to take advantage of the two sides being mutually exhausted. The Tiger Clan warrior turned around, the killing intent in his tiger eyes still burning. Perfect. His anger needed an outlet. He locked onto a direction, transforming into a fleeting shadow, charging towards the hiding source energy warrior. Behind him, another fierce battle erupted. But he had already memorized the appearance of that silver-golden mecha. Linglong Star? The next phase. He was waiting. When the light dissipated, Hao Changgeng found himself back at the place where he had registered for the preliminary round, the vast expanse of grassland. It was desolate. An extreme emptiness. The once bustling scene was no longer present. Only a few scattered figures appeared intermittently across the grassland. Hao Changgeng roughly counted, including himself, there were no more than 30 people. He recalled his mech into his consciousness space and donned his combat suit once again. As soon as he landed, he almost fell to his knees. Every part of him ached. Yet he stood. That was enough. A grand voice resonated in the space, covering the entire grassland. Participants who have completed the preliminary round may leave on their own. Gather here in 15 days to proceed to Linglong Star for the next stage of the competition. Hao Changgeng wiped the dried blood from the corner of his mouth and did not linger. With his wings of light unfurled, he staggered away from this space, flying towards the manor. His mind was in chaos. The difficulty of the preliminary round exceeded his expectations. Just one preliminary round had proven to be so arduous. And on the upcoming Linglong Star, the qualifiers from all regions of the galaxy would gather, each one a top genius who had clawed their way out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He did not know how far he could go, but he did not want to think about that right now. All he wanted was to rest. The old man at the manor still stood at the door, just as he had every day before. The moment he saw Hao Changgeng descend from the sky, a smile blossomed on his aged face. That smile bore no surprise, no astonishment, only a certain reassuring contentment. As if he had known from the very beginning that this young man would certainly return. I knew you would succeed, he said. Hao Changgeng forced a smile and exchanged a few pleasantries with him. His body was covered in injuries, and every word felt like it was draining his life force. The old man noticed his fatigue and did not keep him. Take a good rest. The old man patted his shoulder lightly, yet it made Hao Changgeng grimace in pain. Back in his guest room, Hao Changgeng nearly crawled onto the bed. He took out a few standard crystal cores from his consciousness space, held them in his hand, and began to absorb the source energy within. Gentle energy flowed through his meridians, slowly repairing his damaged organs and bones. The progress was slow, but he was not in a hurry. He had 15 days. He closed his eyes, but the image of the Tiger Clan powerhouse's final punch involuntarily surfaced in his mind. That punch had almost left him on the competition stage. The upcoming Linglan star would have even more such opponents. He did not know if he could endure it, but he knew he had no way out. Meanwhile, on the edge of the galaxy, there was an unknown planet. Here there were no coordinates marked on star maps, no stargates connecting, and not even any public routes leading to this place. It was the core base of the Adventurers Guild, one of the most mysterious places in the entire Azure cosmos. The interior of the planet had been hollowed out and transformed into a massive palace. Deep within the palace, there was a secret chamber. The walls of the chamber were made of some black crystal with starlight flowing on the surface, as if the entire galaxy had been condensed within these four walls. There were no windows, no lights, but the brightness inside was just right. The flowing starlight was the only source of illumination. In the very center of the chamber was a throne woven from vines. The vines wriggled slowly, their leaves unfolding and closing as if they were alive. Among the vines, tiny flowers bloomed and withered, cycling endlessly without pause. On the throne lay a woman lazily. Her skin was as white as snow, but her hair was a soft shade of green. She was stunningly beautiful. An elf. Not just any elf. She was a legendary ancient elf. Her eyes were half-closed, gazing at a holographic screen floating before her. The screen displayed all the combat footage of Hao Changgeng from the beginning to the end of the preliminary round. His first clash with Ling Shuangxue, the life-and-death fight against the Winged Clan, and the final battle with the Tiger Clan powerhouse. Every detail had been recorded, not just the battles. The screen switched to display earlier content. The trial planet that had been hijacked by star bandits. Each moment, he comprehended the fundamental laws of fire from the moment he encountered the star splitter. Everything, all the details had been laid bare. The woman looked at Hao Changgeng on the screen, the corners of her mouth curving into a slight arc. That smile was beautiful, but it also sent chills down one's spine. "Onua," she spoke. Her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. That kind of inherent, irresistible power akin to the will of the universe. The space beside her rippled slightly. A woman stepped out from the void. Her face was obscured by a black veil, revealing only her deep-set eyes. She wore a dark, form-fitting combat suit with no unnecessary adornments. She was like a blade concealed within its sheath. Her presence almost imperceptible. A star sovereign-level powerhouse. An existence at the pinnacle of the entire Azure cosmos. At this moment, this star sovereign-level powerhouse knelt on one knee, head bowed, her tone respectful to the extreme. "Your Excellency." The woman on the throne said nothing, only raised her hand and gently waved it in the void. A spatial rift silently tore open. In her hand, a fruit materialized out of thin air. The fruit was not large, about the size of a fist, and exuded a semi-transparent silvery hue. The surface of the fruit shimmered with a strange luster, sometimes condensing, sometimes dissipating, as if it would vanish into the void at any moment. This was not an ordinary fruit. It was the Shijia spirit fruit, a treasure of the ancient elf clan containing the ultimate power of space. It was a priceless rarity, and no one in the entire Azure cosmos could purchase it. Even a star sovereign-level powerhouse might not see it even once in their lifetime. Yet at this moment, it was just casually pinched between the fingers of that woman, as if she were holding an ordinary apple. There was not even a hint of reluctance in her eyes, as if such a thing could be taken out again at any moment. "Take this fruit and proceed to Linglan Star." The woman's voice was lazy and flat, as if she were instructing someone to do a trivial task. "You will secretly infiltrate the competition and find an opportunity to place this fruit in a location that only that young man can encounter. This matter must not be exposed." The holographic screen froze on an instant of Hao Changgeng, especially the golden flame flickering at his brow. Onua raised her head, glanced at the Shijia spirit fruit, and then looked at Hao Changgeng on the screen. Her heart was not without doubts. Why would a level 8 trialist attract such attention from the Excellency? That Shijia spirit fruit, even a powerhouse like her would fight desperately to seize, yet the Excellency intended to give it away so easily. But she did not ask. She did not dare to ask. In front of this figure, she had no choice but to obey. "I obey." Onua took the Shijia spirit fruit and stored it in her spatial equipment. Her figure flickered and silently vanished from the spot. In the secret chamber, only the woman on the throne remained. She reclined back on the vine-woven throne, her green hair cascading over her shoulders, her eyes half closed as she gazed at the image of Hao Changgeng on the screen. To her, that Shijia spirit fruit was indeed of little consequence. But she was curious. How far could this young man go? The sacred text of all spirits. She murmured, her voice as light as a breeze. "He has already obtained the page of fire. I wonder if this time he can gather all the remaining pages." She shook her head as if feeling that it was too early to ponder that question now. Her eyes slowly closed. The image on the screen also faded away. The secret chamber returned to darkness. Only the flowing starlight on the walls continued to flicker silently, and the party involved, Hao Changgeng, remained blissfully unaware. He did not even know that in some corner of this universe, an unimaginable existence was watching him. At this moment, he lay on his bed holding the crystal core, gradually repairing his body that had been nearly shattered. Outside the window, the light of the stars filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm spot on the floor. The manor was very quiet. Only the sound of the wind rustling through the fruit trees and the occasional chirping of insects from afar could be heard. In 15 days, Linglong Star. He did not know what awaited him, but no matter what it was, he had already lost his way back. On the 15th day, Hao Changgen's injuries finally healed completely. The stagnant breath within him now flowed freely. He stood up, stretching his muscles and bones. A faint sound emanated from his joints, and his muscles felt filled with a sense of power. He felt the surging source energy within him, and the golden flame in the center of his brow was more solid than before. Now he only needed an opportunity to break through to the 9th level. He pushed open the door, and the morning light greeted him. In the courtyard, the old man was still busy among the fruit trees. Upon seeing Hao Changgeng, the old man straightened up and set the water jug aside. "Go ahead, even if you fail, it's no big deal. Ooh, just come back alive." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the weathered estate before finally resting back on Hao Changgeng. "This will always be your home." Hao Changgeng stood still, looking at the old man he had known for only a few months. There had originally been no connection between them. The old man's kindness towards him was solely because he inherited the Liesheng. Nothing more. But the old man had given him the crystal core, the Yinshu alloy, and a place to stay on this unfamiliar planet. He could not quite articulate the nature of this friendship. Hao Changgeng opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end he only nodded heavily. With his wings of light unfurled, he soared into the sky. The old man stood in the courtyard looking up at the streak of light that vanished into the horizon, his gaze lingering. The registration place for the preliminary round was still that massive silver sphere suspended in midair. By the time Hao Changgeng descended onto the square, many had already arrived before him. He entered the building, stepping into the vast grassland. The last time he was here, the grassland was filled with people. Over 100 million contestants, densely packed as far as the eye could see. But at this moment, there were only 10,000 people on the grassland. Out of the hundreds of millions of contestants, 99 had been eliminated, with only the current 10,000 advancing. And they still had to continue. They must head to Linglong Star to face even harsher trials. Hao Changgen's gaze swept across the crowd. Soon he spotted that familiar figure, Ling Xuanxue. She was still standing on her flying sword, hovering above the crowd. Her blue Dao robe fluttered gently in the wind, surrounded by a faint blue glow. That was the sword energy formed from overflowing spiritual power, creating a distance between her and the surrounding crowd. Suddenly, Hao Changgeng felt a scorching gaze upon him. He turned his head. It was that strong warrior from the Tiger clan. The blood hole in his chest had completely healed, leaving no scars behind. Only the new skin color was slightly lighter, appearing somewhat jarring against the surrounding tiger stripes. He was staring intently at Hao Changgeng. In his tiger-like eyes there was no anger, no hatred, only a pure fighting spirit. He raised his right fist and gestured towards Hao Changgeng. The meaning of that gesture was clear. Next round, continue. Hao Changgeng glanced at him and expressionlessly looked away. He didn't want to compete with anyone at this moment. Continuing to scan the crowd, he soon spotted another familiar figure. Mu Qinglin. She stood in the crowd, her short blue hair glimmering slightly under the sunlight. Today she was not wearing combat gear, but a light-colored casual outfit. She looked like a young lady out shopping, completely unlike a contestant who had just crawled out of a sea of corpses. She evidently saw Hao Changgeng, too, raising her hand to wave at him. Hao Changgeng was taken aback for a moment, then raised his hand in response. Standing beside Mu Qinglin was a strikingly handsome man. He was tall, with an attractive face and a fiery red pattern between his brows. That was a mark deeply recognized by the elemental law of fire, far more solid and brilliant than the golden flame that flickered in Hao Changgen's brow. At this moment, this man was glaring at Hao Changgeng with a very unfriendly expression. His gaze seemed to want to devour Hao Changgeng whole. Hao Changgeng instantly recognized who he was. The pilot of the Crimson Mecha, the one who had beaten him up, the Lickspittle. Hao Changgeng couldn't help but chuckle coldly in his heart. He intentionally waved at Mu Qinglin again, smiling even more brightly. Yan Lai's eyes darkened slightly. Hao Changgeng ignored him completely and continued scanning the crowd. 10,000 people. The majority were from the human race of the Milky Way. Looking roughly, there were at least over 9,000. The remaining few hundred were the geniuses from the other 4 major star systems. Orcs, elves, winged people, and cultivator civilizations. They were scattered throughout the crowd, noticeable, yet pitifully sparse. Liesheng, Hao Changgeng asked in his mind, why are there so few geniuses from the outer realm? The voice of Liesheng echoed in his mind, carrying a tone of indifference. It's a normal phenomenon. Generally no one wants to leave their homeland. Those who come to the Milky Way to compete are mostly geniuses who have been unsuccessful in their own star systems, hoping to try their luck here. After all, the Milky Way promotes inclusivity and won't reject anyone just because they are from the outer realm. Hao Changgeng frowned. But it shouldn't be like that. Compared to our own star system, they are considered foreign visitors. Why would the Milky Way invest heavily in training them? Because the development philosophy of our Milky Way is quite different from that of the other 4 major star systems, Lieshing explained. The 5 major forces in the Milky Way essentially operate more like companies rather than sects or gangs like those in other star systems. These geniuses are recruited and nurtured by the forces essentially working for the company. There are contracts, benefits, and promotion pathways. However, there are no personal dependencies like those in sects, allowing for relative freedom of movement and much fewer constraints. Moreover, the Milky Way is the richest among the 5 major star systems. Doing the same job here could yield several times the rewards compared to other star systems. This attracts many geniuses who have not fared well in their own star systems to travel thousands of miles to come here. Hao Changgeng nodded, somewhat understanding. However, Liexing's tone shifted. The 2 major forces controlled by the Federation, the Federal Military, and the Mercenary Alliance, rarely recruit geniuses from the outer realm. After all this involves the core defense of the Milky Way, it is impossible to hand over the lifeblood to outsiders. Among the remaining 3 forces, the machinery technology is mainly focused on technological development, and most who join are from the mecha faction, which has little attraction for outer realm geniuses. So in the end, the only places those outer realm geniuses can go are basically the Star Riverbank and the Adventurers Guild. These 2 forces are relatively more open and wealthier. Especially the Star Riverbank. They may not have the most perfect way to nurture geniuses, but their benefits are the most formidable among the 5 forces. Geniuses with the same talents receive resources at the Star Riverbank that are about double or even more than what they would get from other forces. Hao Changgeng nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, a familiar figure reappeared in the sky above the center of the grassland. Green wings of light unfurled in the void as a star general-level powerhouse descended. The entire venue fell silent. All right, his voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. It is an honor that you have passed the initial selection. The upcoming events will require you to head to Linglan's star to continue. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. This time I will personally lead the team. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. A massive shadow suddenly appeared in the void, landing on the grassland. It was a spaceship. The ship took on a peculiar spherical shape with a diameter of at least 10,000 meters. Its exterior was made of silver metal with faint blue energy patterns slowly flowing on the surface. There were no obvious portholes, no exposed thrusters. The entire ship was smooth like a polished metal planet. Hao Changgeng looked up at this colossal object, his mouth slightly agape. This was the first time he had seen a real interstellar spaceship. Everyone enter the spaceship, we are departing. The crowd began to board the ship in an orderly manner. Hao Changgeng followed the crowd through an energy-formed light gate and entered the interior of the spaceship. The sight inside left him stunned once more. It was nothing like the narrow cabins and cold metal corridors he had imagined. The interior of the spaceship was a vast spherical space with soft light cascading from the dome, illuminating the entire area. The surrounding walls were lined with layers of circular platforms, each with independent resting areas and living facilities. The floor was covered with a soft material that made no sound when stepped on. The air carried a faint fragrance, and the temperature was just right. Two-class spaceship, Liexing's voice echoed in his mind, carrying a hint of admiration. Not bad, it is entirely made of Yunwen star steel. Although its combat performance is not as good as a starship, it more than meets the needs for daily travel. The cost of a spaceship of this level is enough to buy a small asteroid. Hao Changgeng clicked his tongue. After everyone boarded, the spaceship powered up. There were no violent vibrations, no deafening roars. Hao Changgeng only felt a slight sinking in his body. Through the holographic projection on the dome, he saw the exterior grassland rapidly receding, and then the entire space was engulfed by a dazzling light. When the light faded, the spaceship had already entered a strange spatial passage. The tunnel's walls were filled with endless flowing light, those streaks of light retreating at high speed, forming long, thin lines. Hao Changgeng stared at the flowing light for a few seconds, feeling a wave of dizziness, and quickly turned his gaze away. He had no idea how much time had passed. The concept of time became vague in this passage. The light brightened again, and the spaceship had exited the passage. A massive planet appeared on the holographic screen. Linglan star? Hao Changgeng was stunned. The lily of the valley star he had imagined should resemble a planet like Lingyu star, one with land, oceans, cities, and life. But the planet before his eyes completely exceeded his imagination. It was a gas giant. The massive sphere displayed a profound blue-purple hue with countless storm bands slowly rotating on its surface. These storm bands were like colorful ribbons wrapping the entire planet tightly. At the polar region of the planet, there was a gigantic cyclone. Its outline could be clearly seen from space. It was a storm eye larger than the blue planet. Even more bizarre was its stellar system. There was only this one planet, a massive gas giant revolving alone around a star. No other planets, no asteroid belts, just this planet and its satellites. Dozens of satellites. These satellites varied in size, arranged around the lily of the valley star, forming an irregular ring. Each satellite's surface showed signs of modification. There were outlines of buildings, flickering lights, and tracks for spacecraft takeoff and landing. The space surrounding the Lily of the Valley star was bustling with activity. Countless spaceships, starships, and shuttles traveled through the void. Holographic projections intertwined in the space, forming flowing signs that adorned the star region like a bustling spaceport. Lily of the Valley star. The voice of the starbreaker echoed. Such a planet belongs to the highest tier of existence within the Milky Way. There are no more than 10,000 such planets in the entire Milky Way. Hao Changgen's eyes nearly popped out. 10,000. A planet so prosperous, and there are actually 10,000 of them. The tone of the starbreaker carried a hint of helplessness, and then he explained. There are approximately 400 billion stars in the Milky Way with several planets in each stellar system, each planet having a probability of developing civilization. Calculate how many life planets that makes. Hao Changgen's mind couldn't keep up. The number of life planets is around 500 billion. The civilization levels in the Milky Way range from level 1 to level 7, with Lily of the Valley star being the highest level 7 civilized planet. Such planets number just about 10,000. Level 6 has about 10 million. Level 5 has around 100 million. And so forth. He paused for a moment, adding a final note. By the way, your blue planet is the lowest level 1 civilization. Hao Changgen's mouth twitched. Could he not be so demoralizing? The spaceship did not land directly on the Lily of the Valley star, but flew towards one of its satellites. The satellite was astonishingly large. Hao Changgeng estimated its diameter even exceeded that of the blue planet. The satellite's surface was covered with clusters of buildings and landing platforms with countless spaceships taking off and landing here. The spaceship smoothly descended onto one of the satellite's landing platforms. The hatch opened, and Hao Changgeng followed the crowd out of the spaceship. The ground beneath his feet was made of a gray-white metallic material, giving a slight elasticity when stepped on. Above was the pitch-black void of space with the enormous sphere of the Lily of the Valley star occupying half of the sky, the blue-purple storm bands slowly rotating, creating an oppressive beauty. In the distance, countless crowds similar to theirs were gathering. These were all contenders from other regions of the Milky Way. Among the participants were mech engineers of the human race, warriors of the orc race, elementals of the elf race, telekinetics of the winged race, and cultivators of the cultivation civilization. Each civilization, each race, each aura was distinctly different. Hao Changgeng stood among the crowd watching the brilliant talents come and go, suddenly feeling a surge of heroic emotion. He was a native of the blue planet, an ordinary person from a low-level civilization who had never experienced interstellar travel. And now he stood on the grand stage of the highest level in the Milky Way. Even if he failed this time, coming here would not be in vain. The efficiency of the site was remarkably fast. Everything was automatically completed by the scanning waves of the mechanical race. The participants only needed to walk through a light gate, and the system would automatically recognize their identity, verify the information, and complete the registration. The entire process took only a few seconds faster than any security check on the blue planet. In the sky, a massive holographic screen floated displaying participant data in real time. Registered participants 31245667, trial period 11, star soldier level 31245556. Hao Changgeng looked at the number of 11, remaining silent for a long time. Over 3 million participants. Only 11 in the trial period. He instinctively scanned the crowd around him. The auras of those people were bright like torches, each at least a first-tier star soldier. Some people's auras were as deep as the abyss, and he couldn't even perceive where their limits were. From the moment he arrived here, he had already sensed something. If nothing unexpected occurred, he was just here for the show. After the last participating team arrived, the numbers on the holographic screen stopped changing. The noise in the venue gradually subsided, and everyone was waiting for something. Suddenly, a strange wave appeared. That wave was silent, yet made everyone present feel breathless. As if something far beyond their comprehension was watching them. The void split open. A figure stepped out from the rift. It was a man. He wore a silver-white metallic battle armor, and every angle of the armor was perfectly crafted. It was both aesthetically pleasing and exuded an aura of lethal intent. The surface of the armor was adorned with faint blue energy patterns that flowed slowly, as if each line contained a complete principle. The moment he appeared, the entire venue fell silent. Even those star general-level powerhouses couldn't help but lower their heads. This was an instinctive reaction ingrained in low-tier life when faced with high-tier life. Star Venerable. This was a super powerhouse of Star Venerable level. Hao Changgeng stood in the crowd looking up at the figure suspended in the void. His heart raced wildly, but his gaze did not falter. He stared intently at that person. He could sense this person was also of the mech faction. The silver-white armor he wore was made of condensed mech. Star Venerable level mech. At that moment, the voice of the Starbreaker echoed in his mind with an unprecedented gravity. Silver-white mech. Faint blue energy patterns. This color scheme. He seemed to be recalling something. In the history of the mech faction, only one person has had this color scheme at the Star Venerable level. Who? Hao Changgeng wondered in his heart. Before the Starbreaker could answer, the man spoke first. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. That voice had a peculiar texture, as if it resonated directly in everyone's minds. Welcome to this competition. His gaze swept across the crowd, and among the more than 3 million people under his watch, not a single one dared to meet his eyes. You are all elites among elites, and being able to come this far means your futures are boundless. Whether or not you pass the final selection is no longer important. He paused. The next round of competition is different from the previous selection. Everyone's hearts tightened. This time's competition will directly enter the outer battlefield. The venue fell into silence. Among the more than 3 million people, not a single sound was heard. But Hao Changgeng could sense that the atmosphere around had changed. The auras of those participants fluctuated. Some clenched their fists, some showed a hint of fear in their eyes, while others curled their lips into a smile of excitement. The outer battlefield. What is that? Hao Changgeng did not know, but he knew it was definitely not a simple place. Because the expressions of those star soldier-level geniuses were not looking good upon hearing that name. The star venerable-level powerhouse in the void did not explain further. His figure slowly faded, merging into the void. Hao Changgeng had a premonition. That place would be 10-fold, 100-fold more brutal than the preliminary rounds. As the crowd fell into silence, a mechanical voice echoed. Next, I will announce the competition rules. This competition requires participants to head to the outer battlefield, Star Domain SK-738, for a 3-month survival contest. Special note: participants cannot withdraw midway. Once joined, it will last until the end. The scene erupted into an uproar. In the previous selection contest, participants could withdraw in case of danger, as the safety mechanism would teleport them out of the arena, preserving their lives. But this time, there is no way out. This means that once one steps into that battlefield, life and death relies solely on oneself. The mechanical voice seemed oblivious to the commotion below, continuing to report calmly. In the next 5 minutes, participants who wish to withdraw should leave this place. After 5 minutes, those who remain will be regarded as having confirmed their participation. Upon the completion of the announcement, the crowd immediately erupted into chaos. Some whispered to each other, some displayed hesitation, while others had already begun to turn and leave. Hao Changgeng remained motionless, but his mind was in turmoil. Liesheng, what is going on? Isn't the competition taking place on Linglan Star? What is this outer battlefield? Liesheng fell silent for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice carried a complex emotion. It was a mix of nostalgia, reverence, and a hint of barely perceptible fear. The outer battlefield. He paused, as if recalling a long-buried memory. It lies beyond the territories of the Zhangqiong universe. Beyond the Zhangqiong universe. Hao Changgeng was taken aback. That battlefield is like a meat grinder. Even star generals fall there by the multitude every day. Hao Changgeng's pupils constricted slightly. Star general. That is a level he could only look up to. Such powerful beings can fall in the outer battlefield. Then what difference would it make for an 8th-level trialist like him? Liesheng, what exactly is the outer battlefield? Liesheng began the explanation. We, the Zhangqiong universe, are collectively known as the human race. Although divided into 5 major star systems comprising branches of technology, cultivation, beastmen, elves, and winged beings. But essentially we are all human beings, different branches growing from the same tree. Beyond the Zhangqiong universe, there are 4 other universes. These 5 major universes form a circle with a region in the middle, a vast ancient battlefield. The scope of that battlefield far exceeds any single universe. It acts like the overlapping gap in 5 rings, serving both as a buffer zone and a connecting point. Liesheng's voice deepened. These 5 major universes form a circle with a region in the middle, a vast ancient battlefield. The scope of that battlefield far exceeds any single universe. So the powers of the 5 major universes. Are they engaged in mutual slaughter on this battlefield? Hao Changgeng frowned. It's not just slaughter. A hint of bitterness crept into Liesheng's voice. It's plunder, an endless struggle over resources. Though that ancient battlefield is fraught with dangers, it also harbors countless opportunities. Relics, treasures, legacies, remnants of ancient civilizations. Anything could be found. The 5 major universes act independently, frantically, plundering resources on this battlefield, collecting everything of value. It is said that that ancient battlefield was once a complete universe long, long ago. Older and more powerful than any of our current universes. But then something unknown happened, and it shattered, becoming what it is today. As for how it formed, I do not know either. Hao Changgeng remained silent for a long time. He had thought that Zhangqiong universe was already vast enough. 5 major star systems, trillions of stars, billions of planets, and countless civilizations and races. But now Liesheng informed him that such a colossal entity as the Zhangqiong universe had 4 more outside it. A broader world, more powerful civilizations, and harsher battlefields. His worldview was completely shattered at that moment. So what characteristics do these 4 major universes have, he asked. Liesheng continued the explanation. First, the silicon-based civilization, the Xianjing universe. Their life forms are completely different from ours. We are carbon-based beings made of flesh and blood. They are silicon-based beings, their bodies composed of various energy cores lacking flesh and blood, immune to physical pain. Among the 5 major universes, their physical defenses are considered the ultimate. Attacks of the same level striking a silicon-based being will only be half as effective. Hao Changgeng frowned. Then how do we fight? Attack their life core. The silicon core. All life activities of silicon-based beings revolve around the silicon core. As long as the silicon core is not destroyed, they can regenerate their bodies through mineral veins. This is their advantage, but also their fatal weakness. Destroying the silicon core means their complete extinction. Moreover, this race has a characteristic that makes other universes wary: unity. All their individuals are split from the same core, possessing a kind of spiritual connection that we cannot comprehend. When one silicon-based being is attacked, the entire tribe can sense it. Therefore, there is almost no internal strife among them. They are united against external threats. Their means of attack are relatively singular, primarily relying on extreme physical damage. They lack strong comprehension of the laws, which is their shortcoming. They also fear attacks on the soul level. Hao Changgeng silently noted this down. Second, the insectoid civilization, the Shirlu universe. The insectoids rely on swarm tactics. A hint of trepidation crept into Lixing's voice. The true rulers among the insectoids are few. Their society is matriarchal. Those at the top, the insectoid queens, possess terrifying reproductive capabilities. They can infinitely breed insectoid armies, overwhelming their opponents with sheer numbers. One queen can produce millions of battle insectoids in a single reproductive cycle. The rate at which you can kill them may not match the speed at which she can generate them. Hao Changgeng imagined that scene, feeling a chill run down his spine. Third, the savage beast civilization, the Shuhuang universe. This lineage is rather peculiar. They primarily cultivate their own divine bodies. Their bodies can become enormous, large enough to devour planets. Such immense physiques allow them to store boundless divine power, giving them absolute advantage in prolonged battles. Moreover, some savage beast races are born with an extreme comprehension of the laws. They do not need to struggle to comprehend like humans. Some savage beasts are born with a deep recognition of certain laws. In terms of individual strength, the savage beast civilization can be considered the strongest among the 5 major universes. Hao Changgeng's heart sank. The strongest? But Lixing changed the subject. What limits them is their reproductive speed. The reproductive cycle of savage beasts is extremely long, and the growth cycle of their young is also lengthy. A savage beast family may take thousands of years to raise a single offspring. Thus, although their individual strength is formidable, their numbers are sparse. Losing one is a tremendous loss. Lastly, the elemental civilization, the Lingyuan universe. This race is the most bizarre and variable. Wind, fire, thunder, light, darkness. These elemental tribes exist in a plasmatic form without solid bodies. Their bodies can directly immunize against all physical attacks. Your fist can pass through them without causing any harm. Only energy attacks with specific frequencies can inflict damage on them. If we consider overall strength, the elemental civilization is arguably the strongest among the 5 major universes. They lack the vulnerabilities of flesh and blood, immune to physical damage, and their elemental attacks are exceptionally fearsome. However, their internal strife is extremely severe. Within the elemental race, different attribute groups, especially those with opposing attributes, hold deeply rooted animosities. The energy they expend on internal strife may exceed that spent on external battles. Thus, the overall strength of the elemental civilization is not outstanding among the 5 major universes. It's not that they aren't strong, it's that they are too divided. Hao Changgeng silently digested this information. 5 major universes, each with its advantages and shortcomings. And he, an 8th-level trial novice, is about to step into this meat grinder where the 5 major universes clash. Lixing, Hao Changgeng's voice was somewhat hoarse. So this time we will have to face those races. Of course, the outer battlefield is a shared territory of the 5 great universes with countless large and small battle zones. However, this competition will likely select an area with relatively lower danger. Hao Changgeng took a deep breath. The 5-minute countdown had unknowingly come to an end. He had thought that this announcement would make most people retreat. After all, the outer battlefield was a place where even star generals could fall. But when the countdown ended, very few chose to leave. Out of more than 3 million people, less than 10% left. The remaining individuals stood silently in place, their gazes resolute. Those who made it this far would not easily back down. The mechanical voice echoed again. Time's up. All participating teams proceed immediately to assemble in the SK-738 star region. Subsequent matters will be arranged by the honored elders. As soon as the words fell, the team leaders from each competition area began organizing their teams to board the ships. Hao Changgeng followed the crowd and re-entered the spherical spaceship. Inside the spaceship, the atmosphere was much more serious than when they first arrived. Earlier, everyone had been sizing each other up, speculating on each other's strength. Now most people were silent, some were meditating, some checking their gear, and others quietly conversing with companions. Hao Changgeng found a corner to sit down. The Star General leading the team stood in the center of the spherical space. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. This journey to the outer battlefield will take approximately 15 standard days. He continued, during this time, everyone can take the opportunity to rest on the ship. 15 days from now, we will arrive at the SK-738 star region. He added, at that point, the survival competition will officially begin. With that, he turned and left without further ado. Through the holographic projection of the dome, Hao Changgeng saw the starry sky outside begin to flow backward, with those starlights stretching into thin lines. The spaceship entered the shuttle passage. 15 days. He had 15 days to prepare. Hao Changgeng leaned against the cabin wall, suddenly recalling something. Liesheng, you mentioned earlier that you know that Star Master level powerhouse. Liesheng paused for a moment before responding. Mo Xiao? Mo Xiao? Yes, a legendary figure in the mech faction, the youngest major general in the Galactic Federation. His achievements are countless. He has slain numerous alien powerhouses on the outer battlefield. His title, Liesheng hesitated. The first person under the Star Master. The Star Master is a realm even higher than the Star Master level. In a universe, there are only a handful of Star Master level existences. And Mo Xiao stands at the pinnacle of the Star Master level, just one step away from entering that realm. The SK-738 star region we are heading to is presumably within his control. Hao Changgeng nodded. The spaceship sped through the shining passage. Over 3 million competitors were all thinking the same thing, the outer battlefield. What kind of place is it? What will they encounter? How many will survive to return 3 months later? No one knew the answer. Hao Changgeng closed his eyes. In his mind, the images of those unknown powerful races echoed repeatedly. Each one was an enemy he had never faced before. And he was only at level 8. But he did not back down. For some reason, from the moment he arrived at Linglan Star, he felt a strange sensation in his heart. A sense of invisible attraction, as if something was calling to him. If he backed down this time, if he chose to wait for the next session, he would lose a tremendous opportunity. What was it? He could not articulate, but he trusted his instincts. The spaceship continued its journey through the shining passage. The light and shadows outside transformed endlessly, like a flowing painting, infinitely extending towards the unknown distance. 15 days later, SK-738 star region. The spaceship arrived on time. Through the dome's holographic screen, an unprecedented star region unfolded before Hao Changgeng's eyes. The vast area of this star region was equivalent to a combination of about 10 star systems, with a diameter of approximately several light years. In the center of this star region, a planet stood out prominently. Its size was not large, smaller than Lingyu Star, but its surface was covered with traces of modification. Metallic structures extended from the ground to near orbit, and a massive energy shield enveloped the entire planet. Countless beams of light shot from the planet's surface into space, marking the flight paths for ships. This was a war base. It served as the combat command center for this star region and a rest and resupply point for the warriors. At this moment, the spaceship Hao Changgeng was on, along with over 300 other ships from different competition areas, was floating in the outer orbit of this planet, quietly awaiting the next orders. Hao Changgeng stood under the dome, gazing at the war base through the screen, a surge of indescribable emotions rising within him. This was the outer battlefield, the frontier of the vast universe. A step further would lead to an even more fiercely contested battlefield. Just then a figure appeared in the void. Mo Xiao? He hovered there, the pressure of a Star Master quietly emanating. Mo Xiao's gaze slowly swept across the over 300 ships, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Not bad. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly resonated in everyone's ears. Those who have the courage to stay are the future powerhouses of our vast universe, for you possess an unwavering determination. He paused. All right, the 3-month survival competition officially begins now. He added, here there are no restrictions. All you need to do is survive these 3 months and continuously slay aliens. The military merit system of the virtual world will automatically calculate your achievements. The top 10,000 will enter the final round. Hao Changgeng silently noted this. The top 10,000. Out of more than 3 million people, only 10,000 could advance. At the same time, I'd like to make one point clear. Mo Xiao's voice grew serious, carrying an undeniable authority. From now on, you will no longer have any sense of boundaries of star systems. Here you all belong to the human race of the vast universe. The military merit system will monitor you at all times. If you attack fellow humans, you will not only be disqualified from the competition, but in severe cases will be directly imprisoned in the celestial prison. His gaze sharpened. Here I don't care what background you have, as long as you violate military regulations, you will be dealt with according to the rules. The crowd fell silent. No one dared to question him. Mo Xiao said no more, casually waving his right hand. Over 300 ships simultaneously felt an irresistible force. It was a displacement of space itself, as if someone had folded the entire space and then unfolded it. In the next moment, the over 300 ships appeared above an unfamiliar planet. Teleportation, carrying over 300 ships crossing an unknown distance. This was the power of a Star Master. The ships landed on the planet's surface, the hatches opened, and the cold air rushed in. Mo Xiao's voice echoed from the void like distant thunder. All-Star General Level Team Leaders, please exit the competition field immediately. The Star Generals leading the teams from each competition area did not hesitate at all. They transformed into streaks of light, leaving the planet. The survival competition officially begins. Over 3 million participants emerged from their respective spacecraft, scattering across this desolate land. Hao Changgeng also flew out. He hovered in midair, quickly surveying the surrounding environment. This planet was exceptionally barren. The surface was covered with vast expanses of gray-black rocks devoid of any vegetation, any sources of water, and even the slightest hint of life. The sky was gray and hazy, lacking the light of any stars. The star in the galaxy where this planet resided was too distant. By the time sunlight reached here, it was so weak that it was almost imperceptible. However, with his current physique, this environment would not pose any threat to him. Hurry, the voice of Liesheng echoed in his mind, carrying a distinct sense of urgency. First, find a concealed place to hide. There could be many alien strongmen on this planet. Without hesitation, Hao Changgeng flapped his wings of light and flew towards a distant range of mountains. He found a cave located halfway up the mountain. The cave was small, with its entrance obscured by several rocks, making it nearly invisible from the outside. He squeezed inside using rocks to seal the entrance, leaving only a narrow gap for observing the outside. Outside, all over 3 million participants had departed from their spacecraft. Those spacecraft simultaneously ascended and retreated to the outer orbit of the planet, quietly hovering. They would wait there for 3 months, anticipating the end of the survival competition and the return of those who survived. Yet Mo Xiao did not leave. He hovered above the planet, his silver-white battle armor shimmering faintly in the darkness like a star eternally burning. He would guard here for 3 months. Each of these participants was a genius of the vast cosmos. The growth of every individual required time, and time was precisely what geniuses lacked the most. He could not allow these geniuses to be extinguished by aliens before they had a chance to grow. Thus, he needed to personally oversee the situation. In fact, although there were many aliens on this planet, most of the Star General level threats had already been cleared out in advance. The remainder were mostly 4th and 5th tier Star Soldier levels. For these participants, it was a challenge, but not a dead end. After all, the purpose of this competition was to select extraordinarily talented contestants, not to drive them into despair. Furthermore, his presence here served another purpose: preventing the emergence of enemy Star Lord level powerhouses. Among the 5 universes, backstabbing each other was the norm. Eradicating the opposing geniuses was an opportunity no one would miss. Mo Xiao hovered in the void, his gaze calmly observing the planet below. In his perception, over 3 million life forces resembled 3 million flickering lights scattered across every corner of the planet. Most of those life forces were quite weak, merely the presence of trial participants and low-tier Star Soldiers. A small portion shone brightly and fiercely, representing the geniuses of high-tier Star Soldiers. There were also a very few life forces that made him glance twice. Those were the true prodigies. His gaze lingered on these few presences for a moment before he moved on. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. He turned his head to look into the distant void. That expanse of void appeared empty. But in Mo Xiao's perception, there was a familiar presence approaching. In Yue, he said calmly, "What are you doing here?" The void ahead rippled. A dark figure stepped out from the void, as if she had been standing there all along, unseen by anyone. And Yue, dressed in black, her face concealed by a veil revealing only her profound eyes. Her aura was suppressed to the utmost. If she hadn't voluntarily revealed herself, no one present would have sensed her existence. Mo Xiao and Yue were clearly old acquaintances. "I come on the orders of the Lord to handle a private matter," and Yu's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Mo Xiao's brow furrowed even tighter. "We are in the competition phase, and any contact with the arena is prohibited." His tone was very firm, leaving no room for negotiation. "You should be aware of the rules." "I won't make contact. I'm just delivering something." And Yu's tone remained calm. Mo Xiao fell silent for a moment, as if weighing something. "Fine, you may proceed," he finally relented, but the warning in his tone was undiminished. "But let me make it clear, if you make contact with any contestants, I will directly disqualify them." "Understood." And Yue said nothing more. Her figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. Mo Xiao stood where he was, watching the direction, and Yue had vanished, his brow slightly furrowed. That Lord. He certainly knew who Yue referred to as the Lord. In the entire vast cosmos, very few could make a Star Lord level powerhouse willingly refer to them as Lord. What he did not understand was why that esteemed individual would intervene in such a minor selection competition. He did not ask further. Some matters were better left unknown. Yet he could not help but extend his perception to track Yu's figure. He wanted to see what kind of person that esteemed individual had set their sights on. and you landed in a valley on the planet's surface. She did not attract anyone's attention. With her strength, it was far too easy to hide herself on this planet. She glanced around and selected a spot. That spot was deep within a concealed cave. From the surface, there was no visible entrance. One could only reach it through the underground rock layers. With a casual wave of her hand, an invisible energy spread from her hand, setting up a concealed formation within the cave. The formation did not provide defenses or traps. It served only one function: hiding. Hiding the fruit that was about to be placed here. And you retrieved the Shijia lingua from her spatial equipment. The fruit was not large, about the size of a fist, and exhibited a translucent silver-white hue. Its surface shimmered with strange luster, sometimes coalescing, sometimes dissipating, as though it were about to vanish into the void at any moment. She gently placed the fruit at the center of the formation. The fruit floated in midair, supported by the formation's power, slowly rotating. Then she allowed the aura of the formation to intentionally and unintentionally drift towards a specific direction. That trace of aura was exceedingly faint, so faint that even Star Soldier-level contestants could not perceive it. But for those with spatial talent and who were close enough, this was sufficient. She did not linger any longer. Mo Xiao allowing her entry was already a favor owing to the Lord. She could not take advantage of that. After completing everything, and you flickered and vanished from the cave. Instead of directly leaving the planet, she stopped at the planet's perimeter, returning to Mo Xiao's side. I hope this matter remains confidential. She looked at Mo Xiao, her tone calm. This is a specific instruction from the Lord. Mo Xiao slowly nodded. Rest assured. And Yin did not say anything further, and then vanished into the void. Mo Xiao floated alone above the planet, remaining silent for a moment. Then his gaze turned towards a specific point on that planet. With his terrifying mental power, he directly ignored the complex terrain and all physical barriers locking onto that silhouette. He stared for quite a while. Then his brows slightly furrowed. Level 8. Trial phase level 8. The fire source law recognized. The faint golden flame at his brow was clearly visible in his eyes. That was all. There were no earth-shattering talents, no extraordinary qualifications to defy fate, not even reaching Star Soldier level. Among over 3 million contestants, there were plenty stronger than him. He truly could not see what was special about this person that warranted such a grand arrangement by that esteemed figure. After all, that Shijia's spiritual fruit was something even he coveted. Mo Xiao shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. Even geniuses need to grow, and back then in everyone's eyes he was the most ordinary one. At this moment, Hao Changgeng was hiding in a cave. He had made a decision to continue to survive. The strongest auras outside had already reached level 7 of the Star Soldier, which he simply could not handle. As a level 8 trial taker, going out would be tantamount to delivering himself to his doom. So he decided to stay here to broaden his horizons and wait until the competition was over. The top 10,000. Advancement? That was out of the question. Just surviving to go back would be a victory. He leaned against the cave wall, closed his eyes, and planned to take a nap. Suddenly he opened his eyes. A strange, soul-deep tremor surged within him. It felt as if something was calling to him from a certain direction. The call was silent, yet clear, as if someone was whispering in his ear. Lieshing. He lowered his voice. What is there in that direction? Lieshing did not hesitate, immediately controlling the mecha scanning system to perform a comprehensive scan towards the direction Hao Changgeng indicated. Nothing. Liexing's voice carried a hint of confusion. The scan results are all normal, with no abnormal energy fluctuations, no life signs, and nothing worth noting. Hao Changgeng shook his head. No. His tone was firm. I felt a tremor. Very strange feeling, as if it were a rare treasure of spatial properties. Upon hearing this, Lieshing fell silent. In this battle zone beyond the realm, such a possibility indeed existed. This ancient battlefield was once a complete universe, and after its collapse, countless treasures scattered into every corner. It was possible that somewhere a special treasure was about to be born. Let's observe first, Lieshing said. There's no need to rush. Although the mecha cannot scan that location, it can scan the nearby competitors. If there truly is something abnormal in that direction, others should discover it. If someone goes there, it indicates that not only you felt it. If no one goes, it means that only I can sense it. Hao Changgeng took over the conversation. Right. In that case, we should act later. It's safer that way. Hao Changgeng nodded. In this place, a slight misstep could cost him his life. He had to be low-key and cautious. He spent a day anxiously waiting. During that day, he had Lieshing continuously monitor all life signs within hundreds of kilometers in that direction. One after another, some competitors passed nearby, some searching for prey, some evading pursuit, and some looking for a hiding place. But not a single person headed in that direction. No one showed any special interest in that place. It was as if whatever was in that direction could truly only be felt by him. There should be no problem now. Hao Changgeng stood up, stretching his somewhat stiff body. It may be my illusion, but in any case, it's better to check than miss out. Let's go. He summoned the mecha, compressing it to about 5 meters long. The larger the size, the bigger the target. At 5 meters tall, it possessed combat power, while remaining relatively inconspicuous. However, he did not choose to approach from the surface. That would be too dangerous. The surface was crawling with alien races. As a level 8 rookie, if he ran into a higher level star soldier, he wouldn't even be able to escape. Liesheng switched to stealth mode. Understood. The mecha began to transform. The armor flowed reshaped and contracted. Suddenly, the entire form of the mecha underwent a qualitative change. The limbs retracted and the torso elongated. The most striking change was at the head of the mecha, where a massive plasma, high-frequency cutting drill condensed into shape. The drill bit spun rapidly, emitting a faint buzzing sound. This was one of the mecha's special functions, mineral vein traversing mode. In this form, the mecha could freely navigate through underground rock layers like a fish swimming in water. The high-frequency cutting drill was responsible for breaking through the rocks ahead, while the armor resisted pressures from all directions. Hao Changgeng controlled the mecha and dove underground. The high-frequency cutting drill easily broke through the rock layers, with the mecha sinking 100 meters underground. All around was pitch black, with only the plasma light at the tip of the drill illuminating a few meters ahead. At a depth of 100 meters underground, he slowly moved towards that direction. Above ground, those Star Soldier-level powerhouses were engaged in fierce battles with one another. Below ground, a level 8 trial taker was stealthily advancing towards an unknown treasure. Mo Shao floated above the planet, continuously monitoring the overall situation. His gaze ultimately fell upon that figure located underground. He truly could not see anything special about this person. Yet since that esteemed figure had taken notice of him, it indicated he must have some remarkable qualities. Perhaps the time just wasn't right. Mo Shao retracted his gaze and no longer paid attention. He had seen too many geniuses and too many fall from grace. Ultimately, how far one could go depended on oneself. Underground. Hao Changgeng maneuvered the mecha, traversing through the rock layers for about half an hour. He had no idea how far he had gone. Underground, the sense of direction and distance became blurred. But he could feel that tremor growing stronger. Liesheng, how far is it now? From our starting position, we have moved approximately 12 kilometers in the direction of the target. At the current speed, we should reach it in another 3 minutes. Hao Changgeng took a deep breath. As the mecha passed through the last layer of rock, the space ahead suddenly opened up. It was a vast underground cavern with the dome at least several hundred meters high from the ground. The surrounding rock walls were covered with strange crystals emitting a faint glow. And in the very center of the cavern, a fruit was quietly suspended there, faintly visible, as if it were about to merge into the void in the next moment. Hao Changgeng gazed at the faintly shimmering fruit before him, completely stunned. It floated at the center of the array, its semi-transparent skin pulsating with a shifting glow. At times solid, at times ethereal, it seemed as if it could vanish from this world at any moment. Liesheng, what is this thing? Liesheng did not respond. The mecha scanning system was operating at full capacity, modeling, comparing, analyzing, and excluding. Millions of records of heavenly materials and earthly treasures were being retrieved and eliminated one by one. No matches found. I don't know, Liesheng replied, a rare hint of confusion in its voice. My database has no records of this fruit. Hao Changgeng stared at the fruit, feeling an increasing thrill within him. It was a desire surging from the depths of his soul. It was as if this fruit was born specifically for him, as if there existed some invisible resonance between them. Liesheng changed the subject. If nothing unexpected happens, this could be a source treasure comparable to the Heart of Dimensions. Hao Changgeng's pupils slightly constricted. The Heart of Dimensions. That was something Liesheng had mentioned before, a treasure that could allow one to easily comprehend the laws of space, but its value was exceedingly high. It might even be of a higher grade, Liesheng continued. The treasures recorded in my database are all conventional ones that a star general could access. The fact that this one isn't recorded indicates that its level has surpassed my previous understanding. I have a feeling, if this thing were taken outside, even Star Lords would go crazy for it. Hao Changgeng swallowed hard. Even Star Lords would go crazy. Here he was, an 8th level trialist, faced with such a thing. How much could this thing be sold for, he muttered. Liesheng's tone carried a hint of helplessness. An invaluable treasure, something that cannot be measured by money. When encountering something good, don't always think about selling it, think about how to utilize it yourself to maximize its value. Hao Changgeng came back to his senses and nodded. With this fruit, you might have the chance to break through to the Star Soldier level. Liesheng's voice became serious. And you will definitely gain the recognition of the laws of spatial origin. Hao Changgeng's heart skipped a beat. That is one of the 2 supreme laws. Liesheng continued. Although limited by the mecha level, you may still not achieve the ultimate championship. But a place in the top 100 or even the top 50 is still within reach. Hao Changgeng fell silent. He had already given up. Upon arriving on this planet and sensing the auras of those at the 4th, 5th, and even 7th levels, he was left with only one thought: survive. Live to return and wait for the next round. But Liesheng's words ignited a spark within him that was about to extinguish. He felt capable again. Stop daydreaming, Liesheng urged. First, put away the fruit. Hao Changgeng took a deep breath and stepped towards the floating fruit. He reached out his hand. The moment his fingertip touched the skin of the fruit, a cool sensation coursed through him. The fruit was much cooler than he had imagined, like holding a block of ice, but the chill was not biting, rather it was refreshing. He retrieved the fruit from the array, cradling it in his hands and examining it closely. The skin was silver white and semi-transparent, allowing a glimpse of the pulpy interior. It had a flowing nebula-like sheen. The surface of the fruit occasionally revealed subtle spatial wrinkles that appeared and disappeared. It seemed to be continuously disrupting the surrounding spatial structure. "How do you use this thing?" Hao Changgeng asked. After a brief analysis, Liesheng provided a simple and direct answer. "It should be a source treasure produced by some divine tree. Treasures of this grade usually have only one method of use, swallowing it directly." Hao Changgeng looked at the fist-sized fruit in his hand, somewhat bewildered. "This big, swallow it whole. Chew it up." Hao Changgeng no longer hesitated. He brought the fruit to his lips and took a bite. The skin was much thinner than he had imagined, with a sweet flavor and an indescribable refreshing sensation. He chewed a couple of times. A thought surfaced in his mind. The taste of durian. In that instant, the world changed. A terrifying force of spatial energy erupted from within him like a flood breaching a dam. It surged into every meridian, every acupoint, every inch of flesh and blood. That power was pure to the extreme, devoid of any impurities. It was the most primal, most original force of space. It flowed into his consciousness space ceaselessly, as if it were endless. Hao Changgeng felt his body being reshaped. Bones, muscles, blood, even cells. All were undergoing some essential transformation under the wash of that spatial power. It was a sublimation, the prelude to a leap from carbon-based life to a higher form of life. But this power was too strong. Strong enough that his body could not bear it. His consciousness began to blur and his vision darkened. That immense force of spatial energy was like a giant vortex, drawing his consciousness into it, sinking deeper and deeper. Then everything fell into darkness. He fainted. His body floated at the center of the array, supported by the still dissipating spatial power, slowly rotating. The array automatically activated all functions in the moment he lost consciousness, not only hiding his aura. It also generated a thin energy shield enveloping his body within. The array set by the Star Lord perfectly shielded all auras. No one could find him. Time flew by. The survival competition on the planet continued. Every day saw battles erupt, every day people died, and every day military achievements increased for others. Over 3 million participants had decreased by nearly 10% in just 1 month. But Hao Changgeng was completely unaware. He floated motionlessly at the center of the subterranean array. 1 month. A full month. His aura was slowly climbing. The bottleneck of the 8th level peak was being torn apart like paper under the wash of spatial power. Entering the 9th level. The 9th level peak. Above his brow, in addition to the golden flame, there was now an additional mark. Silver white. Faintly visible like a watermark under moonlight. It was the sign of recognition from the laws of spatial origin. In his unconsciousness, he crossed a threshold that countless others could not surpass in their lifetime. The laws of fire's origin, the laws of spatial origin. The recognition of these two great laws was simultaneously etched deep into his soul. Yet he still did not awaken. He floated there, sleeping as if in a long dream. Outside the planet, in the void, Mo Shao hovered above the planet, quietly observing the world below. Over 2 million life auras appeared like twinkling stars in his perception. A month of guarding without any incidents. But he knew this was merely the calm before the storm. Suddenly he looked towards the distant void. Their two powerful auras were rapidly approaching. The two figures moved with astonishing speed, appearing at the forefront in the blink of an eye. Mo Shao's eyes narrowed slightly. They were two ferocious beasts. Each of their bodies was immensely large, over 10,000 kilometers in size, comparable to a planet. Their bodies were covered in thick scales with dark red light flowing through the gaps between the scales, marking the traces of divine power surging within. Ferocious beasts, void wilderness universe. In the hierarchy of the Zhangxiong universe, this realm is known as Star Sovereign level. In the general classification of the 5 great universes, this level is collectively referred to as stellar level. This means that such powerful beings have formed a complete microstellar system within their bodies, capable of extracting a continuous flow of energy. And under their full power, they could easily destroy a star. At this moment, 2 such beings had arrived. Mo Shao recognized them. Fallen rhinoceros Zhang Jiao, he said calmly without a hint of turbulence. Who gave you the courage to appear before me? Before those 2 ferocious beasts, his figure seemed as insignificant as dust to a mountain. Yet his aura was unyielding. The 2 beasts halted in the void, their gigantic pupils fixating on the silver-white speck. They exchanged glances and let out deep laughter. This laughter could even propagate in a vacuum. This illustrates just how terrifying their strength was. Mo Shao, we admit that in an unknown fight, none of us can match you. The larger of the 2 spoke, his voice booming like thunder. So today we have come together to challenge you, the legendary one. Their intentions were clear. Killing geniuses of other races. This is something that none of the 5 great universes would shy away from. However, they usually hold back, not daring to act rashly. But this time the location of the survival competition was too close to the battlefield controlled by the ferocious beasts. Moreover, the 2 universes were adjacent, making it impossible for them to miss such an opportunity. A slight smile crept onto Mo Xiao's lips. It was a cold, murderous intent. "It has been too long since I last made a move," he murmured. "Has this world forgotten my existence?" He shook his head gently. Then the mecha materialized. Silver-white nanoparticles surged from his body, cascading over him like flowing mercury. The process was incredibly swift. In the blink of an eye, a set of silver-white mechas standing 2 to 3 meters tall had taken shape. The lines of the mecha were sleek and sharp, every edge exuding a chilling intent. On the back of the mecha, a pair of light wings unfolded. One wing ice blue, the other semi-transparent, with tiny energy particles drifting from the edges. The surface of the mecha was interwoven with 2 types of patterns. The ice blue patterns resembled cracks in winter's ice covering the left side. The semi-transparent patterns resembled ripples in water spanning the right side. Ice blue represented the ultimate ice attribute laws. The semi-transparent color represented the supreme laws of time. The 2 paths that Mo Xiao comprehended were now vividly visible on his mecha. "Activate." His voice was soft. Then the mecha began to change. This was not the slow componentry structuring process of cracking stars. Instead, the armor flowed, expanded, and stretched. Every piece of metal seemed to grow wildly, expanding towards a predetermined direction. 2 meters, 200 meters, 2,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers. The silver-white mecha expanded in the void to a terrifying scale, approaching 10,000 kilometers in diameter. His size was no less than that of the 2 ferocious beasts. The mecha's eyes lit up, left eye ice blue, right eye transparent, instantly locking onto the 2 ferocious beasts across from him. 3 colossal beings hovered in the void, their combined size nearly matching that of the planet below. The pressure exerted by Mo Xiao caused the expressions of the 2 ferocious beasts to grow serious. A name for a person, a shadow for a tree. The first person under the Star Master. This title was not self-bestowed, it was earned through real combat. But the 2 ferocious beasts exchanged glances, seeing confidence in each other's eyes. 2 against 1. Same level. They did not believe they would lose. However, Mo Xiao gave them no time to prepare. He struck first. The space around the mecha began to distort, and 6 highly sci-fi mobile attack modules emerged from the void. Each module's size exceeded 3,000 kilometers. Shaped like an elongated hexagonal prism, its surface was covered with intricate energy patterns. Among the 6 modules, 3 radiated blue patterns representing ice attribute attack modules. The other 3 glimmered with semi-transparent patterns representing time attribute attack modules. They spread out from around the mecha, moving along a precise trajectory, swiftly encircling the 2 ferocious beasts in the center. The pupils of the fallen rhinoceros and Song Jiao simultaneously contracted. They attempted to break through to scatter the formation of these modules, but their reactions were still too slow. Mo Xiao's cold voice echoed in the void. Ice Starlock. All 6 mobile attack modules lit up simultaneously. Countless beams of light shot from the modules. Ice blue light and semi-transparent light intertwined in the void. They wove into a gigantic spherical barrier, enveloping the 2 ferocious beasts within. They tried to break free from the barrier's range, but it was already too late. The moment the sphere took shape, the space within the barrier seemed to solidify. The flow of time plummeted. The movements of the 2 ferocious beasts began to slow, with each of their motions resembling a struggle in thick amber. Their speed dropped to less than 1. Meanwhile, the temperature within the barrier began to plummet drastically. The ice blue light grew denser, transforming the entire spherical space into a massive freezer. The temperature was plummeting: 138, 192, 235, 273, 15. Absolute zero. At this temperature, all molecular motion approached a halt. Coupled with the slowdown of time flow, the 2 ferocious beasts within the barrier had almost completely lost their ability to move. Song Jiao panicked. An ancient seal surged from within him, his innate divine weapon. The seal emitted a dark golden light, attempting to envelop the 2 ferocious beasts and form a defensive barrier. But the spread of the light was also limited by the laws of time. That layer of dark golden light membrane expanded outward at an incredibly slow speed, like a slow-motion replay. Mo Xiao did not look at him. His gaze locked onto the other ferocious beast, fallen rhinoceros. The arms of the silver-white mecha came together, palms aligned, fingers interlocked. As the armor converged, it began to flow, reorganize, and transform, forming a massive cannon. The cannon was entirely silver-white, with energy patterns swirling around its surface. It ultimately formed a complex spiral pattern that extended from the cannon's mouth to its tail. Cold Time Star Cannon. Mo Xiao's voice held no emotion. The cannon's mouth lit up. An energy projectile condensed within, then rapidly compressed. Soon it shrank to several hundred meters, small enough to appear like a grain of sand compared to the over 10,000-kilometer-long ferocious beast. But the fluctuations it emitted made the fallen rhinoceros feel a sense of deadly crisis. The energy projectile appeared blue and white. It had no flight trajectory for the moment it left the cannon's mouth. It had already crossed space and arrived before the fallen rhinoceros. With the enhancement of the laws of time, the time between firing and hitting was compressed to zero. The fallen rhinoceros did not even have time to feel fear. The energy projectile struck its head. Immediately after, an explosion. But there was no rumbling sound. In a vacuum, sound cannot propagate. Yet the energy fluctuations produced by that explosion were so violent that even space itself could not withstand it. Centered around the explosion point, space began to crack, black fissures spreading in all directions. From those fissures came a wailing sound, as if the space itself was lamenting. Mo Xiao hovered in the void, watching the collapsing space with an expressionless face. On the planet behind him, the remaining contestants simultaneously raised their heads, watching the suffocating super battle in the void. As the tear in space slowly healed, the collapsed area returned to tranquility. Within the barrier, the figures of two wild beasts became clear once more. A horrifying large hole appeared in the head of the fallen rhinoceros, its edges charred and flesh in disarray. Dark red blood gushed from the wound, crystallizing into tiny ice shards in the vacuum. But it was still alive. Mo Xiao's mech scanning system accurately provided the data. That previous shot had stripped away 26 of the fallen rhinoceros' divine body. 4 more shots would surely mean death. The fallen rhinoceros' heart trembled. He and Song Jiao had already tried to overestimate Mo Xiao's combat power, but the reality proved they had underestimated it. The Wild Beast clan prided itself on its massive divine body. Even a peak-level opponent could only deal a blow that took away half of their divine body. Over 20% with one shot. Is this guy even human? The fallen rhinoceros' gaze swept past the distant silver-white mech. Energy patterns on the cannon began to flicker once again. Here it comes again. This is the terrifying aspect of technological prowess. As long as there is sufficient energy, their attacks do not need to cease. Unlike the divine power of wild beasts, which diminishes with each use and requires time to recover. The energy core of the mech, as long as it is not destroyed, will continuously output energy. We can't keep wasting energy like this, the fallen rhinoceros' voice echoed in Song Jiao's mind. If we don't escape this damned barrier, we might really meet our end here today. But they were suppressed by the laws of time, reduced to only 1% of their normal speed. Every movement felt like it was in slow motion, even turning his head was strenuous. But the Wild Beast clan had their trump card, innate divine weapon. The fallen rhinoceros' innate divine weapon was a claw pitch black with metallic cold light along its edges. He frantically injected his divine power into the claw, burning his divine body at any cost. Golden patterns began to emerge on the surface of the claw, manifestations of the law of gold. The claw shot out, heading towards a point in the barrier. Upon contact with the barrier, it exploded with blinding golden light. The law of gold granted it extreme penetrating power, actually tearing a gash in the barrier. The temperature inside the barrier began to rise, and the flow of time slightly returned to normal. Go! The two wild beasts frantically urged their divine power, squeezing through the gap. Their massive bodies and the small gap caused them to scrape off a large portion of their scales, leaving them bloodied and mangled. But they escaped. However, the second energy shell had already arrived before them. Song Jiao reacted a bit faster. He activated the seal, and dark golden light enveloped both wild beasts simultaneously. Just as the shield formed, the energy shell arrived. Explosion. The space cracked again, black fissures spreading in all directions. Even with the protection of the seal, both wild beasts were still shaken. With a muffled groan, nearly another 10% of the divine body was lost. We can't keep fighting like this, Song Jiao transmitted urgently. Fallen rhinoceros, he'll take his attacks. You rush in and hit him in the face. The mech's strength lies in long-range fire suppression. As long as you get close, that iron shell of his won't withstand your attacks. He'll take the damage. You look for a chance to engage in close combat. I refuse to believe that we can't take him down together. The fallen rhinoceros did not hesitate. Before the light of the explosion faded, his body moved. His massive frame, spanning thousands of kilometers, erupted with speed that was completely uncharacteristic of its size. Divine power burned wildly within him, pushing his speed to a terrifying level as he charged towards the silver-white mech. Mo Xiao hovered in the void, watching the wild beast charging towards him, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Disdainful. He hadn't made a move in thousands of years. But that didn't mean his combat power had deteriorated. Instead, the opposite was true. The longer he stayed idle, the itchier his hands became. The mech's prediction system and dynamic capture system were operating at full speed. Every action of the fallen rhinoceros held no secrets in his eyes. The flow of divine power, the contraction of muscles, the trajectory of attacks, all were dissected into cold data. He could dodge, and then use his overwhelming firepower to shoot down the two wild beasts one by one. But today he wanted to stretch his legs. Frost condensation. Imo Xiao's voice was calm. Master, the intelligent life of the mech responded. Leave Songjiao to you. Understood. With the intelligent life taking over 6 mobile attack modules began to change simultaneously. Each module split into thousands of smaller units, and in the blink of an eye tens of thousands of small drones appeared in the void. Each drone was only a few kilometers in size, insignificant compared to the wild beast's massive body, but they densely covered the entire space surrounding Songjiao without an escape. Before Songjiao could react, the swarm opened fire. Frigid energy raised time light waves, high-energy particle beams. Dense attacks rained down from all directions, each precisely targeting the weak points on Songjiao's body. Songjiao could only frantically channel to seal the dark golden light enveloping him as he barely resisted the frenzied firepower. He couldn't even counterattack, let alone catch his breath. Meanwhile, the fallen rhinoceros had charged right in front of the mech. But he sensed something was wrong. Songjiao was completely entangled by those drones and couldn't provide any support. But he had no way to retreat. Imo Xiao did not dodge. The cannon had vanished and the mech's arms returned to normal. Yet on the outside of both arms 2 energy blades extended, one ice blue, the other translucent. Ice and time. Everyone knew of Imo Xiao's terrifying long-range firepower, but only those who had faced him truly understood. His close combat was even more terrifying. The fallen rhinoceros' right claw was already clad in that pitch-black, innate divine weapon. His entire divine power surged wildly, the miniature stellar system within him operating at overload, releasing endless energy. He possessed an extraordinary comprehension of the law of gold, and combined with the wild beast clan's formidable physique, this was his confidence to challenge Imo Xiao. The right claw struck down. The sharp claw tip tore through the void, 5 black fissures spreading along with the claw marks. This strike could tear a planet to pieces. The mech did not move. Just when the fallen rhinoceros thought he was about to succeed, the mech vanished. It shrank to a mere 1/10 of its original size, slipping through the fallen rhinoceros' claw. The shrunken mech was astonishingly agile. Under the influence of the law of time, its speed was so fast that the fallen rhinoceros' mind couldn't keep up. The mech instantly appeared behind the fallen rhinoceros. 2 light blades crossed and swung out. An ice blue blade aura and a translucent blade aura intertwined, resembling a giant pair of scissors cutting towards the fallen rhinoceros' back. Wherever the blade aura passed, the void froze, and time came to a halt. The fallen rhinoceros sensed a deadly threat behind him. He desperately twisted his body, trying to avoid the critical hit, but his speed was too slow. The majority of the attacks still struck solidly against his back. Scales shattered, flesh flew. Where the ice blue blade aura passed, the wounds froze, and even blood could not flow out. The translucent blade aura caused cellular activity at the wound to nearly halt, making self-healing impossible. The fallen rhinoceros' divine body lost nearly another 10%. Now it was down to less than 60% of its peak. The ensuing battle turned into a one-sided massacre. The fallen rhinoceros couldn't even touch Imo Xiao's mech. That silver-white war machine appeared before him like a ghost. At times it shrank to only a few hundred meters, slipping through the gaps in his attacks. At other times it expanded to match his size, directly clashing against his attacks. With every confrontation, new wounds deep enough to see bone appeared on the fallen rhinoceros. The scars increased. The divine body continued to drop. 50%, 40%, 35%. At this rate, after a while longer, he would truly be hacked to death in this void. The fallen rhinoceros grew increasingly despondent. The title of the strongest beneath the Star Master was not just for show, it was truly earned through bloodshed. He wanted to flee, but Imo Xiao gave him no chance to escape. Every time he tried to pull away, the mech would instantly appear before him, delivering 2 more strikes. The wild beast clan was brutal, but that didn't mean they were mindless. The fallen rhinoceros' mind raced, finally devising a plan. He stopped defending. He no longer dodged Imo Xiao's attacks, allowing the light blades to strike his body. He frantically burned the remaining divine power within him, recklessly activating some secret technique. Behind him, a phantom materialized. It was an ancient divine beast, its size several times larger than his. Its body was covered in dark golden scales, its eyes radiant, exuding an aura of destruction. The phantom mirrored his movements perfectly as he raised his right claw. The phantom raised its right claw as well, but he did not attack the mech, because he knew that with Imo Xiao's mobility, he would never land a hit. His target was the planet below. On that planet, there were over 2 million talented human contestants. These individuals were the foundation of the future of the celestial universe. If he could eliminate them all, this trip wouldn't be in vain. The fallen rhinoceros' right claw lifted and the phantom's right claw rose in synchrony. The law of gold concentrated to its utmost at the tip of his claw, its brilliance so dazzling it was hard to behold. If that claw struck down, the planet below would be instantly turned to dust. Imo Xiao's expression finally changed. The mech calculated his attack trajectory the moment the phantom raised its claw. The prediction system provided the data. Target the planet below. He wanted to interrupt the fallen rhinoceros accumulation of power, but it was too late. The power of that claw had fully coalesced. Any forced interruption would only lead to an early detonation. The silver-white mech instantaneously appeared in the path of that attack. The fallen rhinoceros looked at the silver-white mech blocking his way, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Mo Shao, I know you're strong, but I don't believe you can withstand this move of mine. This strike consumed a full 10% of his divine body. 10% of divine body for a wild beast at the level of the wild domain was energy enough to cause catastrophe, let alone that tiny planet below, even the distant star. Under this strike, it would also be shattered to pieces. The fallen rhinoceros' right claw descended. The phantom's right claw descended in synchrony. The eyes of the fallen rhinoceros were filled with madness. The combat power of the mecha faction was indeed formidable, yet its defenses had never stood out among the 5 great universes. That claw strike unleashed with all his might was enough to severely injure a peer. He did not believe that Mo Shao could withstand it. He was mistaken again. The armor of the mecha could not endure this blow, but the mecha still had its defensive array. The swarm of tens of thousands of drones surrounding Song Jiao suddenly scattered, resembling a cloud of silver-white stardust beginning to gather behind the mecha. Each drone accurately landed on predetermined coordinates, forming a gigantic hemispherical array. From a distance, it appeared as if countless silver nails were embedded into an invisible sphere in the void. The moment the array was formed, all the drones simultaneously released energy threads. Ice blue semi-transparent threads shot out from each drone's core, connecting with adjacent drones. In the blink of an eye, a dome woven from energy threads appeared behind the mecha, completely enveloping the planet below within its protective range. At the same time, Mo Shao's mecha began to shrink. 10,000 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 10 kilometers, finally stabilizing at a height of less than 3 kilometers. The mecha was the core of this defensive array. It floated at the center of the dome, arms spread wide as the ice blue patterns on its surface began to flicker violently. A vast amount of ice attribute source energy gushed forth from the core of the mecha, spreading along those energy threads to envelop the whole dome. The surface of the dome began to freeze, crystallizing into ice formed from the laws of origin. The ice crystals extended layer by layer outward, growing from the surface of the dome. Almost in the blink of an eye, a dome of ice appeared above the planet. The ice layer was several kilometers thick, its ice blue sheen shining like a massive gemstone under the starlight. But that was not enough. The power of the fallen rhinoceros claw strike was enough to tear apart the stars. No matter how thick the ice armor was, it could not withstand the penetrating force of the law of gold. The semi-transparent force of the law of time began to weave through the ice layer. Those threads spread throughout the entire ice dome like blood vessels, infusing the power of the law of time into every inch of the ice crystals. The structure of the ice layer underwent some fundamental change under the influence of the law of time. Any attack that made contact with the ice layer would be slowed by the law of time. Then the 5 golden claw marks tore through the void, colliding head-on with the ice blue dome. The ice layer began to shatter. The claw marks tore through the ice crystals layer by layer, and with each layer of ice crystal being ruptured, the law of time came into play. The advancement speed of the claw marks slowed down increasingly, as if they were sinking into an invisible mire. Meanwhile, behind the ruptured ice layer, new ice crystals were rapidly growing. The core of the mecha continued to output constantly, injecting the power of the ice attribute loss. The shattered ice layer was replaced within seconds by the newly formed ice crystals, filling the torn gaps. The claw marks advanced 2/3 of the thickness before coming to a halt. The golden light struggled within the ice layer for a moment before finally dissipating. The ice dome remained intact. The fallen rhinoceros was completely stunned. His full-force strike had been blocked. He was unwilling, but he no longer had the strength to fight. At the same time, a triangular red crystal emerged from the right shoulder of the mecha. Every facet of the crystal was as smooth as a mirror, floating above the shoulder of the mecha, beginning to slowly rotate. The color of the crystal was also changing, from dark red to bright red, from bright red to orangered, and from orangered to blinding platinum. With each rotation, the brightness increased by 1 level. This was a standard equipment of mech technology 3S grade, stellar melting, aurora cannon. As its name implies, a single shot was enough to melt through a neutron star. At this moment, the fallen rhinoceros had only 2/10 of his divine power left from his peak. If this shot hit, he would undoubtedly die. Although Song Jiao had consumed over half of his divine power due to the drone swarm, his perception was still intact. The fluctuations emitted by that red crystal made him tremble. He poured all of his remaining divine power into activating that seal flying to the side of the fallen rhinoceros. A dark golden light surged from the seal, coalescing in the void into a gigantic phantom, a colossal ancient tortoise. The surface of the tortoise shell was covered with dense runes, each glowing with dark golden light. This seal was something he obtained from an ancient relic said to be the life treasure of some ancient mighty being. With this seal, he had escaped countless deadly situations. He prayed that this time would be no different. Just then the red crystal on the shoulder of the mecha stopped rotating. Then a beam of light shot out. Two monstrous beasts, each over 10,000 kilometers in size. This beam was thinner than a strand of hair. Yet it was this thin strand that made Song Jiao sense the breath of death. The beam first struck the phantom of the tortoise shell, blocking it for less than a second before being melted through. In the blink of an eye, the entire phantom of the great tortoise shattered into countless specks of light. The beam continued forward, striking the chest of the fallen rhinoceros and exiting through his back, disappearing into the depths of the endless void. The massive body of the fallen rhinoceros began to convulse, its pupils dilating, and the divine power within him was rapidly draining. His vitality was swiftly fading. Only the last breath remained. Song did not have time to assess the injuries of the fallen rhinoceros, opening his mouth to spit out a 7-layered small tower. The small tower expanded in the wind, swelling to several thousand kilometers high in the blink of an eye, enveloping both him and the fallen rhinoceros within. Then it flew into the depths of the void. The speed was incredibly fast. So fast that even the scanning system of the mecha could not lock on. Mo Xiao did not pursue. It was not that he could not catch up, but that he did not dare to pursue. Over 2 million contestants were still on the planet, and he feared this was a trap to lure him away. As the ice dome slowly dissipated, those drones were the first to disintegrate. The nanoparticles of the mecha also began to layer off, revealing Mo Xiao's stern face. He still floated above the planet as if nothing had happened. Below, over 2 million contestants were silent. They witnessed every detail of the battle. Those two beasts comparable to planets. That silver-white mecha, that overwhelming swarm of drones. That dome of ice encasing miles, that slender beam capable of melting through anything. Some were trembling, some were silent, some were clenching their fists. In their hearts there was only one thought, too powerful. Mo Xiao's voice descended from the void, reaching everyone's ears. The competition continues. The crowd began to stir once more. Some flew into the distance, some burrowed underground, and some began searching for prey. The survival competition had not yet ended, and military achievements still needed to be accumulated. Yet each person felt as if they had gained something more in their hearts. That was a seed of strength, deep underground. At the center of the formation, Hao Changgeng floated there, having been there for a full month. Star Soldier level. He had finally crossed that threshold. The transition from trial phase to Star Soldier level was the first major hurdle on the path of cultivation. Countless people spend their entire lives unable to cross it, yet he completed this leap in a coma with the help of the Shijia spiritual fruit. On his body, silver-white patterns of law began to emerge. Those patterns originated from the silver mark at his brow, spreading along his neck, shoulders, arms, all the way to his fingertips. The patterns were not dense, resembling some ancient totem or perhaps a projection of a star map on the human body. His body began to exhibit a strange transformation between reality and illusion, as if he were about to merge into the void at any moment. This was the spatial origin law remodeling his body, evolving from carbon-based flesh toward a higher form of existence. Suddenly his fingers twitched slightly. The 36th day, Hao Changgeng awakened. The energy residual from the array had finally been exhausted after circulating for over a month. Awake! The voice of Liexing echoed in his mind. You have been asleep for 36 days. 36 days. Hao Changgeng was taken aback. He felt as if he had merely closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, a month had passed. Stop dawdling, Liexing said. Quickly test the application of the laws of spatial origin, and then go out to accumulate military merit. There are less than 2 months left in the competition, and your military merit is still 0. Hao Changgeng stood up and stretched his limbs. He sensed the star core within his body. That star core had completely formed, suspended in the deepest part of his consciousness space, slowly rotating. Unlike the embryonic form of the star core during the trial period, the current star core was complete. It had a rotational axis and its own energy field. With each rotation, pure source energy was released, flowing through his meridians. Star Soldier level. He had finally crossed this threshold, and it was not an ordinary Star Soldier level. He simultaneously grasped the laws of fire origin and the laws of spatial origin. The former was something he had understood through grueling effort, while the latter was force-fed to him by that fruit. Let's try teleportation first, Liexing suggested. Hao Changgeng glanced at another corner of the cave. It was not far, about 30 meters away. With a thought, he appeared in that corner in the next instant. There was no acceleration from light wings, no boost from vector thrusters, no external driving force at all. He simply thought about it, and he was there. He looked down at his feet, and then back at the spot he had just been standing. Between the two positions were 7 or 8 faint residual shadows, not illusions, but visual residues caused by the speed of teleportation. Smoother than before, he murmured. Previously, teleportation had been rigid, clumsy, and energy-consuming. Each use felt like being yanked by someone. Now teleportation was as fluid as breathing. He could even control the degree of phasing. Just now, he had deliberately kept himself solid during the teleportation, leaving behind a residual shadow. If he chose to completely phase, there would be no residual shadows. The other party would only see him disappear and then reappear in another position. Not bad. Lixing's voice carried appreciation. Below the Star General level, even if you are outmatched, you can easily escape. Below the Star General level, easy escape. Hao Changgeng pondered this statement. In other words, as long as he did not provoke the presence of a Star General on this battlefield, basically no one could keep him here. So what are we waiting for? He grinned. Let's go. He did not fly directly out from the cave above. Although he now had the spatial laws at his disposal, he would not abandon the principle of keeping a low profile. He switched the mech to the mining traversal mode, retracing his steps underground to leave the area. After breaking through the surface, he found a concealed ridge crouching behind a large rock, allowing Liexing to initiate scanning. Find me an opponent I can handle, he said. I want to test my skills. The mech scanning system activated. Life signals within a radius of several thousand kilometers emerged in his consciousness like stars. Some were bright, representing high-level star soldiers. Some were dim, representing low-level competitors like him. Others had energy waveforms unlike any race he had encountered before. Liexing quickly locked onto a group of targets. 5,600 kilometers away northwest direction, a total of 5. The leader is a third-level star soldier, and the remaining 4 are second-level star soldiers. The mech projection system unfolded a holographic image in front of Hao Changgeng. Their sizes ranged from 10 to 12 meters, their bodies composed of a translucent purple crystal. That purple was very deep, close to black, but under the light it emitted a crystalline luster. Their body structure was similar to that of humans. They had heads, torsos, and limbs, but no facial features. The head was just a smooth piece of purple crystal. They moved in formation through the valley, maintaining a distance of less than 100 meters from each other. With each step, the crystal feet would leave deep imprints on the rocky ground. Silicon-based life forms, Lixing's voice resounded in Hao Changgeng's mind. The left side of the celestial cosmos borders the wild beast civilization, and the right side borders the silicon civilization. In this outer battlefield, most encounters are with these two races. The insectoids and elemental beings must go to deeper battlefields to encounter. Places where even a star general could fall with a careless move. It's not somewhere you can venture for now. Hao Changgeng stared at the 5 purple crystal-like beings and licked his lips. With my current strength, can I take them down? Liexing was silent for 2 seconds, as if evaluating. The mech is still in its initial stage, and its firepower is limited. But your newly comprehended spatial laws can compensate for some of the gaps. You should be able to take them out. Should I? Even if you can't win, you can still run. Below the Star General level, no one can keep you here. Hao Changgeng nodded, then asked. Liexing, how exactly should we upgrade our mech? All technological creations in the Milky Way, mechs, starships, mechanical races, essentially upgrade based on one thing: the energy core. A more powerful energy core can output more violent firepower. This is the fundamental aspect. And the core of our mech is a fragment of the sacred canon of all spirits. In theory, its limits far exceed any energy core you can currently access, but the problem is, Liexing paused. Lixing's voice carried a hint of nostalgia. Although a significant portion was consumed during remolding, the essence remains. The mech's skeleton and outer armor are still made of meltstar crimson gold. It's like a faucet. No matter how big the outlet is, if the pipe is too thin, it's useless. So we need to absorb a large amount of rare metals to reinforce every inch of the mech structure: shell, skeleton, conduits, joints, and so on. This will allow the entire mech to withstand higher levels of energy output. Only when it can withstand it can that portion of energy be transformed into combat power. Hao Changgeng nodded thoughtfully. So what material was our mech made of at its peak? It was entirely crafted from 3-grade meltstar crimson gold. Lixing's voice carried a hint of nostalgia. Although a significant portion was consumed during remolding, the essence remains. The mech's skeleton and outer armor are still made of meltstar crimson gold. But having just the outer shell is not enough, Liexing continued. The internal energy conduits, control systems, and the conductive structures of the weapon modules require a special type of rare metal. Not structural materials like meltstar crimson gold, but functional metals specifically used for energy conduction. This type of metal does not have clear grading. Different varieties have different properties and prices that vary greatly. According to the best ratio to upgrade to Star Soldier level, we need 7 different rare metals to complement each other. Only in this way can we initially unlock a part of the fragment's power. Hao Changgeng frowned. 7 types. How much will that cost? Liexing did not answer directly, but instead countered with a question. That depends on which types of metals are used. What do you mean? Rare metals are also ranked. If you choose the cheapest varieties, you would need about 6 million standard crystal cores. Hao Changgeng's eyelids twitched. 6 million. He didn't even have 600 on him. If we use the highest grade metal ratios, Liexing continued. If we select the best varieties within the same grade, it would cost about 35 million. Hao Changgeng fell silent. 35 million. This figure had exceeded his comprehension. He couldn't even dare to think about earning it. Why is there such a big difference? He asked. Different effects. Li Xing's answer was straightforward. The higher-grade metals contain pure metal origin, after absorption, they greatly enhance the mech. What specific differences are there? With the lowest grade combination after upgrading the mech can expand to a maximum height of 1,000 meters and shrink to about 1 meter. With the highest grade combination it can expand to 5,000 meters and shrink to 30 centimeters. Hao Changgeng envisioned a scene of 5,000 meter tall silver golden giant and a 30 centimeter tall mini-mech. Both being mechs, the difference was as vast as two different species. Legendary top-tier mechs could even expand to several million kilometers in size, shrinking to the nanoscale. A mech millions of kilometers tall delivering a punch. Who could withstand it? And when shrunk to the nanoscale, who could even hit it? Several million kilometers. That was no longer a mech. That was a star. He took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing those unrealistic fantasies. So the urgent task now is to make money. Yes, this survival competition is your biggest opportunity to earn money. Hao Changgeng stood up, his light wings unfurling behind him. Then what are we waiting for? With a flap of his wings, he soared into the sky. 5,600 kilometers away, the 5 purple crystal-like silicon-based beings were slowly moving through the valley. They were still unaware that danger was rapidly approaching. After comprehending the laws of space, Hao Changgeng's flight began to take on a bizarre quality. His figure would suddenly vanish in the air, only to reappear in the distance. This was a mode of flight he had never experienced before. Soon 5 silicon-based life forms came into view. They were traversing a dry river valley, their purple crystalline bodies exceptionally striking. Their steps were synchronized, spaced less than 100 meters apart, like a well-trained army. Hao Changgeng did not hide. To beings of different races, encountering one another on this battlefield meant being mortal enemies. The mech activated. A silver golden light surged from his body. He deliberately controlled the mech to hover at a height similar to those silicon-based life forms. Then his right arm began to transform. The flame core ion cannon coalesced, and the golden red light at the muzzle instantly flared up. Fire! That violent beam tore through space, heading straight for the weakest silicon-based life form. The stone man had no time to evade. The beam struck his purple crystalline body, heating, producing a dull explosion. Shattered to pieces. Crystal fragments flew in all directions, with some even turning to dust. Hao Changgeng did not let down his guard. To deal with any enemy, one must ensure that the opponent has completely lost combat capability before letting up. He saw the silicon core radiating a soft glow. It hovered at the center of the explosion, wrapped in a pale purple energy field. The splintered crystal fragments began to retract towards the silicon core the moment they were blasted away. Like iron filings drawn to a magnet, the fragments reassembled from all directions. The pieces fitted together and the cracks healed. In just a few seconds, the shattered stone man reformed. However, his size was nearly half of what it had been, and his aura was significantly weakened. What the hell? Hao Changgeng couldn't help but curse. This was his first encounter with silicon-based life. That previous shot, if it had been aimed at a human star soldier of Tier 3, would have left them either dead or crippled. But hitting this creature only resulted in a minor shatter, and then it pieced itself back together. That's normal. The voice of Li Xing echoed in his mind. As long as the silicon core remains intact, the body can regenerate indefinitely. As long as they find enough mineral veins to replenish, they can return to peak condition. However, your attack was not without effect. His size has decreased, and his aura has weakened. These are all signs of consumption. Before Hao Changgeng could digest this information, the remaining 4 stone men moved. They did not charge forward, nor did they flee, but rather gathered in the same direction. The 5 purple crystalline bodies collided in the center of the valley. And then, did they decompose? Their bodies transformed into a strange state between solid and liquid. Crystals extended from their surfaces, intertwining and merging. This process was astonishingly quick. In the blink of an eye, 5 independent entities became one. The newly formed silicon-based life form was still about 10 meters tall, but it was now entirely different. Its body was no longer translucent, but a deep purple-black. The surface of the crystal was smooth as a mirror, capable of reflecting the surrounding terrain and the silver-golden mech in the sky. On its head, facial features began to emerge. Hao Changgeng's flame core ion cannon still rested on his right arm. He hesitated for a moment, deciding not to fire. His intuition told him that this creature could not be hit. Li Xing's judgment was quicker. They have merged a 5-known silicon-based life form, and its defensive capabilities will be even more terrifying. If you fire now, it might just leave a mark on its surface. No sooner had he spoken than the purple-black stone man moved. Its density was frighteningly high, likely weighing over 10,000 tons. Yet its speed was remarkably agile. The predictive system was fully activated. The mech's dynamic capture system broke down every movement of the stone man into streams of data. Speed, direction, acceleration, attack angle. All the information unfolded before Hao Changgeng marking the optimal evasion path. A fist came crashing in. Following the system's guidance, Hao Changgeng dodged to the left, avoiding a direct hit. However, he underestimated the attack method of the silicon-based life form. Though that punch missed the mech and struck the void, instead the moment the fist collided with the space, a visible ripple spread out from the point of impact. The ripple swept over the mech. Hao Changgeng felt his thoughts momentarily stutter, and his entire reaction speed was forcibly slowed by some external force. The mech's motion capture system was still functioning, but his mind couldn't keep pace with the data's update speed. He was in a state of delay. This is one of the characteristics of silicon-based civilizations. Their attacks can interfere with the nerve signal transmission of carbon-based organisms. On a physical level, you are not hit, but your nervous system mistakenly perceives that you have been harmed. As he spoke, the second punch was already on its way. Hao Changgeng had no time to think. His body instinctively reacted. A silver-white mark on his forehead flashed, and he activated his teleportation. He attempted to displace the entire mech behind the stone man, but the mech only shifted less than 5 meters, just barely avoiding that punch. The stone man's fist brushed past the shoulder of the mech, sending the nearby rocks flying. With the thrust of the vector thrusters, the mech retreated several hundred meters, re-establishing distance. The armor on his shoulder was intact and had not been grazed, yet he was drenched in cold sweat. Liexing, what just happened? Why couldn't I teleport? Liexing's response came quickly. I forgot to tell you, the core of the mech is a fragment of the Wanling Xingdian, which can only provide fire attribute source energy. All our attacks essentially rely on your comprehension of the laws to draw upon the energy within the fragment, but the mech itself does not possess space attribute energy. Thus, any abilities related to the laws of space must be driven by your own source energy. You just entered the first tier of the Star Soldier level, and your source energy reserves are limited. To drive the entire mech to teleport consumes far more than you can imagine. Being able to displace 5 meters is already the result of the space source law being acknowledged. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to move at all. Hao Changgeng was furious and wanted to curse, but the stone man on the opposite side did not give him time to react. It charged over again, this time with even greater speed, its purple-black crystals appearing like a ghost under the dim sky. It rushed in front of the mech, both fists raised, each punch accompanied by that strange spatial ripple. Hao Changgeng no longer attempted to teleport. He fully opened his wings of light and ignited the vector thrusters simultaneously. Guided by the predictive system, he maneuvered through the gaps in the stone man's attacks. Dodging left, right, pulling up and dropping down. The mech evaded nimbly under his control. Meanwhile, his arms transformed. 2 Gatling guns formed simultaneously on his arms. The 6-gun barrels spun wildly and golden red fireballs poured out like a torrential rain. The surface of each fireball was adorned with golden law patterns. The fireballs exploded into bursts of golden red sparkles before dissipating, leaving shallow pits on the crystal surface, so shallow they were nearly imperceptible. The physical defenses of silicon-based life forms were recognized as the strongest in the universe. Hao Changgeng maintained a distance of about 1,000 meters from the stone man, with the Gatling guns continuing to fire, unleashing an uninterrupted barrage of fireballs. The opponent attempted to charge several times, but was repelled by the dense firepower. At this distance, the kinetic energy and precision of the fireballs remained at their peak. Although the stone man had abnormal defenses, the concentrated firepower continually bombarding the same point still left cracks on its surface. Yet Hao Changgeng was unable to truly harm it, and its stamina seemed to never deplete. A stalemate. Although your spatial source energy cannot support the mech's teleportation, it can be added to the attacks. Liexing's voice rang out again. Hao Changgeng's mind raced. How do I add it? Try this within the endless fireballs. Select one and attach spatial source energy to its exterior. Then teleport the fireball into the silicon-based life form's body. No matter how hard its shell is, the interior may not be as tough. Right? Hao Changgeng's eyes lit up instantly. While maintaining fire suppression, he diverted some focus to channel the spatial source energy within his body. Silver-white energy flowed from the star core, gathering to his fingertips. Then through the mech's conduction system, he attached it to a fireball that was about to be launched. The appearance of that fireball changed. The other fireballs were purely golden red, with only golden law patterns on their surface. This one was different. It had an additional layer of silver-white halo on its surface. The 2 colors intertwined, resembling some ancient totem. The fireball was launched. Mixed in with thousands of ordinary fireballs, it flew toward the purple-black stone man. It moved at the same speed and trajectory as the other fireballs, showing no difference. The stone man didn't pay it any mind, still raising its arm to block. The fireball made contact with its arm, then vanished. The special fireball silently disappeared against the surface of the crystal. In the next instant, a dull explosion reverberated within the stone man's chest. It was as if someone had placed a firecracker in a sealed iron barrel. The stone man's body stiffened for a moment, his actions halted for half a second. A tiny crack appeared on the crystalline surface at his chest. Moreover, purple liquid began to seep from the edges of the crack. That was his blood, an energy liquid unique to silicon-based life forms composed of high concentrations of source energy mineral liquid. Hao Changgeng saw that crack and the purple liquid. It had indeed worked. The stone man clearly sensed something was off. His movements became cautious, no longer the reckless charge from before, but rather he began to consciously shield that crack on his chest. He used both arms to cover his vital points while retreating, seemingly reassessing this opponent. His intelligence was not low. The learning and adaptability of silicon-based civilizations were on par with carbon-based intelligent races. This stone man quickly grasped what had happened in just a few seconds. His defense was not failing, rather the opponent's attack method had changed. The laws of space. This mech not only possessed fire attributes, but also spatial attributes. He began to withdraw. Hao Changgeng did not give him a chance to catch his breath. More silver-white halos began to appear on the fireballs. 1, 2, 5, 10. He mixed in an increasing number of specially made fireballs with each round of shooting, displacing them to different positions inside the stone man's body. Chest cavity, abdominal cavity, joint connections, even the head. Continuous explosions echoed from within the stone man. The purple-black crystalline surface began to show more and more cracks. Purple energy liquid flowed from the cracks, trickling down the surface of the crystal, dripping onto the gray-black rocks with a hissing, corrosive sound. The stone man's movements slowed down further. His defenses remained formidable, but those explosions erupting from within were impossible for him to guard against. His outer shell could block the full force of a Star Soldier-level attack, but the interior was not so tough. Hao Changgeng grew increasingly adept at his attacks. He began to attempt more precise operations, not teleporting the entire fireball inside, but only the core part of the fireball. Less consumption, greater efficiency. He even started trying to direct the shockwave of the explosion to the stone man's weak points at the moment of detonation. At this moment, the stone man's surface was covered in cracks, purple energy liquid spilled everywhere, and his aura had dropped to rock bottom. Yet he still had not fallen. His silicon core remained. As long as the silicon core existed, he could regenerate. As long as there were enough mineral veins, he could return to peak condition. Hao Changgeng understood this as well. He quickly locked onto the source of light within the stone man's body. That was his silicon core, his life essence, the root of his very existence. He must shatter it. The stone man turned and ran his purple-black body, leaving a fleeting shadow under the dim sky as he dashed towards the end of the valley. All silicon-based life forms split from a single core connected by a form of mental link beyond human comprehension. In times of danger, nearby kin sense it immediately and rush to provide support at the fastest speed. The stone man knew very well that if he continued to fight, he would undoubtedly perish. The silver-golden mech's attacks were bizarre. Fireballs could explode from within, and he couldn't defend against them. His only chance for survival was to hold on until reinforcements arrived. Hao Changgeng would not let him succeed. The Gatling gun did not stop, its barrel spun wildly. The golden-red fireballs exploded along the stone man's escape route like a torrential downpour, creating bursts of flames. He darted left and right through the barrage. His movements were swift, but the Gatling gun's rate of fire was even faster. The hit rate remained above 63, continuously depleting his defenses. Hao Changgeng was not in a hurry. He maintained the optimal range, neither pursuing too closely nor letting him get too far away. The combat style of the mech faction was never about reckless brawling. It was about kite-flying attrition and delivering a decisive blow upon finding a weakness. The stone man's speed was decreasing, the color of his crystalline shell shifting from deep black to gray-purple, with leaking energy fluid trailing behind him in a long purple streak. He couldn't hold on for much longer. In a desperate run, mistakes were inevitable. During one leap, his back exposed itself to Hao Changgeng's line of fire. It wasn't a fatal weakness, but it was enough for the mech scanning system. A coordinate point was marked in the data model. There was a gap on the stone man's back, a weak point where the crystals overlapped. It wasn't an absolute weakness, but it was easier to hit than other areas. Hao Changgeng retracted the Gatling gun. His right arm transformed, revealing a long spear. The spear's design was modeled after cold weapons from Blue Star, about 10 meters long with a diamond-shaped tip and blades on both sides. A ring of vector thrusters extended from the back of the spear to its tip, arranged neatly. On the spear's tip, golden fire source patterns intertwined with silver spatial patterns, their glows entwined. The mech grasped the spear shaft. The dynamic capture system tracked the stone man's trajectory, speed, and gravitational acceleration. All variables affecting throwing accuracy were calculated, marking the optimal throwing angle and timing in Hao Changgeng's field of vision. At the moment the stone man landed, his back was once again exposed. The coordinate point reappeared in the data model, stabilizing for 0.3 of a second. Hao Changgeng threw the spear. The vector thrusters on the spear shaft ignited simultaneously, unleashing golden flames that pushed the spear's initial speed to a terrifying level. 100,000 times the speed of sound, 1/9 the speed of light. At this speed, the friction between the spear tip and the air generated enough heat to melt ordinary metals. However, the spear tip was covered with spatial laws, and as it flew, the air in front of it was continuously pushed apart by a thin layer of spatial ripples, facing almost no resistance. The stone man sensed the deadly threat behind him. He desperately twisted his body to evade, but at 100,000 times the speed of sound, there was no escape. The spear tip pierced into his back. With the crystalline defense of silicon-based life, this shot shouldn't have penetrated. At the moment the spear tip struck the crystal, it indeed was blocked. The golden fire source patterns flickered wildly, raising the spear tip's temperature to several 100,000 degrees. Yet the crystalline shell only glowed faintly red, not penetrated. Then the silver spatial patterns lit up. On the surface of the crystal in front of the spear tip, a spatial hole appeared. Space itself vanished at that point. The crystal remained, but the distance between it and the spear tip became zero. The spear passed through that hole, embedding itself inside the stone man's body, heading straight for the silicon core. Inside the stone man, there were no bones, no muscles, no organs. The silicon core floated in the center of the chest cavity, wrapped in a purple energy field surrounded by a dense network of energy conduits. These conduits transported the silicon core's energy to every corner of the body, maintaining the crystalline form and vitality. The spear passed through all the conduits and stabbed into the silicon core. The moment the spear tip pierced the silicon core, a burst of purple light flickered brightly before rapidly diminishing. The silicon core's energy was eroded by the two laws attached to the spear. The fire source law burned its energy reserves, while the spatial source law severed its energy transmission. The stone man's fleeing figure froze. He maintained a forward-leaning posture, as if the pause button had been pressed. After less than 2 seconds of stasis, the purple light within him extinguished completely. The purple-black crystalline body began to shatter. From the cracks, pieces fell off one by one, landing on the ground and turning to dust. Without the energy of the silicon core to sustain them, these crystals were just ordinary stones devoid of any strength. The body crumbled piece by piece, eventually forming a small pile of purple debris on the ground. Hao Changgeng hovered in midair, looking at the pile of debris and exhaling deeply. "How much military merit?" he asked. The voice of Liesheng replied, 300. "Only 300. Hao Changgeng was taken aback. "That's not bad," Liesheng replied flatly. "Military merit is quite valuable. Under normal circumstances, killing a second-tier star soldier of an alien race would yield around 50 military merits. 100 for a third tier. The one you just took down was a fusion of 5, so 300 is already a premium." Hao Changgeng calculated. 300 military merits were still far from the top 10,000. But he wasn't anxious. There was still over a month left. "All right, find a place to rest," said Liesheng. "Your source energy consumption is considerable. Replenish it before continuing the hunt." Hao Changgeng retracted the mech, unfolded his light wings, and flew towards a distant undulating hill. He needed to find a secluded spot to replenish his depleted source energy before continuing. The survival competition was still ongoing. Military merits awaited him. On the other side of this planet, deep within a natural cave, Mu Qinglin sat cross-legged on a flat rock, a holographic screen floating in front of her. The screen vividly displayed the battle process of Hao Changgeng, with every detail fully recorded. Her beautiful eyes fixed on the figure on the screen, a hint of playful amusement tugging at her lips. Interesting. Yan Lai stood behind her, his gaze also on the holographic screen. But his focus was completely different from Mu Qinglin's. As a descendant of a high-ranking weapon technology family, his mech was equipped with a detection system far superior to ordinary participants. Within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, as long as he wanted to see, there was nothing he couldn't observe. The energy fluctuations from that recent battle were too apparent. The explosions of fire attribute laws, the fluctuations of spatial attribute laws. Combined with the energy characteristics of silicon-based life during fusion, it was hard not to notice. He casually brought up the battle's replay, originally intending to see who was making such a racket nearby. But upon seeing the footage, his expression froze. A silver-golden mech. Hao Changgeng. Yan Lai's mouth twitched slightly. He never expected that the indigenous person he had easily overpowered would not only be alive, but had also broken through to the Star Soldier level. And he had even comprehended the spatial source law. Mu Qinglin didn't care about what the person behind her thought. Her gaze lingered on the figure on the screen for a while. Then she turned her head to look at Yan Lai, her eyes shining with a serious light. "This guy is somewhat interesting." Yan Lai didn't respond. Mu Qinglin continued, her tone filled with an excited thrill. "To gain recognition from the fire source law during the trial phase is nothing new. I can do that." But he gained recognition from the spatial source law at the first tier of Star Soldier. Do you know what that means? Yan Lai certainly knew. The two supreme laws, time and space. To gain recognition from one of them at the Star Soldier level is a rarity in the entire history of the Sanxiong universe. Each of them ultimately became a powerful Star Lord. As long as he doesn't fall midway, becoming a Star Lord is a done deal. Mu Qinglin's eyes sparkled. "I must tell my father to pull him into Star Riverbank as soon as possible. Such talent, if I wait for others to take action, it will be too late." Yan Lai's expression darkened completely. Watching the eager expression on Mu Qinglin's face made his chest feel constricted. He had pursued Mu Qinglin for many years and had never seen that kind of expression on her face. A genuine appreciation and interest in another person. It wasn't because of family marriage, nor was it due to an exchange of interest, but a pure interest in someone. And that person was an indigenous from a first-level civilization. A country bumpkin who had never even boarded a starship. A waste that he had easily overpowered. Yan Lai's nails dug into his palm. He took a deep breath, suppressing the swirling emotions within him. A gentle smile returned to his face, his voice steady, without a hint of turmoil. He is indeed impressive, but you know the difficulty of comprehending spatial laws. He has only gained recognition, he is still far from truly applying it. Star Riverbank should recruit talent, but they should at least wait for him to prove himself first. Mu Qinglin shook her head, not arguing, but also not responding. Her gaze returned to the holographic screen, where Hao Changgeng's figure had vanished, leaving only a desolate gray-black wasteland. She stared at the empty ground for a while before turning off the screen. Yan Lai stood behind her, his gaze resting on her profile, with a hint of barely perceptible emotion swirling in his eyes. After half a day's rest, Hao Changgeng's source energy had returned to its peak. Liashing, how many military merits do the top 10,000 contestants have now? As soon as he finished speaking, a peculiar crystal popped out from the shoulder of his combat suit. The crystal projected a holographic screen in front of him, densely populated with data arranged from top to bottom. The 10th place. 5,240. Hao Changgeng's mouth twitched. Damn, he remarked, staring at that number. Are these people beasts? How did they score over 5,000? He had fought desperately to take down a silicon-based life form, and only earned 300. 5,000 points. This meant he had to take down another 16 or 17 opponents of similar rank, and that was just the threshold for the 10th place. Then the screen began to scroll, flipping through the ranks. It finally stopped at the first place. Hao Changgeng's eyes nearly popped out. Ling Xuanxue, 65,030. The second place was only just over 20,000, not even a third of hers. A clear lead. A truly overwhelming lead. The second place contestant might as well withdraw. What the hell? Hao Changgeng was completely stunned. What's going on? Back during the selection match, I didn't think she was that fierce. He recalled the female cultivator whom he had ambushed with a shot. He only felt that while this woman was strong, she wasn't extraordinarily so. Now this number told him he was terribly mistaken. Liashing fell silent for a moment, his voice carrying an air of indifference. Then there's only one explanation left. She broke through here. Breakthrough. The classification of realms in the cultivation civilization is different from ours. She was in the foundation establishment stage during the selection match, corresponding to our third tier of Star Soldier. And above foundation establishment is golden core in the cultivation civilization that marks a qualitative change. A golden core cultivator has a combat power at least 3 to 5 times that of a foundation establishment cultivator. Converted to our levels, it corresponds to the 4th to 6th tier of Star Soldier. Liashing paused. Moreover, the combat strength in the cultivation civilization is notoriously terrifying. Their offensive methods are extremely peculiar, and it's rare to find an opponent of equal rank. Hao Changgeng's mind flashed back to that enchanting figure stepping on her flying sword, exuding an ethereal aura. When he ambushed her with that shot, he had grazed her shoulder. If she had already broken through then, he shivered. But you don't need to worry too much, Liashing seemed to see through his thoughts. This is the outer domain battlefield. The military merit system monitors everyone constantly. Attacking one's own kind will result in disqualification, and those with severe violations will be imprisoned in the celestial prison. Even if she has grievances against you, she can't do anything. Hao Changgeng nodded, slightly feeling somewhat reassured. But reassurance aside, that terrifying military merit still pricked at his mind like a thorn. He couldn't help but glance once more at the name on the screen and that terrifying score behind her. Ling Xuanxue. At this moment, on the other side of the planet, the owner of that name stood on a barren land. She stood on her flying sword, hovering 100 meters above the ground, the sword vibrating slightly. The azure robe billowed in the wind, and her long hair danced behind her. In front of her were 3 savage beasts. They were not large. Compared to the 2 she fought with Mo Shao, these 3 could only be considered cubs. The smallest of them measured less than 10 meters in length, while the largest did not exceed 30 meters. They were covered in dark gray scales with sturdy limbs and large heads, their gaping mouths revealing uneven fangs. The 3 savage beasts spread out in a fan shape, encircling her in the middle. Ling Xuanxue remained expressionless. Her right hand lifted and her fingers lightly traced the air. The flying sword beneath her suddenly accelerated, transforming into a streak of azure light that swept across the neck of the nearest savage beast. The sword light flashed. The beast's head slid off its neck, not even allowing blood to spray out. The massive body crashed to the ground, shaking the earth. The remaining 2 savage beasts turned and fled. Ling Xuanxue did not pursue. She traced her fingers again, and the flying sword arced through the air, catching up to the slower one. The sword light pierced through the beast's back and emerged from its chest, releasing a spray of dark red blood mist. At this moment, the last beast had already run several thousand meters away. Ling Xuanxue slightly furrowed her brows and her fingers traced a third time. The flying sword transformed into a streak of azure lightning, instantly crossing the distance of several thousand meters. It pierced through the back of the beast's head and emerged from its mouth. The beast's corpse continued to run for several dozen meters under inertia before crashing down. 3 swords, 3 savage beasts. Ling Xuanxue retracted her flying sword, which hovered in midair before her. Her breathing showed no signs of change, and not a single drop of sweat beaded on her forehead. Not a single speck of blood even stained her azure robe. She lightly tapped her toes, and the flying sword carried her upward, flying towards the direction of her next target. After reaching Golden Core, her spiritual power seemed inexhaustible. There was no need for rest, no need for recovery. She could continue killing endlessly. The flying sword traced an azure trajectory in the sky, disappearing into the grayish horizon. Behind her, the bodies of the 3 savage beasts were being decomposed by microorganisms on the planet. It wouldn't be long before they completely disappeared, leaving not even a bone behind. On the outskirts of the planet, Shao floated in the void, his gaze penetrating the atmosphere, falling upon that streak of azure sword light. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight arc. Interesting. His finger lightly traced the air, and a holographic screen unfolded before him. The screen displayed not the military merit rankings, but a personal profile. Name: Ling Xuanxue, origin Qingxian, star system Tianjin sect, age 16, galactic, standard years cultivation, level early golden core, approximately equal to 4th tier star soldier, background fled to the galactic system after the fall of the Tianjin sect with no affiliations. Shao's gaze lingered on the words about the fall of the Tianjin sect for a moment. This was a matter of deep-seated blood feud. He turned off the screen and looked back at Ling Xuanxue. That streak of azure sword light was weaving through the barren land, amidst which the corpses of savage beasts lay scattered. Clean background, resilient disposition, exceptional combat strength, Shao murmured to himself. The mercenary alliance just happens to need good talents like her. He did not make a decision immediately. Talents from the outer domain with a clean background like Ling Xuanxue would not be overlooked by any of the 5 major powers. The Federal Army, the Galaxy Bank, Shiyuan Technology, the Adventure Guild. Each would offer sky-high conditions to snatch her away. His opinion alone wasn't enough. It ultimately depended on Ling Xuanxue's own choice. Inside the cave, Hao Changgeng was still staring blankly at the military merit rankings. His gaze moved down from the first place until he found his name. Not in the top 10,000, nor even in the top 100,000. He flipped through several pages before finally locating himself. Forget it, don't look anymore. Lieshing, his voice was somewhat dry. What's the use of military merit? Apart from promotion, are there any practical benefits? There are. Liexing's reply was crisp and straightforward. The exchange ratio of military merit to standard crystal cores is 1 to 100. Hao Changgeng's mind did the math. 300 military merits multiplied by 100, 3,000, 30,000 standard crystal cores. His eyes widened. Just from that one battle, he earned 30,000 crystal cores. He recalled the time on Lingyu Star when the elder from the Rand family gave him pocket money. It was always more than 100 crystal cores at a time. He was so touched he nearly cried. Later, when the elder gifted him with Yinshu alloy, Lieshing said that stuff was worth millions of crystal cores. At that time, he thought it was an astronomical figure. Now, after a fight, he made 30,000. And the first place with 65,000 points converted to crystal cores amounts to 650,000. 650,000. Hao Changgeng's breathing quickened. Lieshing. Are there any other easier alien races to kill on this planet? Forget those rock people. They are too hard to fight, tough, and able to combine. It takes half a day to kill one for just 300 points. Lieshing fell silent for 2 seconds, as if sifting through data. Then let's go to war with the savage beasts. Savage beasts. Liexing's tone was very calm. The defense of savage beasts is not as good as that of silicon-based life forms. Though they possess divine recovery abilities, your fire origin laws have certain restraining effects on divine bodies. Moreover, their large size makes them bigger targets, increasing the hit rate. Simply put, they are easier to fight than rock people. Hao Changgeng stood up, stretching his muscles. Wings of light unfurled behind him, silver-white energy patterns flowing upon them. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. He flew out of the cave. Under the grayish sky, silhouettes of several savage beasts could be vaguely seen moving on the distant horizon. Their massive forms cast huge shadows upon the barren land. The figures of the 2 savage beasts quickly appeared on the horizon. With bodies measuring 30 to 50 meters, they were colossal creatures akin to Godzilla on Blue Star. However, compared to the 2 savage beasts that were over 10,000 kilometers long in the void earlier, these could only be considered cubs. Their bodies were covered in dark gray scales, each plate the size of a basin. Their heads were massive, with a single horn growing from the center of their foreheads, transitioning from a dark gray at the base to a bright silver at the tip. The two savage beasts had clearly noticed Hao Changgeng. There was no probing, no standoff, not even a roar. The horns on their heads lit up simultaneously. Silver arcs of electricity leaped across the surface of the horns, crackling with sound. Then, with a powerful push of their hooves, the ground exploded into several large pits. Their bodies shot forth like two cannonballs, heading straight for Hao Changgeng. Hao Changgeng was momentarily stunned. He knew the savage beasts fought in a brutal style, but he never expected it to be to such an extent. They didn't even greet him, they just charged in. With a thought, he activated his mech. Silver golden light surged from within him, and armor enveloped his entire body. He didn't keep the mech in its full 50-meter form, but compressed it to 5 meters. This was an experience he had gained from previous battles. The larger the size, the greater the firepower, but the lower the agility and the greater the energy consumption for teleportation. 5 meters was the most economical size under his star core's energy reserves. It could maintain sufficient firepower output while supporting short-distance teleportation. The horns of the two savage beasts were already inches away. Silver arcs of electricity shot from the tips of the horns, weaving a web of electricity in the air that sealed off Hao Changgeng's lateral escape. This was the innate ability of the savage beasts, a preliminary application of the lightning attribute's laws. Though crude, combined with their terrifying impact, their lethality was not to be underestimated. Hao Changgeng didn't take the hit. A silver-white mark on his forehead flashed. The mech vanished from its original spot. The two savage beasts' horns pierced through the void, nearly colliding with each other. The mech had already appeared 15 meters behind them. The teleportation distance wasn't long, but it was sufficient for this close-quarters struggle. 15 meters was enough for him to evade the savage beast's attack range and to reposition. The light wings unfolded, and the vector thrusters ignited simultaneously. The 5-meter-tall silver-golden mech, propelled by dual thrusters, instantly created several hundred meters of distance from the two savage beasts. As the distance increased, the mech began to expand. 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters. The silver-golden giant reappeared on the plain, towering even higher than the two savage beasts. The arms transformed, 2 Gatling guns coalescing on both arms with 6 barrels beginning to spin. Fire! Golden-red shells rained down like a storm, each shell adorned with golden law patterns. The shells struck the savage beast's scales, exploding into blossoms of golden-red sparks. The hit rate of the first round of fire was as high as 89.5. When the number was reported by the system, it carried a hint of satisfaction. The size of the savage beasts was too large. Their 30 to 50-meter bodies were like gigantic targets before the mech's dynamic capture system. Moreover, with the shooting accuracy Hao Changgeng had recently honed, it was hard to miss. Although each shell did not consume much of the savage beast's divine power. On good days, one might deplete 1/10th, while on bad days it was common to hit 1/1,000th. But the firing rate of the Gatling was tens of thousands of rounds per minute. Within a few seconds, thousands of shells poured onto the two savage beasts. They had cumulatively exhausted 20 of their divine power reserves. The two savage beasts began to panic. They were born for close combat, boasting powerful divine bodies, terrifying recovery, and unparalleled burst speed. As long as they could get close, they were absolutely confident they could tear this iron lump to shreds. The problem was they couldn't get close. Every time they charged forward, the mech would instantly shrink back to 5 meters. Then it would teleport behind them, unleashing the light wings and vector thrusters to create distance again. After increasing the distance, it would expand back to 50 meters, and the Gatling would continue to unleash firepower. Retreat when the enemy advances. Pursue when the enemy retreats. Attack when the enemy tires. They couldn't even get a touch. The massive hooves of the two savage beasts scraped deep grooves into the ground, kicking up dust, yet they could not reach that damned silver-golden shadow. After continuous and relentless fire suppression, the divine power reserves of the two savage beasts had dropped below 1/3. Hao Changgeng was not in a hurry. He hadn't even used the burning core ion cannon. That thing required charging, and during charging the mech couldn't move significantly, making it easy to be predicted. Dealing with these two savage beasts, the Gatling was sufficient. Fire suppression kite consumption, wait for their divine power to drop further, below 10, before considering how to finish them off. Steady and safe. Liashing, how much are these two worth? 100 military merits each, 200 in total. 200 military merits. 20,000 crystal cores. A grin spread across Hao Changgeng's face. The Gatling seemed to fire even more joyfully. The divine power of the two savage beasts continued to dwindle. 25. 19. 16. They no longer charged, but began to retreat. The intelligence of the savage beasts was not low. They knew they couldn't win and began to think of fleeing. But Hao Changgeng gave them no breathing room. The Gatling continued to output shells, exploding along their retreat path, forcing them back into the fire coverage area. And just as he was preparing to reap the rewards, a flash appeared at the horizon. A blue beam of light flew in from a great distance. It seemed to materialize from thin air, or perhaps it had been waiting there all along, only now becoming visible. The beam of light swept past the necks of the two savage beasts. Not a sound was made. Their heads fell from their necks. The blue sword light flickered at the wound's edge and then dissipated. The massive bodies of the savage beasts crashed to the ground, shaking the earth. Their divine power was not yet exhausted, their scales not penetrated, and their life force still strong. But they were dead. That blue light had precisely severed their spines, cutting off their divine power conduits. The mech hovered in the air, the Gatling still spinning, shells still firing out. He stared at the two massive corpses, losing warmth, completely stunned. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Damn. His voice echoed across the plain. Who the hell is this person? How dare they steal my kill? The Gatling stopped spinning, and the mech's arms returned to their original state. 200 military merits, 20,000 crystal cores, and he had fought for nearly 10 minutes. He had worn down over 80 of the divine power of the two savage beasts just about to harvest, only to be robbed by someone with a single sword. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He looked up at the direction where the blue beam of light had disappeared. There was nothing in the sky, only the gray clouds slowly drifting. Liashing, have you scanned to see who it is? Liashing was silent for a moment. I have scanned it, but you won't want to know. Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition arose in Hao Changgeng's heart. Hao Chang waited in place for quite a while, but the azure streak of light never reappeared. The corpse of the wild beast had begun to cool, its dark gray scales losing their luster, and the silver arcs on its horn had completely dissipated. The other party didn't take him seriously at all. They stole it without showing their face. Hao Changgeng retracted his mech, and the silver combat suit covered his body once more. He stood beside the two massive corpses, gritting his teeth in anger. Liashing, why doesn't the military merit system intervene in such blatant headhunting behavior? After they fought hard for half a day, she came in and took it away. Is her military merit all just stolen like this? There can be an appeal, but the success rate is very low. Why? The system has strict criteria for determining headhunting. Only when a lethal strike has been made and the opponent cannot evade will a third party's attack be deemed headhunting. That flying sword just now was too fast, and those two wild beasts still had 15 of their divine power left. They were far from being in a lethal state. Even if I submit an appeal, it would likely be dismissed. Hao Changgeng took a deep breath and swallowed the curse that was on the tip of his tongue. He knew Liashing was right. The timing of that azure light was very cleverly executed. According to the system data, this was merely 2 contestants attacking the same target simultaneously, not malicious headhunting. But Hao Changgeng knew in his heart that the other party had done it intentionally. He held his breath and changed the question. If that strike just now didn't rely on the mech and was solely with the combat suit, what would be the probability of me withstanding it? Liashing didn't answer immediately. He was calculating. The intensity of spiritual power, the speed of the flying sword, the angle of attack, the energy density. All the data ran through his core, eventually leading to a cold conclusion. The probability is 0. Hao Changgeng's brows knitted together. The defensive power of the combat suit is only about 10 of the mech's body. Moreover, that attack was clearly beyond standard. It was not ordinary sword energy, but the sword light from a fully powered golden core cultivator. Even if it hit the mech's body, the residual force would be enough to seriously injure you. Hao Changgeng fell silent. He lowered his head to look at the silver combat suit on his body. This thin layer of protection in the face of that azure sword light was probably no different from being made of paper. He had thought that after comprehending the laws of spatial origin and breaking through to the Star Soldier level, he would have the qualification to compete with those top talents. Now it seemed the gap was still very large. Not just a small amount. But you don't need to be too discouraged. Lixing's voice softened a bit. Once the mech reaches the Star Soldier level, it should be able to match her evenly if we can also add a spatial attribute energy core to the mech. Then it would not be impossible to suppress her or even take her down. Hao Changgeng's eyes brightened slightly. A spatial attribute energy core. Yes, the current core of the mech is only of the fire attribute, and all attack methods rely on the laws of fire's origin. If we can find a spatial attribute treasure as a second core, you could bring the bizarre nature of the spatial laws to the extreme, not just teleportation, not just phasing, but real spatial attacks. At that time, no matter how fast her flying sword is, could it outpace you directly, transmitting the attack into her body? Hao Changgeng's mind conjured that image. He couldn't help but smirk slightly. How much would that cost? More expensive than the mech itself. Lixing's reply was very straightforward. Let's first upgrade the mech to the Star Soldier level and take it step by step. Hao Changgeng nodded, burying his unwillingness deep in his heart. He raised his head and looked at the grayish sky, suddenly remembering something. By the way, you mentioned earlier that 1,000,000 years ago you went to the Qingxian star system to look for another fragment. What attribute was that? Dark attribute. Lixing's voice was low, as if recalling a past he did not wish to touch. When will we go again? Hao Changgeng asked. Liashing fell silent again for a moment. At least to the star venerable level. Hao Hao Changgeng's mouth twitched. Star Venerable level. That was a realm he didn't even dare to think about now. He had just broken through to the first level of the Star Soldier level. There were still the second, third, fourth levels. He had to climb all the way to the peak of the 9th level to challenge the Star General level. Above the Star General level, there were still 9 levels, and then came the Star Venerable. It was a long road with no end in sight. That family is very strong. It's not something we can touch right now. Lixing's voice returned to calm. Let's go hunt. Military merit won't increase by itself. Hao Changgeng took a deep breath, suppressing his restless heart. Lixing, scan again. Find a suitable target, and this time be cautious of the surroundings. If unfamiliar energy approaches regardless of friend or foe, stop and observe first. Don't let someone steal it again. Understood. The mecha scanning system restarted, and the life forces within a radius of several thousand kilometers emerged in Hao Changgeng's awareness. He filtered out a target, a wild beast Star Soldier level 2 to 3. It was isolated or moving in small groups away from the activity range of other contestants. With wings of light unfurled, he flew toward the first target. In the following half-month, the survival competition entered a heated stage. The young disciples of prominent families, once their military merits accumulated to a level sufficient for promotion, stopped. They didn't lack money and didn't need to exchange military merit for crystal cores. For them, promotion was the goal. Only entering the finals would qualify them to be noticed by the 5 great powers. However, those grassroots without a background were different. They lacked family support, abundant resources, and had no elders backing them. Military merit was equivalent to crystal cores, and crystal cores were the resources for cultivation. Every point of military merit was a stepping stone on their future path of cultivation. Hao Changgeng was also a grassroots. He came from a first-level civilization and couldn't even pull out 1,000 crystal cores from his pocket. So he fought desperately. From day to night, he killed, continuously firing off billions of fireballs. His mastery of the laws of fire became more refined in ongoing combat, and the golden patterns attached to the fireballs became denser. The power of each fireball had increased by nearly 30% compared to half a month ago. His use of spatial laws also became increasingly proficient. He began to attempt frequent short-distance teleportation during battles. Teleporting to the back of a wild beast, he thrust a lance into its spine before it had time to turn around. Teleporting to the side of the wild beast as it turned its head, he blasted it in the eyes with a Gatling gun's fireballs. Efficiency was rising. Military merit was increasing faster and faster. 1,000, 3,000, 5,000, 8,000. When Lixing counted in his mind, there was a hint of rare satisfaction in his tone. Just as Hao Changgeng was immersed in the hunt, a strange fluctuation suddenly spread from about 8,600 kilometers away. This fluctuation was not source energy, not spiritual power, not divine power, and not any known form of energy. It was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, ripples spreading in all directions. Silent, yet penetrating through all barriers. This aura swept across thousands of kilometers almost instantly upon its appearance. On the planet, all contestants with keen perceptions simultaneously raised their heads. Some showed confusion, some flashed with greed, and others flew unhesitatingly towards the source of the fluctuation. By the time Hao Changgeng arrived, a crowd of over 1,000 people had already gathered at the scene. At this moment, the vast expanse of the wilderness was a sea of heads. The participants from the human clan were scattered in groups, some hovering in midair, while others stood on distant ridges observing. In the distance, more points of light were approaching, various colorful wings, escape lights, and flying artifacts converging from all directions towards the same point. Hao Changgeng retracted his wings and landed on a relatively open rock, not rushing to push forward. He first took a glance at the situation on the scene. Before he arrived, 2 waves of battle had already erupted here. The traces on the ground remained. Several corpses of wild beasts lay sprawled in the distance. The largest among them was over 100 meters long, its dark gray scales riddled with charred bullet holes and sword marks. The remnants of silicon-based life were scattered on the other side, with purple crystal fragments particularly striking against the gray-black rock. In both waves of battle, the human clan had united to repel the approaching alien races. At this moment, only the participants from the human clan remained on site. Hao Changgeng counted. Just from what he could see, there were already over 5,000 people. More points of light were continuously descending from afar, and this number was still increasing. Lixing, what's going on? He asked in a low voice. Lixing's scanning system was operating at full capacity, analyzing the source of that strange fluctuation. Moments later, his voice resonated in Hao Changgeng's mind, tinged with rare seriousness. It's not a natural phenomenon. It's a periodic oscillation of some spatial structure. Speak plainly. A secret realm is about to open. A secret realm? Hao Changgeng's heart raced. He knew that 10,000 years ago, the previous master of Lixing discovered the remnants of the holy text of all beings in a secret realm on the battlefield beyond the domain which propelled him to greatness. What level of secret realm? Uncertain, but judging from the intensity of the spatial fluctuation, it's at least 3S level or higher. 3S secret realm. Hao Changgeng's breathing quickened. Anything taken from there would be enough for him to live a lifetime. High above, Mo Xia's gaze pierced through the clouds, falling upon the source of the strange fluctuation. A hint of unusual brilliance flashed in his eyes. Is it about to open again? He murmured to himself. As the actual person in charge of this battlefield, he was no stranger to this secret realm. The last opening occurred over 20,000 years ago. Back then he had just stepped into the Star Soldier level, accompanying his teacher to execute a task here. He still vividly remembered the things inside the secret realm. He did not stop the participants from entering. The danger level of the secret realm basically matched the strength of the participants. The spatial pressure at the entrance would automatically filter out any presence exceeding the limits of the Star Soldier level. Star General level could not enter. If they did, they would be expelled by the laws of space. As for the things inside, it depended on one's own ability. The crowd was growing larger. 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. Hao Changgeng stood on the rock watching as the heads in the wilderness multiplied. He roughly estimated that already over 50 or 60,000 people had gathered, and the number was still increasing. Those who had previously hidden in various corners to accumulate military merit were now all drawn out by this fluctuation. Everyone was fixated on the same point in the void. Nothing was there. No visible abnormalities. Only a faint aura was diffusing, like an invisible door slowly opening, with the aura seeping out and spreading in the void. Hao Changgeng stared at that point for a long time, but couldn't make anything out. However, his spatial perception was far superior to everyone present. He could feel that the spatial structure at that point was slowly twisting, folding, and reorganizing. It was as if a crumpled piece of paper was being gradually smoothed out by an invisible hand. Almost there. As he was fixated on that point, a stream of azure light flew from the horizon. It moved at incredible speed, appearing in the sky over the wilderness in the blink of an eye. The light converged, revealing a slender figure. Ling Xuanxue. She still stood atop her flying sword, a flowing azure robe fluttering gently in the wind. Suspended above the crowd, as if deliberately keeping her distance from those below. Her gaze swept over everyone in the wilderness, as indifferent as if glancing at stones by the roadside. But when she saw Hao Changgeng, her eyes turned slightly cold. Hao Changgeng felt a chill at her gaze, internally cursing wildly. Damn it, she snatched my military merit and acts aloof with me. But he showed no signs of dissatisfaction on his face. There was nothing he could do. Although the military merit system forbids attacking one's own kind, prohibition does not mean immunity. If she truly wanted to strike, he wouldn't last even a second. In the face of absolute power, disparity rules are merely a thin layer of paper. All he could do now was pray that Ling Xuanxue's moral standards were high enough. In the distance, two more points of light were flying over. One blue and one red, moving rapidly, leaving two striking trails in the gray sky. Two mechas hovered above the crowd, each compressed to about 2 meters in size. This was the standard size for mecha pilots in non-combat status, maintaining maneuverability while not being overly conspicuous. The blue mecha landed first on the rock beside Hao Changgeng. The armor retracted, revealing Mu Qinglin with her short blue hair swaying gently in the breeze. The red mecha followed closely, landing beside Mu Qinglin. The armor retracted, revealing Yan Lai's strikingly handsome face. The fiery red pattern on his forehead was more pronounced than before, indicating that he had not been idle over the past half-month. Hao Changgeng. Mu Qinglin's voice carried a hint of surprise as she quickly walked up to Hao Changgeng. You arrived early. Have you found anything? Hao Changgeng looked up, a warm smile on his face. Hello, Miss Mu. He glanced at Yan Lai's gloomy face, a mischievous smile tugging at his lips. I only sensed an aura after I arrived. There were no other abnormalities. I've been staring at that position and my eyes are almost going blind, but I haven't seen anything. Mu Qinglin followed his gaze toward that point in the void, her brow slightly furrowing. She closed her eyes, extending her mental power, sensing for a moment before opening her eyes again. Indeed, the spatial fluctuations are very unstable. It seems they are still coalescing. Her gaze turned to Hao Changgeng, curiosity lacing her tone. Didn't you sense anything? Hao Changgeng shook his head, maintaining his smile. He could sense far more than Mu Qinglin. At the core of that spatial distortion, 5 extremely tiny points of light were slowly rotating. Hao Changgeng shook his head, maintaining his smile. He could sense far more than Mu Qinglin. At the core of that spatial distortion, 5 extremely tiny points of light were slowly rotating. It wasn't that he didn't trust Mu Qinglin, he didn't trust the person beside her. Yan Lai stood half a step behind Mu Qinglin, and since arriving his gaze had not left Hao Changgeng. In his eyes there was neither anger nor hostility, only a detached, scrutinizing indifference, as if looking down upon an ant. Hao Changgeng pretended not to see and continued to chat with Mu Qinglin. Time flowed while they waited. That aura grew stronger, and the energy density in the air was rising. The stones on the ground began to tremble slightly, as if something deep beneath the earth was awakening. The invisible point in the void began to become visible. Oh, something drastic was happening at that location. Just a second ago it had been an empty void. In the next moment a door stood there. The door was about 30 meters high and 15 meters wide, constructed entirely from a grayish-white stone. The surface of the stone was covered with fine cracks, through which a faint silver light shimmered. The door's design was extremely simple. There were no carvings, no patterns, no unnecessary decorations. It was merely two doorposts and a door lintel, square and sharp-edged. Inside was a deep darkness. That darkness was like a vortex sealed for billions of years, finally reaching the moment of reopening. Above the beam of the door, 5 marble-sized crystals were arranged in a line. Everyone's attention was drawn to that vortex. No one noticed the 5 dim crystals on the beam. But Hao Changgeng noticed. From the very first second those 5 crystals appeared, his gaze had locked onto them. The silver mark on his forehead began to heat up, and the spatial energy within him stirred restlessly. Those were definitely not ordinary crystals. Keys. Hao Changgeng's intuition told him. These 5 crystals were the keys to entering this door. Without the keys, one could not enter. Or rather, even if one did, they wouldn't obtain the truly good things. Hao Changgeng fixated intently on the 5 crystals, fully prepared, waiting for the moment they would fall. No one noticed the 5 dim pearls on the beam. Suddenly, a silvery light erupted from the beam. The 5 crystals simultaneously shot out, flying in 5 different directions. Hao Changgeng reacted faster than anyone else. The instant the crystals launched, he had already locked onto the 2 closest ones. The 2 flying crystals vanished into thin air. In the next moment, they appeared in Hao Changgeng's palm. A cold touch radiated from his hand as silvery light leaked between his fingers. The remaining 3 crystals found their respective owners. Ling Shuangxue managed to grab one. Her reaction was equally swift. A flash of green sword light chased after a crystal. With a gentle flick of the sword tip, the crystal was sent soaring into the air, and she reached out to catch it, her movements fluid and graceful. A member of the winged tribe, a telekinesis master, snatched another crystal. His telekinesis wrapped around the crystal the moment it flew out, pulling it toward him. The last person to seize a crystal was someone who made Hao Changgeng take a second glance. She was an elven woman. Her skin was a pale silver, indistinguishable from an ordinary elf. However, her body was covered in black patterns from her neck to her arms, and from her calves to her ankles. These patterns were not mere decorations, but a mark flowing through her blood. A dark night elf. A rare subspecies within the Lingwei star system, making up less than 1% of the total elven population. They were naturally attuned to dark elements, their combat power terrifying among their peers. The woman's attire was extremely daring. She wore only a narrow corset on her upper body, exposing her flat abdomen and slender waist. Her lower body was adorned with a long skirt cut high, and as the hem flowed in the wind, one could glimpse the black patterns on her thighs. She exuded a lazy yet dangerous sexiness. She was at the 4th rank of the Star Soldier level. The 5 crystals found their owners. Hao Changgeng held the 2 crystals in his hands, a slight smirk gracing his lips. The arena fell silent for about 2 seconds. Then countless gazes turned toward him. A nameless minor character at the 1st rank of the Star Soldier level. At the moment the 2 crystals launched, he intercepted them using spatial power. This feat would be nothing for a Star General level, but for a young man of the 1st rank of the Star Soldier level, it was entirely different. The gazes contained curiosity, scrutiny, jealousy, and unabashed greed. 2 crystals. No one knew what they were, but anything ejected by this door could not possibly be of little value. How could a minor character of the 1st rank of the Star Soldier take 2 crystals all by himself? Hao Changgeng felt those gazes upon him. He clenched the 2 crystals in his palm and scanned the crowd with an expressionless face. His gaze was calm, even a bit lazy. His mastery of spatial laws allowed him to move freely in battles at this level. He had 100 ways to prevent anyone from touching even the hem of his clothing. No one dared to act. The military achievement system loomed over them, and the consequences of violations were too great. For a crystal whose purpose was unknown, risking disqualification or even imprisonment in the celestial prison to snatch it from his own kin was not worth it. A subtle atmosphere spread among the crowd. No one spoke, but everyone communicated with their eyes. The holders of the 5 crystals became the focus of the entire arena. In the midst of this silence, Yan Lai finally spoke. He stepped out from behind, Mu Qinglin, his pace leisurely and his demeanor elegant. His gaze fell upon the 2 crystals and Hao Changgeng's hands, a faint smile playing on his lips. That smile carried an air of arrogance, as if looking down upon others refusing to be denied. Sell me those 2 crystals. I will offer 1 million standard crystal cores. 1 million. A stir rippled through the crowd. 1 million crystal cores was an astronomical figure for most of the participants present. Some looked on with envy while others silently sighed. Truly worthy of being a rich 2nd generation, his offer was extravagant. Hao Changgeng's heart skipped a beat. 1 million. He had fought tooth and nail for over half a month for military achievements, which converted to less than 300,000 crystal cores. And now this sycophant casually offers 1 million. From a rational perspective, he should sell, but he glanced at Yan Lai's pretentious demeanor. Hao Changgeng silently stored the 2 crystals into his consciousness space. Not for sale. His voice was not loud, but clear, not for sale regardless of value. Yen Lai was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his ears. A native bumpkin from a first-tier civilization rejected 1 million crystal cores. His expression twisted comically, his lips quivering slightly. But he did not explode with anger. He took a deep breath, suppressing the nearly boiling fury within. He was Yen Lai. He was the scion of the upper echelons of the machinery origin technology. He was one of the most esteemed individuals in this arena. He could not lose composure in front of so many people. He reminded himself, just a bumpkin, not worth it. Hao Changgeng didn't even glance at him. His attention shifted to Mu Qinglin, his face once again adorned with a sincere smile. He retrieved a crystal from his consciousness space, spinning it between his fingertips. Miss Mu, it seems this crystal is the key. Are you interested in joining me for an adventure? Mu Qinglin was equally taken aback. She looked at the silvery crystal in Hao Changgeng's hand, then at his smiling face, momentarily at a loss for words. She had seen many people trying to curry favor with her, sending flowers, gifts, confessions, marriage proposals, you name it. But all had been threatened away by Yen Lai. This was the first time someone dared to ignore him. After a moment's thought, she smiled and nodded. Then I shall comply with your request. Yen Lai stood off to the side, watching the smile on Mu Qinglin's face. Watching Hao Changgeng and her stand side by side, discussing their plans for entering the secret realm cheerfully. His expression was beyond difficult to describe. His hand slipped into the pocket of his combat suit, fingertips brushing against a cold object. It was a completely black crystal with dark red patterns slowly flowing on its surface. The activation core of a 3-level stellar fragment laser cannon. With a single shot, there would be no survivors below the Star Sovereign level. If he pressed the activation button, this annoying bumpkin would completely vanish from this world. The military achievement system would not react in time, and Mo Xiao would not be able to intervene. All everyone would see was a flash of light, and then nothing would remain where Hao Changgeng had stood. His thumb pressed against the activation button. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. He calmed down and released his hand. The outer battlefield was jointly managed by 5-star systems, and the unified regulations of the Celestial Alliance held the highest authority here. Killing one's kin was a grave offense. It was not simply disqualification, it was a criminal act. His father indeed had the ability to protect his life. However, his future, his reputation, and his inheritance rights within machinery origin technology would all suffer irreversible consequences. Moreover, a Star Sovereign level expert was watching this arena at all times. Mo Xiao's eyes were not something he could fool. For a bumpkin to risk his own future was not worth it. He took a step back, giving way to Mu Qinglin and Hao Changgeng like a perceptive bystander. But beneath his eyes a fire burned. If it did not erupt, it would be fine, but once it did, it would be enough to burn everything. At this moment, the vortex within the door began to spin faster. The speed of the rotation increased, and a deep black hole appeared at the center of the vortex. The Dark Knight elf was the first to enter. She lightly tapped the ground with her toes, her slender form darting into the vortex like a bolt of black lightning. The surface of the vortex rippled, then returned to calm. Soon after, more people began to surge in. Telekinesis masters, cultivators, orc warriors, mecha engineers. Those with crystals, and those without all rushed toward that door. Those without crystals could not enter. No worries, the door was already open and the vortex was there, anyone could go in. But how far one could go inside made all the difference. Hao Changgeng and Mu Qinglin exchanged glances. Let's go. 2 pairs of wings unfurled simultaneously, and they flew toward the ancient door side by side. Their figures vanished into the vortex, disappearing from sight. On the wasteland, the crowd continued to pour into that door. 50 to 60,000 people had entered within a span of just a few minutes. Yen Lai stood in place watching that door, watching the slowly rotating vortex inside. His gaze fell upon the dissipating blue wings. The sensation of passing through the vortex was completely different from that of traversing a stargate. By the time Hao Changgeng regained his senses, he had already appeared in a dense forest. All around were trees. Each one was outrageously thick, with the smallest trunks measuring 2 to 3 meters in diameter. The largest ones could not be encircled by 10 people. The tree crowns obscured the sky, blocking out the overhead sunlight, with only a few faint rays of light seeping through the gaps in the branches and leaves. The air was still. There was no wind, no bird calls, and no insect chirping. It was eerily quiet. Before Hao Changgeng could observe more, a hurried voice from Liesheng exploded in his mind. Not good. The interference in this secret realm is too strong. The signal from the virtual world has been cut off. Hao Changgeng was taken aback. What do you mean? The military merit system has failed. Damn, Hao Changgeng exclaimed. The failure of the military merit system meant there was no surveillance, no punishment. It meant that attacking members of the same race would incur no points lost, no disqualification, and no imprisonment. It meant that anything could be done. He slowly raised his head, scanning the surrounding environment. The 5 individuals holding crystals had all been transported to the same place. Ling Xuanxue stood about 20 meters to his left with her flying sword hovering beside her. The sword tip pointed slightly downward, appearing relaxed, but the azure glow on the sword body had already ignited. Her gaze fell upon Hao Changgeng and Mu Qinglin. In her eyes there was no anger, no killing intent, only a cold, indifferent scrutiny of her prey. Both of them felt a chill run down their spines. Hao Changgeng had no doubt that if the conditions allowed, Ling Shuangxue would not hesitate to strike. After all, during the selection competition, he had fired a shot behind her, grazing her shoulder. For a swordsman, this was a disgrace. In the cultivation civilization, causality is paramount. Grievances must be repaid, and unfulfilled thoughts can lead to stagnation in cultivation. Hao Changgeng decisively activated his mecha. Silver golden armor surged from within, enveloping his entire body. He controlled his size to about 3 meters. Too large a frame would be a hindrance in this forest filled with trunks and vines. Mu Qinglin's reaction was not slow. Her blue mecha instantly completed its attachment, also maintaining a height of 2 meters. At the same time, a strange sphere popped out from the side of her mecha's shoulder, a sphere composed of countless tiny facets. Each facet was slowly rotating, and an eerie magnetic blue glow shone through the gaps between them. The moment that thing appeared, the hairs on everyone's body stood on end. That was an instinctive reaction to facing deadly danger. Ling Shuangxue furrowed her brow slightly, staring intently at the sphere. 3-level magnetic storm collapse bomb. Mu Qinglin's voice came from the mecha, not loud, but each word was clear. We indeed can't defeat you, but if you dare to strike, it will be mutually assured destruction. Ling Shuang's eyes narrowed slightly. Although she did not recognize this technological equipment, she certainly sensed a deadly threat. The voice of Liexing echoed in Hao Changgeng's mind. 3-level magnetic storm collapse bomb. This missile comes with a tracking prediction system and will create gravitational distortions in the space around the target, leaving them with nowhere to escape. Within the explosion radius, the spatial structure will collapse instantaneously, compressing all matter within into a singularity. A star sovereign-level expert would suffer serious injuries from a hit, while anyone below that would be utterly obliterated. Moreover, such a disposable large-scale destructive weapon is incredibly expensive. Each one costs over 100 million crystal cores, and they are not readily available. Money alone cannot buy them. You also need sufficiently strong channels. The fact that Mu Qinglin can carry one indicates how highly the Mu family values this little princess. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang's flying sword slowly descended. She said nothing, but that action already conveyed her stance. Hao Changgeng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had managed to recruit Mu Qinglin as an ally, otherwise he would already be fleeing from Ling Shuang's flying sword throughout the secret realm. His spatial laws indeed allowed him to evade infinitely, but there were conditions. He needed an open space. In this densely wooded area filled with trunks and vines, his teleportation distance was compressed to its limits. He truly had no confidence in dodging a flying sword from a golden core period cultivator. The standoff between both sides continued. Ling Shuangxue did not retract her flying sword, nor did Mu Qinglin withdraw the magnetic storm collapse bomb. Neither side trusted the other. Just as the atmosphere on-site grew increasingly tense, the night elf spoke first. Hold on, everyone, let me speak. This secret realm is a relic of the ancient elf clan. She pointed towards the distance. In the depths of the dense forest, outlines of some buildings could be vaguely seen, resembling collapsed palaces or temples nestled among the tree crowns. I have some understanding of this secret realm. The core lies at the very center of this dense forest. As long as we can reach there, everyone can obtain different opportunities. However, this dense forest is not so simple. We are still on the outskirts. These trees, these vines, these roots appear lifeless, but as we venture deeper, they will gradually come to life. Twisted tree spirits, strangling blood vines, soul-binding poisonous thorns. These are plant life cultivated by the ancient elf clan, and they will prevent any outsiders from approaching the core. If we fight alone, no one will reach the end. After she finished speaking, the scene fell into silence once more. Ling Shuang's gaze shifted from Mu Qinglin to those faintly visible building outlines in the depths of the forest. She was weighing the pros and cons. Just as both sides hesitated, the psionic master from the winged people stepped forward. How about this? He looked at Ling Shuangxue, then at Mu Qinglin and Hao Changgeng. I will act as a mediator. If either side makes the first move, I will join the other side. This statement was quite skillful. It did not favor either side, but gave both parties a way out. Whoever acted first would have to face a three-unknown situation. Even Ling Shuangxue, no matter how strong she was, could not simultaneously deal with these three. She pondered for a moment. Then she retracted her flying sword. The azure sword light converged, and the flying sword transformed into a small sword-shaped pendant hanging at her waist. She snorted coldly, turned away, and no longer looked at anyone. The magnetic storm collapse bomb on Mu Qinglin's shoulder also retracted, disappearing back beneath her mecha armor. Hao Changgeng's tense nerves finally relaxed. A smile appeared on the face of the night elf, as if she had anticipated this outcome. Then let's introduce ourselves first, she said with her arms crossed. My name is Loslin from the Lingwest Star System Night Elf Clan. Song Yu from the Ling Yu star system, White Wing clan. Mu Qinglin from the Galaxy star system, Mu family. Hao Changgeng from the Galaxy star system, Blue star. Subsequently, everyone's gaze fell upon Ling Xuanxue. She remained silent for 2 seconds, as if considering whether to answer. Ultimately, she opened her mouth, her voice cold. Ling Xuanxue, from the Qingxian star system Tianjian sect. Rosalind walked up to a large tree and reached out to touch its trunk. The tree showed no reaction, but her fingers lingered on its surface for quite some time. As if communicating with something, she eventually spoke. Since everyone has temporarily set aside their grudges, I will share what I have learned. The ancient elven tribe is quite different from our current elven race. They possess an innate affinity for plants capable of cultivating various terrifying botanical life forms. The dense forest we are currently in should be their cultivation ground. From the outskirts to the core, it spans about 30 kilometers. We are currently at the outermost edge where the plants are still lifeless, lacking consciousness, and will not attack proactively. However, as we venture further in, the vitality of the plant life grows stronger. The twisted trance will suddenly emerge from the ground to ensnare and attack when someone approaches. The thorns of the soul-binding poison spike are laced with paralyzing toxins. A single prick can render half of one's body numb. Individually, these creatures lack combat strength, but they are numerous and integrated with the entire forest. Cutting down one trance still leaves 100 nearby. Burning a patch of poisoned thorns will only cause more to grow from the ground. Hao Changgeng felt a shiver run down his spine. He instinctively took a couple of steps to the side to avoid the black soil beneath his feet. Who knows if a root of a twisted trant is already buried beneath, just waiting for him to step on it. Rosalind noticed his movement and smiled. Don't worry, we're still on the outskirts, very safe. The truly dangerous area begins after 10 kilometers, where the plant life has started to awaken but is not yet fully alive. After 20 kilometers, everything is essentially activated. The last 10 kilometers are a true hell. She finished speaking and looked at Ling Xuanxue. Ling Xuanxue stood at the farthest point, leaning against a large tree, arms crossed with her eyes closed. Her breathing was steady, as if she were asleep. But Hao Changgeng noticed her ears twitching slightly. She was listening. I propose. Rosalind lowered her voice a bit. We 5 will move together. When we encounter plant life, Ling Xuanxue and Song Yu will handle long-range eliminations, while Mu Qinglin and I will provide flank cover. And Hao Changgeng, her lips curled slightly. You will be prepared to rescue at any moment. Hao Changgeng nodded. This arrangement was quite reasonable, not placing him at the front lines, nor leaving him idle. If there are no objections, Rosalind clapped her hands. Then let's set off. Before dark, we aim to reach the 10-kilometer mark. No one objected. Ling Xuanxue straightened up from the tree trunk. Her flying sword floated from her waist, hovering beneath her feet, lifting her 3 to 5 meters off the ground. Song Yes wings unfurled, silver-white, feathers glimmering faintly in the dim light. With a gentle flap, he ascended into the air. Hao Changgeng took one last look back at the direction they came from. There was nothing there, only a dense array of tree trunks and vines blocking the way back. He took a deep breath, unfolding his light wings, and followed. The 5 of them ventured deeper into the forest. The canopy above grew denser and the light dimmer. The path beneath their feet became narrower and the humus thicker. The air was filled with a damp, moldy scent mixed with a subtle floral fragrance. Hao Changgeng walked at the back of the group, activating the mesh scanning system to monitor all activity within tens of thousands of meters around them. The voice of Liesheng echoed in his mind. This Rosalind has a far deeper understanding of the secret realm than she just disclosed. She is deliberately hiding something. Hao Changgeng's gaze fell on the alluring figure ahead. Rosalind led the group with a light step, as if strolling in her own backyard. I know, he replied in his heart. Also, this secret realm feels off to me. It's too quiet enough to not seem like the ruins of the ancient elven tribe. The cultivation ground of the ancient elven tribe should be vibrant. Plant life should be highly active, and the concentration of wood elements in the air should be very high. But here, Liesheng paused and said, it feels lifeless. Hao Changgeng did not respond, his attention focused on the mark on his forehead. That golden rule mark was slightly warm, as if urging him. Move forward, do not stop, there are opportunities in the core area. Hao Changgeng clenched his fist and quickened his pace. In the deepest part of the forest stood a colossal tree. Unlike ordinary trees, this could hardly be called a tree. The trunk's diameter exceeded 200 meters. Its canopy covered several kilometers of sky. Its roots rose from the ground, forming dozens of meters high arches leading to deeper, unknown spaces. The trunk was hollowed out. Inside the hollowed space, there was a treehouse. It was not artificially constructed, but naturally grown from the trunk. The walls were alive, the floor was alive, the ceiling was alive, and even the furniture was alive. Chairs grew from the floor, and tables extended from the walls. The bookshelves were natural grooves formed in the trunk, holding some ancient scrolls rolled from tree bark. In the center of the treehouse, a mirror floated in midair. The surface of the mirror was covered by a thin film of water with ripples slowly spreading out. With every ripple, the image in the mirror became clearer. At that moment, the reflection showed the scene of the 5 people moving through the forest. Hao Changgeng walked at the back, Mu Qinglin to his left, Song Yu in the air, Ling Xuanxue at the front, and Rosalind leading the way. An elderly elven man with white hair stood before the mirror. His skin was a brown color like dead wood covered in deep wrinkles. Yet his eyes were emerald green and his hair had turned completely white, cascading down to his waist, emitting a faint glow in the dim light of the treehouse. His gaze fell upon the silver-white figure in the mirror. Rosalind. The old man's lips twitched slightly, revealing a hint of a smile, or perhaps another expression. Then, with a gentle wave of his finger in the void, the image in the mirror shifted, from the panoramic view of the 5 traveling together to a close-up. Hao Changgeng's face. The old man stared at that youthful face for a long time, his gaze lingering on the mark on his forehead for a few seconds, where 2 faint marks were visible, one golden red and one silver white, both emanating a faint aura of primal law. His brow furrowed slightly. Then he smiled. The smile was faint, nearly imperceptible. He waved his finger again, and the mirror returned to a full view. The direction in which the 5 advanced was precisely the treehouse where the old man resided. The 5 individuals walked slowly. Luo Silin led the way, stopping every few steps to reach out and touch the tree trunks by the roadside. Hao Changgeng followed closely behind his mech, always in an attached state. His gaze constantly swept around. The preheating system of the combustion core ion cannon remained active. Though Luo Silin claimed the perimeter was safe, he did not wish to gamble with his life. As they continued on, he did not see a single strand of hair. Hao Changgeng's vigilance gradually faded. Eventually, he even began to feel that Luo Silin was being alarmist. What plant life, what twisted tree spirits, aren't they just some trees that are a bit thicker? He had seen ancient trees on Blue Star that were even thicker than these. Soon the sky darkened completely. Luo Silin stopped and turned around. Let's stop here for today and rest the night. We will continue tomorrow. She pointed to a withered tree by the roadside. That tree was completely dead with no leaves on its trunk and most of its bark had peeled off. The trunk was thick enough for 3 or 4 people to embrace, but the inside was hollow. At the roots, there was an irregular opening just large enough for a person to bend and crawl inside. Hao Changgeng leaned in to take a look. The hole was small, dark inside, and emitted a musty odor of decayed wood. There was enough space. If the 5 of them squeezed together, they could barely sit down. Is it dangerous at night? Mu Qinglin's voice sounded. Luo Silin nodded. She crouched down, crawled into the hole, and while clearing out the rotten wood debris, she said, "When the moon rises, all these plant lives will awaken. They will frantically hunt any foreign presence that does not belong to this dense forest." The brows of Ling Xuanxue furrowed slightly, but she said nothing. She also crawled and selected a spot deeper inside, sat cross-legged, and placed her flying sword across her knees. Song Yu tucked his wings away and squeezed in sideways. His tall figure made him more agile than the others in the cramped space. Mu Qinglin and Hao Changgeng stored their mechs and crawled in as well. The 5 of them were crammed into a tree hole of less than 10 square meters, shoulders touching shoulders, knees brushing against knees. Hao Changgeng could even smell the faint fragrance on Mu Qinglin. Luo Silin took out a black crystal from her bosom and held it in her palm. The crystal emitted a dim light that spread along the inner walls of the tree hole, enveloping the entire space in a thin layer of black luminescent membrane. "This is the power of dark elemental energy," she explained. "It can shield our presence as long as we do not actively go out. The plant life outside cannot sense us." Hao Changgeng leaned against the cave wall, looking at the layer of black luminescent membrane, feeling somewhat skeptical. He had yet to see any plant life. Perhaps this secret realm had long been abandoned, and those so-called twisted tree spirits and strangling blood vines were mere legends from 10,000 years ago, now nearly extinct. He closed his eyes, intending to take a nap. Soon the moon rose. The moon in this secret realm was surprisingly purple, absurdly large, occupying half the sky. Its surface had dark red patterns flowing slowly like a gigantic eye gazing down at the earth. The purple moonlight filtered through the gaps in the treetops, dyeing the entire forest in a bizarre purplish red hue. Suddenly, the trees moved. Those ancient trees that Hao Changgeng thought were dead all awakened at this moment. Their canopies slowly unfurled. The roots pulled up from the ground, the tendrils like octopus tentacles writhing out of the soil. Then the ground cracked open. Countless vines surged out from the crevices, varying in thickness. The thinnest was as thick as an arm, while the thickest was even thicker than Hao Changgeng's waist. Hao Changgeng peered through the gap in the tree hole, watching everything unfold, his back laden with chills. More and more vines, clinging to the trunks, entwining around the branches, weaving into dense webs among the canopies. Some of the vine tips were blooming, flowers unlike any Hao Changgeng had ever seen, with finely serrated edges on their petals. On the ground, all sorts of plants emerged from the soil. In an instant, the entire forest came to life. Less than 100 meters from the tree hole, 2 twisted tree spirits were competing for a patch of the densest moonlight. Their roots pulled from the ground, entwining like 2 giant pythons strangling each other. The sound of roots snapping was particularly clear in the quiet night. A large patch of bark was rubbed off the trunk, revealing the blood-red wood underneath, looking extremely eerie. Two vines entwined, one of them struggled a few times, and its surface glow extinguished. The entire vine quickly withered, turning into a dried rope. On the ground, those white petals licked at the nearby carnivorous flower. Everywhere was fighting. Everywhere was death. Everywhere those bizarre plants were devouring each other. Hao Changgeng felt a panic attack coming on. Among the five present, only Luo Silin remained the calmest. She leaned against the cave wall, arms crossed, calmly surveying the plant life engaged in their brutal battles outside. Her expression held no fear, no curiosity, only a tranquil demeanor, as if she had seen such scenes many times before. This is how the ancient elven race cultivated their plants. They plant a forest and let them fight among themselves. Only the survivors qualify to bask in the moonlight. Out of 10,000 seeds, it's impressive if even one grows into a mature, twisted tree spirit. Hao Changgeng swallowed hard. These are all raised by them. Raised, tamed, cultivated. The ancient elven race's control over plants far exceeds that of any race today. Luo Silin's gaze fell upon a massive tree spirit in the distance that was devouring the roots of its own kind. They are not wild. Each one has an owner. It's just that the owners are no longer around. The battle lasted the entire night. The purple moon slowly moved across the sky, and wherever the moonlight fell, the conflict among the plant life grew even fiercer. Once the moonlight departed, the areas shrouded in shadow would temporarily calm down, waiting for the next round of moonlight to arrive. This is a process of nurturing. The strongest plants occupy the best positions, absorbing the most moonlight. The weak are torn apart, devoured, and trampled into the soil, becoming nutrients for the strong. When the moon sets, the surviving ones will be even stronger than last night. As time passed, the moon began to descend. The purple moonlight receded from the forest, the battling plant life, since the waning moonlight, becoming even more frenzied. They needed to compete for more energy in the final moments, storing nutrients for the upcoming day. The conflict entered its most brutal stage. Just then, the layer of black luminescent membrane that shielded them quivered slightly. Very faint, but this slight fluctuation caused a change in the atmosphere outside the tree hole. Luo Silin looked at the black crystal in her hand, and a tiny crack appeared on its surface. The plant life engaged in battle suddenly halted their movements in that instant. The roots of the twisted tree spirits hung in midair, the strangling blood vines ceased to entwine, and the gaping maw of the carnivorous flower froze in place. Silence. A deathly silence. Then they all turned in unison. Oh, we've been discovered. Suddenly, the withered tree where the five were hiding began to rise. Countless roots emerged from the soil, lifting the entire withered tree along with the five individuals in the hollow into the air. Quick, get out. As Luo Silin's voice fell, five figures erupted simultaneously. Ling Shuang's flying sword was the first to unsheath, and the azure sword light traced a perfect arc in the darkness, cleaving a large opening in the trunk. Mu Qinglin's blue mech followed closely, its wings spread wide as it surged out through the opening. Song Yes' silver-white wings expanded in the confined space, splintering the remaining trunk into shards. Hao Changgeng glanced down at the ground, only to see a spine-chilling sight. The ground beneath him had completely vanished. Those vines, roots, branches, and flower stems rolled across the surface like a pot of boiling porridge. They intertwined, piled up, and pressed together, forming a carpet several meters thick. And those vines that originally hung from the treetop began to grow wildly. They converged from all directions, weaving together above the heads of the five into a massive dome. The dome grew higher and denser. 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters. The diameter also expanded, growing from several hundred meters to several thousand meters, like an inverted bowl, trapping the five within. This meant they were confined in a cage woven from vines. They are blocking our retreat. It seems they have taken us for fertilizer. Song Yes' voice rang out. No one contradicted him. The plant life had ceased its internal strife. Just a moment ago, the twisted tree spirits that were battling each other now all pointed their roots towards the five figures in the air. The vines that had been competing for the light of the moon just a second ago were now growing wildly towards the dome. All internal conflict had ceased. United against a common enemy, Ling Shuangxue was the first to act. She pressed two fingers together on her right hand and swept them across the sword body. An azure sword light erupted from the blade. Go! The flying sword transformed into a streak of azure light, shooting straight towards the dome. The sword light drew a straight line through the darkness, moving so fast that even the mech's dynamic vision could only capture a fleeting shadow. The sword light crashed into the vine dome, erupting with a tremendous sound. It surprisingly did not penetrate. The azure sword light exploded on the surface of the vines, severing several of the outermost ones. The severed vines dangled from the dome, their broken ends oozing green sap. But the dome was too thick. The sword light advanced less than 30 meters before being obstructed by the follow-up vines. More vines surged in from all directions, filling the gaps left by the cut ones, reinforcing the dome to make it even denser. Ling Shuangxue frowned slightly. For this strike, she had used 70% of her strength. At the same time, all the plants launched their attack. Hao Changgeng no longer held back. The mech began to expand. 3 meters, 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. An enormous silver-golden giant emerged. Then its arms transformed 2 Gatling guns coalescing as their barrels began to spin. Fire. Golden-red fireballs poured out. The instant the fireballs struck the vines, the high temperature evaporated the sap, ignited the fibers, and blasted the entire vine in half. The severed vine twitched in the air a few times before plummeting to the ground, swiftly dragged away by the plants below. The density of the Gatling's firepower was astonishing. With a rate of fire of tens of thousands of rounds per minute, a wall of death, composed of fireballs, formed within Hao Changgeng's firing range. Any vine that entered this area would be shredded within mere moments. Mu Qinglin's blue mech also expanded to 50 meters. Her combat style was entirely different from Hao Changgeng's. Hao Changgeng's Gatling was a covering strike, winning through sheer numbers. Mu Qinglin's firepower was more precise and efficient. Her back armor opened and 2 20-meter-long mobile attack modules shot out, hovering on either side of the mech. The surface of the turrets lit up with blinding blue arcs, crackling with sound. Then 2 thick blue beams shot forth from the turrets, sweeping through the mass of vines. The damage of the lightning beams was not as direct as the fireballs, but their advantage lay in conduction. The current spread through the sap within the vines. When one vine was struck, dozens of entwined vines would be electrocuted simultaneously. The vines struck by the lightning convulsed violently, their surfaces carbonizing rapidly under the high temperature. The firepower of the 2 mechs intertwined, forming a death net in the darkness, keeping the advancing plant life at bay 100 meters away. Then Song Yu took action. A shuttle-shaped object appeared before him. It was his psionic weapon, the meteor shuttle. Subsequently, tens of thousands of metal fragments flew out from the shuttle, hovering around him and forming a spherical field several meters in diameter. Under his psionic control, these metal fragments shot out simultaneously. Like a silver-white storm, they swept towards the plant life below. Each fragment had its own precise target, severing the joints of the vines, piercing the hearts of carnivorous flowers, and slicing off the tips of the twisted tree spirit's roots. Under the powerful psionic control, the flight trajectories of the fragments became incredibly agile. They moved as if they were part of Song Yu's body, maneuvering however he wished. Ling Shuang's flying sword transformed into a streak of azure light, weaving through the mass of vines at such speed that the naked eye could only see a blurred shadow. Wherever the sword light passed, the vines were sliced clean. Yet the most surprising was Luo Silin. Everyone thought this dark night elf would hide behind and unleash shadow arrows or something. Instead, she drew a dagger and charged forward. The dagger was crafted from some type of black crystal, its blade so thin it was almost transparent. The surface of the dagger was adorned with dark purple patterns that flowed, mirroring the black patterns on her skin. Black mist began to envelop her, and she plunged into the mass of vines. Her combat style was wilder than that of the orcs and more direct than the mech style. The dagger glided across a vine. The wound was shallow, leaving only a light scratch. But along the edge of the scratch, the green sap of the vine began to turn black. The blackness spread from the wound towards both ends at a visible speed, causing the fibers to necrotize, the sap to congeal, and the vine to stiffen. The vine convulsed madly as if enduring some unbearable pain. It ceased its attack and desperately recoiled, attempting to escape from the woman wielding the black dagger. Luo Silin's figure flickered, appearing at the root of the vine, and the dagger plunged down into the soil. The black mist seeped along the dagger into the ground, spreading along the vine's root system. Moments later, within a radius of several dozen meters centered around her, all the plants began to wither simultaneously. Leaves turned yellow, vines shriveled, flowers closed, like they had instantaneously lost all vitality. Hao Changgeng watched with his eyes twitching. That was not a toxin. Toxins do not spread so quickly, nor do they cause plants to wither in mere seconds. It was something more fundamental, perhaps the erosion of dark elements, perhaps the deprivation of vitality, or perhaps some other force he could not comprehend. The firepower of the 2 mechs suppressed. The precise strikes of the psionic weapon, plus the fierce scything of the flying sword, and the dark night elf's bizarre close combat, like a mass of black flames burning through the enemy ranks, leaving withered plants in its wake. Under the combined efforts of the 5, the onslaught of plant life was actually held at bay. On the ground, the corpses of the plants piled higher and higher. Severed vine limbs, roots of tree spirits, petals of carnivorous flowers, and stems of white flowers. They were intermingled, forming a thick layer on the ground. But soon everyone discovered a terrifying fact. Those corpses were disappearing. The living plants extended their roots into the pile of corpses, absorbing the nutrients of their deceased kin. They were recycling. The dead were their kin, but the nutrients belonged to themselves. In this dense forest, the concept of waste did not exist. Every drop of sap, every fiber, every ounce of vitality would be recycled, redistributed, and reused. And those plants that absorbed the nutrients were growing stronger. A twisted tree spirit which Ling Shuangxue had cut half the crown off sprouted new branches at the wound after devouring several severed vine limbs. At this rate, they would never finish killing them. Kill one batch, another would consume the dead, growing stronger. Then they would be killed again and then eaten. This was a closed loop. As long as the plant life in this dense forest persisted, as long as they continued to devour each other, their total number would not decrease. Instead, their quality would only increase. Suddenly, Luo Silen's battle rhythm slowed down. Her gaze occasionally flickered towards the depths of the forest, as if confirming something. Meanwhile, in that treehouse, an elderly elf with white hair stood before a mirror, watching the battle scene of the five. His gaze moved back and forth among the five individuals. From Ling Shuang's flying sword to Tsang Ye's psionic fragments, from Mu Qinglin's lightning beams to Hao Changgen's fireballs. Finally, it landed on Luo Silen. In the elder's eyes, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled. The battle seemed to have lasted an eternity. Hao Changgeng unleashed tens of millions of fireballs. The temperature of the mech's weapon modules was rising. Yet the energy provided by the remnants of the page continued to flow ceaselessly. This was the terrifying aspect of the sacred text of all spirits. As long as the structure of the mech could withstand it, there was no limit to its output. But others were different. Tsang Ye's metallic shards began to deviate from their flight paths. Those once precise metal pieces were now straying from their targets, some even bouncing off without penetrating the vine's surface. Ling Shuang's breathing became rapid, her chest heaving more and more. Lozelin's black mist still lingered, but its concentration had thinned significantly from the beginning. Although her movements remained agile, she no longer had the initial ease and composure. Among the five, only Hao Changgeng and Mu Qinglin maintained their best states. Both mechs possessed extraordinary energy cores sufficient to sustain continuous combat. However, the bodies themselves were nearing their limits. The temperature of the armor's surface was alarmingly high. The cooling systems were operating at full capacity, and the internal energy conduits began to show subtle wear under high temperatures. As the moon descended, the previously frenzied attacking plant life showed obvious signs of slowing down. The twisted trance roots were no longer so forceful, and the vine's entanglement became less tight. After the energy of the moonlight faded, their combat effectiveness dropped by at least 30%. Yet the pressure on the five did not lessen much. Loslin severed the vine, attacking her, stepping back to regroup with the others. Her voice was somewhat urgent. Who has a trump card? Use it quickly. We need to break through this cage and advance directly to the core area. If we delay any longer, we will all perish here. Mu Qinglin's voice came through. I can use a magnetic storm collapse bomb. No way, Loslin shook her head. We are trapped in this dome. We can't withstand the backlash from the explosion. Song Yu reformed the silver-white metal shards into a shuttle shape hovering beside him. His face was pale, sweat covering his forehead. What should we do? If we keep fighting, we won't last much longer. Just as the group fell into silence. Buy me 10 breaths of time. Ling Shuangxue spoke up, retracting her flying sword which hovered in front of her. The azure light on the sword's body slowly converged, ultimately extinguishing completely. It transformed back into a small sword-shaped pendant hanging at her waist. She closed her eyes. A point of light began to flicker at her brow. Then a sword imprint materialized. The imprint was small, roughly the size of a fingernail, yet its patterns were extraordinarily intricate. Surrounding the sword imprint were patterns of the sun, moon, and stars. Beyond that, mountains and rivers, and further out, clouds and lightning. The entire sword imprint resembled a miniature world slowly rotating at Ling Shuang's brow. Everyone felt a sense of oppression. It did not come from Ling Shuangxue herself, but rather from the sword imprint at her brow. Quick! Loslin's voice rose a few pitches. Buy her some time. Mu Qinglin's mech unleashed all its firepower, thunderous rays pouring out from the moving turret. Blue currents exploded among the vines, enveloping all the plants within several hundred meters in a high-voltage net. Song Yu gritted his teeth, reassembling the shuttle-shaped weapon. The metallic shards coalesced into a gigantic silver spear, wildly piercing under his telekinetic control. Loslin crushed the crystal, and black mist surged out from her body, spreading in all directions. Wherever the mist passed, the vitality of the plants was forcibly stripped away. The vines withered, the trance stiffened, and the man-eating flowers closed. Hao Changgeng pushed the Gatling's fire output to the limit. The density of the fireballs doubled compared to before, the gun barrel starting to glow red under overload. 10 breaths, neither long nor short. But under the assault of countless plant lives, 10 breaths felt as long as a century. The fourth vine broke through Tsang Ye's defenses, wrapping around his ankle. He shattered the vine, but another had already coiled around his wrist. The fifth, the sixth. The turret on Mu Qinglin's left was ensnared by a thick root dragged into the ground among the vines. The blue arcs on the turret's surface flashed wildly, trying to break free. But more roots surged up, completely overwhelming it. Loslin's black mist began to recede, her body trembling slightly. The black markings on her skin grew dim, with some areas even cracking. Hao Changgeng's weapon module began to trigger overheating protection, forcing him to switch to the nuclear incinerator ion cannon. A shot blasted away the group of vines charging at Mu Qinglin, but charging took time, creating a gap in fire coverage. 7 breaths. 8 breaths. The sword imprint at Ling Shuang's brow cracked. A celestial sword flew out from her brow. The sword was not large, about 3 feet in length, roughly the same size as an ordinary flying sword. However, its appearance caused the air in the entire dense forest to become solidified. The sword body was not metallic, but made of a material that no one had ever seen before. It resembled the solidification of light, yet like the condensation of time, transparent, yet colorful, the colors flowing within. The sword body bore the sun, moon, and stars slowly rotating, with mountains and rivers quietly flowing. Clouds swirled around and lightning flickered. It was not patterns carved on the surface, but rather a genuine small world sealed within the sword. The ancestral treasure of the Tianjin sect. Years ago, on the night the sect was destroyed, Ling Shuang's master sealed this celestial sword in her brow, sacrificing his life to buy her time to escape. Since then, the sword had been sleeping deep within her soul, never awakened. Today was the first time. Ling Shuangxue opened her eyes. In her pupils, sword light flowed. Open the heavens. Her voice was soft, as if she were speaking to herself. No sword light, no sword energy, no visible attack of any kind. Then everything ahead, vines, trents, man-eating flowers, twisted roots, all vanished. It was as if someone had erased a part of the canvas with an eraser. The space occupied by those plants completely wiped away. A vacuum zone several dozen meters wide and kilometers long was cleared. Within the zone, there were no plant remnants. Every cell of those plants, every drop of sap, every shred of vitality had been completely obliterated by that sword. Hao Changgeng stared at the vacuum zone, shocked and dumbfounded. Only one thought remained in his mind: was this truly an attack that carbon-based life could unleash? This is really unscientific. He had no doubt that if that sword struck the mech, even the 3-level molten star crimson gold might not withstand it. The power of this sword was indeed terrifying, but the charging time was too long. 10 breaths was enough for him to teleport several times. That sword wouldn't hit him. But in the future, it would be best to avoid provoking this woman. Too dangerous. After Ling Shuangxue swung this sword, her entire essence seemed to be drained. Her face turned pale, her lips tinged with blue, and the hand gripping the sword hilt trembled violently. Then the celestial sword transformed into a streak of light, re-entering her brow. The sword imprint closed. Her body swayed slightly, nearly causing her to fall from the air. The flying sword automatically flew out from her waist, supporting her feet. "Run!" Song Yu shouted. The 5 accelerated simultaneously. Light wings, telekinesis, flying sword, shadows. A quintet of different colored streaks rushed toward the end of that vacuum zone. Their speed was astonishing, covering several kilometers in the blink of an eye. Behind them, the plant life that had been stunned by a single sword finally regained its senses. The vines began to regrow, the trants started moving their roots, and the man-eating flowers reopened their petals. But they could not catch up. 20 kilometers. 10 kilometers. 5 kilometers. 1 kilometer. The end of the vacuum zone was in sight. From there, the contours of the core area could be seen. The plants there were entirely different from the periphery. The trees on the outskirts were twisted, the vines were frenzied, and the man-eating flowers were greedy. Yet the plants in the core area were restrained. They stood there like a wall. The twisted trants formed a row with less than a meter between their trunks. Their roots intertwined underground, forming an impenetrable barrier. Cracks appeared on their trunks from which a dark red light shone, like unsettling eyes. The man-eating flowers stood in front of the trents, their petals dark red, resembling dried bloodstains. The largest twisted trant bore a face on its trunk. The 5 halted before this wall. They glanced back at the path they had come. The vacuum zone that had been cleared was now being filled by subsequent plant life. Wolves in front, tigers behind. The plants in the core area did not attack proactively. They merely stood there, fixated on the 5 with their dark red eyes. Ling Shuang's voice came from the flying sword weakly, saying, "I can't launch a second attack." Losalin's gaze fell on the face of the largest twisted trent, on its pair of emerald green eyes. She recognized those eyes. When she was a child, she had seen an illustration in an ancient book of the Dark Elves. The illustration depicted exactly such eyes. Below it was a line of ancient elven script, "The Gatekeeper." Losalin tightened her grip on the black dagger. "Crossing through this final layer of plants is our destination. There are no plants there. As long as we pass through, we will be safe." Song Yu let out a bitter laugh. "How do we get through?" No one could answer, because no one knew the answer. Silence lasted only a few seconds. Then the largest trant struck without warning. Its ancient, expressionless face remained still, yet its roots stirred. A root as thick as a man's waist shot up from the earth, spearing straight toward Ling Shuangxue. She hovered atop her flying sword, her aura utterly depleted, her spiritual energy barely sufficient to sustain flight. She saw the strike coming. She knew she must evade, but her body failed to obey her mind. It was already too late. The other four stood at a distance. Even if they reacted instantly, they could not intervene in time. At the very moment the root pierced the air less than 2 meters from Ling Xuanxue's chest, Hao Changgeng moved. In an instant he retracted his mecha into his consciousness space, and the moment the machine vanished he appeared before Ling Xuanxue. Teleportation. He wrapped one arm around her waist and pulled her firmly against his chest. Her frame was light, her waist slender. The warmth of her body radiated through her Taoist robe. Soft. The roots slashed through their afterimage, striking empty air. In that same breath both had already materialized within the core zone. Here no frenzied plant life thrived, only one tree. An ancient colossal tree. Its trunk was impossibly massive with a diameter exceeding 200 meters. Countless branches cascaded downward from the canopy, some already rooted deep in the soil, others drifting lazily in midair. At the base of the trunk thick roots coiled tightly, forming 16 arched gateways. Each arch shimmered with a silvery membrane, slowly rotating like the threshold of a dimensional passage. At that moment their posture held a faint, unspoken intimacy. Ling Xuanxue glanced down at the large hand resting on her waist, then fixed Hao Changgeng with a sharp, piercing look. He withdrew his arm at once. Without a word she stepped aside, closed her eyes, and began to regulate her breath. She offered no thanks, nor did she lash out. In Ling Xuanxue's lexicon silence, paired with restraint, equaled gratitude itself. Hao Changgeng gave it no further thought. He turned toward the path they'd come from, no more than 200 meters distant, drew a deep breath, and teleported back. At that moment Mu Qinglin and Lori Sin were under siege. The largest Trent, enraged by Hao Changgeng's abduction of Ling Xuanxue, had gone berserk. The other trance surged forward in unison. Dense waves of roots left no room to dodge. Mu Qinglin's azure mecha had redeployed its luminous wings, yet its firepower had visibly diminished. Bolts of lightning erupted from the mecha, detonating against the Trent's roots, but those roots were too massive. The blasts merely scorched their outer bark, failing to penetrate deeper. One of her 2 mobile assault modules had been destroyed outright. The other bored deep fissures across its surface, its integrity severely compromised. Lorisin's condition was even graver. Her black mist had nearly dissipated entirely. She now relied solely on her obsidian dagger for close-quarters combat. She dodged one lashing root, then another. But the third caught her, a glancing blow grazing her shoulder, tearing open her robe to reveal silver-white skin beneath. Hao Changgeng materialized beside Mu Qinglin. "Retract your mecha now," he commanded. Without hesitation she deactivated it, its azure form dissolving rapidly. She did not question his intent. She simply trusted him. He encircled her waist, and in an instant both vanished. 200 meters meant nothing before the laws of space. It was but a single step. More resilient than Ling Xuanxue, he noted inwardly. His expression, however, remained solemn and unshaken. As though he had merely performed some trivial routine act, he teleported back once more. Lorisin's stamina neared its breaking point. Dark glyphs upon her skin dimmed, fading in places until they almost vanished. When Hao Changgeng appeared before her, he swept one arm around her waist and cradled her legs beneath him, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. Lori Sin blinked, then smiled. Her arms draped naturally over his shoulders. Teleportation. When he set her down, her fingertips brushed lightly against his shoulder. "Thank you." Her voice remained languid, its cadence rising ever so slightly at the end. Hao Changgeng nodded with a quiet smile and teleported away again. His source energy was now depleted by more than half. Each teleportation carrying another person consumed far more than moving alone. Carrying one doubled the cost. Fortunately, the distance was short, just 200 meters. But repeated use took its toll. When he reappeared at the perimeter, Tsang Yu was barely holding on. His metallic fragments could no longer remain dispersed. They had drawn inward, coalescing before him into a radiant silvery shield. Again and again the Trent's roots slammed into the shield, each impact jolting Tsang Yu's body, drawing fresh blood from the corner of his mouth. His wings drooped limply, their feathers dulled and brittle, some already falling away. As a psionicist, his physical resilience paled beside other races. That he endured this long was testament only to sheer willpower. Hao Changgeng appeared before him and seized one of Tsang Yu's wings, lifting him bodily off the ground. Tsang Yu's eyes widened in shock. He opened his mouth to speak, but Hao Changgeng gave him no chance. Teleportation. Hao Changgeng released his grip. Tsang Yu collapsed onto the ground, his silvery wings trembling faintly behind him. Gasping for breath, Tsang Yu stared at Hao Changgeng with a complex mix of awe and disbelief, his mind churning with furious, unvoiced complaints. "So this is how he treats us. Favoritism." Hao Changgeng crouched low, breathing heavily. 5 consecutive teleports carrying others had core within him spun wildly, desperately replenishing reserves. Lorisin's recovery capacity far surpassed the others. Night elves possessed elite physiology even among elvenkind. Once removed from combat, both her stamina and dark elemental energy regenerated swiftly. She approached the base of the great tree, gazing upward at the root-formed archways, as if attuning herself to something unseen. Each archway leads to a separate spatial domain, she said, turning to address the group. Within them lie opportunities, remnants of the ancient elven civilization. Such a sacred site cannot contain only the wild flora beyond its threshold. Choose one and enter. You should face no danger now. With that, she stepped through an archway and vanished. Song Yu folded his wings and entered one at random. Mu Qinglin rose and glanced back at Hao Changgeng. Which will you choose? He pointed to the nearest archway. This one. She nodded and stepped through. Ling Xuanxue's aura had partially recovered. She paused before an archway, not turning as she spoke. Thank you for earlier. Her voice was soft, so faint that Hao Changgeng almost missed it. He stood motionless, watching the direction she'd disappeared, a subtle curve lifting the corner of his lips. Then he stepped forward, into the archway. The silvery membrane enveloped him, and he sensed space itself shifting, his body moving, yet direction and distance indeterminate. When the light faded, he stood upon open ground. But as he looked around, astonishment froze him in place. The soil beneath his feet, the canopy above, the massive roots of the ancient tree behind him. All identical, every detail unchanged. The archway still hung before him, its membrane still rotating, exactly as if he had never passed through. He turned and glanced back. The archway Ling Xuanxue had entered now rested in perfect stillness, its surface utterly calm, undisturbed. She had truly entered and had not emerged. Hao Changgeng frowned. He turned and stepped through the same archway once more. The membrane enveloped him, space twisted anew. When the light faded, still the same place. What the hell? He stared at the ever-rotating membrane before him, a chill of foreboding creeping up his spine. He tried the next archway, entered, exited, still the same spot. Then another, same result. Like a hamster trapped in a cage, he darted between all 16 archways. Each welcomed his entry, yet each unceremoniously ejected him. Not one would permit passage. 16 archways. He tested every single one, without exception. Standing at the base of the great tree, facing 16 silently revolving silvery membranes, Hao Changgeng's expression darkened to stormy fury. Damn it all. He kicked hard at one of the tree's roots. All that effort, for nothing. A voice echoed inside his mind. Lai Xing's, curious, analytical, detached. Strange. All 16 archways emit identical spatial fluctuations. No discernible difference. Why do they reject you? How should I know? Hao Changgeng crouched down. I'd like to ask that myself. Why can everyone else enter, except me? His thoughts spiraled into furious, silent ranting. If he'd known this would happen, he'd have sold those 2 crystals to that sycophantic fool. 1 million crystal cores. Enough to buy rare metals by the ton. And what did he get? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Well, not quite nothing. At least he'd ridden the group's momentum into the core zone, only to be locked outside. His frustration mounted. Lai Xing, analyze this. What's causing it? Lai Xing paused. 3 possibilities. First, this gateway, or this entire secret realm, employs a selective mechanism. Some intrinsic trait of yours fails to meet its criteria. What trait? Is it because I'm ugly? Second possibility, the opportunities behind these archways possess elemental or affinity requirements. And the third, Lai Xing paused again. Third possibility, your opportunity lies elsewhere, not here. Hao Changgeng lifted his gaze to the great tree, and just as he prepared to curse aloud, a detail caught his eye. A patch of bark on the trunk differed in color. Irregular in shape, roughly 2 meters tall, 1 meter wide. Its edges bore fine hairline fractures. He rose and approached it. He reached out and touched it. Warm. Unlike the surrounding bark, cold and inert, this ashen patch radiated a gentle, human-like warmth, soothing to the touch. The instant his fingertip made contact, the cracks across its surface spread rapidly. Then the bark split open. Behind the fissure lay no wood, but profound, swirling darkness. Its slow rotation mirrored the silvery membranes of the archways, identical in motion, differing only in hue, absolute black. A door. The 17th door. Hao Changgeng stared at the rotating void, motionless for 2 full seconds. Then he smiled. Lai Xing. Your third possibility appears correct. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and vanished into the dark. Darkness swallowed him whole. Meanwhile, in another sector of the secret realm, this was no dense forest, no towering sky-obscuring canopy, no rampant vegetation. It was a vast island ringed by endless ocean. Crowds filled its shores. Contestants who had failed to obtain the crystals now teleported here en masse. They had scoured the island for a full day, turning over every stone, probing every cave, combing every grove. Some unearthed low-grade ores, others found common herbs. Yet none discovered anything of true value. Compared to the realm entered by the 5, this island belonged to an entirely lower tier. It was little more than a forsaken, thoroughly exhausted outer zone, while the true treasures lay hidden within the space the 5 had entered. Yen Lai stood atop the island's highest peak, a sheer, jagged cliff. His mecha clung to his form, its scanning systems sweeping the entire landmass. Nothing. No trace of Hao Changgeng. No sign of Mu Qinglan. Not a whisper of any of the five. They were not here. Yan Lai deactivated his mecha, revealing his grim, shadowed face. "Where have you gone?" he murmured. Suddenly, he sneezed. When Hao Changgeng regained his senses, he found himself in a peculiar space. He looked up. It was a treehouse. Not the kind that was built, but one that grew directly from the trunk. It was quite large. Hao Changgeng estimated it to be at least 1,000 square meters. There was not much furniture in the room, but each piece was quite unique. Everything seemed to have grown organically, without any traces of human assembly. It was as if the treehouse itself was a living entity, with the furniture being merely a part of its body. As he was absorbed in this thought, his gaze swept across the side of a bookshelf. There stood a figure. Hao Changgeng's pupils suddenly contracted. The figure's skin was almost indistinguishable from the bark of the tree. Both were covered in cracks. And those emerald green eyes looked extremely eerie. A ghost. His voice exploded in the treehouse, instinctively trying to activate his mech. Yet nothing happened. His body froze. His nervous system was still functioning normally, but everything was locked by some kind of power. He could think he could breathe. But his limbs, his torso, were immobile. The old man raised a hand and beckoned him. Hao Changgeng's body floated up slowly, moving in front of the old man. The distance closed. Hao Changgeng could even see every wrinkle on the old man's face. And those emerald green eyes were fixed intently on him. Hao Changgeng's back was drenched in cold sweat. His mind was racing, run, fight, scream for help. But his body could do nothing. The mech partially activated but stopped midway, the silver gold armor only covering his forearms and chest. The rest seemed frozen in the realm of consciousness, unable to emerge. Then the old man waved his hand. The power that had locked him vanished. He staggered a step and leaned against the nearby desk. The voice of the crackling star echoed in his mind, lighter than usual, as if afraid of startling something. Life fluctuations detected. Not a being like the undead, but rather a surviving ancient elven clan whose lifespan far exceeds any records we know of. Alive? Then it's not a ghost. Hao Changgeng took a deep breath, quickly adjusting his state. Faced with an ancient monster who could freeze him with a wave, he could only do one thing. Beg for mercy. Senior, his voice trembled slightly. I meant no offense, accidentally trespassing into your sacred ground. I hope you can forgive me. The old man looked at him, silent for 2 seconds. Then he smiled. In front of me, there's no need for such formalities. The old man's voice was not loud, but very clear. He pointed to a chair beside Hao Changgeng. Sit. The old man stood beside the bookshelf, one hand resting on those bark scrolls, as if caressing some precious collection. Are you curious why you are different from them? Hao Changgeng was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Because I deliberately brought you here. Hao Changgeng's heart raced. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. It must be the sacred text of all spirits. It has to be the sacred text of all spirits. He possessed remnants of the sacred text of all spirits. Only this could attract the attention of a powerful ancient elven clan. The old man watched the changes in his expression and slowly nodded. Indeed, it is because of the sacred text of all spirits. He turned around to face Hao Changgeng. A long, long time ago, the old man's voice slowed as if reminiscing. So long ago that I can no longer recall the exact time. At that time, this battlefield was still a complete universe. He paused. It was called the Spirit Realm, a universe ruled by the ancient elven clan. Hao Changgeng's breath caught for a moment. This battlefield of 5 great civilizations was once a complete universe. A universe ruled by the ancient elven clan. The ancient elven clan back then was very powerful, the old man said in a calm tone. Powerful enough to simultaneously govern the 5 surrounding universes. Hao Changgeng's eyelids twitched. Govern 5 universes. What kind of force would that be? However, nothing can last forever. There was a hint of bitterness in the old man's voice. As time passed, divisions arose within the elven clan, with one faction adhering to the traditional way of nature, worshipping forest life and moonlight. The other faction began to study more radical powers, darkness, destruction, and souls. The contradictions between the 2 factions deepened, escalating from debate to quarrel, from quarrel to conflict, and from conflict to war. Civil war. The corner of the old man's mouth twitched slightly. After the civil war broke out, the other 4 universes saw an opportunity and were no longer willing to remain vassals. They began to secretly support different factions, sowing discord and adding fuel to the fire. When the elven clan was exhausted, they tore off their masks and directly sent troops. Silicon-based civilization, elemental civilization, wild beast civilization, insectoid civilization. The 4 great universes simultaneously attacked the spirit realm. Hao Changgeng listened intently, unable to refrain from asking, "What about the celestial universe?" The old man's gaze fell upon him. The celestial universe at that time did not participate. Why, oi? The old man's tone held no condescension, merely stating a fact. Back then, your human race was not strong enough. The technology of the celestial universe was just beginning, and the source energy cultivation system had not yet formed a complete system. Participating would only mean becoming cannon fodder. And although the ancient elven clan was powerful, they ultimately collapsed under internal and external strife. The spirit realm was shattered, becoming the current outer battlefield, a buffer zone for the 5 great universes, as well as an endless slaughterhouse. The remaining elven clans, some migrated to the celestial universe, which you now know as the Elven Clan, the Lingua star system. They left the spirit realm and took root anew in this new area. But they were no longer the ancient elves. Their lifespan was not as long, their power not as strong, and their control over plants and elements was greatly diminished. They have lost the nourishment of the spirit realm. After saying this, the old man fell silent. Hao Changgeng instantly understood. Everything had all clicked. The remnants of fire discovered by Li Xing and the others in a secret realm must be a relic of the ancient elven clan. And now he was sitting in a treehouse of an ancient elven elder. His heart began to race. The old man brought him here alone and said so much it couldn't be just for a mere listener, right? These ancient secrets, if spoken, could be written into a history book. But the old man telling him these things must have a reason, a tremendous opportunity. With this thought, Hao Changgeng's breathing became rapid. Hao Changgeng's eyes grew increasingly bright as he began to fantasize. What could it be? A supreme treasure, a powerful technique, or perhaps an entire treasury? The old man seemed to see through his thoughts and raised his hand to calm him. Don't be too quick to rejoice, he said in a leisurely tone. This secret realm was once a nurturing ground for plant life during ancient times. The twisted tree spirits, strangling blood vines, and soul-binding poisonous thorns you saw earlier are all products of that era. Your 4 companions passed through the archways leading to their respective trial grounds. By passing their tests, each of them can obtain a powerful plant life, but those who fail will leave with nothing. All 4 of them have that chance, but what about you? The old man glanced at him and said flatly, your mental strength is too weak to resonate with plant life. Even if you enter, it would be a futile effort. Hao Changgeng's eyes darkened instantly. It was true that his mental strength was weak. He was neither a telekinetic nor an elf and had undergone no training in spiritual matters. The old man laughed heartily at his expression. Hao Changgeng was taken aback by the laughter and looked up. All right, I won't tease you anymore. The old man put away his smile. The reason I called you here separately is that there are benefits for you. Hao Changgeng became intrigued again. The most powerful aspect of the ancient elf race is not plant life, nor elemental power, or even longevity. It is the spirit patterns. The old man extended his hand, revealing a palm covered in strange patterns, like some sort of design etched into his skin. Hao Changgeng asked, puzzled. Spirit patterns, he inquired. A unique technique of the elf race which inscribes the profound laws, techniques, and methods one comprehends onto weapons or equipment through spirit patterns. When needed, one can simply inject energy to activate the spirit patterns, allowing the secret methods to be unleashed instantly, without the need for charging or preparation, not even chanting a spell. The old man noticed that Hao Changgeng still looked a bit confused and shook his head. He retrieved something from the spatial ring on his hand. It was a bow. The bow was not long, about 1 meter and 20 centimeters. It was a deep, fiery red, as if it contained an everlasting flame sealed within. The surface of the bow's limbs was densely covered in patterns. These patterns seemed to merge with the bow, embedded like blood vessels. The moment the bow appeared, the temperature in the tree house noticeably began to rise. The old man held the bow and casually pulled the bowstring. A spirit pattern on the bow limb instantly lit up. The shape of the spirit pattern resembled a burning flower spreading from the middle of the bow limb towards both ends. Ultimately, it condensed into an arrow on the bowstring. The arrow was not a physical object, but was formed purely from flames. The arrow's body was entwined with solidified flame patterns which flowed slowly, resembling numerous miniature rivers of magma. The old man glanced at Hao Changgeng and then removed his finger from the bowstring. The flaming arrow immediately dissipated. Hao Changgeng stared at the bow, his eyes wide with amazement. He had seen good things before. Mu Qinglan's magnetic storm collapse bomb and Ling Shuang's fairy sword both were top-tier treasures. But this bow felt different. He could compress techniques into a pattern inscribed on the bow limb, enabling instant activation upon drawing. Do you understand? The old man returned the bow to the spatial ring. Inscribe your comprehended techniques or secret methods onto weapons to form spirit patterns. In battle, there is no need to charge, no need to chant. With a mere thought, the spirit patterns activate, unleashing the secret methods instantly. Hao Changgeng's mind raced. He was a mech engineer. Mechs could transform, could condense Gatling guns, could condense nuclear flame ion cannons, could condense all sorts of weapons. What if he inscribed these spirit patterns onto the mechs? He could directly activate the spirit patterns, turning those attacks that required charging into instant releases. Then his nuclear flame ion cannon would no longer need those few seconds of charging time. The old man observed his changing expression, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. But there's no need to rush, he said, walking over to the bookshelf and waving his hand. A tree bark scroll flew out from the shelf and landed steadily in front of Hao Changgeng. The scroll did not unfurl but hovered in midair, slowly rotating. Your current understanding of the laws is still too low and you lack sufficient experience in creating attack secret methods. What you need to do now is absorb the experiences of those before you and gradually form your own secret methods. Because even the strongest secret methods from others may not be suitable for you. The scroll landed in Hao Changgeng's hand, feeling very light. The surface of the scroll had a warm touch, and on the outer skin there were inscriptions of characters he could not understand. The characters were not in the universal language. Their forms were crooked and twisted. They resembled shapes naturally formed by the roots of some plants growing in soil. He could not comprehend them. However, the moment his consciousness touched the scroll, the meanings of those characters instantly surfaced in his mind. It was a more direct form of information transfer that bypassed language, as if someone had directly inserted a memory into his mind. Falling stars of the burning heaven. The old man spoke with his back turned, an attack secret method created by a Jade Spirit Envoy. The Jade Spirit Envoy corresponds to your Star General level in the Zhangqiang universe, and is also fire attribute, making it suitable for your learning. You can draw from it, and you can comprehend it, but you don't have to copy it exactly. What suits you best is what matters most. You can stay here for the next few days to learn about spirit patterns. When you have made some progress, you can go out again. Hao Changgeng nodded, feeling grateful. The old man had called him over separately to show him spirit patterns and the ancient elf race's secret method scroll. The reason was simple. He possessed a fragment of the holy scripture of all spirits. As for what the old man sought, he could not understand yet, and was not in a hurry to figure it out. He simply wanted to open the scroll. The old man did not disturb him again, but sat down on a nearby chair, closing his eyes slightly. Hao Changgeng unfurled the scroll. The inner side of the scroll was not made of tree bark, but a material as thin as a cicada's wing. It resembled the skin of some animal, yet it was also like plant fibers processed in a special way. It was densely covered in spirit patterns belonging to the same system as the patterns on the fiery red bough. Each stroke appeared as if drawn carelessly, but together they formed a mysterious pattern. Hao Changgeng could not understand the spirit patterns, yet he could comprehend them. The arrangement of the spirit patterns on the scroll, like those earlier characters, carried a form of spiritual information transfer. As his eyes recognized the shapes of the spirit patterns, his consciousness understood their functions. This was a charging spirit pattern that could compress ordinary flames into high-density arrows. His gaze slowly shifted downward. This was a splitting spirit pattern. It could divide a single arrow into dozens, covering a larger area. Next was a tracking spirit pattern. Following that was a penetrating spirit pattern. Then an explosive spirit pattern. One after another, they formed an interconnected chain. Spirit patterns were not standalone, but were combined together. A main spirit pattern surrounded by several auxiliary spirit patterns formed a complete secret method, falling stars of the burning heaven. Activating the main spirit pattern would sequentially trigger the auxiliary spirit patterns. An arrow imbued with terrifying power would instantly take shape. Hao Changgeng became entranced. He lost track of time, immersing all his attention in the spirit patterns on the scroll. The tree house was very quiet. Only the spirit patterns on the scroll flowed slowly in Hao Changgeng's consciousness. Hao Changgeng was desperately trying to comprehend the spiritual patterns while the other four were undergoing their trials. Luo Silin was the first to complete hers. The bloodline of the Dark Elves was in itself a key within this ruin. The trials seemed to have their difficulty level lowered before her. She walked through a long corridor woven from black vines with dark flowers blooming on either side. The petals were as dark as ink and the flower stamens emitted a faint purple glow. Upon sensing the presence of the Dark Elf, the flowers actively parted, creating a path for her. At the end of the trial, a shadow flower floated in midair. Luo Silin extended her hand, and the shadow flower gently landed in her palm. Its roots penetrated her skin, resonating with the dark elemental power within her. An adult shadow flower. With its dark attributes, adept in stealth and mental interference, it was a perfect match for her. A slight smile appeared on Luo Silin's lips as she absorbed the shadow flower into her body and turned to leave the trial grounds. Song Yu was the second. Among the five, his spiritual power was the strongest, and the trial required him to establish a spiritual connection with an ancient vine. This vine had been sleeping in the trial area for tens of thousands of years and was extremely hostile to the mental powers of outsiders. Song Yu spent nearly an entire day gradually penetrating his thoughts into the depths of the vine's consciousness. Then a mutated blood vine burst from the ground. It coiled around Song Yu's arm like a docile snake. He looked at the vine, fully aware of what it signified. The physical body of a mentalist was the greatest weakness. With this vine, he had gained an additional layer of living armor. Ling Shuangxue was the third. Her spiritual power was not particularly strong, inferior to Luo Silin, and even more so compared to Song Yu. But she possessed the legacy of the Tianjin sect. The sword imprint sealed in her forehead was not merely a weapon, but rather the accumulation of the Tianjin sect's heritage over hundreds of thousands of years. The trial required her to tame a twisted treant. However, the treant's consciousness was incredibly stubborn, resisting all forms of mental intrusion. After multiple failed attempts, she found a beast-taming technique within the sect's legacy and ultimately succeeded in taming it. Mu Qinglin was the last. Her spiritual power ranked second to last among the five, only slightly stronger than Hao Changgeng. The trial was far too difficult for her. She tried over a dozen times, each time falling just short. Perhaps her persistence paid off as she finally obtained a seed. Mu Qinglin held the seed in her palm, feeling the dormant vitality within, weak yet remarkably resilient. In the end, the four were transported back to the base of the giant tree, and the 16 archways behind them slowly closed. Mu Qinglin looked around, but did not see Hao Changgeng. "Where is he?" Luo Silin closed her eyes as if sensing something. After a moment, she shook her head, "Still inside, but I can't sense his exact location. You all go ahead, or I will wait for him here," Mu Qinglin said firmly. Surprisingly, no one chose to leave. Instead, they stayed with her, waiting together. Meanwhile, Hao Changgeng inside the treehouse was oblivious to the commotion outside. His entire focus was on the scroll in his hand, filled with densely packed spiritual patterns. For over 20 days, he had barely slept. The ancient elven system of spiritual patterns was far more complex than he had imagined. Each spiritual pattern was not independent, it was interconnected with the surrounding patterns. He attempted to dismantle the spiritual patterns from the scroll and tried to inscribe the simplest ones onto the mech. During this period, he failed countless times. The first time, the spiritual pattern dissipated as soon as it was inscribed. The second time, the pattern barely held on, but when activated, the energy transfer was unstable, causing the Gatling gun to nearly explode. The third time, the activation of the spiritual pattern succeeded, but the power of the fireball was still inferior to the ordinary version. The fourth and fifth times, the Starbreaker greatly assisted during this process, as its sensitivity to energy flow far exceeded that of humans. It could precisely identify which segment of the spiritual pattern had energy loss, which direction of the lines could be optimized, and where the nodal positions needed fine-tuning. After countless experiments, he finally succeeded. 3 spiritual patterns were successfully inscribed onto the barrel of the Gatling gun. They were faint, so subtle that they were nearly invisible to the naked eye. At the moment Hao Changgeng activated the spiritual patterns, the temperature of the barrel's surface suddenly surged. Golden red light erupted from the patterns, illuminating the entire treehouse. According to his design, at the moment the fireball was discharged, the first spiritual pattern would compress it, increasing its density and temperature. The second spiritual pattern would split the fireball into 3. The third spiritual pattern would add a tracking effect to the 3 split fireballs. Of course, all of this was theoretical data. The actual effects would only be known once he tested it outside. The old man looked at the 3 faint spiritual patterns on the mech's barrel and nodded. The path of spiritual patterns is the hardest to enter. The fact that you have come this far in over 20 days indicates your comprehension is not lacking. But you must remember, spiritual patterns are merely a medium. The true determining factor of power lies in your understanding of the fundamental laws. Hao Changgeng nodded seriously. The old man raised his hand, and a wave of light shot from his fingertip, entering the depths of Hao Changgeng's consciousness. That was a coordinate. The coordinate was very clear, with star regions, star systems, star clusters, and specific planetary positions nested layer by layer. That is the coordinate of the spatial fragment, close to the battlefield controlled by the elemental race. In ancient times, the ancient elven race had a vassal race known as the Realm Spirit Clan. They took the spatial fragment and hid in that subsidiary microcosm during a crisis. Once your strength is sufficiently strong, you can go there and retrieve the fragment. Now go back and comprehend on your own. The old man raised his hand, preparing to send Hao Changgeng away. However, his face was filled with conflict. The old man noticed something unusual and looked at him with curiosity. "What is it? Is there something else?" "Senior," his voice trembled slightly. "Could you give me that fired bow?" The old man's lips twitched slightly as he sighed. "Very well." He took out the fired bow from his spatial ring and looked at it one last time. The spiritual patterns on the bow glowed faintly in the dim treehouse, as if bidding farewell to its master. The old man handed the bow to Hao Changgeng. "Thank you, senior." He hurriedly bowed in gratitude, then stored the bow into his consciousness space. The old man waved his hand. Hao Changgeng felt the space around him distort, his body enveloped by an irresistible force as everything before him sped away. When the light dissipated, he found himself back at the base of the giant tree, standing on the soft earth. Mu Qinglin was the first to spot him, joyfully exclaiming, "You finally decided to come out? We were waiting for you." When the 5 of them left the secret realm, they encountered no obstacles. Luo Silin stretched lazily and said with a smile, "I still have quite a bit of military merit to earn, so I'll take my leave first." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing into the horizon. The escape speed of the Dark Knight Elf was second only to Ling Shuang's sword flight among the 5. Song Yu was the second to bid farewell, spreading his silver-white wings and flying off into the distance. Mu Qinglin glanced at Hao Changgeng and waved, saying, "I'm off too, see you after the competition." Her blue light wings unfurled, leaving behind a magnetic blue trajectory as she disappeared. Ling Shuangxue remained silent for a moment before turning around. The previous matters are settled. Hao Changgeng was taken aback for a moment before nodding. Subsequently, Ling Shuangxue stepped onto her flying sword and left the place. Hao Changgeng watched the green sword light fade from view, then unfurled his wings and flew in the opposite direction. He did not rush to accumulate military merit. After spending more than 20 days in the secret realm, his military rank had dropped from over 100,000 to over 1 million. But he was not anxious. Military merit could always be earned, but there was one thing that needed to be completed urgently. He found a secluded cave. After sealing the entrance with rocks and confirming there were no signs of life around, he sat cross-legged and immersed his consciousness deep into the space within. In the consciousness space, a silver-golden mech floated in the center. In front of the mech, a fired longbow hovered in midair. The spiritual patterns on the bow emitted a soft glow in the dark space, resembling burning rivers. Hao Changgeng looked at the bow, feeling a twinge of reluctance in his heart. This was not an ordinary weapon. It was a treasured artifact cherished by the old man for countless years. Each spiritual pattern on the bow was a mark of time, and every inch of metal carried the echoes of a civilization long gone. But no matter how good something is, if it cannot be used, it is just scrap iron. Lies of the stars, let's get started. Scan analysis completed. This bow is made of a rare metal unique to the ancient elf race, Xianjin. It possesses extreme affinity for fire attributes, and the energy conduction efficiency is over 3 times that of the current internal conduits of the mech. We cannot utilize the spiritual pattern system on the bow for now, but the value of the metal itself is immeasurable. Hao Changgeng nodded. After disassembly and incorporation into the mech, how much can it enhance the Gatling? Lies of the Stars fell silent for a moment. The Gatling gun is a native weapon of your blue star, and no one uses that kind of thing on the interstellar battlefield anymore. Hao Changgeng was taken aback and then asked, "Is there anything similar? It has to look cool and powerful." Lies of the Stars did not reply. A holographic screen unfolded, densely filled with 3D models and parameters of various high-tech equipment. Ion pulse cannons, high-energy particle beam emitters, annihilation bomb projection systems, quantum demolition arrays. His gaze swept across the screen and finally stopped on one model. It was a cannon. The barrel was not in the traditional cylindrical shape, but was a ring structure formed by 3 arc-shaped metal arms. The 3 arc arms converged at the cannon's mouth, forming a slowly rotating ring. The outer shell of the barrel was streamlined with intricate energy patterns flowing across its surface, resembling liquid metal in motion. The entire cannon displayed a deep fired color identical to the material of the bow. Star Ring Annihilation Cannon, primarily focused on super firepower suppression. Lies of the Stars' voice resonated. Hao Changgeng's eyes lit up. That's the one. The plan was finalized. In the consciousness space, Lies of the Stars began to take action. Thousands of tiny robots surged from the mech, all silver-white with 6 slender mechanical arms extending from their sides. They crawled onto the fired longbow, covering its entire surface like ants. The disassembly began. Spider-like robots started dismantling the bow from the edge leg by leg. Their front limbs could emit a high-frequency vibrating energy blade that sliced the metal along its lattice boundaries. The cuts were smooth and even with no burrs. The metallic fragments sliced off were collected by subsequent robots and transported to the left arm of the mech. The spiritual patterns on the bow extinguished one by one during the disassembly process, as if life was fading. Those lights that had flowed for billions of years dimmed one after another under the energy blades of the spider robots. The bow shrank gradually, and the left arm of the mech grew increasingly bright. The particles of Xianjin metal were precisely embedded into the armor seams of the mech's left arm, merging with the original molten star red gold. The left arm of the mech slowly changed shape, with internal structures beginning to optimize. The direction of the energy conduits was adjusted, the load-bearing structure of the joints was reinforced, and the interfaces of the weapon modules were reshaped. This process lasted for 3 days. Hao Changgeng did not remain idle. He sat cross-legged in the cave, continuing to immerse himself in the comprehension of the spiritual patterns. The 3 spiritual patterns he had preliminarily mastered: compression, splitting, tracking. He rehearsed them over and over in his mind. 3 days later, Lies of the Stars' voice echoed. Star Ring Annihilation Cannon condensation complete. Hao Changgeng opened his eyes and stepped out of the cave. The mech attached itself to him. Silver golden light surged from within him, enveloping him in armor. The silver golden giant appeared with light wings spreading behind him, a wingspan exceeding 60 meters. He raised his left arm. The armor shifted and the metal restructured. 3 arc-shaped metal arms extended from different positions on his arm, converging in front of his palm to form a slowly rotating ring. On the inner side of the ring, energy patterns illuminated layer by layer. From dark red to bright red, from bright red to golden red, and from golden red to a dazzling platinum color. The outer shell of the barrel exhibited a profound fired color identical to that of Xianjin. As the ring rotated, the space at the cannon's mouth produced slight distortions. That was a spatial disturbance caused by excessive energy density. Hao Changgeng attached the three spiritual patterns to the cannon barrel. The compression pattern was engraved on the inner side of the ring. The splitting pattern was engraved on the middle section of the barrel. The tracking pattern was engraved at the base of the barrel. The three spiritual patterns illuminated simultaneously at the moment of activation, intertwining with the energy patterns of the barrel itself to form a flowing light map. He aimed at a mountain peak 5 kilometers ahead. The mountain was entirely composed of gray-black granite, its surface barren and lifeless. The left arm of the mech lifted and the ring began to accelerate its rotation. Fire! A stream of fired light gushed from the cannon's mouth like a river of magma compressed to the extreme. At the moment the light stream left the cannon's mouth, it was compressed into a fist-sized sphere by the spiritual patterns. Each sphere had an astonishing density. The surface was adorned with golden law patterns, and the temperature was sufficient to melt any known ore. The splitting pattern immediately took effect. Each fireball split into 3 after flying several dozen meters. 3 smaller fireballs advanced from different angles, covering an area several times larger than the original single fireball. The tracking pattern activated last. The split fireballs no longer flew in a straight line, but began to slightly adjust their trajectories. They automatically corrected their paths to ensure each one could hit its target. The firing rate was extremely fast, at least hundreds of rounds per second. The fireballs formed a dense mass, creating a fiery red light band extending from the cannon's mouth, tearing open a blinding gap in the gray sky. The first fireball struck the mountain peak. Explosion, followed by the second, third, 10th. The surface of the mountain began to peel away under the continuous explosions. The rocks shattered into fragments. 5 seconds. In 5 seconds of continuous firing, thousands of fireballs poured onto the same mountain peak. The entire mountain was completely leveled, leaving only a slightly sunken basin in its original position. Even the mountain range behind the peak did not escape unscathed. The split fireballs continued to advance after hitting their targets, plowing deep trenches into the surface of the mountain range with their remaining kinetic energy. Hao Changgeng floated in midair, looking ahead with immense pride in his heart. He recalled a profound saying from Blue Star. In the face of absolute firepower, you are as ridiculous as your cover. In the following days, Hao Changgeng's military achievements skyrocketed like a rocket. The firepower of the Star Ring Devastation Cannon far surpassed that of the Gatling gun. What once took several minutes to defeat a wild beast could now be resolved in just a few seconds. He operated like an unflagging reaper, slaughtering from dawn till dusk across this wasteland. His military merits kept increasing: 6,535, 7238, 8357. His ranking surged into the top 10,000. Eventually, he focused solely on the military merit figure, because every 100 increase meant 10,000 crystal cores. In the most frenzied encounter, he faced a 5th-tier wild beast. That creature was over 200 to 300 meters long, covered in heavy bone armor with 3 horns atop, its head each measuring over 10 meters. Its divine body was absurdly robust. The Star Ring Devastation Cannon could only blast away the surface, failing to injure its innards. Hao Changgeng battled it for nearly 20 minutes. He dared not get too close. The melee capabilities of a 5th-tier wild beast were beyond what any mech could endure. He maintained an optimal range, the Star Ring Devastation Cannon, firing incessantly, raining fireballs upon the wild beast like a torrential downpour. The compression runes tripled the penetration power of each fireball. The splitting runes expanded the firepower's coverage by 5 times. The tracking runes ensured a hit rate of over 96. After 20 minutes, the divine body of the wild beast was pushed to its limits. Its armor was riddled with cracks, its movements grew sluggish, and its recovery speed could no longer keep up with the consumption. In the final round of concentrated fire, thousands of fireballs struck its head simultaneously, causing that massive cranium to explode. Hao Changgeng hovered above the carcass of the wild beast, gasping for air. The core temperature of the mech had soared to the warning line, and the Star Ring Devastation Cannon on his left arm issued a high-temperature alert. 5th tier. He had slain a 5th-tier wild beast. At that moment, he felt invincible. Of course, the Star of Ruin did not share that sentiment. Your confidence is growing at an irrational pace, just like your military merit, it remarked. The voice of the Star of Ruin echoed in his mind. You took 20 minutes to grind down a 5th-tier wild beast. How long will it take to overcome a 6th tier? A 7th tier? What about an 8th tier? A 9th tier? A Star General? Hao Changgeng fell silent. But in his heart, he thought he'll deal with that when the time comes. Meanwhile, in another area of the planet within a hidden cave, a dozen wild beasts gathered together. Their sizes were quite different from those that Hao Changgeng had been hunting these past few days. The largest among them was only about 30 meters long, while the smallest was merely 10 meters. Their skin was not coarse scales, but a smooth gray membrane. Beneath the membrane, the texture of muscles and the pathways of blood vessels could be observed. However, those textures and pathways shifted within seconds as if rearranging their body structures. Shadow warping wild beasts. An exceedingly rare branch of the wild beast clan. They could perfectly conceal their presence, and in their shadow warping state, they resembled a void in space, making them undetectable by any scanning system. Inaccessible to mech scans, imperceptible to telepathic awareness. Even the divine sense of cultivation civilizations was halved in effectiveness against them. In the center of the cave, the largest shadow-warping wild beast lay on the ground. "That mech, how many of our kin has it killed?" said a slightly smaller wild beast nearby. "In the past 8 days, a total of 73. The cave fell silent for a moment. An average of 9 a day. And that person is only a first-tier star soldier. His firepower is immense." Another wild beast spoke. "I've observed him in battle. His attack frequency and energy output far exceed that of a mech pilot of the same rank. The cannon on his left arm is definitely not standard equipment. Moreover, his spatial abilities are troublesome. He teleports whenever he encounters danger. No one below the star general level can pin him down." The leading wild beast fell silent for a moment. "Then let's not give him a chance to teleport." Its mouth opened, revealing something pressed beneath its tongue. Hexagonal palm's eyes radiating a deep golden hue. Its surface bore no patterns and lacked any luster, appearing just like an ordinary metal plate. Yet all the wild beasts present involuntarily took a half step back upon seeing that metal plate. The binding shadow thousand threads disc. The leading wild beast spoke. "When I found it in that ruin, I nearly perished inside. Once activated, it generates countless energy threads within its domain, binding all locked targets. At the same time, it disrupts the spatial structure within the domain. Any spatial teleportation abilities become ineffective within the domain." It paused for a moment before continuing. "That mech pilot's spatial abilities won't work within the domain." The wild beasts in the cave exchanged glances. The plan was set. 6 shadow-warping wild beasts streamed out of the cave, disappearing into the grayish light of day. Their bodies began to turn transparent the moment they exited the cave, melding into the air and background. Seconds later, the naked eye could no longer distinguish them from their surroundings. The mech scanning system would never detect them. Unless they revealed themselves voluntarily, nothing could be scanned. Hao Changgeng remained oblivious to this. He was currently hunting his 6th wild beast of the day. A 4th-tier beast, not particularly large, but its divine body recovered rapidly. It took him twice as long as usual to wear it down, while the core temperature of the mech had already soared to the warning line. He retracted the mech and landed on a bare rock, gasping for air. "Star of Ruin, what is the core temperature?" "Above the warning line by 12. I recommend shutting down for half an hour to cool down." Hao Changgeng nodded and sat on the rock. He then retrieved a standard crystal core from his consciousness space and began to restore his source energy. The surrounding wasteland was eerily quiet. No wind, no insect chirps, no signs of life. It was too quiet. Hao Changgeng's instincts were raising alarms, a skill honed through countless brushes with death. His light wings unfurled, and the mech instantly attached to him. At the same time, 6 wild beasts suddenly revealed themselves. It was as if they had squeezed out from the void. Their skin shifted from transparent to semi-transparent, and finally to grayish white. The 6 wild beasts locked the mech firmly in the center. Hao Changgeng remained calm. His mech had fully attached, and the star ring devastation cannon on his left arm had also taken shape, the ring beginning to spin. His gaze swept over the 6 wild beasts as the voice of the Star of Ruin synchronized with the data in his mind. 1 6th-tier, 2 5th-tier, 3 4th-tier. All are shadow-warping wild beasts. The star ring devastation cannon fired first, a red stream of light pouring from the barrel. Under the effect of compression runes, it coalesced into dense fireballs. With the effects of splitting runes, their numbers increased, and guided by tracking runes, they automatically locked onto the 6 targets. The ferocity of the fire and the density of the barrage forced the 6 wild beasts back to 1,000 meters. The 2 5th-tiers were blasted backward, their shells riddled with charred pits. The 3 4th-tiers fared worse. One had its left front leg hit repeatedly, its bones shattered. Even that 6th-tier, under such dense fire suppression, could not advance. It could only curl up, using its thick back to absorb the damage. Hao Changgeng shot, while retreating, trying to create distance. His plan was simple: fire suppression, create distance, then retreat. The encirclement of the 6 wild beasts appeared tight, but as long as he teleported 1,000 meters away, the encirclement would be useless. His spatial source energy was already mobilized, and the silver-white mark on his forehead began to flicker. At the same time, the mech started to shrink rapidly. Teleportation initiated, but the mech remained in place. Just as Hao Changgeng was momentarily stunned, the 6th-tier wild beast opened its mouth. A hexagonal metal plate flew out, hovering in midair. It began to rotate, slowly expanding in size with each revolution. Suddenly, centered on that metal plate, a visible ripple was released. In the blink of an eye, it covered an area of 10,000 meters. Wherever the ripple passed, countless fine threads appeared in the air. Those threads seemed to have generated directly from the void. They intertwined to form an all-encompassing net. The mech became ensnared. Those threads wrapped around the mech's arms, torso, wings, and even ensnared the barrel of the Star Ring devastation cannon. Hao Changgeng sensed something was amiss. The space had become chaotic. His spatial perception was forcibly interfered with by an external force. As those threads ensnared the mech, they also emitted a peculiar fluctuation. He could not initiate his teleportation, not because it was locked, but because he could not find a direction. His spatial perception, which could normally pinpoint every coordinate 1,000 meters away, now blurred all those points, as if viewing through frosted glass. He could see, but not clearly. The voice of the sixth-tier wild beast echoed from the other end of the threads, exuding an aura of confidence. Spatial abilities are ineffective within my domain. Hao Changgeng's heart sank. He glanced at the Star Ring devastation cannon on his left arm. The ring at the barrel was still spinning, fireballs still spewing. Fire suppression continued, and the 6 wild beasts still could not approach. But he knew it was only a matter of time. The core temperature of his mech had exceeded the warning line by too much. At this output intensity, he wouldn't last long. Her pace was neither hurried nor slow as black mist swirled around her. Luo Silin had come merely to watch the spectacle. Her pace was neither hurried nor slow as black mist swirled around her. Luo Silin had come merely to watch the spectacle. The energy fluctuations in this area were immense. The energy shockwaves generated by the continuous firing of the Star Ring annihilation cannon could be felt even thousands of kilometers away. Having just dealt with a few silicon-based life forms, she was planning to find a place to rest. Upon sensing this disturbance, she thought to come take a look, hoping to find a bargain. She traversed a rocky outcrop and stood atop a higher rock, glancing down. 6 savage beasts surrounded a silver-gold mecha which was ensnared tightly by countless fine energy threads. Though the ring cannon on its left arm was still firing fireballs, it was evident that the recoil was insufficient. Luo Silin's lips curled slightly upward as she crossed her arms. "So it's you, Brother Hao. Do you need help?" Her voice was not loud, yet it reached Hao Changgeng's ears, clearly maintaining that lazy tone. Hao Changgeng was desperately trying to suppress the firepower. Upon hearing her voice, he was so excited that he nearly cried out. "Miss Luo, I hope you can lend me a hand." Luo Silin chuckled and then raised her right arm. The black markings began to wriggle rapidly, as if something was awakening beneath her skin. The markings gathered on the back of her hand, and soon a black flower sprouted. Its petals were pitch black with a dark purple halo at the edges. Then the flower floated outward, albeit at a slow pace. However, as it traveled, the air distorted, the light bent, and even space itself trembled slightly. In the blink of an eye, it drifted into the encirclement of the savage beasts. The petals began to bloom from bud to full blossom. The entire process took merely a second. Then the petals began to fall, each petal transforming into a new shadow flower. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. Within seconds, thousands of shadow flowers covered the entire area. They sprouted at the feet of the savage beasts in midair and even on those energy threads. The black flowers were everywhere. Each shadow flower emitted a dim glow, a manifestation of dark elemental power. All the savage beasts felt a heavy sense of oppression emanating from their very souls. The movements of the 6 savage beasts began to slow. Luo Silin made her move. Her figure traced a black arc through the air. A dagger had somehow appeared in her hand, its blade reflecting a strange purple hue under the glow of the shadow flowers. She landed on the back of a 4th-tier savage beast, driving the dagger into its neck. The wound was small, so small that the thick-skinned savage beast hardly felt any pain. Yet the skin around the wound began to darken. Blackness spread from the wound outward, its pace slow but resolute. A curse. The unique curse power of the Night Elf clan. Cursed cells would die within seconds, and their death rate far exceeded the regenerative capabilities of the savage beast's divine body. The 4th-tier savage beast let out a howl, thrashing wildly in an attempt to throw Luo Silin off its back. But no matter how it thrashed, Luo Silin remained firm. The 5th-tier beast wanted to come to help, but it was surrounded by shadow flowers. As it approached, the petals exploded, releasing a dense black mist. This deprived it of vision, perception, and even its sense of direction. The 6th-tier beast remained still, its eyes fixed on the darting black figure. The binding shadow thousand threads were still in motion, the energy threads still entangling, but it dared not act recklessly. It sensed that this night elf's aura was no weaker than its own. Moreover, the shadow flower in her hand was far more effective against the savage beast clan than anticipated. Luo Silin alone managed to hold off 5 savage beasts. The primary reason was the curse's lethal effect on carbon-based life forms. The savage beast clan's divine Bodis recovery ability was nearly zero in the face of the curse. With Luo Silin's assistance, Hao Changgeng managed to catch his breath. His gaze passed through the gaps between the black flowers, landing on the dark golden metal disc in front of the 6th-tier savage beast. That was the root of all problems. Without it, he would have teleported away long ago. Without these threads, he could have escaped even if he could not defeat them, and there would have been no need for Luosilin to rescue him. Crackstar, what is that thing? The scanning system of Crackstar was already analyzing with full power. Moments later, its voice echoed in Hao Changgeng's mind, carrying a rare seriousness. It belongs to the ancient elf clan, a source sacred artifact. What? In the era of the ancient elf clan, every powerful elf possessed their own source sacred artifact. It is not standard equipment, but personal and exclusive, crafted from one's own comprehension of the law's combat experience, soul imprint combined with a large number of rare materials and nurtured over a long time. Its functions are varied, some for defense, some for binding, some for domain, some for attack, some for soul manipulation, and so on. This one in front of us should be of the binding type, generating energy threads within its domain to entangle targets while disturbing the spatial structure. Hao Changgeng's eyes lit up. Can I use it? No. Why? The use of a source sacred artifact requires a corresponding comprehension of the laws. This one should be of the metal attribute, and you have no understanding of the laws of metal in your hands. It is merely a piece of scrap iron. Hao Changgeng's expression darkened. Can it be decomposed? Can it be integrated into the mecha? Crackstar paused for a moment, as if calculating feasibility. It can be done. What can be developed from it? Uncertain. The essence of a source sacred artifact is the manifestation of laws. What you get from decomposition is not rare metal, but something more abstract. Law fragments, energy circuits, structural templates, etc. After being integrated into the mecha, it is likely to develop similar binding weapons. For example, binding cannon. Hao Changgeng interjected. That is one way to understand it. What can be developed specifically needs practical operation to find out. Hao Changgeng stared at the dark, golden metal disc, greed brewing within him. In his mind, an image emerged: the star ring annihilation cannon unleashing its full firepower, fireballs raining down. The enemy on the opposite side struggled within the binding cannon's energy threads, unable to flee or defend, forced to watch as they were engulfed by a sea of flames. Delightful. Crackstar, how long can the mecha forcibly unleash all its combat power before systems fail? Crackstar did not respond immediately. It was calculating the limits of the energy conduits, the thermal expansion coefficients of the armor. The peak output of the core energy, every parameter needed to be accurate to 4 decimal places. 180 seconds. Regardless of the battle situation, it must come to a complete stop. Otherwise, irreversible damage will occur in the energy delivery system within the mecha. Hao Changgeng took a deep breath. 180. Was it enough to take down the 6 savage beasts? He did not know, but without trying he might not leave this domain today. His gaze locked onto the 6th tier savage beast. To break the deadlock, he had to take it down first. Crackstar began the overload countdown. Countdown initiated, 179 seconds remaining. Luosilin was engaged in a dance with 5 savage beasts. She darted through the horde, her black dagger leaving cursed wounds on each beast, while shadow flowers formed a black carpet behind her. Her breath remained steady, but Hao Changgeng could sense that her movements had become slightly slower than at the beginning. He could wait no longer. The mecha began to expand. The energy threads tightened at the moment of expansion, stretched to their limits like rubber bands. The threads did not snap. The binding shadow 1,000 threads had a binding strength far exceeding that of ordinary materials, but they did not restrain the mecha. 5 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters. The silver gold giant reappeared in the domain. Its body was wrapped in threads resembling an insect caught in a spider's web, but the range of motion of its 2 arms was not completely locked. The star ring annihilation cannon fired. This time it was an explosive full power output. The circular barrel spun to its limit, and the crimson light flowed not as continuous bands, but as fireballs compressed to their extremes. Thousands of tracking fireballs locked onto the 6th tier savage beast. That beast curled its body into a ball, presenting its thickest armored back towards the fireballs. Simultaneously activating the binding shadow 1,000 threads, it gathered a shield woven from threads in front of itself. The fireballs collided with the shield. Explosion. One explosion after another, golden-red flames erupted on the surface of the shield, tearing the energy threads apart one by one. The shield collapsed in less than 2 seconds, and the remaining fireballs struck the savage beast's back. Those thick shells shattered like porcelain before the overloaded star ring annihilation cannon. Meanwhile, Hao Changgeng's right arm was also deforming. Burning core ion cannon. He had not used this cannon in a long time. Not because it was weak, but because the star ring annihilation cannon was simply too convenient. With a mere lift of his hand, firepower was unleashed without needing to charge or aim. However, the burning core ion cannon had one advantage that the star ring annihilation cannon could not match single-shot power. In an overloaded state, the power of the burning core ion cannon could reach another level. The cannon barrel formed, and the golden spiral rings lit up one after another. Hao Changgeng had already carved 2 spiritual patterns onto the cannon barrel. Compression tracking. The charging time had not decreased, but the energy fluctuations during the charging process had been compressed to the extreme by the compression pattern, while the tracking pattern allowed the beam to automatically correct its trajectory after firing. The sixth-tier savage beast sensed the terrifying fluctuation. For the first time, unease appeared in its eyes. The threads of the binding shadow thousand threads surged towards Hao Changgeng, trying to interrupt his charge. But the shadow flowers exploded along the path of the incoming threads, blocking them with black mist. Charge complete. The beam was fired. The previous beam had a diameter of half a meter. Now the beam was compressed to 10 centimeters. Its color turned platinum. That was the characteristic of exceeding the spectral limit at extremely high temperatures. The beam instantly struck the sixth-tier savage beast. The tracking pattern allowed the beam to slightly adjust its direction during flight, bypassing the thickest armored back and targeting the weakest joint. Where the beam passed, flesh vaporized and bones carbonized. The beast's left foreleg detached from its body, the severed end charred black. However, this shot thoroughly enraged it. Hao Changgen's shot severed the left front leg of the sixth-tier savage beast, but it failed to diminish its fighting spirit. The severed limb began to writhe. New bones forced their way out of the wound, covered by fresh muscle, which in turn was enveloped by new skin. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. The leg had regrown. It was identical to the original, with not a single scale out of place. However, its aura had clearly diminished. The regeneration of its divine body was not without cost, especially for an injury of this magnitude. The consumption of divine power would cause it great distress for a long time. It was utterly enraged. It glanced at its surroundings. The other 5 savage beasts were already in a miserable state, tortured by Rosalind's shadow flowers and cursed power. The 3 fourth-tier beasts had curses spreading to their torsos. The black lines spread like a spider's web, and the regeneration speed of their divine bodies could not keep up with the curse's erosion. The 2 fifth-tier beasts fared no better. One had its foreleg turning black and stiff, while the other had its tail severed at the base. If this continued, all 5 savage beasts would perish here. The 6th-tier savage beast's body began to turn transparent, as if it were merging with the fabric of space itself. Its outline grew fuzzy in Hao Changgen's vision, while the mech's dynamic tracking system operated frantically. However, the stability of the data model was only 30 of what it should be. The prediction system had failed. Although not entirely down, it was almost useless. A 30 capture rate meant that out of 10 attacks, the mech would fail to accurately predict the opponent's movement trajectory 7 times. For a mech relying on firepower suppression, those 7 times were 7 opportunities to be hit. The savage beast moved. Its form traced an erratic path through the void. Hao Changgeng's Star Ring incineration cannon continued to launch fireballs, but the hit rate plummeted from 93 to 21. Only the fireballs with tracking spiritual runes could barely keep up with its movement. But the tracking runes were not omnipotent. The fireballs had limits to their turning, while the savage beast's maneuvers did not. In the blink of an eye, its head slammed into the mech's chest. The mech's chest was dented slightly. Though shallow, it was made of 3-grade molten star crimson gold. The fact that the savage beast could create a dent in this material indicated that it wasn't just using brute force, but was impacting with some sort of power at the level of laws. The mech was sent flying. Hao Changgeng tried to stabilize himself, unfolding his light wings and igniting the vector thrusters. But those cursed energy filaments were still tangled around him. The filaments tightened at the moment the mech was struck, pulling him back like rubber bands. The force of being thrown and the pull of the filaments created 2 opposing forces on the mech. He barely stabilized himself, hovering several dozen meters above the ground. The savage beast was coming again. This time it did not charge, instead it struck the mech's shoulder with its newly grown foreclaw. The force was not heavy, much lighter than the previous impact. But at the moment of the strike, a strange shockwave passed through the armor, directly affecting Hao Changgeng. The law of shock. This savage beast not only could conceal itself, but also wielded the law of shock. It was not just a pure vibration wave as from the Beastman clan, but a more violent vibration fused with the characteristics of the savage beast. Hao Changgeng was directly knocked back, spitting blood. He gritted his teeth, the ignition of the incineration ion cannon in his right arm still charging. But he knew that with the current erratic trajectory of his opponent, the probability of hitting this shot was less than 10. At this moment, Rosalind was engaged with the other 5 savage beasts, her shadow flowers blanketing the entire space. The black flowers bloomed, proliferated, withered, and regenerated in the gaps of the energy filaments. Her dagger had left at least a dozen wounds on each savage beast, and the cursed power was spreading through those wounds. The 4th-tier beasts were nearing their end. One was lying on the ground, its limbs twitching. Another one was rolling incessantly in place. The one in the worst state had its brain infiltrated by the cursed power, its consciousness oscillating between clarity and chaos. The 2 5th-tier beasts were still holding on. They had less cursed power than the 4th-tier ones, and their divine bonus regeneration speed barely kept up with the curse's erosion. But with every additional stab from Rosalind, this balance was disrupted. The sixth-tier savage beast glanced back, a hint of urgency flashing in its eyes. It stopped its attacks, hovering in midair, its gaze locking onto Rosalind. At this moment, the Dark Night Elf was the greatest threat. Kill her first. One could see the scales beneath its neck splitting, and a block of fiery red crystal flew out. The crystal was the size of a fist, its surface shimmering with dancing flames. It radiated a dazzling brilliance, as if it were a compressed star. The sound of the shattering star echoed in Hao Changgen's mind. A special crystal formed after the death of a high-tier savage beast, containing some of its insights into the laws and primal powers from its lifetime. Hao Changgen's breath momentarily halted. As the sixth-tier savage beast urged it, the dancing flames became even more ferocious. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the crystal, spreading from the center to the edges. With every crack, a surge of violent flame power erupted from the crystal. The crystal shattered. The fragments floated in the air, beginning to rotate in a specific trajectory. Each fragment was releasing flames, and the flames coalesced with one another. A gigantic phantom slowly emerged from the flames. It was a firebird. With a wingspan exceeding 200 meters, its entire form was composed of flowing flames. The flames were not static. They continuously flowed over its surface. Rosalind's expression changed. She stowed her dagger as black mist wildly coalesced before her. The dark elemental power of the Night Elf was highly effective against physical attacks and enhanced against curses. But against pure flame power, her defensive means were limited. Soon the firebird locked onto her and began to close in rapidly. The shadow flowers along its path began to wilt the moment the firebird approached. One by one, they turned to ashes, failing to provide any semblance of obstruction. The firebird drew closer to Rosalind. In this critical moment, Hao Changgen's voice resonated from the mech, tinged with an inappropriate excitement. "Miss Rosalind, come over here." Rosalind was taken aback. She glanced at the approaching firebird, and then at the silver-gold mech entangled in filaments, hesitating for a moment. Then she shot toward the direction of the mech. The black mist trailed behind her, leaving a long streak. The shadow flowers frantically bloomed along her path, attempting to use their black petals to block the firebird's pursuit. A flicker of wild joy flashed in the eyes of the sixth-tier savage beast. It had been worried that Rosalind would split and run, but she was actively running toward the mech. The two targets converged. "Perfect, let's take them down together." Rosalind darted past the mech, her body completely obscured, but the firebird did not care. Its target was Rosalind, but the mech stood in the way, so it would burn them both. A cruel glint surfaced in the eyes of the sixth-tier savage beast, as it seemed to glimpse the dawn of victory. Hao Changgeng did not dodge. There was no fear or tension in his gaze, even tinged with a hint of excitement. The firebird exploded upon contact with the mech, enveloping it entirely in azure flames. The temperature was so high that it seemed to melt everything within range. Under this terrifying heat, the space began to expand and distort. Light bent in the distorted space, and all the scenery became slanted. The silver-gold mech completely vanished into the sea of azure flames. The azure flames completely enveloped that area. The rocks on the ground melted under the intense heat, turning into pools of dark red magma. The dust in the air ignited, transforming into countless tiny sparks. The sixth-tier wild beast let out a proud laugh, exuding a sense of relief and exhilaration. That crystal was discovered in an ancient graveyard within the void wilderness universe. Having been kept for countless years, it was finally unleashed, believing that its opponent could not possibly survive. It stared at the sea of flames, the azure fire reflecting in its eyes. The flames began to recede, contracting inward from the edges. The mech gradually revealed itself. When the last layer of flames entered the seams of the armor, the fiery patterns on the mech's shell seemed to come alive, each line flickering at a visibly rapid rate. The diamond-shaped energy core on the mech's chest erupted with a dazzling orange glow. The light began to flicker rhythmically like the beating of a heart. As the flickering frequency increased, the energy within the core spun wildly, resembling a star compressed to its limits on the verge of exploding. At this moment, Hao Changgeng was drenched in sweat. The azure flames, while being absorbed by the mech, were also retaliating against his body through the mech's energy circuits. The wild beast's fiery attack on him was equivalent to charging his mech. The residual pages of the holy scripture of all spirits wield absolute dominance over all flames. In the face of the rules, all flames must submit. This ancient elven top-tier sacred artifact, although damaged, still maintained absolute control over flames even after billions of years. Suddenly, the diamond core on the mech's chest stopped flickering. Then the light condensed into a point. Golden white light overflowed from the core's surface, gathering ahead into a slender beam. The appearance and disappearance of this beam occurred in the same instant, so rapid that no one had time to react. Meanwhile, a hole appeared in the chest of the sixth-tier wild beast. The hole was not large, with a diameter of less than 10 centimeters, its edges smooth, as if a precise piece had been carved out. The beam perforated its body and exited from its back, continuing to fly forward. The sixth-tier wild beast glanced at the hole in its chest, and then its divine body began to disintegrate at a visibly rapid pace. Its eyes remained fixed on the silver-golden mech, never closing until the last moment. It did not understand. Why was its trump card, its life-saving method treasured for countless years, ineffective against this mech? Why did its opponent not only survive the flames, but also absorb them, countering with an even stronger flame? Soon its body completely vanished into the air. The binding shadow, thousand threads losing its controller, fell from midair, its radiance rapidly dimming during the descent. The energy threads generated in the void began to dissipate one by one, turning to nothingness. The countdown showed 36 seconds remaining. Rosalind's figure flashed out from behind the mech. The black mist around her reformed, and the shadow flower once again sprouted from her arm. Although it was a size smaller than before, it remained vibrant. Her gaze swept over the remaining 5 wild beasts, a slight smile gracing her lips. The condition of those 5 wild beasts was already quite poor. The cursed power had spread over most of their bodies. 2 of the 4th-tier beasts could no longer stand, sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. The 2 5th-tier beasts were also barely holding on their wounds, unable to heal, due to the effects of the cursed blood dripping down drop by drop. They saw the corpse of their leader and the fall of the binding shadow, thousand threads. Without hesitation, they turned and fled. Unfortunately, the shadow flower bloomed along their escape route, the black mist stripping them of all sight and perception. Hao Changgeng's star ring annihilation cannon pursued from behind, accurately hitting their already battered bodies with fireballs. The first 4th-tier beast fell amidst the shadow flower, and the cursed power finally reached its heart. The second 4th-tier beast had its hind leg blown off by a fireball, struggling for a moment before falling silent. The 2 5th-tier beasts ran the farthest, but the cursed power spread rapidly during their high-speed escape. One of them gradually lost its breath, while the other continued to race desperately. Its speed was fast, already running out of the shadow flower's coverage, out of the optimal range of the star ring annihilation cannon. Countdown 9 seconds. Hao Changgeng did not pursue. He adjusted the direction of his left arm cannon, firing a special fireball. This fireball was one size smaller than a normal fireball. However, its surface was adorned not only with golden red law patterns, but also an additional layer of silver-white halo. The fireball vanished during its flight, appearing directly inside that 5th-tier wild beast. With a muffled sound, the wild beast's body suddenly stiffened, rolling on the ground several times before coming to a stop, kicking up a cloud of dust. Countdown 3 seconds. Hao Changgeng stored the mech into his consciousness space, the silver-golden glow fading from his body, and his combat suit recovered him. His legs went weak, almost collapsing to the ground. 180 seconds of overload output. His mental energy was drained, and the source energy within him was nearly depleted. His fingers trembled slightly, the 2 marks on his forehead flickering erratically. Rosalind approached, giving him a once-over. Still alive. Not bad, Hao Changgeng replied, panting, discreetly picking up the binding shadow, thousand threads. He flipped it over to check the back, smooth without any patterns or words, like a mirror. He stored it in his consciousness space, casting a guilty glance at Rosalind, forcing a flattering smile. "I'm truly fortunate to encounter a noble person while out and about." His tone was extremely exaggerated. "Thanks to Miss Rosalind's assistance, otherwise my life would have ended here." Rosalind chuckled softly. The smile was faint, her lips curving slightly. She did not respond, merely glanced at him, then turned away. Hao Changgeng's smile froze momentarily. He looked at the metallic disc in his consciousness space, then at Rosalind's retreating figure. This battle was fought by 2. The wild beasts were slain by both, yet the spoils were claimed solely by him. He knew this was somewhat unfair, but he was reluctant to part with it. Clearing his throat, his smile shifted from sycophancy to sincerity. "Miss Rosalind, I come from a small place and have not seen much of the world." His tone became more serious. "They'll take this treasure, and once I make something of myself, I will definitely compensate you." Empty promises, he felt, even he was being too unrealistic. Rosalind turned to glance at him. Her eyes were beautiful. She looked at Hao Changgeng for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter. "No worries." Still in that lazy tone, "I have things to do, leaving now. See you later." As soon as she spoke, her figure transformed into a black streak of light, disappearing into the horizon. Hao Changgeng stood in place, watching the trail of light vanish, remaining silent for a moment. Lixing, does she not care much about these things? "The value system of the Dark Knight elves differs from that of humans," Lixing replied objectively. "Her interest in such things may indeed be minimal." Hao Changgeng sensed several powerful auras approaching. The earlier battle had created too much noise, especially that last beam, which was enough to alert all beings within a radius of several thousand kilometers. Those auras were rushing towards this direction, some belonging to other races and some to humans. The other races were here to pick up the scraps, while the human ones might not necessarily be here to help. Hao Changgeng spread his wings and flew in the opposite direction from those auras. He found a new cave. This cave's entrance was well hidden beneath a massive rock obscured by several low shrubs. He crawled inside and sealed the entrance with rocks. He also had Li Xing set up a simple shielding field at the entrance using the mech's energy. The cave was small, just enough for him to sit down. He leaned against the cave wall, exhaling deeply, feeling his bones creaking. After 180 seconds of overload output, the various systems of the mech needed time to cool down and self-check. His body also required time to recover. The injuries inflicted on him through the mech's backlash, though not severe, accumulated to an unbearable extent. He took out a standard crystal core, holding it in his palm, allowing the gentle source energy to flow slowly into his body. Li Xing, what do you think about today's events? Li Xing was silent for a moment. You were lucky. Besides that, the spatial laws have fatal flaws when facing domain-type binding equipment. Li Xing's tone became serious. Today you faced a 6th-tier wild beast using a low-level origin artifact. If the opponent were of a higher level and used a more advanced artifact, and without Rosalind's assistance, what would the outcome be? Hao Changgeng fell silent. He recalled the feeling of being ensnared by those energy threads. Frustrating. You have strength, but can't use it, like a boxer tied up helplessly watching the opponent's fist come crashing down. Thus you need melee capabilities, Li Xing said calmly, as if stating a fact. Hao Changgeng paused. Melee? Isn't the mech style focused on firepower suppression? A top-tier mech master possesses both ranged and melee capabilities. Firepower suppression deals with most enemies, while melee skills handle special situations that firepower cannot resolve, like today. You were bound, unable to escape, and your firepower advantage was wasted. Oh, what then? Wait for death. Hao Changgeng opened his mouth, then closed it again. Li Xing was right. Today's battle served as a wake-up call. He relied too much on teleportation to create distance. Teleportation and phasing were indeed useful against regular enemies. But once faced with opponents who could seal space, half of his trump cards were rendered useless. What should I do then? Hao Changgeng asked. Li Xing did not answer immediately. The former master once created a melee secret technique. Hao Changgeng's eyes brightened. What? Li Xing's voice carried a hint of pride as he slowly said, the Qi Shao breaking boundary staff. Li Xing's voice echoed in Hao Changgeng's mind. The old master's self-devised close-quarters secret technique centers on an initial fusion of the law of fire and the law of space. As the staff's tip rends the fabric of space, it leaves behind a permanently burning scar. Li Xing continued. That blaze clings to the spatial fissure and feeds on the space itself. Oh, as long as the rift does not heal, the fire will not be extinguished. Hao Changgeng's thoughts raced. Rending space, perpetual burning. What did the conjunction of those two ideas imply? It meant that a single graze from that staff would leave a wound that continued to burn until it was burned through. No matter how robust the enemy's divine body or how fast their recovery, they could not outpace that consuming flame. There are two signature maneuvers, Qi Shao Likong and Poji Strike. Li Xing's voice slowed. Qi Shao Likong is the first form, the most fundamental. It channels fire energy into the staff's tip, and using brute force combined with the explosive power of flame, tears shallow layers of space, leaving a crimson trace along the staff's path. This form does not involve true law fusion. It is simply the union of raw force and fire. With your current comprehension of the fire origin law, you should be able to grasp the basics in 3 to 5 days. Poji Strike is the 6th form, the final one. That blow already touches on the fusion of laws. Where the law of fire and the law of space intersect at the staff's tip, the tier reaches not just shallow space, but deep layers. With that strike, the old master once grievously wounded a half-step Xingzuan. Hao Changgeng's breathing quickened, and he asked, what is law fusion? Li Xing was silent for a moment before replying slowly. For a Xingjiang to break through to Xingzuan, they must fuse two laws. There are no exceptions and no shortcuts. You may choose any pair, fire and water, thunder and wind, light and darkness, but the most common route is space combined with another law. Why is that? Because the laws of space and time carry no intrinsic elemental attribute. They harmonize with other laws more perfectly, reducing conflicting opposition. And the difficulty of comprehending and fusing space is far lower than that of time. Ask a peak Xingjiang to fuse time with another law, and out of 10,000 perhaps not one will succeed. But space plus fire, space plus thunder, space plus ice, those pairings carry a much higher chance of success. Hao Changgeng nodded thoughtfully. Each law is independent, like parallel lines that will never meet. To make them intersect, intertwine, and fuse requires more than talent. It requires a catalyst, a single instant, in which you perceive the essence of both laws simultaneously. This secret art the old master created only attempts a preliminary fusion in its final strike. It fell far short of true law fusion. Had he completed it, he would have broken through to Xingzuan. Li Xing paused. But that is still far beyond you. First master the initial form. Even without law fusion, you must build a solid close combat foundation. In future battles, you will have long-range Star Ring Annihilation Cannon and close-range Qi Shao World-Breaking Staff, so you will not be left breathless and helpless with an enemy pressed against your face like today. Hao Changgeng's mouth curved slightly. If I learn all 6 forms, my close combat would be terrifying, wouldn't it? Lai Xing gave no direct answer. His tone remained calm, though Hao Changgeng detected a quiet pride beneath it. This manual comprises 6 forms. When the 6th reaches completion, its power approaches that of a Xingzuan. The old master with this set met almost no equals at the peak of Xingjiang. Almost no equals. A vision surfaced in Hao Changgeng's mind, a silvery golden mecha brandishing a dark red staff, penetrating an encirclement of foes. Where the staff's edge passed, space split, and flame burned. When can I learn it? Lai Xing fell silent for a moment. Don't be hasty. The first form, Qi Xiao Lai Gong. The core principle is simple: infuse basic fire energy into the staff's tip, and with brute force, plus the explosive nature of flame, tear shallow space. At the moment of rupture, a crimson scorch will mark the staff's trajectory. Though it lasts only a second or two before dissipating within, that instant the edge of the torn space attains temperatures capable of melting any known material. With your current comprehension of the fire origin law, you should grasp the entry level in 3 to 5 days. 3 to 5 days. Hao Changgeng nodded. He could accept that time frame. A diamond-shaped crystal projected from the shoulder of his combat suit, casting a holographic image of startling clarity that revealed every detail of the mecha on screen. It was the Lai Xing Judicator from 10,000 years past, immense in scale, towering tens of thousands of kilometers. Silver-white armor glinted coldly under starlight. Gold-red flame patterns drifted across its surface. 2 mobile attack modules floated behind it, each more than 3,000 kilometers across, their gold-red muzzles flickering ominously in the dark. Opposite it stood an enemy of the ice elemental people, a giant formed of solidified ice equal in stature to Lai Xing's form. Its body was a deep azure crystal veined with innumerable drifting points of light. Its head bore no features, only 2 cavernous fissures emitting a piercing white glare. The Binji Wansu, elemental civilization of the Lingyuan universe, lacked true physical bodies and were immune to ordinary physical attack. Their forms existed in a plasma-like state and could only be struck at specific energy frequencies. Its tactic was pure ice law domination: freeze space, freeze time, freeze all motion. The combat on the screen had already reached a fever pitch. The mecha wielded a dark red staff whose length matched its height in perfect proportion, a weapon born for close quarters. Its movements were ethereal. Each dodge grazed the edge of the elemental's assault, and every advance slipped through the tiniest gap between attacks. The 2 mobile modules continued to lay down suppressive fire. Gold-red energy beams lanced from their muzzles, detonating against the ice entity and scattering azure crystal shards. The ice Bodis wounds healed the instant they were struck. New crystals sprouted from the breaches, filling the gaps at a rate nearly matching the destruction. But the fire suppression was only to create an opening for melee. The mecha surged forward, slipping to the enemy's flank in a single attack interval. The dark red staff raised high. Runes along the staff flared as a torrent of crimson light surged from haft to tip. Vast energy poured from the mecha's core into the staff. The tip's temperature leapt to inconceivable degrees, and the very space on screen began to warp. The staff descended. When its tip struck the ice giant's arm, a visible shockwave fanned outward. Even the surrounding space trembled where it passed. At the point of impact, the fabric of space split. Along the fissure's edge, a crimson scorch burned. That was space set aflame. The ice giant's arm snapped off at the strike. The crimson flame clung to the severed surface, consuming the crystalline fragments. The shards separated from the body were swallowed by flame and vanished into nothing. The elemental's presence noticeably weakened. The broken arm slowly regrew. But every new crystal that touched the residual scorch was immediately ignited, melted, and vaporized. It had to quench those flames first before regeneration could complete. The mecha's second strike was delivered, this time aimed at the head. The image cut off there. Hao Changgeng stared at the darkened screen, his heart ablaze. Lai Xing. That strike, was that Qi Xiao Lai Gong? Indeed. Hao Changgeng fell silent for a moment. He replayed the scene in his mind where the dark red staff fell, space, cracked, flames roared, and an ice giant tens of thousands of kilometers tall lost an arm to a single blow. Are Xingjiang fighters already this terrifying? His voice was hoarse. This is nothing, Lai Xing replied evenly. We won that battle, but barely. Their ice law countered ours. Fire's efficiency dropped by 30% in such ultra-low temperatures. Hao Changgeng swallowed. A sudden question occurred to him. Lai Xing, if a warrior like that attacked a planet, say Blue Star, how long to destroy it? Lai Xing was silent for 2 seconds, as if calculating. If the sole aim is planetary destruction and not wide-area annihilation, concentrate an attack to penetrate the crust and mantle and strike the core. Once the core is breached, the planet's gravitational balance collapses, and it begins to implode from within. The entire process, he paused. 5 or 6 seconds. 5 or 6 seconds. A chill ran down Hao Changgeng's spine, yet a fervent heat also rose within him. He wanted to become such a warrior. To stand atop the river of stars and face those who looked down upon all life. You study the secret technique yourself for now, Lai Xing's voice interrupted his reverie. He'll examine this metallic disc and see how to disassemble it and integrate it with the mecha. Ideally develop a binding-type bombardment to immobilize foes first, then blanket them with firepower. That's far more efficient than teleporting shots one by one with the space law. Hao Changgeng nodded, repressing that burning ambition deep within. Lai Xing's voice fell silent. In the consciousness space, thousands of spider-like drones spilled from the mecha and crawled onto the dark golden metal plate. They did not hurry to dismantle it, but tapped the plate's surface with slender mechanical arms, collecting data and analyzing its structure. Each drone's optical sensor flashed blue, the scanning systems operating at full speed. Hao Changgeng closed his eyes. In his mind, the image of the dark red staff falling replayed again and again, the angle at impact, the speed of source energy infusion, the application of law, the pattern of the space rift. He did not know how long it would take to deliver such a strike, but he believed that with effort, it would come quickly. Outside the cave, flashes of energy occasionally burst across the distant wasteland. Those were other contestants fighting, accumulating military merits, and desperately vying for promotion spots. The survival competition continues. The numbers on the military merit leaderboard fluctuate every moment. Some rise, while others fall. Some surge from the bottom to the forefront, while others are squeezed out at the last moment. Meanwhile, another special selection has quietly begun. The recruiters from the 5 major powers monitor the battle data of each contestant in real time through the back-end access of the military merit system. It's not just about rankings, they also consider potential, the depth of understanding of laws, combat style, on-the-spot reactions, and more. All data is collected, analyzed, and modeled. Those ranked at the top have long been pre-identified. Ling Xuanxue was the first to be approached. She is far ahead on the military merit leaderboard, with the second-place contestant unable to even see her tail lights. However, what the major powers are focused on is not her score, but her sword. The celestial sword that flies from her brow, sealing a small world. The moment the heavenly sword was swung, it drew the attention of at least 6-star, Lord-level powerhouses. The Tianjin sect, the last surviving heir of the once top sect in the Qingxian star system, now scattered far and wide. Ling Xuanxue is the closed-door disciple of the last generation sect master and the only inheritor of the Tianjin sect. The federal military was the first to rule her out, not because they didn't want her, but because they couldn't have her. The recruitment regulations of the Galactic Federation clearly state that core positions must be filled by members of the galactic human race. Ling Xuanxue hails from the Qingxian star system, and even with the cleanest background, she cannot pass the political review. The remaining 4 major powers sent her secret messages through the virtual world on the same day. The recruiter from heavens+Technology was the first to speak, offering conditions that were quite standard. Advanced cultivation assistance, equipment, priority access to all cultivation facilities under heavens+Technology, and a 10-year resource supply agreement. The conditions are not bad, but for a genius who has already shown the potential of a Star Lord, it lacks sincerity. The Mercenary Alliance's offer was a bit more aggressive, directly promising, join the Mercenary Alliance, and the Alliance will assist her in seeking revenge in the future. The conditions offered by the Star Riverbank were the most extravagant, 5 times the compensation of other forces. This figure left the other 3 recruiters present in silence for a few seconds. The wealth of the Star Riverbank ranks first among the 5 major powers. They are not short of money, but they lack top-tier combat strength that can hold the scene. They are willing to invest money to buy a future Star Lord, and they are fully aware of this calculation. However, Ling Xuanxue ultimately chose the Adventurers Guild. The recruiter from the Adventurers Guild only said a few short sentences, but every word pierced Ling Xuan's heart like a nail. The Adventurers Guild possesses the most cultivation secret realms among the 5 major powers, the resources, techniques, and trial grounds you need the guild has. At the same time, the guild promises to assist you in rebuilding the Tianjin sect at the right moment. Rebuilding the Tianjin sect. Ling Xuan's fingertips trembled. On the night of the Tianjin sect's destruction, her master sealed the celestial sword in her brow. With the last of her strength, she uttered 4 words live on wait. What was she waiting for? The master did not say. Perhaps she was waiting for an opportunity, perhaps for a person, or maybe for her to become strong enough to find the answer herself. But now the Adventurers Guild has given her a more concrete answer, rebuilding. She replied decisively, all right. When the message returned to the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild, the recruitment supervisor let out a long sigh. He glanced at the detailed assessment report regarding Ling Xuanxue beside him. The last line of the report reads, spare no expense to secure her. Reason the Tianjin sect's inheritance is highly complete, and this contestant has a significant probability of breaking through to Star Master Immortal realm in the future. He closed the report, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Assisting in revenge, rebuilding the sect. Each condition he offered stepped on Ling Xuan's soft spot. The Star Riverbank has money, the Mercenary Alliance has power, but the Adventurers Guild has what they lack. An opportunity to restore the Tianjin sect to its former glory in the Qingxian star system. Meanwhile, several other names also repeatedly appeared on the recruitment lists of the major powers. One of them is an elf from the Lingua star system with a long name simplified in galactic standard language, immortal. His military merit ranking is not high, only within the top 500, but no power underestimates him because of his ranking. His talent lies in an innate affinity for wind and fire elements. There is no need for comprehension or cultivation. The moment he was born, the wind and fire elements flowed in his blood. During the trial period, he simultaneously gained recognition for the source laws of wind and fire. Yet in this survival competition, he began attempting to merge the two laws. Although it is merely an attempt, very subtle and preliminary, it can even be said that he is just exploring the boundaries between the two laws. But the key point is, he is still at the Star Soldier level. Law fusion is a threshold that a Star General must face when breaking through to Star Lord. A genius who begins to touch this field at the Star Soldier level is a rare existence in any era. A future Star Lord is a certainty, though no one doubts this. However, the awkward part is that none of the 5 major powers are particularly keen on him. It's not that his talent isn't enough, it's that his identity is too awkward. Unlike Ling Xuanxue, who is alone, he has a family he cannot sever ties with. Thus, the federal military does not want him, and Technology isn't very interested. The technological faction and the elemental affinity of the elf race are not very compatible, making the cultivation cost too high. The Mercenary Alliance does want him, but their offer lacks appeal. Ultimately, it was the Star River Bank that stepped in. The wealthy Star River Bank does not care about his background. They do not care about his cultivation costs. They only care about one thing. This person has a high probability of becoming a Star Lord in the coming decades. And a Star Lord, no matter which star system they originate from, is worth investing in. Name your price sign and wrap it up. Song Yu also received a recruitment letter from the Star River Bank on the same day. His military merit ranking is within the top 100, and his telekinetic control precision ranks first among all contestants. The Strangling Bloodvine variant obtained from the Secret Realm has further elevated his overall combat power. The Star River Bank's assessment of him is his potential ceiling is not as high as Immortal's, but his floor is extremely high, with a stable growth curve and almost no risk of falling midway. In one word, stable. The Star River Bank, as a force that started with investments, most favors stability. Song Yu had no hesitation. He has no background in the Lingyu star system and limited room for development. The resources and networking of the galactic system represent a platform of a different magnitude for him. The treatment offered by the Star River Bank is not low, and he does not need to sign a bunch of restrictive clauses like joining the federal military. He directly agreed. As for Hao Changgeng, his name sparked some discussions when it appeared on the recruitment lists of the major powers. The recruiter from the federal military was the first to notice him. A member of the galactic human race, a mecha master recognized for both the source law of fire and the source law of space. Dual law recognition, one of which is a supreme law. This configuration is considered top tier in any selection competition. 3 days ago, the confidential message from the federal military reached Hao Changgeng's virtual world mailbox. The Mercenary Alliance's message followed closely, arriving less than 2 hours later. The offer from the Star River Bank was the highest, with terms more generous than those offered to Song Yu. Yet Hao Changgeng remained completely unaware of this. In his mind, he repeatedly recalled that astonishing strike. The notification sound of the virtual world's emails rang countless times, but he never opened a single one. Li Xing saw those emails, but chose not to inform him. The reason was simple: what he needed now was focus, not choices. Technology did not send any emails. Among the 5 major forces, Technology had the most unique recruitment strategy. The federal military valued loyalty, the Mercenary Alliance valued combat power, the Star River Bank valued potential, and the Adventurer Guild looked at overall compatibility. But Technology focused on data. In the upper management of Technology, the mechanical race accounted for 60. Their decision-making process differed from that of the human race. They did not rely on intuition or experience, but on data models. The battle data of each candidate is input into the model, which outputs a comprehensive score. Only those who meet the score requirements will enter the next round of selection. However, Hao Changgeng had not yet met the standards. It was not that his talent was insufficient, but that his mech level was too low. A mech in its initial state had a fixed upper limit on the combat power it could unleash. Before Hao Changgeng could display more complete battle data, Technology's model could not provide an accurate assessment. Therefore, they were waiting. Waiting for the survival competition to end, waiting for Hao Changgeng to complete the final championship, waiting for his data to be sufficiently complete. By that time, Technology would devise a corresponding resource supply plan based on the potential he ultimately displayed. Precise, efficient, unfeeling. Yet everyone believed that Hao Changgeng would inevitably choose Technology. He was a mech master, and Technology was the paradise for mech masters. The most advanced technological equipment, the most comprehensive evolution plans, and the top-notch research and development team. For a mech master to not choose Technology was akin to a fish leaving the water. No one expected any surprises. It was a certainty that Hao Changgeng would join Technology, and even he himself believed this. At the edge of the galaxy, in the depths of the Adventurer Guild's headquarters, a woman lay lazily on a throne woven from vines. Her eyes were half open, her gaze fixed on the holographic screen before her. The screen displayed not a merit list nor combat data, but a star map. At the center of the star map was a blue planet, Blue Star. Surrounding Blue Star, several thin lines marked the routes of the star thieves and the trajectory of the ship that had abducted Hao Changgeng and others to the trial planet. The corners of her mouth curled into a slight arc as she called out. "And you." The surrounding space rippled. A woman in black emerged from the void and respectfully said, "Master, how is the recruitment progress of the major forces?" And Yu's voice echoed, "Ling Shuangxue has chosen our Adventurer Guild, and Ir Delin and Song Yu have signed with the Star Riverbank. The federal military and the mercenary alliance are competing for several top-ranking galactic human contestants, but there are currently no clear results." "What about Hao Changgeng?" "The federal military mercenary alliance and Star Riverbank have all sent confidential messages. Technology is waiting for the data from the finals. He is still in training and has not replied to any of them." The woman fell into silence, her fingers lightly tapping on the vine armrest. "How about this?" Her voice remained lazy, as if she were discussing something trivial. "You dispatch a starship from within the guild to that trial planet and bring out all of his people. Then send them to Ling Yu Star and settle them near the Rand family's estate." And Yu raised her head, a hint of surprise in her eyes. "How many people were on that planet? Thousands? Tens of thousands? Or hundreds of thousands?" The master was referring to his people. That meant all the survivors. One starship crossing half the galaxy, encountering potential star thieves, alien races, and spatial storms along the way. All this just to retrieve a group of natives from a desolate planet. And Yu did not ask further. After following the master for so many years, she learned the most important lesson: do not ask why. Understood. Her figure flickered and vanished from the spot. On the throne, the woman closed her eyes, her emerald green hair cascading over her shoulders. From the very beginning, she knew Hao Changgeng's true intention for participating in the selection competition. It was not to become stronger, not to gain fame, not to stand at the pinnacle of the Star River, but to earn money. To earn money to hire a starship and then return to save people, including that ancient elf elder. She was also aware of the matter regarding the spiritual pattern scroll and the fired longbow. She knew what Hao Changgeng wanted, and she just happened to be able to provide it. On that barren trial planet, after a year of brutal selection, the number of surviving humans was less than 10,000. Ultimately, there were over 360 source energy warriors who reached level 9. However, all were captured by star thieves, implanted with slave chips, and sold to various places in the universe. The remaining ones were mostly of average talent, stuck at levels 5 or 6, and were ultimately abandoned here by the star thieves. There were also a small number of people that Hao Changgeng had informed in advance, and they remained as well. In the starry sky, a silver-white starship was emerging from a hyperspace channel. The starship was not large, only a few hundred meters long, but its armor was emblazoned with the emblem of the Adventurer Guild, a sword crossing an open book. Inside the bridge, a female commander in a black combat suit stood before the holographic star map, her gaze fixed on the planet at the center of the screen. "Target confirmed, planet SK-739. Mission rescue all survivors." Her finger traced a route on the star map, departing from this planet, traversing over a dozen star domains. Only then could they reach Ling Yu Star. All hands prepare to enter the atmosphere. The starship adjusted its posture, the bow dipping slightly as it slowly approached the planet. Meanwhile, at the camp of the Mud 2 beautiful team, just waking up, Li Ming rubbed his eyes and said, "Damn, I just dreamed that Lao Air had made it big in space. Damn, it's been half a year already. This kid wouldn't forget about us, would he?" The camp fell into a deep silence. Indeed, it had been such a long time, and a hint of doubt inevitably crept into everyone's hearts. But they had no means, and all they could do was wait, unconditionally believing in Hao Changgeng. As for the massive object that was about to arrive, no one had any knowledge of it. At this moment on the outer battlefield, Hao Changgeng had his eyes closed, his right hand gripping the long staff formed by his mech, its tip slowly tracing through the air. There was no energy explosion, no spatial tearing. Only a fleeting golden-red trace remained for less than half a second along the trajectory where the staff tip passed, then dissipated. His strength was sufficient, his speed was adequate, but the timing for the staff tip to tear through space was always off. Either it was too early and the staff tip dissipated before touching the target's energy, or it was too late, the staff tip had already passed the target and the spatial rift arrived tardily. He opened his eyes and glanced at the long staff in his hand. He knew that he currently lacked a suitable weapon, a staff that could match the secret method and endure the infusion of the laws of fire in space. He closed his eyes and continued to comprehend. The survival competition was still ongoing. 3 days remained in the survival competition when Hao Changgeng finally comprehended the first move. In the moment the tip of his staff sliced through the void, he beheld a crack. It was slender, as fine as a hair, extending less than half a meter from the tip of the staff before vanishing. At the edge of the crack, a wisp of golden flame flickered, burning for less than half a second before extinguishing along with the ceiling of the crack. But the crack had indeed appeared. He stared at the last fading trace of fire on the tip of the staff, a slow smile spreading across his lips. It worked. The voice of Liesheng resonated in his mind, carrying a rare note of approval. You have only managed to unleash less than 30% of this move's power. The staff formed from the materials of the mecha's left arm cannot withstand a higher energy infusion. Hao Changgeng glanced down at the long staff in his hand. It was temporarily condensed from a part of his mecha's left arm materials. Its hardness was adequate, but it lacked resilience and had low conductivity for the laws of fire. It was like a poor quality speaker. When the volume was raised, it would distort the sound. What if we could find suitable materials to forge it? Liesheng said decisively. The attack power would at least double. Hao Changgeng retracted the long staff, its metallic form flowing back into the mecha. The stone wall of the cave bore several scorch marks where the wind from his staff had swept through. The edges of the marks faintly darkened. He stared at the scorch marks for a while, a surge of achievement swelling within him. Now I have firepower for ranged attacks and staff techniques for close combat. The voice of Liesheng echoed again. Taking on a 6th-tier savage beast in single combat should pose no problem. Shortly thereafter, a diamond-shaped crystal popped up on his combat suit. The crystal unfolded a holographic screen before Hao Changgeng, revealing 3 unread emails. The sender fields bore several names he recognized well. Federation Military, Mercenary Alliance, Star Riverbank. Hao Changgeng was momentarily taken aback. What is this? Recruitment letters from various major factions. Liesheng's tone remained calm. Your military achievement ranking is within the top 10,000 with dual laws recognized. These factions will not wait for the finals to conclude before making their moves. They want to secure the promising talents ahead of others. Hao Changgeng's heart raced as he gazed at the 3 unread emails on the screen. He had thought he would only be noticed by the 5 major factions after the finals upon securing a place. He did not expect that the survival competition would not yet be over, and they were already proactively reaching out to him. Taking a deep breath, he clicked on the first email. Star Riverbank. The email was formatted succinctly, devoid of unnecessary verbiage or pleasantries, directly listing the conditions. First, join Star Riverbank, and its class defense matrix will be provided immediately. The model and configuration of the defense matrix could be customized according to the parameters of the mecha, ensuring perfect compatibility. Second, all rare materials needed to forge a mobile attack module will be provided. There were no limits on quantity or grade based on the mecha's upgrade requirements. Hao Changgeng's eyelids twitched. Ins-class defense matrix. What kind of concept was that? Mu Qinglin's mecha was equipped with ins-class defense matrix, which withstood Ling Shuang's full-force strike during the preliminaries. Although it exhausted its energy, he had witnessed the power of that strike firsthand. As for the mobile attack module, that was something he had dreamt of. 6 turrets rotating around him, firepower density multiplied several times. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. The offer from Star Riverbank was undoubtedly extravagant. Hao Changgeng took a deep breath and opened the second email. Federation Military. The style of this email was entirely different from that of Star Riverbank. It did not list conditions, but instead elaborated over an entire page. At the center lies the glorious history of the Federal Army, enumerating countless heroic deeds of those who fought valiantly on the outer battlefields. Only at the end does it mention the conditions. These are not written in the body of the email, but rather attached as an encrypted file. Hao Changgeng opened the attachment, and his pupils slightly constricted. 2 conditions. First, he must reach the rank of Star General within 5 years, and the ownership of the solar system will be transferred to him. The blue planet where he was born, along with the entire solar system, every planet, and every meteorite will legally become his private property. Second, from the day he breaks through to the Star Sovereign level, the solar system will be at the center with the surrounding 16 star systems, all transferred to his name. Hao Changgeng's breath stopped for a moment. The solar system and the surrounding 16 star systems. These are things that cannot be bought with money. The Federal Army does not directly provide resources. What they offer is territory. A Star General gets 1 star system, while a Star Sovereign gets 16. This condition may not be as tangible as the gold and silver of the Galaxy Bank for others, but for Hao Changgeng, the words solar system carry immense weight. The voice of Liesheng timely rang out. The Federal Army's consistent practice is to invest little in the early stages and reap great rewards later. They are betting on your ability to break through to Star Sovereign. If you fall halfway or remain stuck at the Star General level, they will incur almost no losses. But if you truly reach that step, trading 16 star systems for a Star Sovereign powerhouse is a big profit for them. Hao Changgeng did not respond. He opened the third email. The Mercenary Alliance. The conditions of the Mercenary Alliance lie between the Galaxy Bank and the Federal Army. They do not provide high-value equipment such as defense matrices and mobile turrets, but they do offer early-stage cultivation resource support, standard crystal cores, rare metals, training grounds, etc. Request is needed, and upon approval resources can be obtained. What truly made Hao Changgeng's heart race was the last line. He could receive guidance from Mo Shao once a month. Mo Shao, the foremost individual beneath the Star Master. He swallowed hard. 3 emails, 3 directions. The Galaxy Bank offers money, the Federal Army offers land, and the Mercenary Alliance offers mentorship. Each condition precisely aligned with what he desired most: money, territory, and opportunities to grow stronger. Any one of these would be enough to make a young Star Soldier sign without hesitation. But he did not sign. Lieshing. His voice was somewhat dry. Why hasn't heavens+Technology sent any correspondence? Lieshing fell silent for a moment. The cultivation method of the mechanical race is the fairest and most rational among the 5 major powers. They do not rely on early recruitment, they rely on data. The data they have collected so far is still incomplete. After the finals, once you showcase your full-strength heavens+Technology, will provide a corresponding training plan based on your overall evaluation. To put it simply, they are still waiting. Hao Changgeng nodded. This explanation was reasonable, and he accepted it. Heavens+Technology is the paradise for mecha engineers. He could not ignore this paradise and go work at the Galaxy Bank. But he still had one doubt. What about the Adventure Guild? He flipped through the email list, confirming there was no 4th unread email. Why hasn't the Adventure Guild contacted me either? I am currently recognized by both laws, as surely they wouldn't completely overlook sending an email, right? Lieshing fell silent for a while again. The situation with the Adventure Guild is quite special. They are not as wealthy as the Galaxy Bank, nor do they have the official background of the Federal Army or the Mercenary Alliance. Their greatest asset is the secret realms, but such things attract cultivation schools far more than technological schools. What can a mecha engineer do in the Adventure Guild? Clear the way for them while exploring ruins. Hao Changgeng thought for a moment and felt that Lieshing made a valid point. Most core members of the Adventure Guild are cultivators, elves, orcs, and winged people, all of whom focus on their own cultivation. A mecha engineer joining the Adventure Guild is like a fish joining a flock of birds. It's not impossible, but it just feels wrong. He did not pursue the matter further. If the Adventure Guild does not reach out, so be it. He never intended to go there anyway. How much military merit do I have now? He closed the email, temporarily pushing those tempting conditions deep into his mind. Military merit 10128, ranking 6863. He calculated for a moment. There are 3 days left in the survival competition. Even if he does nothing during these 3 days, his current military merit is enough to advance. The threshold for the top 10,000 is slowly rising, but dropping from 6,800 to outside the top 10,000 in 3 days is unlikely. Then I want to collect military merit. He stood up and stretched his shoulders. I need to find an evenly matched opponent to test my staff techniques. With wings of light unfurled, Hao Changgeng flew out of the cave. In the distance, flashes of energy explosions occasionally lit up the wasteland. Those were other participants making their final pushes. They aimed to accumulate more military merit in the last 3 days and improve their rankings. Hao Changgeng flew in the opposite direction. What he sought was not military merit, but an opponent who would allow him to unleash his full strength. 5th rank is too weak, they can't withstand a few strikes. 6th rank is just right, tough-skinned and meaty, allowing him to test all variations of his first form. With the mecha's scanning system fully activated, the life signatures within thousands of kilometers appeared in his consciousness. He filtered through the targets. Wild beasts, 6th rank, isolated with no interference from other races. Soon he found one. 6th rank, fire attribute, approximately 40 meters in size, prowling on the edge of a lava terrain. Its skin was dark red with cracked patterns on the surface, radiating intense heat from the fissures. Hao Changgeng adjusted his direction and flew towards the wild beast. A volcano appeared in Hao Changgeng's line of sight. Its crater had a diameter of at least 300 meters with magma churning inside. Bubbles burst from the surface of the magma, spewing out clouds of dark red dust. The savage beast was lounging in the magma, exposing only its head and half a shoulder, while the rest of its body was submerged in the rolling magma, leisurely enjoying its bath like a hot spring. It resembled a monkey with a round head and a flat face. Its skin was not the typical scales or thick hide of ordinary beasts, but a dark red cracked shell. Its body length was not large, measuring between 40 to 50 meters. For a 6th-tier savage beast this size was relatively small. However, smaller does not equate to weaker. The more compact the divine body, the higher the density of divine power. A 40-meter 6th-tier savage beast posed at least twice the danger of an 80-meter 6th-tier beast. Hao Changgeng hovered above the volcano's crater, and then his mech activated. Silvery golden light surged from within him, covering his entire body with armor. He assessed the state of the mech. The starring extinction cannon on his left arm lay quietly beneath the armor, while the nuclear incineration cannon on his right arm was also dormant. The development progress bar for the new weapon was stuck at 92, having remained there for several days. The decomposition of the origin holy artifact was complete, and the metallic particles had fused into the mech. However, the binding-type attack module was still undeveloped, as if it lacked some crucial element. Nevertheless, he did not plan to use long-range firepower today. The mech's right arm began to transform with metal gathering in the palm, elongating and shaping. A silver long staff appeared in the mech's hand, made of the same material as the mech, with golden flame patterns flowing across its surface. The savage beast in the magma opened its eyes. Its entire eyeball was two burning flames, orange-red light radiating from its eye sockets. It lifted its head and saw the silvery golden giant hovering above the crater. Suddenly, its body began to swell. 40 meters, 90 meters, 130 meters, 200 meters. The cracks on the surface of its shell expanded with its Bodas inflation, and the light leaking from the cracks shifted from bright red to orange-yellow. In the blink of an eye, a 200-meter-tall fire ape emerged. The voice of the Starbreaker resonated in Hao Changgen's mind, carrying a note of gravity. This savage beast possesses a trace of the bloodline of the flame star beast, an exceedingly rare species in the void wilderness universe, inherently harmonizing with the laws of fire, and an adult specimen is at least peak star general level. This one is a hybrid descendant with impure blood, but being 6th tier, it can control its body size. This ability typically requires one to be at the star general level. Hao Changgen's eyes sparkled. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he became. He needed a tough battle to verify how well he had mastered that secret technique. Only by fighting such a beast with a special bloodline could all his problems be exposed. The fire ape stepped forward. Its movements were not fast, but each step was steady, splashing magma everywhere underfoot. It reached toward the nearby volcanic wall, inserting its fingers into the rock and pulling out a staff formed from condensed magma. Dark red magma flowed down the staff, and the cooled outer layer was continuously shattered by the internal high temperature. New magma surged from the cracks, forming a new outer shell. The two stood facing each other across the crater. The fire ape stared intently at the mech with the magma staff held horizontally in front. Hao Changgeng no longer hesitated. With a flap of his wings of light, the mech transformed into a streak of silvery golden light, charging straight at the fire ape. The fire ape moved. Its speed was astonishingly fast, completely contrary to its size. The 200-meter-tall behemoth went from standing still to full speed with almost no transition. The magma staff swept upward from below its tip, trailing a dazzling arc of light. The air exploded under the high temperature, producing a piercing blast. The voice of the Starbreaker sounded. Dynamic capture system activated. Establishing a complete movement model is expected to take 12 seconds. Within 12 seconds, the prediction accuracy can only be maintained at around 60. Hao Changgeng charged into the fire ape's attack range, unleashing his first move, Crimson Sky Shattering Void. The metallic long staff on his right arm met the fire ape's magma staff, and in the instant before the two staffs touched, he drew upon the power from the remnants of the pages, and the diamond core on the mech's chest erupted with blinding golden light. The golden power of the laws surged through the mech's energy conduits into his right arm, racing along the surface patterns of the armor, ultimately gathering at the tip of the long staff. The trajectory, traced by the staff's tip, tore open the space. The edges of the tear were jagged, and darkness seeped through the crack. As the space was ripped apart, the laws of fire infused the tear, igniting it with space as fuel. The power of this strike was more than 100 times greater than when he practiced in the cave. In the cave, he had not dared to fully unleash the power of the remnants. But now there were no reservations. The length of the tear exceeded 10 meters, extending forward from the point where the staff struck like a wound that had been torn open. The golden flames at the edges of the tear burned with ferocity. However, an awkward situation occurred. He swung the long staff, causing the tear to open, but the fire ape was no longer in that position. It had predicted Hao Changgen's attack trajectory and withdrew from the attack range before the staff's tip could tear through space. The 10-meter-long space tear marked the spot where the fire ape had stood half a second earlier. The tear burned in the air for 2 or 3 seconds before slowly healing. The space was self-repairing, the tear growing narrower and the flames diminishing. Eventually, it disappeared completely, as if nothing had happened. Hao Changgen's pupils contracted slightly. He had missed his strike. Not only did he miss, but the mech also experienced a brief stiffening from the full swing. Though the stiffness lasted less than a second, it was enough for a 6th-tier savage beast. The magma staff crashed down onto the back of the mech. Hao Changgeng did not see how that strike came down, nor did the system capture the fire ape's movements. He only felt a tremendous force crashing from behind. The shockwave exploded at the point of contact. It was the ultimate compression of the laws of fire erupting at the moment of impact. The golden patterns on the surface of the mech flickered wildly and began absorbing the force from the fiery explosion. However, the physical impact from the staff could not be absorbed. A dent was created in the back of the mech, less than half a meter in diameter and less than 2 fingers deep. For a 50-meter level mech, this damage was barely a skin wound. Yet that force transmitted through the armor and cushioning layer to Hao Changgen's body. He felt as if his heart had stopped for a second, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The fire ape did not pursue. It stood still, staring intently at the silvery golden mech, a hint of confusion appearing in its eyes. It did not understand that strike had condensed at least 30% of its divine power. The explosion of flames from that strike was enough to melt any known alloy, yet the mech's shell had not even a scorch mark. The flames that struck it vanished silently. The fire ape narrowed its eyes slightly, reassessing its opponent. But Hao Changgeng would not give it any time to think. He unleashed the full force of his wings of light, and the vector thrusters ignited simultaneously. The entire mech shot forward like a cannonball, instantly coming alongside the fire ape. The fire ape's reaction remained quick. Its magma staff swept toward him in an attempt to block. However, Hao Changgeng did not swing from the front this time. The tip of the staff aimed for the fire ape's shoulder. The distance was so close that the fire ape could not make a significant movement, only managing to slightly sidestep to avoid. The tip of the staff grazed its shoulder. The one tearing through space was not the staff itself, but the power of the laws gathered at the tip. The tear opened a gash on the fire ape's shoulder, with golden flames burning at the edges, scorching its shell. The fire ape let out a low growl as magma-like blood gushed from the wound, solidifying into dark red matter in the air. The wound was not large, but the golden flames continued to burn, preventing the shell from healing. It quickly retreated, creating distance between itself and the mech. The 200-meter-tall fire ape hovered above the crater, magma churning beneath its feet. Its right arm hung slightly, the wound on its shoulder still burning fiercely. Hao Changgeng floated on the other side, the golden flames on the tip of his staff slowly extinguishing. The two stared at each other across the swirling magma, each assessing the other. The two sides faced off for less than 3 seconds before the fire ape charged again. This time its strategy changed. It no longer attacked head-on, but instead moved to the mech side and rear. The magma staff swept up from a diagonal angle, and the cracks on the staff glowed brightly during the motion. Dark red light burst forth from the cracks, giving the entire staff a translucent texture. Hao Changgeng did not take the hit this time. As the fire ape charged, the prediction system had already provided 3 attack routes, with the highest probability being an entry from the side and rear. The light wings and vector thrusters activated simultaneously, beginning to shift to the left. The mech moved sideways over 20 meters under the influence of the vector thrust, narrowly avoiding the direct trajectory of the magma staff. But it did not completely evade. The tip of the staff grazed the mech's left shoulder armor with a minimal contact area that lasted less than 1/10 of a second. The fiery power concentrated on the magma staff exploded at the contact point, sending shockwaves radiating outward, creating visible ripples in the surrounding air. The flames were absorbed by the patterns on the mech's surface, and the explosive heat was completely devoured the moment it touched the armor. However, the shockwave could not be absorbed. That force penetrated through the armor and combat suit, impacting Hao Changgeng's body. He let out a muffled groan, and his body began to tremble slightly. Yet the mech's counterattack showed no signs of slowing down. The long staff swept out. The fire ape had already begun to retreat, but its speed could not match that of the mech's swing. The tip of the staff sliced through the air in front of its chest, and a rift in space erupted from the point of impact. This strike was faster than any previous one, and the power of the laws condensed at the tip was more ferocious than ever. The space seemed to tear like a sheet of paper, ripping apart from the point of the staff's impact towards both sides. The length of the rift exceeded 15 meters, and the golden flames at the edges flared up immediately upon splitting. Although the fire ape was not directly struck, the space in front of its chest tore open. The edges of the rift grazed its rocky chest, leaving a deep cut on the dark red surface. Golden flames clung to the cut, scorching the flesh beneath the rocky exterior. The fire ape retreated rapidly, putting thousands of meters of distance between itself and the mech. It looked down at the wound on its chest, where golden flames spread from the edges of the cut. With every inch burned, its divine power diminished. It attempted to extinguish those golden flames with its own fire, but the moment they made contact, the golden flames not only failed to extinguish, but burned even brighter. A hint of annoyance flashed in the fire ape's eyes. It was naturally attuned to the laws of fire, but had never encountered such a bizarre flame before. Meanwhile, the dynamic capture system completed data collection. Data model established. The voice of the Starbreaker resonated in Hao Changgeng's mind. All movement data of the fire ape has been recorded. The accuracy of the next action prediction is expected to reach 95. A semi-transparent holographic projection appeared before Hao Changgeng, a real-time updated movement model composed of countless small lines and nodes. The fire ape's skeletal structure, muscle orientation, joint range of motion. All movement-related data was disassembled and analyzed, clearly presented before Hao Changgeng. The fire ape's right shoulder slightly sank. The model predicted the target would launch an attack from the left side. Hao Changgeng dodged to the right in advance, and 300 milliseconds later the magma staff pierced past his left arm. The fire ape's knee bent slightly, The model predicted the target would leap from above and strike the mech's head with the staff. Hao Changgeng retreated 100 meters before the fire ape leaped, and the magma staff struck a few meters in front of him. The fire ape's attacks grew fiercer, but Hao Changgeng's evasions became increasingly calm. The model's prediction accuracy was continuously refined in actual combat, climbing from 95, 96, 97. Every attack from the fire ape was accurately predicted, and Hao Changgeng only needed to follow the system's prompts to dodge perfectly. He began to counterattack. The tip of the staff sliced in from the side, opening a gash on the fire ape's left arm. The rift was short, but the flames burned fiercely. Golden flames danced across the fire ape's rocky surface. The fire ape retreated, and he pursued. The tip of the staff swept upward, cutting a gash in the fire ape's abdomen. The fire ape sidestepped to evade, but he had predicted the direction of the dodge. The tip of the staff awaited at the end of its evasion trajectory, adding another gash to its right leg. As the battle continued, Hao Changgeng gradually gained the upper hand. His Qishao Liakong became increasingly fluid, what began as deliberate power accumulation, careful aiming, and precise control of the staff's angle transformed into natural strikes. Now every motion led to a strike, and every strike produced a rift, with the lengths of the rifts increasing from 10 meters to over 20. The flames at the edges of the rifts changed from crimson to pure gold, burning time extending from 2 or 3 seconds to 5 or 6 seconds. The fire ape's body was already covered in wounds, each one ablaze with golden flames continuously consuming its divine body. It attempted to forcibly suppress the flames with divine power, but the moment the divine power contacted the flames, it ignited, burning even more fiercely. Hao Changgeng's mech was not in a much better state, its exterior riddled with dents and abrasions. Though the fire ape could not penetrate the 3-scrade armor, each impact left marks on the surface. Some of the dents had begun to repair themselves automatically. The self-repair speed of the 3-scrade alloy was slow but enduring. The battle had lasted over an hour, the earlier dents had already become much shallower, and after a few more hours they should be completely restored. But Hao Changgeng's body could not withstand such attacks. Each shockwave that penetrated the armor sent shockwaves through his organs. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, and his whole body ached faintly. The fire ape's breath was steadily declining, and its divine body had already been consumed by more than half. Its attacks struck the mech with flames being absorbed, relying only on shockwaves to harm its opponent. Meanwhile, every strike from the mech tore apart space, and every rift burned its divine body. The number of spectators around increased, with many ready to pick up the spoils, yet no one dared to approach. The close-quarters battle between the two powerful beings created a danger zone extending thousands of meters. The dissipating energy waves, spatial rifts, golden flames, and magma explosions. Any one of these could seriously injure a second- or third-tier star soldier. Hao Changgeng glanced at the spectators and decided to end this battle quickly. The fire ape swung the staff down again, but Hao Changgeng did not evade. He met the staff head-on. In the instant the two staffs collided, flames erupted and shockwaves spread. Hao Changgeng used the force to retreat with light wings, and vector thrusters fully activated instantly, creating distance from the fire ape. The staff in his right arm disassembled during the high-speed retreat, with metal melting into liquid from the tail of the staff and flowing back into the mech's arm. The fire ape did not pursue, given its current state. Chasing a target with a similar speed would be too costly. The mech's left arm lifted, and the star ring extinguishing cannon began to take shape. 3 arc-shaped metal arms extended and converged in front of the palm, forming a slowly rotating circular ring. The spiritual patterns on the inner side of the ring lit up simultaneously, compression, splitting, tracking. Fireballs compressed to their limits surged forth, each one splitting at the moment of firing, dense clusters flying toward the fire ape from different angles. In the first round of concentrated fire, the hit rate reached 96. The fire ape was much larger than the ferocious beasts he had hunted before. Its 200-meter body was like a moving target in front of the barrage from the star ring extinguishing cannon. The fireballs exploded on the fire ape's body, with each spark leaving a dent on its rocky exterior. Meanwhile, the right arm was also transforming. The star ring extinguishing cannon was a suppression weapon. No matter how dense the barrage or how high the hit rate, the firepower was still dispersed. But the burning core ion cannon was different. It was a concentrated attack, determining life and death with a single shot. The barrel rapidly took shape, with golden spiral rings lighting up one after another. On the surface of the right arm's armor, 2 spiritual patterns spread from the base of the barrel to the mouth. The compression pattern reduced the volume of the beam, while the tracking pattern ensured that the beam could slightly adjust after firing. Subsequently, the golden rings began to rotate, and the light at the barrel's mouth gradually changed from crimson to platinum. The fire ape sensed the wave of destruction and began to tremble slightly. That was a biological, instinctive reaction when faced with a lethal threat. Suddenly, it seemed as if something inside it had been activated. It was not an active activation, rather the wave of the golden beam triggered a certain mechanism deep within its bloodline. Suddenly a mass of flames surged forth from its body. The color of the flames changed from dark red to bright red, from bright red to orange yellow, and from orange yellow to incandescent. Its body began to shrink within the flames from 200 meters to 150, from 150 to 100, and from 100 to 80. Its size diminished, but its aura surged instead. The density of its divine body increased, and the concentration of energy rose. Hao Changgeng stared at the shrinking incandescent flames, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. This was some kind of innate talent. The bloodline of the flame star beast within this fire ape awakened at this moment. As the fire ape was utterly consumed, its terrifying heat warped the surrounding air. Its form shrank continuously within the blinding white flames until it stabilized at approximately 50 meters. Meanwhile, the furnace core ion cannon had fully charged. The white gold beam at its muzzle erupted. The instant energy saturation was achieved. At light speed, no delay, no visible trajectory, it struck its target the very moment it was fired. Hao Changgeng watched the slender beam vanish into the incandescent inferno, a strange sensation rising in his chest. He was certain the shot had hit, but this feeling differed from all previous strikes. When the furnace core ion cannon struck, before he could sense the beam piercing, burning, and annihilating. This time, however, the beam seemed to have collided with something and rebounded. As the fire ape's radiant aura began to recede, the flames withdrew into its body, revealing its true form beneath. When Hao Changgeng beheld it clearly, his expression hardened. The volcanic crust covering the ape had vanished, replaced instead by a suit of dark red crystalline armor. Even the magma staff had transformed. Its dark red outer shell now gleamed as translucent vitreous crystal. Within its shaft, oranger light flowed like a molten river sealed inside glass. The fire ape's eyes now burned with blinding white incandescence, its pupils devoid of emotion, radiating only pure, unadulterated slaughter. Lai Xing's voice resonated in Hao Changgeng's mind. The sliver of ancestral blood within it has been fully awakened. Its evolution completed at the very edge of life and death. Hao Changgeng stared intently at the dark red crystalline armor, brows faintly furrowed. Could the furnace core ion cannon not pierce it? Had the beam been deflected? Uncertain, he recalibrated the cannon's aim, targeting the ape's chest, charged and fired again. A second white gold beam lanced forth. The instant the beam struck the ape's chest, a shimmering membrane rippled across the crystalline armor's surface, like water disturbed by a stone. The ripple spread outward from the impact point, dispersing the beam's energy. Then the energy coursed along the armor's intricate lattice, flowing toward the shoulders, down the arms, and into the weapon itself. There was no penetration, no combustion, not even a single scorch mark upon the crystal's flawless surface. The fire ape glanced down at its own chest, then lifted its gaze, locking eyes with the mecha before it. Suddenly it moved, without warning, without wind-up. One moment it hovered above the caldera's rim, the next it stood face-to-face with the mecha. The mecha's motion capture system registered no trace of its movement. Its predictive algorithm returned blank data. The ape's displacement from point A to point B had been entirely omitted. Its velocity exceeded the mecha's sensor response threshold. The vitreous staff swept sideways, while the mecha's photonic wings and vector thrusters ignited simultaneously. Its acceleration paled against the ape's assault. The mecha's left shoulder took the full force of the blow. At the moment of impact between staff and Class 3's armor, a visible shockwave burst forth. Where the shockwave passed, air twisted violently, shattered stones were hurled skyward. Several weaker spectators at a distance were flung backward. A violent explosion of sparks erupted where the mecha was struck, a microfracture in its power conduit under extreme impact, causing high-pressure source energy to vent and ignite midair in a flash of tangerine flame. Lai Xing's voice sounded: left shoulder power conduit damaged. 3.5 severity. Microengineering drones deployed. Estimated repair time 120 seconds. Hao Changgeng endured the searing pain, using the impact's momentum to retreat. With photonic wings fully extended and vector thrusters firing in reverse, he barely stabilized his position 1 kilometer away from the fire ape. His left arm twitched, joints still functional, yet energy transmission felt sluggish, uneven. How did it suddenly grow so strong? His voice tightened with strain. Entirely normal, Lai Xing replied, tone unwavering. The Yinqing savage beasts rank among the 9 supreme bloodlines. They require no cultivation, no comprehension of cosmic laws. Mere existence maturation is enough to reach star general apex. Though this fire ape's lineage is impure, its latent talent, once awakened, elevates its potential far beyond that of ordinary 6th-tier savage beasts. Its current composite combat capability, Lai Xing paused, has at least doubled. Hao Changgeng's heart sank. Doubling the strength of a 6th-tier entity, what did that imply? If earlier he'd held it at bay for over an hour, now he was the one being crushed. The furnace core ion cannon could not breach its armor, the stellar ring annihilation cannon would fare even worse. Close quarters combat. He hadn't even glimpsed its movement moments ago. The fire ape granted him no time to think, vanishing from its position and reappearing behind the mecha's staff, descending. At the instant the ape disappeared, Hao Changgeng shrunk the mecha to 3 meters and activated spatial teleportation. The vitreous staff passed through the mecha's afterimage, striking empty air and detonating a blinding halo of light. The mecha reappeared 200 meters to the ape's flank. No longer attempting counterattack, Hao Changgeng focused all cognition on teleportation alone. The ape pursued, he evaded. Each time the vitreous staff descended, he vanished, reappearing elsewhere. Yes, the ape was fast, so fast its afterimages blurred beyond perception. But teleportation was not speed, it was spatial translocation. Even the swiftest motion required time, however infinitesimal, to traverse from one point to another. Teleportation demanded none. For over 10 seconds the ape chased, yet failed to graze the mecha once. A flicker of frustration crossed its incandescent eyes. Each time it neared impact, its prey dissolved. Hao Changgeng widened the distance, veering toward a distant mountain ridge. He intended to withdraw. Confronting this ape in its newly awakened state carried prohibitive cost. To clash head-in with a 6th-tier savage beast whose Yinxing bloodline had just ignited brought no pride in victory, and grievous injury in defeat. It was simply not worth it. Lai Xing remained silent, a silence that signified assent. The silver-gold speck vanished beyond the ridge, dissolving into the shadows of the dense forest. Within moments, even its presence faded beyond detection. The fire ape did not pursue. Instead, it swept its gaze across the restless figures encircling it. Spectators multiplied, silicon-based life forms, beastkin elves, over 100 in total, scattered around the caldera's rim, their auras varying in strength. The fire ape needed time to stabilize its fluctuating aura, to fully integrate its awakened bloodline into its divine physique. And those encircling attackers would grant it no such reprieve. The first strike came from a silicon-based being, its amethyst-hued body shimmering with cold spectral light. Its right hand morphed into a needle-thin spike, striking silently from the ape's flank. Without turning, the ape swung its vitreous staff sideways, the staff's broad surface slamming squarely into the silicon lifeform's torso. Crystalline shards exploded outward. Its amethyst core, ejected from the shattered frame, arced through the air and plunged into the molten lava below. One blow, one kill. Yet the crowd did not recoil. In fact, they attacked in unison. Energy beams, psychic fragments, elemental tempests, all converged from every direction, detonating in fiery bursts across the ape's crystalline armor. Indeed, the armor was formidable. Even the furnace core ion cannon could not pierce it. Yet quantity begot quality. Fine fissures now webbed its surface. The fire ape roared. Its staff swept horizontally. 3 stone giants too slow to evade were hurled skyward. Spinning it thrust, impaling a winged elf's psychicist through the shoulder. The elf screamed as he plummeted. Its counterattacks remained ferocious, precise, but its aura subtly waned. Hao Changgeng had not gone far. Concealed 3 kilometers away within a dense thicket, he observed. His photonic wings retracted, his combat suit shifted into optical camouflage mode, its hue and texture seamlessly blending with the surrounding foliage. Crouched upon a thick branch, he watched the aerial chaos above the caldera through gaps in the leaves. His gaze held no urgency, only quiet composure. Among the 9 supreme bloodlines, a savage beast's death yields a unique crystal. Not mere source crystal, but a condensation of the beast's lifetime of divine power and profound comprehension of primordial laws. Such crystals do not exist within living beasts. They form only at the instant of death, when all internal energy and law fragments coalesce into crystalline perfection. For silicon-based beings, these crystals compensate for their innate deficiency in law perception. To them, a Yinxing blood crystal holds greater value than any mineral vein. For humanity, its applications are manifold. Breaking cultivation bottlenecks, comprehending the law of flame, forging legendary artifacts, refining potent elixirs, or even direct absorption to accelerate cultivation. Hao Changgeng watched the fire ape, now besieged by over 100 foes, his lips curling faintly. He felt no haste. Its aura continued to ebb, the attacker's stamina likewise waned. He would wait until exhaustion set in, then emerge to claim the prize. Settling deeper against the trunk, he let his form dissolve entirely into the canopy's shadow, patiently observing the battle unfold. As time elapsed, the fire ape's aura waned steadily. Its dark red crystal armor was now webbed with countless fissures. Each fresh wound accelerated the spread of those cracks. Each spreading crack hastened the disintegration of its divine body. During a desperate parry, its lily staff was struck simultaneously by 6 silicon-based beings and shattered into 3 pieces. Amidst the coordinated assault of over 100 elite warriors from myriad races, the fire ape endured for 20 full minutes before finally revealing signs of defeat. Even a golden core cultivator like Ling Shuangxue would struggle to last half as long. It wasn't that she lacked strength, it was her fragility. A golden core cultivator's offensive power was indeed terrifying, but her defenses remained woefully inadequate. Under concentrated fire from 100 assailants, her sword barrier would collapse within minutes. At that very moment, one silicon-based being seized the fire ape's momentary sluggishness. Its body coalesced into a colossal spiraling spike, its surface shimmering with an eerie cobalt radiance. The fire ape's divine strength had been nearly exhausted in the preceding battle, and the defensive integrity of its crystal armor had plummeted. The spike pierced deep into its back. The crystal armor flared once, a final fading pulse of its residual defense mechanism attempting to deflect the blow. But the lattice of fractures was too dense, the deflection path fractured and collapsed. The spike drove along a pre-existing fissure, plunging straight into the fire ape's thoracic cavity. Its body locked rigid, its limbs instantly drained of all strength. The shattered remnants of the luli staff slipped from its grasp and plunged into the magma-filled caldera, erupting in a gout of dark red flame. Within its pupils lingered a final fading glimmer, swiftly extinguished. In unison, every warrior struck, energy beams, shards of telekinetic force, flying swords, cursed blades, elemental tempests. Over 100 attacks converged upon the fire ape in a single synchronized instant. It neither evaded nor blocked. Not a single defensive technique was raised. Its divine body convulsed violently beneath the torrent of assault. Crystal plates splintered and peeled away, exposing dull, lusterless skin beneath. Under that cataclysmic barrage, the fire ape's life force vanished utterly. Its corpse hung suspended above the caldera, frozen in the exact posture it held at the moment of death. From the gaping wound in its chest, magma-like blood still seeped outward. Suddenly, a faint luminescence emanated from its heart. Within that glow, something stirred, coalescing, crystallizing. All eyes witnessed that light, and all understood its meaning. The crystal was forming. Silence lasted less than half a second. Then, over 100 figures surged forward as one. Their target, the fire ape's corpse. A Beast Clan warrior exploded upward, shattering the rock beneath his feet, launching himself skyward like a living projectile. A wingfolk telepath flared his silver-white wings, carving luminous arcs across the ashen sky. An elven elementalist swept his hands wide. The wind itself cradled him, propelling him forward at blinding speed. A human mech pilot ignited his golden photon wings. Streaks of multi-hued energy wove a chaotic tapestry across the heavens. Silicon-based warriors carved razor-cold trails of light through the air. The first to breach the inner zone, the Beast Clan warrior, was struck by at least 20 attacks mid-flight. His vital signs ceased before he even reached the corpse. The second, the wingfolk telepath, deflected the first 3 waves with his psychic shield, but succumbed to the fourth. A crystalline spear pierced his left wing, his body tumbled in Davrand toward the abyss. A vacuum formed, hundreds of meters around the corpse. No one dared advance further. All halted at a distance, eyes locked on that nascent crystal, poised like predators awaiting the first misstep. They watched each other, watched every rival who might strike first. Soon the crystallization completed. The gem hovered 2 meters above the corpse. Fist-sized, irregularly shaped, like a facet-cut shard of ruby. Its hue was a profound, viscous crimson, almost solidified blood. A soft, pulsing halo shimmered across its surface, shifting cyclically between deep crimson and molten amber. Exquisite, lethal, priceless. Every gaze was riveted upon that crystal. The silicon-based beings burned with particular intensity. For them, this artifact surpassed any mineral deposit in value. Their race possessed an innate weakness in comprehending cosmic laws, and this crystal could elevate a single silicon being an entire tier higher in that very domain. Human eyes gleamed just as fiercely. Both sides launched their final assault simultaneously. Human attacks slammed into silicon bodies, silicon counterstrikes tore through human ranks. Blinding detonations erupted above the caldera, yet no one dared touch the crystal. To do so would mark oneself as the universal target. That truth required no explanation. Hao Changgeng crouched low in concealment, narrowed his eyes at the maelstrom. He was waiting for the perfect moment. Lai Xing, does this crystal hold value for our new equipment development? Lai Xing replied without hesitation. Yes, most likely it will accelerate progress to completion. Upon hearing this, Hao Changgeng made his decision and instantly mapped a precise trajectory in his mind, the distance from his current position to the corpse and the temporal cost of instantaneous spatial translocation. He calculated his escape vector, the optimal direction of withdrawal, potential interception points, and how far his mastery of spatial law could shield him from incoming assaults. Every conceivable hazard passed through his thoughts. Success in seizing the crystal was highly probable, but safe extraction far less certain. Over 100 Star Soldier adversaries were scattered across several kilometers. If he seized the crystal and teleported immediately, they would almost certainly unleash indiscriminate void strikes across all surrounding space. His teleportation required stable anchor points, and if those spatial coordinates were disrupted, he risked being violently ejected mid-transit. His gaze fixed upon the floating blood-red crystal. He committed. No night grazing makes a horse strong. No sudden fortune makes a man rich. Macharmer activated. A silvery golden silhouette dissolved into shadow beneath the canopy and reappeared 2 meters above the fire ape's corpse. The mech's palm opened wide. The metallic surface absorbed the crystal instantly upon contact. The entire sequence lasted under 0.3 seconds, so swift that most present perceived only a fleeting silvery gold afterimage flickering at the edge of their vision. The crystal was gone. Above the corpse hovered only a three-meturtal silvery gold mech. Every motion froze. Over 100 pairs of eyes snapped in unison to that solitary machine. Hao Changgeng stood at the epicenter of that collective gaze and felt the crushing weight of it. Then he noted their formation: over 60 humans, mech pilots, cultivators, beast clan, elves, wingfolk, each stepping backward in unison the moment they recognized him as the thief. Everyone displayed an attitude of standing by with their arms folded. The military merit system was still in operation, and no one could bear the consequences of attacking their own kind. However, they would not assist Hao Changgeng. More than 60 people stood at the edge of the battlefield, leaving the central position to those silicon-based life forms. The meaning was clear. If you want to take the crystal, you must first pass through the silicon-based life forms. If you succeed, the crystal is yours, and we have no objections. If you fail, and the crystal is taken by the silicon-based life forms, we will be able to intervene. Hao Changgeng glanced at those people, without speaking, his gaze returning to the silicon-based life forms. More than 40 amethyst-like stone beings had formed a loose encirclement, trapping him in the center. Their sizes ranged from several meters to dozens of meters, and the surfaces of the translucent purple crystals shimmered with a cold, eerie glow. Teleportation activated. The silver-gold mech transformed from solid to translucent, and from translucent to almost invisible. The spatial laws had been activated, and he had chosen a ridge 3 kilometers away as his landing point. But he did not escape. His body regained solidity at the moment he was about to vanish. It was not that the spatial laws were malfunctioning, but the surrounding spatial structure was being interfered with. The arms of those silicon-based life forms were continuously striking the void in a rhythmic manner. It was not random. Each strike had precise intervals and angles. The vibrations from their punches radiated outward, creating dense ripples in space. The ripples interfered with each other, forming a complex resonance net. Hao Changgeng's teleportation was interrupted by this net. It was not a blockade, but a disturbance. His spatial perception could still locate distant coordinates. However, during the process of crossing space, he was jolted out by the resonating ripples, as if a swimmer was pushed back to the shore by an undercurrent. He tried 3 times, but each time he was jolted back, just as he was about to vanish. Interesting, the voice of Liesheng echoed. The team combat ability of silicon-based civilization is stronger than rumored. They do not require command or communication. They can actually launch attacks using the vibration laws simultaneously at the same frequency, targeting the same objective. This kind of coordination capability can probably only be achieved by the silicon-based civilization among the 5 great universes. Hao Changgeng stopped trying to teleport. The mech returned to normal status. His left arm lifted, and the star ring annihilation cannon instantly coalesced into shape. The ring spun, the mystical patterns illuminated, and fireballs poured out like a torrential rain. His target was those stone beings striking the void. He aimed to disrupt their rhythm. However, the silicon-based life forms ranked first in physical defense among the 5 great universes, not without reason. The fireballs struck their purple crystals, exploding into golden-red sparks, yet none penetrated that crystalline outer shell. Fireballs left shallow dents on the crystal surface with cracks radiating outward, but those cracks healed at a visibly rapid pace. The self-repairing capability of the silicon-based life forms was fully displayed at this moment. What was more troublesome was that while they shook the space, they began to merge with one another. 2 10-meter-tall stone beings leaned against each other, their crystalline bodies infiltrating, merging, and reorganizing like water. In the end, they transformed into a taller, more solid stone being of 20 meters. 3, 4, 5. Fusions occurred even faster than the few Hao Changgeng encountered before. In just a few seconds, more than 40 silicon-based life forms had merged into 6. Each was now over 50 meters tall, and their aura had multiplied several times compared to before merging. They continued to strike the space in 6 directions at the same frequency. The range of the resonance net had not expanded, but its intensity had increased several-fold. Hao Changgeng stood in the center of the net, feeling as if his body was being simultaneously pricked by countless invisible needles. The vibrations from the laws passed through the mech shell, through the combat suit, affecting him. It was not painful, but it made him feel numb, sending chills from his bones. His firepower remained fierce, but his hit rate was plummeting. This was not due to a problem with his shooting accuracy, but because the positions and trajectories of those stone beings were obscured by the vibrations of the laws as they moved within the resonance net. He aimed at one position, yet hit another. The human contestants continued to stand at a distance, observing quietly. Hao Changgeng glanced at the red crystal, still being disassembled by the microrobots. Decomposition progress 63. New weapon development progress 92. Only 8 left to completion. But he was starting to feel overwhelmed. The attacks from those stone beings using the vibration laws were becoming increasingly dense and precise. Their fists struck the void with increasing frequency from several times per second to dozens, and then from dozens to over 100 times per second. Those ripples stacked together were no longer just numbness, they were painful. Hao Changgeng felt his internal organs being kneaded by an invisible hand, and blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth again. The medical system of the mech sounded an alarm detecting Hao Changgen's vital signs with several indicators nearing their thresholds. He tried teleporting once more, but it still did not work. Those stone beings had already expanded the resonance net from the space around him to a radius of several tens of thousands of meters. He could still perceive the spatial coordinates in the distance, but every time he attempted to traverse space, he would be jolted out by the resonance from midair. Hao Changgeng gritted his teeth, pushing the firepower output of the Star Ring Annihilation Cannon to the limit. The cannon barrel on his left arm began to heat up slightly under overload operation, and the mystical patterns flickered erratically. It was not that the mystical patterns were about to shatter, but rather that the metal of the cannon barrel had undergone slight deformation due to the overload state. The energy circuit of the mystical patterns was being stretched, causing unstable fluctuations in energy transfer. Meanwhile, the encirclement of the stone beings continued to gradually tighten. From a kilometer to 800 meters, from 800 meters to 600 meters. They did not intend to rush to Hao Changgeng for close combat, but were advancing steadily, preparing to use the resonance net of the vibration laws to trap him in this increasingly smaller space. With every step they took forward, his body had to endure more and more vibrations. Every slight reduction in his firepower dulled his consciousness a layer more. Progress bar 96. Hao Changgeng spat out a mouthful of blood and temporarily transferred control of the mech to Liesheng. He then closed his eyes and took a deep breath, concentrating all his attention on the source energy that had been scattered by the shockwaves. Progress bar 97. The encirclement of the stone beings was now less than 500 meters. Progress bar 98. 200 meters. 100. Liesheng's voice exploded in Hao Changgen's mind, laced with a hint of excited tremor. The new weapon has been developed. On the right shoulder of the mech, an unfamiliar weapon module suddenly emerged. The newly emerged weapon module resembled a crystal ball. Through its shell, 3 intricate lines could be seen quietly lying in the center of the sphere. No one noticed this newly appeared crystal ball. The 6 stone giants, after merging, continued their steady advance, their attention focused entirely on the firepower of the Star Ring Annihilation Cannon. The voice of Liesheng resonated in Hao Changgen's mind, laced with an unusual urgency. Hurry, activate the first spiritual pattern. I cannot control this weapon, you must initiate it personally. Hao Changgen's consciousness sank into the crystal ball, the complexity of the spiritual patterns far exceeding anything he had encountered before. The scroll given to him by the Elven Elder had taken him over 20 days to barely comprehend. But this spiritual pattern belonged to the same system he had learned before, the ancient Elven spiritual pattern system, with every twist and turn traceable. The knowledge he acquired in the treehouse was now proving useful. The structure of the first spiritual pattern was simpler than he had anticipated. He could grasp the general framework. This was a binding type of spiritual pattern with the core function of locking and entangling. Locking relied on spatial coordinate markers, while entangling depended on the energy threads condensed by the laws of fire. The energy threads were not physical entities, but generated from the void once the spiritual pattern was activated. Composed of the primal laws of fire, these energy structures possessed certain spatial anchoring properties. He understood the principle. However, understanding and being able to activate it were 2 different matters. He needed to inject source energy into the crystal ball, tracing along the lines of the spiritual pattern akin to connecting a specific circuit on a complex circuit board. Each node of the circuit had to be precise to the millisecond. A moment too early or too late would cause the energy to go awry, and the spiritual pattern would not illuminate. The battle outside offered him no time for quiet contemplation. The 6 stone giants were still closing in. The waves of the laws of tremor radiated from their fists, creating visible ripples in the air. The ripples overlapped, forming a resonant focal point at Hao Changgen's position. The mech's exterior began to tremble slightly, the molecular structure of the armor loosening on a microscopic level. It was as if a screw had been slightly loosened, though it hadn't fallen off. He could already feel it wobbling. Hao Changgeng transferred control of the mech to Liesheng. Liesheng took over the Star Ring Annihilation Cannon, changing the rhythm of the fire from sustained suppression to intermittent bursts. Liesheng was targeting the weak points on the stone giants more precisely, those seams that had not completely healed after merging the minuscule cracks between the crystals. The fireballs no longer sought quantity. Each one struck the most critical locations, forcing the stone giants to slow their advance to reinforce those weak points. But this was merely a delay. 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, the shockwaves permeated through the mech and combat suit directly affecting him. His vision began to blur and his consciousness started to dissipate. He bit down on his tongue, using the pain to keep himself alert. The spiritual patterns lit up in his consciousness, not in a random order, but sequentially according to the flow of energy. He began injecting source energy from the starting point of the pattern, allowing the energy to advance slowly along the lines. 150 meters, 100 meters, the firepower suppression from Li Xing could no longer hold back. The crystal exterior of the stone giants became smoother under the continuous bombardment of the fireballs. The high temperature of the fireballs melted the surface of the crystals into a glass-like substance. With the reduction of friction, subsequent fireballs would be deflected, causing the hit rate to plummet. At 100 meters, the 6 stone giants simultaneously halted. At this moment, the distance from Hao Changgeng to each stone giant was perfectly equal. They created a perfect stationary wave node at the center of the resonant web, where all the shock waves overlapped, reaching peak amplitude. Hao Changgeng abruptly felt countless forces acting on his body from multiple directions simultaneously. His organs were momentarily compressed, and his heart stopped for a few seconds. At that moment, the final segment of the circuit was connected. The first spiritual pattern illuminated. A golden red light spread from the starting point of the pattern to the endpoint like a lit fuse, igniting the entire circuit. The energy core of the mech began pumping energy into the crystal ball, with the fire attribute energy stored in the remnants surging into the crystal ball along the main energy conduit of the mech. The size of the crystal ball did not increase, but its brightness was growing exponentially. The golden red light burst forth from the right shoulder of the mech, illuminating the dark sky within a radius of several kilometers. Suddenly, another ball of the same size separated from the surface of the sphere, its surface covered with intricate spiritual patterns. These patterns were more complex and denser than those on the mother sphere. It was as if some compressed information had been instantaneously decompressed, unfurling and covering the entire surface of the sphere. The sphere flew towards one of the stone giants. The stone giant did not dodge. It sensed the energy fluctuations attached to the sphere, weak. Compared to the continuous bombardment of the star ring annihilation cannon, the energy density of this sphere was less than 1%. Silicon-based life forms ranked first in physical defense among the 5 great universes. An attack with such low energy density would barely feel like a tickle. It raised its right arm, preparing to swat the sphere away. Yet the sphere exploded on its own. It split from within, blossoming like a flower with petals made of energy membranes. The number of membranes was countless, spreading in all directions at the moment of explosion. Then those membranes began to retract, like a net that had been cast out, suddenly tightening after reaching its limit. The stone giant was ensnared. The golden red membranes transformed from solid energy structures into liquid energy threads upon contact with the stone giant. The crystal arm of the stone giant surged with power, attempting to break the threads. The threads elongated slightly and then recoiled, akin to a rubber band. The material of the threads was neither metal nor fiber. They were purely composed of energy. With no fixed elasticity modulus, the force applied produced an equal and opposite reaction. For the second attempt, the stone giant exerted all its strength, the energy patterns on its arm lighting up simultaneously, amplifying its power several times. The threads were once again pulled taut, almost snapping. Yet at the moment of impending rupture, a golden red glow appeared on the surface of the threads. That glow spread along the threads, restoring their original tension. Self-repair. Because that stone giant was completely bound, a massive gap appeared in the resonant web in that direction. Hao Changgeng seized the opportunity, shrinking the mech down to 3 meters. Teleportation. The silver golden figure vanished from its spot. In the next moment, the mech appeared a kilometer away. He did not continue running, but instead halted, hovering in midair, watching the greedy crowd. That group had planned meticulously, waiting for Hao Changgeng to be worn down by the stone giants, then seizing the crystal for themselves. Following that, they would strike to reclaim the crystal from the stone giants. The plan was flawless, zero risk, high reward. What they had not accounted for was Hao Changgeng's ability to escape that seemingly certain death. Hao Changgeng looked at those people, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. He raised the right arm of the mech, clenched his fist, and slowly extended his middle finger. The international gesture of goodwill from Blue Star. He then retracted his right arm and executed another teleport, disappearing into the horizon. The crowd stared at the vanishing silver golden figure, exchanging glances. No one spoke, for no one knew what to say. The crystal was gone, the person had fled, and they had gained nothing, not to mention being given the finger. One of the orc warriors scratched his head and asked a nearby elf, what did that gesture mean just now? The elf shook his head. I don't know, but it didn't seem very friendly. At full speed, Hao Changgeng swiftly distanced himself from the battlefield and located a secluded cave, slipping inside. Primal energy flowed from the standard crystal core into his body, coursing slowly along his meridians. gentle like rain nourishing scorched earth inch by inch, soothing his ravaged internal organs. The laceration in his liver sealed, hemorrhagic points along his gastric wall coagulated, pulmonary contusions gradually dissipated. During combat, the pain had been barely perceptible. Adrenaline had suppressed most of his nociceptive nerves. But now in stillness, agony surged all at once. He clenched his teeth and endured, absorbing crystal core after crystal core. Primal energy cycled through his body again and again, grinding away residual shockwaves within him like a millstone. After over an hour, his discomfort finally began to recede. Lai Xing, his voice hoarse. That new weapon, why does it bear innate spirit runes? Lai Xing did not reply immediately. He was organizing his thoughts, searching for an explanation Hao Changgeng could grasp. Under normal circumstances, any high-tier artifact consumed by the mecha ultimately condenses into a weapon bearing residual traces of its governing law. Rare metals carry the memory of their elemental essence, density, hardness, energy conduction, efficiency, and so on. Meanwhile, primordial sacred artifacts carry spirit runes, ancient ley circuits inscribed by the elven race. When that metallic disc was disassembled, its spirit runes did not vanish. They transferred instead onto the new weapon module. These 3 runes you see embody the core power of that primordial sacred artifact. You can currently activate only the simplest one, binding. The remaining 2 remain locked beyond your present depth of law comprehension. Hao Changgeng paused, then said, Then this weapon's upgrade paradigm is vastly superior to consuming rare metals, isn't it? Lai Xing answered crisply, Indeed. Not only primordial sacred artifacts of the elven race, but cultivation-era treasures, elemental civilizations, prismatic crystals, blood crystals of the savage beast clans, and more. If the mecha can decompose them, they may all be transformed into new weapon modules. These artifacts enhance the mecha's functions, characteristics, and weaponry. Rare metals, by contrast, reinforce structural integrity, resilience, and energy conduction efficiency. 2 parallel evolutionary paths, non-conflicting, complementary. Hao Changgeng's eyes gleamed. Then why bother buying rare metals at all? Why not just acquire such artifacts directly? Lai Xing fell silent. Do you imagine primordial sacred artifacts grow on trees? Then we'll buy them. That metallic disc, if auctioned normally, would start at no less than 30 million crystal cores. Hao Changgeng's mouth opened slightly, then closed. 30 million. He recalled Lai Xing's earlier mention of the mecha's ultimate upgrade protocol, 35 million. A single metallic disc nearly matched the cost of an entire top-tier rare metal configuration. More critically, such artifacts weren't merely purchasable with wealth. Those willing to sell were either desperate for funds or gravely unbalanced. A primordial sacred artifact of the ancient elven race may elude even its possessor's use. If its governing law mismatches, their own activation proves impossible. The mecha lineage operates entirely differently. Once decomposed and integrated, it becomes wholly one's own. Hence, whenever such artifacts surface at auction, mecha-artificers descend upon them like ravenous wolves. Hao Changgeng nodded. Let's name the new weapon, Lai Xing suggested. Hao Changgeng pondered briefly. Yen Si Sua Yuan Pao, the flame thread binding cannon. Agreed. For the final 2 days, Hao Changgeng refrained from hunting savage beasts. His military merit ranked among the top 6,000. Remaining idle would not jeopardize his position within the top 10,000. He remained sequestered in the cave, spending most of his time meditating and healing, occasionally summoning the crystal sphere from his right shoulder. Within its depths, 3 spirit runes rested in silent dormancy, the first already responsive to his will. Yet the second and third remained utterly inscrutable. Each twist of their pathways, every node and branch lay far beyond the reach of his cognition. Still, he sensed their immense power. On the final day of the survival contest, a voice resonated across the heavens. Not loud, yet piercingly clear, reaching every corner of the planet. The survival contest concludes here. All contestants return to your respective vessels. Mo Zhao's voice was calm, detached, devoid of emotion. Beyond the planet's atmosphere, over 300 starships descended. Star General-ranked commanders each directed their teams aboard. Hao Changgeng unfurled his light wings and sped toward the spherical vessel he'd arrived on. A long queue already snaked before the boarding ramp. Everyone ascended in silence, exchanging neither words nor glances. 3 months of survival. Over 700,000 souls remained forever on this world. Some fell to alien hands, others succumbed to the planet's hostile environment. Many perished without witness or remembrance. 230,000 survivors returned to their ships, some bearing military merit, others grievous wounds, and some carrying nothing at all. Hao Changgeng found a quiet corner and settled cross-legged. Though the interior space was vast, he preferred solitude over crowds. At liftoff, his body registered a subtle downward pressure. Then the ship entered the transit corridor, and starlight outside stretched into slender, luminous streaks. Leaning against the hull, he closed his eyes and reviewed recent events. The epiphany of Qi Shao Lai Kong, the spirit runes of the flame thread binding cannon, and recruitment letters from the 3 great powers. These threads tangled in his mind like knotted silk. He needed time to untangle them one by one. Then he resumed studying the 3 spirit runes. As his consciousness touched the first, light flared, the sphere replicated, energy filaments bloomed from insight to activation. Less than 3 seconds elapsed. Next, he shifted focus downward. The complexity of the second rune surged exponentially. The first traced a linear path like a winding river flowing unerringly from source to terminus. The second, however, formed a web, interlacing, branching, converging. He stared for long minutes, comprehending nothing. His gaze drifted lower still, and this time he failed even to perceive the rune's full form. His consciousness recoiled instantly, as if fingertips had brushed scorching iron. Not rejection, but self-preservation. His spiritual strength remained insufficient. To force analysis would inflict irreversible damage upon his mind. Hao Changgeng opened his eyes. A holographic display on the bulkhead showed the ship's navigation status: 9 days and 7 hours until arrival at Lingyu Star. His military merit ranking finalized at 6431. The top 10,000 advanced to the grand finals. He had secured his entry. The recruitment letters from the 3 great powers still awaited reply in his virtual inbox. Technology's data collection continued uninterrupted. The Adventurers Guild remained silent. He closed his eyes and resumed his contemplation. As the spaceship landed on Lingyu Star, Hao Changgeng gazed through the holographic screen at the massive silver-white sphere. Contestants streamed out of the ship, their colorful wings unfurling in the sky. Hao Changgeng did not rush to leave, but stood at the edge of the square scanning the crowd. Yet he still did not see the figure in green attire riding a flying sword. The voice of Liesheng echoed in his mind. Those top-tier prodigies were recruited before the survival match ended. Each major faction has its own channels and does not need to wait for the spaceship to return. Hao Changgeng nodded and withdrew his gaze. He wanted to ask which faction Ling Xuanxue might join, but the question felt strange on his lips, as they did not seem very familiar. Liesheng seemed to sense his hesitation and said, "Most likely the Adventure Guild." Upon hearing this answer, Hao Changgeng felt a twinge of disappointment. He shook off his thoughts and spread his wings, flying towards the outskirts. The cityscape of Lingyu Star unfolded beneath him. It was still filled with dense networks of light trails and omnipresent holographic projections. Soon the grand estate, imbued with a sense of time's passage, appeared on the horizon. Every time Hao Changgeng saw it, a wave of warmth surged in his heart. This was his only refuge on this strange planet, and the elderly man with white hair was one of the few who waited for his return. Suddenly, he noticed a newly built estate nearby. It covered at least a dozen acres. The brand new walls were constructed from a type of silver-white stone, with the buildings within arranged in a pleasing manner. The overall layout was completely different from the old estate of the Rand family, presenting a modern feel. Between the 2 estates lay a narrow path, less than 10 meters wide. Hao Changgeng rubbed his eyes. He remembered that nothing had been here when he left. As if sensing his presence, the gate of the estate swung open. Beyond the gate was a straight pathway lined with people on either side. There seemed to be at least a few thousand of them. They wore all sorts of clothing, some in interstellar outfits bought locally on Lingyu Star, while others still donned tattered battle gear from the trial planet. However, when he saw the few people at the forefront, he was completely stunned. Lu Qing stood at the very front of the crowd, wearing a light blue long dress, her face radiating tenderness. Beside her, Tachibana Maisie wore a snug battle outfit that accentuated her exaggerated figure. Her eyes were red and her lips were pursed, as if she were struggling to contain her emotions. Behind them were Li Mingwang, Lei Zhongheng, and others, followed by Xiaoya and those who had been captured on the trial planet. Some he could name, some he only recognized by face, and others he had little impression of. Yet all of them were staring at him. Hao Changgeng landed in the open space before the estate, and his wings slowly folded. Maisie was the first to rush over, her speed remarkable. Hao Changgeng landed in the open space before the estate, and his wings slowly folded. Maisie was the first to rush over, her speed remarkable. "You big bad guy." Her voice was laced with tears. "You didn't even say goodbye when you left." Hao Changgeng opened his mouth, ready to argue. But Maisie didn't give him the chance. Her fists flew faster, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Lu Qing still tried to appear calm, although her gaze toward Hao Changgeng was filled with longing. Li Ming squeezed his way over and patted Hao Changgeng on the shoulder. "Not bad, second brother," he said, still sporting that mischievous grin. "You've made quite a name for yourself in the universe. We all heard you made it to the finals. Impressive, brother." Hao Changgeng was still in a daze, thinking he was hallucinating. He blinked several times. The faces did not disappear. He pinched his thigh. Ouch, it was not an illusion. How could they be here? How did they get out of the trial planet? Who brought them here, and why were they sent to Lingyu Star? There were too many questions, so many that he didn't know which one to ask first. At that moment, a man stepped out from the back of the crowd. He wore a dark formal suit tailored exquisitely, the fabric glimmering subtly in the sunset. His features were not particularly handsome, but he exuded a refined elegance with a faint smile always on his lips. He approached Hao Changgeng, placing his right hand over his chest and slightly bowing. "Mr. Hao, greetings." My name is Chatter from the Adventure Guild. I am the recruitment officer and the head of this rescue operation. All your people have been rescued, those already sold by the Star Pirates are also being tracked down. I believe they will all be found soon. What the heck? Your people? Adventure Guild. The faction that didn't value me. The one that didn't send me a recruitment letter. Hao Changgen's mind was a complete mess, and everything before him left him bewildered. Chatter elegantly stepped aside, gesturing for him to follow. Mister, how may I have a word with you? Hao Changgeng glanced back at Lu Qing and the others, then at his fellow Blue Star compatriots who had been rescued. He nodded and followed Chatter through the gates of the new estate. The main building was a 3-story silver structure, simple in design, with no unnecessary embellishments. Chatter led Hao Changgeng through the hall and into a small meeting room. The room was not large, featuring a round table and 2 chairs. A floor-to-ceiling window extended from the ceiling to the floor, offering a view of the fruit orchard of the old estate. The 2 men sat down. Chatter wasted no time. He lifted his right hand, gently tapping the air with his index finger, and a holographic screen unfolded above the round table. The content on the screen was not an introduction to the Adventure Guild, nor recruitment conditions, nor anything Hao Changgeng had anticipated. Instead, it was a purchase application. Solar System. Private domain purchase confirmation. Below, a dense list of clauses was presented, ranging from boundary coordinates of the solar system to ownership of the planets. From resource extraction rights to interstellar navigation rights, from tax policies to jurisdiction over law and order. Each item was clearly stated, each stamped with the official seal of the Galactic Federation. Hao Changgeng stared at the purchase application for 3 seconds, and then his mind went blank. The solar system. The purchase application. Private domain. These words bounced repeatedly in his consciousness. Chatter sat across from him, elegantly crossing his legs, the smile still lingering on his lips. He did not rush, did not explain, offered no opening remarks. He simply sat there quietly, waiting for Hao Changgeng. After a while, Hao Changgeng finally shifted his gaze away from the subscription form. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. Mister, this is. Cold smile remained unchanged as he slowly spoke. This is the sincerity of our Adventurers Guild. Of course, it is also to recruit you to join us. Hao Changgen's mind momentarily went blank. He never expected the other party was actually trying to recruit him. The voice of Liesheng echoed, carrying a sense of urgency that Hao Changgeng had never heard before. What a grand gesture, truly a grand gesture. You are from Blue Star, a level 1 civilized planet, which is the lowest tier in the Galactic Federation's planet classification. Yet even at the lowest level, it is still a life-bearing planet. The Galactic Federation has strict orders regarding transactions of life-bearing planets. Only military merits can be used, not crystal cores. This means that to purchase a life-bearing planet, either you must have enough military merit yourself, or you must have enough background to be directly granted one by the Federation military. The conditions set by the Federation military for you are to reach the rank of Star General within 5 years to receive the solar system. That is a grant, not a purchase. They do not need to spend money, as the solar system is originally the asset of the Federation. They are merely transferring the management rights to you. But the Adventurers Guild is different. They want to buy the solar system from the Federation and then give it to you. The military merit price for a life-bearing planet usually ranges from 10 million to 100 million converted to crystal cores. Liesheng paused for a moment. Tens, hundreds of billions. Hao Changgen's breath caught. 100 billion crystal cores. This number had exceeded his comprehension. In his understanding, 1 million crystal cores was an astronomical price, 10 million was a figure beyond imagination, and several hundred million was a number he would never encounter in his lifetime. 100 billion. Not just a number, but a concept he could not comprehend. Why is it so expensive? Didn't they say Blue Star is a low-level civilization? It is low-level, but Blue Star is not ordinary. Liesheng explained. Just by looking at your appearance, it's clear that you have a connection with the Qingxian star system. Perhaps during a journey of a certain powerful being, a legacy was left behind on Blue Star. I am not clear on the specifics, but as long as that title exists, Blue Star's valuation will be 10 times higher than that of other life-bearing planets of the same level. Hao Changgeng first thought of Ling Shuangxue from the Qingxian star system with the same black hair and face as him. He then remembered the ancient legends on Blue Star, Immortals, Tao traditions, paradisiacal lands. He had previously thought they were myths, things that did not exist, fabrications by ancient people to deceive others. Now he realized that the sources of those legends might have truly existed. So Hao Changgen's voice became somewhat hoarse. The Adventurers Guild spent over 100 billion crystal cores to recruit me. Cold sat across from him, crossing his legs with his hands folded on his knees. His expression showed no change, still the epitome of elegance and composure, as if everything was under his control. That's right, this is a unanimous decision from the higher-ups. His tone remained calm, as if hundreds of millions of crystal cores were just a trifling matter to him. They see your potential and are willing to invest in you. Of course, this is merely the initial investment. When I came, the higher-ups had already passed a resolution. After you join the Adventurers Guild, the thousands of secret realms controlled by the guild will be open to you unconditionally. Hao Changgen's fingers trembled slightly on his knee. Thousands of secret realms opened unconditionally. Called leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice. I know you originally planned to join the Machinery Origin Technology. As a mecha master, that indeed seems like a good choice for you, but it may not be the right choice. Machinery Origin Technology has nurtured countless excellent mecha masters. This is a fact. But have you noticed how many of those countless individuals are truly at the pinnacle? The top individual under the Star Master. Imo Xiao is also a mecha master, but he hails from the Mercenary Alliance, not Machinery Origin Technology. Hao Changgen's eyelids twitched. The nurturing model of Machinery Origin Technology focuses on mass production. Their data model is very precise, resource allocation is quite fair, and promotion channels are very transparent. But all of this is premised on. You must be a standard genius that can be accurately predicted by the data model. Mister, how are you? Cold looked into Hao Changgen's eyes as he spoke. Hao Changgeng fell into silence. We, the Adventurers Guild, are different. Cold leaned back into his chair. We cannot provide you with the utmost technological support. I must be frank about this, but what we can offer you is the utmost opportunity. Thousands of secret realms, each of which could be your chance to break through. Moreover, while there are not many mecha masters in the Adventurers Guild, we just happen to have a star sovereign level mecha master. We can promise that after you join the Adventurers Guild, you will receive 3 pieces of guidance from this powerful individual each year. After finishing, Cold picked up the teacup on the table and took a gentle sip. He no longer looked at Hao Changgeng, his gaze resting on the orchard visible through the floor-to-ceiling window. Hao Changgeng sat motionless in his chair. The solar system, worth 100 billion crystal cores, thousands of secret realms opened unconditionally, and 3 pieces of guidance from a star sovereign level mecha master every year. These conditions combined were no longer mere sincerity, they were an undeniable ambition. The Adventurers Guild was using actions to tell him, we are not negotiating conditions with you, we are informing you that your future has already been arranged by us. Lixing's voice resonated in his mind, this time accompanied by a noticeable emotional fluctuation. The Adventurers Guild possesses the most secret realms. Among those realms are lost cosmic fragments, decayed ancient battlefields, and sealed small worlds. Inside, there are opportunities, legacies, and heavenly materials and treasures that have long since vanished from the outside world. Those from other factions wanting to enter must pay crystal cores, apply, and wait in line. You are unconditional free to enter. Hao Changgeng internally asked, what about Machinery Origin Technology? Are we not going to Machinery Origin Technology? Lixing's answer came without hesitation and could even be described as an outburst. Why the hell would you go there? Hao Changgeng was taken aback. For as long as he had known Lieshing from that trial planet to now, Lieshing had always been calm in front of him. Even in life and death situations, his tone rarely changed. Now this intelligent being that had lived for over 10,000 years seemed to have completely lost its rationality. With such great conditions, what would you go to Machinery Origin Technology for? Hurry and agree to him, don't let him back out. Lixing's voice carried a sense of urgency that Hao Changgeng had never heard before, as if fearing that Cold might suddenly change his mind. There was no choice, the offer was simply too generous. Hao Changgeng pressed his hand against the holographic screen. The light on the surface of the screen spread out under his palm, illuminating the dense clauses regarding the boundary coordinates of the solar system: planetary ownership, resource extraction rights, interstellar navigation rights. Each clause lit up with a green dot as his palm scanned it, then automatically signed with his name. In less than 3 seconds, all the clauses were signed. The holographic screen folded up, vanishing into a beam of light in the air. From this moment on, Hao Changgeng officially became the lord of the solar system. That blue planet, along with the star and all the planets, was legally his private property. From now on, the entire solar system would be under the protective custody of the Galactic Federation, which would become a no-go zone for space pirates. This was also a consideration for the higher-ups of the guild when making this decision, to completely resolve Hao Changgen's concerns. A genius burdened by worries from behind cannot go far. If he is at ease, he can focus on growth. Only with Hao Changgen's growth will the guild's return on investment be maximized. The 100 billion spirit stones bought not just a person, but a future Star Lord. And a Star Lord without worries is worth far more than 100 billion. Cold stood up and said with a smile, years from now you will surely thank today's choice. Without further ado, let us depart for the guild headquarters immediately. Upon hearing this, Hao Changgen's expression slightly changed. Mister, how what's wrong? Is there something else? Cold keenly noticed. Hao Changgeng opened his mouth and glanced at the old manor outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. He saw the weathered main building with lights still on in the second-floor windows. That was his room, the one the old man had always kept for him. I want to spend a day with my companions after a long separation. Can we set off tomorrow instead? Cold smiled and replied, no problem. When Hao Changgeng stepped out, the thousands of people were still waiting on both sides. He opened his mouth wanting to say something grand, but the words wouldn't come out. Come on, Li Ming squeezed through the crowd and threw an arm around Hao Changgeng's shoulders. Tell us, what have you been up to this past 6 months? We heard you made it to the finals. Impressive. Hao Changgeng was dragged by Li Ming into the manor, laughter echoing behind them. Wang Lei squeezed in from the other side. You tell us quickly. You were only level 5 when you left. What's your level now? Star Soldier, Hao Changgeng replied. No way. Li Ming's hand slipped from his shoulder. Then a grand party was held in the main hall. The main hall was spacious. Even with thousands of people standing inside, it didn't feel cramped. The long table was filled with food and drinks. Not local specialties from Lingyu Star, but items Called had procured from several different star systems in advance. There was meat from the orc race, fruits from the elf race, and pastries from the avian race. Maisie had somehow managed to get a bottle of wine, raising her glass and looking for people to clink glasses. Hao Changgeng stood in a corner of the main hall, leaning against the wall, watching everything in front of him, feeling a bit unreal. He recalled 6 months ago when he stood alone in the Stargate lobby. With the remaining few hundred spirit stones in his pocket, he was only thinking about how to make money to save people. Now, not only had he saved people, but the solar system had also become his personal territory in a muddled way. The celebration continued until late at night, with 2 themes for the party. One was that everyone had survived, and the other was that Hao Changgeng had become the lord of the solar system. These 2 themes were repeatedly mentioned with repeated toasts and applause. Thousands of people were lively until midnight before gradually dispersing. Hao Changgeng returned to the old manor with Lu Qing and Mei Zi. The old man had already gone to bed. Hao Changgeng stood outside his door for a few seconds, then turned and went upstairs. The bed in the room was still soft, and the bedding still held a faint scent of grass and wood. Lu Qing sat on the edge of the bed, looking down at her fingers. Mei Zi stood by the window, her back to him, her shoulders slightly trembling. Hao Changgeng walked over and pulled Mei Zi back from the window. Mei Zi's face was still flushed while Lu Qing looked up at him with affectionate eyes. During these 6 months, both women had spent every day in worry. They didn't know if Hao Changgeng would return alive, whether he would change, or if he would still remember them. But now he was back with the same gaze, and everything remained unchanged. The lights in the room went out. Moonlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, casting a silver line on the floor. 3 figures intertwined in the moonlight, indistinguishable from one another. Suddenly, Hao Changgeng's voice echoed in his mind, "Do not peek." Inside, the voice of Liesheng thought, what the hell? He severed the consciousness link and actively logged off. This night was both wild and peaceful. Morning light filtered through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the messy bed. Lu Qing slept on the left, while Mei Zi slept on the right, both wearing a serene smile. Mei Zi's hand rested on Hao Changgeng's chest, and Lu Qing's hair was spread across his shoulder. Hao Changgeng woke up first, gently moving Mei Zi's hand away and pushing Lu Qing's hair to the side. They didn't know if Hao Changgeng would return alive, whether he would change, or if he would still remember them. But now he was back with the same gaze, and everything remained unchanged. The old man stood in the courtyard. His white hair fluttered slightly in the morning breeze, clad in a gray coarse robe. He still held the old water kettle in his hand, evidently having been busy in the yard for a while. Seeing Hao Changgeng come out, he smiled and said, "I knew you would succeed. Go on, you need a bigger stage." Hao Changgeng stood on the steps looking at the old man with white hair. He had known the old man for only a few months, but the old man had given him spirit stones, provided him with flame sequence alloys, and offered him his first shelter on this planet. The old man didn't know his past or his origins, but he never asked. "Thank you," Hao Changgeng said, his eyes becoming a bit moist. The old man waved his hand, turned around, and continued watering the fruit trees. Hao Changgeng watched his back, fell silent for a few seconds, then turned and walked out of the manor gate. Cold was already waiting outside. He was still in that exquisite dark suit, his hair meticulously styled. Behind him was a starship completely different from the spherical spacecraft Hao Changgeng had previously boarded. This starship had sharp lines with distinct angles, its hull made of deep gray, matte metal devoid of any unnecessary decorations. At the bow, a logo was painted, a book with a sword diagonally laid across it. It was actually a two-class starship. Called slightly bowed and gestured with his right hand. "Mr. How, let us return together." Hao Changgeng nodded and stepped onto the starship. The interior of the ship was completely different from the spacecraft. The spacecraft's interior was spacious, comfortable, and designed for long-distance travel. In contrast, the interior of the starship was compact, efficient, and built for combat. The corridors were narrow, the hatches heavy, and the walls had access panels for energy conduits and weapon system control panels. Called led him to a training room. The training room was not large, about 20 square meters, with gray energy-absorbing materials on the floor and walls, and an energy output terminal in the corner. There were no unnecessary decorations. Everything appeared very simple. "Mr. How, the starship is expected to travel for 6 days," Called said at the door, his tone still gentle. "The distance to the Adventure Guild headquarters is approximately 68000 light years. During this time, you can rest in the training room and inform the bridge if you need anything." "Thank you for your trouble," Hao Changgeng replied. Cold nodded, turned, and left the metal door, closing silently behind him. Only Hao Changgeng remained in the training room, sitting cross-legged, asking in confusion, Liexing, are we still participating in the finals? Liexing was silent for a second. No need. Hao Changgeng was taken aback. This is also a form of protection for these geniuses. Liexing's tone regained its calmness. The purpose of the elite selection is to choose the top geniuses from the Milky Way and various major star systems. Once such geniuses grow up, as long as they do not fall midway, they will become the top powerhouses of the future. However, this very point brings them danger. Among the 5 great universes, backstabbing is the norm. While they dare not engage in large-scale wars, openly, secretly assassinating each other's geniuses has never ceased. If you shine brightly in the finals and secure first place, all your information will be recorded by the intelligence systems of the 4 universes. Next time you go on a mission in the outer battlefield, you might find yourself targeted before you even step out of the hatch. Hao Changgeng frowned. Therefore, in the first 2 competitions, after observing the top talents, the 5 major forces will proactively recruit those elite geniuses in advance. The remaining individuals will also eventually join various major forces, but they won't attract special attention from foreign races. Hao Changgeng fell silent. Indeed, excessively prodigious geniuses should not expose themselves too early under the eyes of foreign races. The earlier they expose themselves, the faster they die. As he thought of this, a chill ran down his back. It seemed that this universe was even more dangerous than he had imagined. The starship shuddered slightly. The warp engine started, and the starry sky outside began to distort with starlight stretching into thin lines. The starship raced through the hyperspace tunnel, heading toward the unknown star region deep within the Milky Way. And Hao Changgeng was about to step onto an even larger stage. As the starship emerged from the hyperspace passage, Hao Changgeng opened his eyes. He had spent most of the 6 days of travel in the training room. At this moment, the scenery outside the ship transformed from a sea of flowing light back to the normal starry sky. Then he saw the planet through the holographic screen. It was colossal, so immense that it defied comprehension. This was a planet with a diameter exceeding 600,000 kilometers, floating in the void at the edge of the Milky Way, resembling a slumbering ancient beast. On the gray-black surface, countless tiny points of light flickered, resembling the lights of a city at night, or some unknown energy flowing across the planet's surface. The starship slowly landed on a docking platform with a sprawling complex of buildings in the distance, each with unique designs. There were silvery metallic skyscrapers, gray stone palaces, floating spherical structures, and some configurations that Hao Changgeng could not name. Chald stood beside the hatch, smiling as he gestured invitingly. Welcome to the headquarters of the Adventure Guild. Hao Changgeng descended the gangway, stepping onto a surface made of some gray-white stone. He could sense the life fluctuations around him. Within that spherical building in the distance was a star general level being. There were 3 in the gray building to his left, and even more in the floating palatial complex to his right. The aura of star generals was as dense on this planet as streetlights, while on Ling Yu Star a single star general was enough to make an entire city look up in awe. A glint of sharp light flickered in Hao Changgeng's eyes. From today onwards, a larger stage would unfold before him. Chald led him through the pathways among the buildings, introducing things as they walked. His pace was neither fast nor slow, allowing Hao Changgeng to clearly see the surrounding environment without keeping him waiting too long for the introductions. They arrived at an area composed of many independent small courtyards. Each courtyard was enveloped in a pale silver energy shield with intricate energy patterns flowing across the surface. The courtyards were similar in size and layout. Each had a 2-story building, a small garden, and a tree of an unknown species. These courtyards are assigned to the core members of the guild. Chald pointed to one of the courtyards where the energy patterns above the door displayed Hao Changgeng's name. Core members. Hao Changgeng silently repeated this phrase in his mind. As a star soldier level mecha master, being recognized as a core member right after joining the Adventure Guild was nearly impossible in the other 4 major factions. Chald took him on a tour of the courtyard. The first floor consisted of a living room, dining area, and training room, while the second floor housed the bedrooms and study. The training room was small but well equipped, featuring energy output terminals, combat data collection systems, and everything one could need. The tree in the garden was not an ordinary tree, but a spiritual plant that could purify the air, regulate temperature, and release trace amounts of source energy. Let me familiarize you with the headquarters, Chald said as he walked, his tone reminiscent of an onboarding training session. Our Adventure Guild mainly has 2 areas of business. The first is task publishing. Anyone can post tasks within the guild, offering rewards of crystal cores or adventure points, and the guild takes a commission in between. From hunting alien species to escorting merchant fleets, from exploring ruins to searching for lost items, there are all kinds of tasks. The second area is the control of secret realms. The guild possesses the most secret realms among all factions. Other factions wishing to enter must pay corresponding crystal cores based on the level of the secret realm. This area generates over 60% of the guild's total income. Hao Changgeng nodded. He had already heard about these on his way from Liexing. However, hearing it directly from Chald felt different. They passed through several corridors, and ahead appeared a palace. The palace floated in midair about 100 meters above the ground, supported by 6 sturdy energy columns. The architectural style of the palace was uniquely distinctive. It was neither metallic nor stony, but constructed from some form of translucent crystal. The color of the crystal constantly changed under the light, shifting from pale blue to pale purple, then from pale purple to pale gold, in a continuous cycle resembling a gigantic gem. Outside the palace, people were coming and going with a melange of various races, auras creating a bustling atmosphere. Hao Changgeng followed Chald inside the palace, and the moment they passed through the grand door, he sensed a shift in space. This space had been folded, and the interior of the palace was at least 3 times larger than it appeared from the outside. Yet strangely, all the people he had seen outside had vanished upon entering the palace. The hall was empty with only the 2 of them present. This palace itself is also a treasure, Chald noted as he saw Hao Changgeng's confusion, and explained. The spatial overlay technology is merely its most basic function. Its true value lies in connecting dozens of independent planes of laws. Chald stood in the center of the hall and spoke to the vast empty space. Proceed to the fire attribute plane. As soon as he finished his sentence, the scenery around them began to distort. It was not an instant teleportation, but a gradual transformation. The floor of the hall shifted from stone to void, and the ceiling changed from crystal to starry sky. In a matter of seconds, Hao Changgeng found himself and Chald standing in a void. There was no ground beneath his feet, no sky above, only endless darkness in every direction. Yet his body did not fall, nor did he feel weightlessness. He simply floated steadily there. This was not flight, but the very nature of this space, rejecting the concept of falling. Then he saw a book, an enormous book. The book floated in the void, its distance from them unknown. Perhaps several kilometers, perhaps tens of thousands of kilometers. In this space, without reference points, distance lost its meaning. The cover of the book was pitch black, devoid of any text or patterns, only a profound darkness. The book opened to the first page by itself, revealing a picture. In the image, a flickering flame appeared. The flame was small, merely a trivial dot compared to the entire page of the book. But the moment Hao Changgeng's gaze fell upon that image, he could not look away. It was a living flame. The core of the flame was golden white, the edges were orange-red, and the outermost edge was almost transparent. It burned quietly like a newborn baby taking its first breaths. Hao Changgeng stared at that flame, completely immersed. He sensed a familiar aura emanating from the book, the sacred text of all spirits. But it was not entirely the same. The fragment contained the supreme power of rules, the essence of fire. In contrast, the flame before him showcased the birth of fire, the growth of fire, the burning of fire, and the extinguishing of fire. It was more fundamental, more intuitive, and more suitable for beginners. He recalled his time in the virtual world where he had battled the flame lizard for a long time before grasping the threshold of the laws. If he had had this book back then, he might have only needed half the time. Chard's voice echoed behind him. Here, everyone can easily comprehend the power of the laws. No mentors are needed, no techniques required, just gaze at the images on the pages and feel them with your heart. Once you fully comprehend this page, it will automatically turn to the next, which may depict a forest fire, molten lava, or a burning star. Each page presents a different flame, and each subsequent image will elevate your understanding of the fire laws to a new level. This place gathers all laws: fire, water, wind, thunder, metal, light, darkness. Even time and space, each has its corresponding realm. Of course, entering these realms requires consuming adventure points, 10 points per minute. 10 points per minute. Hao Changgeng calculated in his mind that the Adventure Guild initially gifted him 10,000 adventure points. 10,000 points could keep him here for nearly 17 hours. It sounded quite considerable, but this was just the first page. The further he progressed, the longer each page would take to study, consuming more adventure points. And those higher-tier realms, such as the Space Law realm, might be even more costly per minute. Chard seemed to see through his thoughts and added with a smile, adventure points can be earned by accepting tasks or making significant contributions to the guild. You currently have 10,000 initial points. You can experience this first. Once they run out, you can take on tasks then. Chard turned around and addressed the void, returned to the hall. The scenery twisted again, and moments later they returned to the spacious palace hall. The bustling sounds of people outside flowed back in, as if the previous void had been merely a dream. Chard led Hao Changgeng out of the palace towards another cluster of buildings, pointing to several equally magnificent palaces in the distance. These are the preaching halls where different powerful figures come to impart their teachings daily, explaining according to various law schools. Some teach the laws of fire, others the laws of thunder, some discuss the application of telekinesis, while others focus on close combat techniques. This area's classes are free and do not consume adventure points. You can listen at any time. Hao Changgeng followed his finger and looked over. The architecture of those palaces was more ancient than the previous one, lacking the luster of crystals and the floating technological feel. They were constructed of grayish-white stone, resembling temples left over from ancient times. Yet many people stood at the entrance, no many races. The tall figures of the orc race stood out prominently among the crowd. The silver skin of the elf race glimmered in the sunlight, and the wings of the winged people flickered above the flow of people. Chard led him back the way they came to the entrance of his small courtyard. Chard stopped at the courtyard entrance and said, "Well, that's the general situation. For specific matters, you can log into the Adventure Guild's official website in the virtual world to check. Task postings, task acceptance, detailed information on various secret realms, the course schedule for preaching halls. All are available on the official website." He slightly bowed, placing his right hand on his chest. "Mr. Hao, welcome to the Adventure Guild. I wish you growth here." Then Chard turned and left, quickly disappearing at the end of the small courtyard. Hao Changgeng stared in the direction. He disappeared, dazed for a few seconds. Then he realized a problem. What to do next? No one had told him there was no newcomer training, no guidebook. He shook his head and walked into the small courtyard. About half an hour later, he sensed a powerful aura approaching his small courtyard. The aura was so strong that he didn't need the star-splitting scanning system to alert him. His instincts were already sounding alarms. A figure descended from the air, and a pair of transparent light wings folded and vanished as it landed. Peak Star General level. And not just an ordinary Peak Star General. His aura emitted no excess energy. All his power was perfectly contained within. This containment was not a deliberate suppression, but a natural, instinctive one. Like a sword, it is incredibly sharp when drawn but quiet when sheathed. Hao Changgeng glanced over and felt that this person was only a few years older than himself. Golden hair casually draped over his shoulders, his skin was fair, and his features were exquisite, with a lazy smile in his eyes. Yet in his eyes there was no youthful impatience, only a clarity that came from enduring the passage of time. "I am the mentor sent by the guild to guide you." The man's voice was as casual as his appearance, carrying an air of relaxation. "I will personally guide you until you reach the Star General level. You can call me Lin Yuan, or you can call me." He paused slightly, the curve of his lips widening. "Lord Ruachin." "What a—" The exclamation from the star-splitting system exploded in Hao Changgeng's mind. Hao Changgeng wondered, what's wrong? What's special about this title? The star-splitting system explained, only those at the Star Sovereign level are qualified to possess a title. This is a consensus of the galaxy's cultivation system, a form of customary acknowledgement. To be called Lord means one is at least at the Star Sovereign level. For those at the Star General level, no matter how strong you are, others will not grant you this title. Because this title represents combat strength, it signifies levels. It reflects the level of law integration, the leap of life levels, the depth of understanding of the essence of the universe. These concepts are things that Star Generals can hardly touch upon. For Lord Ruachin to achieve this title, it indicates he has reached combat strength at the Star Sovereign level. Although it is the lowest tier, it far exceeds any existence at the Star General level. His comprehension of laws, battle secret techniques, and precision in energy manipulation all have reached the level of Star Sovereign. The reason he hasn't broken through could be due to personal talent limitations or some special reasons holding him back at the final step. The voice of the star-splitting system slowed. Such existences are extremely rare. I didn't expect the Adventure Guild to have such a powerful being. Hao Changgeng stared at Lin Yuan, or rather Lord Ruachin, unsure of what to say for a moment. He never expected that a mere instructor sent by the guild would be someone with Star Sovereign combat strength. They say the Adventure Guild lacks many mecha masters, but those they do have are all extraordinary. Lord Ruachin laughed at the stunned expression on Hao Changgeng's face. Don't be surprised. He waved his hand, causing his golden hair to sway slightly. The Adventure Guild indeed does not have many mecha masters, but the existing ones are relatively strong beings. Lord Ruachin suppressed a hint of amusement and looked at Hao Changgeng seriously. Alright, let's cut to the chase. I have watched your battle videos, including your fights against that fire ape and those silicon-based life forms. To comprehend the laws of space at this stage, your future is boundless. Hao Changgeng wanted to be modest, but the words caught in his throat. The recognition of the laws of space did not stem from his inherent talent, but rather from that Shijia spirit fruit. However, he could never mention such matters to outsiders. He nodded, not responding. Lord Ruachin was unfazed, his gaze sweeping over Hao Changgeng. All right. He stepped back a few paces and stood in the open space in the center of the courtyard. Attack me with all your might, and let me see at what stage your fire origin law has reached. Hao Changgeng gathered his focus. The mech attached itself to him. Silver golden light surged from his body, covering him in armor. He controlled his size to 5 meters, and the ignition core ion cannon on his right arm quickly condensed into shape. He did not use the Star Ring Annihilation Cannon, as that type of extensive firepower suppression is effective against large groups of enemies. However, against a single highly mobile target, the single-shot power of the ignition core ion cannon was more convincing. He wanted Lord Ruachin to see his limits, not just an average performance. The golden spiral rings on the cannon barrel lit up in circles. Hao Changgeng pushed the fire origin law to its limits, the golden mark on his forehead pulsating wildly. It guided an unending stream of energy from the remnants, ultimately surging into the cannon barrel. The light at the cannon's mouth changed from golden red to platinum, with layers upon layers of golden law patterns adhering to the outer edge. The charge was complete. Fire. The platinum beam shot out from the cannon's mouth, slender and blinding, aimed directly at Lord Rui Chen's chest. Lord Rui Chen did not dodge summon his mech, or even move a step. He just stood there with his hands in his pockets, looking nonchalant. The beam struck his chest. The platinum fire exploded on his chest, scorching that small area of his battle suit until it glowed red. Then metallic patterns emerged on the surface of the battle suit. They spread from the chest area outward like a spider web. The patterns glowed for a moment, as if something within the battle suit was dispersing and guiding that energy away. The flames dissipated. On Lord Rui Chen's battle suit, there was a small red mark. However, after the patterns flowed over, it quickly cooled down and returned to its original color. His expression showed no change, his hands still in his pockets. Hao Changgeng looked at this scene in disbelief. This shot didn't even ruffle his hair. This shot could break a leg of a sixth-tier wild beast. Yet hitting Lord Rui Chen, he merely withstood it with his battle suit. Star General level, terrifying indeed. Lord Rui Chen glanced down at the fading red mark on his chest and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. The level of your comprehension of the fire origin law is quite high. His tone was not one of perfunctory praise, but a serious evaluation. An ordinary Star Soldier level 1 cannot produce a beam of this power. Your mech's energy core, shouldn't it be unconventional? Hao Changgeng did not respond, nor did Lord Rui Chen press further, as everyone has their own opportunities. He changed the subject. Come try teleportation again. As soon as he spoke, Hao Changgeng sensed a change. Around Lord Rui Chen, invisible ripples spread out in concentric circles. These ripples were not energy waves or sound waves, but fluctuations of space itself. The air seemed empty, yet Hao Changgeng's spatial perception told him. The spatial structure around him was being disturbed by some force, like a calm water surface being continuously pelted with stones. He activated teleportation, targeting the silver-white tree 20 meters away in the courtyard. The mech shifted from solid to semi-transparent, and then from semi-transparent to nearly invisible. As he passed through the layers of disturbed waves, each passage consumed a portion of his teleportation momentum. He managed to withstand the first few layers, but by the later layers it became evident that his teleportation distance was shortening. Originally a distance of 20 meters, he felt he could only teleport 15 meters. Lord Rui Chen retracted the spatial ripples. He had released, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes once more. Not bad. You have only recently gained recognition of the laws of space, and being able to complete such precise, short-distance teleportation under my interference shows that your control over the power of space has achieved a certain level of finesse. Hao Changgeng released the mech, and the battle suit read her to him. He obediently stood in the center of the courtyard, waiting for Lord Rui Chen's next command. Like a first-year student standing before a homeroom teacher awaiting his seat assignment. Lord Rui Chen pondered for a moment before speaking. Your current mech level is still in the initial stage. Your combat power is limited by the body itself. A Star Soldier level comprehension of the laws matched with a trial period mech is like putting a high-performance engine into a junk car. Even flooring the gas pedal won't make it go fast. The guild is providing you with the top-tier metal ratio. First, upgrade your mech to Star Soldier level. This will greatly enhance your survivability and elevate your firepower output. Hao Changgeng's heart raced. The top-tier metal ratio. The one worth 35 million crystal cores. Your comprehension of the laws at this stage is already quite commendable. Lord Rui Chen continued. I saw your close combat secret technique, it's good. But there's a key issue. Your mech cannot condense a long staff that can withstand full power output. The density of a temporarily condensed staff is insufficient, and the energy conduction efficiency is too low. The power you can unleash with your first move is not even 30%. Hao Changgeng nodded. He deeply understood this from his battle with the fire ape. The long staff condensed by the mech only created a spatial rift of about 10 meters long, burning for only 2 to 3 seconds. If he had a long staff that could withstand full energy infusion, the length of the rift could at least double, and the burning time could extend to 5 or 6 seconds. You should wait for a couple of days. Lord Rui Chen said. Once the guild delivers the rare metals, upgrade your mech to Star Soldier level, then go train in the Radiant Secret Realm. That secret realm has a relatively low danger level suitable for your current strength. At the same time, the virtual universe's signals can cover that area, and I can see your combat data in real time. Most importantly, there is a special material in the Radiant Secret Realm, Radiant Crystal. This type of crystal has a high affinity for the fire laws. Using it to forge your long staff should be able to withstand energy infusion. Hao Changgeng listened attentively. All right. Lord Rui Chen withdrew his hands from his pockets and stretched. I'll take my leave now. Contact me in the virtual world if anything comes up. The wings of light unfurled from his back, and he shot into the sky like an arrow. He traced a faint transparent trajectory in the air before disappearing into the clouds. The courtyard returned to silence. The silver-white tree swayed gently in the breeze, and the spiritual plants in the garden emitted a faint fragrance. Hao Changgeng stood in the center of the courtyard looking up at the direction where Lord Rui Chun had vanished stunned for quite a while. Starbreaker. Moi. What do they gain from giving me these things? The solar system top-tier metal ratios a mentor of Lord Rui Chun's caliber. Starbreaker was silent for a moment. They see your future as a star sovereign. The value of a star's sovereign-level powerhouse cannot be measured by 100 billion crystal cores. Every bit of investment they make in you now is buying a promise for your future. Once you become strong, remember the Adventurers Guild. Hao Changgeng did not ask further. He turned and walked into the small building, passing through the living room and pushing open the door to the training room. The training room was not large, covered with gray energy-absorbing materials on all walls and the floor. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and sank his consciousness into the mech. The silver-golden giant hovered in the space of his consciousness, quietly waiting for his command. Every word Lord Rui Chun said replayed in his mind. Top-tier metal ratios, star soldier level, radiant secret realm, radiant crystal. Each word served as a milestone pointing towards the direction of his next journey. Upon returning to the lounge, Hao Changgeng raised his hand to activate the holographic screen on the wall. As the screen lit up, a simple interface unfolded before him. With a dark gray background and silver text, there were no unnecessary decorations. On the left side of the interface was a vertical column of options: secret realm missions, treasury, secret techniques, learning. Below there were several gray options that he couldn't access due to insufficient permissions. In the top right corner, his name was displayed, Hao Chang. Next to his name were his adventure points, 1000. The voice of Lieshing echoed in his mind. Urgent, hurry, click on the treasury to take a look. Hao Changgeng tapped on the treasury. The page transitioned, filling the entire holographic screen with content. His eyes blurred. Each item on the screen taken individually was enough to make his heart race. Now they were densely arranged together, displayed categorically like products on a supermarket shelf. 95 of the items were for practitioners. There were flying swords, magical treasures, elixirs, skill manuals, and various named treasures he couldn't identify. He had no interest in these items as he couldn't use them. He scrolled down. Origin sacred artifacts. This category was familiar to him. That metallic disc was an origin sacred artifact which transformed into the flame silk locking cannon after decomposition. The origin sacred artifacts on the screen were divided into 3 tiers based on their grade. The first tier was the mortal pattern grade. This tier had the most items with a variety of shapes and forms, including swords, armor, jade pendants, rings, and oddly shaped items he couldn't name. Next to each treasure was a brief description of its function: defensive, offensive, binding, area effects, with prices typically around 1-0 adventure points. The second tier was the Star Network grade. This tier had significantly fewer treasures, and each description was more detailed than the Mortal Pattern grade, with more complex functions. Some could not only defend, but also rebound damage. Some could not only bind, but also interfere with space. Prices ranged from several million to tens of millions of adventure points. With an exchange ratio of 1 adventure point to 100 crystal cores, tens of millions of adventure points equated to billions of crystal cores. Billions. The third tier was the Divine Seal grade. The screen displayed only a few items, each picture larger and clearer than the previous ones. The accompanying text was minimal, only a single line. It seemed to say those who can afford these items do not need to read descriptions. In the price column, the zeros were so numerous, he couldn't be bothered to count, starting at 10 billion adventure points. Hao Changgeng stared at the zeros for several seconds before shifting his gaze. There should be more advanced ones, Li Xing's voice chimed in, but you lack the permissions to see them. Hao Changgeng nodded slightly. He didn't dwell on this topic and continued to scroll down. Suddenly, he spotted something strange. The screen showed a tower made of a crystal-like material. A soft silver light flowed within, and its overall shape was quite elegant. Next to the tower was a photo of a woman. Her features were exquisite, her skin fair, her figure tall, and her long silver hair cascaded to her waist. Her face was covered with a thin layer of shell from her temples to her chin. The shell bore intricate patterns that glimmered with a rainbow sheen under the light. She had her eyes closed, her hands folded across her chest, quiet as a wax figure. The sleeping insect race, Lord, price 8 billion adventure points. Hao Changgeng stared for a few seconds and asked in confusion, Lieshing, what is this thing used for? Lieshing paused for a moment. It was likely captured by a powerful being on an outer battlefield, trapped in permanent slumber using a soul secret technique, and then offered for sale. This is a rare treasure. Once you can enslave her, you will command a terrifying insect army. Hearing this, Hao Changgeng's breath quickened. A queen-level lord, although it equates to a star general level, her value cannot be measured by rank. The number of insects she can breed can reach tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. At that scale, the queen can command these insects for coordinated attacks, forming swarms to encircle and exhaust the enemy at any cost. Even a star sovereign level powerhouse could be exhausted to death by being surrounded by hundreds of millions of insects. Hao Changgeng gazed at the crystal tower, his eyes sparkling. Then why is it only 80 billion? His voice tightened slightly. 80 billion adventure points sounds like a lot, but shouldn't a trump card capable of threatening a star's sovereign be worth more? Liexing did not answer immediately. There is a fatal flaw. Insect race queens are born soul masters. They do not rely on laws, elements, or technology. They depend on control at the soul level. To enslave an insect race queen, your soul must be incredibly powerful, and in the vast universe aside from the winged humans and that group of practitioners, there is hardly anyone who can compete with an insect race queen in this regard. Even if your soul meets the standards, you will need to purchase specialized enslavement secret techniques, which will cost no less than the queen herself. Moreover, once the queen is acquired, nurturing the insect army will require a constant influx of crystal cores. The queen's reproduction of insects is not conjured from thin air. It requires resources needing large amounts of crystal cores to sustain her life functions and reproductive capabilities. Liexing paused. So while this thing is powerful, it is extremely costly. The investment does not match the returns. Liexing. If I learn the enslavement secret technique, is it possible to enslave her? Liexing remained silent for a long time. All life forms within our galaxy have low innate talents for soul-level cultivation. Those who can cultivate are nearly non-existent. Hao Changgeng's expression darkened. But you shouldn't lose heart. Liexing changed the subject. When we have time in the future, we can return to Blue Star and explore your racial origins. If your racial origins are in the Qingxian star system, then you may not be unable to cultivate soul techniques. Hao Changgeng's eyes brightened once more. Qingxian star system, cultivation, civilization, soul techniques. These words formed a line in his mind connecting to the ancient legends on Blue Star, cultivation, soul, and the emergence of the primordial spirit. What if those were not myths, but facts? Then they truly might be descendants of some great cultivator. Just as he was about to continue questioning, a request box suddenly popped up on the holographic screen. Materials delivered, please confirm receipt. Hao Changgeng paused for a moment, then sprang up from the ground and dashed outside. At the door stood a young man dressed in the standard uniform of the Adventure Guild. He held a fist-sized metal sphere in both hands, its surface adorned with silver energy patterns slowly flowing. Mr. Hao, hello. The young man's voice was respectful. Please sign for receipt. Hao Changgeng took the metal sphere, which felt cool to the touch. He probed his consciousness into it. The metal sphere was a one-time spatial storage device. After activating it with his mental power, his consciousness entered an expansive space. The space was not large, about 100 square meters. But there were many items inside, each neatly suspended in fixed positions. 7 rare metals of different colors, each cut into standard blocks stacked together. The surface of the metals emitted their unique luster, with intricate patterns flowing on each piece. These were the active traces of top-grade metal origins. Top-grade ratios. 7 rare metals, each the best variety in its class. Hao Changgeng pressed his palm print on the receipt, and the young man slightly bowed and turned to leave. He held the metal sphere and quickly ran back to the small courtyard, diving into the training room. He sat cross-legged, placing the metal sphere in front of him, taking a deep breath. Mech upgrade. Hao Changgeng stored the metallic sphere into his consciousness space. At the moment of entry, the sphere shattered, revealing 7 rare metals that simultaneously floated before the mech. Crimson molten star, gold, silver white, cloud pattern star, steel, deep blue, ice, crystal, amber, flame, sand, dark green, wood, spirit, jade, purple, black, thunder, sound, ore, and golden, flowing gold. 7 different colors of brilliance intertwined in the consciousness space. The Starbreaker wasted no time. Tens of thousands of spider robots surged from the surface of the mech like a silver tide, rushing toward the 7 piles of metal. Their 6 mechanical arms extended simultaneously, and the forelimbs released high-frequency, vibrating energy blades precisely cutting along the metallic lattice boundaries. The cut debris was transported by subsequent robots to the mech's skeletal position, where it was reassembled, melted, and embedded. Every step was accurate to the micrometer, with not a single scrap wasted. 7 kinds of metals, 7 decomposition lines. The crimson particles were embedded into the mech skeleton, enhancing the strength and toughness of the structure. The silver-white particles were sent to the armor shell, improving its defense and energy conduction efficiency. The deep blue particles lined the energy conduits, raising their load-bearing threshold by an order of magnitude. The amber particles melded into the weapon module interface, making the firepower output more ferocious. The dark green particles settled in the joints, increasing flexibility. The purple-black particles were embedded in the outer armor of the energy core, reinforcing the core's protection. The golden particles were evenly distributed across the entire mech, serving as an adhesive to harmonize the other materials. The entire process was much faster than Hao Changgeng had anticipated. He thought it would take at least a week, if not longer. But the efficiency of those robots was absurd. They did not need rest and worked non-stop for 24 hours. Cutting, transporting, melting, embedding, inspecting, and correcting. Under the control of the Starbreaker, they operated like a well-trained army, working in perfect harmony. On the third day, when the last golden particle was embedded into the mech's energy core interface, all the robots simultaneously halted their actions and then surged back, disappearing into the seams of the armor. Upgrade complete. The silver-gold mech floated at the center of the consciousness space, looking almost unchanged from the outside. But upon closer inspection, one would notice that the flame patterns had become more dynamic. They were no longer mere lines attached to the surface, but seemed to flow slowly through the seams of the armor, as if alive. Hao Changgeng took a deep breath, his mind focused. Mech attachment. Silver-gold radiance surged from within him, enveloping his entire body. After maintaining the mech at a height of 2 meters, he began to shrink the mech. 2 meters. 1 meter. Half a meter. When shrunk to 30 centimeters, it had reached its limit. At this point, the mech resembled a delicate toy model. Hao Changgeng raised his right arm palm open, and the energy patterns in his palm flickered. He sensed the status within the mech. The load capacity of the energy conduits still had plenty of margin. The peak output of the energy core had more than doubled compared to before, and the flexibility of the joints had significantly improved. Further shrinking requires a more advanced metal composition. The current limit is 30 centimeters. This size will be useful for exploring ruins, drilling, and stealth. Prepare to head to the secret realm, first buy some life-saving items, just in case. Hao Changgeng, upon hearing this, released the mech attachment and sat cross-legged on the ground. He opened the holographic screen and navigated directly to the weapons category. It took him a full 5 minutes to browse through all the items in this category from start to finish, and then from finish to start. There were no laser cannons, no magnetic storm collapse bombs, no large-scale destructive weapons. There's no choice. The tone of the Starbreaker was one of expected calm. Most of these weapons are controlled by the weapon origin technology, and they do not sell to the public. The technological weapons available to the Adventure Guild are basic models, which won't significantly enhance your current combat power. Hao Changgeng's finger paused on the screen as his gaze shifted from the weapons category to another classification beside it. Talismans. The variety of talismans on the screen was dazzling. There were protective ones, attacking ones, accelerating ones, healing ones, and escape ones. Prices ranged from dozens of adventure points to over 1 million as he scrolled down several pages. He stopped at a listing labeled Tai Xian Yuan Gang Talisman. Price 96.99 adventure points. The description contained only a single line: can withstand a full-force strike from a peak Mahayana stage cultivator after activation. Peak Mahayana stage. Converted to the galactic level, it corresponds to the 9th tier of star generals. Hao Changgeng stared at the price, feeling his heart bleed. 9,699. He only had a total of 10,000 adventure points. This one purchase would wipe him out. There's no choice. The voice of the Starbreaker remained calm. The secret realm is not an outer battlefield. Although the virtual world can connect, you are not protected within the secret realm. This means, within the secret realm, kin may kill each other without any punishment. When a foreign tribe tries to kill you, you understand why. When a kin does it, it may simply be because you appeared at the wrong time in the wrong place and picked up something they wanted. The Starbreaker's voice slowed down. Opportunities can be set aside. Surviving is the most important thing. Hao Changgeng gritted his teeth and clicked to purchase. A confirmation box popped up. Confirm spending 9,699 adventure points to purchase Tai Xian Yuan Gang Talisman. His finger hovered over the confirm button for 2 seconds before he pressed it. His balance hit 0. He exited the treasury and found the name of Rui Chenjun in the contact list, sending a communication request. It was quickly connected, and Rui Chenjun's lazy face appeared on the holographic screen. His golden long hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were half closed, as if basking in the sun. Mentor Hao Changgeng's tone was respectful, but not servile. My mech has been upgraded. I would like to request to go to the blazing secret realm. Rui Chenjun nodded casually. Go ahead. That secret realm's virtual world can connect. I will keep an eye on your status at all times. However, if you encounter danger, I will not intervene. You need to solve it yourself. A strong person must grow through the trials of life and death. A greenhouse cannot cultivate towering trees. Hao Changgeng nodded seriously. I understand. The communication ended and the holographic screen dimmed. Shortly after, the doorbell rang. Hao Changgeng was momentarily stunned as he walked to the courtyard. Outside the door stood 2 individuals, both dressed in the Adventure Guild's standard attire. Each held a metallic sphere with silver-white energy patterns flowing slowly across the surface. Hao Changgeng was somewhat puzzled. He had only bought a Tai Xian Yuan Gang Talisman. Why were 2 people delivering it? But he didn't ask further and stored them all into his consciousness space. He then returned to the training room and opened the first one. An ancient talisman floated out, hovering in midair. The talisman's material was not paper or cloth, but a thin, translucent material as delicate as a cicada's wing. The surface of the talisman was covered in dense runes painted in vermilion, and those runes glowed faintly in the air. The more he looked at it, the more painful it felt. He stored the talisman and opened the second metallic sphere. A gun. It was not the kind of gun he recognized from Blue Star. This gun was made from a deep gray matte composite material. The gun body was covered with fluorescent green patterns that extended from the barrel to the stock, forming a complex geometric design on the surface. Occasionally, blue lines flickered in the gaps of the patterns, as if some kind of energy flowed within the gun. The shape of the gun was very sci-fi, with a short barrel of about 20 centimeters. The grip conformed to the curve of his palm, with no magazine, no hammer, and no familiar gun structure. The energy core was located at the rear of the gun body, and through a layer of translucent casing one could even see a crystal slowly rotating inside. The Starbreaker's voice exploded in his mind. Two-glass dark energy decomposition gun. Hao Changgeng gripped the gun, feeling its power. Is it very strong? With a single shot, it can severely injure an ordinary Star General. If it's a Star General of the 3rd rank or below caught off guard, it can take them down in one shot. Li Xing's tone carried a clear surprise. Look at the energy core at the back of the gun. Dark element crystal. This type of crystal is extremely rare, costing at least 10 million spirit stones each. A single crystal can only support 3 shots. Once used up, it's useless. Hao Changgeng turned the gun around and noticed 2 marks next to the energy core, indicating 2 shots remaining. If this gun were to be sold on the market, it would fetch at least 8 million spirit stones. Including this crystal with 2 shots left, its total value is around 15 million. Li Xing paused. This must have been sent by Lord Ruei-chan. Hao Changgeng gently stroked the gun's body, the emerald green patterns glowing faintly under his fingertips. Lord Ruei-chan said he wouldn't intervene, yet still sent a gun. Tough on the outside, soft on the inside. Hao Changgeng internally rated this mentor. He stored the dark energy decomposing gun into his consciousness space, arranging it alongside the Tai Xin Yuan Gang talisman. All right, Li Xing urged. Hurry and apply to enter the secret realm. The sooner you go, the sooner you'll return. Hao Changgeng focused his mind and reopened the holographic screen, locating the Qiyao secret realm in the secret realm section. The description was brief: fire element secret realm, low danger level. Special product, Qiyao crystal, suitable for Star Soldier level cultivators. He clicked to apply for entry, and a small line of text popped up. You have free entry privileges, no adventure points needed. Please wait for the review result. A dedicated person will guide you once approved. The review process was much faster than Hao Changgeng anticipated. Less than half an hour after submitting the application, a confirmation box indicating approval appeared on the holographic screen. Before he could carefully examine the precautions below, the doorbell rang. This time it wasn't a uniformed delivery person, but a man. His aura was restrained, with no excess energy leaking out. Yet Hao Changgeng could sense that this person was at least a peak Star Soldier, just a step away from Star General. He hurriedly invited the man into the courtyard, who took out a token from his bosom and presented it with both hands. The token was entirely fiery, like the color of something thoroughly burned by flames. On its front, 2 ancient characters were engraved. Qiyao. Hello, Mr. Hao, the man said politely. The Qiyao secret realm is within the Tsangxiong universe, so no long journey is required. Simply activate the token and a teleportation array will form beneath your feet, sending you directly into the secret realm. He handed the token to Hao Changgeng and added, this token can only be used twice. Once to enter and once to return. After use, the token will automatically become invalid. If you need to enter again, please reapply. Hao Changgeng accepted the token. It felt warm in his hand as he slowly infused it with source energy. A fiery light radiated from the surface of the token, projecting a circular magic array onto the ground beneath him. The diameter of the array was about 2 meters, with a dense ring of runes along the edge. In the center was a hexagram with a light point slowly rotating at each of its 6 corners. The light surged from beneath his feet, enveloping his entire body. He felt the space shifting, as if the ground beneath him was swapped with another piece of ground far away. He sensed that his coordinates remained unchanged, yet the surrounding space was rapidly transforming. The gray ground of the small courtyard transformed into soil, and the courtyard wall became tree trunks. As the light faded, Hao Changgeng found himself standing in a strange forest, the air thick with the scent of sulfur. The mecha scanning system has been activated and is detecting the surrounding environment. Just as Hao Changgeng steadied himself, he suddenly felt a surge of murderous intent from behind. He instantly reacted, teleporting. His figure blurred in place and reappeared 100 meters away. An arrow streaked through the spot where he had just stood. The arrow was not a physical entity, but a manifestation of pure flame. Its shaft was entwined with dark red flame patterns, moving so quickly that the mecha's visual system only captured a fleeting afterimage. The fire arrow passed through his vanished form and struck a towering ancient tree in the distance. Flames erupted from within the trunk, tearing it into fragments that instantaneously carbonized under the high temperature. Hao Changgeng frowned slightly at this scene, then activated his mecha. Silver golden light surged from within him, covering his entire body with armor. He compressed his form to 2 meters. Being too large in this unfamiliar environment could expose his position. The star ring annihilation cannon condensed and formed in 0. 5 seconds, the circular ring began to spin and the spiritual patterns illuminated, ready to fire at any moment. He glanced at the individuals who had ambushed him. 1 woman and 2 men formed a loose triangular formation. Their skin was tanned, yet their hair was a striking shade of fiery red. They were dressed simply, with the men bare-chested, only wearing a beast skin skirt around their waist, showcasing their muscular chests. The woman also wore just a piece of beast skin on her upper body, revealing her flat abdomen and long legs. But flames flickered at the center of their foreheads. It was evident they had been recognized by the source law of fire and were not of low rank. The one attacking him was a man holding a longbow. The bow was made of a dark wood lacking any embellishments, and the bowstring was dark red, resembling the tendons of some beast. His gaze crossed the shattered tree trunk, landing on the silver-golden mecha 100 meters away. A hint of embarrassment appeared on his face as he lowered the longbow, slinging it diagonally over his shoulder. "Greetings, distant traveler." He spoke first. To Hao's surprise, he used the universal language of the universe. Although his pronunciation was not standard, each word was understandable. "We mean no harm. Your sudden appearance startled us into thinking you were prey." Hao Changgeng remained silent. The mecha retained its combat stance, the circular ring of the star ring annihilation cannon still spinning. His gaze swept over the positioning of the 3 individuals. Their strength was not weak. The archer's aura was around the 4th rank of star soldier, while the other 2 were at the 3rd and 2nd ranks respectively. Together the 3 posed no real threat to him, but he didn't necessarily need to engage. They were the natives here, more familiar with this secret realm than any outsider. If a fight broke out, even if he won, he could get tied down, potentially attracting more trouble. He chose to hold his ground. The man noticed Hao Changgeng's lack of response and signaled the other 2 to lower their weapons. The woman sheathed her short spear back into the beast's skin holder on her back, while the other man placed his stone axe on the ground. The 3 stepped back a few paces, increasing their distance from the mecha. "Outsider," the archer continued. "Every year many come here to train. You have your rules, and we have ours. We can trade with each other. Whatever you bring that we need can be exchanged for Chi Yao crystals. You came here for Chi Yao crystals, didn't you?" Hao Changgeng's expression turned peculiar. The people in this secret realm seemed to have developed a mature trading system with the outside world. They were not averse to outsiders. One could even say they welcomed them. As long as one did not steal from them, they were willing to do business. He quickly weighed his options in his mind. The other side had lowered their weapons, indicating goodwill. It wouldn't be proper for him to keep pointing the cannon at them, but he wasn't foolish enough to retract the mecha. The circular ring of the star ring annihilation cannon stopped spinning, but did not retract. He maintained his 2-meter-tall mecha form and stepped out from behind the trees. The 2 sides stood tens of meters apart, locking eyes. The 2 sides faced each other for less than a minute. Suddenly, a thicket on one side exploded. A red figure sprang out, not very large, about a meter long. Its body exhibited a semi-transparent quality, resembling red crystal. At this moment, the 3 individuals no longer paid attention to Hao Changgeng. The archer was the first to react, sliding the longbow from his shoulder to his hands, shooting an arrow the moment the bowstring vibrated. But the arrow did not hit the red figure. Too fast. It darted left and right through the thicket, its trajectory erratic. The archer's 2nd arrow grazed its tail, and the 3rd arrow finally struck true. The arrow embedded itself in its hind leg, but it merely stumbled slightly. Without losing speed, it continued to gallop deeper into the forest. The other 2 had already chased after it, with the woman drawing a short spear from her back, leaping between the thickets and rubble. The man bent down to pick up a stone axe from the ground. His speed was not as fast as the woman's, but each step was firm. The archer glanced back at Hao Changgeng. "Give me a hand, and he'll share half of the catch." Then he too chased after them, disappearing into the depths of the forest after a few leaps. Hao Changgeng stood in place, somewhat dazed. "Liesheng, has the scan result come out?" "It has." The voice of Liesheng echoed in his mind. "This secret realm is established on a planet very close to its star, close enough that the surface temperature is several times higher than that of a normal life planet. The oxygen content in the air is also significantly higher than the standard, which is why the fire laws here are so active. Ample energy leads to sufficient combustion, thus a naturally high level of fire activity." Hao Changgeng looked up, and through the gaps in the tree canopy, he saw the sky was a light orange. This was the color produced by the atmosphere ionizing under the intense radiation of the star. The scan shows that the local monsters have a very unique biological structure. Their shells possess silicon-based traits, high hardness, heat resistance, and strong resistance to physical attacks. However, their internal organs are carbon-based, meaning they bleed, can be injured, and can die. This carbon-silicon fused biological structure is extremely rare in nature. It should be due to the special environment of this planet. High temperatures, strong radiation, and high oxygen content, which have forced life forms to evolve this unique survival strategy over a long time. Hao Changgeng nodded and pursued in the direction the 3 had vanished. The mecha's scanning system locked onto the life signatures of the 3 individuals, maintaining a distance of about 200 meters. Suddenly, the 3 signatures stopped. Then came the wave of energy explosion. Flames erupted in the forest, raising the temperature of that area several degrees higher. Hao Changgeng looked down and saw the ground charred black by flames, with several nearby trees broken and leaning at odd angles from the aftermath of the battle. The monster resembled a full-grown wild boar with 4 legs, a short tail, and a robust skull. Its shell surface displayed intricate patterns in motion, revealing the dark red muscle tissue beneath. Its aura was at the 5th rank of Star Soldier level. A 5th rank monster in the battlefield beyond should at least possess basic intelligence, knowing what to fight and when to flee. But there was no rational light in the monster's eyes, only a primitive, pure, and insane killing intent. Lieshing, is there something wrong with this monster's brain? Lieshing was silent for a moment. Scan data shows that its brain structure is abnormal. It is not natural, but has been eroded by some force. This erosion has caused it to lose its rationality, leaving only the instinct to kill. What force? Unknown. But to turn a 5th rank monster into this, the source of that power cannot be weak. Hao Changgeng frowned slightly, but did not continue to ask. That was not something he should be concerned about now. The battle below was still ongoing, with the archer shooting arrow after arrow. The monster's shell was very hard, and the arrows could only penetrate less than 2 fingers deep. But each arrow would explode at the wound, igniting flames that spread along the shell's patterns, scorching the fine cracks. The woman's short spear would accurately pierce the cracks each time, while the axe-wielding man attacked with brute force. He did not need technique. He just needed to rush in when the monster was restrained and bring down an axe. But the monster was too tough. The 3 had been fighting for nearly 10 minutes, and the monster was covered in wounds, dark red blood pooling everywhere. Its speed had slowed, and its movements were no longer so agile. Yet it continued to fight, crazily charging at the trio's encirclement, trying to tear a way out. Hao Changgeng hovered in midair, watching the fight. He felt a bit inclined to intervene. Given the firepower of the Star Ring Annihilation Cannon, a single volley could severely injure this monster. But he held back. Intervening rashly could cause unnecessary trouble. The monster raised its head, locking onto the mecha in midair. It powerfully kicked with its hind legs, creating 2 craters in the ground as it propelled itself into the air. Hao Changgeng's lips twitched slightly. Seeking death. The Star Ring Annihilation Cannon fired. The upgraded firepower was double that of before, with higher density and faster speed. Countless fireballs exploded on its head. The combined force of the blasts brutally interrupted its charge. The monster's body paused in midair for half a second. During that moment, a fist-sized hole was blown open in its head shell. Dark red blood and shattered crystal fragments mixed together, gushing out from the hole. Then it crashed back to the ground, struggling to rise. But the archer's final arrow embedded itself in the hole in its head, burying deep inside and exploding internally. The monster's body stiffened and then lay completely still. At this moment, all 3 of their faces bore signs of exhaustion. The archer drew a dagger from his waist, the dagger's design contrasting sharply with everything in this secret realm. Metallic blades, streamlined grip, and a faint blue technological pattern flowing on the blade. A creation of the Milky Way. It seemed the trade between outsiders and locals had reached even the level of everyday tools. He crouched beside the monster's corpse, cutting along the shell's patterns with the dagger. His technique was skilled. With a gentle flick at the joints, the shell would automatically pop open. He reached inside the monster's body, feeling around for a few seconds. When he pulled out, he pinched a sphere the size of a thumb between 2 fingers. The sphere was transparent, resembling a meticulously polished crystal ball. Inside the sphere, a drop of liquid resembling blood flowed slowly. Chi-Yao crystal. The archer stood up and threw the Chi-Yao crystal towards the mecha. Hao Changgeng was taken aback for a moment, then instinctively reached out to catch it and stored it inside the mecha for scanning by Lieshing. It's for you. The archer's tone was casual. Now can you trust us? He inserted the dagger back at his waist, crossing his arms. If you are willing to trust us, we can sit down and discuss. There may even be opportunities for cooperation. His gaze lingered on Hao Changgeng's mecha for a moment. Your strength is formidable, but in this land, strength is not everything. You need a guide familiar with the environment. Hao Changgeng remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. All right. But his mecha did not withdraw. The 2-meter-tall silver-gold body remained in a state ready for combat. However, he retracted the Star Ring Annihilation Cannon, and his left arm returned to its normal form. Follow me. He turned and walked deeper into the forest, with the other 2 following behind him. Hao Changgeng hovered half a meter above the ground, trailing behind them. The mecha's scanning system was fully operational, constantly monitoring all movements within tens of thousands of meters around. They ventured deeper into the forest, the smell of sulfur in the air growing stronger and the temperature rising. The archer walked at the forefront, his pace steady. My name is Yen. These 2 are my kin, Lai and Jean. Hao Changgeng was silent for a moment. Hao Changgeng. Yen nodded and did not speak further. The forest slowly parted ahead of the group, revealing a narrow path. On either side of the path, traces of human activity could be seen. Short walls made of stones, makeshift signposts made of branches. They were getting closer to the tribe. Soon a vast valley appeared before Hao Changgeng. The valley was embraced by low hills, and in its center over 100 tents were scattered in an orderly manner. Some tents were made of dark animal hides, while others were constructed from thick gray-green cloth. The tent frames were not made of wood, but rather a silver-white lightweight metal, clearly brought from the outside world. There were approximately 1,000 people in the valley, most of whom were elderly women and children. The women were working in the fields. On the eastern side of the valley, a patch of cultivated farmland grew a kind of low, dark red-leaved crop. Children ran barefoot along the ridges of the fields, their skin tanned to a wheat color like the adults. Hao Changgeng noticed that although life here appeared primitive, every detail of daily necessities revealed traces of technology. The hoe used by the women for tilling the soil had a blade made of a silver-white alloy. An elder sat at the tent's entrance mending a fishing net, and the netting was not made of hemp rope, but rather a kind of elastic synthetic fiber. The toy in the child's hand was a broken small electronic device of unknown purpose. These technological creations were clearly not produced by this secret realm. They were brought in by outsiders and remained here through trade. Hao Changgeng followed, Yin walking along a stone path through the tent area. As they walked, everyone they encountered nodded greetings to Yin, curiously examining the silver-gold mech. There was no hostility or fear in their gazes, only a sense of familiarity. The voice of Liesheng echoed in his mind, carrying a rare surprise. The genetic sequences of the humans in this secret realm are quite high. Hao Changgeng asked in confusion, "What is a genetic sequence?" Liesheng fell silent for a moment before explaining. You can understand it as the genetic level of carbon-based life, which determines the starting point and upper limit of cultivation. The genetic sequence is divided into 9 levels, level 1 being the lowest and level 9 the highest. The higher the level, the stronger the physical body, and the greater the affinity for the laws. A level 1 genetic sequence is like that of your blue star human race. They have no cultivation talent, their body's perception of source energy is almost zero, and they must use source energy awakening potions to start their path of cultivation. A level 2 genetic sequence automatically opens the path of cultivation upon reaching adulthood. No awakening potion or external guidance is needed, the body can naturally perceive and absorb source energy. The people before him, their genetic sequences were at least level 2 and above. Hao Changgeng's gaze swept over the women working in the fields and the children running along the ridges. Their movements were indeed more agile than ordinary people, their skin tighter and their eyes clearer. The higher the genetic sequence, the faster the cultivation speed and the fewer the bottlenecks. With genetic sequences from levels 4 to 6, one could reach the peak of a star soldier level upon adulthood. No cultivation or comprehension of the laws is needed. With the passage of time, the body will naturally grow stronger. Levels above 6 are even more terrifying. For example, among the Beast clan, the 9 top bloodlines all have genetic sequences at level 9. They do not need to cultivate, fight, or exert any effort. They only need to live, reach adulthood, and they will be at the peak of a star general. Hao Changgeng's eyelids twitched. Just living was enough. Doing nothing, just eating and sleeping and waking up stronger. Such talent was something he couldn't even dream of. Among the vast universe, the highest genetic sequences belong to the Beast race, with their average sequence between levels 4 and 6. The situation of the cultivation civilization is quite special. In that world, most people's genetic sequences are at the lowest level, similar to your blue star human race. Logically speaking, ordinary genetic bloodlines shouldn't mutate too much. But there is a strange phenomenon in the cultivation civilization. When both parents have the lowest genetic sequence, the child born may suddenly jump to level 6, 7, or even higher. This phenomenon is called atavism. Their ancestors may have once been top-tier beings, and those top-tier genes lie dormant in their bloodlines for generations, and then suddenly awaken in some descendant. Hao Changgeng's steps paused slightly. What level is Ling Shuang's genetic sequence? Liesheng fell silent for a long time. She could possibly be among the highest tiers. The cultivation speed of the cultivation civilization is normally far below our source energy system. But Ling Shuang's cultivation speed is not slow, even seemingly surpassing all her contemporaries. This speed can only be explained by atavism. Among her ancestors, at least one must have been a powerful being in the immortal realm, perhaps even higher. Hearing this, a hint of envy arose in Hao Changgeng's heart. However, you don't need to feel too disheartened. Liexing's voice became calmer. The genetic sequence only determines the starting point and lower limit, not the end point and upper limit. Postnatal opportunities are often more important than innate genes. Especially in this vast universe, there are many treasures that can alter genetic sequences, such as the immortal fruits of the cultivation civilization, the holy medicines of the ancient elf race, and the divine blood of the Beast clan. Any one of these can elevate your genetic sequence by 1 or even several levels. We will take our time to find them later, there's no rush. Hao Changgeng didn't reply, his gaze falling on Yan's back ahead. Their genetic sequences were at least level 2 and above, meaning every child in this tribe had a natural cultivation talent higher than most people on Blue Star after injecting awakening potions. And Ling Shuangxue might have been born standing at a height they needed to look up to. Yin stopped in front of a tent. This tent was at least 3 times the size of an ordinary one. The frame of the tent was made of deep black metal with intricate energy patterns flowing across its surface, also high-quality goods brought from the outside. Yin lifted the door flap and stepped aside. The clan leader is waiting for you inside. Hao Changgeng retracted his mech and his combat suit adhered to his body as he bent down and entered the tent. The interior of the tent was even more spacious than it appeared from outside, with a thick animal skin carpet covering the floor. In the center was a low fire pit, and behind the fire pit sat an old man cross-legged on an animal skin mat. The old man's hair was completely white, resembling the color of charcoal after burning. His skin was darker than the others in the tribe, almost bronze, covered in deep wrinkles. 5th stage, Star General. Hao Changgeng sensed the old man's aura the moment he entered the tent. But the old man concealed it well. His aura did not overflow and did not impose pressure. The old man's gaze lingered on Hao Changgeng for a moment before he smiled. Outsider, hello. The old man's voice was soft but clear. Welcome to the blazing world. He pointed to the animal skin mat opposite the fire pit. Please sit. Hao Changgeng sat on the mat, and the old man didn't rush to speak, picking up a ceramic pot beside the fire pit and pouring 2 cups of water. The water was warm with a faint herbal scent. Hao Changgeng took the cup, held it in his hand, but did not drink. You can rest assured. The old man lifted his own cup and took a sip. Here there is no hatred between us. I will tell you everything you wish to know, but on the premise that we need equitable exchange. Hao Changgeng placed down his cup, his gaze locking onto the old man's eyes. What do you need, may I ask? The old man's fingers lightly tapped on his knees, as if calculating. The technological creations from your world and standard crystal cores. His tone was very direct without beating around the bush. We do not produce crystal cores here, but the pure energy contained in crystal cores can help our people cultivate, extend the lifespans of our elderly, and allow children to establish a better foundation while still in the womb. We need crystal cores, and we need a lot of them. His gaze fell on Hao Changgeng. We will trade with outsiders, exchanging what you need for what we need. Hao Changgeng's fingers moved slightly. What about the blazing crystal? How can it be exchanged? 500 crystal cores for 1. Hao Changgeng calculated in his mind. Lieshing had said that the selling price of blazing crystals in the outside world was at least over 10,000 crystal cores. A 20-fold price difference. Hao Changgeng's face bore no expression as he casually asked, what is the specific function of the Qi Yao crystal? The old man's lips curled slightly as if he knew what Hao Changgeng was thinking. 300. Hao Changgeng paused, surprised. What? One question, 300 crystal cores. The old man said this without changing his expression, as if he were quoting a fixed price. Hao Changgeng internally complained as he recalled Yan's enthusiastic demeanor from earlier. He had thought those people were quite simple-minded, and now reflecting on it he had doubts. Yan's gaze towards him clearly resembled that of a fat sheep. He took out 300 standard crystal cores from his consciousness space and placed them beside the fire pit. The old man reached out and gathered the crystal cores in front of him, not even counting them, and tucked them into his robes. The Qi Yao crystal is essentially condensed from the mutations of monsters in this realm. The outer shell of the Qi Yao crystal can be processed into various weapons in your world. That material is incredibly hard, heat resistant, and has an extremely high efficiency in conducting fire attribute energy. Hao Changgeng continued to inquire, what about the droplet of liquid inside? 300. Hao Changgeng felt a wave of disdain within, then took out another 300 crystal cores from his consciousness space. That droplet of blood can be absorbed here, the old man pointed at his chest. After absorption, your physique will significantly strengthen and your affinity for fire attribute energy will also increase. However, most people can only absorb 2 or 3 drops. Any more, and their consciousness will start to have issues, becoming bloodthirsty and violent. Hao Changgeng fell silent, recalling that monster. A 5th-tier monster shouldn't possess such low intelligence unless something had corrupted it. Do all monsters produce Qi Yao crystals? He asked. The old man's lips curved slightly upwards as he spoke slowly. 2,000. Hao Changgeng clenched his fingers, suppressing his frustration. 2,000 crystal cores. He truly did not have that many. But he desperately needed this information. Lieshing, he called out in his mind. What else can I exchange from the mecha's warehouse? Those useless scraps. A millennium ago, Lieshing and his team roamed the outer battlefield collecting countless spoils. Those items were indeed worthless in the outside world. Outdated equipment, damaged armor, and unknown alloy fragments. They were scraps that no one would pick up even if thrown on the street, but here, they were rare commodities. The space in front of Hao Changgeng began to ripple, and then items began to appear. The first item was a piece of chest armor, a dark gray metal covered in scratches and dents. The edges of the armor were already rusted, and the internal energy conduits were completely broken with no repair value. But this was still an alloy from the outside world, and its material was superior to any metal in this realm. The second item was a helmet in slightly better condition than the chest armor. However, the visor's glass was shattered, and the internal electronic components were all burned out. The surface of the helmet had faint blue energy patterns, but they no longer glowed. The third item was a pile of alloy scraps, dozens of pieces in various sizes, remnants dismantled from different equipment. Some scraps still bore traces of energy patterns, while others had been disassembled by Lieshing using a spider robot. The metal particles remained, but the original structure was destroyed, necessitating remelting. The fourth item was a damaged ion sword with the energy core in the grip long since depleted. However, several small energy crystals were still embedded in the hilt, worthless in the outside world. But here they were, luminous gemstones. The old man regarded this heap of items with an impassive expression. His fingertips lightly traced the metal surface of the chest armor, feeling its texture that did not belong to this world. That works. The old man looked up, his gaze shifting away from the pile of junk back to Hao Changgeng. I can answer any questions you wish to know. Hao Changgeng nodded. What he needed now was an explanation. The truth of this world and the origin of the Qi Yao crystal. The old man organized his thoughts before speaking, his voice lower than before, as if recalling a long-lost history. According to sporadic records from ancient times, in the beginning this world was not like this. I don't know how many epochs ago a monumental battle occurred in the outside world. The specific war was not detailed in the records. However, that battle affected this realm, and an unknown creature fell here. The remains of that creature are still buried deep beneath the ground. Since then, the monsters in this land began to mutate. Some monsters became extremely bloodthirsty and violent. They no longer possessed the intelligence or social structures typical of normal monsters. They were left with only one instinct: slaughter, devour, and then become stronger. After these mutated monsters are killed, Qi Yao crystals form within them. Hao Changgeng remained silent. In his mind, these pieces of information began to connect. An unknown being that fell from the outside world had some power leaking from its remains. This seeped into the land, corrupting the creatures here. The droplet of blood within the Qi Yao crystal might just be a remnant of that unknown creature's power. And Changgeng had sent him here to collect Qi Yao crystals to forge a long staff. But with the resources of the Adventurers Guild, what kind of metal was unobtainable? Unless Changgeng wanted more than just Qi Yao crystals. Hao Changgeng's brows furrowed slightly as he continued to ask, what specific reactions occurred during normal absorption of blood? Based on our years of observation, after absorbing the blood, the bonus attributes will significantly enhance, and comprehension of fire attribute laws will also improve. However, the absorption process tests a person's willpower. Within that droplet of blood linger the violent and bloodthirsty remnants of the fallen creature's will. The old man's gaze lingered on Hao Changgeng's brow for a moment before he continued. Those with strong will can absorb several drops without issue. Those with weak will cannot handle even one drop. Can I stay here? The old man nodded and called out towards the tent entrance. Yen. The tent flap lifted and Yen walked in. Take this guest to a secluded tent, the old man instructed. Hao Changgeng stood and slightly bowed to the old man. The old man waved his hand, not standing up. His gaze fell upon the embers in the fire pit, as if deep in thought. Hao Changgeng followed Yen out of the tent, crossing a stone path to a relatively secluded area at the edge of the valley. Here stood a small tent backed by a low hill with open space in front, providing a broad view. You will stay here? If you need anything, feel free to find me. I will be over there. He pointed to another tent not far away. Hao Changgeng nodded and thanked him. He entered the tent sitting cross-legged on a beast skin mat, and then inquired, Lieshing, can the mecha's scanning system fully analyze the structure of the Qi Yao crystal? It's already scanning, Liexing's voice echoed in his mind. The outer crystal structure has been fully scanned, and the data is complete. The droplet of blood inside. Its components are complex, containing many unidentifiable energy markers, requiring more samples to establish a complete analysis model. Hao Changgeng fell into contemplation after hearing this. He could basically confirm that Changgeng sent him here not merely to collect Qi Yao crystals. There must be a larger secret, and that secret was likely hidden within this droplet of blood. In the following days, Lieshing thoroughly analyzed the molecular structure of the blazing crystal. The crystal structure of the outer shell held no secrets. It was a silicon carbide-based composite lattice. With high hardness and resistance to high temperatures, its efficiency in conducting fire attribute energy is more than 3 times that of ordinary alloys. Lieshing even came to a conclusion: if this material were to be brought back and bulk processed through the special techniques of the mechanical race, it could completely replace the current mainstream energy conduction materials for mechas. However, the sample was too small. He needed more data to establish a complete application model. But the drop of blood within, it yielded no clear results. It was not a technical issue. The scanning system of the mecha could detect the molecular composition of the blood, the energy fluctuations, and even the trajectories of particle movements on a microscopic level. Yet he could not explain what was contained within it, a fragment of will that did not belong to the material realm and could not be quantified by any instrument. It lay dormant in the blood, awakening only at the moment of being triggered. On the third day, a young man from the tribe sought to absorb the blazing crystal. Hao Changgeng received permission to observe. He stood outside the tent watching as the young man sat cross-legged before the fire pit. His skin was the standard wheat color, and his bare chest bore no scars, clearly having experienced little combat. He held a blazing crystal in both hands, the drop of blood within flowing slowly in the dim firelight. He pressed the crystal to his forehead, a method passed down through generations in their tribe, placing the blazing crystal on the center of the brow and using willpower to summon the blood within. The outer shell of the crystal began to soften and melt upon contact with his skin, revealing the complete drop of blood inside. The blood trembled in the air for a moment before sinking into his brow. Immediately, the young man's body tensed, his fists clenched, knuckles whitening. Veins throbbed on his forehead, teeth grinding together, a hint of blood foam escaping from the corner of his mouth. The entire process lasted about 2 minutes, during which Li Xing's scanning system recorded every detail. Changes in heart rate, the flow of source energy, and fluctuations in genetic sequences. 2 minutes later, he opened his eyes. His aura had changed, rising from the second tier of Star Soldier rank to the third, nearly doubling the concentration of energy. Li Xing's scanning data showed that his genetic sequence experienced a slight elevation after absorption, not a dramatic leap, but an optimization of several percentage points from the original baseline. But those few percentage points elevated his cultivation starting point by a notch. His eyes were clear, devoid of any traces of bloodlust he had endured. Afterward, Hao Changgeng returned to his tent, retrieving the blazing crystal from his consciousness space and holding it in his palm. Li Xing had already analyzed everything it could: the crystal structure of the outer shell, the molecular composition of the blood, and the spectral data of energy fluctuations. However, the will contained within the blood was beyond Li Xing's analysis. It was neither material nor energy. It was the lingering obsession of an existence that had long since perished millennia ago. This obsession was filled with violence, bloodlust, madness. The young man from the tribe had endured. His genetic sequence was already high. Having grown up in this land, he had a much stronger resistance to that kind of will than outsiders. Hao Changgeng was different. He came from Blue Star with the lowest genetic sequence. He himself was unsure if his willpower could suppress that frenzied obsession. Meanwhile, light years away from the blazing secret realm, on a picturesque vacation planet Rui, Chenjun lay on the beach, soaking up the sun. His golden hair sprawled across the white beach chair, eyes half closed, a holographic screen floating in front of him. On the screen, Hao Changgeng held the blazing crystal, his expression filled with conflict. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Rui Chenjun's mouth. He certainly knew of the drop of blood within the blazing crystal, and he was aware of the implications of the will fragment contained within it for the Blue Star people, who only had a segment of genetic sequence. But that was not something he needed to worry about. Arranging for Hao Changgeng to enter the blazing secret realm was not his decision, but rather an arrangement made by the higher-ups of the guild. The higher-ups did not want to show their faces. He was merely a messenger. Yet he understood what the higher-ups were thinking. The greatest opportunity of the blazing secret realm. Is it finally about to begin? Rui Chenjun murmured to himself. Meanwhile, inside the tent, Hao Changgeng held the blazing crystal in his palm. The voice of Li Xing echoed in his mind. Since Rui Chenjun has brought us here, he must have his plans. Such a powerful individual has far greater insights than we do. He definitely knows what this blood contains and is fully aware of your consciousness strength. So, Hao Changgeng's voice was somewhat hoarse. So he believes you can endure it. Hao Changgeng fell silent. Taking a deep breath, he slowly mobilized the source energy within his body. A strand of tentative source energy began its journey from his star core, advancing slowly. Ultimately, it flowed from his fingertips, seeping into the crystal's outer shell, inching closer to the drop of blood at the center. However, surprises always come unexpectedly. The blood, which had been quietly suspended in the center of the crystal like a sealed specimen, began to tremble violently the moment the source energy made contact. The frequency of the tremor accelerated, causing the entire blazing crystal to shake, making Hao Changgeng's fingertips tingle. Suddenly, the blood burst through the shell, spreading up his fingers and wrist. Hao Changgeng had no time to react. He didn't even see how the drop of blood passed through the crystal. He only felt a chilling sensation drilling into his fingertips. On his right arm, a blood-red pattern began to emerge and spread. This all happened too quickly, completely different from the young man in the tribe. When the blood-red pattern reached his upper arm, that willpower struck. This impact acted directly on the level of consciousness, like a wild beast caged in a cage, frantically crashing against iron bars. With each collision, his consciousness would tremble once. With each tremor, his vision would blur. His consciousness began to scatter little by little, and his vision became increasingly hazy. Everything before him turned into a dark red halo. The halo spread, engulfing the edges of his vision. At this critical moment, a wave of warmth surged from his brow. It was the golden mark, glowing, its light spreading from his brow to his entire face, then radiating throughout his body. Where the light passed, the tearing pain would ease somewhat. On the vacation planet Rui, Changjun calmly watched the scene on the holographic screen as if everything was within his expectations. Hao Changgeng lost all sense of time. In his perception, that wave of consciousness crashed against his mental defenses repeatedly. The voice of the Starbreaker echoed in his mind several times. He heard it, but the content was unclear. He wanted to respond, but couldn't open his mouth. He did not know how long it had been when the impacts ceased. The thing that had been churning deep within his consciousness vanished. The golden flame at his brow flickered at the moment the impact dissipated, then returned to its normal rhythm of flickering. Consciousness returned. Hao Changgeng opened his eyes and glanced down at his right arm. The blood-red pattern was still there, but its color had turned dark red. He moved his body slightly and felt the strength of his muscle contractions had intensified and his joints were more agile. His breath had also grown stronger. The rotation speed of the star core was faster than before, and the output of source energy flowed more smoothly. Star Soldier Level 2. The voice of the Starbreaker sounded in his mind, filled with a hint of joy. Perfect fusion. Your genetic sequence has improved by approximately 50. Based on the previous rank classifications, you are now roughly at level 1. 5. This improvement is substantial. Achieving a 50 optimization of your genetic sequence in such a short time is nearly impossible in an external genetic laboratory. Hao Changgeng stood up, lifted the curtain, and let the light from outside in. He noticed that the clarity of his vision had also changed. The outlines of the distant ridges were sharper than before, and he captured every detail of the leaves swaying in the wind. Starbreaker explained, not only has your physical quality improved, but that wave of consciousness impact also exercised your mental strength. This must be the true objective of Jun Ruichen. It's not merely to have you collect the blaze crystals, more importantly, it's to enhance your genetic sequence. The essence blood within the blaze crystals can optimize genetic structures, and this process requires enduring the impact of consciousness, while you just happen to have the remnant page of fire to help you withstand that impact. Hao Changgeng fell silent for a moment and asked, if I continue to absorb, to what extent can I push it? From this change, the enhancement of the essence blood on the genetic sequence is not linear. The first enhancement is 50, the second may only be 25, and the third around 12. The returns diminish, but as long as you can endure the impact of consciousness and continue accumulating, reaching level 3 or even higher is not impossible. Above level 3, according to the information Starbreaker has shared, that is the genetic sequence of the beastmen. Will the cultivation speed also increase? Of course, with a higher genetic sequence, the bonus absorption efficiency of source energy will increase and the affinity for laws will also enhance. Your current cultivation speed is at least 30 faster than before. Once you reach level 2, the cultivation speed can double, and when you reach level 3, you will noticeably feel the patterns of the laws becoming much clearer in your consciousness. Hao Changgeng recalled Ling Xuanxue. Her genetic sequence might be among the highest ranks. She didn't need to cultivate deliberately, her body would naturally grow stronger and the laws would draw near to her. She was born standing at a height that others had to struggle to reach. Now he too saw hope of climbing up. During the last wave of impact, I felt it was the imprint of the laws that held me up. Hao Changgeng raised his hand and pointed to his brow. Without it, I might not have been able to withstand. That's possible, Starbreaker replied with a tone of reasoning. The origin law of fire you comprehended came from the remnant page, and the divine canon is the supreme artifact of the ancient elf clan, containing a power of rules that far exceeds ordinary comprehension of laws. The law imprint formed by the remnant page in your body has a natural suppressive effect on the will fragments within the essence blood. In other words, when I absorb this essence blood, I don't need to endure it as hard as the people in the tribe. As long as I endure the first few waves of impact, the law imprint will automatically help me suppress that will. That is highly likely, but given the insufficient sample size, I can't give you a 100 guarantee. Hao Changgeng contemplated in his heart that if he continued to absorb, not only could the cultivation speed double, but his perception of the laws would also become clearer. Over time, he might be able to join the ranks of those prodigies. He decided not to daydream here. He needed more blaze crystals. More essence blood, faster improvement speed. The most direct way to obtain blaze crystals was to take matters into his own hands. He then walked toward the largest tent in the center of the valley. The curtain of the tent was lifted as if it knew he would come. The old man's gaze lingered on Hao Changgeng for a moment. He sensed the change in Hao Changgeng's aura. Star Soldier Level 2. It was one rank higher than when he left last time. The old man did not ask, and Hao Changgeng did not explain. Are you looking to hunt mutated monsters yourself? The old man spoke. He had known from the beginning that this outsider would not be satisfied with merely sitting here and buying answers. Yes. Hao Changgeng did not hide it. The old man took out a piece of a regularly shaped beast skin about the size of 2 palms. He unfolded the beast skin and laid it on the ground. The beast skin depicted a rough map with mountains, rivers, and valleys outlined in some black pigment. In the center of the map, there was a red cross marked. Next to the cross was a drawing, a ball of burning flame. I will give you one extra piece of information. The old man's finger pointed to the red cross at the center of the map. The place where that unknown creature fell is teeming with a large number of mutated monsters. The monsters there are stronger and more frenzied than elsewhere, and the quality of blaze crystals is also higher. His finger traced a circle around the red cross, outlining an irregular area. But that place is shrouded in a terrifying power of flames. It is not ordinary fire, but a kind you cannot imagine. According to the records in our clan, there once was a super powerhouse from your world who came rumored to be a star master. He attempted to enter that area, but halfway through he was repelled by that power of flames. Even he could not enter. Hao Changgeng's eyelids twitched. Mo Shao was the strongest below the Star Master. Star Master, a practitioner at a level above Mo Shao, but how could such an existence be driven back by a power of flames? The old man withdrew his finger from the map, rolled up the beast's skin, and handed it to Hao Changgeng. You must not approach that area. Even those top-tier existences cannot enter, and you cannot either. Hao Changgeng received the beast's skin, thanked him, and walked out of the tent. At this moment, he had developed a keen interest in that mysterious area. Even Star Masters cannot breach it. Just how terrifying must that power of flames be? That power which is a death zone for others may not be for him. He possesses the remnant page of fire from the divine canon, the supreme artifact of the ancient elf clan, the source of all fire laws. Can he enter that area? Would there be resources there that are even more advanced than blaze crystals, enabling his genetic sequence to leap to a higher rank? He mentally reviewed these thoughts, and then quickened his pace, heading straight out of the valley. As he passed by Yan's tent, Yan was sitting at the entrance polishing a longbow with a piece of beast skin. Upon seeing Hao Changgeng, he raised his hand in greeting. Going out? Just going for a stroll. Do you need a guide? No need. Yan did not ask further. He lowered his head and continued polishing the bow. Hao Changgeng spread his wings of light and left the valley without looking back. He did not plan to go to that fallen land for now. The old man's warning was not without reason. Even if he was not afraid of that fire, the high-level monsters in the periphery were not easy to deal with. He needed to first collect a batch of blaze crystals to raise his genetic sequence before considering his next step. As for that fallen land, he was not in a hurry. He flew toward the depths of the dense forest, the gray-green treetops spreading out beneath him. The voice of Starbreaker echoed in his mind. Scanning system activated. Search range 5,000 kilometers. Target mutated monster life signs. Hao Changgeng lowered his flying altitude a bit, and the scanning data of the mecha was being refreshed in real time. Green dots represented safety, while red dots represented mutated monsters. There weren't many red dots, but each was moving quickly. He chose a direction, accelerated with his wings of light. The mecha transformed into a silver-golden trajectory and vanished into the depths of the dense forest. In the following days, Hao Changgeng traversed the dense forest during the day, tracking the scent of mutated beasts. At night, he casually sought out a cave to absorb the radiant crystals he had hunted. The Starbreaker helped him pinpoint the locations of all mutated beasts nearby, but as long as he followed the red dots on the holographic screen, he would surely find them. The hunting process was smoother than he had anticipated, with the upgraded mech experiencing a significant enhancement in firepower. A volley from the Star Ring Annihilation Cannon could leave a third-tier beast battered and bruised. Over the past few days, he had absorbed a dozen radiant crystals. Although the mental assault remained fierce, he had begun to grasp the pattern. The golden mark on his forehead would illuminate when the impact reached its peak, suppressing the most violent wave of will. At last, his genetic sequence reached the third stage, elevating his rank to Star Soldier Tier 3. Yet a new problem arose. After reaching the third stage, absorbing more radiant crystals yielded little improvement. The value of his genetic sequence no longer fluctuated in the scans from Starbreaker. It remained stable at the third stage, unyielding. Most of those mutated beasts were Star Soldier Tier 2 or 3, and the essence of their blood could only support the genetic sequence's elevation to the threshold of the third stage. To advance further, he needed higher quality essence, blood from higher tier mutated beasts. Hao Changgeng knew where to go. That place of the fallen. He unfolded the beast hide map, his gaze landing on the red cross in the center of the map. Then his light wings spread out as he flew toward that area. Soon the terrain beneath him began to change. The gray-green forest vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of brownish-yellow. The sand dunes rose and fell like frozen waves. The voice of Starbreaker echoed in his mind. A large depression has been detected ahead with a diameter of approximately 120 kilometers. The depth remains undetermined. The structure is anomalous, preliminarily judged to be an impact crater. As he drew closer, the massive pit came into view before Hao Changgeng's eyes. A steep rock wall extended vertically downward from the ground. Hao Changgeng stopped at the edge and looked down. The depth of the pit exceeded the limits of his vision, with darkness below swallowing all light, only a faint dark red glow emanating from the deepest part. Then Hao Changgeng leaped into the pit. The light wings retracted, the vector thrusters powered down, and the mech maintained a 1-meter form as it began to descend. The dark red patterns on both sides of the rock wall rushed upward in his field of vision, the pit walls filled with interlacing cracks. The voice of Starbreaker rang out once more. The space at the bottom of the pit is anomalous. A preliminary scan show that the actual volume is over 10 times that of the surface area. There should be a vast underground cave system at the bottom resembling a karst structure, but on a scale far beyond conventional geological forms. Currently detected life signs at the star general level, 12 in total. Suddenly, a three-dimensional image appeared before Hao Changgeng depicting the structure at the bottom of the pit resembling an inverted mushroom. The top was the impact crater with a diameter of over 1,000 kilometers, while the bottom spread into an expansive underground space. The 12 star generals are mostly from various external factions. There were a few locals, but they were scarce. The voice of Starbreaker lowered slightly. In such a place, for the sake of opportunity, anyone could stab each other in the back. Without a merit system, you need to be cautious. Hao Changgeng nodded. The descent continued. The depth of this pit far greater than he had expected. He might have already penetrated the crust and approached the mantle. During the fall, he reduced the size of the mech to 30 centimeters, activating both the concealment function and the optical system. The silvery golden surface adjusted to blend with the surrounding environment, dark red, brownish yellow, and gray-black. The 30-centimeter mech in the dark pit was like a speck of dust. The scanning system of Starbreaker was also synchronously adjusting its output power. The scanning beams no longer spread in all directions, but instead condensed into a thin directional beam aimed at the bottom of the pit. This maximized the chances of not being detected by others. As he continued to fall, a layer of dark red light membrane appeared below, resembling an oil film on the water's surface. The material of the light membrane was neither energy nor matter, but something that existed between the two, stable only at high temperatures. As Hao Changgeng passed through the light membrane, he felt his body wrapped in a layer of warmth, and then space changed. Beneath his feet was an endless ground, and overhead was a glowing rock layer. The height of the rock layer was estimated to exceed 10 kilometers, with the surface covered in stalagmite-like magma columns. The space at the bottom of the pit was far larger than it appeared outside. The diameter of the outer impact crater was 120 kilometers, while this underground cave had a diameter of at least 10,000 kilometers. It was not a spatial overlay technique, rather this space had been expanded by some force after the impact. At the moment the fallen creature's corpse crashed into the ground, the energy released tore apart, expanded, and solidified the space beneath the crust, ultimately forming an independent, stable, small world. The ground was littered with flowing rivers of magma, varying in width from a few meters to hundreds of meters. The flow was slow, with a layer of dark, gray hard shell crystallizing on the surface beneath, which bright red lava flowed. Occasionally the hard shell would crack, and a jet of flame would erupt from the fissure, igniting the surrounding air. On the banks of the magma rivers grew a type of dark red low shrub with a waxy layer on the surface. Their roots dug into the cracks along the magma riverbanks, absorbing the residual nutrients and heat. Mutated beasts were everywhere, lying on the banks of the magma rivers, soaking in the scalding mud, or curled up in the shadows of rocks. They were much larger than those on the surface, with the smallest being over 10 meters long, while the largest lay atop a small hill estimated to exceed 100 meters in size. Their ores ranged between Star Soldier Tier 5 and 8. Hao Changgeng's gaze swept through the red glow and black smoke of this underground world, landing in the distance. There was a ball of fire. It was a sphere of flame seemingly constrained in place by some force. The fireball had a diameter of about 10 kilometers, suspended about 3,000 meters above the ground, slowly rotating. The color of the fireball was neither red nor gold, it was a white that transcended the limits of the spectrum. With each rotation, a ring of faint white ripples spread from the surface of the fireball, like ripples stirred by a stone thrown into water, silently sweeping across the entire underground world. The area around the fireball was empty, devoid of mutated beasts, plants, or any life. On the ground there was only a circular vacuum zone with a radius of about 100 kilometers, barren of any grass, and even the rocks melted into smooth glass-like surfaces due to the high temperature. That was the fallen land. The remains of that unknown creature, or rather its residual power, lay at the center of that fireball. Hao Changgeng stared at the fireball for a few seconds before shifting his gaze. Starbreaker, locate a mutated beast at Star Soldier Tier 9. Let's see if I can handle it. To the left front, 120 kilometers at the edge of a magma lake, there is one resting. Life sign intensity, Star Soldier Tier 9. Size approximately 40 meters. Shell scans show that the crystal thickness is over 3 times that of ordinary beasts, and the quality of its essence is expected to be far superior to those previously hunted. Hao Changgeng adjusted his course using the cover of the optical concealment system as he flew toward the left front. The 30-centimeter mech glided silently through the dark red underground world. The mech moved almost silently, with the vector thrusters switched to silent mode. The nozzle emitted not blue flames, but an almost invisible stream of hot air. The thrust was modest but sufficient to keep the mech hovering half a meter above the ground. The optical camouflage system dyed the silver-golden exterior to match the surrounding environment. The beast lay by the bank of a river of lava, completely oblivious to the danger. It was a fire leopard with a long body and powerful limbs. Its surface was no longer that rough shell, but a layer of crystalline scales. Hao Changgeng circled to the side of the fire leopard, choosing a half-a-man-high rock as cover. The Starbreaker had already projected the basic data of the fire leopard in front of Hao Changgeng. It was 52 meters long with a shell hardness more than 3 times that of the beasts previously encountered, classified as a 9th-tier star soldier. Hao Changgeng did not enlarge the mech. He wanted to verify how short the window of vulnerability was when facing high-tier beasts and where the upper limit of firepower suppression lay. If this tactic worked, it would provide an additional trump card in this underground world. His right arm began to transform, and the burning core ion cannon quickly took shape, but its size was proportional to that of the mech. He did not use the Star Ring Annihilation Cannon. The fireballs it shot at this altitude were too small, likely insufficient to penetrate the fire leopard shell. The burning core ion cannon had stronger single-point penetration suitable for this kind of small-scale tactical approach. The fire leopard lifted its head, sniffing the air a few times, its ears swiveling in different directions, as if sensing something. But the 30-centimeter mech amidst the dark red rock crevices was indistinguishable from a piece of rubble. As the compressed spiritual patterns lit up, the burning core ion cannon gathered a beam of golden red light. The beam's diameter was less than 2 centimeters thinner than the fire leopard's eyelashes. The beam shot out in an instant. The fire leopard immediately sidestepped, but the beam still struck its right shoulder, cutting a less than half-meter-long gash in its scales. The fire leopard let out a roar, its eyes turning blood-red, pupils narrowing to slits, fixing its gaze firmly on the rock where Hao Changgeng was hiding. It saw the direction from which the beam had been fired. Then it pushed off with its hind legs springing up from its prone position. Its speed was much faster than Hao Changgeng had anticipated, transitioning from stillness to full speed, with almost no delay, charging directly at him. Its forepaws slammed down. The rock exploded into rubble debris, flying in all directions accompanied by sparks. Several fist-sized fragments grazed past the mech's exterior, leaving white scratches on the optical camouflage layer. Instead of retreating, Hao Changgeng advanced using teleportation. The mech vanished from the flying debris, reappearing 200 meters behind the fire leopard. The fire leopard's forepaws missed its body, continuing to surge forward due to inertia, carving deep furrows in the ground before it managed to come to a halt. It turned around, its blood-red gaze sweeping over the spot where the mech had just appeared, seeing nothing. In the moment it turned, Hao Changgeng teleported again, moving from 200 meters behind it to 300 meters to the side. No matter how fast the fire leopard was, it could not outpace the leap through space. The 30-centimeter mech consumed almost no energy when teleporting at this size. His spatial energy reserves showed negligible decline after several teleportations, easily covering distances exceeding a kilometer. The fire leopard's attack pattern was quite simple: charge, pounce, bite, and whip its tail. Its speed was indeed fast, its strength undeniably great, but the radius of its attacks was proportional to its size. Its claws could only cover a range of a few dozen meters in front of it, while its tail could sweep over 100 meters behind. Meanwhile, a 30-centimeter mech darting erratically in the air was completely out of reach. Several times the forepaws passed by the mech, missing by just half a meter, but failing to land a hit. Hao Changgeng fired another shot. The second beam from the burning core ion cannon targeted the fire leopard's side. This time the fire leopard did not evade. Its eyes did not even glance in the direction of the incoming beam. The beam struck the scales, leaving a shallow dent the size of a fingernail, less than a centimeter deep. The muscles beneath the scales twitched as if swatting away a mosquito. It was merely a scratch. Hao Changgeng looked at the shallow dent, and in an instant concluded. The firepower of the small form was compressed too much. The burning core ion cannon's penetration could not even breach the stress layer of the scales. Too agile, but insufficiently lethal. Against such a high defense beast, the small form was like mere scratching. He abandoned the thought on the spot and created distance. With teleportation, light wings, and vector thrusters, a triple acceleration stacked together. Within 2 seconds, the distance between him and the fire leopard shrank from hundreds of meters to 3 kilometers. Hao Changgeng deactivated the small form in midair, causing the mech to expand. In the blink of an eye, a 50-meter silver-golden giant appeared in the underground world. The light wings unfurled behind with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters. Then the Star Ring Annihilation Cannon fired. The circular ring on his left arm rotated to its limit, and the spiritual patterns began to flicker. The fireballs were not shot out one by one, but as a continuous stream of light. The compressed spiritual patterns maximized each fireball. The splitting patterns caused each fireball to divide into 3 after leaving the barrel, and the tracking patterns ensured that each fireball would not deviate from its target. In mere seconds, the fire leopard was struck by tens of thousands of fireballs, and its scales began to shatter under the continuous bombardment. Its paws could not rise against the impact of the fireballs, and its tail was left mangled and bloody. Its breath was rapidly declining, falling with each passing second. Yet it continued to charge. The mutated beast's intelligence eroded by that what was left with only madness. It felt no pain, knew no retreat. Even with half its scales blown away and blood flowing everywhere, it remained undaunted. The mech shrank back down to 30 centimeters and teleported. It appeared 10,000 meters behind the fire leopard, expanded back to 100 meters, and the star ring annihilation cannon continued to fire. The fire leopard turned, the mech shrank again and teleported. The scales on the fire leopard were torn off piece by piece, its left front leg fractured under the impact, causing its running posture to become limp. Yet no matter how it struggled, it could never touch the mech, even slightly. From the beginning to the end of the battle, the fire leopard did not land a single hit on the mech. Every leap it made landed in empty space, every bite missed the afterimage. That silver-golden mech darted around it like a fly. Eventually, the fire leopard collapsed. Its body lay sideways on the ground, the rising and falling of its chest growing slower. Hao Changgeng remained vigilant. He maintained the 50-meter form, hovering above the fire leopard, and confirmed 3 times that the life signs had reached 0 before sheathing his weapon. His right arm transformed, and a metal dagger extended from his palm. He landed on the fire leopard's head, the dagger piercing into its skull. The skull was pried open. Inside the fire leopard's cranial cavity was a blazing crystal embedded in the center of the brain tissue. The crystal's shell was more than twice as thick as an ordinary blazing crystal, and the internal essence was no longer flowing droplets of blood, but a semi-congealed colloid. The color had changed from bright red to dark red, quietly suspended in the crystal like an ancient biological embryo, sealed in amber. Hao Changgeng stored the blazing crystal in his consciousness space, the mech shrinking back to 30 centimeters, light wings unfurling as he flew towards the next scanning target. Not long after Hao Changgeng flew away, 6 figures emerged from behind a rocky outcrop. All were beastmen, all were from the leopard tribe. They walked bare-chested, revealing their solid muscles with skin tones ranging from light brown to deep brown. The one in the lead was nearly 2.5 meters tall, with the most scars on his chest. He did not look in the direction where Hao Changgeng had vanished, but instead gazed at the corpse of the fire leopard. The blazing crystal has been taken, his voice was deep. He squatted down, dipping his finger in the fire leopard's blood and rubbing it on his fingertip. Behind him, a slightly shorter leopard man spoke up. That silver-golden mech has devastating firepower and can teleport too. Is it from the machinery origin technology? Most likely. The leading leopard man stood up, wiping the blood from his finger on his beast's skin skirt, his gaze directed toward the direction where Hao Changgeng had disappeared. Follow him. Then the 6 figures simultaneously vanished into the shadows of the rocks. In the following days, Hao Changgeng was no longer satisfied with long-range firepower suppression. Those mutated beasts possessed low intelligence, knowing only to charge forward without feints or sudden changes in direction during their attacks. Such opponents were the best targets for practicing close combat. He began to train in close combat secret techniques. The first move, Chi Xiao Liakong. Initially, he could only tear open a gap of over 10 meters, but later a casual swing would create a gash of 20 to 30 meters, and the duration of the flames burning was extended from 2 or 3 seconds to 7 or 8 seconds. The shells of those beasts offered no resistance against the spatial rifts, where the rift grazed their scales and flesh were cut asunder. Flames clung to the wounds, continuing to burn until the beasts fell and the fire still raged. The second moved Duankong Qiren. Though he had yet to fully comprehend it, he had already grasped the threshold. The essence of this move was to create multiple parallel spatial rifts in a very short time, allowing fire to condense along the edges of the rifts, transforming the rifts themselves into blades. He attempted it once, and dozens of golden blade lights shot forth from the tip of his staff, fanning out and tearing everything within 100 meters into fragments. With the implementation of the secret technique, those beasts over 100 meters long could not withstand more than 10 minutes under his staff. After finishing, he excavated the Qi Yao crystals and stored them all in his consciousness space. 70 to 80 crystals stacked together resembled a small pile of dark red gemstones. However, he was unaware that he was already being targeted. 6 figures continuously trailed behind him, maintaining a distance of 3 to 5 kilometers. Their movements made no sound, their breathing frequency suppressed to the minimum by some secret technique, their heartbeats slow, as if in hibernation. The scanning system of the Starbreaker performed a full area scan every 10 seconds. The beams swept over the 6 figures, and the feedback signals were indistinguishable from those of rocks, magma, and air. Their vital signs were completely concealed by some ancient concealment technique. In the perception of the scanning system, they were merely 6 stones. Hao Changgeng was oblivious to this. On the 7th day, he hunted the last mutated beast. A peak star soldier fire rhinoceros, nearly 200 meters in length, its shell as thick as a wall. He fought for nearly 20 minutes, tearing 7 or 8 rips in the rhinoceros' neck with the tip of his staff. The golden flames scorched its shell until it turned black and curled, and only when the last rift severed its cervical vertebra did the massive body crash to the ground. He pried open the fire rhinoceros skull and collected the Qi crystals into his consciousness space. Suddenly, he felt a chill wash over him, instinctively reacting as the star ring cannon began to coalesce on his left arm. A figure had appeared less than 50 meters in front of him, a leopard person, with a bare upper body, deep brown skin adorned with dark golden spots. Standing nearly 2.5 meters tall, a scar on its chest extended from the collarbone down to the abdomen. Hao Changgeng scanned his surroundings, noticing 5 other figures emerging from different directions. Each person's distance was precisely around 100 meters, forming a surrounding circle among themselves. The voice of the Starbreaker echoed in his mind, its speed twice as fast as usual. Not good. 6 beastmen. 1 second-tier star general, 2 first-tier, and 3 ninth-tier star soldiers. Hao Changgeng's brow furrowed. 3 ninth-tier star soldiers were already enough trouble for him, not to mention those 2 first-tier and the second-tier leader. After fighting against those mindless mutated beasts for several days, he almost forgot what true enemies were like. Those who could think, cooperate, anticipate, and cut off your escape route before you even struck. The leading leopard person made no move. He clasped his hands over his chest and spoke. You see, my brothers have been lurking here for quite some time. He tilted his head slightly. Share the Qi crystals you've collected with us. Rest assured, my brothers only seek wealth, not your life. Hand it over obediently, and you will definitely not be harmed. The voice of the Starbreaker rang out once more, now carrying a distinct gravity. There are too many opponents. The dark energy decomposition gun can take down the 2 strongest, but the remaining first-tier star general and 3 ninth-tier star soldiers are still beyond our capability. Hao Changgeng remained silent, pondering a strategy to break through the enemy lines. The leopard leader, seeing his lack of response, spoke again. Rest assured, although our Dark Void Evil Hull doesn't deal much with weaponry technology, we still have some credibility. Hao Changgeng's voice emerged from the mecha. What if I refuse? The leopard leader chuckled. Then don't blame us for being rude, brothers. But before he could finish, the dark energy decomposition gun had already materialized in his mecha's hand, the gun body seamlessly fitting into the palm of the right hand of the mecha. The deep gray gun barrel, adorned with glowing green patterns, faintly illuminated the dark space. The leopard leader glanced at the gun, his eyes narrowing as he immediately recognized the glowing green patterns on the gun barrel. The corners of his mouth twitched momentarily, but quickly returned to normal. The dark energy decomposition gun is a powerful piece of equipment. However, that gun can fire at most 3 shots, and there are 6 of us here. After 3 shots, can you really escape? The voice of the Starbreaker analyzed quickly. Eliminate the 2 strongest, leaving 1 first-tier star general and 3 ninth-tier star soldiers. The probability of escape, 35. 6. No, it's 100%, Hao Changgeng corrected. The Starbreaker paused for a moment, not responding. Hao Changgeng directly pulled the trigger. A black beam shot from the gun's muzzle, soundless, devoid of firelight, and there was not even a trace of energy fluctuation. The light vanished the moment it left the muzzle, striking the leopard leader's chest without any trajectory or delay. The energy properties of the dark energy decomposition gun ensured that it could not be sensed or preemptively captured. By the time one saw the beam, it was already too late. Moreover, the leopard leader had never considered that Hao Changgeng would actually pull the trigger. A person surrounded by 6 should ideally negotiate first rather than attack directly. As the leopard leader's laughter lingered in the air, his chest had already become hollow. In the small area where the beam struck, skin, muscle, and ribs lost their material structure in an instant, transforming into a mass of invisible particles that dispersed into the air. The edges of the wound were smooth, as if polished, with no blood or bodily fluids seeping out. His eyes remained open, and his pupils still held a trace of mirth before his body toppled backward. The remaining 5 were frozen in place, stunned that the strongest among them was taken down with a single shot. Their brains hadn't processed this information, and their bodies reacted first, freezing in place. Hao Changgeng's voice emerged from the mecha, soft, yet clear, reaching the ears of everyone present. No one is allowed to move. Whoever moves, I will kill. Those who had licked blood on the edge of a knife all their lives read one thing from the other's stance. Whoever moves dies first. The scene before me left even Liesheng momentarily speechless. Hao Changgeng added an explanation in his mind. 2 shots won't intimidate 6 people, but 1 shot can definitely intimidate 5. They might not fear death, but they certainly do not want to die in front of others. That is human nature. What if someone among them charges over? Liesheng asked. I bet they want dare. Liesheng fell silent for a moment. I can't comprehend. Hao Changgeng did not lower his gun, and the emerald green muzzle remained aimed at the foremost of the remaining 5. His voice emerged from the mech, carrying a deliberately lowered, arrogant tone. How dare you seek to trouble me, Yanlai? You should know who I am. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 5 subtly changed. Previously, they had hesitated to act. Now they appeared somewhat dazed. They had originally categorized this mech under the influence of Shiyuan technology, but had not anticipated encountering the notorious second-generation heir. Hao Changgeng quickly said. Liesheng quickly changed the mech's color to crimson. Then the silver-gold armor began to change color like ink spreading in water, transforming from silver-gold to crimson in just a few seconds. The fiery patterns flowed over the crimson surface, creating a visual effect that was even more flamboyant and striking than before. The five exchanged glances, and the first to speak was the first-tier star general, the leopard man, his tone laced with a hint of flattery. Oh, it turns out to be young Master Yin. What a mess, like the flood rushing into the Dragon King's temple, a family not recognizing one another. He took a half-step forward, arms outstretched, palms facing up, signaling that he had no weapons. If I had known it was young Master Yin training here, we would not have interrupted. Hao Changgeng did not deactivate the mech, the crimson giant hovering 2 meters above the ground. The star ring on his left arm continued to spin slowly, while the dark energy disintegration gun in his right hand remained pointed in their direction. The five opposite could not see who was inside the mech, only able to judge based on its color and fiery patterns. The heir of Shiyuan technology, Yin Lai crimson mech fire attribute, all characteristics matched. However, they did not dare to act rashly, not because they could not defeat a star-class mech, but because of the potential mass destruction weapons Yin Lai might possess. The heirs of Shiyuan technology do not carry many life-saving trump cards. No one would believe it if told. That dark energy disintegration gun had already proven this point capable of taking down a second-tier star general with a single shot. So what should be done about the offense against me? Hao Changgeng's tone remained high-handed and unyielding. The leading leopard man forced a smile, took a beast skin bag from his waist, untied it, and poured the contents onto the ground. Cheering crystals. A rough glance revealed 30 to 40 of various sizes. The other 4 also followed suit, each pulling out beast skin bags and pouring their cheering crystals onto the ground. Young Master Yin, this is our harvest over the past few days as a token of apology. The leading leopard man stuffed the empty beast skin bag back into his waist and clasped his hands together. Hao Changgeng glanced at the pile of cheering crystals on the ground. The 5 of them had combined to collect over 200. They handed them over readily, so quickly that it was as if these items were nothing to them. Either they had already collected far more than this amount, or the resources of this underground world were far richer than he had estimated. But now was not the time to inquire further. We'll take our leave now, not to disturb your training. He bent down to pick up the corpse on the ground and turned to walk deeper into the cave, the other 4 following behind. Soon the 5 figures disappeared into the shadows of the rocks. Hao Changgeng remained still, the crimson mech hovering in place, the star ring disintegration gun still spinning, and the dark energy disintegration gun's muzzle still aimed in that direction. He waited a full 2 minutes, confirming that there were no life signs from those 5 on the scanning system before retracting the dark energy disintegration gun into his consciousness space. The direction the leopard men left was deeper into the cave, the same side as where he was headed next. He could take a longer route to avoid them or wait until they had gone far before setting out. Deactivating the mech, the combat suit reattached to his body. He walked to the pile of cheering crystals, squatting down to collect them one by one into his consciousness space. Adding the 70 or 80 he had personally hunted, he had nearly 300 in total, enough to last him for a while. Lixing's voice echoed in his mind, filled with evident confusion. Why are they afraid to attack? Because dead friends do not kill the poor Taoist. Liesheng fell silent for a moment. This is called a fox assuming the majesty of a tiger. Hao Changgeng stored the last Qirang crystal in his consciousness space and stood up. He did not know how far his gene sequence could be pushed if he absorbed all these Qirang crystals, but it would definitely be higher than it was now. By the way, what is the organization they mentioned earlier? The Dark Void Evil Hall. Lixing's tone became more formal. A criminal gang composed of wanted criminals from the 5 major star systems, all of whom have committed heinous crimes in this star system and can no longer survive. In the end, they united and occupied a small star domain outside the 5 major star systems, engaging in various gray businesses. Are they strong? Their overall strength is not inferior to that of the Adventurers Guild and Shiyuan Technology. Hao Changgeng's footsteps faltered. So strong. Indeed, and the current ruler of this organization is a cultivator from the Qingxian star system. It is said that back in the day, in order to refine a piece of evil treasure, they committed mass slaughter of living beings, and after being besieged by major righteous sects, they fled the Qingxian star system and established the Dark Void Evil Hall. Specific cultivation level is unclear, but at the very least they are at the level of Star Master. Hao Changgeng fell silent for a moment. Star Master. An organization established by someone who managed to escape after being besieged by major sects can stand on equal footing with the Adventurers Guild and Shiyuan Technology. Had he just deceived 5 desperate men using Yin Lai's name? Would they realize they had been fooled after returning? Would they seek revenge? Revenge against whom? Against Yin Lai. But it didn't matter. Oh, anyway, he had not liked Yin Lai for a long time. He continued moving forward deeper into the cave. That massive fireball still floated 3,000 meters high, its white-hot light illuminating the entire underground cave as if it were daytime. The further he walked in that direction, the higher the temperature became. He began to feel that this place was unsafe. Those 6 leopard men had followed him silently for so many days, and the mecha scanning system had not detected them at all. If they had chosen to ambush him, then instead of coming out to negotiate, he might not have even had time to draw the dark energy disintegration gun. He had yet to hunt down the high-level beasts outside the fallen land, but that was not his main concern right now. He wanted to see that fireball. It is said that even star masters cannot enter. Could the fragmented pages of the sacred text of all spirits withstand that fiery power? If they could, he would enter. It is said that even star masters cannot enter. Could the fragmented pages of the sacred text of all spirits withstand that fiery power? If they could, he would enter. Her emerald green hair cascaded over her shoulders, her eyes half open, and a crystal ball floated before her. The surface of the sphere glowed with a faint halo beneath which a clear image was visible, a small silver gold that slowly moving in a dark red underground space. The small dot in the image was approaching the fireball, and the corners of her mouth curled slightly. She watched quietly, as if observing a chess game that had already been played countless times. The fireball was mere inches away as Hao Changgeng compressed the mech to 30 centimeters. At this size, energy loss was minimized and the density of the golden patterns was maximized. The temperature continued to rise, and the numbers on the holographic screen jumped rapidly. 80 million degrees, 120 million degrees, 300 million degrees. The numbers had lost their meaning here. The golden patterns began to flicker wildly. With each flicker, a wave of heat was drawn from the mecha shell and flowed along the patterns into the energy core. The fragment absorbed all the heat without any feedback, as if a stone had been thrown into an abyss. The voice of Liesheng resonated. The surface temperature outside the fireball is preliminarily calculated to be hundreds of millions of degrees. This is just the external monitoring data. The internal temperature might be even higher. Hao Changgeng stared at the fireball, its incandescent light, more dazzling than a star, the light pressure pushing against the mecha shell like a hand pushing outward. But beyond light and heat, he sensed something else. Not temperature, not pressure, but a throbbing emanating from within the fireball. It was as if something was drawing him closer, the call intensifying the nearer he got. Can the fragment of the sacred text withstand this? Liesheng fell silent for 2 seconds, calculating, analyzing, conjecturing. Under normal circumstances, it should be fine. The fragment contains the power of rules, and even if the flames are hot, they remain within the bounds of those rules. Hearing Liesheng's affirmative response, Hao Changgeng felt a bit more at ease and immediately controlled the mech to move forward. The 30-centimeter silver and gold figure advanced slowly amidst the incandescent light. He dared not move too quickly, needing to constantly sense the condition of the mech, the flicker frequency of the golden patterns, the temperature of the energy core, and the deformation of the armor. For every 100 meters he moved, a new line of data would jump out before his eyes. The temperature continued to rise, but the damage rate of the mech remained at 0. The golden patterns absorbed all the heat that came into contact with the armor, and the fragment consumed every wave of heat directed into the energy core. He stopped at the surface of the fireball. One more step forward would bring him to the incandescent light curtain. The surface of the light curtain was not smooth, but had fine patterns flowing, as if some living thing were breathing. Hao Changgeng extended his right arm, and the mech touched the light curtain. The golden patterns began to flicker wildly, and the surface of the light curtain rippled at the moment of contact. Like a stone hitting the water, ripples spread outwards. Then the mech was drawn into the light curtain. The process of passing through the fireball took less than a second, and the pressure enveloping the mech suddenly vanished. The golden patterns on the armor flickered intensely one last time before extinguishing. His vision shifted from incandescent brightness to vibrant colors, and the temperature detection numbers began to stabilize, dropping to around 30 degrees. He found himself on a patch of grass with soft green grass beneath his feet. Above him was a pale blue sky, and the air was warm, infused with a faint floral scent. Surrounding him were strange flowers and plants whose names he could not recall, and Liesheng could not scan any data. In the distance, a few small animals resembling deer grazed, their antlers shimmering silver white. They lowered their heads to graze, occasionally lifting them to glance in Hao Changgeng's direction before resuming their eating. They showed no signs of fright, did not flee, nor did they display any vigilance. Liesheng's voice echoed in his mind, "Scan complete. The energy composition of this world highly matches the characteristics of the celestial spiritual energy recorded in the database of the Qingxian star system. The similarity is as high as 87. What about the fallen creature? None detected. Within the scanning range, there are no signs of any unnatural life forms or energy residues." Hao Changgeng's gaze swept around. This did not resemble a place of a fallen being. There were no corpses, no signs of battle, but rather it seemed someone had deliberately cultivated this into a hidden garden. Yet the location marked with a red cross on the map was precisely here. The remains of that fallen creature should not have simply vanished. In the center of this space lay a lake reflecting the pale blue sky. Above the lake, about 2 meters from the water surface, a gigantic lotus flower floated with a diameter exceeding 10 meters by estimation. The colors of the lotus were rainbow-like, each petal emitting light in 7 different hues. The flow of light was not chaotic, but moved from the base of the petals to the tips, then back to the base in a never-ending cycle. Each petal was quite large, measuring over 2 meters in length, arranged in layers. The surface of the petals had intricate patterns flowing, each line resembling an independent little world. There were mountains and rivers, clouds and mist, sun and moon and stars, like a miniature universe sealed within amber. Hao Changgeng stared at that lotus, feeling a dryness in his throat. He could not articulate that feeling, but he sensed an innate fear. Just as Hao Changgeng was lost in thought, a voice unexpectedly echoed in his mind. "Outsider, please come here for a discussion." The voice was not loud, but each word felt as if it were directly inscribed upon his consciousness. It was as if someone had inserted a complete thought into his mind while he was pondering. He could not tell whether it was another's voice or his own thoughts. The voice contained something that was neither mental force nor anything else, but a higher form of existence, the power of rules. He had sensed something similar in the fragment of the sacred text, but the rules there were static, merely inscribed words on paper. Yet the rules within this voice were alive, breathing, imbued with self-awareness. Soon a vortex appeared on the lake's surface, beginning to spin from the center, quickly covering the entire surface of the lake. The center of the vortex was dark water splashing at the edges, but there was no sound. Lixing's voice resounded, tinged with evident uncertainty. "Lake bottom scan results, no anomalies. The material analysis rate of this world is only 46. The remaining 54 does not fit within any known scientific model. It cannot be analyzed using energy spectra, cannot be identified using particle collisions, and cannot be detected with any known methods." Hao Changgeng stood by the lake, staring blankly at the vortex. After that voice finished speaking, it fell silent, neither urging nor explaining, as if waiting for him to make a choice. The call was still present, emanating from the lake's depths, stronger than before. He fell into contemplation. That voice invited him to enter. He could choose not to go, to turn and leave, back to that underground cave to continue collecting the radiant crystals to further enhance his genetic sequence. Then he would leave this secret realm and return to the Adventurers Guild headquarters to report the results of this journey to Lord Ruachin. Yet that call was strong, a deeper something that he could not explain. Since he had come, he would accept it. "Let's go." He controlled the mech to fly onto the lake's surface, plunging into the vortex. The sensation of passing through the whirlpool felt like traversing a spatial tunnel. The surrounding light was stretched into slender lines, shifting from color to white, and then from white to black. Then the sense of speed vanished. He was suspended in a complete darkness, devoid of any light source. The voice of the Starbreaker echoed in his mind. "The spatial structure is anomalous, not belonging to any known dimension. The coordinate system cannot be established." He then adjusted the scanning power of the mecha to its maximum, sending beams in all directions which dispersed, weakened, and vanished in the darkness. There was no echo, no reflection. This space was so vast that the scanning beams could not reach its edges. Then light appeared. It wasn't that the scanning beam illuminated something, rather something in the distance was glowing. A dark red hue initially, just a point grew larger. Hao Changgeng stared at the light point for a few seconds before realizing it was not a glow spot. It was the surface of a luminous entity. The visual system of the mecha automatically adjusted its focus, bringing the distant view closer and magnifying local details. Then he saw the unknown creature floating in the void. Dark red light emanated from its surface, and the 30-centimeter mecha was suspended tens of thousands of kilometers away, its entire field of vision occupied by it. The Starbreaker began reporting data: body length. Unable to detect a complete outline, based on the curvature of the visible parts, the total length is over 1 million kilometers. 1 million kilometers. The diameter of Blue Star is just over 10,000 kilometers. This giant beast's body length is equivalent to 78 blue stars lined up in a row. The state of this unknown creature was bizarre. It was locked down. 16 bronze chains extended from the void, piercing through its body. The diameter of the chains was estimated to exceed 1,000 kilometers, covered in dense runes. The runes were not engraved, but alive, slowly flowing on the surface of the chains. The chains pierced through its shoulders, limbs, joints, and exited from the other side of its body, then vanished into the void. The edges of the pierced scales showed no blood, no damage. The scales and chains fit together perfectly, as if the chains were originally a part of its body. Hao Changgeng stared at the chains for a few seconds and noticed a pattern. The direction of the runes flowed from the giant beast's body into the void. The chains were not merely used to restrain it, but also to siphon something from within it. Energy, life force, or something else. The Starbreaker directed the scanning beam at the giant beast's chest, delaying a few seconds before the data returned. Species confirmed: Flame Star Giant Beast. One of the top 9 bloodlines of the Wild Beast clan. Physiological state: has perished. The time of demise cannot be estimated, at least in billions of years. Residual life detected within its body. The intensity is low, but it exists. Dead for over 1 billion years, yet still life. Hao Changgeng felt incredulous, but did not press further. He was now filled with one question. Was the voice that spoke to him above the lake emitted by this entity? Just as he was puzzled, that voice echoed again. Outsider, do not be confused. This sudden voice startled him, and he instinctively looked towards the giant beast's head. He saw a dark red light flickering in the center of the giant beast's forehead, like a dying star, making its last struggle. I am right before your eyes, however I have perished. Now what communicates with you is merely a wisp of residual soul. The voice resonated again, this time with a tone of nostalgia. The remnants of the fire page from the sacred text of all spirits I never expected to meet in this form. Hao Changgeng's heart immediately became alert. The sacred text of all spirits was his greatest trump card. The remnants were hidden within the core of the mecha. He thought no one could discover them. Yet this entity dead for who knows how many billions of years saw right through it. You need not be nervous. The voice echoed again, tinged with fatigue. I bear no malice. In fact, I can offer you a tremendous opportunity. This opportunity is not at all inferior to your fire page. Then the voice began narrating on its own in a calm tone, as if recalling a long-ago history. I do not know how many epochs ago I had just broken through to the wild ancestor realm, equivalent to your Sanxiong universe's Star Master realm. After the breakthrough, I learned of the fire page and an ancient relic. The news pointed to this secret realm. I thought with my strength in the wild ancestor realm, obtaining a page would be as easy as reaching into a bag. I came. I sought to seize that page to use its power of rules to break through my bottleneck and step into a higher level. But when I arrived here, I discovered this is a trap, a colossal trap. The voice paused for a long time. The one who laid the trap is a cultivator from your Sanxiong universe. Yi Shizi at the time, he was in the true immortal realm. True immortal realm. Hao Changgeng instinctively repeated these 3 words in his mind. In terms of strength, I was on par with him, but he had set up the devouring wild melting path array here in advance, locking down my way of retreat with the power of this secret realm's earth veins. Coupled with the sneak attack he launched against me, ultimately I was slain here by him. Hao Changgeng's curious gaze fell upon the 16 bronze chains. He used my corpse as bait, creating this world here, using the immense power of my bloodline to nurture the Hongmeng Dao lotus above. The voice remained calm, as if discussing someone else's affairs. That is an innate chaotic spirit plant of their cultivation civilization. He does not know where he gathered that seed, and thus began his plot, using the top bloodline power of the wild beast clan to hasten its growth. Ultimately, he chose me. Hao Changgeng's heart raced. The Hongmeng Dao lotus. This name exploded in his mind, reminding him of the 7-colored lotus flower above the lake and the small world swirling on its petals. That was not decoration, not a landscape. It was something that strong cultivator had spent untold costs and devised innumerable means to cultivate. There was no anger or unwillingness in that voice, only a tranquility that remained after enduring long ages. This Dao lotus still requires tens of thousands of years to mature, but I have coexisted with it for countless epochs. The residual power of the bloodline in this corpse is enough to propel it to the flowering stage ahead of time. I can force it to mature and gift it to you, but just depends on whether you dare to accept it. This Hongmeng Dao lotus, while not comparable to the sacred text of all spirits in its prime, is more than sufficient compared to your fire page. Even if you can't use it yourself, taking it out for trade is still a great fortune. Hao Changgeng's mind raced a tremendous opportunity, but he still suppressed the restlessness in his heart. A true immortal realm expert from billions of years ago had likely already broken through to a higher realm. This Dao lotus was planted here by him, consuming endless effort. If he were to snatch away someone else's ultimate treasure with that kind of power, could he escape? Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. As if in the dark, that formidable being was watching him from a far distance. After pondering for a moment, Hao Changgeng spoke in his mind. Lieshing, if I take this Dao lotus, will the other party be able to find me? Lieshing did not answer immediately. His silence lasted for 3 seconds. He was calculating, searching, weighing. From a scientific perspective, we are currently in different star domains, even different spatial dimensions. The other party theoretically has no way of knowing our location. However, according to scattered records in the database of cultivation classics, the top powerhouses of the cultivation civilization seem to possess a means that science cannot explain: causal deduction and divination tracking. They do not need to know our coordinates. They only need to know of our existence, and then they can follow the causal line to find us. Upon hearing this, Hao Changgeng felt a chill run down his spine. So what I felt earlier was not wrong. Perhaps the other party is watching my every move from somewhere. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Hao Changgeng fell silent for a few seconds. He recalled an old saying from Blue Star: there's no such thing as a free meal from the sky. Today not only has the meal fallen, but it also comes with side dishes asking him if it's enough to eat. If I take it now and later get killed, that would be meaningless. Lixing's voice became calmer as he began to assess the risks. Although the other party is strong, they are in the Qingxian star system. We are in the Milky Way. The Galactic Federation does not allow such super beings to enter the galactic star domain without approval. While those cultivators are indeed powerful, the super fleet of the Galactic Federation and the strong forces from various factions are not mere decorations. They would not dare to act recklessly. So even if I take it, as long as I stay within the Milky Way, the other party won't be able to do anything to me. Theoretically, yes, but the means of those top existences in the cultivation civilization are not fully recorded in the Federation's database. The possibility of them bypassing the Federation's defenses is non-zero. Hao Changgeng fell silent for a few seconds, then asked his most pressing concern. If I hide in the Milky Way and they can't do anything to me, will they take it out on Blue Star? This time Liesheng remained silent for an even longer time. This possibility cannot be ruled out, but currently the entire solar system is your private domain protected by the laws of the Galactic Federation. They may be very strong, but they are not from the Milky Way. If they dare to attack the territory of the Galactic Federation, the Federation fleet will not sit idly by. Just as the two were discussing, the voice of the remnant's soul echoed again. It carried a hint of impatience and urgency. Have you thought it through? Hao Changgeng did not answer. The remnant soul thought he was hesitating and offered a new bargaining chip. Although I have been drained of my bloodline power by this devouring wilderness melting array for countless epochs, little remains, but there is still a trace of the purest essence locked in my heart. I can condense it and bestow it upon you, allowing your bloodline to reach its peak level. What you have collected from the outside world is merely the blood I spilled upon this land at the moment of my fall, which was absorbed by those beasts and condensed. Those will have limited impact on your bloodline enhancement, whereas what I give you will truly elevate your bloodline to its peak level. Upon hearing this, Hao Changgeng completely lost his rationality. Those few hundred blazing crystals combined are probably worth less than a penny compared to this trace of primordial blood. I also have a reverse scale which gathers all my insights into the laws of fire, an equally top-tier material, and I will give it to you as well. The reverse scale of the flame star behemoth, that trace of primordial blood, and that Hongming Dao lotus. Hao Changgeng's mind was racing with calculations, but the beads of his abacus fell all over the place. He could no longer calculate how much these items were worth combined. But he knew that these things could push his genetic sequence to its limit. They could make his future cultivation path infinitely smooth. They would grant him the potential to truly compete with those top prodigies. At the same time, he also understood that if he missed these opportunities, he would not encounter them again in his lifetime. His heart raced, and even his tone began to tremble slightly. Even if you offer me so many benefits, I have nothing to promise you. If you want me to help you take revenge, I estimate that's also unrealistic. The voice fell silent for a moment, then laughed. The laughter was not loud, but very relaxed, carrying a hint of madness and recklessness. Revenge? Not necessary. You only need to take this Dao Lotus and run away. As long as you can destroy his years of hard work, that will suffice. As long as you can make him uncomfortable. I want to make all his years of planning go to waste. I want him to know that his so-called perfect layout will ultimately become a wedding dress for someone else. Remember, do not let him catch you. When I fought him, his magical aura had a chilling, burning sensation. Cold to the extreme, yet feeling like it was burning. But that was billions of years ago. I can no longer sense what realm he is in or where he is now. Hao Changgeng did not hesitate and said firmly, I agree to your terms. Upon hearing Hao Changgeng's response, the voice rang out again, this time carrying a sense of relief. A wise choice with the remnants of the fire and this Dao Lotus as assistance. You may not be unable to become one of those top existences in the future. After giving all the instructions, the voice fell silent, and then the massive corpse lit up. A dark red glow emanated from the beast's body, pulsing through the gaps in its scales, the folds of its joints, and the wounds pierced by 16 bronze chains. The glow was not uniform, it pulsed slowly. Beneath the neck, a scale began to loosen. The scales were enormous, with a diameter exceeding a kilometer. The dark red surface had golden patterns flowing across it, and the density of the scales was higher than any metal Hao Changgeng had ever seen. When the scale detached from the corpse, it made no sound as it separated from the beast's body and floated towards Hao Changgeng. Hao Changgeng opened the entrance to his consciousness space to its maximum. The moment the reverse scale entered, he felt a strain on his consciousness space. It wasn't a matter of insufficient capacity, but rather the law power attached to that scale was too heavy. It pressed against the spatial walls, causing them to tremble slightly, as if a small box was being stuffed with a piece of extremely dense meteorite. Liexing's voice echoed, carrying a hint of undeniable fluctuation. The reverse scale has been collected. Completeness 100. The patterns of the laws of fire are preserved, intact, value incalculable. The glow of the corpse continued to intensify, shifting from dark red to bright red, from bright red to orange yellow. The pulse frequency of the glow became faster, from once every few seconds to several times per second. The trace of primordial blood was condensing deep within the beast's chest. In the depths of the palace at the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild, a woman leaned against a throne woven from vines. The scene in the crystal ball clearly displayed the silver-golden mech and the massive corpse of the wild beast. The woman's gaze shifted from her usual languor, her fingers lightly tapped on the armrest, and the corners of her mouth slowly curled into an arc. The time taken for that strand of primal bloodline to condense was longer than Hao Changgeng had anticipated. In the dark void, the glow of the corpse flickered for a long time, changing from orange-yellow to golden-yellow. Then the golden light burst forth from its chest, penetrating the scale, armor, and muscle, illuminating the entire corpse. 16 bronze chains trembled violently. In unison, the speed of the flowing runes increased by more than tenfold. A drop of golden blood flew out from the position of the heart, passing through the void and piercing the mech. Finally, it entered Hao Changgeng's chest, merging into his heart. Hao Changgeng's body tensed for a moment, followed by a surge of heat pumping from his heart, spreading along the blood vessels to the tips of his limbs. It felt as if something was stretching his blood vessels one by one, then filling them one by one. The entire process took less than 3 seconds, and that surge of heat retreated back to the heart, sealed within its deepest recesses. This drop of primal bloodline will be sealed in your heart. You can absorb it slowly. The speed of absorption depends on your body's capacity to endure. As fast as a few years, as slow as several decades. The voice paused for a moment. All right, prepare to receive the Hongmeng Dao Lotus. Then the corpse that had been suspended for countless epochs began to contract inward. The chains trembled violently. During its contraction, the runes on the surface of the bronze flashing madly. They drew some kind of energy from the corpse, channeling it along the chains to the other end of the void. The mech was pushed away by a mysterious force, silver-white, light streaking past his side. By the time he reacted, he was already hovering above the lake. At this moment, the lotus changed. Before he left, it was still in a bud state. 7 petals were tightly wrapped together, the miniature world on the surface spinning slowly. Now the petals began to unfold one by one. The process was not fast, but with each unfolding, Hao Changgeng could feel a sacred wave emanating from the surface of the petals. The miniature worlds on the petals, mountains, rivers, clouds, sun, moon, and stars, became clearer during the unfolding process. Hao Changgeng hovered above the lake, watching the lotus bloom from bud to full blossom. At the moment the last petal completely unfolded, a rainbow of light erupted from the heart of the flower. Then all the light simultaneously contracted in that instant, being drawn back into the heart of the flower. The lotus hovered above the lake, its size reduced by dozens of times, shrinking to the size of a fist. The petals no longer opened, but slightly closed, forming a semi-open state. The colorful light on the surface gathered into the petals, with only a faint halo emanating from the edges. The Hongmeng Dao Lotus had matured. Hao Changgeng extended the right arm of the mech toward the Dao Lotus, and the moment his fingertip touched the surface, the flowing light spread along his finger to his entire arm. The Dao Lotus did not resist. He gently cradled it in the palm of his hand, bringing it into his consciousness space. However, the moment this fist-sized object entered the consciousness space, the entire space fell silent for a moment. Even the patterns on the spatial walls ceased to flow, as if the entire space held its breath before it. Then it resumed its operation. The moment the Dao Lotus vanished, the surrounding space began to collapse. The edges of the miniature world shifted from clear to blurry, then became transparent. In the distance, rare flowers and exotic grasses lost their color one after another, then vanished. Those animals ran a few steps on the grass, and as they ran, their bodies faded away. The existence of this space was solely to nurture this Dao Lotus. With the Dao Lotus gone, there was no need for it to exist. Meanwhile, in the Qingxian star system at the Moonlight Immortal sect, in a vast, boundless, immortal realm, a massive celestial pavilion floated. Inside the pavilion, a man sat cross-legged on a cushion, his hair cascading down to his waist with flecks of starlight shimmering among his strands. Suddenly, his tightly closed eyes slowly opened. The causal line of the Dao Lotus was tied by his own hands long ago. For billions of years, no one had ever touched it. He raised his right hand, his long fingers calculating a few times. Soon the sequence of events became clear. An ant dared to steal the Hongmeng Dao Lotus he had painstakingly nurtured. Guardians of the law. The voice penetrated through the walls of the celestial pavilion, cutting through the sea of clouds, reaching the inner hall of the mountain. 2 old men with youthful faces and white hair flew out from the inner hall, landing before the pavilion and bowing respectfully. Immortal Sovereign, quickly go to the radiant secret realm and retrieve the Dao Lotus. We obey your orders. The 2 turned and instantly vanished from the spot. Hao Changgeng had no idea that the pursuers were coming so swiftly. At this moment, he had just flown out from the collapsing space, landing on the dark red rocks of the underground cave. The fireball vanished, leaving only an empty, uneven entrance in the air. Looking through the entrance, one could still see the remnants of the collapsing space. Hao Changgeng restored the mech to a height of 2 meters, then took out the fiery red token from his consciousness space. According to the guide's explanation, activating this token would teleport him back to the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild. He infused the source energy into the token. The token lit up briefly, then extinguished. He tried again, pouring in more source energy. The token lit up faster, but extinguished just as quickly. The energy patterns flickered twice, then completely dimmed like a wick that had been snuffed out. Hao Changgeng stared at the token for 3 seconds. Listar, what's going on? After scanning, Listar said, the energy circuit of the token is intact, but just hasn't been activated. It's not the token's problem, it should be an issue with the teleportation array. What do you mean? The teleportation array has been shut down. Even if the token is activated, it cannot locate the receiving point. Upon hearing this, Hao Changgeng frowned and said, could it be because I haven't completed the tasks assigned by Lord Ruachin? Perhaps his intention was for you to raise your genetic sequence to a certain threshold before returning. Since you applied for a return early, the system automatically rejected it. Hao Changgeng nodded. This explanation was reasonable. Then let's return to the tribe first, take a breather, and try again after the genetic sequence has increased. With his wings of light spread, he flew toward the exit of the underground cave. What he did not know was that the real reason he couldn't return had nothing to do with Lord Ruachin's arrangements. It was all a decision made by the higher-ups of the guild. Outside the radiant secret realm, a planet floated in the void, its surface covered with gray-green vegetation and dark red rocks. This was not a natural planet. It was an entrance to the secret realm solidified using spatial folding technology. There was no atmosphere surrounding the planet, no satellites, no celestial bodies. Only a solitary planet floated in the void at the edge of the galaxy. 2 figures emerged from the void, not relying on any external objects. Yet with each step they took, the space beneath their feet contracted, shrinking into inches. From the Qingxian star system to the radiant secret realm, they had crossed countless star domains along the way, traversing physically. Both of their strengths were at the true immortal realm, enough to establish their own sect in any power. Their gazes fell upon that planet. This is the place, the one on the left spoke. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated in the vacuum, spreading through the vibrations of space to a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. At that moment, a figure approached from the direction of the planet. Her emerald green hair floated in the void, and she wore no armor, only a thin layer of energy membrane covering her body. Ahead is the secret realm of the Adventurers Guild, though unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. The 2 old men exchanged glances, seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. They quietly released a strand of spiritual pressure for testing, but that spiritual pressure dissipated on its own 10 steps before reaching the woman. She stood still, the thin energy membrane on her body not even rippling. The old man on the left spoke, his tone relatively polite. I am here on the orders of Immortal Sovereign Yi Shi to retrieve an item. I hope you can assist, fellow Taoist. The woman's lips twitched slightly as she directly refused, saying, not convenient. The 2 old men fell silent simultaneously, but they did not retreat a single step. Their gazes fell upon the surface of the secret realm planet. The aura of the Tao Lotus was right inside. The 2 guardians exchanged a glance. They could not bear the wrath of the immortal lord. Returning in such a disheartened manner, they would face a fate worse than death. The left guardian's gaze firmed first as he stepped forward in the void, raising his right hand. Great Desolation Prison Sky Finger. In that moment, the void split open and a giant finger formed from condensed celestial essence extended from the crack. Every line on its joints was clearly visible, resembling ancient bark or inscriptions carved on a tortoise shell. At the same instant, the right guardian flipped his hand, and a small green seal appeared out of thin air. In the next moment, it swelled in the wind, transforming into a towering seal entirely green with square corners. 2 attacks, one crushed space, the other suppressed the heavens and earth. The mysterious woman raised an eyelid, her right hand waving gently. Suddenly, the surrounding space changed. The starry sky vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of green. Every plant began to grow wildly. Vines emerged from the void and leaves spread before fully unfurling. In an instant of growth, the tree crowns blossomed, bore fruit, withered, and regenerated, completing millennia of evolution in mere seconds. The rules of life were omnipresent in this miniature world. She lightly beckoned forward with her finger. All plants began to intertwine. Vines coiled around tree trunks, leaves covered roots, and flower stamens nestled in the gaps between branches. They were weaving a bow. Every inch of the bow's body was alive, with intricate patterns flowing unique to the plants, resembling tree rings and leaf veins. Each pattern was engaged in a cycle of energy, condensing the entire world's photosynthesis into this one bow. With a tug of her right hand in the void, 2 green arrows materialized simultaneously on the bowstring. The arrowheads were 2 tender leaves, the shafts covered in moss, and the fletchings were clusters of flower buds ready to bloom. Yet no one perceived them as harmless, because the surrounding void vibrated imperceptibly. The frequency was so high it could not be captured by the naked eye, only felt as if something within that space was being pushed outward. She released her hand. The arrows flew out. Compared to the Great Desolation Prison Sky Finger and the green seal, these 2 arrows were as insignificant as needles. Yet when the needles struck the giant finger, there was no explosion, no shockwave, no sound from the clash of energies. The great desolation prison sky finger began to dissipate from the point of contact, ultimately fading into nothingness. The green seal was even more decisive. At the moment the arrows pierced its surface, the entire seal trembled slightly. Then green patterns began to spread across the seal as if roots were growing on a stone slab. The seal was assimilated. In the briefest of moments it transformed into a rotten stone covered in moss. 2 attacks capable of crushing a neutron star were effortlessly erased. Both guardians groaned simultaneously, and the left guardian's finger pressed against the void began to tremble uncontrollably. The right guardian's green seal was not pushed back, but completely obliterated from existence. The connection of divine sense between him and the seal was severed, and the backlash surged back into his sea of consciousness, momentarily darkening his vision. The two quickly adjusted their breathing, suppressing the turbulent blood within, while gazing at the woman standing at the center of the vine world. This aura they had only felt from the immortal lord. It was not the density of power, but rather a gap in rules. Their attacks used celestial essence refined from the world, and no matter how abundant, it still fell within the realm of techniques. Yet those 2 arrows had emitted not a trace of energy fluctuations from beginning to end. That was the rules themselves, rules of life. The existence before them was on the same level as immortal Lord Yi Shi. The 2 immediately bowed in respect. "Thank you for showing mercy, Senior." The mysterious woman did not look at them. Her fingers had already released the bowstring. That small green world began to wither. The vines shriveled from the roots, leaves curled from the edges, and the tree roots detached from the void. In mere seconds, the entire space shrank into a mass of withered plant debris. She flicked her right hand, sending the debris into a crack in the void. The woman spoke, her gaze returning to the entrance of the secret realm. Her voice was soft, yet every word imprinted directly into the guardians' minds, generating meaning without passing through their ears. "Those who trespass into the secret realm shall be severely punished. This time is merely a small lesson for you too. Should there be a next time," she paused for half a second, "you will be executed without mercy." The 2 guardians stood up, simultaneously stepping back as the void shifted beneath their feet. In the next moment, they vanished from their original spot. The woman glanced once more in the direction of the secret realm. She did not execute the left and right guardians, not because she could not, but because it was not worth it. Killing the left and right guardians would only lead to the immortal lord sending others in their place. If the one who came was the immortal lord himself, the intensity of the matter would be beyond her control. Thus, to suppress the pursuers for Hao Changgeng, the best method was not to fight 1 against 100. Rather, it was to make the immortal lord realize her stance. She turned around and took a step, vanishing from her spot. In the next moment, she found herself back at the guild headquarters, back on that vine throne. Her eyes regained their languidness, and a few strands of green light still flickered at her fingertips, which gradually faded away. Hao Changgeng was completely unaware of this. He sat cross-legged in the tribe's tent, a wisp of primordial bloodline sealed deep within his heart. He absorbed it slowly, very slowly. With every circle the hot flow made in his veins, he could feel certain points in the genetic sequence pulsating subtly. It was as if someone was line by line modifying the underlying code of his body. And all he could do was sit and wait for the modification process to complete its next line. Meanwhile, Liesheng was busy with another task. After the reverse scale of the fire-starred giant beast with a diameter of a kilometer was stored in the consciousness space, Liesheng began to decompose it. This was not a simple cutting. It required first using a scanning beam to analyze the molecular arrangement rules of the reverse scale, finding the stress nodes in the scales, then using directed energy impacts to peel them off along those nodes. The hardness and density of the reverse scale far exceeded any known metal. Liesheng estimated the total time for decomposition and fusion to be 3 galactic standard years. "What the hell, 3 years?" Hao Changgeng exclaimed. "This is top-tier material, something others would fight over just to touch. You can wear it in 3 years, and you still think it's too long. Besides, the absorption cycle for that wisp of primordial bloodline is about the same time frame. For these years, you don't need to do anything, just stay here and cultivate. When you emerge, your genetic sequence will reach a height you cannot currently imagine. By then," Liesheng paused, "your potential will rival those top-tier prodigies." Hao Changgeng said nothing, but his eyes brightened in the darkness. Ling Shuangxue, the figure in green clothes stepping on a flying sword, flashed through his mind. "All right, 3 years from now I will catch up to her." He closed his eyes, sinking back into a state of cultivation. The primordial bloodline flowed slowly, very slowly, but steadily. This time of seclusion was the longest since he embarked on the path of cultivation. 3 years later, when he emerged from here, he would undergo a complete transformation. Hao Changgeng had sat in silence for 3 years. The light in the tent shifted from dark red to grayish-white, then back to dark red, cycling like a breath. The strand of primal blood sealed within his heart had only seeped out a pinprick at first. Later on, with every heartbeat, a stream of golden liquid was pumped out, spreading through his veins to his entire body. When a certain point in his gene sequence was activated, an exceedingly subtle tremor would resonate within his body. It was the sensation of a lock on the gene chain being unlocked. As time passed, the rhythm quickened. The primal blood in his heart seemed to have found its home and began to actively synchronize with the absorption rhythm. By the third year, with each operation, the values of the gene sequence soared. Every time the data reported by Liesheng came back with new values, its tone shifting from calm to astonished. 9 segments. The rank was pushed to the 6th level of Star Soldier. However, compared to another event happening within his body, this was not the greatest gain. Once the gene sequence reached 9 segments, the ceiling of his potential was shattered. Even if he did nothing from then on, merely relying on time, he could steadily stand atop the pinnacle of Star General. Hao Changgeng could feel it. The repulsion from the laws had vanished, replaced by an absolute sense of closeness. The data provided by Liesheng indicated affinity with the space law increased by 127A and affinity with the fire law increased by 139. This meant that his speed of comprehending the laws would be more than double what it was before. The foundation was set. Another good piece of news followed: that massive reverse scale of the flame star beast with a diameter of 1,000 meters. After countless microrobots worked day and night to decompose it, it finally merged completely into the mecha. The reverse scale had no fixed form. It could be shaped into any kind of melee weapon. Hao Changgeng stood up from the tent, his knee joints emitting faint cracking sounds from being inactive for too long. The light wings unfolded behind him, and he shot up into the sky. The gigantic pit remained, but the fireball was gone. The temperature at the bottom of the pit was significantly lower than 3 years ago. The air was no longer scorching, but it was still dry. The dark red rocks showed no moss, no traces of water, identical to 3 years ago. He controlled the mecha at a height of 2 meters, hovering 10 meters above the pit's bottom. Liesheng, find a Star General level beast. Sure thing. Lixing's scanning beam extended and feedback came a few seconds later. 650 kilometers ahead, life signs intensity. 2nd level Star General, shall we give it a try? Hao Changgeng did not respond, instead choosing to act. The silver-golden mecha drew a straight line through the dark red underground space, covering the 650 kilometers in an instant. The beast lay on a dry tributary of a magma river. It was approximately 500 meters long, entirely covered by a layer of translucent crystalline shell, with the muscle fibers inside faintly visible beneath the shell. Its head was buried in the dry riverbed, its forepaws rummaging through the rubble as if searching for something. It caught the scent of the mecha approaching, raised its head, and let out a low growl. In the next moment, it charged forward. No probing, no evaluation. The only thought in the mutated beast's mind was, eliminate the living creature in front of it. Hao Changgeng did not retreat. The mecha instantly expanded to 100 meters, and with a flick of his right hand, a long staff gathered and took shape in his palm. The dark golden surface of the staff was adorned with red patterns that spread from the grip to the tip. The aura of the reverse scale radiated from the staff, exuding a savage top-tier bloodline pressure that spanned eons. The beast's movement paused at the moment the pressure swept over it, its body recognizing what it was faster than its mind could comprehend. Yet the mutated beast's genes were corrupted. Even if its body recognized it, its mind still urged it to charge. Hao Changgeng did not dodge, but gripped the staff with both hands, channeling the primal fire law from the mecha's core into the staff. The reverse scale patterns transformed from red to gold at the instant the law was infused, the whole staff becoming covered in flowing golden patterns. First stance, Qishao split sky. The staff swung out, and a 100-meter-long spatial rift was unleashed from the tip, with golden flames dancing along the edges of the rift. Those flames burned the very fabric of space, causing the void near the rift to distort slightly under their touch. The beast's crystalline shell was cut open along a straight line by the rift, everything along that line torn apart by the rupture in space itself. Golden flames spread along the wound at the rift's edge, continuing to burn within the beast's body. It let out a hoarse roar, its forepaws swiping at Hao Changgeng, but he effortlessly dodged with a sidestep. With a reverse swing of his staff, another rift tore after the first, carving an X shape across the beast's body. This strike, if executed by a 9th-level Star Soldier, could directly annihilate it. Lixing's voice resonated with clear excitement. The potential of the reverse scale exceeded everyone's expectations. It could perfectly withstand the power of the remnants of the sacred text of all spirits. When the remnant's power was transmitted to the staff, there was no loss whatsoever, something no material had achieved before. A weapon forged from the reverse scale could fully unleash the power of the secret techniques. A one-sided suppression. Hao Changgeng no longer allowed the beast any chance to close the distance, sending out spatial rifts one after another. Each swing of the staff would carve a new wound on the beast. The beast struggled. Its tail swung around, trying to sweep the mecha away, but it was too slow. The staff cut another rift across the tip of the sweeping tail. The crystalline shell was peeled away in pieces, exposing the internal muscles, which were charred black by the golden flames. The beast's movement slowed increasingly with each pause after being injured, stretching longer. The final strike. The mecha darted above the beast's head, gripping the staff in one hand and swinging down. 100-meter-long spatial rift pierced through the center of the beast's skull, slicing through its entire head. The beast's body stiffened for a moment before crashing to the ground. The ground trembled slightly, and the fragments of the dry riverbed were kicked up and fell back down. Lieshing remained silent for 2 seconds. Mecha against a second-level star general beast, total time less than 2 minutes. Hao Changgeng retracted the staff, landing atop the beast's head. A gem the size of a human head was embedded in the brain tissue, and the internal blood had solidified into a gel-like core, its color shifting from dark red to deep brown. This item was of no use to him now, but even if he didn't need it, he had to take it. It could be exchanged for money back home. Liexing's voice sounded. We should head back, it's been 3 years out here. Hao Changgeng tossed the gem into his consciousness space. Let's go. The mecha retracted into his consciousness space as he took out the fiery red token. This time the token did not just flash and extinguish like 3 years ago. As soon as the source energy was infused, the energy patterns lit up completely. A teleportation array spread out in the void beneath his feet, the patterns clear and the light stable. The light flashed. He returned to the small courtyard of the Adventure Guild headquarters. Hao Changgeng had just steadied himself, and the residual energy from the teleportation array still lingered in the air. Then he sensed 2 auras rapidly approaching, coming closer within mere breaths, hovering above the small courtyard. One aura he recognized was from Hao Changgeng. The other was even stronger, yet Hao Changgeng had an inkling of who it might be. The 2 figures descended into the center of the small courtyard, their light wings folding simultaneously. Hao Changgeng still wore that indifferent demeanor, hands tucked in his pockets, exuding a casual attitude. However, when his gaze landed on Hao Changgeng, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Not bad, not bad. It seems you've encountered a tremendous opportunity this time, young man. Hao Changgeng slightly bowed. I must thank my mentor for the guidance. He didn't elaborate further, and Hao Changgeng didn't press for more details. Some things didn't need to be spoken. Everyone had their own secrets, and Hao Changgeng understood this well. Let me introduce you. Hao Changgeng shifted to the side, pointing to the figure beside him. This individual is our Adventure Guild's strongest mech engineer, Xian Miejun. Hao Changgeng shifted his gaze toward the person, noting the stark difference in aura between Xian Miejun and Hao Changgeng. If Hao Changgeng was a blade sheathed in its scabbard, then Xian Miejun was a solid iron wall standing firm. He did not deliberately emit oppressive pressure, yet the air around him seemed to thicken automatically, with light slightly bending around him. A sense of oppression surrounded him at all times, star sovereign level. Hao Changgeng dared not be careless and bowed respectfully. I am Hao Changgeng, honored to meet Xian Miejun. Xian Miejun waved his hand. No need for such formalities in my presence. His gaze focused on the center of Hao Changgeng's brow, revealing a hint of satisfaction. In our Adventure Guild's Mech Engineer Division, counting you as the new recruit, there are a total of 5 members. 2 others are out on assignments, and when they return, I'll introduce you to them. His tone resembled that of reading a roster, but the content of his words was positioning Hao Changgeng. You are one of us. After a brief pause, Xian Miejun spoke again, his tone remaining even. It seems you have gained quite a bit this time. Your gene sequence has nearly reached its peak. This level of sequence enhancement is rare among our human race. Your affinity for the laws has reached an extremely rare height. He looked directly at Hao Changgeng, his tone unchanged, but the weight of his words had clearly intensified. Therefore, your immediate priority is to head to the Xingyao Palace and elevate your comprehension of the laws of fire and space. Hao Changgeng asked in confusion. Xingyao Palace. Hao Changgeng explained. It's the palace where the recruitment officer initially took you to comprehend the laws. The Sinyuan book, they're also known as the Book of Elements, has each page corresponding to a stage of comprehension. The Sinyuan book has a total of 12 pages. Star soldiers can comprehend the first 3 star generals, can comprehend the middle 3 star sovereigns, can comprehend the last 3, and star masters can comprehend the final 3 pages. Hao Changgeng calculated silently in his mind. What about after those 12 pages? Hao Changgeng chuckled. Young people should not aim too high. After the 12 pages, it's the power of the rules, which is an entirely new realm. Don't consider it for now. Xian Miejun spoke solemnly. With your current affinity for the laws, you should be able to make a breakthrough and comprehend the 4th page, the standard of early star general. He then added, but do not let your guard down. The Lin Xuanxue, who joined the guild at the same time as you, has already reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, which translates to the pinnacle of star soldier on our side, and she could break through at any moment. Hao Changgeng felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. 3 years ago, when he was in seclusion, Lin Xuanxue was still a being who had overwhelmed him. 3 years later, his gene sequence skyrocketed from 3 to 9 segments, his affinity for the laws doubled, and his foundation was set. He thought he had caught up. Yet after running for 3 years, not only had the gap not narrowed, it might have even widened. His hand unconsciously clenched his pant leg and then released it. That's even better, it means she is worth pursuing. Xian Miajun glanced at him. But you need not be disheartened. You now carry a top-tier bloodline, and the innate talent of two source laws. Your potential is not in the least inferior to hers. His voice softened a bit. What you need to do now is to quickly deepen your understanding of the two major source laws. Then, he paused, I will personally guide you integrating secret techniques into your ranged attacks. Hao Changgeng was taken aback. Almost all mech engineers' combat secret techniques were melee-oriented. Long staffs, daggers, claws, all secret techniques were released through weapons and body movements. Whereas the ranged firepower of mech engineers had always relied purely on artillery condensing energy at the muzzle and then firing at targets. There was no involvement of secret techniques in between. He had never considered that these two lines could intersect. Xian Miajun, how do you integrate secret techniques into ranged artillery? Xian Miajun's answer was exceedingly concise. Spirit patterns. He raised his right hand palm, facing upward. The armor on his wrist automatically transformed into a very thin metallic sheet, resembling a disassembled wrist armor component. The surface of the metallic sheet was intricately cut into a grid pattern with energy circuits becoming denser from the inside out. More crucially, these circuits were not cut randomly, but followed a specific path of energy flow. At the very center of the grid was a tiny core node, its function being to collect and compress specific energy sequences. Spirit patterns can be understood as a compressed package. You compress and reorganize the secret technique data acquired from your own battles, engraving it onto the energy guidance core of the burning core ion cannon. Thus, when activated, the artillery will change its form, not merely an ordinary energy cannon, but an output imbued with specific combat patterns. He withdrew his palm. Of course, this might be too profound for you at the moment. First, focus on comprehending the laws. Once you have grasped it, I will teach you the method of engraving in detail. Hao Changgeng suppressed the excitement within him, but his expression stiffened for a moment. He thought of a practical issue. Comprehending the laws at the Xingyao Palace required consuming adventure points. And he only had 10,000 left, which was far from enough. Xian Miajun's gaze fell upon him again, as if he had seen through his predicament. I will give you 100,000 adventure points. During this period, do not worry about anything else, and quickly elevate your comprehension of the laws to new heights. 100,000 adventure points. That was equivalent to 10 million standard crystal cores. Junior. Hao Changgeng took a deep breath, bowed, and said, Thank you for your generous reward, senior. Rui Chenjun nodded beside him. All right, go quickly. He unfurled his light wings, and Xian Miajun stepped forward, as well the two figures rising from the center of the small courtyard vanishing into the distance in an instant. The courtyard returned to silence. Hao Changgeng stood in place, digesting everything that had just occurred. He then shook his head and turned to walk toward the direction of the Xingyao Palace. Hao Changgeng walked towards the direction of the Xingyao Palace, suddenly catching sight of a graceful figure. Dressed in green, a shrunken flying sword was tied to her waist. Ling Xuanxue. Hao Changgeng was taken aback for a moment, then he couldn't help but smile slightly. The last time they met was on the battlefield beyond the domain, and after 3 years, she still appeared as ethereal as ever. Miss Ling, he called out. Ling Xuanxue stopped in her tracks and turned her head. Her gaze lingered on Hao Changgeng's face for a second before she nodded, her expression neither cold nor warm, simply calm. What a coincidence, she said. Her voice was the same as 3 years ago, lacking warmth. Although there was no spiritual pressure emanating from Ling Xuanxue, Hao Changgeng could sense a remarkably stable aura around her, peak of nascent soul. The two exchanged a few pleasantries as they walked, and Hao Changgeng casually shifted the topic. Miss Ling, I would like to ask you something. How do you typically operate the magical tools in your cultivation civilization? I happen to obtain one, but I don't know how to use it. He didn't specify what kind of magical tool it was nor how he acquired it. Ling Xuanxue pondered for a moment and replied, Generally speaking, we communicate with magical tools through divine sense. The divine sense automatically adapts to the magical tool, and once a connection is made, it can be operated. However, our divine sense seems to be quite different from your mental energy system. Magical tools are inherent to the cultivation civilization, and your source energy or mental strength might not be able to establish communication with it. Hao Changgeng fell silent for a few seconds. The primordial Tao lotus the size of a fist in his consciousness space was utterly unmovable. He felt reluctant. But he quickly suppressed that emotion and approached the matter he truly wanted to inquire about from a different angle. Miss Ling, what do you think of my appearance? He pointed to his own face. Black hair and brown eyes. Completely different from the native races of the Milky Way, but more similar to those from your Qingxian star system. I can't possibly be a descendant of some great power, can I? Ling Xuanxue did not answer immediately. Her gaze fell upon his face. Black hair, brown eyes, the basic characteristics of the Qingxian star system. Standing amidst the native races of the Milky Way, Hao Changgeng indeed appeared more like one of her kin. After a moment she spoke. I'm not entirely sure, but I can take you to ask my master. Under Ling Xuan's guidance, Hao Changgeng turned into a quiet corridor. The courtyard gate was much larger than his small courtyard. Not just several times bigger, but more than 10 times. Vines clung to the courtyard walls with deep green leaves that shimmered with a faint silver edge when moved into the light. In the yard there were artificial mountains and flowing water. In the pavilion a chain platform was set where a woman sat on a cushion. This woman emitted no oppressive aura, no spiritual power. Her hair was simply tied back, and a cup of tea rested beside her, resembling a middle-aged woman taking a break in the pavilion. But this was what made him most alert. Previously, the pressure from Xian Miejun felt like a mountain looming, while the person before him simply sat there with the entire surrounding space yielding to her, without any contest. It wasn't that she retracted her aura, but rather that this space inherently obeyed her, requiring no contest whatsoever. Ling Shuangxue stepped forward to pay her respects, master. The woman's gaze shifted to Hao Changgeng, pausing for a moment. Then she nodded, signaling Ling Shuangxue to continue. Ling Shuangxue succinctly conveyed Hao Changgeng's inquiry. Afterward, the woman glanced at Hao Changgeng with a faint expression. In that instant, Hao Changgeng felt as though he was being seen through. Qingxian star system, she said slowly. Indeed, many ancient powers enjoy traveling widely. They dislike sect disputes and do not wish to be confined to one realm. Thus, they leave the Qingxian star system, spreading their teachings and bloodlines. Your appearance represents the most basic racial characteristics of the Qingxian star system, while the hair and eye color of the native races of the Milky Way differ significantly from yours. This indicates that your bloodline is not a random mutation, but rather a direct hybridization from an external source race. It should have been a long time ago that a powerful being from the Qingxian star system visited your planet, leaving not only a legacy, but also a bloodline. This was a very common phenomenon during the Qingxian star system's period of expansion. Hao Changgeng fell silent for a moment. Predecessor, on the planet I come from, there indeed are many myths from ancient times. Laozi Yuanshi, Tianzuan Jade Emperor. Have you heard of these names? The woman listened quietly, and then shook her head. No. Hao Changgeng felt a chill in his heart. But they might be using aliases, the woman added. Powerful beings from the Qingxian star system, when traveling to the outside world, tend to rename themselves in the local language, leaving behind their original names. Hao Changgeng seized this opportunity and asked, Predecessor, can I still activate the magical tools of the Qingxian star system? The woman did not respond immediately. Her gaze lingered on Hao Changgeng for a long time. I'm not sure, she said. In the midst of hemp, the stems grow straight, without support. White sand in the mud turns black with it. Your bloodline source is indeed from the Qingxian star system, but the spiritual energy rule density and cultivation system of the world you come from differ greatly from those of the Qingxian star system. Bloodlines passed down in that kind of environment may have diluted, gone dormant, or even mutated. Now, while the origin of your ancestors can be basically confirmed, awakening the abilities within your bloodline requires deeper tracing. She paused. If you have time, you can return to search for the origin of life, seeking the traces of the teachings left deep within that world. Hao Changgeng recalled those old books on Blue Star, the texts regarded as myths. Predecessor, but we have never seen those cultivators, they only exist in legends. The woman smiled and said, half a foot of a mallet taking half every day, yet it never runs dry. They may not exist in the world you can see, but since they left behind the lineage of teachings, they should still be there, only separated by different spatial levels which you cannot perceive. Hao Changgeng was stunned. He had heard of the phrase, half a foot of a mallet, but not in this star system. It was in the textbooks of Blue Star. The Tianxia chapter of Zhuangzi. A saying he thought was merely philosophical speculation unexpectedly came from the mouth of a powerful being from the Qingxian star system. Predecessor, his voice trembled slightly. This saying comes from a sage on our planet named Zhuang Zhou. Why do you know about it? The woman was momentarily taken aback. Then she spoke, her tone softened considerably compared to before. That is indeed correct. That phrase comes from a top power of the Qingxian star system, Zhuanggong. He loved to wander through the worlds, leaving his way in various forms wherever he went. Different names, different faces, different levels of civilization. Yet his way at its core always remained the same. Therefore, she looked at Hao Changgeng. It can now be almost 100% confirmed that the world you come from was visited by a sage from the Qingxian star system in ancient times. Moreover, they left behind teachings and the marks of bloodlines. Hao Changgeng stood frozen in place. Zhuangzhou, Zhuanggong. The texts recorded on that blue planet as philosophical fables turned out to be the lineage of teachings from the top powers of the Qingxian star system. And their history was not a closed cradle from beginning to end. The woman did not give him much time to ponder. How about this? When you have time, let Shuangxue accompany you back. Ling Shuangxue glanced at her master, but said nothing. After you return, find the origin of life, and once found, your divine sense will activate. Once activated, you will be able to operate the magical tools of the Qingxian star system. Hao Changgeng came back to his senses. Thank you, predecessor, for your guidance. I will first go comprehend the laws, and when I emerge from seclusion. He turned to Ling Shuangxue. At that time I will trouble Miss Ling again. Ling Shuangxue nodded, still remaining silent. The woman's gaze lingered on him for a second as he turned to leave before retracting. Hao Changgeng exited the pavilion, traversing the covered bridge, his footsteps gradually fading away. The pavilion fell silent for a long while before Ling Shuangxue spoke up. "Why did you want me to accompany him back, master?" The woman gently turned her teacup. "This young man is not ordinary." Her gaze fell on the direction where Hao Changgeng had disappeared. "Building a good relationship with him will be beneficial when you return to the Qingxian star system to rebuild the Tianjian sect. He may become your greatest asset." Ling Shuangxue remained silent for a long time before nodding. Upon arriving at the Xingyao Hall, Hao Changgeng's first reaction was the crowd. The square outside was bustling with people, some discussing the techniques of comprehending the laws in hushed tones, while others, just emerging from the hall, wore expressions of excitement. However, the hall itself was empty. The Xingyao Hall assigned each person an independent comprehension space. Thousands of individuals were comprehending different laws simultaneously, completely unaware of each other's presence, rendering the crowd outside irrelevant to the palace. Hao Changgeng spoke, "Proceed to the fire attribute space." In the blink of an eye, the surroundings transformed entirely, revealing a massive book floating in the void so large that Hao Changgeng appeared as a mere speck of dust before it. The cover bore no words, only a slowly burning flame. The shape of the flame continuously changed, cycling through flickers, pillars, and seas of fire. The Book of Elements, also known as the Forest Source Codex. The first page automatically turned, revealing that insignificant flame once again. Yet this time it was different, as Hao Changgeng's affinity for the law of fire had increased by 139. To his eyes, the flame was no longer just a flicker, but a condensed logic of combustion. With just a glance, he comprehended it entirely. The first page began to tremble slightly before flipping over automatically. The second page depicted a lake of lava, its surface covered with a layer of dark gray crust beneath, which bright red molten lava flowed. Every crack in the crust and every roll of the lava was dissected into laws within his perception. It was as if a textbook had been disassembled with each page imprinted in his mind. The third page revealed the comprehension of the law of a ninth-tier star soldier. This page was no longer a static image, but a meteor in free fall. It was a burning celestial body with a diameter of over 10,000 kilometers, its surface peeling away. Molten iron and nickel were flung into space along the flow lines, while the core's radiative pressure propelled the outer shell to disintegrate. Each layer of disintegration corresponded to a subset of the law of fire, with each subset possessing its own independent combustion rules. Hao Changgeng hovered before the meteor, pouring lines of law information into his mind. This time it was not as easy as before. He entered a frenzied state of comprehension. When the fourth page of the law of fire flipped open, Hao Changgeng saw no image at all. The fourth page was black, pure black, absorbing all light. Yet the star breaker warned him the temperature around him was rapidly rising. Then the black page began to pulse with a certain rhythmic frequency, mirroring the fluctuations of the remaining pages of fire. In an instant he understood everything. Flames can never burn in the void. The true law of fire is not about controlling heat or light sources, but about making the user become the very power of the flame itself. The darkness of the fourth page represented the fire of the laws burning within his body. He did not know how long it had been, but when he opened his eyes, he had fully comprehended the fourth page of the law of fire. The first 3 pages combined cost only a few thousand adventure points, while the fourth page alone burned nearly 50,000. True qualitative changes never come cheap. There were still 60,000 points remaining. He dared not delay and immediately switched to the spatial dimension. The surrounding starry sky changed its hue in an instant. Red faded into starlight, and the void reverted to a pure, deep black. The enormous book of elements before him changed its cover. The flames vanished, replaced by a still void. The first page turned. On the almost blank page, a minuscule spatial crack flickered in and out of existence. This was a small misalignment in the fibers of space that had been pulled from their normal arrangement. In an instant, he sensed the spatial sliding during teleportation. This was the essence of teleportation. It was the normal arrangement of spatial fibers being disrupted, forced out of alignment by external forces. Previously, he only knew how to use it without understanding why it was used this way. Now, he comprehended it thoroughly. The space on the second page was no longer static, it was folding. Like a piece of paper being folded in half, or like his reflection in a mirror recursing through infinite echoes. This was the true meaning of the law of space. Not the movement of objects, but the folding of space itself. The speed at which the third page turned was much slower than the previous 2. The page displayed a transparent cube, a hollow cube no more than a centimeter on each side. Its 6 faces were spatial membranes completely isolated from the inside and outside. Hao Changgeng's comprehension was slow and arduous. When he finally grasped the third page, the void suddenly trembled. The enormous book of spatial elements before him began to fade, the void on its cover once again swallowed by the starry sky. The entire spatial dimension began to collapse, the starlight dimmed, and the void beneath him transformed back into solid ground. He was ejected. The voice of the Starbreaker rang out. Adventure points have been cleared. You are forced to exit comprehension. Although you have only grasped the first 3 pages of the law of space, the consumption of adventure points was too rapid. Oh, let's stop here for now. Hao Changgeng nodded, turned, and left the Xingyao Hall, returning to his small courtyard. He began to pack his belongings, preparing to return to Blue Star, and of course Ling Xuanxue would accompany him. He recalled the old books on Blue Star, those words he had treated as fables. Zhuangzi Laozi, those names that existed only on paper. What if they were all pseudonyms? What if they truly were great beings from the Qingxian star system? Then there must be things he had yet to see on Blue Star, traces of the Tao left deep within that world. He pulled out the communication channel for Rui Chenjun and sent a message. The content was brief and to the point. Mentor, I have some personal matters to attend to on Blue Star, and it may take some time before I can return. He then sent another message to Ling Xuanxue. Miss Ling, my comprehension of the laws has come to a temporary halt. Regarding that matter mentioned by the senior, if it's convenient for you, we can set off soon. The 2 messages sent. Rui Chenjun's reply arrived quickly. Stay safe, keep in touch, and remain alert on your way back. After reading it, Hao Changgeng paused his finger over the communication interface. He closed the communication interface and stood in the courtyard waiting for Ling Xuan's reply. Meanwhile, on Lingyu Star, within the vast estate, the core members of the Mud Beautiful team were conducting their weekly summary of achievements. The conference room had no tables, only a massive holographic task wall. The wall was densely packed with completed and pending task entries, each marked with the name of the person who completed it, completion time, and commission. Wang Lei stood before the task wall, his fingers gliding over the pending tasks area. That task of escorting the merchant ship will be completed by tomorrow. We have gathered enough manpower to rotate in shifts. The employer gave us a tendering period, but we can finish this resource transport in less than 3 days. Li Ming's voice came from the corner where he was syncing the score changes on another screen. The transport fleet needs 2-star soldier-level escorts when exiting the outer atmosphere of Lingyu Star. Zhang Heng has already taken 2 people over. As for the task of clearing near-Earth debris, everyone worked overtime last night to finish it. The task issuer even added a commission as a reward for efficiency, as we completed the area in less than 2 days, which should have taken a week. Wang Lei clicked on a marker on the task wall. We can still take that task at an 85 discount. Are those 2 teams still bidding against us? They've all withdrawn. Li Ming's smile revealed half of his face in the glow of the screen. The Mud Beautiful team had become famous for their adventure points on Lingyu Star. With an extremely competitive spirit, they were praised for their speed and efficiency, the fastest team. Among the thousands rescued from the trial planet, an increasing number of star soldiers had joined the Mud Beautiful team. The more members they had, the more tasks they could take on simultaneously, leading to an ever-growing total of resources earned as the scale effect began to manifest. Wang Lei switched the task wall to historical record mode, with rows of completed task entries scrolling across the screen. During the time that the second-in-command is away, we need to expand the team. When the second-in-command returns, let's make that kid take notice. Hao Changgeng did not wait long before he received a reply from Ling Xuanxue. Just a moment. He closed the communication interface and began to tidy up. In the consciousness space, there were still hundreds of blazing crystals piled up, varying in size and quality. The voice of Lieshing echoed in his mind. It is advisable to sell all the ordinary quality blazing crystals and keep only the top 10 or so for nurturing your companions. Sell them all. Yes, your gene sequence has been pushed to the 9th level, and these ordinary blazing crystals have almost no effect on your enhancement. Keeping them will only take up space. Their only purpose would be to wait for their value to rise. But according to the current supply and demand curve of the blazing crystal market in the galaxy, there will be no significant increase in the next few years. Hao Changgeng said no more opening the official trading platform of the Adventure Guild. His permissions were not low. He was marked as a priority response customer in the trading system. Less than a few minutes after submitting the application, a trader in a gray uniform appeared at the gate of the small courtyard. Highly efficient, he entered the yard and opened a portable detector, completing the transaction in less than a few minutes. Hao Changgeng extracted the blazing crystals from the consciousness space, one by one, piling them into a small mound of dark red on the stone table. A total of 31 million standard crystal cores have been transferred to your account. Hao Changgeng then opened the material procurement platform of the Adventure Guild, flipped through a few pages, and ordered several spatial star cores. He then processed the shipping commission, packaging the top 10 or so blazing crystals into an alloy-sealed box. Delivery address: Lingyu Star, received by Wang Lei. After completing all this, he began to wait in the courtyard. Ling Xuanxue did not keep him waiting long and soon appeared in the courtyard. Let's go. The two then walked together towards the transmission hall. The teleportation of the Adventure Guild is essentially the same as the Stargate business of the mecha+Technology, cross-system personnel transport. However, the Stargate uses a spatial leap route, while the teleportation array of the Adventure Guild employs a spatial replacement. They pass through several internal passages that Hao Changgeng had never walked before. only personnel with specific permissions could pass. Transmission hall. A quaint grand hall that shows no signs of high-tech elements from its exterior. The only modern object is a spherical robot stationed at the center of the hall. Its shell is a frosted silver color hovering half a meter above the ground with a ring of pale blue energy swirling slowly around its base. Lieshing transmitted the spatial coordinates of Blue Star to the spherical robot. The spherical robot emitted a confirmation sound, and the energy ring at its base changed from blue to green. The teleportation array began to glow and complex patterns emerged on the azure stone floor, not the circuit patterns of technology, but closer to the flow of law symbols. Hao Changgeng and Ling Xuanxue stepped into the center of the array simultaneously, and the replacement began. Unlike Stargate leaps, the leap felt like being compressed into a line during high-speed motion. The body could feel the sensation of speed, but spatial replacement was different. There was no sense of movement, no sense of speed, and no feeling of the passage of time. Every cell in the body remained in place while the space itself was replaced. By the time Hao Changgeng realized what was happening, the solar system had already arrived. This replacement was not a movement. It was about changing the small piece of space enveloping his body from one location in the universe to another. Surrounded by emptiness, distant starlight appeared sparse, as the stellar density at the edge of the galaxy was far less than that of the interior. Below him was a weak gravitational equilibrium zone with fragments of ice crystals and dust particles drifting nearby. This was also Hao Changgen's first time observing the solar system from this angle. From the outside, the entire solar system was enveloped in a spherical shell, composed of countless comets, meteorite fragments, ice crystals, and dust. Those fragments rolled slowly under the combined effects of stellar radiation pressure and gravitational perturbation. Some were thrown into interstellar space, while others circled back to the inner layers over billions of years. Every star system has such a structure at its periphery, scientifically known as a star shield, Lieshing explained. It is a natural barrier. Incoming meteoroids will experience hundreds of thousands of collisions and orbital disturbances when passing through the star shield, and most of them will disintegrate before reaching the inner layers. Hao Changgeng looked at the slowly moving fragments of ice and meteorites within that spherical shell and recalled the blurry illustrations in astronomy textbooks on Blue Star. Oort cloud. The illustrations were incorrect because the telescopes on Blue Star could not see the textures on the surfaces of these ice crystals. They could not see them being blown into spindle shapes by stellar radiation pressure, nor could they perceive the structures formed during billions of years of orbital resonance. Hao Changgeng asked why not teleport directly to Blue Star. Because it cannot be done, Lieshing replied. The moment you were granted the private domain certificate of the solar system, the Galactic Federation automatically activated the protective protocol for this star region. The entire space within the star shield has been subjected to artificial disturbances. Any directional teleportation, including Stargate leaps and spatial replacements, cannot directly enter. This is a standardized territorial protection measure. Without your permission, no unauthorized ships or individuals can enter the interior of the star shield. Then what if I want to develop the solar system in the future? Wouldn't this protection obstruct normal trade and Stargate construction? Hao Changgeng thought. At that time, you as the Lord can actively lift the restrictions. The Federation will remove the spatial disturbances, withdraw the peripheral AI monitoring, and push the territorial boundary from the outer edge of the star shield to the near-Earth orbit of Blue Star. However, the level of protection in that state will decrease. While you will still be a member of the Galactic Federation protected by the Federation fleet, it will not be able to achieve the current 24-hour real-time response. Is the current monitoring useful? What if the enemy really attacks? Lieshing's voice suddenly became extremely formal, as if reading a set of guarantee terms that Hao Changgeng had never reviewed. The Federation fleet has deployed an epic starship in every war zone. When unauthorized powerful invaders are detected at the outer edge of the star shield, a high-priority alert will be issued. The star shield is still a light year away from Blue Star. Without teleportation, it can only be reached by hard flight. During the time it takes for invaders to cross the star shield, the Orion Arm war zone will have completed the response procedures and gathered forces. Lieshing paused. The firepower of an epic starship, even against a true immortal from the Qingxin star system, may not be able to withstand. While the two were conversing, a silver-white spherical robot flew from a distance. It was larger than the one in the transmission hall, and the sensing patterns on its surface were more intricate. It flew close to Hao Changgeng, hovering in front of him, and the energy ring at its base turned deep blue. Esteemed Lord, the mechanical voice spread through the vacuum along the vibrations of space itself. Biometric identification signal received. Would you like to temporarily lift the spatial disturbances within the solar system? Lifted. Confirmed. Spatial disturbances have been paused. The temporary lifting window lasts for 1 standard galactic hour. If an extension is needed, please reapply. After finishing its mechanical voice, it spun halfway around and flew back into the distant cloud of ice fragments. Lieshing immediately began to arrange, and those spatial star cores flew out from the consciousness space. They floated in the void, automatically aligning into a skeletal structure of a leap channel under Liexing's control. The channel took shape in just a few seconds. A temporary spatial tunnel wrapped in pale blue energy film extended from the outer edge of the star shield all the way to the near-Earth orbit of Blue Star. Though far less precise than the teleportation array at the Adventure Guild headquarters, it was sufficient to complete this route. The two of them entered the tunnel one after the other, and the energy film closed behind them. The fragments of ice and meteorites within the star shield smoothly flowed past the outer wall of the tunnel, drawn into vague shadows. When Blue Star appeared in Hao Changgeng's field of vision, he was momentarily stunned. From this angle, that azure planet truly looked beautiful. A thin layer of blue light refracted the starlight at the edge of the atmosphere, and the clouds cast a blurred outline over the ocean. Qingxian Star System Moonlight Immortal Sect. Yi Shizi sat deep within the immortal pavilion, slowly opening his eyes. The causal thread of that lotus moved. The ant that stole his lotus left the protection of the Adventure Guild. His voice echoed through the side hall, reaching the ears of two elderly men with youthful faces and white hair. As before, but with an added layer of extreme cold, killing intent in his words. Left and right protectors, go immediately and retrieve the lotus. If we fail again this time, bring your heads to see me. The left and right protectors simultaneously bowed in the direction of the voice. We shall obey the immortal lord's orders. Then the two disappeared from the spot. Hao Changgeng hovered thousands of meters above the ground, while at the same time the Starbreaker had already hacked into the global network. Such a level of intrusion was nothing for Starbreaker. The entire network infrastructure of Blue Planet was like an open book in front of intelligent life. In just a few milliseconds, he completed the indexing, information filtering, and abnormal signal marking. Global news, social media, government communications, scientific reports. All data was compressed, categorized, and analyzed. Ling Shuang's gaze crossed the clouds, landing on a distant direction. She spoke. In that direction, there is a trace of celestial spirit energy. Hao Changgeng knew what she was referring to, but now was not the time to pursue that lead. He had to go home and take a look first. With wings of light unfurled, he flew towards the direction embedded in his memory. Radar, satellites, thermal imaging systems on Blue Planet. All detection methods failed to discover the presence of the two. To the military technology of Blue Planet, the strength of the two was like a dimensional strike. Flying over oceans, mountains, and those geographical contours that had been repeatedly reviewed in memory. Everything had not changed much. Only a few highways had been added in some places, and the outskirts of some cities had expanded compared to before. When that small village appeared in their view, Hao Changgeng paused midair. From above, the village, with just over 100 households nestled in a valley, looked almost identical to when he left. The tree at the village entrance was still there, the cement road in the village was still crooked, and the drainage ditch by the road remained dry. He landed in his family's yard with Ling Shuangxue following beside him, unnoticed by anyone. He pushed open the door. The layout of the living room had not changed. The sofa was still the same, as if nothing had changed. The photo of him on the wall was still there, a youthful smile on his lips, taken in the year of his high school graduation, with the edges of the photo slightly yellowed. A person stood at the kitchen door, clutching a bunch of untrimmed celery. When she looked up and saw the person at the door, the celery in her hand fell to the ground. Changgeng. His father came out from the inner room, originally asking who had arrived, but upon seeing Hao Changgeng, he could not finish his sentence. 8 years ago, their son had vanished into thin air. They had reported to the police, posted missing person notices, sought surveillance, and hired private detectives. All attempts had hit an invisible wall. They thought they would never see him alive again, and then he showed up with a girl pushing the door and standing before them. His mother cried first, while his father moved his lips several times, unable to utter a word. He walked over, looking at Hao Changgeng. Confirming it, he embraced him tightly. You little rascal, where have you been all these years? Hao Changgeng felt his father's arm tightening, but everything he encountered in the galaxy could not be explained to them just yet. Ran into some trouble. It took longer than expected. His mother was already wiping her tears, but when her gaze shifted to Ling Shuangxue, her expression changed immediately. Oh dear, this girl. She hurriedly grabbed Ling Shuang's hand. What is your name? How old are you? Where are you from? What do your parents do? How did you meet our Changgeng? Ling Shuangxue froze, a peak nascent soul cultivator, unexpectedly being asked about her age and relationship status by a woman. She stiffly turned her head, seeking help from Hao Changgeng with her eyes. Hao Changgeng turned his face away, pretending not to see. Thankfully, language was universal. She answered somewhat stiffly, Ling Shuangxue. Then his mother began to inquire about her family background, and Ling Shuang's gaze once again pleaded for help from Hao Changgeng. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Ling Shuang's body suddenly stiffened for a moment. She quickly transmitted a thought to Hao Changgeng, speaking rapidly. Just now, for a brief moment, I sensed a very clear trace of celestial spirit energy. It's located in the southeast, about 2,000 miles away. That should be an entrance to another realm. Hao Changgeng could no longer remain seated. He mentally unfolded the map, southeast over 2,000 miles. Mount Zhongnan. Mom and Dad, he said somewhat apologetically. We have to go out for a few days. Well, spend time with you properly when we come back. His father stood silently beside the sofa. Since Hao Changgeng returned, it had not even been a full meal's time. Don't worry, we'll be back soon. Then Hao Changgeng took out a dozen standard crystal cores from his consciousness space. The crystals were filled with pure source energy, glowing like breathing lights in the dim light of the living room. Mom and Dad, keep these on you. They're good for your health. He shoved the crystal cores into his mother's palm, and his father couldn't help but ask, how long will you be gone? Just a few days, and when I return I'll tell you everything that happened. As soon as he finished speaking, the two disappeared from their spot. This bizarre scene left the elderly couple utterly dumbfounded. If it weren't for the mother clutching those crystal cores, they would have thought it was an illusion caused by excessive longing. At that moment, Hao Changgeng and Ling Shuangxue were already hovering above Mount Zhongnan, with the mountains below covered in dense vegetation. On the surface, this was just one of the many mountains of Blue Planet, visited by climbers, inhabited by hermits, with countless legends left by history. But in Ling Shuang's perception, a crack suddenly appeared here. Celestial spirit energy seeped out extremely slowly from the other end of the crack, eventually merging into the unique mist of Mount Zhongnan. The entrance is nearby. It's not a cave, but another realm, though very concealed, and requires careful searching, Ling Shuangxue said earnestly. Meanwhile, at the edge of the solar system star shield, two elderly men with youthful faces and white hair stepped out from the void, this time without concealing their aura. The left protector's divine sense swept across the edge of Starshield, quickly locking onto the nearest AI monitoring node. A silver-white spherical robot floated in the void, its mechanical voice resonating through the space. Ahead is the territory of the Galactic Federation. A warning: unauthorized personnel entry is prohibited. Violators will be severely punished. The left protector looked at the sphere with nothing but disdain in his eyes. He waved his hand, and a thin wisp of celestial essence was flicked out from his sleeve. At the moment the celestial essence touched the AI robot, its shell began to disintegrate, splitting from the center with fragments scattering in different directions. The internal circuitry was exposed, and the energy ring extinguished. Most cultivators from the Qingxian star system had a strong aversion to the technological creations of the Milky Way. In their eyes, these were merely side paths and clever tricks. Then the two performed a teleportation technique, preparing to head to Blue Planet. However, the space beneath their feet contracted for a moment before violently rebounding. In that instant, the surrounding ice shards and meteoric debris all altered their trajectories, as the fibers of space were artificially disturbed by some device. Within the entire range of Starshield, directional teleportation was locked. There's something going on, the right protector said with a slight frown. His divine sense expanded outward, quickly discovering the spatial disturbance devices hidden within Starshield. 26 of them. They were distributed across different orbital planes, emitting spatial disturbance waves at specific frequencies. It was precisely the overlapping functions of these devices that encased the entire solar system in an untransmittable cage. The two exchanged glances, then separated, heading towards the nearest device. In the command center of the Orion branch of the Galactic Federation, at the moment the monitoring AI was destroyed, the corresponding node on the holographic screen turned from green to red. The last frame of data transmitted before the signal was lost contained characteristics of high-intensity energy fluctuations. Spectral analysis results were highly matched with the database of attacks from cultivation civilizations. Solar system direction invasion by cultivation civilization. Highest level alert triggered. The central holographic platform of the command center automatically displayed a three-dimensional grid map of the solar system's starshield. All 26 spatial disturbance devices were online, and the red dot trajectories indicated that the two invaders were moving separately. They moved extremely quickly with clear objectives. They were systematically removing the disturbance nodes. The coordinates of the destroyed AI had been locked, and the invader's level was initially assessed to be above Star's sovereign level, with specific ranks to be further confirmed after combat. The commander's expression was grave, and he subsequently issued the combat order. Activate the Tianzhou. Then the only epic starship within the Orion branch was activated. The ship emerged from the dark zone of the gravitational equilibrium point, and the terrifying energy fluctuations caused the surrounding space to tremble. Direction: solar system. Mission objective: intercept the invading cultivators and protect the territory of the Galactic Federation. A peak showdown between technology and cultivation officially commenced at this moment. When the Tianzhou arrived, everything was still under control. The void at the outer edge of the star shield was a chaotic mess, with shattered ice and meteors violently erased from their orbits by some external force. Out of the 26 spatial disturbance devices, 16 had already ceased functioning. Their markers on the star shield's three-dimensional grid had changed from online green to offline gray. The command center of the Orion Arms battle zone had synchronized the battlefield situation map in real time to the main control room of the Tianzhou. At this moment, the holographic screen displayed 10 remaining green markers still emitting spatial disturbance waves. Meanwhile, the 2 red light points representing the invaders were moving separately and at high speed. Trajectory calculations indicated they had locked onto the 17th and 18th devices. At this moment, all mobile turrets on the Tianzhou were in a ready-to-launch state, and the electromagnetic catapults had completed their preheating. In the main control room, the holographic screen covered the entire curved wall. The captain stood before the central tactical platform, watching the trajectory of the red dots on the screen, then raised his hand and tapped the communication panel. The external communication channel was activated and his voice was injected directly into the void medium within the star shield's range through the spatial vibration sensor. The sound spread along the vibrations of the spatial fibers, reaching the locations of the 2 red light points. This is the territory of the Galactic Federation. All unauthorized personnel must withdraw immediately or they will be regarded as invaders, and we reserve the right to execute. Repeat, unauthorized personnel must withdraw immediately or they will be regarded as invaders, and we will execute immediately. The red dots did not stop, and the 2 trajectories on the screen showed no change in speed. After hearing the warning, the 2 individuals continued moving towards their designated targets with no response. The captain stared at the 2 trajectories, retracting his finger from the communication panel. How arrogant they are. As soon as the words left his mouth, his right hand slapped down on the tactical command platform. Let me see if your strength is harder, or if my annihilation cannon is harder. The captain's voice rose sharply, crossing the bridge and reaching the entire ship's combat channel. All ships, launch all mobile turrets, enter level 1 combat readiness mode, and begin energy injection for the annihilation cannon array. Target-locked enemy trajectories are synchronized in real time to the fire control radar. The Tianzhou, spanning kilometers, began to tremble as 12 mobile turrets simultaneously ejected from the ship's surface. Each turret stabilized its position under the influence of reverse thrusters as it detached from the mothership. Each turret had a volume exceeding hundreds of kilometers with a shell made from a single block of cast alloy. The surface was covered with dense rows of gun barrels, each barrel's base illuminated by different colored indicator lights. Live ammunition, energy beams, plasma, high-energy particles, and spatial disturbance munitions, all 5 types of ammunition were ready. The fire control radar array simultaneously locked onto the 2 targets within milliseconds, and the next second the 12 turrets fired at the same time. Full firepower unleashed. The electromagnetic catapult array first launched dozens of different types of projectiles: high-energy particle beams, kinetic penetrators, electromagnetic pulses, high explosives, plasma clusters. The total firepower at this moment was enough to erase the entire solar system from the star map in an instant. The void at the outer edge of the star shield was illuminated in incandescent white, with each shell trailing a tail of light. In sight, millions of light tails intertwined and brushed past each other. The 2 looked at the impending, unavoidable barrage, their expressions growing serious. A bronze mirror flew out from the left protector's sleeve, hovering in front of him, its surface rippling with a faint cyan glow. As the glow expanded into a thin shield at the moment the artillery fire approached, it wrapped around him entirely. The right protector had a small bell floating above his head, which began to rotate, emitting a deep, resonant bell sound. A layer of circular golden energy spread outward, similarly isolating him within. The first wave of firepower struck the light shield and bell wall without any sound of explosion. However, the shattered ice and meteoric debris in the surrounding void were blown away thousands of kilometers by the shockwave of the energy collision. In the main control room of the Tianzhou, the data on the holographic screen was updating rapidly: enemy energy shield status, defense index, decay, celestial essence consumption rate, and more. All parameters were changing in real time, and the officer stood at the operation console to the right of the commander, his eyes fixed on the spectrum analysis panel. Captain, the enemy has employed unknown means. With simple energy firestorm cannot breach their defenses. He paused. I suggest firing 2 superstring annihilation munitions. The captain remained silent for a moment, then said, fire 1 first. The officer did not inquire further and executed a series of commands on the console. The enemy's combat data collection was insufficient. 1 shot as a probe. This was true commander logic. It was not about being reluctant to use munitions, but rather battlefield economics. Each missile in the Tianzhou arsenal had a corresponding battlefield purpose, especially for such high-cost spatial munitions. The electromagnetic catapult's rail extended from the bow to the center of the ship. A missile was delivered from the ammunition supply chamber by a mechanical arm into the rail slot. The entire ship's energy distribution system began to simultaneously gather energy towards the electromagnetic catapult. The lights in the main control room dimmed slightly in that instant. In the next moment, the superstring annihilation missile exited the chamber completely black, with no glowing patterns on its surface. It resembled not ammunition, but rather a piece of finely cut meteoric debris. Its flight trajectory was not a straight line. No one could see its trajectory. The fire control radar calculated the spatial curvature of the right protector's defensive artifact and the fluctuation frequency of the artifact. Using trajectory data from millions of conventional projectiles for cross-validation, it identified the weakest point in his defenses. At this moment, the right protector was still fully resisting the continuous firepower suppression from the mobile turrets. The small bell above his head stabilized its rotation, showing no signs of abnormality. However, when the superstring annihilation missile abruptly appeared near him, it did not trigger an explosive fluctuation. Instead, it crushed that small piece of space, and the space began to shatter in patches at the moment the ammunition was activated. Especially at the point struck by the superstring annihilation missile, the space resembled shattered glass. Cracks spread outward from the missile's activation point, each crack a tear in the spatial structure. The right protector was right in the center of the shattered space, and the small bell above his head began to tremble violently at the moment the space fractured, with a visible crack appearing on its surface. The right protector's artifact was pierced by the spatial fissure when it came into contact with that region. His defensive barrier was ruptured from within by the broken space, and the bell's sound abruptly ceased. In that moment, a gap was broken in his defenses, and the spatial fissure surged in through the gap, striking his protective celestial essence. The right protector let out a muffled groan, taking half a step back. The bell's vibrations had not yet stopped, but the artifact itself seemed damaged, the runes on the bell's body dimmed by several degrees. "How dare you, ants?" The left protector, witnessing this scene, turned from calm to furious. The right protector, his fellow practitioner for countless epochs, was actually injured by a group of ants. The copper mirror before the left guardian suddenly erupted with a fierce azure light. The mirror began to tremble slightly, evidently overwhelmed by the immense influx of celestial essence. However, the copper mirror successfully withstood the impact of the barrage, granting the left guardian a chance to strike back. Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger. A colossal finger large enough to cast a shadow over the starship emerged from the void, crushing toward the Tianzhou. The patterns on each joint were vividly discernible, continuously releasing an oppressive force of celestial essence. This gigantic finger was larger than the one unleashed outside the radiant secret realm, and the pressure released by the patterns was even more intense. At that time, it was merely a probing attack against a woman he deemed formidable, but now it was fueled by rage. The Tianzhou could not evade. Its 1,000-kilometer-long hull was similarly constrained by spatial disturbances and unable to jump. The threat level on the holographic screen surged to the maximum, and alarm bells rang out in every corner of the bridge. The captain showed no signs of panic and calmly issued orders. Maintain fire suppression, deploy matrix shields. The firepower of the mobile turrets surged at that moment, affirming the captain's tactical intent. No matter how strong the counterattack from the opponent, the fire suppression must not be interrupted, for if it were to cease, the two cultivators would surely escape. Simultaneously, the launch ports across the Tianzhou opened, and over 10,000 small pyramid-shaped defensive devices shot out from the hull. Each side measured no more than a few meters, their exteriors shimmering with a faint golden glow. They arranged themselves into a complex geometric formation, synchronously deploying a golden matrix shield on the exterior of the Tianzhou. Just as the matrix closed, the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger came crashing down. The matrix shield collapsed at the moment of contact. Over 10,000 pyramids overloaded simultaneously, their internal energy circuits exploding into a shower of luminous dust under the overwhelming force of celestial essence. However, the matrix shield's destruction fulfilled its tactical function, dispersing the initial impact of that finger. The remaining energy of the finger continued forward, violently crashing against the inner energy shield. The colorful shield rippled with a brilliant circular light pattern at the point of contact. The colors radiated outward from the center, transitioning through the entire visible spectrum from blue-green to red-purple in just a second or two. The shield was not shattered, but its color had faded by nearly half. The bridge trembled slightly, and the holographic screen flickered under the energy impact for a moment before returning to normal. The captain leaned against the tactical command console, glancing at the shield status readout. His gaze shifted to the residual energy signals on the fire control radar. Its intensity far exceeded any moment from their previous conflicts. He said nothing, his gaze returning to the two red dots on the fire control radar. At this moment, the left guardian floated in the void, his expression growing exceedingly grave. Though that finger was not his full strength, it was certainly no mere probing attack. Since stepping into the true immortal realm, there had been no opponent capable of withstanding his Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger, aside from that mysterious woman encountered outside the radiant secret realm. And this time the one who withstood him was actually a starship, a hunk of iron he had previously looked down upon. He had heard that the starships of the galaxy were formidable and knew that the combined military strength of the Galactic Federation ranked second in the entire Azure cosmos. His assessment had been a trivial path, not worthy of fear. But after experiencing it firsthand today, he had retracted his disdain in his heart. Because those mobile turrets had not ceased fire since the battle began. The firepower unleashed from the array of cannons had been blocked from the very first wave by him and the Right Guardian, yet they had not halted this barrage. They would not tire, nor would they lose focus, and they would not reduce their rate of fire due to a companion being destroyed. Each turret operated as an independent fire control system, with an ammunition replenishment unit behind each barrel. Metal and circuitry were born for continuous combat. Yet the celestial essence of him and the Right Guardian had limits. Under such continuous suppression, the defensive treasures were consuming their own reserves of celestial essence every second, and they had no opportunity to pause and recover. What further agitated him was that he sensed a fissure of celestial spirit energy opening on that blue-white planet. It was not a natural formation, as someone was actively expanding it. The one who stole the Tao Lotus was on that very planet. Once the fissure was completely open, the Tao Lotus could very well be drawn into another world. By then, the causal lines would be severed by the spatial barrier, making pursuit exponentially more difficult. Yet he and the Right Guardian remained trapped here with the enemy's firepower unceasing, leaving them unable to escape. The Left Guardian gazed at the 1,000-kilometer starship, its exterior shrouded by a dull energy shield. Now visibly recovering at an observable speed, the energy injection system was replenishing the shield's depletion. He suppressed the barely perceptible fatigue and sent a thought transmission to the Right Guardian. How many of those devices are left? 8. If we dismantle 8 more, the spatial disturbance will completely vanish. At that time, we can directly reach the blue planet without having to confront this hunk of iron anymore. But dismantling 8 devices would require time, and those mobile turrets would not grant them that opportunity. Now they needed to withstand this technological firepower that could last who knows how long. Meanwhile, on the blue planet at Mount Zhongnan, Hao Changgeng and Ling Shuangxue had already found that fissure. It was a crack embedded between the fibers of space, too narrow for a single person to pass through. From the other side of the fissure, an exceedingly weak celestial spirit energy seeped out. It mingled with the thin mist of Mount Zhongnan, blending into the breath of the surrounding vegetation. The fissure itself was located on what appeared to be an ordinary rock wall fault. Only from a few inches away could one sense the undulating, invisible spatial patterns. "This is the place," Ling Shuangxue said. "Had it not been for the persistent celestial spirit energy, even I wouldn't have sensed it." Hao Changgeng hovered before the fissure with the Lixing, constantly analyzing various data. Ling Shuangxue took out an ancient compass, beginning to set up a spatial traction array along the edge of the fissure. "The fissure is too small. We need to explore clues on the other side first. I will use the traction array to pry open an entry. Temporarily, it can only be opened about 2 feet wide, but it will be more suitable for preliminary reconnaissance. Be ready." Hao Changgeng compressed his mech down to 30 centimeters, the remnants swirling around the energy core. The presence of the power of rules granted him a basic sense of the risks within the fissure. What he did not yet know was that a light year away from him, 2 true immortal realm experts were struggling to break through under the firepower suppression of the Tianzhou, and their gazes had been fixed in this direction all along, peering through the causal lines. As Ling Shuangxue guided him, the rift slowly opened up. The edges of the rift were not smooth, revealing the patterns of spatial fibers being stretched. Eventually, the rift stabilized into a passage about 2 feet wide. Hao Changgeng maintained the mech at a height of 30 centimeters and entered it. The sensation of passing through the rift was unlike any spatial transfer he had experienced before. It was neither the feeling of leap speed nor the disorientation of displacement. This time he simply felt as though he had crossed a threshold. Another world. By the time he realized it, his feet were already standing on a strange land. The air was filled with a high density of celestial spiritual energy, several times richer than that in the Qingxian star system. There were no magical beasts around, no traps triggered, and no unusual movements. "There's no danger, you can come over," he shouted towards the rift. Then a stream of azure light passed through the rift, and Ling Shuangxue appeared beside him. The moment she landed, her body paused slightly. Her divine sense naturally spread out in this unfamiliar world, her tone carrying a barely perceptible tremor. "The density of spiritual energy here is on par with the top sect's secret realms in the Qingxian star system. It might even be higher." Hao Changgeng restored the mech to a height of 2 meters. "Let's investigate first." The Rift Star began adjusting its detection scheme. The physical parameters of this world were completely different from those of conventional planets. No planetary curvature, no orbital parameters, no stellar radiation pressure. Conventional radar waves attenuate rapidly in this environment and require auxiliary enhancement. The armor plates on the back of the mech slid open, and 12 peculiar lenses sprang out from their slots. Each lens was no larger than a fist, its surface covered with a layer of light silver coating. They hovered behind the mech, automatically arranging according to the array geometry calculated by the Rift Star. The 4 central lenses formed the main beam emission array, while the 8 outer ones were responsible for receiving and secondary focusing. There were no physical connections between the lenses. They maintained the array structure through extremely thin energy filaments. Then the detection wave was emitted from the core of the mech. It was not a single beam, but a whole fan-shaped spatial detection wave expanding outward from the mech. As the beam passed through the lens array, it was precisely focused with each lens enhancing and refracting the beam at specific frequency bands. All 12 lenses worked simultaneously, increasing the output power by 2 orders of magnitude, effectively expanding the detection radius to more than 30 times that of conventional radar. A three-dimensional holographic map began to construct. The right eye of the mech emitted a beam of light, unfolding a holographic projection. Initially, there were only vague outlines, a few mountain ridges, a boundary of an ocean, and then the inland waterway network. As the detection wave advanced, the map became clearer. This was not a planet. It was a massive landmass floating in space. The central area of the land was composed of 5 mountain ranges corresponding to the east, south, west, north, and center directions, with hills and plains in between. They were standing on the outer edge of the southern mountain range. Beyond the mountains was an endless ocean, with the surface exhibiting deep blue energy reflection characteristics in the detection wave. Further out beyond the ocean's boundary, there were even larger spatial structures. However, the detection wave had reached its limit, and the outlines of those regions were too vague to resolve. The scale annotations on the map began to pop up. Central mountain range area east-west span 1100 kilometers, north-south span 1000 kilometers. Outer sea area east-west span approximately 1100 kilometers, north-south span approximately 180 kilometers. Beyond that area, out of detection range. Hao Changgeng stared at the holographic map before him, feeling a sense of familiarity. It resembled the yellowed illustrations of the Shanhai Jing he had flipped through in high school. The inland mountain range area corresponded to the Shanjing, while the outer sea area corresponded to the Haijing. The regions that could not be detected, their records matched the Da Huang Jing. Rift Star is this. After analyzing the existing network data of the Blue Star, the voice of the Rift Star chimed in. This place matches the geographical structure recorded in numerous ancient texts of the Shanhai Jing to a high degree. The Shanjing pertains to inland geography, the Haijing to coastal geography, and the Da Huang Jing to the distant seas and unknown areas beyond the seas. If nothing unexpected occurs, this should be it. Hao Changgeng fell silent, realizing that those remnants of records were not fictitious from beginning to end. They had truly existed, merely sealed within an unknown space. As the scanning continued, the Rift Star suddenly spoke. As if discovering a treasure, its tone carried a hint of excitement. The detection wave has a new discovery 680 kilometers to the west. A large quantity of unknown fire attribute materials has been found. This material has extremely high conductivity, and its energy spectrum characteristics are not present in any known database. It is not any recorded mineral alloy or energy crystal. A large quantity of fire attribute materials. Hearing this, Hao Changgeng felt a surge of joy in his heart. Wasn't this the best material for crafting a mobile attack module? In that instant, the thought of exploring the origin of life was suppressed. He eagerly said, "Let's go." Ling Xuanxue was puzzled, but could only follow. Meanwhile, at the outer edge of the star shield, only 5 space disturbance devices remained, but the condition of the left and right guardians was clearly deteriorating. The light shield of the copper mirror was at least 30% thinner than initially. Since Xiao Zhong had been injured by the superstring's destruction, the runic glow had been slowly fading. The 2 guardians' celestial essence was being consumed at a rate far exceeding their recovery speed. Those moving turrets' firepower pressed them without a moment's respite, forcing them to expend energy every second. The right guardian continued to clear the devices amidst the onslaught of fire, but his movements lacked the composure they had at the beginning. The left guardian was holding off most of the firepower while calculating the remaining time in his heart. Both of their celestial essences had been consumed by over half, yet the firepower of the moving turrets showed no signs of weakening. Meanwhile, the rift of celestial energy was becoming increasingly active on the surface of that planet. It couldn't be delayed any longer. He sent a message to the right guardian. "They'll hold off this starship, you quickly clean up the rest." Before the right guardian could respond, he opened his mouth and spat out a small red fan. As the fan flew out from his mouth, it was no larger than a fingernail, but it swelled in the wind, transforming in a few breaths into a 3-foot-long scarlet feather fan. Every feather on the fan was ablaze. The left guardian gripped the fan's handle and waved it towards the starship. Nanming Lihua. The flames that detached from the fan's surface were not large initially, at most several dozen zhang wide. But all the projectiles along the way, high-energy particle beams, kinetic penetrators, plasma clusters, electromagnetic pulses, were turned to ashes the moment they touched the edge of the flames. Every projectile upon contact with the flame's edge was reverted to free basic particles. As the flames flew, they continually expanded, engulfing every intercepting firepower into that scarlet expanse. On the holographic screen of the Tianzhou, the data analysis window for Nanming Lihua was fluctuating wildly. Yet the composition of the flames could not be identified and the energy spectrum could not be matched. The captain looked at the approaching scarlet flames outside and immediately issued an order. All moving turrets recall to the ship. All 12 turrets received the return command simultaneously abandoning their current coordinates. They fully activated their thrusters, withdrawing into the ship within the last few seconds before the flames completely enveloped the vessel. The next second, Nanming Lihua crashed into the energy shield of the Tianzhou. The entire starship was engulfed, and the energy shield emitted a fierce glow under the flame's corrosion. The shield continually consumed energy to resist the flame's penetration, and the holographic screen displayed the shield status in alert colors. Flame composition analysis, a screen full of question marks. The captain's expression was serious, but not panicked. His fingers pressed several virtual keys on the tactical command platform, granting the highest authority to the ship's thermal control system. Activate all heat sink modules. All heat sink modules on the Tianzhou simultaneously activated. These modules were the ultimate cooling system designed specifically for extreme, high-temperature environments. Each module contained a large amount of phase-change heat sink materials. They could instantly transfer the heat from the armor's surface deep into the ship's interior, turning the entire starship into a superheat sink. Although the heat sink modules expelled the first wave of high temperatures, some armor on the ship's outer shell was still heated to near its limit. Nanming Lihua continued to burn, and the heat sink modules operated at full power. The shield maintained a temporary balance between the flame's erosion and the cooling of the heat sinks. The left guardian stood in the void, pressing upon the Tianzhou, while also sweeping his divine sense towards the rear. The right guardian had already set off to dismantle the first device, but the causal line of that lotus had begun to blur. The captain of the Tian's Hao-class vessel stood before the central tactical console, gazing at the holographic exterior feed with a faint furrow in his brow. The energy shields held a precarious equilibrium under the relentless erosion of the southern Ming Li fire. Thermal sink modules operated at full capacity, and temperature readings crept upward with agonizing slowness, just beneath the red alert threshold. They could endure, for now, but this was no sustainable solution. After the mobile turrets retracted into the hull, all external firepower ceased entirely. The left guardian stood motionless in the void, fan in hand, yet alone suppressed the entire offensive capability of the Tianzhou. More critically, the right guardian, now dismantling the final spatial disturbance devices, showed no sign of slowing. On the bridge's holographic display, the remaining device markers blinked out one by one. Once all were disabled, spatial distortion would collapse, and the intruders could vanish via cultivation-based teleportation. Then the Tianzhou would stand no chance of pursuit, a fact the captain knew with chilling clarity. "First officer," he said, voice calm and measured, "report to the Federation. Request immediate tactical reinforcement." Transmission required no electromagnetic waves. The Tianzhou's quantum communications module under the comm officer's control encoded the distress signal into high-dimensional quantum states. Within seconds, the same line of text illuminated terminals across the Orion Arm Theater Command, the Federation Military Communications Network, and the Galactic Federation Military Council. Sol System, Tianzhou vessel, engaged by true immortal tier cultivators from the Qingxian star system. Tactical reinforcement urgently requested. Within minutes, the Galactic Federation Operations Command convened its holographic war council. Above the vast circular conference table hovered a three-dimensional grid map of the Sol system. All systems were online. The intruder classification had been updated by the Tianzhou Intelligence Group, 2 true immortals from the Qingxian star system, their precise identities pending confirmation. A brief silence fell over the chamber. Then a full admiral rose to his feet. Though the 5 major star systems share allegiance to the human alliance, such brazen incursion into our sovereign space, if left unaddressed decisively, would not only undermine the Galactic Federation's interstellar prestige, but constitute a flagrant violation of the Federation Territorial Sovereignty Act. No sooner had the words left his lips than another senior commander slammed his fist upon the table. A veteran whose temples bore the silver frost of over a century of fleet service, he had fought in countless brutal engagements. His temper, like his resolve, remained unblunted by time. "Those cultivators look down their noses at us, disdain the Milky Way outright. Their deliberate sabotage of our AI surveillance nodes is naked provocation." He drew a sharp breath and issued his proposal. "I recommend deploying an Epic-class stellar combat robot to assist the Tianzhou in apprehending the intruders, and demand that the Qingxian star system pay ransom for their return." Apprehend them. Demand ransom from Qingxian. Every hawkish commander present voiced immediate assent. The dovish delegation offered no objection. Several who had prepared remarks ultimately withheld comment. The presiding chair struck the gavel. Unanimous approval granted. Simultaneously, at the outer rim of the galaxy, coordinates deliberately erased from all official star charts began to tremble. Their space appeared indistinguishable from the cosmic background. No gravitational anomalies, no energy signatures, no feature capable of betraying its existence. Yet upon receipt of the Council's unanimous combat directive, the void shuddered, and from darkness an ice-blue sentinel stirred awake. This was a combat-grade stellar combat robot, its scale poised between heavy mecha and compact starships, standing over 100 meters tall. Its hull gleamed with seamless ice-blue armor, no joints, no seams, every centimeter forged as a single internally integrated structural lattice. Its head bore no conventional features, only a horizontal sensor band, which shifted from glacial blue to deep sapphire the instant it awakened. Coordinates for the Sol system streamed into its core navigation matrix. The warp drive ignited. Across 30,000 light-years, spacetime folded within the warp bubble of starships required reinforced shields to withstand multidimensional friction and redundant power reserves to counteract warp-induced deformation. This robot needed none of that. It was a weapon engineered exclusively for warp-speed assault. Its hull, its power core, its sensory array, all rigorously tested and optimized under sustained warp conditions. The ice-blue frame slipped silently into the warp bubble and vanished from that hidden expanse, its vector locked on the Sol system. Meanwhile, Hao Changgeng and Ling Shuangxue descended upon the upper reaches of a river. Barren of vegetation, the site stood beside a colossal bronze cauldron. Slopes flanking the riverbed were draped in fine dark red sand, devoid of any organic trace. Yet the river itself flowed modestly, emerging from fissures in the mountains winding along a narrow channel. A faint thermal mist shimmered above its surface, emanating from the riverbed itself, releasing latent energy. This is it. Lai Xing's voice resonated thick with mounting exhilaration. Material concentration here exceeds every prior sampling point by orders of magnitude. Hao Changgeng lowered his mecha just above the riverbed. The water ran crystalline clear, revealing smooth cobbles and fine sand below. That very sand contained the fire-aligned material, each grain rice-sized and darker textured with microscopic roughness. Mixed among ordinary river sediment, they pulsed softly under the current, like gem fragments polished by flowing water. Lai Xing's voice trembled with unrestrained euphoria. We've struck gold. This river holds extraordinary abundance. Conservative estimates suggest enough raw material to construct 2 mobile assault modules, with surplus remaining for direct sale. At current market rates for comparable substances, no less than several 100 million standard crystal cores. Holy gold mine! Hao Changgeng's reply burst forth even more fervently. Meanwhile, Ling Shuangxue approached the cauldron. It towered several zhang high, massive walled coated in deep brown oxidation. 3 sturdy legs supported it, twin upright handles crowned its rim, its form ancient, austere, utterly unadorned. She circled it slowly, fingertips tracing the hair-thin patterns etched along one leg. Patterns older than memory, resembling bone structure or perhaps extinct script. This is a pill-refining cauldron, common in cultivation realms. Yet its composition is unknown to me. This vessel is far more enigmatic than it appears. Within its walls linger residual traces of alchemical flame unmistakably beyond any ordinary furnace. Hao Changgeng had already settled directly above the riverbed. Thousands of micro-drones surged from his armors, seems directed by Lai Xing to descend upon the riverbed. The first wave surfaced swiftly, each drone clutching a rice grain-sized crystal, depositing them one by one into a growing mound of dark red luminescence. Each crystal enclosed a minuscule eternal flame, radiating pure concentrated fire elemental energy. This was law-level essence of flame, the ideal foundational material for mobile assault modules. Yet as they harvested feverishly, neither recalled consulting the classic of mountains and seas. Earlier, Lai Xing had cross-referenced Blue Planet's ancient archives against its mountainous topography and orientation. He'd identified the chapter most closely matching their coordinates, but amidst cascading data streams, secondary verification remained incomplete. Hao Changgeng meanwhile monitored real-time efficiency metrics of the microdrone's transport cycles. Had they opened the Western Mountains Classic, third western section, they would have read, 480 li further west lies the hill of Xianyuan. This was no ordinary terrain. It was the legendary hill of Xianyuan, the sacred abode of Huangdi, the primordial sovereign. That very cauldron, once used by Huangdi himself for alchemical refinement. Those rice grain crystals, recorded in antiquity as Dansu, the quintessence of flame, natural crystallizations formed when fire law condensed under rare geological conditions. Upon a distant peak, a demonic beast observed them. Crane-like in form, yet bearing only a single leg, feathers crimson streaked, with azure veins, beak ivory white, bifong. It perched motionless upon a ridge stone, its solitary talon gripping the rock with unwavering stillness. Its gaze rested upon the silver-gold mecha on the riverbed, and upon the swarms of silvery gray micro-drones churning through the water, lifting grain after grain of Dan Su from the depths. It made no sound. It simply stood, silent, statuesque, a divine beast forgotten by time. Hao Changgeng remained unaware. The drones continued harvesting. The pile of Dan Su grew ever higher. The collection process became increasingly smooth as miniature robots retrieved dark red particles from the depths of the river. On the riverbank, the pile of particles grew taller, with flickering flames sealed within the crystals. At this moment, Hao Changgeng and Lai Xing focused all their attention on this river, completely oblivious to anything else. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang's divine sense remained spread wide, an instinct of a peak nascent soul cultivator. Her divine sense was like an extremely thin net enveloping the surrounding space, with any anomaly creating ripples across the net. Suddenly, an unusual aura emanated from the direction of the mountain peak. The sword pendant at her waist instantly unsheathed, transforming from a compact state into a 3-foot-long azure blade. The patterns on the sword glowed with azure light as it was drawn, the flying sword carving an arc through the air aimed at the figure swiftly descending. A crimson figure paused above, extending a single claw to firmly intercept the sword's edge. The tip of the claw clashed with the sword blade, producing a sharp ringing sound, and a shockwave sent ripples spreading outward in the river. Hao Changgeng's reaction was equally swift as the mech suddenly ascended from the riverbed. All the miniature robots hovered above the water surface on standby, while the mech's left arm transformed. The Star Ring Annihilation Cannon began to gather energy. At the same time, Lai Xing switched the scanning waves to the crimson unidentified life form before them. Scanning. No matching species records in the database. Energy fluctuation intensity determined early star general level. It was a beast resembling a crane, but with only a single leg. The lone leg firmly gripped the void, and crimson feathers covered its body from neck to tail tip, each feather's edge adorned with a circle of azure patterns. After a brief pause, it launched another attack. The single leg pushed off from the void, its body transforming into a crimson afterimage, darting straight for the mech's chest. The mech's dynamic tracking system had already calculated its attack trajectory, and Hao Changgeng easily dodged along the preset path. The claw tip grazed the outer edge of the chest armor, leaving a faint white mark. The Star Ring Annihilation Cannon fired instantly, a torrent of fireballs pouring forth from the rotating ring. Tens of thousands of fireballs, nearly all struck true, each adorned with golden patterns. That was the power of the rules from the remnants of the sacred text of all spirits, the source of all flames. The fireballs, trailing golden light, smashed into its feathers. Yet when the flames dissipated, Bai Fong still stood firm, not retreating an inch. The golden patterns vanished upon contact with its feathers, as if this beast were inherently immune to all fire damage. Hao Changgeng's expression shifted slightly. His main offensive method was completely ineffective against this beast. Ling Shuang's flying sword took over the rhythm of the attack. The 3-foot azure blade traced multiple sword marks in the air, each a concentrated sword chi aimed at Bai Fang's neck and lone leg from tricky angles. Bai Fang pecked at the mark on its neck with its beak and flicked away the mark aimed at its lone leg with its claw. The frequency of clashes between the flying sword and claws increased, with the sounds of impact echoing against the canyon walls on both sides of the riverbed. Hao Changgeng retracted the Annihilation Cannon and switched to a long staff, the dark red patterns on the staff beginning to flow. He darted to Bai Fang's side and brought the staff down. Bai Fang's tail lashed out, colliding hard with the staff, the impact sending the mech flying back several dozen meters. With their combined efforts, the battle reached a stalemate. Bai Fang could neither break through Ling Shuang's defensive circle nor simultaneously deal with Hao Changgeng's flanking maneuver. Conversely, Ling Shuang's sword chi only left faint scratches on Bai Fang's feathers, while each of Hao Changgeng's strikes was blocked by its claws. Its defensive power far exceeded the output threshold of the two, rendering them incapable of inflicting substantial damage no matter how they attacked. Bai Fang continued to dart around the lone leg, constantly changing positions in a high-frequency offense and defense. Meanwhile, at a distance on Kunlun Hill, a tall figure stood at the edge of a mountain peak. His gaze traversed the ridges and hills, crossed the flowing river imbued with the essence of fire, and finally rested upon the battlefield on the riverbed. After observing for a moment, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he murmured, "Interesting little fellow." He did not move, nor did he intervene. He simply stood at the highest point of Kunlun Hill, as if watching a game of chess just beginning. Beyond the solar system star shield, the South Ming Li fire continued to burn against the energy shield of the Tianzhou, the heat sink module operating at full capacity, with the shield's color constantly fluctuating between warning and overload colors. The left protector holding a fan stood in the void, having already exhausted most of his celestial energy. Each feather on the fan was still ablaze, but the speed of the flame's expansion had clearly slowed. He needed to suppress this ship while buying time for the right protector. The right protector was clearing the last two devices when suddenly the void at the center of the battlefield was torn apart. The edges of the tear manifested an ice blue energy outline, the result of spatial fibers freezing at extremely low temperatures, leading to brittle fractures. The movements of the left and right protectors froze simultaneously. An ice blue figure stepped out from the rift, towering over 100 meters high. The lateral sensory light bands on his face lit up as he emerged. He scanned the entire battlefield, Tian's his status, the data model of the South Ming, Li Fire, the energy fluctuation frequencies of the left and right protectors, and the number and distribution of the remaining spatial disturbance devices. All information was collected and processed within a few breaths, and an electronic voice subsequently resonated in Tian's his communication channel. By the order of the highest command of the Galactic Federation, the Ice Ember era has arrived to assist in battle. The highest command has been updated. Capture the two alive and bring them to justice. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Ice Ember era raised its right arm. As the armor lifted, it folded inward in layers, revealing tens of thousands of ice blue hexagonal blocks embedded in the arm's skeletal structure. Upon receiving the launch command, these blocks detached from the arm instantaneously, traversing the void to adhere to the outer layer of the South Ming Li Fire. Once secured, all the blocks exploded, unleashing extreme cold that spread outward from the center of the explosion. This was not ordinary low temperatures, it was on the same level as the South Ming Li Fire, a weaponized application of the extreme cold principle. Each block's explosion created a brief extreme cold zone, suppressing the molecular motion of the space within the region to near zero. In such an extreme cold environment, the South Ming Li Fire was stripped of its burning medium, dimming in rings from the center outward, revealing the colorful energy shield once more. The left protector stood in the void, still holding the fan. He witnessed the entire process of the South Ming Li Fire being neutralized with no gaps for energy counteraction throughout. The extreme cold blocks did not attack him, but targeted the curtain of flames he had fanned out. Meanwhile, the moving turrets of Tianzhou, which had been suppressed for so long, sprang out of the ship's body the moment the shield reignited. The cannon array of the moving turrets relocked onto the two, and terrifying firepower resumed suppression after a brief silence, leaving the left protector with no choice but to pour more celestial energy into the copper mirror to defend. At this moment, only one spatial disturbance device remained, but the right protector could no longer disassemble it. The firepower of the moving turrets recovered his position, forcing him to expend all his energy to uphold his defenses against this renewed wave of firepower suppression. The captain of Tianzhou stood before the central tactical platform, and the shield status on the holographic screen had reverted to a bluish-green, with all moving turrets in position. The officer was operating the combat record archiving process, and the captain's voice lowered. Officer, record all the flames encountered just now and organize the technical team to conduct a reverse analysis of its energy spectrum to find targeted countermeasures for future reference in similar battles. The officer acknowledged with a sound, and this instruction was marked as the highest priority in the combat log. The captain's gaze returned to the two red dots on the holographic screen. The left protector, who had burned him for half a day, was now experiencing a continuous decline in defensive power. His voice suddenly rose, echoing through the bridge and reaching the entire ship's combat channel. All ships, spare no firepower, suppress these two old geezers for me. The left protector was utterly suppressed by the fully unleashed starship, leaving him without any means to counterattack. The light shield of the copper mirror rapidly thinned after the release of the South Ming Li Fire, with the consumption of celestial essence exceeding anyone's expectations. From the moment the mobile turret locked onto him after the South Ming Li Fire was neutralized by the extreme cold block, it unleashed a relentless barrage of fire. The fire control system of the Tianzhou had completely sealed him off. His protective light shield grew thinner, with the outermost azure halo receding to the edge of the copper mirror. The right protector was not far from the last device, which was suspended among a cloud of fragmented ice hundreds of kilometers away. The energy indicator lights on the outer shell still flickered in a regular pattern, only the last remaining green light inside the star shield. For a true celestial realm expert, hundreds of kilometers was merely a step away. However, this distance was now completely covered by firepower, as part of the firepower from several turrets on the right side of the ship rained down upon him. It wasn't all the firepower, but it was sufficient to suppress him. The small bell was already covered in cracks after continuous combat, each crack's edge shimmering with faint golden fragments. These were remnants of celestial essence leaking out from the damaged treasure. Worse still, the ice blue star battle robot had already focused its attacks on him. The ice blue body turned in the void, with its armors folding in layers inward, then launching 26 hexagonal blocks. The blocks leaped around the right protector, autonomously arranging themselves into an encirclement, leaving him no time to react. The blocks activated simultaneously, shooting out extremely fine strands of energy. They connected with each other, forming a closed barrier with no dead angles. It was not merely an energy shield, but a polyhedral structure sealed off, with spatial membranes trapping the right protector inside. He looked up at the core nodes at the top of the barrier, then lowered his gaze to the distant last device. He then transmitted a message to the left protector saying, "In a moment I will break the last device, and you hurry to chase that little thief." The left protector nodded slightly. There was no other choice at this point. The right protector spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, accurately imprinting it on the bell wall. The true celestial realm expert's life blood. The price of spitting out this mouthful was not mere energy damage, but a regression in cultivation. Yet he did not hesitate as the small bell suddenly lit up under the enhancement of his blood. The runes on the bell exploded from a dim gold to a dazzling deep gold, and the cracks were forcefully suppressed in that instant. The bell wall expanded outward, creating a solid radiance that repelled all incoming artillery from the barrier. This wave of defense was strong but brief. He only had a few moments. He began to form seals with both hands, a kind of lightning summoning that required extreme concentration. Each handprint traced a delicate rune outline in the void, and once the rune formed, it ignited and turned into a wisp of blue smoke wrapped in celestial essence and sent into the invisible realm of laws. The incantations he spoke vibrated at an extremely low frequency, each syllable falling outside the range of regular hearing, directly affecting the space between heaven and earth wrapped in celestial essence. At the moment the last word fell, the final handprint was completed. A strange bolt of lightning appeared without warning on the last spatial disturbance device. The lightning did not traverse the barrier's membrane, nor did it pass through the void, leaving no ballistic trajectory. It simply appeared at the spatial coordinates of the device, catching even the Star Battle robot off guard. The tactical model he had established previously did not account for the target within the barrier. According to physical models, the energy within the barrier could not act upon the space outside. Yet the lightning still struck down. Because this was not ordinary lightning, but heavenly thunder that resonated with the laws of heaven and earth. The barrier membrane sealed off the space, but could not contain the resonance of the laws. The device exploded under the lightning strike, the outer shell cracking from the center, with the internal energy circuits extinguishing one after another, the green light turning gray. The last spatial disturbance device within the range of the star shield was shattered. The space in this area returned to normal, spatial contraction space replacement, and all previously suppressed teleportation methods became available again. The left protector was waiting for this moment. He retracted the copper mirror and took out another treasure. It was a yellow flag which unfolded into a triangular shape. The patterns embroidered on the flag glowed with an earthy yellow light the moment celestial essence was infused. The flag was not large, but the patterns on it were densely packed, each one specially inscribed for escape. This was his final life-saving card. He infused his remaining celestial essence into it, transforming himself into a streak of light that merged into the flag. Immediately the flag radiated a thick yellow light, forcefully holding back the continuous firepower of the mobile turret. The shells exploded against the thin layer of yellow light. The flag trembled slightly under the impact, but did not slow down. The next second the flag shot straight towards the direction of the blue star, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. The right protector was still trapped within the barrier. He witnessed the left protector transform into a streak of light and merge into the flag. He then turned his gaze back to the energy strands slowly contracting towards the center on the interior wall of the barrier. With the energy infusion from the Star Battle robot, the light on the core node spread layer by layer across the entire membrane, each diffusion compressing the active space within the barrier further inward. The right protector wanted to struggle, but the glow of the runes on the bell wall was dimming at a visibly rapid pace. Celestial essence exhausted, the treasure was damaged. He stood still, no longer moving. The energy strands of the block's core tightened from all sides, simultaneously compressing the spherical space enveloped by the membrane from several dozen meters down to just a few meters. Ultimately, the barrier was compressed into a sphere with a diameter of about 5 meters. The right protector was completely sealed inside. The Ice Ash era pushed the compressed barrier containing the right protector in front of the Tiansis Bridge. The ice blue light band on the face of the Ice Ash era lit up in sync with the communication screen of the Tianzhou, followed by an electronic voice saying, "First escort this person back to the Galactic Federation. I will continue pursuing the fleeing cultivator. That planet is a life planet. The battle fluctuations of the starship are hard to suppress, and if they affect the planet's surface, it will cause massive casualties. It is more prudent for me to pursue alone." The Tianzhou shot several beams of towing light, dragging the compressed barrier into the ship. At the moment the towing beams contracted and locked on, the captain glanced at the direction where the left protector had disappeared on the holographic screen. A true celestial realm expert had escaped into the direction of the blue star with life-saving treasures. He paid no further attention, immediately turning the ship's direction and beginning to preheat the warp engine. Meanwhile, the Ice Ash era relocked onto the direction of the residual celestial essence fluctuations left by the left protector and activated spatial leap. The two technological creations moved along the outer edge of the star shield, one returning to the Federation with the captured prisoner, while the other chased after the last fugitive. At this moment, on the other side of the spatial rift on the blue star, Hao Changgeng was still in a stalemate with Baifeng. He was completely unaware of everything happening on the star shield battlefield. From the outer edge of the star shield to the low Earth orbit of Blue Star, this distance is merely a matter of a few breaths for a true immortal. The left protector hovered before the spatial rift, and as his divine sense swept over the traces left by Ling Xuanxue, a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. He raised his right hand and pressed it against the edge of the rift, channeling the immortal energy of the true immortal realm directly into it, forcing it open. The rift instantly expanded to a length of 10 feet, and the spatial fibers along the edge trembled violently under the immense pressure. Yet they did not break. They were merely stretched to their limits by the immortal energy. The left protector withdrew his hand and stepped into the rift. Just a few seconds after he vanished into the rift, an ice-blue figure descended from the sky. The Ice Ash Epic's vessel compressed its body from over 100 meters down to a height of 5 meters, with the outer armor shrinking proportionally. Each piece of the ice-blue shell adjusted the arrangement of its internal molecules during the compression, changing density without losing strength. The vessel hovered in the thin mist above the Zhongnan mountain, with the ridge line beneath and the surrounding climbing stone steps clearly visible in the morning fog. No one could perceive its presence. The optical camouflage automatically adapted to the refractive index and reflective spectrum of the surrounding environment, even incorporating the unique mist of Zhongnan mountain into its output simulation. Even if someone looked up, they could only see the scattered clouds blown by the mountain wind. His sensing light band flickered, changing from an ice blue hue to a bright blue of detection mode. The rift's entrance was directly below the vessel, and its sensor array aimed at the interior of the rift, attempting to establish a data model. The aura of another world, the energy spectrum highly matched the characteristics of the known Qingxian star system's immortal spirit energy. The spatial structure was not a jump channel, nor was it a displacement channel. It was a natural fracture of another dimension which could not be matched with the standard spatial jump database. The physical constants, causal structures, and the flow of time in this world were all currently unknown. In an instant, he concluded, lacking sufficient data to support combat modeling, it would be unwise to rashly intrude. Unauthorized entry could cause a disruption in the data chain, making it impossible to return, and without the internal coordinate network of this world, he could not predict the evacuation path. After a brief calculation, the armor on his back opened up. A peculiar silver-white device ejected from its slot, hovering directly above the entrance of the rift. The device activated silently without any beams of light, but the space around the rift entrance began to exhibit extremely faint disturbance ripples. This principle was consistent with the previous 26 spatial disturbance devices. Spatial fibers were once again subjected to artificial interference. This area exited the coverage range of spatial displacement, rendering the jump channel unusable here. If the opponent escaped through this rift, he would receive the spatial coordinate signal at the first moment. He switched to deep silent standby mode and began to wait. The moment the left protector entered the realm of mountains and seized, the first sensation was not visual, but the aura of immortal spirits. A dense wave of spiritual energy surged in from all directions, flooding into his nearly depleted body of immortal energy. This feeling was not a replenishment, but a saturation. He stood at the entrance of the rift, extending his divine sense in all directions. This enormous landmass floating within the layers of space was surrounded by endless oceans, beyond which lay an even broader spatial structure. 5 mountain ranges were distributed in the center, with an inland area equivalent to the surface area of a medium-sized planet, showing no signs of any technological artificial markings. This was an original, undeveloped cultivation realm. He had spent countless years in the Qingxian star system, possessing a profound understanding of the inheritance system of cultivation civilization. As his divine sense swept over, he began to deduce the flow of immortal spirit energy, the geographical structure of the inland. The deduction result aligned with his first intuition. This was an independent world evolved by a powerful being from the Qingxian star system in ancient times. This primitive, independent realm held immeasurable strategic value for the Yuehua immortal sect. If this world could be sealed as the exclusive secret realm of the Yuehua immortal sect, the significance of this achievement would be no less than retrieving the Tao Lotus, enough to wipe the slate clean of all previous mistakes. Meanwhile, high atop Kunlun Hill, that dignified man sensed at the moment the left protector entered. His gaze shifted from the stalemate battle on the riverbed to the direction of the rift entrance. Another outsider. Surprisingly, it was a true immortal from the Qingxian star system, and there was an unmasked greed in his aura. A thoughtful expression appeared on the man's face. This was not an accidental intrusion. It seemed he had pursued with a clear purpose. The left protector suppressed the excitement and ecstasy within, beginning to sense the causal lines of the Tao Lotus. He had locked onto the general direction of the Tao Lotus before arriving, and now that he was closer, the sensing became clearer. The Tao Lotus was located in the western mountain range of this realm, and quite near. He made no visible movements, merely taking a gentle step in the void. The next step appeared in the distance, and the space folded smoothly back beneath his feet. Within the world of mountains and seas, there was no spatial disturbance, allowing the power to shrink the earth to be fully unleashed. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived above that riverbed. Below, a single-legged red-feathered Baifeng was fiercely engaged in battle with a silver-gold mech and a blue-clad female cultivator. The sword marks left on Baifeng's feathers were shallow white scratches, while the long staff struck against the tail of Baifeng, creating a metallic clang. The stalemate continued. The left protector stood in the void, not revealing himself or exerting his pressure. When a true immortal suppressed their aura, the two could not possibly perceive him. What he first saw was Hao Changgeng. The aura of the Tao Lotus emanated from this silver-gold mech. He then looked towards Ling Xuanxue, noticing the faintly visible mark on her forehead. The sword imprint of the Tiandao sword sect. The left protector was momentarily stunned, and then a wave of ecstasy surged within him. Three joys arriving at once. He could no longer conceal his emotions and laughed heartily. The laughter of the true immortal exploded from the void. At the moment the laughter erupted, Hao Changgeng's body was covered in goosebumps. The mech system triggered a high-frequency energy fluctuation warning. At the same frame the laughter reached it, the warning level instantly shot to the highest. However, the system could not identify the level of the source of the fluctuation. The Rift Star was forced into full-load analysis by this sudden alarm, and after a few breaths it compressed its conclusion into a cold statement. The opponent's energy fluctuations cannot be detected, exceeding our estimated range, unable to determine the level. How is that possible? Hao Changgeng's mind was not able to process it. This was the realm of mountains and seas, an independent space sealed by his ancestors. Aside from his ancestors, no one else should be able to enter. Could it be his ancestor? He suppressed this thought, forcing a smile on his face, just about to look up. However, Ling Xuanx's divine sense was far more acute than Hao Changgeng's, and although the immortal energy fluctuation from a moment ago was weak, it could not be concealed. She saw the left protector and recognized the color of the Yuehua immortal sex garments on him, revealing a hint of despair on her face. The left protector looked down at the two from above. Kid, hand over the Tao Lotus, and I can leave you with a whole corpse. With that, his gaze turned again to Ling Xuanxue, the greed on his face still unabated. Back when the Tiandao sword sect was besieged by various sects, you were the only one who escaped taking that thing with you. Hand it over as well. Considering the slight friendship between our Yuehua immortal sect and the Tiandao sword sect, I can spare you from death. The smile on Hao Changgeng's face, which was meant to ingratiate, froze. What the hell? Wait a minute. Why does this old bastard's tone sound so sinister? This is so wrong. This seems like it's not my ancestor at all. Ling Xuanxue spoke up with just 2 words, dream on. The left protector did not get angry, although his internal immortal energy was nearly depleted by the 2 mechanical creatures. He had first been almost drained completely by the South Ming Li fire, followed closely by the flags that burned away the last of his life-saving immortal energy, but he was still a genuine true immortal powerhouse. Against the 2, even if his internal immortal energy was completely exhausted, the difference in quality would still be crushing. Hao Changgeng had also realized at this moment that this was not his own ancestor. The moment Hao Changgeng regained his senses, he took out an item from his consciousness space. The dark energy decomposition gun. This 2-class weapon had been used once in the Shining Secret Realm, and its energy source had only one last shot remaining. He was well aware of the gun's power limit. It had once killed a second-tier star general, the leader of the Leopard Men, with a single shot in the Secret Realm. However, the old man before him was likely not a star general, but a star master level being. If this gun were to hit him, it would probably not even break the skin. Yet this was already the greatest trump card that Hao Changgeng had. The gun's body embedded into the palm of his mechanized right hand, and the pale green patterns began to glow faintly. The moment he extracted the dark energy decomposition gun, he pulled the trigger, without aiming, without any preparatory actions. A black beam shot out from the gun's muzzle, silent and devoid of any energy fluctuations. The nature of the dark energy decomposition gun's energy meant it could not be detected by conventional means beforehand. By the time one saw the beam, they would already be hit. The left protector truly did not react. It was not because he couldn't dodge, but because he never even considered that this mere ant would dare to strike at him. A mere ant facing a true immortal realm powerhouse would either kneel and beg for mercy or turn to flee, yet it dared to attack directly. The black beam struck the left protector's chest, vanishing the moment it made contact with his outer body's immortal energy defenses. The damage was 0. The left protector felt offended. Without any visible movement, 2 massive hands formed from thin air in the void, completely composed of immortal energy, the patterns on the knuckles identical to those when he executed the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger. One hand grasped the silver-gold mechanized suit, while the other clutched Ling Xuanxue. Hao Changgeng attempted to expand the suit to break free the moment the hands closed. The energy output of the suit's core was pushed to its limit in that instant, golden patterns flashing at full power, but the suit did not budge. It wasn't that it was suppressed from expanding, or it simply could not move at all. That hand of immortal energy completely locked all the degrees of freedom of the mechanized suit. Expansion, contraction, vector thrusters, light, wings unfolding. Each function was still operational, yet each was firmly held down by a force far beyond its bearing limit. The vector thrusters outputted at full power, generating hot airflow that created localized high temperatures within the hand, yet the hand did not move an inch. Ling Xuanxue similarly had no room to resist, as her protective flying sword was simultaneously grasped by the other hand. The sword body vibrated violently under external pressure, the blue sword light flickering madly between the fingers. The left protector looked at the two ants he held in his palm and sneered. If you don't drink the wine offered, you will have to drink the wine of punishment. With a slight increase in pressure, the mechanized suit's exterior emitted creaking metallic distortion sounds. Under the continuous increasing external force, the outer armor began to undergo plastic deformation. The warning sound of the star-cracking armor rang out. Armor stress exceeds the safety threshold. The current armor thickness cannot withstand this magnitude of force. Continuing to increase pressure will lead to outer shell collapse. The sword intent mark on Ling Xuan's brow activated automatically at the moment of crisis. This was a protective sword intent sealed by her master before her sect was annihilated. Meant for life preservation, it only triggered in the most critical moments. Golden lines extended from her brow outward, every pattern on the sword mark rapidly expanding the sword intent on the verge of eruption. Yet the left protector merely glanced at her. The sword mark ceased to flicker. A hint of despair appeared on Ling Xuan's face for the first time. The Baifeng did not flee, but stood at the riverbed's edge, its red feathers gently swaying in the immortal spiritual energy of the mountain sea world. Its gaze fell upon those two hands of immortal energy, upon the silver-gold mechanized suit and the blue-clad female cultivator. There was no startled reaction, only a quiet observation, as if waiting for something. The left protector spoke again, his patience entirely exhausted. If you don't hand it over now, I will kill you both and extract it directly from your divine sense. After saying this, he slowly raised his right hand. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. A primal fear ingrained in his instincts was triggered, and he whipped around. There stood a majestic and imposing man in the void, clad in dark robes with his long hair tied, simply his expression solemn. He released no pressure, merely standing there. The left protector's body began to tremble slightly. He had only experienced this feeling on the immortal sovereign. No, this man's oppressive presence standing there was different from that of the immortal sovereign. The immortal sovereign's oppressive feeling was outwardly projected, active, and cautionary. This man's oppressive presence was static, unintentional, as if he merely existed there, and the surrounding space automatically acknowledged him as the master. The left protector panicked. When he entered the mountain sea world, he had scanned the entire area with his divine sense and found no high-level beings. That man was clearly within the range of his divine sense, yet he had completely failed to notice him before. This fact was even more terrifying than the fear he felt at that moment. The only ones who could completely block his true immortal realm divine sense were beings of the same level as the immortal sovereign. Yet he still forced himself to remain calm, controlling Hao Changgeng and Ling Xuanxue while bowing to that figure. I am a disciple of the Yuehua immortal sect sent by immortal sovereign Yi Shi to retrieve a lost item. I hope that senior will consider the reputation of my Yuehua immortal sect and grant me convenience. First he introduced himself, then invoked the name of the immortal sovereign, and finally asked for convenience. This was the standard courteous approach of the top sects of the Qingxian star system when encountering unfamiliar powerhouses in foreign realms, both establishing identity and giving the other party face. A trace of mockery appeared on the man's face. What immortal sovereign? I don't recognize anyone. Here I hold the power. He then waved his hand, as if swatting away a fly buzzing near his ear. The left protector was instantly frozen in place. It wasn't a barrier, it wasn't a seal, nor any confinement technique he could understand. The entire spatial rule surrounding his body had been altered. The two hands of immortal energy dissipated at that instant, and Hao Changgeng and Ling Xuanxue simultaneously fell from the grasp. The left protector felt a surge of anxiety. He opened his mouth to spit out the South Ming, leaving fire fan, yet the immortal energy within him completely disobeyed his command. He attempted to use the last remaining drop of his life essence to cast the escape technique again, but still received no response. The man's voice echoed once more, his tone as flat, as if he were delegating a trivial task. Considering your arduous training, just stay here and be my doorman. With a single sentence, the fate of the true immortal realm powerhouse was sealed. The left protector had no chance to resist, not even the opportunity to protest, and was thus nailed in place in the void. The mechanized suit initiated its buffering program, stabilizing on the riverbed. Ling Xuanxue landed beside him, her flying sword returning to her hand, the blue light on the sword flickering a few times before stabilizing. Hao Changgeng stared at the imposing man in the void. His mind raced to recall as quickly as possible. He couldn't remember which page of the first volume of the ancient history book, it was only that he recognized the illustration. The cultural ancestor, the Yellow Emperor, looked very much like the line-drawing restoration in the textbook. Yet the person before him was more real, more majestic, and made his knees feel weak. This time he was absolutely certain. The Yellow Emperor. He retracted the mechanized suit and knelt down directly. Junior Hao Changgeng pays respects to my ancestor. The Yellow Emperor revealed a faint smile, his expression suggesting he had seen through everything as he spoke. You are quite clever, but just now you almost knelt before him. Hao Changgeng remained kneeling on the riverbed, and upon hearing this, an awkward smile spread across his face. The illustrations recorded in later generations are too vague, leading to this old fellow being mistaken for an ancestor. He cast a glance at the left protector, who was pinned down and unable to move. I hope the ancestor does not hold this against me. The Yellow Emperor waved his hand, dismissively, his gesture quite casual. No matter, rise. Hao Changgeng quickly stood up, for what he most wanted to do now was not engage in pleasantries, but to follow up on the long-sought clue. Opportunities are fleeting, so he directly cut to the chase, cautiously inquiring. Ancestor, I have a matter to consult you about. I obtained a treasure from the Qingxian star system, yet cannot use it. Later, after consulting with a senior from the cultivation world, I discovered that the bloodline on my body may originate from the Qingxian star system. He continued, thus I have come to trouble the ancestor for clarification and to seek a way to awaken the bloodline within me. Upon hearing this, the Yellow Emperor burst into laughter. Hao Changgeng felt a chill at this laughter, and his thoughts raced back. Where exactly did he go wrong? Who said your bloodline originates from the Qingxian star system? Hao Changgeng was taken aback. He attempted to present evidence point by point. My appearance is quite unique throughout the entire galaxy, yet resembles that of the people from the Qingxian star system. He pointed to his own black hair, and then to Ling Shuangxue. Moreover, we share a common language and many common cultural aspects. He recounted the speculations he had heard from Ling Shuang's master, as evidence, pouring them all out. The Yellow Emperor ceased his laughter, his tone shifting from teasing to calm as he began to narrate a long ancient story. His voice was steady and unhurried, as if he were flipping through an old book that only he could read. Long, long ago, a wisp of chaotic energy drifted from the Qingxian star system. When it reached here, it began to self-nurture. After countless millennia, this wisp of chaotic energy fully matured and then separated. The pure ascended while the turbid descended. Chaos divided into yin and yang. This is what is referred to as one gives birth to two. After yin and yang were established, the embryonic form of this world began to evolve. Yin and yang copulated, water and fire merged, and thus mountains, rivers, flora, and minerals came into being. This is known as two gives birth to three. He paused for a moment, his gaze passing over the riverbed beyond the spine of 5 mountain ranges. The realm of mountains and seas took shape, and as time passed, this mature realm gave birth to all living beings. This is what is referred to as 3 gives birth to all things. Hao Changgeng listened to this. 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to all things. Each word struck against his understanding. This almost corresponded word for word with the excerpt from the Tao Te Ching he had studied in high school. He blurted out, Ancestor, this story sounds a bit familiar. Isn't this the tale of Pangu creating the heavens and the earth? The Yellow Emperor chuckled, but did not deny that is merely a version embellished in later generations. He continued his narration. The stories that emerged after the formation of the realm of mountains and seas could not be found in any history book on Blue Star. This was because it was a history that occurred in another spatial dimension, one that Blue Star archaeologists could not uncover. Since everything originated according to the environment of the Qingxian star system, the humans born here are identical to those over there. And as this realm fully formed, the number of humans also increased. Soon after, the external world began to give birth to its own planets, but these were not extensions of the Qingxian star system, rather they were birthed by the primordial universe itself. Coincidentally, these two worlds were interconnected at their inception. Some of the early ancestors from the realm of mountains and seas migrated out, forming your current race. However, at that time, another indigenous race had already emerged on the planets of the external world. He continued that race evolved naturally in the external world, which is why your appearance is so out of place among them. Hao Changgeng was left stunned. There indeed existed an indigenous race on Blue Star that had evolved naturally. Their physical characteristics were the mainstay of the native beings of the galaxy. And the race to which he belonged was fundamentally not native to Blue Star. It was formed by the migration of early ancestors from the realm of mountains and seas. This was the true reason why he did not resemble the galactic races, but rather looked like those from the Qingxian race. It turned out he was from the realm of mountains and seas. The Yellow Emperor did not give him too much time to digest this, continuing onward. Once the external world was fully established, many cultivators from the Qingxian star system came to spread their teachings, which is why our cultures and mythologies are so similar. However, those who came were not from the same sect, hence the later emergence of 100 schools of thought. Each faction represents a unique culture, yet despite their differences, they share a common origin. He paused for a moment before continuing. All our cultures originated from the Yin-Yang school. Hearing this, Hao Changgeng finally clarified his thoughts. Essentially, they were not from the Qingxian star system, but were born from this world. He pondered for a moment before asking his most pressing question. Ancestor, can I still learn the techniques from over there? The Yellow Emperor looked at him and paused, tangerines from Huainan. Though it was only 4 characters, the universally applicable metaphor regarding species migration conveyed all its meaning. Although you originated from the realm of mountains and seas, you were born in the external world. Your constitution has already formed in the external world, which is the difference between beings of the 2 realms. Hao Changgeng fell silent, his emotions plummeting. He had gone through countless hardships to arrive here, thinking he was only one final step away from the truth. Yet now that he found the truth, it was such. The Yellow Emperor smiled and said, of course this is not absolute. Hao Changgeng suddenly lifted his head, the disappointment in his eyes swept away, and new hope reignited within. The Yellow Emperor remained silent. He raised his right hand and gently waved toward the ancient alchemical furnace nearby that stood several feet high. The layer of deep brown oxidation on the surface of the furnace responded by peeling away, scattering in the wind over the riverbed. The interior of the entire furnace began to emit a faint dark red glow as the remnants of ancient alchemical flames were reactivated. The lid of the furnace lifted itself, and a pill slowly floated out from the depths of the furnace. The pill was no larger than a thumb, without any patterns on its surface, no golden light, and no hint of medicinal fragrance wafting through. All the medicinal power was sealed within the thin, transparent pill coating which the Yellow Emperor pushed in front of Hao Changgeng. Every world has its own unique cultivation system. He spoke these words with a lingering smile at the corners of his mouth. The cultivation system developed in the external world is also quite interesting. Hao Changgeng took the elixir, feeling its warmth and the energy it radiated. The Yellow Emperor smiled slightly, saying, since the outer world has completely formed, the 2 worlds have been severed from each other. However, he tapped his forehead, my divine soul can wander in the external world at all times, sensing its changes, so don't think of me as so rigid. Although you cannot cultivate, you do have a trace of my bloodline. This elixir should be able to stimulate your divine soul. While your physique cannot be altered, your divine soul can advance, further compensating for your shortcomings. By using the divine soul to activate it, you can drive that magical artifact. But you still cannot operate it like a cultivator because there is no celestial spiritual energy within you. The Yellow Emperor shifted his tone from instructive to a gentler guidance. How to activate it specifically will require your own research based on your current cultivation system. Without another word, Hao Changgeng swallowed the elixir and sat cross-legged. With the Yellow Emperor beside him as protection, there was no safer place in the entire universe. The sensation was much quicker than he had anticipated. The elixir dissolved as it hit his throat, its inner potency not requiring swallowing, flowing directly along his meridians to his brow. He felt no tearing or swelling sensations, unlike the overwhelming transformation he experienced when absorbing the blazing crystal and the original bloodline. The power of this elixir felt more like a gentle stream flowing into his body without forcibly altering any existing pathways. Instead, it smoothly coursed along his existing meridians, eventually converging deep within his brow, where his primordial spirit was hidden. In the blink of an eye, he had absorbed it all. He opened his eyes. His physique had not changed. The genetic sequence had already been pushed to the 9th stage by the original bloodline. This was already the peak sequence limit of the human race. The elixir would not unlock already locked genetic chains. Yet he distinctly felt different. His mental power had widened. Not in terms of quantity, but in quality. Things he could not perceive before he could now sense. Data that previously required the assistance of the Starbreaker for analysis was now something he could intuitively discern. He closed his eyes and reopened them, using his mental power to scan the scattered elixirs on the riverbed. Without a scanning system relying solely on his mental power, he could feel how each tiny flame inside the elixir flickered. At the same time, the suppressed source energy within him began to operate automatically, and under the influence of the elixir's potency, his strength surged again, rising from the 6th tier of Star Soldier to the peak of Star Soldier rank. This time he finally caught up to Ling Xuanxue. The Yellow Emperor waved his hand. All right, hurry back now. The flow of time is different between this world and the outer world. Although you have been here for less than half a day, perhaps half a year has already passed in the outer world. What a... Hao Changgeng's mind exploded with shock. Is this what the book refers to as a day in heaven is a year on earth? He shouted in his mind to Starbreaker, Starbreaker, didn't you feel any time anomalies? Starbreaker's voice remained consistently calm. There is no such thing as an anomaly in time itself. We are products of a 3-dimensional world and cannot perceive the passage of time itself. The difference in time is only evident in the relative flow rates between 2 independent spaces within the same space. One cannot experience this difference. This pertains to the topological dimensionality of spatial structures affecting the flow of time. Speak plainly. The relative motion of two spatial dimensions exists with different time frequencies. Within the same coordinate system, one cannot perceive the clock rate of another coordinate system. This implied, Hao Changgeng did not hear the end. He knew it was time to leave. Staying any longer could lead to unknown consequences in the outer world. He reluctantly glanced at the ancient cauldron, and the Yellow Emperor followed his gaze. This is a cauldron I used for alchemy years ago. Its material comes from the mountain and sea realm, and it has just been sitting here. If you like it, you can take it with you. Hao Changgeng swiftly dashed under the cauldron, gazing up at its towering form. He opened the entrance to his consciousness space to its maximum. The moment the giant cauldron was drawn into the consciousness space, the entire area trembled. A density far exceeding any known material made the walls of his consciousness space hum. He turned around. The Yellow Emperor stood by the riverbed, shrouded in morning mist and celestial spiritual energy, his robes unmoving. Hao Changgeng knelt again, subsequently storing the collected elixirs into his consciousness space. Ancestor, I'll take my leave now. When I have time, I will come back to see you. The Yellow Emperor waved his hand. Go on. He then added, all the karmic ties on you, I've covered them up for you. From now on, no one will be able to locate you through karmic lines. Hao Changgeng stood frozen in place. The karmic deduction within the Qingxian star system was unpredictable, yet the ancestor had casually erased it. He nodded slightly, then turned to signal Ling Shuangxue to follow. The Yellow Emperor called out to him, leave her behind. Oh, she has an opportunity in the mountain and sea realm. Ling Shuangxue stood still, having remained silent since earlier. The Yellow Emperor's gaze lingered for a moment on the sword mark on her brow. He did not explain what this opportunity was, merely using his gaze to inquire about her response. Ling Shuangxue turned to Hao Changgeng and nodded at him. Then Hao Changgeng spread his light wings and flew toward the rift he had come from. The Yellow Emperor stood in place, his gaze resting on the fading silver-golden light point. His eyes still held a trace of a smile, as if watching a descendant he was quite satisfied with. Hao Changgeng stepped out of the mountain and sea realm's fracture and landed back on the stone wall of Zhongnan Mountain. The moment he exited the rift, he prepared to teleport away, the spatial patterns unfolding beneath his feet before retracting. No response. He paused for a moment before realizing the space had been sealed. Suddenly, a beam of ice-blue light struck him, sweeping from head to toe. The iceburn era hovered in midair, its ice-blue body trailing a sensing light band across his head, quickly comparing his biological characteristics against his chest. The comparison result came out. Himself the lord of the solar system. An invading cultivator from the blue star has entered the rift behind you, the iceburn era spoke. I was ordered to pursue. Please confirm the status of the invader. Elder, that old rascal has already been subdued inside. He won't be coming out again. Upon receiving Hao Changgeng's confirmation, the iceburn era retracted its spatial disturbance device. Then a light arc of transition split the void behind him and departed directly. Hao Changgeng spread his light wings, preparing to fly home. Before leaving, he had promised to return in a few days, based on the time difference now his parents. Wait, Starbreaker's voice suddenly sounded its tone off. Hao Changgeng carved a silvery golden trail across the heavens, his light wings operating at full output. Aren't all genetic sequences on Blue Planet classified as the lowest tier? Then why do naturally awakened source energy adepts still appear? Lai Xing's reply remained characteristically calm. While the genetic sequences of Blue Planet's humans are indeed predominantly ranked at the lowest tier, this world hosts over 7 billion souls. Against such an immense population base, it is inevitable that an exceedingly rare few, through ancestral bloodline reversion or spontaneous mutation, would inadvertently achieve preliminary source energy awakening. Lai Xing paused, as if retrieving more precise scanning data. But there is no need for alarm. According to my most recent scan, none of these awakened individuals exceed trial phase level 2. No level 3 energy signatures have been detected thus far. I surmise that after you entrusted your parents with those dozen standard crystal cores, the pure source energy contained within them gradually diffused outward, creating localized high-concentration source energy zones. Zones that inevitably drew the attention of these awakened individuals. Propelled to the absolute limit of his light wings, the familiar mountain hollow now appeared at the horizon's edge. Hao Changgeng descended vertically from midair, landing squarely on the concrete of his courtyard before pushing open the front door. The interior layout remained unchanged. The same sofa, the same television. Yet his parents were nowhere to be seen. Only a satellite phone rested upon the table. It was not the aging smartphone his parents usually used, but an antiquated single-line satellite phone, designed exclusively for secure point-to-point communication. The device had been deliberately placed at the exact center of the table, beneath it a handwritten note scrawled in ballpoint pen, uneven, hurried, and stark. In that same instant, Lai Xing had already infiltrated the global communications network and begun reverse tracing the satellite signal's origin. The transmission path routed through 3 overseas relay nodes before locking onto a coordinate deep within the ocean. A holographic map unfolded before Hao Changgeng's eyes, rotating the island's 3-dimensional model twice. This was a sovereign vacuum. a remote, uninhabited island in international waters officially charted on no national map, but as a barren, nameless reef. Hao Changgeng's expression darkened. He stepped out the door, and behind him his light wings unfurled once more, this time without restraint. He shot skyward at maximum velocity, over 5,000 times the speed of sound. His combat suit screamed against the atmosphere, igniting a cobalt-white plasma sheath and trailing a luminous silvery gold streak that cleaved the heavens. In that moment, he ceased all concealment. Every major power's military satellites simultaneously registered the anomaly. On colossal command screens across continents, a silvery gold speck surged seaward at approximately 5,300 times the speed of sound. In defense laboratories worldwide, analysts sprang from their chairs almost in unison. 5,300 times the speed of sound. Russia's chief military analyst announced the figure to his screen, instantly projecting the calculation onto the conference room's main display. That is 200 times the theoretical ceiling of our most advanced hypersonic missiles. Such velocity cannot originate from any technology native to Blue Planet. Faced with a potential extraterrestrial threat, world leaders convened an emergency joint council with unprecedented speed. Secure communication channels established, encrypted links within minutes. Defense ministers and heads of state appeared simultaneously on one another's secured video feeds. Russia's leader spoke first. This is highly likely an extraterrestrial craft, possibly armed reconnaissance or a vanguard unit. I recommend immediate mobilization of our entire nuclear arsenal to destroy it before it breaches our airspace. The United States leader nodded, and sync on another screen agreed. We confront something entirely unknown. Against the incomprehensible, preemption is the sole means of retaining strategic initiative. Dragon Nation's leader did not respond immediately. He studied the moving speck on screen for several seconds, then pulled up a secondary data stream, trajectory, altitude, and velocity curves. Only then did he speak. Colleagues, let us pause and consider 3 questions. First, do any of us truly believe our nuclear ordnance could inflict meaningful damage upon this object? Second, at such velocities, even our fastest ballistic response requires dozens of minutes, by which time the target will have already reached the open sea. In other words, we cannot intercept it. Third, launching nuclear weapons against an entity whose intent remains ambiguous may provoke consequences far graver than the object itself. Dragon Nation proposes initial observation and identification. Only then shall we determine our appropriate course of action. Silence fell across the channel. The luminous speck continued its steady advance. Real-time telemetry confirmed unwavering course, stable velocity, and constant altitude. Its destination had been fixed from the outset, and in the blink of an eye the silvery gold speck hovered above the solitary island in the ocean's depths. Hao Changgeng now hung motionless above the island's center, his Star Troop apex aura radiating unshielded. Thousands upon the island collapsed where they stood. From his vantage, the entire island lay exposed. Luxury yachts lined the coastline. A domed, opulent villa complex occupied the heartland, and deep inland sprawled a vast, sprawling casino. Here law held no dominion, discipline no sway, and official cartography no record. This was the lost Eden forged by Blue Planet's elite, a microcosm of its darkest underbelly. Hao Changgeng's spiritual sense swept the island and locked onto a secluded villa on the eastern shore. His parents' life signs pulsed clearly within. Simultaneously, his perception registered 6 or 7 level 1 source energy warriors, and 1 level 2, inside that very villa. The mastermind behind the abduction now stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa's second story. Half a year ago, he had stumbled upon the existence of crystals emitting pure source energy, and since then meticulously orchestrated this operation. He had assumed Hao Changgeng was merely fortunate, having chanced upon such crystals somewhere in the wild. Until now. Until that silvery gold streak hurtled into position directly overhead, rendering every prior calculation obsolete. He had believed the awakened were only a handful, himself and his inner circle, and that Hao Changgeng at best matched their strength. With no time to think, he flung open the villa's front door and strode into the courtyard. Before the gaze of hundreds of paralyzed magnates and oligarchs, he dropped to his knees, straight-backed, forehead touching stone, as he faced the silvery gold figure suspended in the sky. This humble servant failed to recognize your majesty's august presence, and begs your forbearance for his grave transgression, he stammered, voice trembling with each syllable. Rest assured, your majesty, over these past 6 months your esteemed parents suffered not a single harm. Hao Changgeng hovered in silence, saying nothing. His killing intent sharp as a blade passed over the kneeling man and swept across the entire island. Thousands lay immobilized in every corner. International fugitives, money laundering financial tycoons, embargoed arms traffickers, human smuggling intermediaries. All darkness flourished freely here. There was no order, no moral boundary. Yet Blue Planet was his private domain, signed personally onto the Cosmic Citizen Registry. Such a place would not be permitted to exist within his sovereign territory. Hao Changgen's killing intent was no longer suppressed as he raised his right hand, the golden red source energy condensing into a fist-sized light core at his fingertips. Inside the light core, the patterns of the fire's fundamental laws swirled rapidly within the minuscule space, each pattern a direct projection of the power of rules. He flicked the light core with his finger, causing the golden red core to instantaneously split into thousands of fine fire threads that scattered in all directions. Everyone below, including the man kneeling on the ground, did not even have time to scream as the fire threads made contact with their bodies. Flesh, bones, and clothing disintegrated in an instant under the fire's laws at the molecular level, turning to ash that was blown away by the sea breeze. The entire island fell silent within seconds, luxury yachts still docked on the shoreline, and the panoramic glass of the casino reflecting the sunlight. The luxury items on the villa balcony lay scattered on the wrought tin chairs, yet only his parents remained on the island. All others had turned to dust. Meanwhile, across the world in military laboratories, everyone watched in terror as this scene unfolded on the satellite screens. Thousands of lives were erased within seconds by those golden red fire threads. This act exceeded everyone's comprehension. It was neither war nor massacre. Rather, it was a power of a higher order completely unexplainable by the science of Blue Star. This island was closest to the beautiful country, and in their panic their leaders were the first to issue attack orders. Missile silos across the homeland opened simultaneously, and submarines entered launch mode in the deep sea. Thousands of ballistic missiles carrying nuclear warheads ascended, trailing white tails as they flew toward the direction of the isolated island. This was the most powerful attack method of Blue Star, but to Hao Changgeng it was no different from a joke. He hovered above the island, watching the missiles with white tails flying toward him. The corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. Indeed, people tend to smile when they are utterly speechless. As those missiles just took off, Lixing had already infiltrated the global launch control networks. The internal programs of thousands of missiles were simultaneously overridden, causing them to self-destruct in the air over the Pacific. Hao Changgeng calmly instructed Lixing and informed the leaders of all countries to come to this island immediately. In the next second, all the screens of global military command centers went black at the same time. Lixing's voice emerged from the screens, calm and devoid of any emotional fluctuations, yet each word weighed heavily on the hearts of the leaders. Effective immediately, all national leaders are to arrive at the following coordinates. Note, this is not a discussion, it is an order. Depart at once or bear the consequences. All the leaders fell silent, realizing the gap in their understanding. Their proud weapons had been obliterated in an instant. The capabilities displayed by the other party within minutes, from erasing thousands of lives to controlling the global nuclear arsenal, completely surpassed the imagination of any nation's military system. No one debated whether to use force anymore. The national leaders began boarding their planes, with special aircraft taking off from different capitals, all heading toward the isolated island deep in the ocean. Hao Changgeng pushed open the door of the villa. His father stood by the window, watching the last wisps of ash scattered by the sea breeze, his hands trembling slightly on the windowsill. His mother looked up upon seeing Hao Changgeng enter, the fear in her eyes overshadowing her longing for her son. She continuously scanned Hao Changgeng's face and hands, opening her mouth to speak, but closing it again. Hao Changgeng approached his parents, holding their hands. "Mom and Dad, I'm sorry for the suffering you've endured," he explained. "Many years ago, during the time I went missing, I was actually abducted by extraterrestrial traffickers. These years I have grown in the universe, which is why I have acquired these abilities." His parents' expressions showed no signs of relaxation. They found it even harder to digest his words. Hao Changgeng continued, looking into his father's eyes. "Now the entire Blue Star is my territory." Upon hearing this, his parents were completely stunned. They felt something was not quite right with their son, but what he had just demonstrated. "Let's wait here for a moment." Hao Changgeng assisted his parents to the sofa. "You will understand soon." He spoke in his mind to Lixing. "It's time to develop Blue Star." Lixing understood and activated superluminal quantum communication. Lingyu Star headquarters of the nighttime I-team. When Wang Lei's face appeared on the holographic screen, Hao Changgeng was taken aback. Wang Lei's face. His left eye socket was bruised, and a medical bandage was taped over his right cheekbone. There was a small swollen area at the corner of his mouth, and he looked as if he had just been carried off the front lines. "Boss, what happened to you?" Wang Lei forced a smile which pulled at his injured mouth and made him gasp in pain. "Allow C, don't mention it. Our nighttime I-team has developed particularly well on Lingyu Star over the past few years, starting to take on a large number of tasks released by adventure guilds. As you know, the brothers all want to gather more resources to enhance their strength, so we put in a bit more effort. As a result, it inevitably encroached upon the original market of battle teams, leading to pressure from local teams. They secretly beat us up while we weren't paying attention. But there's no need to worry. The security on Lingyu Star is still quite good, and they wouldn't dare use excessive force." Hao Changgeng furrowed his brows slightly. "Leave this matter to me." He paused. "Boss, how much have the brothers' strengths improved now? It's time to arrange for some people to return to Blue Star and take over Blue Star." Wang Lei nodded, then pulled up a statistics sheet, quickly scanning a few lines of data. Based on the resources we've accumulated over the past few years, we now have over 1,200 star soldier-level members, with most of the rest reaching level 8 or 9. Our overall combat power ranks in the top 10 among adventure guilds on Ling Yu Star. How many people should we send back? Let Lu Qing take a group back for defense, Hao Changgeng said. Blue Star should officially connect with the universe now. Wang Lei nodded. Okay, I'll arrange for people to return right away. The holographic screen darkened, and the communication ended. Hao Changgeng remained silent for a moment before connecting to another higher-level communication. Rui Changjun was still as carefree as ever, lazily lounging in a recliner. What's up? Was this trip smooth? Hao Changgeng respectfully replied, Mentor, everything went smoothly, but there's something I need to trouble you with. Rui Changjun lifted his eyelids slightly. Hao Changgeng recounted the suppression faced by Nighttime team on Ling Yu Star. However, he felt a bit guilty. Though Wang Lei hadn't gone into detail, he could guess the gist. It must have been that they were too competitive, seizing the entire task market of the local battle teams by accepting orders intensively at below-market prices. He looked at Rui Changjun with some unease. To his surprise, Rui Changjun was completely unconcerned, waving his hand casually. Oh, a minor issue, leave it to me. I happen to know the president of the Ling Yu Star branch. Hao Changgeng replied respectfully, thank you for your trouble, Mentor. These are trivial matters. The most important thing is still you. Rui Changjun's expression began to turn serious. You've been a member of the Adventure Guild for a while now, but you haven't shown the corresponding talent, so it's inevitable that some will gossip behind your back. Therefore, after you handle your family matters, head directly to the outer battlefield. Hao Changgeng ended the communication with Rui Changjun and murmured softly, the extraterrestrial battlefield. A voice resonated within his mind. Lai Xing, Rui Changjun is correct. Though the Adventurers Guild has recruited you, it does so solely to gauge your latent potential. For these past few years, we have been undertaking expeditions deep within secret realms, studying our foundations, refining our genetic sequences, comprehending cosmic laws, and integrating advanced equipment. Every step has been deliberate, unwavering, and thoroughly grounded. Yet now our foundations are firmly laid. It is time to set our sights upon the extraterrestrial battlefield, precisely where the fragmented spatial pages of the Wanling Holy Canon await our retrieval. Hao Changgeng nodded. Ling Yu Star remained under Wang Lei's steady governance. Blue Star would henceforth be entrusted to Lu Qing. The Adventurers Guild stood firmly behind him, backed by Rui Changjun and Xian Miajun, while the Yellow Emperor had already veiled all causal traces across the Qingxian stellar system. His rear was now secure. Time to shift focus toward the next theater of operation. Within 2 or 3 hours, presidential aircraft from various nations began arriving in succession. Those national flag-painted jets settled onto the island's tarmac, yet not a single leader dared approach the villa first. Heads of state stood in small clusters beside their respective aircraft, flanked by impeccably uniformed defense ministers and senior advisors. Silence reigned. No one spoke. All eyes remained fixed on the quiet villa, as if awaiting a shared signal. Hao Changgeng paid them no heed whatsoever. Legally speaking, under the Galactic Federation statutes, they were all his subjects, his personal property. He was the sovereign lord of this planet, holding an officially issued private domain charter from the Galactic Federation. Only after several hours did a notification flash within his virtual interface, an access request from an outer perimeter surveillance AI. A vessel is approaching the outer boundary of the stellar shield. Vessel identification confirmed, registered under the Ling Yu Star Adventurers branch. Shall the spatial distortion field be temporarily deactivated to permit entry into the solar system? Hao Changgeng confirmed the request. Moments later, a cerulean spacecraft descended onto the island's central clearing. As it landed, its deployed anti-gravity engines rippled the ground outward in concentric waves of displaced air. Its hull shimmered beneath a faint azure energy coating every aerodynamic curve, bearing the unmistakable hallmark of Galactic Federation industrial design. This vessel, steeped in alien sci-fi grandeur, stood in stark generational contrast to the terrestrial jets parked nearby. In unison, the pupils of every national leader contracted. This was their first direct encounter with an extraterrestrial craft. Lu Qing emerged first from the hatch, her demeanor as crisp and commanding as ever. Hao Changgeng stepped out of the villa. Across 3 years and interstellar distances, that gap collapsed in an instant. Lu Qing broke into a run, launching herself into his arms, her hands gripping tightly around his back. His parents peered out from the villa doorway and saw a young woman utterly unlike Ling Xuanxu, in no classical robes, no flying sword slung at her waist. A surge of profound pride welled up within them, uncontainable, undeniable. Then over 500 individuals disembarked from the ship, nearly all ranked at trial phase level 8 or 9. With a nascent stellar core already formed, those at trial phase level 6 and above could levitate effortlessly. So these 500 simply drifted down from the hatchway, weightless and serene. The sight left the world leaders stunned into silence. Yet several senior aides quickly noticed a telling detail. and whispered urgently to their heads of state. They all appear to be native to Blue Star. Hao Changgeng turned to face the assembled leaders. From this day forward, they shall assume full responsibility for Blue Star's continued development. Your sole duty is absolute cooperation. The sudden voice echoing directly inside their minds sent a shiver through each leader. After a suspended moment of silence, they all bowed their heads meekly in assent. Lu Qing immediately assumed command. Under her precise coordination, the 500-strong mecha team departed the island in staggered waves. One contingent seizing control of global energy infrastructure, communications networks, and interstellar transit hubs. Another contingent moved swiftly into major cities across Longwa Meaziguo and Beautiful Nation to establish a unified administrative framework. On her holographic projection, she redrew Blue Star's developmental trajectory, mapping each individual precisely to a nation's city and department. Each assignment was logged instantly by its assigned team member. Soon only Lu Qing remained on the island. Hao Changgeng led her to his parents and, taking Lu Qing's hand, openly said to them, "Father, mother, this is your daughter-in-law." Lu Qing's cheeks flushed crimson. His mother glanced at Lu Qing, then at Hao Changgeng. "Son, then who was that classic cow-robed beauty you were with recently?" "She was just a friend." Hao Changgeng stammered, words barely squeezing from his lips. Lu Qing lifted her head from his shoulder, intrigued. "Oh, so you've picked up another during my absence? Don't we already have enough? Me and Maisie." Hao Changgeng could only offer an awkward smile and repeat hurriedly, No, just teammates. Then Hao Changgeng escorted his parents aboard the cerulean spacecraft. It ascended from the island and within seconds traversed ocean and mountain ranges before settling gently onto the concrete road of their mountain village. Only then, standing beside the ship, did Hao Changgeng's parents finally believe without doubt that their son's words were true. Originally, Hao Changgeng had planned to depart for the extraterrestrial battlefield immediately after finalizing these arrangements. But Lu Qing had returned, and absence, as they say, makes the heart grow fonder. He lingered on Blue Star for 5 more days. At departure, he stood in the courtyard and told Lu Qing, "Blue Star is yours now. Nurture it well." Lu Qing gazed at him in quiet stillness, saying nothing. Hao Changgeng summoned his battle armor. A stellar cores emerged one by one into the air. Lai Xing manipulated them to construct a temporary spatial rift above the courtyard. The portal stabilized in mere seconds, a translucent film of pale blue energy enveloping its entrance. Hao Changgeng cast one final glance at Lu Qing, then stepped forward and vanished into the vortex, dissolving into the sky of Blue Star. On Lingyu Star, the branch director of the Adventurers Guild received an urgent transmission. Upon recognizing the sender, Rui Chenjun, he immediately straightened his posture. Though both held the rank of Stellar General, he knew full well he could not withstand even a single second against Rui Chenjun. Rui Chenjun's hologram materialized on the screen, his expression unusually grave, stripped of its habitual nonchalance. "What exactly is this mecha team?" The branch director replied deferentially. They appeared suddenly from nowhere, accepting missions relentlessly, slashing prices aggressively. Several robotic leasing firms have already collapsed under their competition. Their team never rests, sparking resentment among local squads, culminating in minor skirmishes between them and the mecha team. That mecha team belongs to a core guild member. Handle it accordingly. The transmission cut abruptly. The branch director stared helplessly at the darkened holographic log, caught between the untouchable authority of Rui Chenjun and the delicate web of local alliances he had cultivated over years on Lingyu Star. After careful deliberation, he opened a new encrypted memo on his holographic interface. He revised it meticulously, then dispatched it via the official Adventurers Guild system to every locally registered squad on Lingyu Star. Effective immediately interference with the mecha team's mission execution is strictly prohibited. Any violation will be met with the maximum penalty stipulated under guild discipline regulations. The spatial leap channel closed above Blue Star, and Hao Changgen's figure emerged from the other side of the light blue energy membrane. Leaving Blue Star, he arrived at Lingxi Star, an administrative planet specifically designated for transit to the outer battlefield. Above him was not the sky, but a massive orbital dock composed of space stations and transport ships, with countless spacecraft taking off and landing in the port's guiding beams. The outer battlefield lay outside the realm of the Zhangqiang universe and could only be accessed via these spacecraft. More critically, the area he was heading to was controlled by elemental civilizations. This was not the territory of humanity, and the control of humans was extremely weak. At the transport hub's self-service terminal, he purchased a ticket to the front lines of the battlefield and was soon assigned to a sealed single-person cultivation chamber. The chamber was small, just enough to accommodate a standard mech standing upright. Embedded in the walls were military-grade energy supply interfaces and a holographic tactical panel, while outside the window was the endless starry sky. The entire journey was estimated to take approximately 16 days. The voice of Lieshing rang in his mind. On this trip to the outer battlefield, we must accumulate a large amount of military merit. The main materials for the mobile attack module are already secured. The procurement list for the auxiliary system has been pulled up. High-precision fire control calibration array, full-frequency amplification unit, multiband energy coupler, and backup cooling link. All these combined will require about 50,000 military merit points. Currently, we have 10,000 merit points, which means we still need to accumulate 40,000 more. Furthermore, the advancement of the mech must also be prioritized. The special metal ratio required for the next level of advancement is estimated to cost over 3 billion standard crystal cores according to the current market prices. However, I've preliminarily scanned the metal material of the cauldron brought back from the mountain and sea realm. Its molecular arrangement and density far exceed any known metal materials. Once I complete the analysis, if it can replace the next level of metal ratio, we can directly use it to upgrade the mech. Hao Changgeng nodded. The journey commenced. In the following days, Lieshing mobilized all available microrobot clusters within the consciousness space. They surrounded the ancient cauldron, which was several zhang tall, and took samples from each section of the cauldron. The scanning beam penetrated the oxidized layer, analyzing the internal metal's structural density and thermal conductivity. This was a rare treasure. Every cut and peel had to be executed with precision at the molecular level. Hao Changgeng devoted all his attention to the mysteries of spiritual patterns. Xuanmijin had previously shown him the concept of spiritual patterns. Essentially, it is a compressed package that allows the combat secret techniques to be compressed and inscribed onto weapons. This enables mech masters to no longer distinguish between close combat and ranged attacks. All secret techniques can freely switch output forms. He repeatedly attempted in the consciousness space, needing to thoroughly dismantle the logical flow of the Qi Shao Lai Kong technique. However, he was still unclear about how to reorganize it after dismantling, and there was no one nearby to provide answers. The spacecraft arrived at the military transport port at the forefront of the outer battlefield on the morning of the 16th day. The hatch opened, revealing a shattered star belt that occupied the entire view. Huge planetary debris floated in the void with close distances between each other, exerting chaotic gravitational disturbances. The human war headquarters established a forward base on one of the fragments, enveloped by a light blue energy shield with mechs and engineering ships traversing above. This was the outermost supply station for humanity in this battlefield controlled by elemental civilizations. Beyond this point lay a complete vacuum of human control. Hao Changgeng disembarked from the ship without entering the base for rest. He floated directly at the edge of the base and said to Lieshing, "Bring up the previously marked location." He still vividly remembered the position marked by the Elven Elder, the coordinate of the spatial remnants attached universe entrance. It was not within the current cosmic space, but located on a desolate planet in a separate stellar domain. To reach there, he must first break through the blockade of the elemental race present on the planet. Whether for military merit or the remnant page, he had to enter that planet first. At that moment, the mech's communication panel lit up with a request for an encrypted channel. The figure of Xuanmijin was projected from the holographic screen, with a cold starship deck visible in the background, indicating that Xuanmijin was also stationed at some front line. He glanced at Hao Changgeng, his lips slightly moving before getting to the point. "Good. Now that you have arrived at the outer battlefield, I will begin to impart to you the mysteries of the spiritual pattern faction." He raised his right hand, and the wrist mech transformed again into a precise metal sheet, with the core node of the spiritual pattern glowing faintly in the center of the metal sheet. The spiritual pattern faction originates from the ancient elven race. Its initial intention upon creation was to release the combatants' secret techniques at the fastest speed. For us mech masters, its greater significance lies in allowing us not to distinguish between close combat and ranged attacks. Our secret techniques can switch freely. The first step is clear. First, organize your close combat secret techniques into spiritual patterns and inscribe them onto your close combat weapon. Once the inscription on the close combat side stabilizes, prepare to inscribe it onto your ranged weapon. Senior, how should I organize the secret techniques into spiritual patterns? Essentially, spiritual patterns are a compressed package in our technological understanding, a data core that encodes and compresses the operational logic of your combat secret techniques inscribed onto specific materials. Thus, the first step is to analyze your own secret techniques. Have the intelligent life forms assist you in gradually decomposing the operational logic of your secret techniques, extracting the fundamental operational units, and then reorganizing them to form a new spiritual pattern functional model. Xuanmijin paused for a moment. This process also requires a lot of combat. You need to repeatedly use this secret technique in actual battles, until every step of energy flow is recorded, dismantled, and reorganized, so that they no longer rely on the smoothness of your control, but can be triggered by the mechanism of the spiritual pattern itself. Alright, go fight. Remember that the outer battlefield you are currently in is already within the territory of the elemental race. In that area, human control will be quite weak, And if you encounter high-level elemental mages, do not overestimate yourself. Be safe. Hao Changgeng nodded. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. The communication was cut off. He maintained the mech at a standard height and said to Lieshing find a slightly lower-level elemental race to practice on first. Lieshing began scanning. The energy interference of the shattered star belt caused the scanning beam to attenuate rapidly, but he still detected a response from a single elemental creature on a small fragment several thousand kilometers away. Its energy intensity was classified as level 8 of the star core, suitable for a first battle. Hao Changgeng adjusted his direction, the silver-golden wings stabilizing against the gravitational turbulence of the shattered star belt, silently gliding towards that fragment. As the distance closed in, a mass of thunderous light became increasingly distinct on the scanning interface of the fragmented star. It was a pure, intangible blue lightning. Its form was ever-changing, sometimes gathering into a spherical flash of lightning, other times stretching into a distorted arc of electricity. This was the elemental clan, devoid of flesh, bones, or a fixed physical form. All purely physical attacks were essentially immune to it. Only attacks at the level of laws could inflict substantial damage. It was currently battling a feral beast. The feral beast was massive, reaching a size of a kilometer, resembling a lizard clad in a thick bony shell, with its tail swollen into a bone hammer covered in spikes. Its aura was extremely violent. One could tell from the breath it continually exhaled that it was in a state of great rage. The energy level was confirmed by scanning to be at the first tier of Star Commander. However, the situation of the battle before him was entirely illogical. Each pounce of the kilometer-sized feral beast shattered the small meteors of the fragmented star into dust. Yet when its claws passed through the body of the lightning element, it was as if they were passing through a wisp of cloud. The lightning was torn open, then effortlessly reassembled. The feral beast clan had always relied on their powerful divine bodies to crush their opponents. This was an instinct ingrained in their bloodline. Though they were naturally close to the laws in combat, they relied more on physical domination than on law disintegration. Faced with the formless elemental clan, this mode of combat appeared exceedingly passive. Meanwhile, the lightning element's attacks were remarkably fierce. It had no fixed attacking organs. Lightning could coalesce from any part of its body. It could easily penetrate armor and reach the internal soft tissues, causing the feral beast's massive body to convulse under the lightning strikes. Clearly, if this continued, the feral beast would undoubtedly be defeated. Indeed, not long after the lightning element seized its opportunity, its body suddenly vanished when the feral beast missed its attack, reappearing with countless fine arcs of electricity lighting up the space surrounding the beast. Each arc of electricity was part of the lightning element's body, completely trapping the feral beast in the center from all directions. The arcs grew denser, ultimately coalescing into a complete domain of lightning. The blue-white lightning struck down without a blind spot within the domain. The feral beast desperately flailed its limbs and tail in the thunderstorm, but not once could it reach the tangible form of the lightning element. In the end, the feral beast was worn down to death. Hao Changgeng witnessed the entire process from a distance, feeling a wave of shock in his heart. The formless elemental clan was indeed difficult to deal with. Physical immunity meant that most of his conventional attack methods were rendered ineffective against them. However, he would not back down, as this was a perfect opportunity to test the practical efficacy of his secret techniques. The lightning element had evidently also noticed the silver-golden mech hovering at the edge of the fragmented star. It merely swept in that direction without making any defensive posture. A peak star soldier mech was not seen as a threat in its eyes. Without a word, Hao Changgeng completed the gathering of the star ring, extinguishing cannon on his left arm. A dense barrage of fireballs erupted from the rotating ring, each fireball adorned with golden patterns, the supreme rule of fire from the holy book of all spirits. The fireball's trailing golden tails smashed toward the lightning element, exploding in succession near its body. The golden-red flames briefly blossomed in the void before dissipating. The lightning element merely fluctuated slightly, as if a gentle breeze had brushed across the surface of water. The damage was virtually zero. It was not that the fragment was insufficiently strong, but rather that the fireballs were fundamentally still physical damage. The laws merely adhered to them, and the essence did not constitute a law attack. And the elemental clan did not suffer from physical damage. The voice of the fragmented star timely echoed, "There's no way the elemental clan is like this. Unless it's a law attack, otherwise there's simply no strength to exert. Purely physical damage, no matter how many times it's dealt, remains zero." As soon as the words fell, the lightning element moved. Its speed was incredibly fast. The lightning element itself possessed the characteristic of extreme speed, especially during short-range bursts. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flickered, compressing several thousand kilometers into nothingness. The lightning element charged directly to the front of the mech, a bifurcated lightning tentacle striking toward the mech's chest. Hao Changgeng retracted the star ring, extinguishing cannon, instantly condensing a shield with his right arm. the dark golden shield surface with red reverse scale patterns radiating outward from its center. The condensation of all melee weapons originated from the reverse scales of the flame star beast carrying a certain law characteristic. The lightning tentacle struck the shield, erupting in a burst of blue-white brilliance, the impact pushing the mech back several meters. However, the shield remained unharmed. The lightning had been blocked. The lightning element paused momentarily. In its perception, the energy fluctuation of this mech was not very strong. It was at the peak level of a star soldier, a full tier below the feral beast it had just crushed. Logically, its attack should have been able to penetrate the opponent. Yet when its lightning tentacle struck the shield, the material feedback from the shield was entirely different from that of ordinary metals. The lightning hitting it felt as if absorbed by a very thin layer of laws, never transmitting to the interior of the mech. This left it perplexed. This brief pause was Hao Changgeng's window. The moment the shield was retracted, the long staff coalesced in his palm. The dark golden staff surface with red reverse scale patterns spreading from the grip to the tip, he swung the staff to strike. Chi Shao Lai Kong. A space fissure 100 meters long was unleashed from the staff tip, with golden flames igniting along the edges of the fissure. The essence of the fissure was a rupture in the space fibers. The golden flames on the fissure's edges were the high-temperature regions of the law adhered to the cracks. The lightning element was entirely struck by this fissure, its lightning body being forcibly separated at the ruptured surface of space, the golden flames scorching the torn ion layer. The voice of the fragmented star conveyed a combat analysis, energy comparison complete. That last strike drained approximately 1/5 of its energy. What? Only this much? Hao Changgeng exclaimed. Be grateful, this is still due to the fragment itself being powerful enough. If it were someone else, they wouldn't even be able to inflict damage. This is the clan of lightning. It ranks among the higher combat power branches of the elemental clan. This clan not only possesses extreme speed, but also exceptionally fierce attack power. That previous feral beast battled it for quite a while, and only managed to drain about 15 of its energy. Consider how thick the opponent's defenses are. You've only just delivered your first strike. As soon as the words fell, the lightning element transformed into a bolt of lightning, skimming the edge of the long staff's subsequent attack range and retreating to several hundred kilometers above a fragment of star debris. It had already determined that this mech had very strong close combat capabilities, so it no longer chose to engage in melee combat. Its body dispersed in the air with itself as the nucleus, the void within hundreds of kilometers surrounding it, was ionized in a very short time. Free electrons were massively stripped from the mineral dust of the fragmented star, with the ionization level instantly reaching its peak. The thunder cloud officially took shape. This was a charged thunderstorm cloud formed by the spread of its own energy body. Every lightning bolt within the cloud was a part of its body, each capable of launching independent attacks. Blue-white thunderbolts coalesced simultaneously from different directions of the cloud, with several thick lightning bolts striking toward the mech from 3 directions. The voice of the fragmented star simultaneously blurted out a few words: prepare to evade. In the moment the thundercloud formed, the dynamic tracking system of the mech had already predicted all incoming lightning trajectories. 2 colorful evasion paths popped up before Hao Changgeng, one cutting out from the edge of the thundercloud towards the upper left, and the other slipping through a narrow gap between 2 clusters of lightning. But the lightning was too dense. The coverage of the thundercloud was continuously expanding. Every second, new blue-white forks condensed from the cloud, and the 2 routes were covered by crossfire, leaving only a few meters of safe window. Hao Changgeng instantly shrank the mech down to 30 centimeters. The light wings folded into shorter surfaces behind him. The vector thrusters were fully powered, and the golden tail flame he emitted trailed a bright line beneath the thundercloud. The 30-centimeter silver-gold mech darted through the dense thunderstorm like a fish caught in a torrent, constantly evading, sliding, halting abruptly, and rolling backward. Each movement landed in the gaps between strikes of lightning, the golden tail flame tracing intricate paths through the blue-white storm. Yet as the thundercloud continued to swell, the surrounding evasion space became smaller. The density of lightning coverage had risen to a point where there were no real safe windows, only the states of being struck or nearly struck. A fork of lightning grazed the side of the mech. Although it did not directly hit the body, the penetrating power of the lightning was too strong. The arc jumped across the mech shell, conducting along the surface coating into the interior. Part of the current passed through the energy buffer layer, directly affecting Hao Changgeng's body. A violent tingling sensation spread from his fingertips to his shoulders, then along his spine to the back of his head. His body uncontrollably twitched, and the mech tilted momentarily in the air before being pulled back into balance by the vector thruster. Staying too long will lead to loss. At this moment, Hao Changgeng fully understood what it felt like to be remotely suppressed. Previously, he had been the one to dominate those enemies unable to approach. Now this elemental force had become the thundercloud, relentlessly striking at him. The distance remained over 300 kilometers. When he advanced, it retreated, and when he retreated, it pursued. He began to attempt to close in on the main body of the thundercloud with the mech constantly altering its trajectory in the gaps of evasion. But the elemental sensitivity was extremely acute. Every time the silver gold moved toward the thundercloud, the charged cloud would drift back in synchronization, maintaining the relative distance of over 300 kilometers. At this distance, the elemental force could continuously unleash lightning to exhaust him, while he was utterly unable to launch an effective attack. If he dodged too late, the lightning would strike the mech again, and the current would pour into the interior, intensifying the tingling sensation that increasingly irritated him. Damn, this thing is too disgusting. There's no choice. Elemental beings naturally possess an extreme affinity for their own element. Their understanding of the laws is profound, allowing them to easily manipulate all surrounding energies of the same element. This is something other major civilizations simply cannot compare to. The voice of Lieshing remains stable in this battle situation. You can defeat it, but you must first find a way to approach it. Hao Changgeng fell into contemplation. He needed to find a way to withstand the opponent. Got it. The Hongming Dao Lotus. The ancestor Huangdi had already helped him enhance his spirit, enabling him to communicate with this top-tier treasure of the cultivation civilization using his spiritual power. Although he couldn't yet stimulate it with celestial spiritual energy, his spirit could already reach the core of the Dao Lotus. He dodged a cluster of lightning and plunged his consciousness into the space of spiritual sense. The Dao Lotus, suspended there, responded the moment his spirit touched it, not with the previous dead silence of slumber, but with a slight tremor, as if awakened. 7-colored light radiated from the petals, and soon a phantom of a lotus flower appeared out of thin air around the mech. This phantom enveloped the entire mech. It consumed no source energy and did not draw from any of the mech's core energy reserves. However, it was rapidly consuming Hao Changgeng's soul power. He could distinctly feel his mental strength being gradually siphoned away by this phantom. The next blue-white lightning struck the lotus phantom, disappearing without even causing a ripple. It was not negated, but annihilated. The power of lightning turned into nothingness upon contact with the surface of the phantom. There was no residual heat, no current conducted into the mech, not even a sound. The rhythm of the elemental attack was disrupted for a moment. The silver-gold small mech was suddenly enveloped by an unknown phantom in its perception. The response to the lightning strike was the same as striking into the void, not a defense but immunity. Its lightning power was unilaterally restrained by that layer of phantom. The elemental force began to attempt to increase the frequency of its lightning output. Every forked arc in the thundercloud became thicker and denser, the blue-white storm pouring down at full intensity upon the lotus phantom. No reaction at all. The phantom didn't even show a slight ripple. It was absolute defense until the soul power was exhausted. The mech charged straight out of the storm under the protection of the lotus phantom, no longer needing to dodge left or right. The 30-centimeter silver gold, dragging the lotus phantom, pierced straight through the center of the thunderstorm. The elemental force, realizing its defense was ineffective, began to retreat, but there was no longer sufficient distance. Although it was fast after the reversal of offense and defense, it could no longer open up enough safe distance. Meanwhile, the mech, under the protection of the Dao Lotus, did not need to expend energy to evade, pursuing more aggressively than before. In the moment of approaching, the mech expanded from 30 centimeters to its normal height. A long staff coalesced in his palm, the red patterns on the staff flashing brightly in the blue-white glow of the storm. Qishao Laikong. 100-meter spatial fissure was unleashed from the tip of the staff, with golden flames on either side of the fissure cutting a burning golden line through the ionized layer of the thundercloud. The elemental force executed a last-ditch evasive maneuver at the final moment, splitting the cloud in half down the middle with the spatial fissure. Although not killed in one blow, the golden flames continued to scorch the torn ionized layer on both sides of the fissure, the energy rapidly decreasing. After successfully landing a hit, Hao Changgeng immediately shrank the mech back to 30 centimeters, reactivating the Lotus Phantom, and approached the thundercloud once more. The thundercloud began to flee, escaping from one fragment of star debris to another. However, the shrunk mech was agile enough to weave through the gaps in the debris, with every escape route predicted and pursued. The instances of Qishao Laikong increased. With every swing of the staff, he grew more familiar with the energy operation logic of this move. Now he was no longer in a hurry. The Lotus Phantom, sustained by his soul power, remained steady, and the mech's source energy was nearly inexhaustible. What was being consumed was instead this elemental force. From actively suppressing to forced retreat, its total energy was irreversibly declining. Meanwhile, through this continuous repetition of actual combat, Hao Changgeng's understanding of the secret method was deepening at a uniquely rapid pace. As the battle raged on, the lightning elemental retreated with increasing speed. Its energy steadily waned with each passing moment, while the silvery golden mecha across from it showed no sign of diminishing firepower. Each time Hao Changgeng unleashed the crimson sky's sundering strike, he instantly closed the distance. Every spatial rift forced the elemental into near-impossible evasive maneuvers. It knew full well if this dragged on its energy would be ground down to nothing. Its dodges grew wider and more desperate. It abandoned counterattacks, entirely channeling every last erg of remaining power solely into escape. Each time Hao Changgeng swung his staff, the elemental drifted farther towards scattered stellar debris, lengthening the pursuit gap with every maneuver. At this rate, the time cost for the next decisive strike would multiply exponentially. Yet in this relentless high-intensity engagement, repeated use of the crimson sky's sundering strike deepened Hao Changgeng's intuitive grasp of its energetic architecture. Every surge of law force flowing from the core into the reverse scale staff was meticulously recorded by Li Xing, and alongside his growing attunement to cosmic laws bloomed access to another piece of equipment, the flame silk soul-binding cannon. During the survival tournament, Li Xing had analyzed a captured binding tier primordial sacred artifact and reverse-engineered this control device. Though utterly devoid of offensive capability, it possessed extraordinary binding potency. From the dismantled primordial sacred treasure, 3 spirit arrays were refined, each encoding a distinct tier of binding esoterica. He had mastered the first tier early on. The second, however, was staggeringly intricate. Its spirit arrays are so densely interwoven that merely gazing upon them induced vertigo. Back then, its secrets remained utterly impenetrable. Now his genetic sequence had been pushed to the absolute limit by primordial bloodline resonance. His affinity for cosmic laws had doubled, and his soul, transformed by the Yellow Emperor's elixir, had undergone a fundamental metamorphosis. He could now trace every filament of the second spirit array's circuitry, and as his spiritual sense swept across those once indecipherable glyphs, they unfolded spontaneously, revealing their logic. He summoned the flame silk soul-binding cannon. The right shoulder armor of his mecha slid open, and a crystalline sphere rose smoothly from its recessed cradle. Transparent and weightless, the sphere held 3 dormant spirit array phantoms suspended within, each rotating with glacial slowness. While maintaining pursuit, he extended his spiritual sense into the crystal layer by layer, threading it along the second array's convoluted pathways. Under his focused guidance, the activation logic of the array sequentially ignited. Previously blocked nodes now resonated flawlessly, completing coherent energy harmonics throughout the circuit. The crystal flared once. A golden beam shot forth, reaching the lightning cloud mid-evade in an instant. At the cloud's periphery, the beam exploded into hundreds of identical golden filaments, each bending at precise angles before interlocking seamlessly. They coalesced into a vast polyhedral cage, every face a mathematically perfect regular polygon. Golden beams defined each vertex and edge with absolute precision, enclosing the lightning cloud at its geometric center. The lightning elemental lacked physical form, but this cage did not bind matter. Instead, binding laws shimmered across the golden filaments, forming an inescapable domain of suppression. Within the cage, it frantically shifted forms: lightning, dragon, thunder, serpent, spherical lightning, radiating plasma cloud, each transformation probing for gaps between filaments. All in vain. No matter its shape, the suppression domain clamped unerringly around its energetic core. Not a single filament offered even the faintest permeability to energy. It began lashing the cage walls with violent lightning strikes, blinding arcs of bluish-white electricity detonating against the golden filaments. Yet each bolt was absorbed on contact, its energy seamlessly redistributed back into the luminous lattice, causing not the slightest ripple. Li Xing completed a real-time structural integrity assessment, and reported database cross-referencing confirms this binding cage can withstand sustained assault from a Star General Rank 6 entity until energy depletion. In other words, any target below Star General Rank 6 once ensnared possesses 0 chance of escape before the cage dissipates autonomously. Hao Changgeng nodded in quiet satisfaction. The binding's efficacy surpassed even his expectations. The battle had stretched long enough. It was time to conclude. His foe was now caged prey, helpless, exposed utterly without recourse. Moreover, this cage possessed a singular, extraordinary property: perfect unidirectionality. External attacks passed through the golden filaments unimpeded into the interior. Yet all internal energy emissions, be they kinetic impacts or law-based assaults, could not breach the lattice wall in reverse. Thus Hao Changgeng stood outside the cage, swinging the crimson sky's sundering strike again and again, while every dying spasm of the lightning elemental dissipated harmlessly against the inner lattice, erased to 0. He unleashed the technique repeatedly. Spatial rifts cleaved through the golden lattice, striking the lightning cloud's core one after another. Crimson flames seared the torn, ionized layers within the cage. Each strike siphoned only about 1% of its energy, but repetition rendered the toll inexorable. Its total energy reserve declined irreversibly. Meanwhile, Hao Changgeng refined his mastery of the technique amid this dense harvest. Each swing's angle, force, and law infusion velocity incrementally optimized through relentless repetition. After one final convulsive transformation, the lightning cloud dissolved entirely. Its bluish-white radiance faded, leaving only fleeting traces of residual ionization shimmering briefly across the golden polyhedral walls. Then darkness reclaimed the interior space, absolute, silent, empty. The lightning elemental was gone. Hao Changgeng stared into the hollow void where it had vanished, waiting a beat. "Why no elemental prism?" he asked, disappointment edging his voice. Lai Xing replied, "Elemental prisms typically coalesce only upon the death of elemental beings ranked Star General or higher. This lightning elemental, though battle-seasoned and energetically formidable, surpassing even peak Star Soldier strength, has not yet formally crossed the threshold into Star General rank. A single elemental prism commands millions of standard crystal cores on the open market, an exceptionally rare consumable material. Even with favorable odds, discovery remains profoundly uncertain." Hao Changgeng dismissed the matter lightly. "No rush. We'll take it step by step." Lai Xing projected the military merit settlement interface. Though not Star General ranked, this lightning elemental belongs to one of the most potent elemental lineages. Its individual combat prowess and threat coefficient among elemental branches are exceptionally high. Hence, the Adventurers Guild applies substantial merit bonuses for its elimination. Total merit earned over 1,600. Damn, so much. Indeed. Due to their overwhelming individual might, elemental races receive the highest merit bonuses among all hostile factions, both from the Adventurers Guild and the Federation. We should capitalize on this battlefield for further gains. Though still short of our fourth Asanmerit target, this pace is more than sufficient. Lai Xing paused, then added, "Incidentally, while monitoring the public comms band across the entire theater, I intercepted an emergency distress signal. Its origin lies at moderate range. The encryption algorithm matches mecha+Technology's signature, likely transmitted by a mechanical ray sovereign." Hao Changgeng retracted his staff and the crystal sphere, restoring his mecha to combat cruise altitude. "Let's go see what's stirring." Lai Xing triangulated the signal to a high-density debris field deep within the shattered star belt, the source emitting a steady encrypted pulse. Hao Changgeng locked onto the coordinates, unfurled his light wings, and surged forward at blistering speed. Before the mech could approach, a clear distress signal popped up on the communication panel. The source of the signal was located ahead in the high-density debris field, and the encryption algorithm had been voluntarily retracted, indicating that the other party had clearly abandoned communication security. "Hurry, big brother, lend a hand. Damn it. I've been ambushed by these wind elementals. Quick, quick, quick." The voice was filled with urgency, and in the background the sounds of violent energy collisions could be heard, along with the sharp shriek of metal being sliced by high-speed wind blades. The voice of Lai Xing rang out, showing no signs of being affected by the urgency of the other party's tone. "It's fine. Under normal circumstances, we don't need to respond to such distress signals. Although the monitoring network of the outer battlefield covers the entire area and can track the movements of every registered combat unit, the military has not mandated that they must intervene to provide assistance. There will be no punishment for not intervening." He paused, shifting his tone into a combat analysis mode. "Our primary concern is ensuring our own safety. Let's go take a look. If the situation is dire, we retreat immediately." Hao Changgeng nodded and accelerated toward the direction of the distress signal. Deep within the debris field, a silver-white star battle robot was desperately holding on. The roughly 30-meter-tall body was entirely silver-white, resembling a mech, but its head lacked facial features, sporting only a blue sensing light strip that flashed continuously across its face. That was its optical sensor array, similar to eyes, but capable of processing all wavelengths from ultraviolet to far infrared simultaneously. It was a star battle soldier of the mechanized technology belonging to the outer battlefield's mechanical expedition sequence, though its identification number was no longer traceable. Surrounding it were 3 wind elementals. Each one, like the previous thunder elemental, had no physical form. Only 3 almost transparent distortions of air could be seen moving rapidly through the void, occasionally illuminated by the faint light from distant stars, revealing a very faint cyan outline. With no fixed physical form, all conventional physical attacks were ineffective against them. The 3 wind elementals were all at the first level of Star General, and the Star Battle Soldier was also at the first level of Star General. The silver-white body had managed to withstand the attacks from 3 similarly ranked wind elementals up to now for a reason. It was a rare spatial type. However, numerous scratches had already appeared on its silver-white shell. These were caused by the unique attack method of the wind elementals, compressing high-speed wind blades and slicing through armor at the molecular level. Its optical camouflage coating was torn apart, and there was a deep crack on the left forearm. Internal energy conduits were exposed, and the leaking light blue coolant instantly froze into clusters of ice crystals in the void. This mech did not endure the siege. Each time it had calculated the trajectory of the wind blades in advance, evading a significant amount of lethal damage through short-distance warp jumps. Its warp was fundamentally different from Hao Changgeng's instant teleportation based on spatial laws. Teleportation folds the fibers of space. Instead, it relied on an embedded mini-warp engine to create an extremely thin warp bubble around itself. This allowed the mech to achieve uniform acceleration over a very short distance, precisely locking onto the spatial coordinate differences. The chip within its body continuously analyzed the predicted locations of the wind elemental's attacks, calculating each warp coordinate within the critical window before the wind blades could hit. This was also Hao Changgeng's first time seeing a complete combat-type star battle robot. The combat style of the other party opened his eyes. This was not a person, and it was certainly not a mere copy of a mech. This was a thinking supercomputer encased within a combat body. Its computational power far exceeded that of an intelligent life form of a mech. Not only was it fast, but it also processed tasks in parallel across multiple threads. Every trajectory of the wind blades, every direction of the wind elemental's movements, every optimal coordinate for a warp jump were all dissected simultaneously by the built-in chip and distributed to hundreds of parallel computing nodes for processing, then compiled and output. In this way, it maintained its fire control precision without any understanding of the laws, requiring no comprehension of any energy flows. Just as the wind elemental's assault entered a new wave of expansion, the star battle soldier saw that silver-gold mech slicing in from the edge of the debris field. The sensing light strip on its head flickered noticeably. That was a nerve reaction similar to a human exhaling in relief. Both parties were of the galactic race and belonged to the same technological faction. In just a few seconds, Li Xing completed the establishment of a tactical data link with the other party, synchronizing the communication data in under a second. The battlefield situation, energy distribution of the three wind elementals, the current attack patterns, and the spatial coverage of wind flow were all pushed to Li Xing's combat interface. Li Xing's processing speed was rapid, although its pure computational performance was far inferior to the star battle soldier in front of it. It had its own advantages in optimizing tactical models. The star battle soldier seemed concerned that Hao Changgeng might not intend to assist, directly raising the stakes. Its synthesized voice carried a noticeably humanized tone change in the tactical channel. "Big brother, I have a mechanical clan's ultimate weapon here. Once activated, it can simultaneously control 2 elemental clans. You hold off the last one, and you will be handsomely rewarded once this is done." Hao Changgeng did not respond immediately. He was a mech engineer of the Adventurers Guild, while the other party was a star battle soldier of mechanized technology. Although both were registered combat units in the galactic system, they belonged to different factions. In a scenario where there was no military mandate for rescue, the decision to intervene or not was weighed against military merit, personal favor, and risk. Li Xing pulled up the assessment report on the creditworthiness of the mechanical clan from the database. "I can help. The mechanical clan has relatively stable core drive logic across the major factions in the galaxy, with very few records of default. Most of their initial programming settings are upright types, and this assessment logic has been validated in countless outer battlefield wars in the past. Given our current combat power, holding off a first-level wind elemental should not be a problem." Hao Changgeng nodded. The moment the star battle soldier received the confirmation signal in the tactical data link, the blue sensing light strip on its head stabilized from flickering. It wasted no time and directly let 3 wind blades that were slicing through the air pass. By enduring a small piece of metal armor being sheared off at the cost of a moment, it pushed the warp engine into an overloaded state. The mech shot out from the very center of the encirclement formed by the 3 wind elementals, leaving behind a trail of coolant vapor burned into an ionized state in the brief vacuum. Then its back armor popped open. A peculiar device emerged intact from its slot, presenting a faint silver-white hue with its shell made of some high-precision molecular arrangement material, each seam embedded with fine energy patterns. This device emitted a rich spatial power, even altering the curvature of space in the surrounding area. The star battle soldier did not continue to engage. The warp engine continued performing short-range maneuvers in seconds. The built-in main control unit took over energy distribution, completely diverting all available energy from the weapon systems into the just ejected device on its back. The synthesized voice transmitted through the internal communication channel. "Spatial silence protocol activate." The peculiar device began to flicker urgently. Circles of visible spatial ripples expanded outward from the device, causing the surrounding space to become unstable as if stones had been thrown into water. Immediately, 2 nearly transparent beams shot out from the device, moving so swiftly that even the mecha's sensors could only capture a fleeting shadow. The 2 beams instantly reached the 2 wind elements enveloping them before they could react. In the next moment, something bizarre occurred. The Star War mecha and the space where the 2 wind elements resided seemed to be lifted away from the cosmic canvas by an invisible hand. There was no explosion, no energy fluctuations. They simply vanished from their original location without a trace. Hao Changgeng stared at the empty void, momentarily dumbfounded. Suddenly, the unique synthesized voice of the Star War mecha echoed in the communication channel. Although the signal had an odd delay, the content was crystal clear. Brother, I have successfully forced these two rascals down to a two-dimensional universe. The rules here are quite different, or I can hold them for 16 minutes. I will look for an opportunity to take one out. You stay safe outside. Remember, do not let the remaining wind element attack this three-dimensional space at will, or the resulting spatial fluctuations will affect the battle in the two-dimensional world. Dimensional descent. Two-dimensional universe. Hao Changgeng was stunned. This combat method, which only existed in scientific theory, opened his eyes. As if sensing his shock, the voice of Liesheng resonated in his mind at the right moment, calmly explaining. Although the Star War robots and our mechas belong to the technological faction, their combat philosophy is purer and more sci-fi than ours. Our combat power composition formula is a combination of your own understanding of laws and the mecha's hardware merging perception with technology. Whereas they are purely products of computational science relying on computing power comparable to miracles along with high-tech equipment far beyond our understanding. For example, the dimensional descent device he just activated, even if it were handed to us, we would be unable to use it. The instantaneous peak computational power required to activate that device far exceeds the limits that I can process. However, our advantage lies in stability. Your understanding of the laws determines our combat power's lower and upper limits, making it less susceptible to extreme environments. In those brief seconds of communication, the remaining wind element had reacted to the disappearance of its companion and locked onto Hao Changgeng as its target. The nearly transparent, distorted air suddenly contracted, forming a wind blade so massive that it could slice through a starship. The edge of this wind blade was incredibly sharp, as if it could cut through the atomic structure of space itself, rushing toward the area where the Star War mecha had vanished. Liesheng's voice suddenly rose. Hurry, stop it. Although they have entered the two-dimensional world, the violent spatial fluctuations of the three-dimensional space will still affect them. This could potentially interfere with the Star War mecha's movements, even shortening the time he can hold out. We must control this wind element and not let it attack this space recklessly. Although this wind element is at the first stage of the Star General Level 1 rank, higher than the lightning element, its ferocity is far less than that of the lightning element. Having just defeated a troublesome lightning element, they had accumulated quite a bit of experience dealing with elemental creatures. Holding off a wind element should be manageable. Understood. Without hesitation, Hao Changgeng's mental energy quickly delved into the crystal ball on his shoulder armor. He intended to use the second spiritual pattern of the flame silk locking yuan cannon to trap this slippery wind element. A golden light shot out from the crystal ball, suddenly splitting into hundreds of beams in midair, attempting to construct a precise golden polyhedral cage around the wind element. However, this time he miscalculated. The wind element's phasing and speed were a step faster than that of the lightning element. Just as the cage was about to close, the distorted air surged out through the last gap between the converging beams at an incredible speed. The golden cage ultimately closed, but it only trapped an empty void. Whoa, that was fast. Hao Changgeng snorted coldly, gripping his left hand as the reverse scale staff materialized. Since he couldn't trap it, he would confront it head-on. It was perfect for practice, further refining the circulation of the red sky, cracking void's laws. Meanwhile, in that two-dimensional world, which could not be comprehended by three-dimensional beings, everything had become an absolute plane, resembling a glass painting with no thickness, through which the scenes of the three-dimensional world were projected, appearing fantastical. The two wind elements trapped here had completely transformed. They resembled two flattened, constantly twisting pools of cyan ink, utterly unable to adapt to this bizarre world devoid of thickness and volume. In contrast, the silver-white Star War mecha was entirely different. For this body, which was developed for spatial warfare, the two-dimensional space was one of the preset battlefields. Its blue sensory light band on the head flickered wildly, indicating that its main control chip was running at full power. Although the elemental race claimed that their law-defying powers were invincible, that was only against conventional technology. In the face of the mechanical race's terrifying computational power, even energy beings without a physical entity would leave traces in the flow and gathering of their energy. Soon within the Star War mecha's field of vision, several constantly changing high-brightness energy nodes began to appear on the two pools of ink. Those were their critical points. The Star War mecha moved. In this two-dimensional world, its movement was almost unrestricted, and it instantly appeared before one of the wind elements. From its mechanical arm, a blade of light, composed purely of spatial power, shot out. The edge of that blade continuously faded and reformed, emanating a dangerous aura of void. He gently waved at the wind element. As the blade of light passed a portion of the wind element's volume, approximately 2/5 of its area, was forcefully pushed back into three-dimensional space. The severed portion of energy dissipated completely upon contact with the three-dimensional space, transforming into the most basic energy particles. This is the mechanical race's bizarre, yet efficient combat method based on terrifying computational power, seeking the optimal solution at the level of rules, and then delivering a fatal blow. Having successfully struck the Star War mecha showed no signs of hesitation. Leveraging its absolute home field advantage, it charged forward again, initiating a one-sided slaughter against the wind element trapped in the two-dimensional world. Meanwhile, in the three-dimensional world, Hao Changgeng was also wielding his staff entangled with the rapidly dodging wind element. His goal was not to kill quickly, but to hold it off. To buy precious seconds for his temporary ally fighting in another dimension. The battle in the two-dimensional space concluded before time ran out. The Star Battle Mech, leveraging its home field advantage, harvested one group of wind elements. Another group of wind elements was not spared either. During the relentless pursuit, its energy was worn down to less than 20% of its peak state. 16 minutes were up. At this moment, the energy reserves of the dimensional reduction device hit zero, forcing the spatial rules to reset, and all entities that had been reduced in dimensionality were simultaneously bounced back to the three-dimensional universe. They reappeared at their original coordinates. The silver-white body of the mech hovered intact in the void, while the wind element struggled to maintain its form, its sine ionosphere, so thin that the starlight from the shattered star belt could be seen through it. In that instant, both wind element remnants made the same judgment merge. The two nearly transparent distortions of air suddenly fused together, transforming into a massive cyan tornado. It did not turn back to counterattack, but flew deep into the shattered star belt, vanishing into the shadows of the debris in the blink of an eye. The mech did not pursue. Its silver-white shell was marked with numerous new scratches, and the dimensional reduction device on its back emitted faint blue cooling steam as it retracted into its slot. The brightness of the sensing light band on its head was noticeably dimmer than before. The energy consumption was immense. If it continued to chase, it would be the first to collapse. He turned around and approached the mech. A synthesized voice echoed in the tactical channel, shifting from anxious urgency to a relaxed tone. Virtual dimension brother, what do I call you? Hao Changgeng. Also, it's brother Changgeng. The tone of the robot became cheerful, the light band flickering as if archiving a newly classified comrade's tag. I've long admired you, and I'm grateful for your assistance, otherwise I would have met my end here. Damn, these elemental races are truly treacherous. His facial blue sensing light band began to flicker rapidly. That was the light signal representing cunning in the mechanical race's internal social protocol. Since you have lent me your aid, I shall share a tremendous piece of news with you. After years of investigation, I have discovered the coordinates of a treasure related to spatial attributes. Are you interested in exploring it together? Then he pushed the coordinate data to the mech's shared tactical panel. After reviewing it, Hao Changgeng's expression turned playful. The holographic panel displayed precisely the planetary coordinates located deep within the elemental civilization control zone, along with a description of the features of the associated cosmic entrance. This was exactly consistent with the coordinates given to him by the old man back then, precisely the secondary universe where the spatial fragment was located. He thought he was the only one with this clue, yet this Star Battle mech had also found it. The Star Crack predicted the opponent is a spatial-type Star Battle robot, which also needs spatial treasures to enhance its own strength. However, from the data he shared, it appeared that the intelligence he had gathered was still at the vague stage regarding the existence of treasures at that coordinate, and he had not yet grasped the true secret of the fragment. I suggest we travel together. Although he is of the mechanical race, his credibility has been somewhat validated during the previous rounds of battle. The main control chip is driven by a straight logical module, making the probability of betrayal relatively low. Moreover, since the fragment is buried in another subsidiary universe, and he is of the spatial type, he may be useful when crossing the interface. Hao Changgeng nodded. All right. Rest assured we will share the benefits. That location is not far from here, but the entire star domain is the main battleground of the elemental race. Once there are control range, as the galactic human race will drop to a very low level, and there will be almost no possibility of calling for help, we must be cautious. Just in time for us to cover each other. But don't worry, I have already planned the route. We will take the flank and slip into that star domain through the gaps in the monitoring network. After arriving, we won't launch a frontal assault, but will stealthily approach the coordinate location, find the entrance to the subsidiary universe, and enter directly. Once inside, it will be our home turf. I am equipped with the most advanced single-soldier warp jump engine, which can transport us to the outskirts of the target star domain in one leap without anyone noticing. He paused, and a docking slot popped out from his back. You will shrink the mech and attach it to my back. I'll take you there. Hao Changgeng reduced the mech to 30 centimeters and gently attached it to the specially designed magnetic adsorption area on the back of the virtual dimension. Then the warp engine within him began to activate, accurately bending the space ahead into a stable jump channel as he stepped into the spatial fold he had created. After a few breaths, a brand new stellar domain appeared before them. The scattered debris of the shattered star belt vanished, replaced by a complete star system. A blazing white star burned steadily at the center, surrounded by 7 or 8 planets, each orbiting in fixed paths. Their target was the third sequential planet of this star system. This was a gas giant with a diameter exceeding 500,000 kilometers, extraordinarily large. The color of the atmosphere was reflected into a very light cyan white by the thunderstorm layers, surrounded by multiple clearly defined high-energy particle bands, with countless strip-like cyclone remnants floating on the periphery, torn apart and reformed by planetary gravity. As the two approached, the scanning interface simultaneously displayed dense energy signals coming from the surface direction. Dozens of hostile markers were slowly moving in the outer atmosphere of the gas giant. They were all of the elemental race. The coordinates of that subsidiary universe are located at a certain position on the surface of this thing. The virtual dimension landed on the backside of one of the moons of the gas giant, cautiously spreading the scanning beams here, while the thermal distribution map of the gas giant's surface gradually expanded. The scanning results are completed simultaneously. Within the outer atmosphere of the gas giant, a large number of elemental races are stationed. Through energy feature comparison, at least several dozen star, general-level elemental beings were executing regular patrols around the third cyclone belt. If we rashly intrude into the aforementioned area with our current firepower reserves, the probability of being encircled by the opponents exceeds the safety threshold. It would be basically going to our doom. The tone of the star crack remained consistently stable, but the data would not lie. The virtual dimension fell silent for a few seconds, the core drive chip whirring. Then he suddenly broke the silence, the blue light band on his head regaining stable brightness. Brother Changgeng, if I can hold for 3 seconds, can you lock onto the accurate coordinates of the entrance during that time? That shouldn't be a problem. Hao Changgeng's response came without a hint of hesitation. I have gained recognition from the fundamental laws of space, and am sensitive to the spatial anomalies at the entrance of such subsidiary universes. As long as I can enter the detection range, 3 seconds is enough. The light band of the virtual dimension steadily illuminated. Then let's do it. The warp jump drive of the vessel Su Wei completed its cold start, a heartbeat after the tactical decision was made. Space folded, bent, and punctured before the two of them. The coordinates of the gaseous giant were written directly into the jump terminus. A silver chassis bearing a 30-centimeter silver-gold exoshell vanished from the far side of the satellite in an instant, then reappeared within the inner edge of the high-energy particle belt surrounding the third-class planet. Most of the forces stationed on that planet were members of the dark element tribe, unlike the wind and thunder elements they had encountered earlier. The dark elements emitted not a trace of ionosphere shimmer, but masses of pure light-absorbing black mists. Only against the sporadic backdrop of lightning storms did they reveal the faintest of outlines. Their aggression was feral, their behavior unnervingly erratic. Almost before the spatial crease had smoothed, a dozen or more balls of black smoke had surrounded the pair from every direction. Each mass rolled silently, as if driven by some wrathful intent. Su Wei wasted no computational cycles calculating escape probabilities. At the exact moment the encirclement tightened, the armor plating on her rear sprang open, and 3 silver-white cuboid modules ejected from their slots. The instant they appeared, they locked onto one another, the energy tracings on their shells aligned and fused, forming a larger cubical unit. In the next breath, the cube rapidly expanded, and a translucent domed field unfolded outward from its center, enveloping the two of them and a small pocket of surrounding space in its entirety. At almost the same instant, Lai Xing's voice sounded in Hao Changgeng's mind, laden with approval. It's a rare spatial defense matrix. Su Wei carries something impressive. Changgeng, hurry. Su Wei's synthetic voice detonated anxiously over the mech's internal comm channel. Hao Changgeng's spiritual force had already probed into his consciousness. There was no need to search for coordinates. The key the elder had left in his mind was there. It was a space mark sealed by his own bloodline, activated the moment he touched this region of space. This was not a search, but an unlocking. He himself was the key to this sub-universe entrance. Space began to ripple not far before him. The outline of a temporary wormhole expanded from the size of a fist, slowly growing outward. Outside the encirclement, the dark element tribe began to unleash their power. Strange waves of shadowy energy slammed against the translucent dome from all sides. There was no light, no sound. The attacks, formed of condensed black mist, were simply denser darkness itself, as if the void had suddenly gained malice. Yet the moment each shadow strike touched the dome's surface, it began to vanish, not neutralized, not reflected, but instantly transferred from the point of contact to some random coordinate beyond the shield. When the dark energy reappeared at those coordinates, it had been reduced to harmless diffuse residues. A spatial defense matrix. Though it offers almost no protection against kinetic force, its suppression of pure energy attacks is of a staggeringly superior order. Essentially, it is not mere defense, but a spatial gambit. It reroutes any energy that contacts it to random nearby coordinates, using spatial displacement in place of direct resistance. But the matrix's transfer capacity was not infinite. The dark elements multiplied from 12 to 20 or more, each releasing a continuous barrage of shadow energy. The dome began to tremble. After every redirected strike, a hairline ripple crawled across its surface. The ripples grew denser, the response time slipping from millisecond precision to visibly perceptible quivering. The transfer load was nearing its limit. At that moment, the wormhole swelled from fist size to a 10-meter aperture. Through it could be seen the interior of an independent subuniverse. A solitary star hung at the center of the vault, circled only by a single planet and one moon. The star was dark red, its light filtering through the wormhole and striking the storm-racked upper atmosphere of the gaseous giant like diluted blood. Below, the planet measured roughly 15,000 kilometers across. Its surface lay swathed in gray-green vegetation and a faintly golden network of waterways, all shimmering with an uncanny luster beneath the dark red star. At the instant the wormhole finished expanding, the mech and the vessel plunged through together. The dome shattered utterly the second after they passed. Metal fatigue and energy saturation reached their limits within a single frame. After the spatial defense matrix emitted one final transfer wave, the cubicle unit cracked from within, and its silver-white fragments were swallowed by the surrounding black energies. It no longer mattered. The wormhole snapped shut behind them in a breath, spatial ripples contracting to nothing within milliseconds. The dark energies raged against the empty air where the portal had been, each blow striking into an abyss with no return, giving no feedback at all. Inside the subuniverse, the two hung in orbit outside the planet, their scan beams cautiously unfolding. A fissure along Sue Weiss aft still vented cooling steam. Hao Changgeng's mech shell bore the faint scratches left by spatial fibers as they traversed the wormhole. Lai Xing's voice spoke again. According to the information the Elder left, this is the domain of the Jialing clan, the vassal people of the ancient elven lineage. On the eve of their collapse, the ancient elves transferred fragments of spatial records here and entrusted them to the Jialing. The Jialing were born masters of spatial law, wielding it with consummate skill. Among the known peoples of the 5 major universes, they stood in the very highest tier. He paused, then added an assessment. Although we have the Elder's authorization, effectively a key to enter, trillions of years have passed since the ancient elves fell. Whether the Jialing still exist, whether the custody protocols for the fragments remain enforced, or whether they would still honor that ancient authorization, all of that is uncertain. We should scout first. Hao Changgeng nodded. The two of them descended to a highland carpeted in gray-green flora. Underfoot grew a strange plant, whose leaves were semi-transparent. Through the veins one could see a faintly golden sap coursing within. Lai Xing tuned the environmental scan to its lowest power and began methodically collecting geological data and any possible traces of civilization. A faint residue of spatial law pervaded the planet's surface, each strand like a carefully woven spatial fiber that, despite the corrosion of countless ages, still preserved its fundamental weave. Meanwhile, in the underground palace beneath the Adventurers Guild headquarters, a mysterious woman reclined lazily upon a throne woven of vines. Her emerald hair flowed about her. Her half-lidded eyes reflected the glow of the crystal sphere before her. The halo on the sphere's surface flowed slowly, and the image beneath it resolved with crystalline clarity. As Hao Changgeng stepped into that unknown universe, an astonishing event was unfolding in the outside world. At this moment in the Qingxian star system, the Moonlight Immortal sect. Inside an immortal palace, Master Yi, she was in a furious rage. He had lost all contact with the two guardians he sent to hunt down Hao Changgeng, initially believing they had mistakenly entered an unknown secret realm. After all, they possessed the strength of true immortals, capable of handling most unexpected situations. Even if they encountered an accident and got trapped, they should have had the ability to send back at least a shred of divine sense. However, after waiting for a long time, instead of receiving a message from the Guardian Soul Lamp, he was presented with an official diplomatic notice sent by the Galactic Federation. Moreover, the tone was extremely arrogant. The Right Guardian had been arrested by the Galactic Federation for trespassing into the territory of the solar system, and now they demanded the Moonlight Immortal sect follow interstellar legal procedures to redeem him. Waste. All of you are waste. You've tarnished my reputation. The terrifying aura of the Immortal Master erupted at that moment, causing all the decorations in the hall to fall to the ground. The sea of clouds outside the palace was pushed outward in a circular vacuum by this overwhelming pressure, startling several immortal cranes hovering nearby into flight. The entire nearby space was trembling slightly. This was the anger of the Immortal Master. A handsome man standing in attendance took a half step forward. He was dressed in the standard white robe of an inner disciple of the Moonlight Immortal sect, maintaining composure and courtesy even amidst the explosive aura of the Immortal Master. Master, please calm your anger. Although those two have failed in their duties considering their years of hard work in the Moonlight Immortal sect, we still need to go and redeem them. If we leave this matter unattended, it will create a negative impact on our Moonlight Immortal sect within the entire cultivation world. Moreover, the Galactic Federation has always acted according to protocol and will not go too far. We just need to go through the motions and admit our mistake. I am willing to go and redeem the right guardian, as well as inquire about the exact information regarding Dao Lian. The man slightly bowed, his tone calm and unhurried, as if discussing a routine diplomatic matter that required handling but not excessive reaction. Upon hearing this, the immortal master flicked his sleeve, and the tremors within the hall slowly subsided. He waved his hand. Go, do not tarnish the reputation of my sect. The man bowed respectfully, then his figure flickered and vanished from sight, heading towards the direction of the galactic system. In the secondary universe, gray-green vegetation covered the entire planetary surface, while the light of a dark red star penetrated the atmosphere and illuminated the land. Through the joint scanning of the Starbreaker and the Sui, a significant number of life signals were indeed detected on the planetary surface, but the intensity distribution curve of these signals was lower than expected by more than an order of magnitude. The strongest signal barely reached the peak level of a star general, completely mismatched with the combat power recorded during the peak period of the realm's spirit race in the database. It shouldn't be like this. How could such a powerful race fall to this state? Hao Changgeng was puzzled. The Starbreaker responded, the specific reason cannot be determined. The time span is too vast, trillions of years. Enough for any once glorious civilization to experience multiple cycles of rise and fall. The only certainty is that the spatial remnant page is right here. The Starbreaker paused for a moment, a hint of certainty in its tone, because the remnant page of fire stored in the mecha's energy core just trembled. It is not a wave of energy, but a resonant sensation between the remnants of the sacred texts. When the distance between the two pages shortens to the same dimensional scale, this resonance will automatically be triggered. In the very center of the planet, inside a pure white palace. In the empty central hall, there were no deities or altars, only a silver-white sheet of paper floating in midair. The surface of the paper was devoid of anything save for a thin spatial crack that flickered in and out of existence at the center of the paper. The crack itself did not release any offensive energy, but the entire spatial structure of the hall, the curvature of the walls, the dome's arc, and even the angle at which light refracted through that sheet of paper, all adjusted extremely slowly around this crack. The spatial remnant page of the 10,000 spirits sacred text. Guarding this remnant page was the only living being in this palace. An old man whose aura had already fallen to the 9th level of star soldiers, his skin covered with wrinkles left by time, and his blood energy long insufficient to support a youthful state. His state was not good either. Aged and weary, even his breath carried a hint of a flickering essence. Yet he sat unmoved before the remnant page, unchanged like the still-burning guardian lamp in front of him. At a certain moment, the spatial remnant page began to tremble slightly. The old man's dim eyes suddenly burst forth with golden light. He raised his head, and his gaze pierced through the dome of the palace, landing in a certain direction on the planetary surface. His lips moved, his voice hoarse, yet stable. Have you finally arrived? Hao Changgeng compared the scanning results with his own judgment and immediately voiced his conclusion. If the other party does not possess overwhelming combat power, I believe we should not have any issues going directly there. Although we are uncertain of the other party's stance now, if their combat power is just so-so, they pose no threat to us. The Starbreaker replied, this analysis is not wrong, but you need to inform this robot. Otherwise, when the time comes, the spoils cannot be divided, as there is only one remnant page. Hao Changgeng turned to Sui, his tone shifting from internal analysis to direct communication. Brother Sui, I need to tell you something. The spatial treasure you are searching for is also what I am looking for. And the reason we were able to enter here is that I possess the key to this universe. So I hope you can bear with me. To his surprise, the other party's response was even more straightforward than any predictive model had suggested. The synthesized voice carried no displeasure, but rather a unique cheerfulness of the mechanical race. It's fine, it's fine. You take that, and I'll look for something else. There are multiple locations of spatial energy fluctuations on this planet, and there should be other good things as well. Hao Changgeng was somewhat taken aback by this. He had already prepared his speech, yet unexpectedly the other party was so agreeable. I have already sensed its location. Let's go, we should check it out now. Soon the two mechanical beings accelerated towards that coordinate. As the distance between them closed, the resonance of the remnant page of fire within the mecha's core grew stronger. Just like long-lost kindred spirits, they were calling out to each other. Meanwhile, within that mysterious palace, the old man's condition seemed to change. At that moment, his aging body began to tremble, and his aura became increasingly potent, as if some seal was about to be broken. Hao Changgeng, who was speeding towards the location, also sensed this unusual fluctuation, and the voice of the Starbreaker exploded directly in his mind. Not good, that aura is rapidly breaking through. It has already reached the level of a Star Lord. Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept from deep within the palace ahead. Hao Changgeng instinctively tried to change course, but it was too late. The surrounding space seemed to be rewoven by an invisible hand. In the next moment, he and the virtual vessel were ripped from their original coordinates by an external force. Without any displacement process, the world went dark and then bright, and the two found themselves in the center of a vast hall. As Hao Changgeng's gaze landed, it locked onto a silver-white sheet of paper floating in the center of the hall. The surface of the paper was empty save for a faintly flickering spatial crack that appeared and vanished at its center. A fragment of space. The fire fragment within the mecha core began to tremble violently, and the resonance between the two fragments shifted from a pulse to a sustained tremor. However, neither Hao Changgeng nor the mecha could move. It was not that their joints were locked by binding devices, but rather that the entire space around their bodies had been solidified by an external force. Space fibers were no longer a movable medium, but a layer of invisible, transparent confinement. Hao Changgeng attempted to activate the vector thrusters, but the mecha remained motionless. His gaze swept across the interior of the hall, and he noticed a figure sitting next to the fragment. An old man whose vitality had long since waned, with a presence so weak that he seemed to merge with the entire palace. Yet the star-level aura from a moment ago was surely not an illusion. The voice of the Starbreaker echoed in his mind, the tone lowered significantly. Not good, this should be the guardian of the fragment. The old man lifted his relaxed eyelids, his gaze slowly shifting between the two mechanical constructs before him. His gaze finally settled on the mecha, his lips twitching slightly as he displayed a look of keen interest. He then spoke slowly. Do you wish to have the space fragment? He waved his right hand lightly. The binding on the mecha and the soldier was released simultaneously, and the space fibers returned to their normal movable state. Hao Changgeng maintained the mecha at a height of 2 meters, and after a moment of contemplation, he realized that the other party held no malicious intent. The star-level aura was not released to intimidate. He spoke cautiously. Elder, it was a venerable ancestor of the ancient elf clan who informed me that the space fragment is here and sent me to seek it. Before he could finish, the old man interrupted him with a wave of his hand. That's right. I can give you the space fragment, but I must ensure that you can protect it, not just take it and leave only to be seized by someone else. The old man's voice was steady, devoid of any tone of difficulty. Thus you must defeat me to take it away. Hao Changgeng was left dumbfounded. Elder, the gap between us is too great. How could I possibly defeat you? The old man chuckled. How about this? If you can make me move even a fraction, then you win. He settled back down, his body perfectly still, like an ancient tree that had taken root in this palace for trillions of years. Hao Changgeng urgently asked in his mind, Starbreaker, what's the success rate? Starbreaker began to analyze, shifting from a regular battle assessment to a more predictive frequency. The opponent is a star-level being. Even if he remains motionless, none of our current means can inflict harm on such an existence, nor reach the threshold needed to shift his position. Based on our current comprehensive combat power assessment, the analysis result for inflicting damage on a star-level powerhouse is 0. Unless, Starbreaker intriguingly paused. Unless what? Unless you can merge the laws of space and time. Hao Changgeng replied speechlessly. If the laws merge, wouldn't that mean breaking through to star-level? Starbreaker quickly clarified. Merging the laws is a necessary path to breaking through to star-level. Logically, you are not wrong. However, according to actual combat records in the database, a significant number of Star General level powerhouses have already met the criteria for merging before their breakthrough. They are still Star Generals in rank, but the law merging has been completed. Now that the space fragment is right beside us, even though we have not acquired it, yet you can still directly comprehend the powers of the rules from this distance. I suggest you discuss with him about postponing the challenge for a few days. Hao Changgeng turned to the old man. Elder, may I challenge you in 2 days instead? I would like to take these 2 days to comprehend here. Is that acceptable? The old man waved his hand nonchalantly. Of course. After that, his aura dropped again, returning to its previous calm state. It was as if the star-level aura just now was merely an old identity uncovered by chance. Hao Changgeng withdrew the mecha into his consciousness space and sat cross-legged beside the fragment. The silver-white sheet of paper floated before him, the spatial crack on its surface continuously opening and closing in minuscule increments. Each opening and closing spread the purest spatial rules as faint waves outward. These waves struck his spiritual force directly, leaving trails of the rules within his consciousness space. He had already reached the peak of Star Soldier level, just a step away from breaking through. If he could break through to Star General during this comprehension, plus the law merging, the success rate would be quite high. The blue light band on the head of the virtual vessel swept around the hall, confirming that the matter of the fragment was no longer related to it, and a synthesized voice soon echoed. Brother Changgeng, take your time to comprehend. I will search for other things. The spatial energy fluctuations on this planet are quite plentiful. The silver mecha turned and flew out of the hall, quickly disappearing onto the surface of the planet covered in gray-green vegetation. The old man remained seated, glancing at Hao Changgeng, who was now in a meditative state. The faint smile at the corner of his mouth did not fade, but instead grew more pronounced with a sense of contentment. Time flowed quietly, and Hao Changgeng's aura became increasingly strong, already on the verge of breaking through. Meanwhile, deep within his consciousness space, the towering pill furnace was finally completely broken down into molecular metallic particles under the relentless analysis and cutting of microrobots. Starbreaker filled all the particles according to the metal ratios required for the mecha's star general level advancement, and the mecha was simultaneously evolving. At the same time, the virtual vessel flew over a faint golden water system in the distance. The blue light band on its head flickered frequently, each flash marking an exact spatial material vein within the mountain below. The scattered spatial energy on this planet was far richer than he had anticipated. Every energy signal that jumped out on the scanning panel caused his core drive chip to prioritize their extraction. After an unknown amount of time, the bottleneck that had troubled Hao Changgeng for so long finally broke through. Deep within Hao Changgeng's consciousness space, the stellar core suddenly began to rotate rapidly at a certain moment. It was not propelled by an injection of source energy, but rather its internal structure had reached a critical point. The outer shell of the stellar core gradually stretched and deformed during its high-speed rotation, reshaping the originally dense sphere into a complete planet that was spinning. The surface of the planet had no oceans, no atmosphere, only a solid crust formed from pure condensed source energy, with every fold in the crust representing an unactivated circuit of laws. With each rotation of the planet, a surge of source energy pumped into every meridian from the consciousness space. Star general level. Meanwhile, the mech also completed its synchronized advancement. The alchemical furnace used by the Yellow Emperor was completely decomposed by the stellar rupture, and its molecular metal was gradually integrated into the structure of the mech. The golden patterns became deeper and more substantial with the enhancement of this new metal as the star ring annihilation cannon on the left arm and the core incineration ion cannon on the right arm both advanced. The energy compression ring inside the cannon barrel transformed from a single-stage boost to a multi-stage superposition, and the firing control array's calculation core was rewritten by the stellar rupture, altering its targeting logic. More critically, the upgraded dual cannons could now merge into one to unleash the strongest strike. That day he opened his eyes. Sitting cross-legged in front of the remnants of space, a silvery, white light slowly passed over his face. He felt the planet that was steadily rotating within his consciousness space, each rotation providing him with surging source energy, far exceeding the peak level of Star Warriors. What surprised him even more was that after reaching the Star General level, his sensitivity to the comprehension of laws also soared simultaneously. He looked at the Elder and said, "Senior, I am ready." "Then let's begin." The Elder slowly opened his eyes. The silver-gold battle armor layered over the combat suit, and Hao Changgeng controlled the mech's height to 2 meters with the reverse-scale staff coalescing in his palm. The rotating ring of the annihilation cannon on his left arm and the barrel of the ion cannon on his right arm simultaneously lit up with preheating signals. At the same time, the Elder's aura began to surge wildly, quickly climbing back to the Star-Lord level. The ferocious aura made Hao Changgeng instinctively tighten his breathing rhythm. This was a natural reaction of the body in the face of absolute level disparity. He suppressed his heartbeat, and the dark red patterns on the reverse-scale staff began to flow. Red sky splitting void. This strike he unleashed was on an entirely different magnitude compared to his battle with the wind element just days ago. The 100-meter space fissure widened and stabilized with the golden flames on both sides burning at an obviously increased speed. The density of the fire law's attachment at the edge of the space fissure was visibly higher than before. The Elder merely raised his right hand, and a completely transparent spherical spatial barrier formed around him. The fissure struck the spatial barrier, and not a single trace of energy could penetrate that seemingly thin, invisible barrier. Hao Changgeng was not discouraged. Oh, wasn't this just a fixed target? He began to swing the staff, continuously striking the same location on the sphere barrier with red sky splitting void, again and again, each time getting closer to the same precise impact point. Now that the remnants of space are right beside us, the power of the rules can be directly comprehended. Try for the final world-breaking strike. The voice of the stellar rupture echoed in his mind. The world-breaking strike is the 6th style, and it is currently the strongest technique in this secret method. This strike condenses the fire law and the space law simultaneously at an extremely small point of explosion. By instantaneously compressing both laws, it shatters the spatial structure of the target. This already involves the preliminary fusion of laws. Hao Changgeng mentally reviewed the operational logic of the world-breaking strike. Injecting the fire law into the reverse scale patterns while the space law forms a very thin outer wrapping, both compressed at the same node and released simultaneously. The silver-white law patterns on the reverse scale staff and the fired law patterns lit up simultaneously. The two colored patterns flowed along the staff in parallel, but did not merge, each following its own path. The staff struck the spherical spatial barrier, producing no noticeable difference in effect compared to the previous strike of red sky, splitting void. At this moment, the Elder spoke. For law fusion, the comprehension intensity of both laws must be equal. Your fire source law is currently stronger than the space law. When fusing, the stronger one will overpower the weaker one, and the fusion point of the two law trajectories will never align. Hao Changgeng nodded and accelerated toward the direction of the distress signal. Deep within the debris field, a silver-white star battle robot was desperately holding on. He actively suppressed the injection of the fire law while guiding more of the space law in. The elder remained seated completely motionless, not even swaying a bit. On the 96th swing of the staff, under his deliberate ratio adjustment, the two laws completed their preliminary fusion. The staff struck the spherical spatial barrier, emitting a dull resonance. A very fine crack appeared on the sphere barrier, measuring only the size of a fingernail with a depth that did not penetrate the barrier layer. However, this was Hao Changgen's first visible damage to the barrier, though still far from completely shattering it. Try to launch this secret technique as a cannon shot. Transform the fusion logic of the world-breaking strike into a long-range attack, directly penetrating the spatial barrier of that sphere. It could potentially exceed the penetrating power of the melee staff. The voice of the stellar rupture echoed once more. Hao Changgeng halted his attack and withdrew the reverse-scale staff into the consciousness space. The annihilation cannon on his left arm and the ion cannon on his right arm instantly coalesced. Both arms of the mech closed inwards, and the energy conduits at the base of the dual cannons completed their connection at the moment of convergence. The rotating ring of the annihilation cannon and the barrel of the ion cannon automatically disassembled and reassembled, with the mech's arms embedding into the sides of the combined cannon body as stabilizing brackets. A brand new heavy cannon barrel far exceeding the proportion of the mech's main body took shape between the converging arms. Hao Changgeng planned to try inscribing the world-breaking strike as a spirit pattern on this cannon shot. The mech maintained the combined cannon position completely motionless. In his mind, the grid-like spirit pattern circuits that Xian Miejun had initially demonstrated began to emerge. The complete path of law compression data from the input end to the output end, including every corner and core node of each circuit. He used his spiritual power to replicate a holographic model in the consciousness space, then synchronized the adaptation piece by piece with the unformed inscription areas inside the cannon barrel. On the surface of the cannon barrel, two different colored spirit patterns began to appear little by little. The silver-white space law patterns spread from the cannon mouth to the base of the cannon body, while the fire source law patterns climbed from the base towards the cannon mouth. The two patterns interwove at the core compression ring of the cannon barrel, but the final connection had not yet been completed. Although the speed was slow, it was indeed taking shape. This was not merely theoretical, it was an actual inscription happening. The elder sat in place, watching as the silver-gold mech's arms converged, the cannon barrel took shape, and the spirit patterns on the cannon body slowly spread in a blend of silver-white and fire. A hint of satisfaction flickered in his dim eyes. The current state of the mech is quite special. Its arms remain in the dual cannon configuration. Silver and fiery red light slowly advances along the surface of the cannon barrel, yet he is no longer actively controlling the direction of these patterns. It is not a loss of control, but rather a deeper state of immersion. Whenever the engraving of the spiritual patterns reaches a critical juncture, and the circuit suddenly gets stuck, an inexplicable force surges forth, like an invisible hand gently pushing his mental power past that blockage. He does not know whether this is influenced by the remnants of space, or if that old man is secretly guiding him. Right now, he has no extra energy to discern. He stands on the edge of enlightenment. His consciousness remains clear, but the instinct to think has been temporarily suspended. Only a series of spiritual patterns automatically splice together in his mental power. After an unknown amount of time, two extreme lights simultaneously ignite on the surface of the cannon barrel. The crimson-golden source law of fire ascends from the base of the cannon, while the silver spatial law patterns spread down from the cannon's mouth. The two spiritual patterns precisely connect at the core's law compression ring of the cannon. A spiral energy projectile automatically condenses in front of the cannon's mouth, completely crimson-gold, its surface entwined with layers of silver spatial patterns. It is not just a simple wrapping, it is a fusion. Fire and space, the two laws participate in the compression with a perfectly synchronized frequency during each rotation of energy in the projectile. Immediately, he fired the energy projectile. The projectile trailed a spiral wake of intertwined crimson gold and silver, crashing into the old man's spherical spatial barrier. In that moment, a web-like, dense crack appeared on the surface of the spherical barrier, rapidly spreading outward from the point of impact. Each crack was repeatedly stretched open by the residual dual-law waves of the energy projectile, unable to heal on its own. Although the spherical barrier had not completely shattered and the cracks had not penetrated through to the other side, the power of this strike far exceeded any previous swing. The old man burst into hearty laughter, his voice echoing in the empty hall. Not bad. Not bad. Then he waved his hand, and the spherical shield that had been cracked dissipated on its own. Hao Changgeng still stood at the position from which he had just fired the cannon mouth. Yet to cool, did you not say you would push me back? No matter. You have now begun to preliminarily integrate the laws, though it is still very slow. What I want is for you to complete this step under pressure. He reached out his hand and gently stroked the floating remnants of space beside him. The silver-white paper trembled slightly at his fingertips, then, as if released from an invisible tether, flew toward the core position of the mech's chest. At the moment of contact with the mech's shell, the remnants merged into it, appearing at the deepest core. Inside the core at this moment, the remnants of fire and space trembled against each other, like brothers who had lost each other for countless years, finally reunited. With the assistance of two remnants, now you can observe and cultivate day and night. The path of integration will surely become smoother. At the same time, the old man paused, shifting his gaze from the mech's core back to Hao Changgeng's face. All the clansmen of this realm will follow you from now on. Upon hearing this, Hao Changgeng was left dumbfounded. Having been trapped here for so long, it is time to see the light again. The spirit clan of the past was once glorious. Only to protect this remnant, they completely sealed off the entire world, leading to generations of decline due to a lack of resources. The old man's tone held no resentment, only a plain statement of fact beneath, which lay a thin layer of expectation worn down by time. Hao Changgeng withdrew the mech into his consciousness space, standing still. Senior, the outer world is currently controlled by the elemental clan. Once my strength is sufficient, I will return to move the entire spirit clan back to the celestial universe. Very well. The future of my spirit clan will depend on you. The old man continued. Your current priority is to quickly comprehend the lineage of spiritual patterns, and then right after gather all the remnants. The 6 supreme law pages of the 10,000 spirits holy scripture were broken apart. You have now gathered 2 pages. The page of time was taken away by the ancient elven tribe Saintess. If nothing unexpected happens, she should be secretly observing your growth. No need to rush on that. When the time comes, she will naturally hand it to you. As for the remaining pages of ice and light and dark, you can only collect them slowly on your own. The old man pulled out a silver-white crystal from somewhere. The crystal has sharp edges within which one can clearly see layers of extremely fine spatial patterns circulating on their own. Each pattern is a meticulously compressed artificial spatial fissure frozen within the stable structure of this crystal by some ancient technology. This is a rare crystal that contains extreme spatial attributes. It should aid you in your upcoming spiritual pattern engraving. Furthermore, your previous strike had great power, but its potential is far beyond this. You must accelerate its improvement. Had I not guided you secretly just now, you wouldn't have been able to release it at all. As he spoke, his tone remained calm, as if evaluating a junior, but there was a trace of faint pride hidden in the wrinkles of his face. All right, you should hurry and leave. That key in your mind can return here at any time. If you encounter danger or need the spirit clan's assistance, come back anytime. Although the spirit clan is no longer as glorious as it once was, our foundation still remains. He nodded at Hao Changgeng and then returned to his calm state, as if the previous conversation had never occurred. This is the final weight of a race. Hao Changgeng bowed respectfully. I take my leave. He contacted the Sui ship through the tactical channel. The silver-white Star War machine quickly flew back from a distant area above a light golden water system, the blue light band on its head flashing upon seeing Hao Changgeng. After fluctuating quickly, twice the brightness of the light band stabilized in a high bright state, a welcome signal within the mechanical race's internal social protocol. His harvest over the past 2 days was quite significant. The collection pod stuffed with high-purity spatial metal ores refined from various planets. The newly replaced armor plates on the shell still emitted the cooling steam from when they had just been swapped out. Brother Changgeng, your aura has obviously increased. Let's go. We should meet those elemental clan members. Hao Changgeng activated the spatial coordinate key in his mind. A temporary jump channel opened before them, a space structure identical to the one they had come from. The two crossed the channel and appeared in the outside world in an instant. Without any buffer, countless dark powers surged from all directions toward this point. Faced with the sudden onslaught of darkness converging from all sides, Hao Changgeng decisively minimized his mecha to its extreme limit. The star-class mecha, enhanced by the unique metals of the Danding's maritime realm, could be compressed down to a mere 1 centimeter. The silver-golden body instantly vanished into the void like a droplet of water evaporating in a vacuum. Meanwhile, the Su-Wei remained at a height of 10 meters, its silver-white shell becoming the most conspicuous target under the shadowy energies. Although both sides belonged to a technological faction, the metals utilized by the mecha artisans were fundamentally different. Once the law circuits were activated, they could rearrange their molecular structure, enabling significant resizing. This was also the unique secret of the mecha faction. Star battle robots could certainly achieve this as well, but it was limited to height-year bodies equipped with warp compression modules. Mechas like the Su-Wei, despite being star-class, could not freely alter their size in combat. However, the Su-Wei remained calm. In the moment when dark energy pressed in, the entire mecha swiftly folded into a high-density sphere. 2 layers of semi-transparent spatial energy shields burst outward from the sphere's surface, blocking all damage from the first wave. At the same moment the mecha shrank, Hao Changgeng activated his teleportation. Previously, while maneuvering through the shattered star belt and engaging with wind elements, he relied on teleportation to reposition himself. Now with the enhancement of spatial remnants, the constraints on teleportation were utterly shattered. As his thoughts commanded, the spatial fibers folded on their own before he could finish counting down. He appeared directly outside the encirclement of dark elements. After emerging from the encirclement, instead of fleeing, Hao Changgeng directly expanded his mecha from 1 centimeter to 5,000 meters. At this height, the artillery's power was at its peak. He wanted to test just how fierce this newly upgraded mecha's firepower truly was. The Star Ring Annihilation Cannon on his left arm instantly took shape, with the cannon barrel synchronously enlarging according to the mecha's size. At 5,000 meters, the arm exceeded 2,000 meters, and the cannon tubes within the rotating ring extended over 1,000 meters. As the ring rotated, 3 spiritual patterns lit up layer by layer on its surface. The first compressed, the second split, and the third tracked. Countless golden fireballs erupted from the mouth of the rotating ring, each one maximally compressed under the suppression of the first spiritual pattern. Under the influence of the second spiritual pattern, each fired projectile split into 3 upon exit. The third spiritual pattern then took effect as tens of thousands of fireballs flew towards all surrounding dark elements, each one precisely locking onto its target. According to the calculations of the shattered star, the hit rate of the fireballs reached 86. Furthermore, the power of the laws attached to each fireball was denser and richer than before, with each hit inflicting approximately 1,000th to 1,000th of damage on those dark elements. Although the damage per shot was minimal, the firing rate of the Annihilation Cannon compensated for everything. Over 1,000 shots per second. The horde of dark elements was temporarily suppressed under the dense firepower, unable to regroup. The electronic voice of the Su Wei sounded in the tactical channel, its tone shifting from the tension of being targeted to a hint of relief. Brother Changgeng, your firepower is truly formidable. Hao Changgeng did not respond to this praise. His attention was fully focused on the scanning interface. More signals from elemental tribes were converging towards this location from other orbits of the gaseous giant planet, far more than during the previous battle. Su Wei prepared to retreat. While maintaining firepower suppression with the Star Ring Annihilation Cannon, a majority of the dark elements' counterattacks were also heading towards the mecha. The dark energy itself was silent, yet these attacks would corrode and disintegrate any matter they came in contact with at the molecular level. Even stray interstellar dust would begin to erode and dissolve it, leaving behind extremely minute fractures in the fabric of space. Hao Changgeng did not intend to withstand the attacks with his mecha. He directly activated the Tao Lotus. A Lotus Phantom over 10,000 meters opened outside the mecha's shell, blocking all incoming dark attacks. As the dark energy made contact with the Phantom, it was annihilated to nothing, dissipating within a spectrum of colorful light. Unlike the battle with the thunder elements, where the Tao Lotus Phantom had only enveloped the few meter high mecha, the consumption of his soul power was still within a controllable range. But this time it enveloped 5,000 meters. The Phantom scaled up proportionally to over 10,000 meters, causing his soul power to drain at an unprecedented speed. The warnings from Shattered Star exploded in his mind, the speed of speech pushed to the limit. Hao Changgeng's consciousness began to blur, but the Tao Lotus Phantom held off this wave of counterattacks for him. The electronic voice of the Su Wei suddenly tightened. Hold on tight. Normally, any violent fluctuations were prohibited within the spatial channel, otherwise the coordinates for the jump would lose control. Hao Changgeng instantly compressed the 5,000-meter mecha to the size of a palm, firmly adhering it to the magnetic armor of the Su Wei. The Star Battle mecha dove headlong into the newly opened spatial jump channel. Just as they entered the channel, a powerful dark force pursued from behind. Unlike previous attacks that had been blocked outside the channel, this energy directly penetrated the spatial membrane of the jump channel, crashing into its inner wall. The electronic voice of the Su Wei suddenly tightened. Hold on tight. Normally, any violent fluctuations were prohibited within the spatial channel, otherwise the coordinates for the jump would lose control. He accelerated at full speed on the narrowest curve, calculated the chip, reorganizing the remaining navigation data under full load. The two of them, now under interference, had no other recourse but to leave it to fate. The distorted light flow within the jump channel was longer than the last time. They could not lock onto any external coordinates. The navigation system indicated that their current coordinates were drifting and reorganizing within an entirely uncharted star region. At that moment, the two were unaware that due to the interference from that attack, they had been forcibly ejected from the coordinates of the shattered star belt, entering the battlefield controlled by the insect tribe. When the two of them finally regained their senses from the aftermath of the spatial turbulence, the virtual coordinates had already refreshed on the tactical panels of the mecha and the mecha fighter. Upon seeing the positioning results, the communication channel fell into silence. The spatial jump had been disrupted by that dark energy, causing their landing point to drift far from the planned trajectory. They were directly thrown into the battlefield ruled by the insect tribe. and the coordinates indicated they were now at the furthest edge of the Changgeng universe, a place where human forces had never ventured. The voice of the Su Wei echoed in the internal channel of the mecha, the previous relaxation in its tone completely gone. This is bad. Just now the warp jump was interfered with, and we've been thrown into the insect tribe's territory. This is not good. There are no supply bases established in our Changgeng universe here. For us to return, it seems it won't be easy.